Wang Teng traversed into a foreign realm with the simple desire to live a leisurely life as a landlord. However, before he could even set down his basket of groceries, he found himself abducted and thrust into the role of captain of a nearly disbanded interstellar fleet. To make matters worse, the fleet was heavily in debt, its warships outdated, and its crew utterly demoralized. Fortunately, the system finally activated. Enhance, upgrade, construct divine warships. From interstellar pirates to titans of the manhwa alliance, from resource barons to dimensional predators, all became stepping stones for his ascent. As he swept through the starry rivers and ascended to the throne of an emperor, a true threat emerged. Beyond the dimensions, higher entities were consuming the universe as nourishment. With a cold smirk, Wang Teng stood before the dimensional rift, commanding his infinite fleet. This universe of mine, none of you shall partake. From a mere landlord of 2 buildings to the supreme guardian overseeing myriad dimensions, he relied not on fate, but on his external support and sheer determination. Chapter 1. A trip to buy groceries ends in abduction. On that day, I should not have done that, and the wheels of fate would not have turned. My diary. In the quaint village of Chishua, located in Donglin City on UND Star, this urban village served as a haven for laborers and the birthplace of our tale. The streets of the Ocean View community in Chishua were bustling with vendors and a continuous flow of pedestrians. Among them stood a particularly striking figure. Dressed in pajamas, flip-flops, and carrying a grocery basket was Wang Teng, the landlord of the Ocean View community and the protagonist of our story. With his lustrous black hair glistening under the sun, the envy-inducing volume of his locks drew attention as he passed by various stalls, greeted by familiar faces. Landlord, would you care to sample these 2 buns? Made from natural wheat flour, no synthetic additives. Are you joking? With 200 billion people on UND Star, how could we feed everyone without some synthetic goods? Let me try these. If they're good, I may order a basket daily. Hey, landlord, why are you out so early? Haven't seen you at my massage shop lately. Wow, Asian, are you feeling hot? Dressed so lightly, are you trying to seduce me? Oh, you naughty one. Really, Asian, are you serious? Stop it. After enjoying a bit of flirtation, Wang Teng wore a satisfied smile. As a time traveler, he felt justified in this new life. Before his arrival, he was merely a lowly worker, toiling day and night for a modest overtime pay. Ultimately, it had led to his demise without even spending his savings. Most regrettably, he had not yet managed to format the study materials on his computer hard drive, which would now benefit someone else. This world had undergone a technological explosion 3 centuries prior, propelling humanity beyond the solar system. Within a century, they achieved extraterrestrial travel, combat, and colonization. Encounters with alien races led to wars, fusions, and alliances, culminating in the present interstellar alliance dominated by UND Star. However, the rapid advancement created an unsustainable demand for resources, particularly for critical interstellar technologies that were resource-intensive. Many corporations restructured into interstellar exploration groups to seek out these resources. Among the vital technologies were not only basic interstellar warships, but also armed combat exoskeletons. Unlike the cockpit-style mechas seen in anime, these were rumored to be derived from fragmented technologies obtained from a meteorite, amalgamating various races' innovations to create a formidable individual combat system. Various names were ascribed to them, but they were commonly referred to as armed mechas, bestowing immense power to individuals in the vastness of space. Speculation suggested this technology might stem from a higher civilization, possibly even from outside this universe, as such mechas possessed significant growth potential. To cultivate a mecha capable of annihilating fleets and stars, an enormous influx of resources was essential. Interstellar resource exploration often accompanied warfare, where human lives held little value. Upon understanding these circumstances, Wang Teng naturally chose to forego joining the fleet. His original family possessed some assets, allowing him to grow up without financial worries. Despite the expanding resources, UND Star's vast population created severe distribution issues. At the universe's edge lay bureaucracy, and for the impoverished, mere labor awaited them, even in this interstellar era. Certain lucrative professions were monopolized by family dynasties. To rise in such a fiercely competitive world without background or influence was akin to dreaming in broad daylight. Those unable to ascend would inevitably remain commoners. Wang Teng had once contemplated leveraging his 2 lifetimes of experience to carve out a niche in this world, ensuring he did not bring shame to the identity of a time traveler. Yet, he had been a mere commoner before his arrival, capable of grand discussions online but hesitant to take risks in the real world. Especially in this era, where many were born on third bases, some even rocketed to success. while others played the role of judges. Wang Teng opted for a laid-back existence, managing the rental business bequeathed to him by his family. The area he resided in was on the verge of demolition. If he could endure a little longer, he would emerge as a beneficiary of the redevelopment. With the compensation from the demolition, he could immigrate to cultivate a new planet as a farmer, perhaps even marrying a lovely wife to enjoy a tranquil life. Such thoughts brought him joy as he observed the shy figure retreating into her stored, "Don't go, Asian, let's chat a bit more. At worst, I'll come support you after I collect the rent." Just as he finished speaking, the sky suddenly darkened, as if a colossal being had obscured the sun. "Hey, what's going on? Is it going to rain?" The Weather Bureau didn't announce any artificial rain today. Wang Teng shielded his eyes with his left hand and looked up at the sky, only to be stunned by the sight that a red starship, emblazoned with a star-shaped emblem, hovered gracefully above Jeshur village. This spectacle immediately stirred discussions among the onlookers, with some capturing the moment to share online, faced with the starship up close. Wow, it's massive and magnificent. Though it was the interstellar era, not everyone had the opportunity to witness a starship at such proximity. Wang Teng pondered a troubling thought. According to regulations, starships were generally prohibited from landing on UND star. Yet, this starship's arrival did not trigger any alarms, indicating it had prior authorization. Could it be a prominent figure returning for a visit? As these thoughts crossed his mind, a sudden exclamation from the crowd snapped him back to reality. Wang Teng quickly turned to see something plummeting from the sky at an astonishing speed. Before he could comprehend the situation, the object struck the ground with a thud, sending dust and debris flying, nearly toppling nearby stalls. As the dust settled, a tall, stunning woman clad in a crisp military uniform and cap fixed her piercing gaze upon him. "Are you Wang Teng?" I am. Are you? My fiancé, whom I have yet to meet." Wang Teng felt a surge of excitement. Perhaps this was the golden opportunity he had awaited for over 20 years. However, before he could dwell on it, a swift motion ensued. 12 female soldiers encircled him, forming a vigilant formation. The gravity of the situation rendered the onlookers speechless, their breaths held in awe. Wang Teng's heart raced with anxiety. Had he inadvertently offended her with his words? It was all Asian's fault. Her teasing had spoiled him, and now, trouble had arisen from his loose tongue. At this moment, the strikingly beautiful woman cast a glance around before stepping forward a couple of paces. "You must be Wang Teng. 2 days ago, you submitted your resume to Hongxing Company, and after a thorough review, I am pleased to inform you that you have been hired. I am here to escort you." "Escort me? Where to?" Wang Teng was taken aback. He had merely intended to find a part-time job to pass the time. Wasn't Hongxing Company a significant establishment? Why the need for a starship and armed interstellar soldiers to fetch someone? What a cosmic joke. "Time is of the essence. We must depart immediately. Arno, deploy the transport ship," the beautiful woman commanded, calling out to the sky. Before long, a small manned spacecraft descended vertically. As the hatch opened, the female soldiers maintained their formation, efficiently ushering Wang Teng into the vessel. "Hey, wait. I never agreed to this. I haven't even signed a contract." Just as he uttered these words, the stunning woman produced a tablet and pressed his hand onto it. "What does this mean?" he protested. "What you just signed is the contract. At least let me pack my bags." "There's no need. The Hongxing ship will provide your uniform." Wang Teng attempted to struggle, hoping to escape the encirclement of the female soldiers, but each of them possessed physical prowess several times that of an ordinary person. Rendering his efforts futile, the beautiful woman watched as Wang Teng was delivered into the spacecraft, before following him inside. With a rush of air, the spacecraft ascended towards the starship above. Below, the residents of High Community exchanged bewildered glances. The landlord had been taken away. Did this mean they were exempt from paying rent? Meanwhile, Asian from the massage parlor leaned against the doorframe, biting her red lips, her eyes glistening as she watched the starship gradually depart, ultimately transforming into a distant star, vanishing from sight. "You scoundrel, you promised to collect rent, and now you've left me hanging. I wonder if you'll ever return." Once aboard the starship, Wang Teng was settled into a room. Gazing out at the vast sea of stars and reflecting on the diminishing yuan Earth, he realized that the starry ocean, once yearned for by countless souls in his past life, was now beneath his feet. Yet, he had never wished to venture into the starry expanse. It seemed perilous. Who would willingly choose that path? Detecting hosts log into the battleship. Scanning environment. Entering the universe. Beginning analysis. Analysis complete. Greetings, host. I am your assistant, 3008. Shall I load the Imperial armament system? Huh? System? Wang Teng stared wide-eyed at the Azure prompt box, tears welling in his eyes. After over 20 years of traversing this realm, the long-awaited system had finally arrived. Install it, hurry and install it. Voice cracking. Chapter 2. System, Emperor. Grant me fortification. Emperor Armament System, Wang Teng. Armament, awaiting activation, Fleet, Red Star Fleet, temporary. Followers, none, items, 1 smart mobile device. 2 coins, functions, upgrade, resource processing, enhancement, resource points. 0. Wang Teng eagerly scrutinized the system interface, only to feel a pang of disappointment. Wasn't the arrival of the system supposed to signify invincibility? Why then did he feel so lackluster? System, is there not a beginner-esque gift pack available? Silence ensued. Could it be that he was dealing with a foolish system? Without a novice package, what purpose did it serve? Wang Teng reclined once more. Having anticipated a magnificent system that would provide him with the means to return to his home planet for rent collection, yet this was the reality? How could it still dare to call itself an emperor? Do you have any commands for the host? The system's unexpectedly resonant voice startled Wang Teng. Why did you only respond now? Did you intend to wait until I was dead to escape? If the host dies, the emperor ceases to exist. Wang Teng paused, narrowing his eyes and stroking his chin. Do you expect me to believe that? Believe it or not, it remains a fact. Suddenly engaging in philosophy? Yet, that was of little consequence. Why did you suddenly respond? According to the response mechanism, the host has just awakened the system's program. Wang Teng crossed his arms, contemplating. It seemed he had merely called for the emperor. Here I am. Ah, so that was the activation password. Very well, Emperor, where is the system's grand gift pack? I am so feeble. You wouldn't want to witness my demise, would you? This system serves as an auxiliary. Should the host desire strength, please obtain resource points independently. Resource points can be utilized for upgrades and enhancements. Resource points? How does one acquire them? The host may utilize the resource processing function to exchange valuable resources for resource points. Resources include biological and non-biological assets, such as rare minerals, energy crystals, energy life forms, and so forth. Listening to the system's elucidation, Wang Teng comprehended that he had essentially acquired a digitized template. However, utilizing these functions required expenditure. Resource points could be obtained through resource processing, equating resources to currency. Indeed, a matter of financial investment. Speaking of investment, Wang Teng retrieved the small change he had prepared for grocery shopping. 2 coins. Emperor, here I am. The neutral voice resonated in his mind. What is the value of these 2 coins? 2 points. Wang Teng pocketed the coins and turned his gaze to the table in the room, hurrying over to calculate how many resource points it could yield. 100 points. So low? Wang Teng was somewhat taken aback. He could discern that it was made of metal, yet this 1 meter by 1 meter table, 2 centimeters thick, was worth only 100 points? The material is ordinary steel, hence the low value. And this bed? 500 points. What about the cabinet? 400 points. Gazing at the desolate room that appeared as if it had been ravaged by bandits, Wang Teng felt a twinge of guilt. For all the items aboard this warship belonged to others. As he turned his gaze towards the resource points displayed on the system panel, which had reached an impressive 300, all feelings of guilt vanished without a trace. When the time comes, he would simply assert that a devouring beast had appeared and consumed everything. Wang Teng commended his cleverness. However, upon inquiring about the requirement of 100,000 resource points to activate the armament, his smile abruptly froze. Why is it so exorbitantly expensive to activate the armament? A single room cost over 4,000 points. To amass 100,000 would necessitate 250 rooms. The existing armed mechs require prior modification of the human body, imprinting the armament circuits upon it, and replacing the heart with an armament core. Subsequently, the materials extracted from resources are injected into the armament circuits, establishing a feedback loop with the core, which constitutes the armament. At this juncture, the human body becomes a semi-mechanical entity, with the brain serving as a biological computer. By inputting the preset mech template into the core, the brain can then mobilize the armament to generate the mech. However, the bodily modifications involved in the armament process are excruciatingly painful, a trial that most individuals cannot endure. Those with weaker constitutions may suffer a catastrophic failure and perish during the core transformation. Nonetheless, as the host's armament is implanted by the system, the cumbersome procedures and agonizing experiences are circumvented. Thus, the investment of 100,000 resource points offers exceptional value. It is highly advisable to promptly acquire the 100,000 resource points to activate the armament, thereby significantly enhancing the host's survival capabilities. All right, I understand, he mused. There is a rationale behind the expense. He had heard tales of the modification surgeries for armament implantation long ago, noting that the success rate was rather low. The primary determinant was the mental fortitude of the recipient. Should they falter, they risked suffering severe neurological damage. Only soldiers from fleets engaged in interstellar resource exploration would undergo such surgical procedures, as armed mechs represent a vital asset to the interstellar forces. Among the recipients, females tend to have a higher success rate than their male counterparts, resulting in a slightly greater proportion of female combatants within the armed ranks, though males still predominate overall. The armed mechs are exceptionally powerful, and as part of the romantic ideal of masculinity, Wang Teng naturally yearned to possess one. Moreover, the prospect of acquiring one without pain was incredibly appealing. However, the question loomed, where would he procure 100,000 resource points? Was he truly expected to traverse 250 rooms? He surveyed his surroundings and suddenly considered the possibility of converting the warship into resource points. Yet, if he proceeded with such a transformation, he would lose the vessel, leaving him stranded. Nonetheless, activating the armament demanded 100,000 resource points. Never mind, I'll investigate the functions of the other two features. Emperor, I am here. Please summarize the functions of the remaining two features. Function upgrades allow the host to utilize resource points to enhance designated targets. Upon upgrading, the targets will experience a corresponding increase in efficacy. Wang Teng grasped the concept. It was akin to utilizing resource points as experience points. Is there a limit to the upgrades? The target cannot exceed its maximum enhancement limit. In simpler terms, there exists a cap on levels. For instance, if he wished to upgrade a handgun, it would remain a handgun, albeit one with slightly greater power, just enough to make a negligible difference. And what about reinforcement? Function enhancement increases the power of enhancement targets, requiring a certain number of resource points, with a probability of failure at higher levels. Upon reading the phrase indicating the possibility of failure during high-level enhancements, Wang Teng felt an unsettling premonition. Having played numerous RPG games from various companies, he was well aware of the unpleasant experiences associated with such enhancement systems. However, upon further reflection, he realized that high-level enhancements were a concern for the future. By that time, he might not be lacking in resource points. Taking a deep breath, Wang Teng contemplated for a moment before speaking. Emperor, upgrade me. There was no need for further deliberation. Once he achieved a divine level, who would dare to act insolently before him? Upgrade failed. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. Failed. What does it mean to fail an upgrade? Insufficient resource points. Conditions not met. How many resource points are required? 10,000 points. Wang Teng glanced at the resource points displayed on the panel. 300 points were indeed insufficient. And what about enhancement? The initial enhancement requires only 100 points. Subsequent enhancements will double the resource points required with each increase in enhancement frequency. There was no room for choice. Emperor, enhance me. Please select enhancement category. Physical, mental. I am in the universe now. What use is mental enhancement? Enhance my physicality. Received. Beep. Instantly, a surge of blue light enveloped his body, crackling with energy. It felt as though countless ants were gnawing at him, and Wang Teng rolled his eyes back, succumbing to the pain and losing consciousness. Chapter 3. You want me to be the captain? Wang Teng slowly opened his eyes, a tingling sensation coursing through his body, leaving him feeling sore and itchy. Outside the window lay a vast sea of stars, breathtakingly beautiful. The starry ocean that countless people had longed for was now laid before him. Yet, he felt none of the earlier excitement. Ah, the starry sky, so enchanting. The more beautiful something is, the more perilous it becomes. How many have rushed into the cosmos, only to be reduced to mere specks of dust among the stars? A cool voice broke his reverie. Turning, Wang Teng beheld a striking woman clad in a crimson military uniform, standing rigidly before him. Her white hair was tucked beneath her military cap, and a hint of sorrow flickered across her face. She was the acting captain of this starship and a combat soldier of the Red Star Fleet, known as Chishua. Indeed, as Zhang Wuji's mother once said, the more beautiful a woman, the more dangerous she is. This is your first time in space, isn't it? Such a reaction is quite normal, Chishua stated, her demeanor seemingly cold, yet imbued with a semblance of concern. How do you feel now? Wang Teng shook his head. This was not a physiological reaction, but rather the aftereffects of system enhancement. No major issues. He then cast a bemused glance at Chishua. Are you aware that what you did is illegal? He referred to the act of forcibly bringing him aboard the ship. Chishua stood upright, her expression unchanged by his words. Her bright, profound gaze remained fixed on the starry sky as she replied, my actions did not violate any regulations. Moreover, you have already signed a contract. She retrieved a tablet and tapped a few buttons before handing it to Wang Teng. Upon receiving it, he felt a jolt of shock. Displayed on the screen were his personal details alongside a job application. The organization had, unbeknownst to him, transitioned from Red Star Company to Red Star Fleet, and the position had elevated from intern to captain. Each fleet is backed by a resource exploration company, and Red Star Company serves as a subsidiary, managing the fleet's external operations. This was merely an internal maneuver. Is this truly how captains are recruited? This was the source of Wang Teng's confusion. I recall that the change of a fleet captain, especially one that requires registration, necessitates formal procedures, does it not? The Red Star Fleet was previously affiliated with the Disdain group. Recently, the captain had perished, and unwilling to see the fleet amalgamated, I chose to lead everyone to independence. Chishua explained candidly. However, we do not wish to have a captain imposed upon us. We require a captain to assist with our registration. Many have submitted their resumes. Yet the intelligence system of Red Star Fleet has singularly selected you. I cannot ascertain what makes you unique, but it seems you are well suited to become our captain. Wang Teng began to grasp the implications of her words. In this world's fleet system, a fleet without a captain or a core command structure risks being forcibly integrated into another fleet, according to the regulations of the Star Alliance, save for independent fleets or those owned by individuals. Clearly, Red Star's current actions indicate a desire to become an independent fleet, rendering the change of captain an internal matter. The Disdain Group is one of the powerful resource exploration conglomerates in the UN Star Alliance and the Summer League, commanding the invincible Xuanqi Fleet, which has established dominion over numerous star systems. With such extensive reach, it is evident that the Disdain Group operates multiple fleets. Smaller fleets, in a bid to survive, often choose to affiliate with more formidable ones, which further implies reliance on the resource companies behind them. The Red Star Fleet is evidently one of those inconspicuous smaller fleets. As a subsidiary of the Disdain Group, the Red Star Fleet must adhere to Disdain's regulations. Moreover, the Disdain Group has determined that the responsibility lies with Red Star, making forced integration inevitable. What surprised him was Chishua's audacity in severing ties with the Disdain Group in pursuit of independence. Yet, they first require a captain. And not just anyone can assume that role. It necessitates passing certain qualification assessments, which he evidently has. Furthermore, Chishua was quite explicit in her intentions, designating him as captain merely to fulfill a requirement, effectively making him a puppet captain with only nominal authority. Contemplating this, Wang Teng's expression darkened. It is no wonder that he observed only a single capital-class starship within this fleet. They were clearly in the nascent stages of establishing independence from a larger corporation. Kindly arrange for me to be placed on a nearby immigrant planet. As for the captaincy, let whoever desires it take it. I wish to return to my rental business. Wang Teng remarked with a scowl. Initially, the notion of becoming a fleet captain had brought him joy, yet with this fleet, he deemed it wiser to retreat to his previous endeavors. With just one vessel, how could they aspire to independence? He was perplexed as to how Chishua managed to escape with the fleet. Setting aside the pressure from the Tang Group, the subsequent operations of the fleet and resource development were far beyond the capabilities of a single vessel like the Red Star. Continuing down this path could jeopardize his very life. The Red Star had only prepared enough energy for a one-way journey and to expedite their arrival at the destination. They had opted for a concealed route, which meant that sending him back was utterly impossible. Chishua turned to Wang Teng, a faint smile gracing her otherwise cold and striking visage. Furthermore, we have already entered into a contract. Did I sign it? You practically forced my hand. He retorted. The moment you pressed your seal, the contract became binding. During its term, the breaching party is liable for substantial damages. The meager rent you collect would scarcely cover the penalties. Wang Teng immediately checked the details, his face paling as he confirmed the grim reality. At the bottom of the interface, a line of small text read, "By signing, you implicitly agree to the contractual terms." The interpretation of this contract belongs solely to the Red Star Fleet. Should the second party breach, they shall compensate the Red Star Fleet with 1,000,000 units of star core crystals. 1,000,000 units? Star core crystals. These crystals were the universal currency of the interstellar realm, extracted from the strategic resource of star cores. 1 unit equated to 10,000 Star Alliance coins, making 1,000,000 units an astronomical sum. Rest assured, you won't have to repay it, but I hope you can assist us this once. Observing Wang Teng's bewildered expression, Chishua swiftly turned and exited the room. I know my actions have caused you discomfort, but I will provide you with satisfactory compensation afterward. Also, do not act foolishly. Someone will come shortly to serve as your aide. Until this contract concludes, you shall assume the role of captain of the Red Star Fleet. Their essay saying, Ascent there? If life pushes you against the wall and resistance is futile, then one must acquiesce. Acquiesce my foot, he fumed, the thought of his predicament only fueling his ire. If it weren't for the inability to fight back at this moment, Wang Teng gritted his teeth. Just wait. Once I gather enough resources, I'll make you understand what it means to kneel and sing conquer. Since you show no mercy, do not blame me for being ungracious. This starship will be mine. Just as he was about to ruthlessly exchange the red star for resource points, the door swung open. A silver-haired girl clad in a fitted uniform entered with utmost respect. Her ethereal eyes gazed up at Wang Teng. What is it? He asked, feeling uneasy under her scrutiny. The silver-haired girl promptly stood at attention and saluted. Reporting to the captain, Officer Zealand is here to serve you. After departing, Chishua had dispatched someone to assist Wang Teng. Although referred to as an aide, the role also implied a degree of surveillance. Zealand was an armed combat soldier, despite being at the novice level. She was more than capable of handling an ordinary individual. However, there was an inscrutable glint in Chishua's eyes. When Wang Teng was overwhelmed by the system's enhancements, it was Red Star intelligence that alerted her. Upon her arrival, she immediately noticed the anomaly. The metallic objects in the room, such as the bed and cabinets, had vanished, and Wang Teng lay on the floor, his body surging with electrical currents. She inquired about the Red Star intelligence. However, as the documentation had already been submitted, Wang Teng remained the captain of the Red Star fleet prior to the contract's conclusion, thus prioritizing him over her. Consequently, Red Star intelligence denied her access. What particular significance does this individual hold? The journey has commenced, and regardless of the circumstances, I hope unforeseen events do not transpire. Chapter 4. The current state of the Red Star fleet inside the command chamber of the flagship, the Red Star. As Chishua entered, she was immediately approached by someone. Sister Shue, how is that person? Is there any commotion? Others also expressed their curiosity. The Red Star fleet was originally a subordinate fleet of the Great Tang Exploration Group, under the Xuanjia fleet. Previously, they had been designated as the Vanguard in a resource acquisition battle. Though termed a Vanguard, it was essentially a cannon fodder unit. On planets rich in precious resources, there exist creatures known as star beasts, which guard these resources. They thrive by consuming them and typically occupy a resource-laden planet to evolve. They only seek a new planet when the current one is depleted. These star beasts are humorously referred to as star devourers. The objective of the resource acquisition battle was a planet abundant in minerals, inhabited by several formidable star beasts. The Great Tang Group's goal was to seize this rare resource planet, rallying hundreds of thousands of fleets for the assault. Of these fleets, a significant portion consisted of small fleets like the Red Star Fleet, which suffered heavy casualties upon their first encounter. Nonetheless, the Great Tang Group was resolute in their ambition to capture this planet, urging them to continue the fight without delay. The most formidable force of the Red Star Fleet was the armed mech warriors, with Chishua being among them, a standard-level warrior of the Earth class, second only to the Sky class. To their astonishment, the star beasts on that planet possessed strength comparable to the Sky class warriors. A mere encounter nearly led to the annihilation of the Red Star Fleet. Chishua expended all her strength merely to preserve the Red Star. The former captain, at the cost of his own life, piloted a destroyer towards the star beasts, detonating the flagship's engines to afford them a chance to escape. Ironically, upon their survival, Chishua and her comrades were reprimanded by the Xuanjia fleet for their inadequate performance, which allegedly caused the failure of the Great Tang strategy, thus coercing them to bear the consequences. Naturally, Chishua and the others were unwilling to accept this. Their captain had sacrificed himself to ensure their escape, not to face punishment. Originally, the Red Star fleet was merely a small fleet assisting in the transportation of goods. However, as the group expanded, the idea of forming a fleet emerged, aiming to conquer resource-laden planets for profit rather than merely transporting goods. Thus, the Red Star fleet came into existence. This was due to their first targeted planet being a red-hued sphere with crimson soil, reminiscent of a red star in the cosmos, hence the name Red Star. Initially, their fleet was thriving, with the captain maintaining some connections with the higher echelons of the group, with a few more achievements. They could receive the group's support to grow and establish their own base planets. Yet, this resource contention had left the Red Star fleet with nothing, and now they were expected to shoulder the blame? What a farce. During the assignment of tasks, they were not informed about the conditions of the target planet, nor were the ranks of the star beasts disclosed. This is clearly a result of intelligence failure, yet the blame is being shifted onto them. Furthermore, when the captain decided to make the ultimate sacrifice, she explicitly told them, Xiaoxua, there is no hope for the Tang dynasty. You must leave. Take the Red Star and continue onward. I fear I cannot accompany you any longer. Chishua also realized that the surviving fleets were few and far between. Apart from the Red Star fleet, the others were, to varying degrees, connected to the internal factions of the Tang dynasty. This alone speaks volumes, especially in light of the captain's remarks, which suggested that the current Tang dynasty was decidedly unfriendly towards these smaller fleets, almost as if conducting a purge. Moreover, this battle seemed akin to a death sentence, rife with suspicion. Regaining her composure, Chishua stated, "This is a calculation made by the Red Star intelligence. It has identified the most suitable candidates. We cannot return to the Tang dynasty. We have documentation, and if we register, it might draw the attention of the Tang dynasty. The best course of action is to find a captain to represent us. I have verified him. He has not shown any delight in becoming our captain, so at least we need not worry about him using his authority to prolong our time here." After Chishua spoke, the expressions of those present dimmed, for they were well aware of the implications. "Once we have established a foothold, let Zaylon escort him back. Let us consider this a debt owed to him, which we shall compensate later. Your name is Zaylon?" Reporting to the captain, "I am Zaylon, but I am not a native of the Earth Star. I do not even know what race I belong to." This left Wang Teng somewhat taken aback, not knowing one's own race. Could she be an extraterrestrial? No wonder she has such white hair. "By the way, you mentioned you would follow my commands. What if my orders conflict with those of Chishua? Whose will do you follow?" "I will resolutely obey the captain's commands." Zaylon straightened her posture, her small face serious. "Are you not afraid that Chishua will hold you accountable later?" "Sister Shue's task is to have me assist the captain, so I must comply with the captain's orders." Zaylon's meaning was clear. She obeyed the captain's directives rather than his. "But are you truly an adult? Captain, would you like me to retrieve my information?" After repeated confirmations, Wang Teng felt reassured that this silver-haired girl, standing just over 1.5 meters tall, was indeed of age, perhaps influenced by his past life. He did not wish to find himself one day on trial, facing a sentence of 3 years at minimum. In truth, such scenarios were quite common in this world. Despite being in an interstellar era, with resources continually expanding, the disparity between the wealthy and the poor remained stark. The lower class still languished, while the rich grew ever richer. Not to mention, the alliance spanned multiple star systems and planets, regardless of conditions on the Earth Star. The only means of survival for the lower class on other planets was to join a fleet. Joining a fleet offered salaries, pensions, and other benefits. Although life was precarious, it was at least an improvement over their previous existence. As long as they could live well, they did not care about their age in the cosmos. Life was merely a matter of existence versus non-existence. Zealand was an early member of the Red Star fleet, having boarded the ship at the tender age of 11, where she initially performed menial tasks. Subsequently, she underwent armed training and proudly became a combat soldier, ascending from the logistics division to the combat division. From an early age, Zealand was subjected to military training and adhered strictly to commands. This trait served as both an asset and a liability, as she only recognized directives from the command hierarchy, which extended down from the captain. It remains uncertain whether Chishua acted intentionally or inadvertently in appointing such a person as the captain's assistant. Was she there to assist or to monitor him? "Zealand, may I step outside for a moment?" Wang Teng inquired cautiously. "You are now the captain of the Red Star fleet and possess the authority to access any area of the ship," Zealand replied, her youthful and adorable visage suddenly taking on a serious expression, creating a striking contrast. Upon receiving a definitive answer, Wang Teng promptly stated, "Then let us take a stroll." His intention was not merely to step outside but to observe the layout and scale of the starship, while also seeking potential resources for exchange. His determination stood firm. As long as he developed adequately, he would rise to prominence. "Understood, Captain." Zealand saluted. Wang Teng felt a sense of satisfaction with her demeanor, though it was regrettable that her respect was directed towards the title of captain rather than towards him personally, leaving him with an inexplicable pang of envy. "Greetings, Captain." Just as he and Zealand exited the room, they encountered passing female soldiers who saluted and greeted him. It was evident that his identity was no secret. Wang Teng responded to each greeting with a nod. His curiosity piqued as he gazed around, intermittently prompting the system to calculate the value of everything he touched. His peculiar behavior caused Zealand to furrow her brow. He was quite an oddity. However, considering it was her first venture into space, it was not entirely surprising. "Captain, are you interested in the starship? Would you like me to show you around the interior?" Startled by Zealand's sudden voice, Wang Teng hastily reined in his actions and nodded, feigning normalcy. "Indeed, this warship is quite impressive. Are there only this many of us in the fleet?" Reporting, "Captain, the new recruits are currently undergoing training. Would you like to observe?" Perhaps not. I find myself rather hungry. May we first procure some food?" Chapter 5, Initial Integration. Do you recall the circumstances surrounding Wang Teng's arrival? He intended to purchase some ingredients to prepare a modest meal, but unexpectedly found himself forcibly removed from Earth. While he was aware of the Red Star fleet's vastness while on the ground, Stepping aboard revealed just how immense this starship truly was. After wandering for over 10 minutes without reaching the end, he felt starved and had little inclination to observe any new recruit training. In these times, a lack of enthusiasm for meals surely signified a lapse in judgment. A person must nourish themselves. A full stomach dispels despair. However, what Wang Teng did not anticipate was the dismal quality of the Red Star Fleet's provisions. Even as captain, he was allocated only a few compressed energy bars and a packet of solidified soup. The fare was more pitiful than that of the stray cats residing near his home. Suddenly reminded of the cats, a shadow crossed Wang Teng's face. "Captain, is something the matter?" "Not much, just that my cat at home has been left unfed." "Is the captain planning to keep a pet aboard the ship?" "No, I already have a cat at home, and it can even perform backflips." "Such prowess. Could it be an extraterrestrial being?" Zaylon inquired. Extraterrestrial beings refer to life forms existing beyond the planet of Earth. Extraterrestrial? Observing my cat. It indeed seems quite different from the feline species native to Earth. The two had just finished their meal in the cafeteria and were preparing to return to their quarters for some rest. Wang Teng initially intended to explore some distinctive places, but upon reflecting on his cat, likely to be wandering alone for a while, he felt a surge of frustration. He wondered if the tenants would assist in feeding it, and the thought of a jeune only intensified his ire. Why should he seek out a part-time job when he could engage in meaningful conversations with a jeune during his leisure time? The more he pondered, the more vexed he became. At that moment, a striking one-eyed beauty clad in a form-fitting combat suit, which accentuated her muscular physique, with wavy red hair and sun-kissed skin, appeared before them. Despite wearing an eye patch, her alluring red lips rendered her extraordinarily vivid. Yet, her gaze directed at Wang Teng was laced with disdain. "Did I provoke you in any way? Why regard me with such contempt? You must be the new captain summoned by Chishua. Are you Wang Teng?" He glanced at Zaylon. "Why are you dazed? Hurry and dismiss her. It is evident she harbors disdain towards me." "New recruit instructor, Shengwan Hongha," she stated, scrutinizing Wang Teng with an aggressive stare. Then, "Instructor Shengwan, what brings you to me?" Wang Teng maintained a smile, adhering to the principle of courtesy before conflict, knowing that if pressed, he could render everyone shipless in a mere moment. Shengwan Hongha seemed merely to have come for a fleeting glance at him before turning to leave. Yet, prior to her departure, she left him with a parting remark. "The Red Star Fleet does not require a captain, remember that." Did he wish to assume the role of captain? Wasn't he imposed upon him by them? Now they insist he remember this. Evidently concerned he might later dominate the fleet under the guise of captaincy. Sister he used to be a soldier in the Vanguard Corps, but after suffering severe injuries, her armed corps was irreparably damaged, forcing her to transition to a training position. No wonder her demeanor is so peculiar. She must have endured significant trauma, likely causing psychological distortions as well. Furthermore, Sister he has harbored feelings for the former captain, and after the latter's demise, she stubbornly believed the fleet should remain without a captain. When Shui Jie came to retrieve you, they even had a fierce argument. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng wore a bemused expression. Chishua could not overpower her. Shui Jie was trained by Sister He, Zaylon replied indirectly. Very well. Revering one's teacher seems to suggest that Chishua is not devoid of compassion. However, Zaylon had just mentioned that their captain had perished. Moreover, it seems they had encountered a catastrophic war. The Red Star Fleet was not merely a single starship. How did your captain meet his end? Wang Teng inquired. In order to save us, Zaylon replied, falling silent thereafter. This was understandable. After all, it was a sorrowful matter, and it is only natural to refrain from discussing such painful memories. Just then, a voice responded from behind them. Previously, we endured a harrowing battle for survival, during which our captain made the ultimate sacrifice to pave a path for our escape. Upon hearing this revelation, Wang Teng turned to see none other than Chishua standing behind them. It seems your captain is indeed quite remarkable, he remarked. In terms of the current narrative, one could indeed consider it commendable. After all, many commanders merely issue commands without leading by example. A supreme command system that sacrifices itself to clear a way for the fleet is truly praiseworthy, and it is no wonder that Shangwan Honga harbors such animosity towards him. Whether he is deemed great or not is a matter for posterity. For us, our captain should not have perished so easily. Do you believe his death was in vain? I do not know, Chishua replied, shaking her head, yet her gaze remained resolute. The captain's final words were for me to take Hongxing and survive in the Tang dynasty. So, your captain was aware of something, yet felt powerless to alter the course of events, choosing death as an escape? Wang Teng paused, slowly raising his gaze to gauge Chishua's expression, for his words could be construed as a reproach to their captain's courage in facing reality. However, to his surprise, Chishua did not display any signs of anger. It appeared she too had her own suspicions, though the road ahead was fraught with uncertainty. We could still aspire to a brighter future. You speak the truth, Chishua nodded, yet her demeanor remained impassive, which left Wang Teng feeling disconcerted and at a loss for words. You need not worry that I will be angered, Chishua reassured him, as if sensing his discomfort. That was his choice, and my current mission is to ensure Hongxing's survival. Seeing Chishua bearing no ill will, Wang Teng ventured further. What do you intend to do now? In the vastness of space, the most essential requirement is resources, which are found on planets. We can establish a foothold on a planet or serve as mercenaries for other factions, earning our keep. Once we accumulate some foundational assets, we can lease or purchase a planetary base as a launchpad for development. Chishua's perspective reflected the conventional methods for an independent fleet. Venturing into space necessitates constant contemplation on resource acquisition, for without resources, not only is development hindered, but survival itself becomes precarious. Very well, I understand. What exactly do you require of me? I must clarify, I have never assumed the role of a captain before. Chishua regarded him calmly. I am aware. Which is precisely why I chose you. Wang Teng felt a twinge of offense at her words. So, where are we headed now? We are still within the Star Alliance. Correct? Chishua nodded. First, we must register you. Although you are already in the database, the Star Alliance lacks your official record. Thus, our initial destination is the Star Alliance's Fleet Management Center. She then turned to Zaylon. Zaylon, please take him to change into the captain's uniform. Understood, Sister Shue. Do not speak. Just leave it to me, she instructed. Hearing this, Wang Teng felt an undeniable sense of foreboding about what was to transpire. Chapter 6. The enchantment aboard the vessel. The Star Alliance Fleet Command Center is, in essence, a space station platform ingeniously fashioned from a fragment of a small asteroid. As a command center, its operations predominantly pertain to starships and fleets. Hence, those who arrive here are either representatives of various fleets or independent fleet operators. Even from a considerable distance, the center's brilliance is evident, illuminating the void like a miniature asteroid. Thousands of starships and fleets converge upon this hub from all directions, showcasing an array of vessels that are rarely seen elsewhere, ranging from the most modest of large ships accompanied by dozens or even hundreds of smaller crafts, to formidable fleets typically organized in conventional formations. Notably, many fleets, like theirs, consist of a single flagship, which, under Zealand's elucidation, Wang Teng learned are often led by scions of powerful factions venturing into entrepreneurship. Their extravagant starship exteriors reflect this playful nature. Captain, please don the uniform. Came Zealand's voice from behind him, as she presented a set of attire. Due to budget constraints, we were unable to have a new one tailored for you in time. You must wear your previous uniform for now, she explained. You have claimed your resources are limited. What more can I do? Wang Teng replied, instinctively reaching for the uniform. Emperor, please assess the resource value of this garment. He instructed the system, not harboring any expectations. After all, one could hardly anticipate that a tattered piece of clothing would surpass the worth of an entire room. Red Star Captain's exclusive uniform, old value 10,000 resource points. Upon witnessing the displayed value, Wang Teng nearly choked. How much is this worth? 10,000 resource points, came the response. Good heavens! A mere piece of clothing holds such a value? He exclaimed. What material is it made from? Is it truly that expensive? Top-tier craftsmanship, premier materials, exceptional product. The fabric possesses energy-absorbing, cushioning, and impact-resistant properties, likely made from flexible yet robust metallic threads, thus justifying its value of 10,000 resource points. With craftsmanship accounting for 7,000 and material value 3,000. 7,000 for craftsmanship? What kind of labor costs are these? Wang Teng questioned, astonished. The uniform incorporates the artistry of the star spirits, requiring considerable time to produce. Previously, captains would wear it only for banquets, as it was deemed too precious for daily use, Zealand clarified. The artistry of the star spirits? Wang Teng pondered, beginning to grasp the exorbitant cost. The star spirits, a remarkably gifted extraterrestrial race, enjoy a distinguished status within the Alliance, partly due to their unparalleled craftsmanship, which ranks among the finest in the galaxy. Further details regarding the star spirits will be revealed later. Sister Shue mentioned that it should reflect the dignity of the Red Star, Zealand added. What does the dignity of the Red Star have to do with me? Wang Teng retorted, perplexed. Because you are now the captain of the Red Star fleet. Your honor is synonymous with that of the Red Star, she asserted. Are you suggesting that if someone were to insult me, you would retaliate? Wang Teng inquired. His curiosity piqued. This is nature. It represents the last vestiges of our dignity. To defend our dignity is to embrace death, if necessary. Zealand declared with unwavering resolve. As if at that moment, regardless of the circumstances, one would act in such a manner. Contemplating the lingering affection that Shangguan Honghe harbored for the former captain, Wang Teng felt convinced they would indeed act accordingly. Are you ready? At that moment, a graceful figure entered the room. Her uniform and cap concealing a cascade of silver hair, exuding an air of authority. Sister Shue. Zealand promptly turned to salute. You haven't changed yet? Is it that you dislike it? Seeing Wang Teng still out of uniform, Chishua furrowed her brow, presuming he found the attire, worn by the deceased, distasteful. Not at all. Wang Teng replied, shaking his head. Really? Chishua's brow relaxed slightly. If you truly found it objectionable, such a uniform is unique aboard the Red Star. I am merely astonished by the price of this uniform. Wang Teng chuckled, noting that his own attire cost barely 100. If you like it, then it shall be yours exclusively. Chishua's decision left Wang Teng bewildered. After all, this was a relic of the former captain and quite expensive to boot. She was simply giving it to him? Are you serious? You are giving it to me? Well, if the Red Star cannot endure, it serves no purpose remaining here. It is better to let it fulfill its function. Wang Teng felt a surge of exhilaration. For a time, Zealand had been shadowing him, leaving him no opportunity to act. If she were to witness him discreetly handling an item only for it to vanish. How could he explain that? Superpowers? Or perhaps a spatial ring? However, if this garment was indeed a gift, he could manage matters independently now. 1,000 resource points. This would significantly enhance his armament. What are you grinning about? Hurry and change. We are about to dock. Chishua remarked, observing Wang Teng's foolish grin. Oh, right away. Just as Wang Teng was on the brink of removing his trousers, an unexpected moment of eye contact occurred. You go ahead, we'll step out first. Watching the two figures hastily retreat, Wang Teng looked down, muttering to himself, running off so quickly. I'm the one at a disadvantage. I nearly forgot that the outside is a vacuum. I was even hoping to chat with Asian about life. By the way, did she just blush? Chishua, fleeing from the room, bore a rosy complexion, breathlessly panting. Sister Shue, is the captain old? Zealand inquired earnestly. Chishua paused, instinctively recalling her recent observations, then shook her head. I don't know. She has grown up within the fleet, focusing solely on training and combat, never having experienced romance, much less intimate contact with the opposite sex. I meant to ask if the captain is of advanced age. Are you sure that was what you intended to ask? Yet, seeing Zealand's innocent expression, it seemed she truly was inquiring about age, rather than anything else. How had her thoughts strayed so wildly? Why do you ask such a thing? Chishua questioned, puzzled. He gives me the impression of someone who has lived for a long time, exuding maturity devoid of youthful exuberance. Moreover, with so many female soldiers in our fleet, he displays not the slightest inclination. Perhaps he is simply that kind of person, which is precisely why we chose him. Having donned the uniform, the Red Star ship docked at the center. Upon disembarking from the starship, one must first undergo an identity verification process, all of which was efficiently handled by Chishua. As they made their way to the administrative hall, they encountered no obstacles, and there were no humiliating incidents. The registration was completed smoothly. At this moment, Wang Teng had officially assumed the role of the captain of the Red Star fleet. This journey was indeed an eye-opener for Wang Teng. Many individuals, upon seeing his high-ranking uniform, mistakenly believed him to be a captain of a grand fleet and approached him to forge connections, only to be rebuffed by Chishua. This suited him just fine, as he was not accustomed to such social overtures. They were all brokers, primarily engaged in facilitating illicit operations for various powerful factions. Chishua suddenly remarked that they had mistakenly presumed them to be a formidable fleet. Wang Teng glanced at himself. Was it the uniform? Indeed. He wore the captain's attire of a grand fleet, whose value lay not in its fabric but in the prestige it embodied. No wonder she insisted he wear it. It served as a beacon to attract clientele. He trusted that while Chishua deterred those individuals, she had undoubtedly gleaned valuable information and left them with contact details, indicating her preparedness for the worst. However, sometimes, an ostentatious appearance not only draws the attention of potential patrons, but also attracts those with nefarious intentions. Much like how the vibrant robes of the monk Tang Sung lured a bear intent on theft. In a corner of the administrative hall, a group of unscrupulous individuals fixated their gaze on Wang Teng and Chishua, closely following their departure. Where are we headed now? Wang Teng inquired. To seek out brokers and inquire about resource planet intelligence, she replied. Chapter 7. Brokers, Black Market, and Ambush. Intergalactic brokers, or rather, black market brokers, are, as the name suggests, individuals who specialize in securing jobs for others. Whether legitimate or illicit, even if it involves murder or pillaging, they can procure it for a price. In other words, they form a dense network of information within the cosmos. However, they lack organization, or else the major fleets would have considerable headaches. Thus, some of these brokers must be supported by powerful factions, Wang Teng posited, momentarily catching Chishua off guard. She had not anticipated his astute observation, for he was indeed correct. A significant portion of intergalactic brokers is intertwined with major factions, some even specializing in selling false information. In the cosmos, intelligence is also a resource, potentially one that could cost lives. Indeed, several intergalactic brokers are backed by powerful entities, she confirmed. In that case, you should seek out black market brokers. Those not affiliated with major factions, Wang Teng contemplated. Chishua was taken aback once more. How did you know? Isn't it obvious? He shrugged. If my predictions hold true. You are currently at a stage of being wanted, am I right? The urgency in his tone made Chishua clench her fists momentarily before relaxing. Sighing in relief, she replied. You are correct. Something has transpired within the Disdain group, leading to a purge of any units linked to the upper echelons. Although I have submitted my request to withdraw from the Disdain group, I still fear retribution. Only by officially becoming an independent fleet do I stand a slim chance. Then why not align yourself with another group? Wang Teng inquired. For instance, the Qin dynasty and the Han dynasty, which is also a source of confusion for Wang Teng. If one were to ally with a group of equivalent stature, the crisis of the Red Star fleet would have dissipated. However, Chishua had no intention of pursuing such a path. Her singular ambition was to establish an independent fleet. Yet, survival as an independent fleet is fraught with challenges. Without the support of a larger fleet, it is highly probable that it may disband for various reasons along the way. You are indeed correct. Should we choose that route? It might alleviate the crisis, but as a small fleet, we would only resort to such measures if utterly cornered. Chishua gazed resolutely at Wang Teng, asserting that fleets of our size are merely pawns in the eyes of those more powerful. We cannot guarantee whether other factions might broker a deal with the Tang group, potentially surrendering us. Even if we are not handed over, we could still face absorption, leading to the obliteration of the Red Star banner. We have already tasted the bitterness of dependence. Thus, becoming an independent fleet is our sole escape. Observing her proud demeanor, Wang Teng felt a stir of emotion. An ancestor once proclaimed that relying on mountains invites their collapse, and depending on others leads to scattering. Only through self-reliance can one alter their destiny. The Red Star fleet is, in essence, another manifestation of themselves in this foreign realm. At this juncture, Wang Teng spoke up. While your actions have incensed me greatly, I am willing to assist you, provided you can ensure my safety. However, I must assert in advance that should we find ourselves in a life or death situation, I will not accompany you into oblivion within the cosmos. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, Chishua beamed with a smile as gentle as a spring breeze, nodding softly. When that moment arrives, I will ensure he sees you to safety. That is settled then. As for the specifics of what I must do, I shall leave it to your discretion. Just focus on being the captain. Very well. After reaching a preliminary agreement, the two returned to the Red Star vessel. They departed from the command center, and shortly thereafter, a group followed in the same direction along the same course. Are we heading to the black market next? In the command center of the Red Star, Wang Teng occupied the command seat. The black market in the border area of the Star Alliance is a trading hub tacitly permitted by various factions, Chishua explained. However, the others in the command room were peering at him curiously, seemingly intrigued by the new captain. Wang Teng gradually acclimated to this attention. After all, he was merely a contract captain, treating this journey as an opportunity for enlightenment. After approximately half a day's travel, they arrived at the black market in the border region of the Star Alliance, established within a dead star, its core hollowed out, with various starships and even merchant vessels traversing its expanse. Upon entering, Wang Teng encountered not only humans but also extraterrestrial beings, commonly referred to as alien races. Now unified under a single interstellar alliance, all inhabitants of planets beyond the Earth are classified as alien races. Their presence drew the attention of many in the black market. As capital ships are a rarity, could it be that someone pilfered a warship from a powerful faction and brought it to sell in the black market? Wang Teng chose not to disembark this time, as per Chishua's request. Although he was eager to witness the scene, he deemed it prudent to remain aboard the Red Star. Lacking the means for self-protection, he did not remain in the command room. Instead, he returned to his quarters. After he had thoroughly searched the first room and subsequently fainted, he was assigned a new room. Initially, he wished to stay in the command room, but after Chishua departed, the gazes of the women present became overwhelming, as if they were about to devour him. Emperor, a vibrant blue frame appeared before him. I am here. Please tally the items in the room to ascertain how many resource points can be exchanged, excluding the bed. Total, for 1,000 points. Then let us proceed with the exchange. Received. Immediately, A flash of blue light enveloped the space, causing the furniture, including tables, chairs, and cabinets, to vanish, replaced by resource points. Emperor, how many resource points do I currently possess? 8,200 points. That's still a far cry from 100,000 points. I cannot even upgrade or enhance anything. He straightened his back, feeling his waist regain its former vitality. No, it felt even stronger. Contemplating whether to change his attire, he glanced around the room, specifically at the Red Star ship. Emperor, calculate how many resource points I would receive if I exchanged this vessel. He held no particular agenda, merely a curious inclination. Calculating. Red Star ship, city-class battleship, 18 kilometers in length, equipped with main ship-class cannons, valued at 999 resource points. Good heavens. 100 million. Wang Teng stared at the nearly 9-digit figure, his eyes widening to the point of almost drooling. If only he could exchange this ship. He would soar through the skies like a small chick taking flight. It is not advisable for the host to exchange the ship at this time. The host lacks the capacity for survival in space. Should you abandon the ship, you may perish. For the host's safety, please remain aboard until landing. The system's admonition brought him back to his senses. He understood the rationale, yet that enticing number was difficult to resist. At that moment, the Red Star ship suddenly jolted, nearly causing Wang Teng to lose his footing. Before he could regain his composure, Zealand forcefully burst through the door. Gazing at the alloy door that appeared as fragile as paper, Wang Teng truly comprehended why armed warriors were the measure of a fleet's strength. Zealand, merely the most basic armed warrior, effortlessly tore apart a 3-centimeter thick alloy door. One could only imagine how powerful Chishua, positioned far above them, must be. Simultaneously, his anticipation grew for the strength he would possess upon activating the system's armament. Captain, are you all right? We are under attack by interstellar marauders. Please follow me to the command room, where it will be safer. Upon hearing Zealand's words, Wang Teng froze. Attack. Indeed. A fleet consisting of a single ship held no deterrent power. Suddenly, he felt his vision flip upside down. Realizing what had transpired, he noticed that Zealand had lifted him off the ground. Wang Teng. Wait, hold on. Let me at least put my pants on. Unfortunately, Zealand paid no heed to his protest. In her eyes, his safety took precedence over all else. Captain, your safety is paramount. I am now the captain. I command you to set me down so I can put on my pants. Chapter 8. The might of armed mechas boom. Bang. Crash. A series of intense explosions rocked the Red Star ship. Wang Teng gazed out the window, only to discover that, at some point, a dozen small vessels had appeared, launching an assault on the Red Star. Their powerful laser fire illuminated the surroundings, yet the ship's shield successfully absorbed the onslaught. The cacophony of explosions he had just heard was a testament to the shield's resilience. However, the relentless barrage threatened to deplete the shield in no time. At that moment, a laser cannon shot directly toward him. Wang Teng's eyes widened in disbelief. He had never witnessed such a scene before. Fortunately, the laser was intercepted by the shield above him, but the resulting electric arcs stirred a tempest of anxiety within him. What was happening? Why were they under attack? Just then, the Red Star commenced its counterattack, unleashing its defensive and lateral cannons in a furious display of laser fire. However, the enemy vessels, nimble and fast-moving, were evidently modified for combat, boasting formidable firepower. They surrounded the Red Star, rendering its defensive efforts less effective. Following Zealand into the command hall of the Red Star, Wang Teng observed the frantic organization of defenses and counterstrikes. At the heart of the command center was a massive three-dimensional holographic projection, illustrating the chaotic situation surrounding the Red Star. The small vessels danced around the ship, incessantly attacking to encircle it. Alarm bells blared incessantly as the shields were mercilessly bombarded, causing the vessel to sway violently. Maintain shield output. Return fire from all cannons. Upon Wang Teng's arrival, the personnel in the command room saluted him, acknowledging his presence. Yet they did not linger on him. Nevertheless, Wang Teng's unease grew. Having just reached an agreement with Chishua, they were now under attack, leaving him anxious about their upcoming journey. Most troubling was the question of how such a formidable capital ship could be targeted. Who are we under attack by? He inquired. Zealand did not respond directly, but called out, Red Star Intelligence, please explain to the captain. As the words fell, a light screen projected before him, revealing a voice of indeterminate gender. Greetings, Captain. I am the intelligence of the Red Star. The Star Vagabonds are a group of individuals without any alliance affiliation, surviving through interstellar wandering. They are akin to space pirates, operating as an armed organization with a plundering nature. Star Vagabonds? Wang Teng mused. Having some understanding of their notorious reputation, space pirates were a grave menace, infamous for their ruthless pillaging. Planetary lords outside the Alliance were particularly vulnerable to such brigands. However, the current situation unfolded within the Alliance's domain, under the protection of a formidable power. Wang Teng spoke gravely. Are the local defense forces not responding to our predicament? As long as the black market remains unscathed, they will remain indifferent. This is an unspoken rule, otherwise, it would not be termed a black market. Zealand elucidated. Indeed, the very essence of the black market is shrouded in certain dark principles, such as the irrevocability of transactions once goods and currency have exchanged hands, and the indifference towards external plundering. If one possesses sufficient strength, one could even seize the black market itself. Moreover, the assault occurred immediately after Shui Jia's departure. Before Zealand could finish her thought, Wang Teng comprehended her implication. It was evident that this attack was premeditated, quite possibly orchestrated while they were departing from the Guyuan Star, and there were indeed informants within the black market. What should we do now? For the first time, Wang Teng felt a pang of panic amidst the bombardment. Although he had his trump cards, the demeanor of Zealand and the others suggested they were entirely unfazed. Captain, there is no need for concern. We merely need to bide our time. Zealand's words momentarily stunned Wang Teng. Was he to simply wait to be bombarded? However, he suddenly noticed a broad, fierce grin spreading across Zealand's face, her bright eyes glimmering with fierce determination. At that juncture, Chishua's voice resonated from the command room. Arno, command authority is now yours. I shall attend to them. A short-haired, competent-looking beauty with sun-kissed skin timidly stood at the central control panel of the command room. Shua, Sister Shua, Arno bit her lip, seemingly bearing an immense weight. Arno, I entrust this to you. Understood. Following the transfer of command authority, Chishua fell silent. Wang Teng raised an eyebrow, recalling that Chishua was merely a terrestrial-grade combat mech soldier, adept at countering such small marauding fleets, akin to Zhao Zilong's legendary exploits against Chao's forces. His gaze then shifted to Arno, whose tall stature and strikingly composed exterior belied a timid nature. He pondered the duo of Chishua and Zealand. Could it be that everyone aboard this vessel possessed such contrasting characteristics? When did you inform Chishua? At the very moment of the attack. How can you ensure she received the message promptly? It is unnecessary for her to receive it immediately. We merely need to hold out until Sister Shui returns. With their diminutive vessels, it would take time for the attackers to breach the main shield of the Hongxing ship. And besides, they had the support of the Hongxing forces. Just then, a crimson streak of light appeared on the central display, hurtling towards the small vessels. In an instant, the crimson light pierced through one of the small ships, which subsequently erupted in a fiery explosion. In the vastness of the starry sky, it was akin to a pebble cast into the ocean, causing not a single splash. Despite the explosion of one ship, the assailants did not abandon their assault on the Hongxing vessel, as the crimson light continued to obliterate several more ships. The attackers were compelled to shift their focus from their original target to retaliate against the crimson light. Wang Teng opened his mouth in surprise, already formulating a hypothesis in his mind. That was none other than Sister Shui's armament, the Red Demon, an assault-type strategic weapon equipped with formidable propulsion. Due to its material composition, it produced a crimson trail while traveling at sublight speeds. Zealand confirmed the speculation, stating, that streak of light is the manifestation of Chishua's armament. Observing the one-sided battle since the emergence of the Crimson Radiance, Wang Teng finally grasped the formidable power of the armed warriors. With 3,000 to 5,000 such combatants, one would likely ascend to the status of an interstellar overlord. Yet, he understood that to materialize the armed mechs, a substantial investment of resources was required. The resources needed for a terrestrial-level armament like Chishua could suffice to purchase several attack frigates. If the terrestrial armaments were this demanding, the celestial-level armaments were even more so. They represented true strategic weaponry. A vast fleet would possess only a handful of celestial-level armaments. Outside the Red Star ship, the battle concluded with the arrival of Chishua. Faced with terrestrial-level armaments, the small vessels of the interstellar rogues had little recourse. In a matter of moments, they were rendered into mere fireworks by Chishua. Clouds of explosions, along with the interstellar rogues aboard the vessels, were obliterated in the boundless cosmos. As Chishua had previously stated, countless individuals had recklessly surged into the universe, only to be transformed into mere specks of dust among the myriad stars. The personnel in the command room, watching the blossoming clouds of explosion on the screen, remained unfazed, as if this were an entirely ordinary occurrence. Arno, guard the Red Star ship well. I must seek some compensation. Chishua did not return to the Red Star ship immediately. Instead, she carried something back to the black market. Hours later, Chishua returned to the Red Star ship, bearing some injuries, and promptly ordered the recovery of the shipwrecks. This was standard procedure, as these remnants represented resources. The salvaged wreckage could be dismantled for sale or have intact components extracted for sale. Given the current financial straits of the Red Star, they needed to optimize their resources. Naturally, they did not retrieve everything. Half was left behind. Seemingly as part of an agreement with the black market. Wang Teng held some speculations regarding this, but was stirred upon hearing about the recovery of the shipwrecks. He hastily instructed Zealand to take him to the recovery bay. Zealand glanced at Chishua and nodded in acknowledgement, with a heart full of excitement. He accompanied Zealand to the recovery bay, and upon seeing the scattered shipwrecks, Wang Teng could not help but salivate. Emperor, I am here. He calculated how many resource points these items could yield. It turned out that what he had long sought was here all along. Chapter 9. Journey along the Changhua Avenue to the Urshan Star Bridge and beyond the horizon. Days later, the Red Star ship altered its original course. Diverting into the Star Alliance's route, Changhua Avenue. They needed to traverse a jump star bridge here to span thousands of light years. Originally, this was a spatial anomaly, later transformed into a jump passage capable of instantaneously crossing tens of thousands of light years, the Urshan Star Bridge. This star bridge was a joint venture constructed by the Merchant Alliance, primarily for cargo transportation. It featured a fuel supply station, akin to a gas station for automobiles. Though termed a supply station, it was, in fact, a crescent-shaped artificial interstellar city. From a distance, one could see numerous ships passing through the Urshan Star Gate, heading towards the crescent city. The city bore a massive projection emblazoned with the slogan "Time is money." Wang Teng stood on the bridge, gazing at the spectacle before him, utterly astonished. In a bygone era, who could have envisioned that humanity would one day engage with the cosmos so intimately, even traversing its vast expanse? After a brief moment of astonishment, he quickly regained his composure. After all, having been out for so long, he had grown accustomed to it. Casting a glance at Zealand beside him and eyeing the nearby recycling pod, Wang Teng smirked. Over the past couple of days, he had devised a few excuses to visit the recycling pod twice, discreetly exchanging a substantial amount of resource points without arousing suspicion. Yet, Zealand, persistently shadowing him, thwarted his attempts. Strangely, perhaps due to their tacit understanding, Chishua exhibited no reaction to his actions, seemingly acquiescing. Emperor, please check the interface. Emperor Armament System, Wang Teng, Enhancement, 3. Armament, Pending Activation, Fleet, Red Star Fleet, Temporary. Followers, none. Functions, Upgrade, Resource Processing, Enhancement, Resource Points, 87. 430. Items. He was merely over 10,000 resource points away from activating the armament. A final visit to the recycling pod would suffice. He had requested the system to tally the items within the recycling pod, which could be exchanged for at least 7 figures in resource points. To be honest, he was tempted to convert everything on the spot, but he ultimately restrained himself. Had it not been for the fear of being discovered and facing immediate confrontation, he wouldn't have had to act so covertly. He was uncertain whether activating the armament would allow him to surpass Chishua, and prudence was the better part of valor. In recent days, he had frequently visited the recycling pod, meandering about and collecting scraps. Thus, he had gradually accumulated over 80,000 resource points. During this period, he also enhanced his physique twice. This was a recommendation from the system, suggesting that it was best to enhance his body more than 3 times before activating the armament, lest it inflict damage upon him during use. Otherwise, he would have activated the armament and acquired the battle mech long ago. There was no need to rush. What mattered most was speed. At this moment, Wang Teng was filled with exhilaration. Once he activated the armament, he would no longer have to concern himself with others' opinions. Notably, due to the enhancement of his body, he had reached an extraordinary level of physical capability. Curious about the changes in his physique, he sneaked into the new recruit training room to utilize the training equipment there. After his second enhancement, his physical attributes were equivalent to 3 times that of an average person, rendering some training apparatus almost child's play in his hands. To his surprise, a new recruit, who had come for extra practice, witnessed his use of the equipment. Consequently, the message the captain is putting in effort. What reason do we have to slack off? Spread among the recruits like wildfire. Having never encountered the former captain, they harbored no particular sentiments toward Wang Teng, merely recognizing him as their captain. Thus, the recruits became motivated. As the recruits became invigorated, some veteran soldiers felt compelled to follow suit, lest they be surpassed and lose face. Wang Teng wished to clarify to them that the situation was not as they perceived. However, some matters only grew more absurd with explanations, especially in light of their newfound enthusiasm. In the end, through a mere slip, he inadvertently gained the unanimous recognition of the recruits. It is all a misunderstanding. Zaylan observed the slightly trembling figure of Wang Teng, mistakenly believing he had been chilled. Just as she prepared to approach, she noticed Chishua walking over. Chishua shook her head at her, prompting Lan to step aside. Chishua approached Wang Teng with an unusual expression. Upon turning his head, Wang Teng realized it was Chishua. They stood side by side in silence for a considerable time. Chishua eventually broke the silence. Upon entering the Transcendent Star Bridge, we are expected to arrive at the horizon in approximately 12 hours. Wang Teng was uncertain about the horizon, but he knew it was the destination Chishua had chosen upon returning from the black market. Chishua turned to look at the man beside her. Initially, the Red Star AI had selected him, deeming him the optimal candidate for captain. Having reviewed Wang Teng's profile, she shared this belief. He appeared to be a suitable figure for the role of captain. However, since Wang Teng boarded the ship, a series of his actions had raised her suspicions. Was he truly just an ordinary landlord? The most peculiar aspect was that items in the rooms he occupied would mysteriously vanish. Furthermore, the recycling bay had repeatedly reported missing debris components, with Wang Teng present each time before the losses occurred. Yet, the Red Star AI had consistently denied her access to this information. Wang Teng, momentarily taken aback, nodded. I understand. Is this the compensation you received from the black market? Yes, Chishua replied. Initially, I intended to exchange resource quotas for intelligence on a resource planet. However, given the recent events, the black market must provide some compensation. Otherwise, we could station ourselves at the entrance to the black market and rob everyone who attempts to enter. Those behind the black market would undoubtedly suffer significant losses. So, it was the black market that acted? Wang Teng pieced together the implications. If it had not been for the black market's involvement, Chishua's commotion would have yielded no results. They could simply deny everything. Now that they acknowledged it, it indicated their guilt. Indeed, a certain young master set his sights on the Red Star ship, intending to seize it through unscrupulous means, only to be outwitted by us, Chishua remarked with disdain. When did they start monitoring us? From the Fleet Management Center. Is this because of me? Wang Teng cast a peculiar glance at Chishua. You couldn't have planned this from the very beginning, could you? Chishua's bright eyes sparkled as she smiled. I merely aimed to attract the unwary and acquire some energy resources, never anticipating that I would catch such a big fish. What more could Wang Teng say? The fishing law, indeed, had its merits. He furrowed his brow. Aren't you worried that negotiations might collapse? If they do not fear a rogue of my caliber. Chishua burst into laughter. If I were to go mad without consideration for the consequences, I could obliterate the black market. Moreover, I happen to possess that young master's nickname. Given that, it seems their compensation has satisfied you. Wang Teng observed Chishua, who appeared more relaxed now, and felt a wave of reassurance wash over him. Chishua turned her gaze to the starry sky. At the very least, this will suffice for our long journey and resource engagement. That's good to hear. Captain, Sister Shue, we are about to initiate the jump. Please return to the ship. 12 hours later, we shall reach the border of the horizon. In the distance, a planet surrounded by starlight resembles a decayed skull, yet it bears signs of construction. With numerous spacecraft darting around its surface, such planets are abundant in this chaotic region, and the cosmos is littered with the remnants of countless vessels. Compared to Urshian Bridge, the skyline resembles a slum. Occasionally, ships adorned with skull insignias forcefully halt other vessels, plundering their resources before shooting them down. These ships, marked by the skull, are the interstellar pirates. Following their depredations, a well-organized fleet emerges from the decayed skull planet to expel the marauders. This fleet bears the MIA insignia, indicating it is a private armed group. As the MIA fleet engages the pirates, a motley assortment of vessels rushes forth to encircle the MIA ships, igniting a fierce battle. Explosions erupt continuously, leading both sides to deploy armed warriors. At that moment, the vast expanse of the starry sky ripples, and the fabric of space undergoes a peculiar honeycomb transformation, with virtual lightning crackling and spiderweb-like fissures appearing. A weathered red ship materializes from the depths of space. The three factions temporarily cease hostilities to gaze upon this foreign vessel. Shue Jie has arrived at the skyline. Should we inform General Pakai? No, there is no need. An agreement was made earlier. Continue with the jump to target planet 117. Understood. The red ship lingered for only a few minutes before vanishing once more. Subsequently, the three factions resumed their conflict. Is the MIA engaged in combat with the insurgents? I hope it does not affect us. Chapter 10. Wang Teng's Intuition. Surgical crisis in the skyline. A red ship emerged from the rippling space, appearing at the intersection of the inner and outer circles. This was their destination, planet 117. Chishua stated that this was compensation from the black market, a planet rich in rare resources. Wang Teng was taken aback upon hearing this. Why would the black market relinquish such a valuable planet instead of selling it to their own faction or attempting to seize it themselves? Chishua understood Wang Teng's concerns and explained, the position of this planet is within the skyline. The power dynamics here are intricate. Everyone desires this planet. Yet none have succeeded in conquering it, leaving it vacant as a balancing point to restrain all parties. Why then does the black market, represented by the warlord factions of the skyline, seek collaboration? They hope to partner with a fleet to manage the skyline while we focus on conquering the planet. Once we secure it, we will share 30% of the quota with them, allowing us to retain 70%. Chishua's rationale was not without merit. After all, if there were indeed colluding forces within the skyline, capturing the planet and distributing only 30% would be a lucrative deal for the already destitute Red Star fleet. However, Wang Teng still felt something was amiss. If the local powers could truly withstand the forces of the skyline, why not attack independently? Yet, it was clear that Chishua would not heed his advice, and he chose to remain silent. Why are there so few people today? In the corridor, Wang Teng noticed a significant decrease in the number of people passing by today, and the female soldiers he had previously seen were nowhere to be found. Turning to his companion Zealand, he inquired, "Is there something happening today?" Zealand replied, "Captain, today's training for the new recruits has concluded, and they are currently undergoing the armed transformation procedure." Armed transformation procedure? A jolt of unease coursed through Wang Teng. The system had previously elucidated that this procedure was excruciating, necessitating advanced equipment to incise the human body and inscribe intricate circuitry akin to a circuit board, thereby forming an armed circuit. This served as the foundation for merging with mechas. Today, although he had only known those recruits for a brief period, their attitudes indicated that they genuinely regarded him as their captain. Wang Teng felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain of how many would succeed and how many would fail. Meanwhile, within the transformation chamber of the Red Star, one by one, the recruits shed their cumbersome clothing, donning only their undergarments. Lying on the transformation platforms as the machine's spherical components enveloped them, signaling the commencement of the waiting phase for the procedure. From the moment they boarded the Red Star and became its new recruits, they were aware that they would face this trial. Yet, they were all psychologically prepared, recognizing this as a pivotal moment to alter their fates. If they succeeded, they would acquire the foundational qualifications for interstellar travel. Conversely, failure would mean a fleeting visit to the underworld. For those who felt trapped with no prospects and destined to languish at the bottom, this was a chance, albeit fraught with peril. Shall we commence? The calibration process is underway. We must ensure a high success rate for the transformation. I do not wish for anyone to lose their life due to this. They joined the Red Star believing in us, and even in failure, we must safeguard their lives. Chishua declared, her fists clenched, her expression stern as she addressed those in the transformation chamber. However, this operation is being conducted in haste. We cannot guarantee. We will do our utmost. If it truly cannot be accomplished, then perhaps it is their fate. Understood, we request Red Star's intelligent assistance. Chishua, devoid of emotion, continued, affirmative, calling Red Star intelligence for surgical assistance. Once the neural networks and circuits were successfully linked, they would complete the initial phase of the transformation. Red Star intelligence acknowledged the request, but required the captain's authorization. Although Chishua preferred to keep Wang Teng away from such matters, he was, after all, the captain. Authorized the request. Understood. At that moment, a dialogue box suddenly appeared before Zealand. Captain, combatant Chishua requests intelligent authorization. Do you approve? Approved. There was no hesitation. They had previously agreed upon this. Nevertheless, Wang Teng felt a swell of curiosity about the purpose behind the request. Upon learning it was for assisting with the transformation, his previously unsettled heart began to race once more, an ominous sense of impending events looming. In the transformation chamber, following the receipt of authorization, the procedure commenced immediately. Everything initially proceeded smoothly, but suddenly, an alarm blared. Report. Operation 117 is experiencing anomalies. Pause Operation 117. Chishua exclaimed urgently. Who is 117? 117 is Vaki, an extraterrestrial of the Grell race. The monitor displayed the information of subject 117, accompanied by an image of a frail girl with gray hair and emerald eyes, appearing almost undeveloped. If Wang Teng were present, he would undoubtedly recognize her. He had encountered this girl previously in the new recruit training room. She was somewhat reclusive, often preferring solitude. However, despite her diminutive stature, she possessed remarkable strength, effortlessly lifting a 60-kilogram barbell with one hand. Vaki. Chishua was familiar with this girl, having personally recruited her to the Red Star fleet. The two shared a considerable bond. Moreover, the Grell race was inherently a warrior lineage, known for their formidable physiques. So how could a surgical anomaly occur? Could the procedure be interrupted? Chishua, the surgery is already halfway through. Halting it now would cause her to be consumed by the half-etched circuitry, leading to her demise, came the urgent voice. Is there no way to eliminate that half-circuit? Chishua inquired anxiously. Regardless of the circumstances, she could not bear the thought of someone losing their life, especially since she had been the one to bring them in. The standard procedure for armed implantation surgery involved the expertise of an armed modifier. If only there were a modifier available now, they could find a solution. However, the Red Star fleet currently lacked such specialists. What should they do? Would they have to witness Vaki perish? In that moment, Chishua felt utterly powerless. Perhaps in the face of death, everyone felt this way. I believe there must be a way. A voice suddenly emerged from behind her. Chishua swiftly turned, discovering Wang Teng. What are you doing here? She shot a glance at Zealand, as if blaming her for bringing Wang Teng along. Do you have a solution? Emperor. Yes. Can I perform an enhancement upgrade on her? Only if she does not resist. Wang Teng had been present during the surgical mishap, silently hoping Chishua would find a way. But it appeared they were at a loss. Although he could have remained a passive observer, he could not bear the thought of Vaki's pitiful, kitten-like appearance, compelling him to offer his assistance to Chishua. Chishua scrutinized him for several seconds. Do you truly have a way? At this point, do you have any other options? Let me through. Chishua paused in silence for a few moments. Chishua, the life signs of subject 117 are plummeting rapidly. It may be too late. Wang Teng took a deep breath and hastily entered the modification room, the sight of the numerous modification machines overwhelming him with a sense of urgency. He steadied himself and approached the surgical modification table for subject 117. Vaki, the frail girl, was now seeping a dark brown and crimson fluid from her airways. Her chest rising and falling weakly, gradually weakening. The emaciated body shimmered with circuitry-like patterns. Vaki, I am Wang Teng. Can you hear me? He called out at the console. The girl struggled to lift her head, but the intense pain rendered her unable to utter a sound. In her fading vision, she caught a glimpse of Wang Teng's silhouette. The captain, upon hearing her speak, quickly reassured Wang Teng, I am here to rescue you. No matter what I do in a moment, do not be surprised or resist. Can you manage that? The girl nodded with great difficulty. Stay conscious and trust me. Wang Teng took a deep breath. Emperor, strengthen me. Notice, performing this action will consume a significant amount of resource points. Are you certain you wish to proceed? Lives are at stake. Once a life is lost, it will be too late. Strengthen. Upgrade. Receive. Chishua stood before the glass window, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Teng's direction. Acknowledging the gamble involved, she reflected upon Wang Teng's various actions, convinced that he might bring about a miracle. Sister Shue, do you think he can do it? Someone inquired. Chishua shook her head. Whether he can or not, we must trust him now. Before long, a voice came from the monitoring station. Sister Shue, the vital signs of subject 117 have stabilized. We can continue the operation. Listening to the report, an unusual glimmer appeared in Chishua's eyes. Could he truly have succeeded? Chapter 11. The conference in the Skyline. The term Skyline refers to a multi-system expanse. In the earliest days, tracing back to the inception of the Star Alliance, interstellar adventurers from the native planet first discovered this vast galaxy, abundant with resource-rich planets and some that harbored life. Subsequently, interstellar mercenaries, pirates, and fugitives flocked to this region. This galaxy, distanced from the civilization of the native planet and outside the sphere of human colonial systems at that time, became known as the Skyline, a realm seemingly untouched by humanity. Initially, coexistence prevailed, for the multitude of planets provided ample space. However, as more individuals arrived, new generations of adventurers, resource explorers, and those seeking refuge from troubles, the situation evolved. Yet, the majority came with ambitions to claim this territory. The Skyline became a melting pot of diverse factions, teeming with pirates, mercenaries, and the desperate, forming a new food chain. The refugees comprised the largest group, predominantly extraterrestrial races, remnants of the early battles between the native planet and alien species, who fled after defeat. They would become a crucial component of this chaotic land known as the Skyline. Only with a populace can one grow and thrive. Everyone aspires to become the sovereign of this tumultuous domain. However, the landscape remains fraught with complexity. Every individual is self-serving, scheming against one another, and engaging in conflict. Reminiscent of the warring states period of ancient China, where various states vied for dominance. It was not until the exploration team of the MIA group arrived in this chaotic realm, armed with formidable private military forces, that they forcibly claimed several of the richest planets. Confronted by external threats, the original inhabitants of the Skyline naturally opposed the incursion of foreign powers. Nonetheless, the MIA group continues to stand as one of the most powerful forces in the Skyline. In addition to MIA, other resource exploration companies also make their presence felt. The resource exploration companies are bound by an agreement known as the Columbus Accord, which stipulates that the first entity to discover and successfully exploit a resource shall not be forcibly usurped by others. This arrangement is designed to safeguard the interests of the respective resource companies. However, this accord is time-limited. Once it expires, the agreement is rendered void, allowing all parties to partake in the bounty without restraint. In the Skyline, numerous factions vie for dominance. Among these, aside from the resource companies, is the Pirate Alliance, established by the original pirates who ventured here, and is regarded as one of the most infamous groups in the Skyline. Essentially, they are universally despised. Furthermore, there exists a group even more nefarious than the pirates, known as the Marauders. Originally founded as a bounty coalition by interstellar mercenaries, the Marauders find no bounties in the Skyline, only opportunities for pillage and plunder. As a formidable force, composed entirely of combat-ready individuals, the Marauders stand as one of the few factions capable of contending with the MIA group. Indeed, another faction that rivals the MIA is the Rebellion, formed spontaneously by the descendants of interstellar refugees who, in defiance of the MIA's violent seizure of their home planets, took up arms. As the MIA relentlessly exploits resource-rich planets, depleting them one by one and violently expelling or slaughtering their inhabitants, an increasing number of individuals joined the rebellion to resist the MIA and fend off the interstellar pirates as well as the Marauders. For a prolonged period, warfare has engulfed this chaotic realm, resulting in a stalemate. However, the equilibrium was shattered the moment the Red Star fleet entered the Skyline. In the Triangular Star, the stronghold of the Marauders, a meeting room buzzes with tension as high-ranking Marauders engage in an online conference with various factions. Several screens illuminate the room, each representing a distinct power. The representative for the Marauders is their leader, Tuoba Yin, a formidable warrior of earthly might, renowned for single-handedly infiltrating and annihilating a fleet. He earned the moniker Yama. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust you are all aware that a fleet has entered the Skyline, Tuoba Yin declares, his countenance dark, marred by scars that tell tales of battle, clad in luxurious fur, exuding an air of a mountain bandit. From one of the screens, a sharply dressed Caucasian man chuckles before addressing him. Leader Tuoba, let us cut to the chase. The MIA group is preoccupied with pressing matters, and my time is exceedingly limited. I cannot afford to squander it on trivialities. Ha ha ha. Mr. Mark, should you require assistance, the Pirate Alliance stands ready to serve. A dissonant voice emanates from another screen, akin to the sound of air escaping a wound. This voice belongs to Blackbeard, the notorious head of the Pirate Alliance, a hybrid of human and extraterrestrial lineage, boasting extraordinary physical prowess, possessing 2 hearts, and towering in stature, reminiscent of Frankenstein's creature. Mr. Blackbeard, should the need arise, the MIA group will be sure to consider you first, Mark replies. Ha ha ha. I extend my gratitude in advance, Mr. Mark. Continuing, Blackbeard addressed Tuoba Yin, saying, Tuoba Chief, this is unlike you. If fear has gripped you, you may voice it openly. Our Pirate Alliance harbors no fear. A mere vessel cannot overturn the heavens. Allow my men to gauge the situation first. Furthermore, the recent incessant harassment by the rebel forces upon our Pirate Alliance begs a small favor from you, Tuoba Chief. After all, not long ago, in a fit of rage, you obliterated General Pakai's influence. Listening to Blackbeard's words, Tuoba Yin's expression darkened further. Had it not been for the pirates attacking the rebels' plantations and seizing numerous women, would they persistently cling to you? Nonetheless, the rebels have indeed been rather aggressive lately, and it is prudent to weaken them. Let us resolve that fleet first. In truth, Tuoba Yin concealed certain matters. Following the eradication of General Pakai, he uncovered some intriguing revelations. He was aware of the Red Star Fleet's intentions towards the Skyline. The Skyline is home to various warlord factions, occupying a small portion of the territory, with General Pakai being the most prominent among them. Conflicts among the warlords are incessant. Recently, General Sonkai, who had disputes with General Pakai, sought the services of the raiders, offering a substantial sum to eliminate General Pakai. The raiders, originally interstellar mercenaries, were not a proposition Tuoba Yin could refuse. This was the very reason Blackbeard spoke of Pakai's demise. However, after dispatching General Pakai, he discovered that Pakai had established a connection with the Red Star Fleet and had reached an agreement. Should the Red Star Fleet conquer Planet 117, they would allocate 30% of the resource channels to General Pakai. The inhabitants of the Skyline are well aware of the bountiful resources on Planet 117. The MIA group has long sought to claim that planet. Yet, constrained by the various factions within the Skyline, they have been unable to mobilize celestial-level armaments for the endeavor. The beasts inhabiting Planet 117 rival celestial-level forces. Hence, the MIA, only capable of deploying Earth-level forces, has yet to conquer the planet. If the Red Star Fleet secures Planet 117, it would signify an unceasing influx of resources for General Pakai, potentially enabling him to sweep away all warlords and emerge as the new overlord of the skyline. Tuoba certainly would not welcome such an outcome. After all, only amidst chaos can the raiders reap substantial benefits. It is often said, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. Let us first allow the pirates to scout the situation. If the Red Star Fleet proves to be a formidable dragon crossing the river and successfully seizes Planet 117, while also vanquishing the pirates, then he shall graciously accept the 30% resource channels on behalf of General Pakai. Yet, whether the Red Star is a dragon or a mere insect remains unknown. Chapter 12. The Raider Chiefs, two birds with one stone at this moment. The Red Star Fleet remained unaware of the reactions from the various factions within the skyline, following their recent modifications. In a bid to swiftly acclimatize the new recruits to the armored mechs, Chishua took it upon herself to personally train them, while Wang Teng found himself in an unmonitored state. Yet at this moment, he did not run amok, nor did he venture into the recycling bay. He stood upon the bridge, gazing at the approaching planet, whose surface shimmered in a silvery gray hue. This was the compensation intelligence obtained by Chishua from the black market, a planet rich in rare resources, designated as Horizon Line Planet 117. The intelligence indicated that this celestial body was a gas giant, implying that the resources contained within were gaseous in nature. However, Wang Teng felt an unsettling dissonance he could not quite articulate. Dense gaseous clouds enveloped the surface, forming a colossal eye of the storm, as if it were the gaze of the abyss itself. From this vantage point, Planet 117 resembled the eye of the abyss, instilling a sense of dread. Nevertheless, Chishua and her companions were diligently practicing for the impending battle. Wang Teng began to feel a sense of melancholy. Although he held the position of captain in a rather unorthodox manner, his responsibilities weighed heavily upon him as he worried for the safety of Chishua and the others. At that moment, various departments aboard the ship were busily preparing for combat. Accompanying him were his aide Zealand and his bodyguard Vaki. Indeed, under Wang Teng's intervention, this girl, who was supposed to perish during the transformation surgery, had successfully survived the procedure, a feat for which Wang Teng had sacrificed a significant portion of his resource points, thus delaying his own armament activation. After completing her mecha implantation, Vaki submitted a request to become the captain's guardian. Chishua inexplicably consented, seemingly forgetting that Wang Teng was a contract captain, bound to depart upon the completion of the contract. Thanks to Wang Teng's enhancements, Vaki was no longer the frail figure she once was. She had rapidly grown taller, her physique becoming more voluptuous, her once gaunt face now rounded, with her features taking on a more pronounced three-dimensionality, her emerald eyes now vibrant and striking. At first glance, one might mistake her for a Victoria's Secret model, albeit one capable of dismantling starships with her bare hands, embodying both strength and beauty. This action further cemented Wang Teng's recognition among the new recruits. It was as if a mere wave of his arm could seize control of the Red Star Fleet, rendering Chishua's words less impactful than his own. Of course, this could also be mere illusion. Suddenly, he noticed some small dots appearing in the distance. What could that be? Wang Teng pointed ahead. Upon seeing it, Zealand's face paled, and she urgently exclaimed, "Captain, please return to the command room." Wang Teng nodded. If his instincts were correct, it was likely the forces of Horizon Line. He had suspected that no one would be stationed on this resource-rich planet. It was illogical for them to relinquish a planet they had not secured to outsiders. Upon entering the command room, he beheld Chishua clad in military garb, her long hair tied back, resembling a valiant general. They appeared to be engaged in conversation. "Unknown unit, please vacate the area immediately, or we shall consider you adversaries." "Oh, as far as I am aware, Planet 117 does not belong to any faction, which means I have the right to be here, even to launch an assault." Chishua replied defiantly, but then turned to instruct Arno to contact General Pakai of Horizon Line. This was stipulated in the agreement, with General Pakai responsible for matters concerning Horizon Line. Otherwise, Chishua would not dare to intrude upon Horizon Line, for here, the laws of the Star Alliance held no sway. "You are not vessels of the Skyline. We need not adhere to the Skyline Protocol and can act against you without hesitation. Come then, let us see whether your ship's artillery is mightier or if my ground-level armed assault is swift enough." Upon hearing these words from Chishua, the opposing side fell silent, evidently rendered powerless by the threat posed by ground-level weaponry. After speaking, Chishua turned her gaze towards Wang Teng. "We are about to enter Planet 117, and to avert any unforeseen circumstances, I shall have Zealand and Valky accompany you. Should the situation become dire, they will ensure your safe return to the origin star. I apologize for the inconvenience during this period. As compensation, you may take anything you can from the recovery capsule. I am aware of your tendencies to wander. Additionally, there is 1 million star coins from Zealand, which is also yours. Chishua spoke with a hint of regret. Wang Teng opened his mouth, pondering what else he could say. Such compensation was sufficient for some to sell their lives for her. What more could he desire? The items from the recovery capsule alone were ample. However, I hope you will only consider departing after we have engaged in battle, Chishua said softly, a personal request from her. Wang Teng looked at Chishua in this state, sighed, and nodded in agreement. Thank you. Chishua was indeed grateful to Wang Teng for setting aside past grievances to assist her, which is why she readily approved Valky's application to become Wang Teng's guard. So, what is the current situation? Wang Teng inquired, waving his hand. The Red Star fleet has placed all its chips on this planet. Should the forces of the Skyline strike now, the previous plans may very well collapse. A sentinel from a faction within the Skyline. Chishua explained. Do not worry. We have a partnership with the Paka military faction of the Skyline, and he will handle it. Wang Teng actually wanted to ask what would happen if he did not handle it. Skyline, the base planet of the Raiders. When Tuoba Yin was in contact with General Paka of the Red Star fleet, he was well aware, after all, he was currently playing the role of Paka. Chief, the other side has contacted us, instructing us to proceed according to plan to neutralize the other forces of the Skyline. Follow their directives and recall the Sentinels from Planet 117, then inform the other factions to convene an online meeting. Understood. Tuoba Yin gazed knowingly at the direction of Planet 117, musing, this hard nut to crack is not beyond our reach. But it serves as a balance point for the Skyline. Now we shall see if you can seize it. However, even if you succeed, do not rejoice too soon. For this is the Skyline, and it is here that we are the overlords. Sister Shue, General Paka has replied. The Sentinel squad has withdrawn. In the command room, Arno took over the command authority, coordinating the activities of various departments. Good. Upon seeing the Sentinel squad's departure, Chishua immediately breathed a sigh of relief, indicating that General Paka had not gone back on his word. Notify all units to enter combat readiness. Yes. And what about me? Chishua turned to Wang Teng. Giving a salute, her cold yet beautiful face once again breaking into a smile. Zealand and Valky, escort the captain to the escape vessel. If the fate of the Red Star fleet is sealed, ensure his safe departure. Zealand and Valky immediately saluted, affirming their understanding. Chishua nodded, and then addressed Wang Teng. I sincerely apologize for the ordeal you have endured. Should we falter, the Red Star fleet will be entrusted to your command. Chapter 13. A first encounter, yet again under attack. Arno, assess the depth of the waters. Acknowledged. All artillery of the Red Star fleet was aimed at Planet 117. And upon receiving the command in the control room, the cannons unleashed their firepower. With several rounds of bombardment from the Red Star, the gaseous clouds of Planet 117 were punctured, only to be swiftly restored. Shortly thereafter, beneath the gaseous layers, a colossal and terrifying shadow emerged, reminiscent of the world encircling Jormungandr. Chishua gazed upon the shadow, closed her eyes, and took a deep breath before reopening them with unwavering resolve. She spread her arms wide as a crimson aura enveloped her. A scarlet metallic material, resembling scales, emerged and adhered to her form, wrapping around her exquisite physique. Starting from her torso and extending to her limbs, akin to the formation of armor, the scarlet material transformed into a formidable metal helmet, encasing her head. The helmet appeared menacing, akin to a demonic visage, exuding a gradually intensifying malevolence. The crimson sheen sparkled brilliantly under the starlight. Sister Shue, the intel is accurate. It is indeed a celestial star beast. Having learned from the past misfortunes of the Datang group, she was determined to avoid repeating such mistakes. Hence, she refrained from recklessly initiating a ground assault and instead opted for artillery bombardment to lure the star beast out. Continue, Chishua commanded, as if the depletion of the ammunition stock was a prerequisite for success. In truth, she harbored additional considerations. After a barrage of a dozen rounds, as the Red Star systems cautioned of dwindling ammunition, Chishua called for a ceasefire. Below, the immense star beast, akin to a slumbering dragon, unleashed a torrent of energy beams in a fit of rage. Sister Shue, there are no other reactions in the vicinity. Understood. Upon hearing this, Chishua exhaled in relief. She certainly did not wish for the initial stages of planetary plunder to be abruptly interrupted. Although an agreement existed with General Pakai, she remained wary of his potential dishonesty, especially in the unpredictable expanse of the Skyline. Sister Shue, shall we attack now? Arno inquired eagerly. Not yet. Chishua observed the once rampaging celestial star beast, now immobilized after its outburst, and spoke with measured calmness. Chishua assumed a stance as if wielding a heavy weapon, and a Barrett rifle, magnified many times over, materialized in her grasp, composed of modular components. The caliber wide enough to accommodate a head-spoke volumes of the weapon's lethality. This exemplified the capabilities of the armored mech. All materials could be stored in a nanoscale format within the core, and when required, could be manifested through the core's model configuration. The weapon in Chishua's hands was a highly destructive piece from the armament series, Barrett, the Slayer of Bodhi. Due to its manifestation through the Red Demon armament, it is also referred to as the Barrett-killing Bodhi Red Demon Assault. In the pursuit of acquiring this weapon, the former captain had replaced several attack ships. Chishua held her breath, her face somewhat tense beneath the visor. The formidable power of the celestial grade star beasts during the previous resource conflict with the Teng group lingered vividly in her memory. This shot was valued at 20 million star coins. With a click, as the trigger was pulled, the Barrett-killing Bodhi Red Demon Assault coalesced a thick, substantial beam of laser. The crimson armor radiated light, akin to the flow of photonic energy, converging at the muzzle. An oval mass of light shot downward at subliminal speed. The surrounding air was swiftly evaporated, carving a passageway. Chishua glimpsed the shadow below, its exterior as hard as alloy steel, emanating a palpable aura of death. As the light mass descended, the lurking shadow stirred. The light mass detonated, erupting into a brilliant explosion that soared into the sky, conjuring a small mushroom cloud. Moments later, a fierce gale dispersed the mist before her. A colossal shadow emerged from the cloud layer, rearing up like a king cobra poised to strike. Yet, it bore a striking resemblance to an enormous centipede. The giant centipede star beast emitted a thunderous roar, spiraling upward and revealing its vast mandibles, lined with steel teeth, charging directly at Chishua. However, at that moment, she was aboard the Red Star ship, situated beyond Planet 117, rendering her counterattack utterly futile. Yet, as it raised its head, almost simultaneously, the hatches of the Red Star ship swung open, and soldiers clad in the standard Red Star armament emerged, wielding a modified version of the killing Bodhi, directing their assault at the star beast below. The relentless barrage left the celestial-grade star beast bereft of any recourse. As electromagnetic pulses surged forth, enveloping the entire planet, it seemed poised to erupt into chaos, and witnessing this, Chishua realized their battle had commenced. She promptly commanded the new recruits to board the transport vessel to follow suit, while she charged directly toward Planet 117. The Red Star ship departed from the surface of Planet 117. Amidst the fervent clash, Wang Teng suppressed his excitement as he boarded the escape pod. Zealand and Vaki regarded him with peculiar expressions, as though they had seen a ghost. Wang Teng paid them no heed, a smile breaking across his face as he glanced at his system. Emperor, show me how many resource points I have. Understood. Wang Teng, Enhancement Level 3. Armament, awaiting activation, Fleet, Red Star Fleet, temporary. Followers, Vaki, Yellow Grade Armament. Functions, Upgrade, Resource Processing, Enhancement, Resource Points, 764. 320, a staggering total exceeding 8 million resource points, all accrued from the recovery warehouse. Chishua had assured him that he could take whatever he desired. Given the warm generosity of others, he felt compelled to accept. Thus he hurried to the recovery warehouse, his path now familiar from frequent visits. Unable to contain his emotions, Wang Teng covered his face and let out a jubilant howl, releasing the pent-up tension of recent times. Amidst the bewildered expressions of Zealand and Vaki, he commenced the retrieval of everything from the cargo hold. Indeed, everything. The spectacle of resource reclamation left Zealand and Vaki utterly astounded. To them, it seemed as though Wang Teng had consumed these remnants as raw materials. Could it be that the captain was, in fact, a formidable retired warrior? Ha! Wang Teng laughed heartily, relieved that he no longer needed to fret over resource points. He was now poised to initiate his armament. Should anyone dare to challenge him in this moment, they would soon learn the true meaning of a player with an advantage. Zealand, set sail. I must swiftly reclaim the rent. Suddenly recalling this crucial matter, Wang Teng dismissed any concerns regarding the fleet. He was merely a contracted captain, and having fulfilled his mission, it was time for him to depart. After issuing his orders, he focused on exploring the system's armaments. Understood, Captain. Upon discovering Wang Teng's true identity, Zealand wished to implore him to assist Red Star and Chishua, but upon hearing his words, she hesitated, retracting her thoughts. Wang Teng had overlooked one significant detail. Zealand possessed a highly compliant personality, obedient to directives. If he were to truly sever his contract and become an independent individual, she would no longer heed his commands. This meant that Wang Teng remained the captain of the Red Star Fleet, albeit unbeknownst to him. Or perhaps he was simply unprepared for the responsibilities that came with being a fleet captain. After all, is collecting rent not a simpler endeavor? Vaki, on the other hand, did not dwell on such complexities. To her, Wang Teng had saved her, and thus she vowed to remain his loyal supporter. The ship prepared for Wang Teng by Chishua possessed short-range jump capabilities, as long as a jump node was located. They could leap away and gradually return to the Guyuan star. However, as Chishua launched an attack on planet 117, ripples in space emerged, and pirate vessels began to materialize, charging directly towards the Red Star fleet. Interstellar pirates, Zealand exclaimed urgently. These marauders appeared intent on assaulting the Red Star fleet, launching relentless attacks upon their arrival. Chapter 14. Plans never keep up with change, as dozens of pirate ships emerged from the spatial ripples. An antiquated interstellar vessel slowly came into view. This old ship bore the flag adorned with a skull and Blackbeard. Blackbeard's pirates? It was evident that these marauders belonged to the notorious Blackbeard pirate crew. In the command hall of the Red Star fleet, Arno had already detected the presence of the pirate ship through radar the moment it appeared, promptly recognizing their identity. The Blackbeard pirate crew was the most formidable faction among the Skyline pirate groups, commanding numerous pirate bands. What they faced now was likely one of those bands. But why had General Pakai not alerted them? This perplexity weighed on Arno. Prior to their arrival at Skyline, they had forged a cooperative agreement with the warlord Pakai. He was supposed to monitor the movements of other factions within Skyline and intervene as necessary. Yet, during their assault on Planet 117, pirates had appeared, signaling that a significant problem had arisen. Arno took command, realizing that the escape vessel had yet to depart. What? Arnold cast aside his previous timid demeanor, transforming into a figure of ferocity, his short hair trembling in sync with his body's agitation. In former times, upon the mere appearance of these pirates, they would have met their demise, yet now, alas, a warning must be issued to them. Additionally, deploy the escape pods and instruct the remaining crew to thwart the pirates. Yes, Commander. Attention, pirates ahead. You are entering the territory of the Red Star Fleet. Cease your approach immediately. Captain Wateje received a warning from the opposing force. Within the antiquated vessel, a scarred half-man operator turned to the captain's position, relaying the message. Wateje, a Borg from the Borg star, was notably diminutive. Standing only half a man tall, yet his physique was robust, with tough skin and a muscular build, emblematic of a race that revered combat. His species possessed an innate ability to swiftly master various weapons for battle. After the establishment of the Stellar Alliance, Borg Star was incorporated into its citizenship. Unlike others who accepted this fate, Aide was an anomaly among his kin. While his fellow Borg celebrated the thrill of battle, he sought the embrace of death, believing that combat must persist until one party is vanquished. His pursuit of the path of slaughter led him to take the lives of his opponents in every encounter, defying both Borg traditions and the laws of the Alliance. Consequently, he was marked for capture. During a transport to prison, he killed his guards, commandeered a spacecraft, and fled to the Skyline, becoming an interstellar pirate. Subsequently, he aligned himself with the notorious Blackbeard's pirate coalition. Recently, he led his fleet in an assault on the territories of the insurgents, claiming the lives of the majority of the rebels on that planet and abducting numerous women, which incited a relentless pursuit from the insurgents. His current mission was also a means of evading their relentless chase. To him, the solitary Red Star battleship was hardly a significant concern. Wateje's vessel, the Grey Wolf, bore a resemblance to the fierce animal he had learned about from his home planet. Embodying a ferocity he believed mirrored his own. A warning? Who do they think I am? Advance towards them. He scoffed. It was absurd. A single capital ship without escorts could hardly defend against the onslaught of dozens of assault ships. Moreover, he had been lurking in the shadows, observing for quite some time. It was only after the Crimson Snow had separated from the Red Star that he chose to strike. With the primary ground forces engaged in battle, the Red Star ship lay vulnerable, awaiting his harvest. Captain Wateje, an escape pod has been ejected. Fools, call me captain, and do not concern yourselves with the escape pod. This is the Skyline. They cannot venture far. The capital ship is the real prize. Glancing at the fleeing vessel, Wateje dismissed it as inconsequential. His focus solely on the Red Star. Gather everyone. Tear them apart. His terrifying scarred visage contorted grotesquely as he shouted. With his command, the pirate ships swiftly advanced toward the Red Star battleship. Upon witnessing this, Arno clenched his fists, gritting his teeth. A counterattack was imperative, otherwise, they would be torn apart by the pirates. However, the Red Star ship was currently providing artillery support to Chishua in her battle against the Star Beasts. Should they redirect their fire, the hard-won advantage would vanish. Arno, command the Red Star ship to retaliate, Chishua ordered decisively as she hesitated. She had also noticed the pirates after their appearance. Such vast fluctuations in jump waves could hardly go unnoticed. Despite the support from the Red Star ship, she found herself engaged in a fierce back and forth with the Star Beasts, yet the ship's cannons had not proven particularly effective. Recall the new recruits to defend the Red Star ship. Chishua issued the command as she observed the dwindling ranks of the new troops. Prioritize eliminating the attackers. She glanced at the precarious state of the Red Star ship before abandoning her confrontation with the Star Beasts and soaring into the cosmos. The propulsion system manifested on her back, propelling her powerfully out of the planet's orbit. With a crimson streak, she soared into the sky. Hearing Chishua's words, Arno immediately relayed orders to the Red Star ship. Red Star ship, adjust the portside cannons. Counterattack. The ship's cannons unleashed a barrage, attempting to intercept the pirate vessels. Yet, this assault merely downed a few ships. The remaining pirates, heedless of danger, frantically maneuvered closer to the Red Star ship. The pirates' intent was clear. They aimed to board the Red Star ship. Arno grasped their objective: maintain the shield barrier and have the remaining crew defend the bridge. At that moment, Wang Teng, emerging from his dazed state after being ejected, glanced at the besieged Red Star ship, pondering how they had come under attack again. Was the universe truly so perilous? Indeed, the Guyuan Star felt much safer. Captain, the Red Star ship will shield us from the pirates. We can escape without worry. Zealand comforted him while piloting the ship. What? Wang Teng fell silent at her words. Just then, a resounding boom echoed through the ship, followed by violent shaking. Not good. We are being pursued. Despite Hwaget's earlier advice to disregard the escape vessel, the pirates were merciless marauders who would never let a defenseless escape craft slip away. Head down. But Captain, below is planet 117. Trust me. Yes. Zealand cut off Wang Teng's protest and steered towards planet 117. As they approached, gravity ensnared them, drawing them into the planet's gaseous layers. The pirates, witnessing this, refrained from pursuing further. Planet 117 harbored great terrors, and they dared not venture too close. Wait for me. Once I activate the weapons, you shall meet your end. Emperor, activate the armaments. Chapter 15. We are all Zhao Sihai. With the new recruits returning to defend the Red Star ship, the pressure significantly decreased. Yet, facing the fierce onslaught of the pirates, the inexperienced new soldiers struggled under the assault. The defensive shields of the Red Star ship were battered and broken, and the alarm lights in the command hall flashed incessantly. The Grey Wolf, amidst the chaos created by the cannon fodder, easily approached the Red Star ship. Walter stood on the bridge of the Grey Wolf, his gaze filled with a predatory intensity as he surveyed the colossal Red Star vessel. This would undoubtedly be my most magnificent trophy after all these years. Charge forward. The pirates surged forth, with the crimson snow unable to mount a defense, and the new recruits struggled to hold their ground. Arno had already prepared for combat within the ship, with the armed soldiers stationed on the bridge, ready to meet the first wave of attackers. At that moment, however, a transport ship broke through the ranks. Acting Commander, Auxiliary Soldier 1367 requests to engage. Your name? Arno, suppressing his sorrow, inquired. I am Zhao Sihai, Auxiliary Soldier of the Red Star Fleet. My father is Zhao Sanha, an assault trooper of the vanguard of the Red Star Fleet. For the future of the Red Star. A brilliant explosion erupted 1,000 meters ahead of the Red Star vessel, engulfing the oncoming pirate ships in its fiery embrace. Though merely an auxiliary soldier, at that moment, he became a hero of the Red Star, forever remembered by the collective as Zhao Sihai. When ADC is captured, a true auxiliary never turns to flee but bravely faces the enemy alone. As they watched Zhao Sihai consumed by flames, the spirit of determination ignited within the hearts of all Red Star members. An old soldier spoke with a tone of compassion. Zhao Sanha was an assault trooper of the game. His son is equally exceptional. There is no time for sorrow. We are all Zhao Sihai now. Kill. At that moment, Wang Teng, through the escape ship's channel, heard the fierce combat unfolding aboard the Red Star vessel. The auxiliary soldier named Zhao Sihai was someone Wang Teng had encountered in the mess hall. He had seemed like a brash, outspoken lad, yet now he displayed such valor. In comparison, it felt as though this captain was overshadowed by the heroism of an auxiliary soldier. Although he did not wish to become a tragic hero, witnessing the sacrifice of someone he knew stirred his heart. Coincidentally, he seemed to possess the strength to turn the tide. Imperial Commander, activate the weapons immediately. Request received. Activating weapons. Deducting 100,000 credits for activation fee. Current physical enhancement level is 3, reaching the minimum threshold, given the current situation. it is recommended to elevate the enhancement level to maximum. Max it out. Now holding 1,000,000 resource points, Wang Teng was unconcerned, as the activation fee had already been deducted. Maximum level is 9, estimated resource consumption, 2, 56 million. In an instant, a quarter of his 7-digit resource points vanished, making Wang Teng realize that 1,000,000 resource points were not as substantial as he had thought. Suddenly, a surge of electricity coursed through him, and the sound of his heartbeat grew louder, calming only after 6 beats. His entire neural network and muscle tissue rapidly strengthened, and as Wang Teng endured the pain of enhancement, he sensed a profound transformation within himself. He now felt capable of contending with even the lowest-tier soldiers. Furthermore, his senses were heightened. His body was incredibly robust, akin to a reawakened beast, with vitality surging within him. Weapons activated. Please select the type of augmentation to implant: attack, support, or custom. There are many categories of weaponry, but they generally fall into 2 main types: offensive and supportive. Assault armaments, akin to the Crimson Snow's Red Sorcerer's Strike Force, possess formidable mobility and destructive capability. The standard armament of the Red Star's new recruits also falls within the category of assault weaponry, specifically designed for long-range marksmanship. However, given the opportunity for customization, one must indeed embark on the journey of design. I opt for customization. Emperor, might there be any reference coefficients? Performance can be evaluated based on attack power, defense capability, mobility, and endurance. Paint schemes are suggested to minimize aerodynamic drag and consider optical camouflage. As Wang Teng gazed at the feedback from the system, he found himself in a quandary, yearning for it all. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Emperor, can the armored mecha be modified later? Enhancements can be achieved by adding modules to compensate for shortcomings and facilitate upgrades. In that instant, Wang Teng was illuminated with excitement. This indicated that he could amend the armament at any moment. Given this, he desired it all. Present me with a hexagonal warrior design. Please hold on. Here is the design for you. Upon viewing it, Wang Teng was instantly captivated. A black gold soft armor formed the base, with palm-sized metallic plates serving as scales, enveloping the entire body in a strikingly technological aesthetic. The elongated oval scales sculpted a remarkably futuristic mechanical lower extremity. A protruding dragon head conformed seamlessly to his front and back, while the mecha skirt adorned his waist, shimmering with brilliance and radiance. 2 hovering wings settled upon either shoulder, each equipped with twin cannon ports. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that these wings possessed 3 pairs, resembling a 6-winged angel. The helm's shape mirrored that of a roaring golden dragon, radiating a resplendent gold, akin to the sun itself. Emperor, this is the one. Let the fusion commence. Captain Watige gazed fervently at the Red Star ship before him, the recent valiant sacrifice of Zhao Sihai igniting the battle fervor within his race, instilling a profound urge to take to the field himself. Yet, he recognized that haste would yield no fruitful results. Previously, the MIA group had dispatched several fleets to assault, forming a ground force of 300 units, yet they still failed to conquer Planet 117. This underscores the formidable nature of the planet's star beasts. He could hardly fathom how a fleet would recklessly attempt to assault Planet 117. Nevertheless, this was of no concern to him. His mission was to obliterate this capital-class starship. Under the relentless assault of the pirates, the Red Star ship's shield barrier visibly waned, and it would not be long before it succumbed. Meanwhile, the Red Star vessel and the newly returning recruits fought valiantly. Though lacking escort ships, they had 3,000 warriors at their side, making it difficult for the pirates to gain the upper hand for the moment. However, this was due to the absence of both sides' high-tier combatants. Captain Watige, we are experiencing casualties. Upon hearing this news, Watige remained unfazed, even beginning to chuckle. This is how it should be. If it were crushed all at once, there would be no thrill. Lucy, breach their shields. Understood. The Grey Wolf's hangar opened, and a plundering vessel swiftly ascended, hurtling towards the Red Star ship. Lucy, a warrior equipped with Xian-grade armaments, had previously served in a fleet of the Star Alliance, but defected for unspecified reasons. Upon entering the Skyline, he descended into the realm of interstellar piracy, his armament characteristics designed for aggressive breakthrough, specifically tailored for assault operations. At this moment, the gaseous clouds enveloping Planet 117 stirred violently, unleashing a tremendous vortex of energy. Such an anomaly captured the attention of all, raising the question, was the celestial beast of Planet 117 about to reveal its true power? Chapter 16, Armed Fusion. At this juncture, Chishua was prepared to abandon her assault on Planet 117. The celestial beast was beyond the capability of her terrestrial-grade weaponry to contend with. Had the Red Star fleet not been ambushed and provided their assistance, there might have been a chance. However, just as she was about to depart from Planet 117, she sensed the atmospheric currents converging rapidly in one direction. What could it be? Chishua summoned her hovering thrusters, transforming into a crimson beam of light. Soaring beyond the atmosphere, where she beheld the ever-forming vortex. Below the swirling currents, a colossal form became discernible, resembling a gigantic octopus with its head downwards. 9 massive dragon-like heads rested upon the planetary surface, and in that moment, Chishua realized that this resource-rich planet was not a gaseous world. Rather, its atmospheric facade had deceived those observing from the horizon, or perhaps the intelligence itself was flawed. The heads of the celestial beast occupied 1/20th of the planet, illustrating its immense size. This also indirectly confirmed the resource abundance of Planet 117. Otherwise, how could it sustain such a formidable celestial beast? If they could seize this planet, the Red Star fleet would undoubtedly achieve autonomy. Regrettably, Chishua gritted her teeth and manifested the killing Bodhi, the enormous sniper-type heavy cannon gripped in her hands. She pivoted and unleashed a shot. A beam of light, several meters wide, formed a temporary chasm between the pirates and the Red Star fleet, obliterating several sluggish pirate vessels in its wake. Chishua's display of power caused the pirates to hesitate, too intimidated to advance. Yet, some reckless souls dared to test Chishua's aim. Without further ado, she fired 3 more shots, once again subduing the oblivious pirates. No matter how much Walter urged them on, the pirates were gripped by fear, unwilling to approach even a step closer. After all, who could predict if they would be the next targets of her cannon? Temporarily rescuing the Red Star fleet, Chishua immediately darted towards it. However, just as she ceased her assault, a pirate ship breached the boundary, launching a forceful attack against the defenses of the Red Star fleet. Under Arnold's command, armed soldiers boarded the ship. The escape vessel was ensnared by the gravitational pull of Planet 117, drawing it in, with Chishua no longer in its sights. The celestial beast shifted its attention to the escape vessel. The 9 colossal heads loomed over the escape ship like a closing fist. "Captain, it seems we are doomed." Zaylon quivered, voicing his dread. "Emperor, what level is my armament?" "Initially level 1, equivalent to the terrestrial grade of the Star Alliance standard, yet superior to the standard terrestrial grade, capable of reaching the standard celestial grade. That should suffice, right?" Wang Teng pondered, uncertain but hopeful that escaping with the 2 others would be feasible. "Emperor, armed fusion. Command activated. Armed integration." Initially, Zealand was apprehensive about being devoured by the celestial beast, while Vaki was prepared to sacrifice herself to help Wang Teng escape, uncertain if she could succeed. However, at that moment, they were engulfed by a sudden burst of light. They beheld Wang Teng emanating a peculiar radiance that left Zealand and Vaki momentarily dazzled. By the time they regained their senses, Wang Teng had already detached from the escape vessel, manifesting outside as the air currents swirled chaotically around him. The brilliant hues and dazzling gold left them in a state of astonishment. Could it be true that the captain was indeed the fabled and powerful armored warrior who had vanished from the world? This rumor had circulated after Wang Teng aided Vaki through her transformation surgery, as they believed that Chishua would never appoint an ordinary individual as captain. Most significantly, an accident had occurred midway through the procedure, leaving her fate seemingly sealed. Yet, Wang Teng had miraculously snatched her from the clutches of death, which indicated his profound knowledge of armed modifications and an intricate understanding of armored mech structures and human anatomy. This expertise could only be possessed by elite armored warriors or modification specialists. Though Zealand was aware that Wang Teng was an ordinary person, she found herself bewildered. Had the captain been masquerading all along, deceiving even Sister Shue? Unbeknownst to Wang Teng, who was oblivious to their thoughts, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. It felt as if something was being infused beneath his skin, an electric current traversing through his veins, leaving him in a state of delightful tingling. Upon closer inspection, intricate patterns resembling circuits could be seen entwined within his flesh. Armed circuitry completed, armed blueprint inscribed, armed deployment initiated, free unnamed particle matter detected, usable as structural material for the mechanism, boom. A colossal vortex formed around Wang Teng, drawing in vast amounts of air, which flowed into his being. Subsequently, scales of metallic armor coalesced upon his body, with a black gold base and shimmering golden scales reminiscent of a radiant star. 3 pairs of ethereal wings emerged behind him, a fearsome dragon's head aligned at his front, while a mechanical skirt cinched at his waist. The aviation helmet transformed into a material, replaced by a golden dragon headpiece that appeared to roar defiantly at the looming beast before him. Ethereal gaseous particles floated around him, bound by the power emanating from his armed deployment, swirling like clouds. Armed deployment complete. Naming available. As Wang Teng was enveloped in the armor, he experienced no discomfort, feeling almost as if he were unadorned. Despite the helmet being fully enclosed, his vision remained unobstructed. Rings of light shimmered in his eyes, enhancing his imposing presence. Naming? A plethora of names flashed through Wang Teng's mind, such as Skywalker, Xingtian, and Flame Emperor, but as he was about to vocalize a name, the system's designation flickered in his thoughts. Thus, it shall be called Emperor. Armed naming completed. Individual designation. Emperor. Would you like to activate system-assisted combat mode? Activate. The voice that originally resonated in his mind now echoed at his ear, signifying the system's integration with the armored mech, transforming it into a sophisticated intelligence akin to Iron Man. The dragon-headed mech's eyes emitted two beams of brilliance. Emperor. I am here, Wang Teng replied, slightly raising his head to gaze at the towering star beast, its wings hovering and whirring rapidly behind him. At that moment, a streak of crimson light surged through the atmosphere at supersonic speed, shattering the sound barrier. Was that Chishua? Were they abandoning the assault on Planet 117? He then glanced towards the direction of the Red Star ship, where the mech's visor functioned like a magnifying glass, allowing him to perceive the situation unfolding there. The Red Star ship was under siege from numerous pirate vessels, which had closed in on it, under the onslaught of the pirates. The ship's shield flickered with arcs of energy. Wang Teng turned back to see the 9 heads of the celestial star beast fixated intensely on him and the escape vessel. 9 streams of particle breath erupted forth, akin to a dragon spitting water, shaking the heavens. Chapter 17. Here we are, Captain. Zaylon shouted urgently from within the escape vessel. However, Wang Teng's armor was not connected to the Red Star channel, rendering her call unheard. As the celestial star beast's attack loomed perilously close, there was no time to evade. In that instant, Wang Teng abruptly ascended above the escape vessel. Emperor. You mean the substances it expels are akin to those you utilized to construct the Emperor's armored body, correct? Wang Teng initially contemplated a direct confrontation to block the assault. But as he inquired with the system, it relayed a crucial piece of information. The entity absorbs the planet's material for growth. Its interior is filled with free particles of the planet's resources, and its expelled breath is fundamentally composed of high-velocity free particles. In other words, it could be exchanged. Wang Teng mused, understanding the system's implication. Yet, before he could ponder further, the concentrated barrage of breath attacks was upon them. At that moment, 4 robust chains shot forth from Wang Teng's armored mech, ensnaring the escape vessel. Subsequently, the breath attack engulfed them completely. Zaylon and Vaki, who had resigned themselves to their doom, now widened their eyes in astonishment as they beheld Wang Teng dragging the escape vessel, shielding them from the dragon's breath while streaking through the atmosphere with a shimmering tail of light. The celestial star beast, witnessing this spectacle, slammed its heads against the surface of Planet 117 in frustration, continuously unleashing particle breath into the cosmos, as if to taunt, "Run if you can, little thief." The commotion on Planet 117 merely diverted its attention momentarily. Interstellar pirates did not rely on plundering resource-rich planets for survival. They thrived on theft, raiding fleets, merchant ships, rival factions, and planetary lords. Their essence was that of relentless marauders. Interstellar pirates were no different from star beasts, both subsisting through a parasitic form of pillaging. Moreover, the pirate forces on the horizon had long been unified under a singular gang, acting under the directives of the notorious Blackbeard. At the Skyline Conference, the infamous Blackbeard the pirate proposed to test the mettle of the Red Star fleet by dispatching the formidable Captain Hwaget and his vicious band of pirates. As the most valiant captain within Blackbeard's crew, Hwaget was deemed the most suitable choice to challenge the Red Star fleet. After all, even if the Hwaget pirate crew were to fall, it would not cause Blackbeard the slightest harm. More importantly, Blackbeard would have eliminated a rival threatening his supremacy. Hwaget, I cannot fault you. If blame is to be assigned, it lies with your overwhelming notoriety that has encroached upon my standing. Of course, if the Red Star fleet proves to be less than formidable, I shall grant you a dignified conclusion. Yet, should the Red Star fleet indeed be a fierce dragon crossing the river, your demise will be nothing short of spectacular. Is this not the very aspiration you pursue, to perish gloriously in battle? On the Black Hat pirate planet, Blackbeard raised his goblet high, toasting toward Planet 117, honoring the battle-hungry Hwaget, the fierce Red Star fleet, and his own sagacity. Yet, the Skyline belongs to us. Long live the Empire. Captain Blackbeard. The accursed rebels have launched a surprise attack on one of our strongholds. Curse it. Gather the troops. Follow my lead. Yes. Meanwhile, the outbreak of war on Planet 117 drew the attention of the outside world. Beyond the 3 major powers, the Skyline was also home to scattered rebel factions. At this moment, various rebel groups were closely monitoring the conflict, speculating on who had dared to intrude upon the Skyline and engage the space pirates. As an unofficial organization spontaneously formed by local citizens, the rebels had often clashed with the interstellar pirates since their inception. Indeed, only the space pirates remained vigilant towards the rebels, for seizing the rebels' base planets offered a far more enduring and lucrative prize than the plunder of merchant vessels. In retaliation, the rebels frequently launched ambushes against pirate strongholds, resulting in constant pursuits by the interstellar pirates. Elena, a leader among the rebels, was currently attacking a pirate stronghold. After demolishing the base and seizing supplies, Elena intended to continue her assault on the next target. This tactic of striking east and west was inherited from her father, the nominal leader of the rebels, who had imparted the principles of interstellar guerrilla warfare. Such strategies allowed them to mislead the enemy regarding their movements, thereby evading encirclement. However, upon learning of the war on Planet 117, a thought to investigate emerged within her mind. She believed that all forces opposing the powers of the Skyline could unite. Leader, the pirates have caught on. Blackbeard himself is pursuing us. Elena quickly realized that discussions of alliances would have to wait until they had eluded Blackbeard's grasp. Try to establish contact with him. He should possess more insight among the pirates. On the command bridge of the Red Star fleet, chaos reigned. With flames and explosions erupting everywhere, many lay on the ground, uncertain of their fate. In the distance, a ship lay inverted on the deck. A fearsome figure, resembling a ravenous wolf, leaped from the ship and stood upon the bridge, gazing at the Red Star fleet guards nearby. Most of them are auxiliary soldiers. The two at the forefront are named Su Hu and Feng Wan, the backbone of the Red Star fleet, both classified as Xian-level armed warriors. However, due to financial constraints, their machinery is rather rudimentary. Step aside. I will not kill you, declared the humanoid beast, its words translated into every ear by a synchronization device. No way. If you wish to pass, you must tread over our corpses. Lucian gazed at Su Hu and Feng Wan, sighing. He had witnessed many such scenes before. Each time a robbery occurred, he faced a similar confrontation. Yet, despite the repeated encounters, he held deep admiration for these auxiliary soldiers. While they may be weak, they possessed an unwavering belief, a steadfast resolve not to retreat. Yet, weakness is the original sin, particularly in the vastness of the cosmos. The feeble are invariably devoured whole. This is the Skyline. Your actions have violated its rules. No one will avenge you. Step aside. I will not kill you. There is no need for you to defend this forlorn fleet with your lives. If you wish to pass, you must step over our bodies. We do not fear death. Very well, I shall grant you your wish. Lucian's weaponry was originally standard issue from the Star Alliance, but upon arriving at the Skyline, he modified it, resulting in a unique combat form. The beastly armament is primarily focused on close combat, emphasizing speed and agility. This type can be referred to as assault weaponry, characterized by its destructive power and rapid strikes. His armament can breach energy shields, and it was through this characteristic that he forced his way into the Red Star ship. He was certain that none aboard could match him, yet, for reasons unknown, he felt the specter of death looming. He hastily retreated, only to see a scarlet figure descend from the heavens, crashing into his previous position, followed by a series of explosions from the pirate ships. This sudden reversal caught him completely off guard. So, you took advantage of my absence to raid? Chapter 18. Turning the tide, the heavens brimmed with murderous intent. Scarlet lightning flashing. Driven by instinct, Lucian evaded the lethal attack. Before him stood the scarlet armament, marked by traces of destructive energy beams. With flowing white hair and the crimson demon armor, the scarlet figure slowly rose, casting a chilling gaze. Lucian sensed a palpable threat emanating from the opponent. Despite the severe damage sustained, he dared not make a move. Thus, he raised his hands in surrender. I yield. Just then, a brilliant explosion erupted behind him, justifying his action. Chishua, observing the heavily damaged bridge, suppressed her fury and swiftly appeared behind Lucian, pinning him beneath her foot. I would very much like to kill you, but considering you refrained from striking, I shall spare your life. Hand over your armed mech. Lucian forced a smile, offering no resistance. And thankfully he did not. From the moment Chishua struck, he understood that her scarlet armament was of a higher caliber. Since his defection, he had grasped a crucial lesson. Sometimes, feigning ignorance is essential. Resistance? The outcome is either death or maiming. Perhaps some would argue that this is interstellar warfare. Regardless of the nature of war, it is fundamentally centered around humanity. All conflicts arise from the instinct for survival. It is indeed ironic. Wars, which claim countless lives, are fought by soldiers in the name of preserving life. The The Red Star Fleet is a legitimate naval force, and had it been any faction from the Skyline, they too would fight to the death. What he gambled on was not the benevolence of Chishua, but rather the regulations governing the treatment of prisoners of war by a formal fleet. Most importantly, he was astute enough to ensure that no soldier was killed. One could say he stumbled upon a fortunate outcome. Chishua refrained from taking lives, and sparing him also facilitated the possibility of unforeseen exchanges. As she was concerned about Wang Teng potentially falling into enemy hands, it was she who brought Wang Teng out, hence it was her duty to safeguard his safety. I should not presume to act alone. If you perish, I shall avenge you. This kick serves as interest. Luxi did not evade and directly endured the blow. Fortunate that his body had undergone enhancements, allowing him to withstand it. Just then, a lifeboat plummeted from above. Chishua recognized this as the escape vessel of the Red Star Fleet, which was supposed to be designated for Wang Teng. How could it be falling from above? Without further contemplation, she activated her weapons and surged forward to act as a buffer for the descending lifeboat. Skidding across the bridge, she intercepted the escape craft. The hatch opened with a puff, and Skyline and Vaki tumbled out from above. Upon seeing the two, Chishua's brow furrowed in concern. Her expression darkening. Why were only the two of them here? Where is he? Luxi observed the scene with curiosity. As Skyline and Vaki regained their composure and were about to explain, a violent explosion erupted among the space pirates. Chishua looked towards the stars, where a streak of light relentlessly struck the pirate ships, igniting the cosmos with bursts of vibrant fireworks. An artistic display, yet it marked the final moments of life. Sister Shue, that is the captain, Skyline exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with admiration and his tone filled with excitement. Ha! Come on, chase me. How dare you attack me? Do you not realize that ship belongs to me? It is mine. Wang Teng utilized the particle breath of the celestial star beast, converting it into resource points as a guise, enduring the beast's assault while pulling the escape vessel with Skyline and Vaki out of planet 117. As they passed the Red Star Fleet, he set the two down before charging straight towards the space pirates, like a child eager to flaunt a newly acquired toy. Relying on the performance of the Imperial armaments, he transformed into a whirlwind, weaving through the pirate ships. One by one, the pirate vessels were reduced to exquisite bursts of fireworks upon impact. Shipwrecks can be exchanged for resource points. The system's notification heightened Wang Teng's excitement. Gazing at the pirate ships, each vessel appeared to him as a source of wealth. Mine, all mine. System, collect them all, every last one. As the dazzling sparks danced without a hint of lightning, Wang Teng circled around the red starship, relentlessly crashing into it multiple times. The remnants of the pirate ships he obliterated along the way were deftly transformed into resource points. To the outside world, it appeared that each time he charged at a pirate vessel, it would erupt into flames, its wreckage assimilated as material. This meticulous and ruthless extraction instilled a sense of dread among the pirates. What sorcery is this? Are they to be consumed? Regardless of their thoughts, Wang Teng was singularly focused on annihilating the pirate ships, converting them all into resource points. Thus, a scene unfolded in the cosmos. Dozens of pirate ships fled in panic, pursued by a streak of light. Captain Aide, observing the retreating pirates, disdainfully spat and commanded, "Open fire." But Captain Aide, "Those are our people." Aide crossed his arms and replied in a grave tone, "You mean to say they are our people? What nonsense. We are pirates. Aside from our own ships, there are no allies. I said open fire." Understood, Captain Aide. As Aide beheld the comet-like streak of light racing towards them, joy surged within him. He had anticipated a mundane encounter, but had unexpectedly stumbled upon such treasure. He could sense the presence of death, yet what of it? Under the might of these armed ship cannons, all defenses appeared as mere remnants of bone. Aide roared with manic fervor, his face flushed crimson with excitement. The armed ship cannons, designed specifically to counteract armored mechs, would typically suppress or annihilate conventional armaments. This weaponry system was developed to counter armored mechs, and the cannons aboard his ship were generously sponsored by the MIA group. While others might seek to salvage a bit, Aide, being a Borgian, revered combat above all, willing to employ any means necessary for battle. The various gun ports of the old-fashioned ship unleashed a relentless barrage upon the pirate vessels. A multitude of beams striking forth like a rain of arrows, swiftly engulfing the pirates in a cascade of massive explosions. "Come, if you survive, I shall grant you a duel." Wateige's eyes burned with fervor, as if he were at the height of ecstasy in a dance hall, his nostrils flaring with heavy breaths. However, the others aboard the ship were far less optimistic. They had witnessed the entire massacre, how the pirates were obliterated. Collision meant destruction and death. With only the corpses of the pirates left adrift in the cosmos, reduced to cosmic debris. They had no desire to meet such a fate. Captain Watege, I believe we should retreat promptly. Otherwise, I fear we too will. Just as he spoke, a thunderous explosion heralded the emergence of a rapidly collapsing passage, from which a beam of light burst forth. Watege's expression transformed with excitement as he gazed at the figure suspended just beyond the ship's barrier. The dazzling and formidable armed form sent shivers through his body. He was exhilarated. As the luminous streak collided with the ship's barrier, it penetrated the gray wolf vessel with astonishing velocity. Walter's final utterance was engulfed by the catastrophic explosion, lost amidst the vastness of the cosmos. Wang Teng extended his hand towards the remnants of the gray wolf's devastation, and in an instant, he absorbed the explosion's energy. Acquired resource points, 9 million indeed. Larger ships tend to possess greater value. Was it not just now that he glimpsed someone on the bridge? Wang Teng recalled traversing the aftermath of the explosion. As he surged forth, the blast enveloped him. Expecting severe injury, he was astonished to discover that the energy had been absorbed instead. Subsequently, he converted the entire ship into resource points and eagerly advanced towards the last pirate vessel, which appeared even more formidable and undoubtedly valuable. Anticipating a challenging confrontation, he deliberately upgraded his weaponry. To his surprise, the primary upgrade required a staggering 10 million resource points. Fortunately, he acquired the assault characteristic. Thus, he charged forward, and the pirate ship erupted into flames. Emperor, how many resource points do I have left? 9 million points. Chapter 19. I truly am the captain now on the skyline of Black Hat Planet, the lair of the notorious pirate Blackbeard. He received the grim news of Walter's demise and the destruction of his ship. A sinister smile crept across his face as he gazed into the starry expanse, erupting into manic laughter. How intriguing, how intriguing. Walter has finally discovered his life's purpose. Yet Tuoba Yin seems to treat us as mere pawns. Inform the marauders of our defeat. Yes, Tuoba Yin, this debt will eventually be settled with you. Connecting with Manager Mike from the MIA group, Tuoba Yin stood before the window of his office on Triangle Planet, contemplating the satellites above in silence. He had just received word from Blackbeard that his pirate hunters had been annihilated. As one of the 3 major forces in the skyline, Tuoba Yin recognized the formidable prowess of Blackbeard's pirate hunters. Although Walter was a renowned figure, it was unexpected for him to fall to this small fleet. Yet, he was simultaneously dealing with the star beasts of Planet 117 while fending off pirate attacks. Was this small fleet truly so resilient? Could it be that a significant organization sought to intervene, dispatching this vanguard? From General Pakai's records, he learned that the Red Star fleet once belonged to the Tang group, but had recently severed ties and sought independence in the skyline. This predicament left Tuoba Yin in a quandary. Could it be that the Tang group intended to extend its influence into the skyline? However, the MIA group had no reason to permit their entrance, especially given that the Tang group was undergoing a leadership transition and would likely avoid unnecessary complications. He needed to consult someone. Send a communication request to the leader of the Tang group. What rationale should I provide? Tuoba Yan's eyes glimmered as he replied. Simply state that I possess intelligence regarding their defector fleet. Additionally, notify the other factions to prepare for an online conference. It seems that a formidable dragon is indeed crossing the river. Under Tuoba Yan's instructions, this news swiftly traversed various channels through the triangular galaxy, reaching every planet and faction within the horizon. The MIA, warlord factions, adventurers, and interstellar refugees alike became aware of a singular event. A fleet had breached the horizon, intending to establish its independence. Yet, aside from the attention of a few major powers, this matter went largely unnoticed. Compared to their own oppressive existence, everything else seemed trivial. Wang Teng and his companions remained oblivious, unaware of the countless eyes that were cast upon them from afar. At this moment, after Wang Teng had dealt with the interstellar pirates, he returned to the Red Star ship, where he was met with fervent cheers from the crowd. All personnel aboard the Red Star, under the leadership of Chishua, lined up neatly on the bridge. The soldiers formed 2 lines, one hovering in midair, while the other stood in orderly formation to welcome him. As Wang Teng set foot on the bridge, the unified voice rang out. "Welcome back, Captain." They saluted with utmost respect. Even the auxiliary soldiers, second-generation crew members, were no exception. Their support at that moment was heartfelt. Had Wang Teng been a nobody, despite holding the title of captain, he would not have garnered their respect. Nevertheless, everything he had accomplished was evident, from his decisive actions during the armed operation to the current annihilation of the pirates that saved the Red Star. They were neither blind nor deaf. Their observations had enriched Wang Teng's image in their hearts, making him deserving of the title captain. Hearing their address, Wang Teng felt somewhat overwhelmed. He recalled that at the beginning, They had not regarded him highly. Have you been deceiving me all along? Chishua stepped forward. Her emotions complex, her once white hair now tinged with gray, appearing somewhat disheveled. You were the one who insisted I become captain. Are you now afraid I might actually take on this role? Wang Teng, feeling a newfound confidence, spoke with a firmness that matched his determination to assert dominance over this Earth-class armed soldier. Are you not the captain of the Red Star fleet now? Chishua feigned ignorance, blinking innocently. Oh, didn't the contract specify that I am merely the nominal captain? Wang Teng, feeling a bit indignant, countered, if you say so. Doesn't that undermine my dignity? I apologize. I realize now that my presumptuousness has led to our current predicament. However, had it not been for this, the Red Star fleet would have only met a fate of becoming someone else's vassal, disbanded and absorbed. Chishua lowered her head in despondence. Having hoped to transform her bicycle into a motorcycle, yet failing to grasp the depths of the situation. Enough, this is not your fault. You are merely too young to navigate these complexities. Wang Teng paused and surveyed the expectant faces around him. Under the eager gazes of the crowd, he removed his helmet, revealing his handsome visage, and with sparkling eyes declared, "You all should know that I am merely Chishua's nominal captain brought in to appease the scrutiny. Once the contract is fulfilled, I shall take my leave." Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, the collective joy of the Red Star crew from their victory over the interstellar pirates dissipated in an instant. However, what I wish to ask now is, do you recognize me as your captain? Wang Teng contemplated the notion of simply returning to collect rents, yet perhaps due to the system's recent influx of resources, he felt an invigorating surge of ambition, dispelling any inclination to wallow in complacency. In times past, his capabilities limited him to receiving rent from merely a handful of buildings. However, now that he possessed the means, was it not justified to claim rents from several celestial bodies in recognition of his past endeavors? Yet, upon uttering that question, an awkward silence enveloped the room. This left him somewhat embarrassed, as he had anticipated that his imposing presence would compel the assembled warriors to bow in deference. At that moment, a sharp salute rang out. Chishua stood at attention, exclaiming with fervor, "I pledge to follow the captain." With Chishua leading the charge, the entire Red Star crew echoed in unison, "We pledge to follow the captain." Gazing upon the vast assembly of soldiers, Wang Teng felt an unfamiliar sensation brewing within him. Perhaps this was not such a bad arrangement after all. Congratulations, host, on becoming the captain of the Red Star fleet. While he was aware of the system's delight on his behalf, he noted that it was unnecessary to vocalize such accolades without accompanying rewards. Before he could further assess the changes in the system, Chishua inquired, "Captain, what shall we do next?" Wang Teng's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as he pondered their objective. However, the celestial beasts are formidable, and it is likely that the Horizon's forces have taken notice of us. Chishua expressed her concerns. "I believe I can handle that beast, but I shall go alone. You all must remain aboard the ship to guard against any further incursions from the Horizon," Wang Teng replied, shaking his head. He then asked, "Furthermore, does the Red Star ship possess an annihilation cannon?" Chishua hesitated, initially inclined to dissuade him, but recalling the overwhelming power emanating from Wang Teng's armament, she pondered if it might indeed be feasible. However, her expression grew peculiar as she remarked, "Captain, the annihilation cannon aboard the Red Star is actually a compensation from the black market, and being secondhand, it means, are you suggesting it is defective?" Wang Teng furrowed his brow. "Not exactly. Rather, it simply lacks significant power. That is inconsequential. Take me to see it." When Wang Teng laid eyes upon what they referred to as the annihilation cannon, he was left speechless. Yet, under their innocent gazes, he found himself at a loss for words. Could this contraption, resembling an oversized firecracker, truly be functional? "You may leave for now. Allow me a moment to contemplate," he instructed, not waiting for their response as he turned to the cannon and called upon the system. "Emperor, how many resource points can be exchanged for this annihilation cannon?" Chapter 20. The Emperor's solitary journey above Planet 117, aboard the Red Star Bridge. Chishua gazed at the planet's atmospheric clouds, lost in thought. The crew busied themselves with the aftermath of battle. Following Wang Teng's declaration, they brimmed with optimism for the future. With such a powerful captain, surely the Red Star fleet was destined to rise. "What are you hesitating for?" A striking one-eyed beauty with crimson waves sauntered towards Chishua, cigarette in hand. This was Shangguan Hongha, the new recruit instructor of the Red Star fleet, who, unable to repair her armament, had been relegated to leading auxiliary personnel during combat. Observing Chishua, whose expression bore the weight of disheartenment and disarray due to her severely damaged armament, she approached and gently tousled the white-haired girl's hair with her calloused hand. "Sister He, am I doing the right thing? Are you suggesting bringing him aboard?" Or do you harbor concerns regarding his ulterior motives? Shangguan Honghe gently gathered Chishua into his embrace and remarked, from my observations over the past few days, he appears to be a timid and lethargic individual. Nonetheless, one cannot deny that his words are quite pleasing to the ear. In truth, I had anticipated he would depart. I was taken aback by his decision to remain. With such formidable armament, he would hardly regard our modest fleet, and if he so desired, he could select any major fleet outside. The Red Star fleet is akin to a cauldron of fire. Those who dare to leap into this inferno are either fools or hidden giants. Ashua, should he indeed possess the capability to elevate the Red Star? Even if he harbors ulterior motives, what does it matter? At this juncture, Shangguan Honghe altered his tone and continued, however, there is a way. Provided you are willing to make a sacrifice and lure him into your bed, based on my extensive experience in discerning individuals, he would undoubtedly take responsibility. At that point, he would become the son-in-law of the Red Star fleet, which is quite reasonable. Ascent. Initially, Chishua listened with utmost seriousness, but the sudden levity caught her off guard. Yet, once she grasped Shangguan Honghe's implication, a faint crimson hue blossomed on her otherwise cool visage. Sister He, are you suggesting I sell myself? She retorted. Despite her words, Chishua found herself contemplating the notion earnestly. Clap, clap. Shangguan Honghe playfully patted her on the head and teased. All right, I was merely jesting. You took it too seriously. However, exchanging oneself for a future is not entirely out of the question. Just then, Wang Teng unexpectedly appeared, interrupting their dialogue. Shangguan Honghe saluted and promptly took her leave. I have matters to attend to. I shall be off. Wang Teng, somewhat bewildered, noted that Shangguan Honghe had previously regarded him with disdain, yet now seemed to show him a modicum of respect. However, when he turned to Chishua, she averted her gaze to the stars beyond, concealing the blush on her face as if their earlier discussion had not pertained to him at all. I am prepared, Wang Teng stated. By the way, have you arranged the compensation you mentioned earlier? Wang Teng intended to lighten the atmosphere, but upon uttering those words, Chishua unexpectedly turned and fled. I shall check on the new recruits, Wang Teng remarked, observing her retreating figure, and for reasons unbeknownst to him. He was reminded of a scene from a school drama where a girl, overwhelmed by an admiring senior's confession, could only flee in avoidance. Did I say something wrong? Wang Teng inquired of Vaki, who was trailing behind him. Vaki promptly shook his head and glanced toward Zealand. After a moment of contemplation, Zealand replied, Captain, Sister Shue may be embarrassed due to her recent failure and lacks the courage to face you. Are you certain? Indeed, Sister Shue is a proud individual. Is that so? Yes. The former captain once said that only a powerful man can conquer a proud woman. Captain, you may have conquered Sister Shue, and she is struggling to accept it. Are you quite sure? Absolutely. On the bridge of the Red Star, the crew stood in orderly formation. Wang Teng, clad in the uniform of a former captain, stood with his back to the crowd, gazing down at Planet 117. After a considerable pause, he turned around, casting a peculiar glance at Chishua. Reflecting on the words of Zealand, he found them hard to believe, yet Chishua's demeanor compelled him to entertain such thoughts. Could it be that she has truly succumbed to my influence? My emperor, what do you reckon the probability of that is? Report. Powerful males often possess preferential mate selection. In the eyes of females, the host indeed qualifies as a prime choice. The three great illusions of life include the belief that she harbors feelings for me. Wang Teng dismissed the system's assessment. Without explicit declarations, all assumptions are mere conjecture. Captain, the Red Star ship has reached its designated orbit. Came the notification from the command center. At this moment, all eyes turned to Wang Teng, who, with his back to them, appeared resplendent in the brilliance of the starlight reflecting off Planet 117. Focus on the enemies on the horizon. If the situation becomes untenable, I shall retreat promptly. Even if we fail to capture Planet 117, it does not imply we cannot conquer other planets, Wang Teng advised the team, essentially urging them to heed the wisdom of preserving their strength for future endeavors. He then leaned forward and leapt from the bridge. My emperor, armament. Armament has been deployed. Wang Teng seemed to be possessed by a golden dragon, transforming into a streak of light as he raced toward Planet 117. Due to the Red Star ship's nearly depleted resource reserves, his charge lacked artillery support. Observing Wang Teng's safe advance, the crew aboard the ship exhaled in relief. Yet none let their guard down. Red Star warriors, prepare for action. Chishua commanded the soldiers. In an instant, everyone readied their weapons. Although Wang Teng had instructed them not to assist him, they could not stand idly by while he fought alone. However, they refrained from charging out immediately, awaiting the opportune moment to provide support. All were filled with anticipation, eager for the moment when Wang Teng would vanquish the star beast of Planet 117. while remaining poised to protect him with their lives if necessary. As Wang Teng penetrated the atmosphere, a bizarre, gigantic flower bud emerged from the planet's surface. Upon closer inspection, it revealed itself not to be a flower bud, but rather the 9 colossal heads of a star beast, towering into the clouds. Its hard shell glimmered with a metallic sheen under the starlight. It has revealed itself, tracking the scent of the elusive thief from their last encounter. The enraged beast unleashed a concentrated breath attack toward Wang Teng the moment it appeared. 9 dragons spitting pearls, clouds of energy spiraled around him. Relying on the agility of the Emperor's armor, Wang Teng deftly evaded the onslaught, retreating to the mid-atmosphere, elusive and indistinct. The formidable shell of the star beast was a significant reason for its resilience against attacks. However, the destructive power of the annihilation cannon was sufficient to breach its exterior. The challenge lay in avoiding empty shots. "Captain, should we deploy the annihilation cannon from the Red Star ship?" "No need," Wang Teng replied. He then raised his hand, causing the armor module to rapidly extend. A massive object materialized before him, which split open in the center and began to extend outward. Soon, the expansion ceased, revealing that it was a colossal cannon. The crew aboard the ship, observing through the drone surveillance, was momentarily stunned as they witnessed Wang Teng draw forth a colossal cannon. That object seemed eerily familiar. Sister Chishua, could it be the annihilation cannon from the Red Star ship? At that moment, an extraordinary beam of light illuminated the starry sky. Wang Teng decisively pulled the trigger, unleashing a high-energy beam, nearly a dozen meters wide, which pierced through the atmosphere and struck the surface of planet 117. Instantly, the entire world was bathed in light. This shot cost a staggering 9 million resource points, a fact that caused Wang Teng's heart to bleed. Chapter 21. A single shot to kill. Enemies approach again. The drone's feed was disrupted by powerful electromagnetic waves, causing a temporary loss of connection. Everyone aboard the Red Star ship gazed expectantly at the piercing beam of light that traversed the cosmos. The surface of planet 117 erupted in a massive explosion, clearly visible from outer space, where the surface glowed a fiery red from the beam's impact. Surely the star beast is dead? It was uncertain. It should be dead, right? The annihilation cannon was designed specifically to deal with star beasts. But let us not forget that the annihilation cannon aboard our Red Star ship is secondhand, and we are dealing with a celestial-grade star beast. Do you comprehend the significance of a celestial-grade beast? The crowd buzzed with speculation. Chishua too was perplexed. Was that truly the annihilation cannon from the Red Star ship? She had been the one to retrieve it, and she knew it could not possibly attain such power, at least not without being halved. Could it be that Wang Teng had armed himself with weaponry of his own invention? The command center informed her, "Sister Chishua, the annihilation cannon has vanished." Vanished? Since when? According to the surveillance, it had disappeared after the captain emerged. Have you inquired with the Red Star intelligence? Sister Chishua, without the captain's authorization, Red Star intelligence will not provide us with information. All right, I understand. Upon hearing this news, Chishua's expression became a complex mixture of confusion and intrigue. It was indeed odd that Wang Teng had somehow transferred the annihilation cannon to his own arsenal and even enhanced its power. Was it possible he had repaired the cannon? If it were celestial-grade weaponry, it might indeed be feasible. Celestial-grade weaponry, in terms of material absorption, deployment, and information processing, far surpassed her Earth-grade capabilities. Yet, she had never inquired about Wang Teng's level of armament. From appearances, it certainly seemed to meet the criteria of celestial-grade weaponry. What perplexed her was how she had chosen an ordinary person, yet he turned out to be a concealed powerhouse. But Wang Teng was not a hidden master. He simply had a sudden stroke of fortune. On the bridge, the crew gazed at the terrifying explosion below, their emotions fraught with tension, eagerly anticipating the return of that man. The relentless impact of the annihilation cannon had cleared the gaseous clouds from the surface of planet 117, revealing a silvery gray liquid solid beneath. A colossal form, occupying half the planet, lay atop that liquid solid, its coloration indistinguishable from it. Clearly, the star beast had absorbed the resources of this place, transforming itself to resemble the planet. This immense body was merely the shell of the star beast. Its true essence was concealed within this exterior. The primal instinct of the star beast was to seek out resource-rich planets and devour them. Consequently, their entities are not excessively large, as such a condition would hinder their mobility. Once they have consumed the planetary resources, they will self-destruct the planet, with their essence residing in a meteorite destined for another celestial body. The annihilation cannon indeed originates from the Red Star ship. Upon witnessing the annihilation cannon equipped on the Red Star vessel, Wang Teng felt nothing but disdain. It is no wonder that the Red Star ship had never activated this cannon in the face of pirate attacks. It is undeniably perilous. According to the system's feedback, The Annihilation Cannon possesses significant vulnerabilities. Although repaired to some extent, the existence of these flaws poses an inherent risk. Perhaps the first shot would be fine, but subsequent discharges could lead to catastrophic malfunctions, potentially destroying both the cannon and the ship itself. Wang Teng inquired of the system whether the Annihilation Cannon could be repaired. The system responded affirmatively, stating that it could be enhanced and upgraded through resource replenishment. However, this would require utilizing the precious resource points he had painstakingly accumulated, and even necessitate additional expenditure. Yet, faced with the current predicament, he resolved to invest heavily. He found it perplexing that he would go to such lengths, despite it not being his affair. Nevertheless, he proceeded with resolve. As the saying goes, to act without remorse. He wished to avoid returning to the origin star. Reclining on his sofa, frequently reflecting upon this experience, filled with regret over the fate of the Red Star and others. Regret, after all, is the realization that one has the capacity to help yet chooses to turn a blind eye. Were he devoid of conscience and morality, he could easily do so. But he is not. He does not wish to condemn himself. Do you not realize the fervor of my current endeavor? After the enhancement and upgrade, the Annihilation Cannon was integrated into his armament system, becoming his weapon of choice. This transformation was a boon bestowed upon him by the Red Star. Thus he felt obliged to do what he could in return. Moreover, he yearned to comprehend the limits of his own power. Bearing the weight of an Annihilation Cannon the size of a building, Wang Teng's form appeared diminutive. Yet, in this moment, this seemingly insignificant figure was unleashing devastation upon the star beast of planet 117. The intense beams scorched the earth, turning it to char, while the silver-gray liquid solid was rendered incandescent and melted into a liquid state. Under the relentless bombardment of the Annihilation Cannon, the star beast's shell began to fracture. The annihilation beams pierced through the star beast's exterior, reaching the opposite side of the planet, shattering countless kilometers of meteorites. Wang Teng observed the star beast, barely clinging to life, as he advanced steadily. Under the relentless onslaught of the reinforced Annihilation Cannon, it had no means of resistance left. Witnessing the star beast's impending demise, Wang Teng intensified his assault. Ultimately, beneath the weight of his heavy firepower, the star beast succumbed, its massive form stirring up an 8th-grade tempest. Victory! Had they truly won? At the moment the star beast collapsed, the crew aboard the Red Star ship erupted in jubilant cheers. Chishua, once tense, now relaxed, tears of joy streaming down her cheeks. They had succeeded. They had indeed conquered planet 117. The Red Star fleet was preserved. Yet, Wang Teng remained vigilant. Apprehensive of a possible resurrection of the foe, he continued to bombard the surface of planet 117 with the Annihilation Cannon, reducing it to ruins, until the planet's body was shattered into fragments. Only then did he relax. Breaking through the atmosphere, he descended to the surface. Standing upon the searing, molten terrain, Wang Teng made his way towards the carcass of the star beast, intent on locating its essence and slaying it. However, as he trod upon the liquid surface, the system suddenly prompted, "Detected precious liquid resource. Would you like to convert?" Precious liquid resource? Wang Teng paused briefly, glancing down at his feet. Was it referring to this? After some contemplation, he decided against conversion for the time being. Now armed, there was no rush. Yet, upon making contact with the star beast's body, the system alerted him once more. Detected precious resource. Would you like to convert? Observing the immense corpse of the star beast, Wang Teng swallowed hard. Assessing the resource points, he noted, assessment complete, value 1, 053, 247, 120 resource points. 1 billion? What am I waiting for? Convert the resource points. Whoosh. The colossal form gradually carbonized and dissipated under the system's extraction, while the zeroed panel saw its data continuously ascend. At that moment, aboard the Red Star ship, a piece of news plunged the crew's joy into despair once more. Sister Shue, radar has detected a fleet approaching, numbering 150,000. Chapter 22. He decided thus, she believed thus, they thus. Chishua's expression turned grave as she gazed toward the distant space transition gate. The radar of the Red Star ship had detected a multitude of high-energy reactions. A fleet of 150,000 was assembling. This equated to being besieged by a formidable resource conglomerate. Yet, the coalition fleet was not so unified, comprising 4 distinct formations. From the insignias on the enemy vessels, it was apparent they originated from the Skyline fleet. Vessels ahead, please vacate immediately. This is the Skyline Star domain. Unauthorized resource exploitation will result in a full siege by the Skyline forces. They sought to seize the moral high ground, claiming righteousness. The perception of justice in warfare often hinges on such declarations. A war waged under a banner of legitimacy, even if initiated by oneself, leaves adversaries with little room to contest. Throughout history, grand battles have adhered to this principle of just cause. Yet, observing the coalition fleet before her, Chishua couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Not long ago, they had dispatched pirates to ambush her, and now they donned the guise of righteousness. What kind of place was Skyline? A lawless realm rife with plunder and bloodshed, where discussions of morality seemed farcical. Was it not akin to announcing one's intent to be a rogue before committing the act? In the past, Chishua might not have feared, bolstered by the support of the Teng group. But now, with the Red Star seeking independence, she stood alone with but a single ship. 1 versus 150,000, an insurmountable disparity in strength. If only she were equipped with celestial-level armaments, Chishua mused. She would not regard the fleet before her with such trepidation. Celestial-level power exudes such deterrence. Alas, she was merely at the terrestrial level. Despite her reluctance, the overwhelming odds forced her to retreat. Chishua clenched her fists, then slowly released them. Yet that was in the past. Now they are led by a formidable captain. The celestial beasts have been vanquished, and what is a mere fleet of 150,000 to fear? At this moment, however, she intended to confront General Pakai regarding his failure to fulfill the contractual agreement, unaware that he had already met his demise. Just then, Wang Teng's voice resonated through the Red Star communication channel. Prior to his engagement, he had activated the Red Star channel, allowing for seamless communication within range. Red Star Intelligence. This is Wang Teng. Please convey my warning. This is the domain of the Red Star fleet. Do not approach. Any such action will be deemed an attack, and we shall retaliate immediately. The enemy possesses a fleet of 150,000. And we have how many? 3,000 warriors. 3,000 against 150,000. The advantage is with us. Understood. Chishua was momentarily taken aback. Such a resolute captain was indeed what Red Star needed at present. However, while it felt gratifying to issue such bold declarations, how could 3,000 new recruits possibly hold an advantage over a fleet of 150,000? Chishua, this is Wang Teng. Captain, what do you require of me? Chishua, can you hold them off for a while? Wang Teng's request puzzled her, yet she replied, I am uncertain. I do not know if the enemy possesses ground-level armaments. If we are besieged, I fear I may struggle. I understand. Use all your trump cards. I need some time to enhance the combat capabilities of the new recruits. But why don't you handle it personally? I could certainly resolve it myself. But what if there are ambushes? I understand. At that moment, after collecting the remains of the celestial beasts, Wang Teng found himself endowed with over 1 billion resource points within the system panel. Moreover, he had discovered the essence of the celestial beast. A small creature resembling a snail with 9 spherical protrusions, about the size of a palm. Celestial beast, star eater, larval form. A cosmic nomadic life form that survives by devouring planets. This is a rare life resource. Initially, he had intended to eliminate the beast, but the system indicated that it was considered a resource. Thus, he decided to keep it, pondering its future utility. Shortly thereafter, he received an announcement from the Horizon Coalition. Without a moment's hesitation, he ordered the Red Star fleet to retaliate. What nonsense! The celestial beasts that have occupied this region for years have been slain by me. What threat does the Horizon Coalition pose? No matter their numbers, they are merely offerings. Wang Teng assessed the situation based on the intelligence he had gathered, concluding that the Horizon Coalition did not constitute a threat. According to the information from Red Star, Planet 117 was among the most valuable resource planets for the Horizon Coalition. Yet no faction had managed to seize it. Now, however, it was in his possession. Thus, he deduced the relational equation. His, Wang Teng's, prowess exceeds that of Planet 117. And Planet 117 surpasses the Horizon Coalition. Therefore, he, Wang Teng, could undoubtedly obliterate the Horizon Coalition. This moment, the advantage lies with me. Yet presently, the strength belonged solely to him, not the Red Star fleet. To establish a deterrent presence, the Red Star fleet needed to fortify itself alongside him. He relied on Chishua to buy time, allowing him to strengthen their forces. By the time Wang Teng returned to the Red Star ship, Chishua was already prepared for battle. She chose to place her trust in Wang Teng. The last reserves of materials aboard the Red Star ship were taken by her. The Red Demon mech, now fully repaired, unfolded once more, positioning her at the forefront of the Red Star vessel. With a colossal sword in her left hand and a killing bodhi in her right, she stood as an unyielding barrier, resolute against the oncoming tide. She would buy enough time for Wang Teng. The fleet, numbering in the hundreds of thousands, though minuscule in the vastness of the cosmos, resembled an overwhelming swarm of locusts before Chishua. Countless lasers surged toward her like an all-encompassing storm. Chishua crossed her arms defensively, channeling the armed materials within her body to form a formidable wall before her. The energy shield she projected braced itself at the forefront. Alas, the fierce assault struck the energy shield, shattering it in an instant. Chishua could only perpetually generate energy shields. The strain on her armed system pushing her body to the brink of collapse, her mech soaked in blood. Enduring immense pressure, blood streamed from her 7 orifices, and armed materials seeped from her pores. Witnessing Chishua single-handedly withstand the fleet's onslaught, the crew aboard the Red Star displayed expressions of sorrow and fury. Yet, they were powerless to assist. Wang Teng had just issued another command. All combatants into the armament modification chamber. Uncertain of Wang Teng's intentions, they could only place their faith in him, hoping he might once again perform miracles. Wang Teng, having observed Chishua's battle, hurried to the modification chamber upon returning to the Red Star. One by one, the combatants entered the modification platform. Faced with the frustrated gazes of the soldiers, Wang Teng offered no explanations. All of you to the modification platform. I need to enhance your armaments. There is no time for explanations. You must trust me. The new recruits, previously saved by Wang Teng, stepped forward to the modification platform. Seeing movement, the other new recruits followed suit. This was the trust and prestige Wang Teng had garnered over the past few days. A captain willing to rescue new recruits was worthy of confidence. The veterans appeared somewhat hesitant. At that moment, an unexpected figure stepped forward. Instructor Shengwan Hongha, puffing on a cigarette, embodying the seasoned veteran who had weathered many storms. What are you hesitating for? He asked the captain chosen by Ashue. Even she believes in him. What reason do you have not to? Wang Teng regarded her with surprise, but Shengwan Hongha did not meet his gaze. After delivering her words, she turned to leave, but not before adding, I hope you do not betray Ashue and everyone's trust. Do what you must, Captain. Wang Teng remained silent. At that moment, words held little significance. He turned to the 3,000 combatants. Emperor, I am here. Enhance my capabilities. Chapter 23. She shines so brilliantly. The fleet of 150,000, known as the Skyline Fleet, was generally divided into 4 divisions. The loosely organized pirate alliance boasted ships that were distinctly unique, exhibiting a cyberpunk aesthetic. The Marauder fleet occupied a central position, deploying 1/3 of its ships. Thus, this joint fleet was led by the Marauders. The MIA group has deployed merely 1/4 of its fleet, while the remainder consists of various factions of the Skyline. The only group abstaining from the conflict is the insurgents. However, should they choose to engage, the coalition's objectives may very well shift. At the center of the Raider fleet, 3 principal ships lead the charge. A man adorned with a flamboyant hairstyle and a mechanical prosthetic touches his bald head, keenly observing the projection screen displaying a figure steadfastly resisting the advance of a fleet comprising hundreds of thousands of ships. Despite the relentless bombardment, this figure does not waver. In ancient times, such a person would undoubtedly be revered as a god of war, like the valiant Dian Wei, who perished under a rain of arrows for his lord Chao, or Zhao Zilong, who famously fought on the Changban slope, or the formidable Li Tsunxiao, who was unmatched in battle. Clearly, they now face a resolute white-haired sorceress who refuses to yield. Is she truly invincible? Commander, remarked the bald man. Mike from MIA suggests we bypass them and destroy their flagship without further delay. He chuckled, aware that business people like them are solely fixated on outcomes, disregarding the intricacies of the process. Inform him that retreating is not an option. Let him attempt to waste time if he wishes. Very well. I shall relay your message immediately. After a moment's contemplation, the commander added, let our forces withdraw. Are we not concerned about how this might be perceived? To which the bald man confidently retorted, what do we have to fear? Anyone who dares to speak against us shall meet their end. Mike, the manager of the MIA flagship, was decidedly displeased. He was merely a businessman, initially inspecting the mining operations when he stumbled upon Manager Mark engaged in a chess match with his secretary. Subsequently, he was dispatched to oversee military affairs, ostensibly to quell an incursion into Skyline by a foreign fleet, summoning a staggering number of warships. How absurd. If others intrude, so be it. Business is business. Perhaps while assaulting a planet, they might be annihilated by the star beasts. Besides, should they emerge victorious, collaboration could be sought. To launch an offensive under the pretense of seizing Skyline's resources is nothing short of laughable, for the Skyline is a no-man's land. Regardless, Mike's sole desire was to conclude this matter swiftly and return. He assumed that upon the arrival of their immense fleet, the adversary would flee in disarray. Yet, to his astonishment, not only did the enemy refuse to retreat, but they also issued a confident warning to keep their distance, deploying merely one individual to confront them. This was a profound insult to their coalition. Yet, that single individual stood resolute, halting their advance. He was baffled by the coalition commander's indecision. Why not circumvent the opposition and proceed directly? Instead, they remained at an impasse. As Mike paced back and forth, biting his thumb, he instructed, "Relay to the Pirate Alliance to send reinforcements to intercept this armed combatant, allowing us to maneuver past." Understood. His directive was swiftly acted upon. For the Pirate Alliance had fostered a close relationship with the MIA over the years. After all, they required certain supplies from one another. Especially since the number of individuals traversing the skyline had significantly diminished over the years. Their avenues for acquiring resources had greatly reduced, leaving them reliant solely on the channels of the MIA group. Furthermore, MIA, being affluent and influential, offered assistance that invariably yielded benefits. From the coalition, several pirate ships soared into the skies, small models, characterized by their singular trait, speed. Their drawback lay in their limited capacity for personnel and storage. Yet, for pirates who thrived on plunder, swiftness was paramount. Emerging from the pirate vessels were figures clad in spiked, armed exoskeletons, seemingly cobbled together from various components. At that moment, gasps echoed through the coalition's channel. The Xian-class armed warrior, the notorious killer Rudolph, was rumored to possess weaponry derived from every soldier he had slain, exterminating anyone he deemed displeasing. On his ledger were over 3,000 victims, including those from various realms, Gaia, extraterrestrial planets, pirates, raiders, and resource company exploration teams. What could be said of Lucic the Wolf Demon, and Xian-class armed warrior from the extraterrestrial Wolfstar race, who had allegedly exterminated nearly half of his own planet's populace and was rumored to have devoured his own ancestors? It was astonishing that such a deranged individual had become a pirate. Then there was the Toilet Man, Jiao Bantai, another Xian-class warrior from Gaia. 13 armed combatants emerged from the Pirate Alliance, each one a notorious villain clad in Xian-class armor. Upon receiving a request from Supervisor Mike, they rushed forward, not to seek favor before him, but with the intent to obstruct the coalition's warrior, Chishua. 2.5 minutes had elapsed since Chishua's appearance. Had she been an ordinary warrior, she would have been obliterated by now. Yet, she stood resolutely before them, indicating her armor was of an exceptionally high grade. If they could seize her weaponry, they would ascend to the ranks of Gaia-class armament. Their unrestrained greed was evident, with no regard for their peers. They were all aware of each other's intentions, having rushed forth simultaneously. Each would rely on their own prowess, an unspoken agreement that set the tone. They would unite against Chishua. Gaia-class armament was a coveted dream, now tantalizingly within reach. Under normal circumstances, they would never dare to step forward. However, at this moment, Chishua resembled a flickering candle in the wind, potentially extinguishable at any moment. Thus, they chose to take the risk. Recently, a formidable bounty hunter had emerged, targeting nefarious individuals like themselves. Through inquiries, they learned that this hunter's weaponry surpassed their own, which fueled their urgency to enhance their own armament. After all, who among them wished for demise? She could not withstand the onslaught for much longer. Strike now. Together. Yes, let us advance together. Though the words were spoken with fervor, none dared to lead the charge, clearly wary of one another. It was at this juncture that the coalition's relentless barrage of cannon fire finally sent Chishua flying. The armor worn by Chishua was all cracked, resembling a flickering candle in the wind, pushed back by the force of the impact. As the roasted duck they had longed for was about to slip away, they cast aside their reservations and rushed forward one after another. Sister Shue, the personnel in the Red Star Fleet Command, witnessing Chishua being blasted away, were overwhelmed with tears. Is the captain not all right yet? But just then, a powerful voice pulled them back. Open the hatch. Chapter 24. Comrades, remember that the future belongs to us. Am I to perish? Completely repelled, Chishua used her remaining armor to shield herself. Yet her collapse as the defensive line signified that the enemy would advance unimpeded. She longed to move, but at that moment, it felt as if she were paralyzed, utterly unable to act. She could only watch as a dozen fiends pounced upon her like wolves. Struggling, she turned her head, wanting to catch one last glimpse of the Red Star fleet. If he did not reveal a miracle, they would be reduced to cosmic dust, swept away by the relentless wheels of history, forgotten by all. You will come to save me, right? 13 pirate villains had now encircled Chishua, closing in on her. They reached out with their malevolent hands. Since everyone wants a piece, let us divide it up. I'll take the head. Then I'll take the lower half. I want the thrusters. Give me the core. I need to replace the armor circuitry. The villains discussed the spoils over the public channel. Listening to their words, a faint smirk curled at the corner of Chishua's lips, a disdainful smile. Did these hyenas truly believe she was powerless to resist? Her crimson armor shimmered gracefully, its circuitry glowing brightly, akin to an incandescent bulb whose brightness intensified. Upon witnessing her condition, The villains instantaneously grasped her intentions. Damn it, she wants to self-destruct. Humph, self-destruct? Wait until I strip her of the armor circuitry. She won't be able to explode. Then what are we waiting for? Let us move. The dialogue on the channel tightened Chishua's heart. The villains armed themselves, forming a great hand that reached for various parts of her body, binding her in place. Soon after, one of the fiends extended his armored hands into surgical blades, mechanical arms emerging from his shoulders. They intended to commit heinous crimes in this boundless universe, on this battlefield. What powerful armor. It makes my heart ache. All right, let us get this over with quickly. The conversation on the public channel felt like a death sentence for Chishua. But at the moment the blade was extended, a dragon shadow darted through, crashing into the encirclement of villains, seizing the crimson armor from her and severing their armored limbs. In an instant, the villains were caught off guard. Chishua stared, stunned, at the figure holding her. For a fleeting moment, she felt her heart racing. I'm not too late, am I? Chishua nestled in Wang Teng's embrace, softly responding. Wang Teng held her securely with one arm, casting a fierce glare at the villains and the coalition on the horizon. Leave the rest to us. Moments ago, as the time rewinds, Wang Teng expended an astonishing 900 million resource points to enhance 3,000 warriors amidst the relentless assault of over 100,000 ships led by Chishua. To withstand the demands of higher-level armaments, Wang Teng first needed to fortify their physiques, which consumed 300 million resource points. The remaining 600 million were allocated to upgrading their weaponry. To elevate their armaments, 3 prerequisites must be met: superior blueprints, better materials, and the warrior's physical capacity to endure the strain of advanced weaponry. Fortuitously, Wang Teng possessed all these elements. He instructed the system to segment the blueprints according to his imperial armament specifications. The current battlefield necessitated soldiers who could both endure and retaliate, thus prioritizing heavy armor for enhanced defense. The bodies of star beasts served as perfect materials, evidenced by Chishua's arduous struggle against them. He had stored some and also procured liquid-solid materials from Planet 117. Before the enhancement of their armaments, he needed to strengthen their physical capabilities. What remained was merely time. Let us begin. Initially, the warriors gazed at Wang Teng as he ascended the platform, connecting his armament to multiple mechanical arms. Materials continuously overflowed from his gear, coursing along the mechanical arms and being funneled through the conduits to the modification station. In that moment, they comprehended Wang Teng's intention. He aimed to elevate their armament levels at the cost of extracting materials from his own equipment, a process that could potentially degrade his own armament. Captain, some wished to refuse, believing they were unworthy of such sacrifice. In truth, this was a ruse for the system, as many perceived him to be a hidden powerhouse. Thus, using this strategy would mitigate misunderstandings. Wang Teng smiled at the crowd, assuring them, "Fear not. I have acquired some valuable materials from the planets below, perfectly suited for you. Or do you prefer to remain forever in the shadows of others?" Simultaneously, the Red Star projected Chishua's battle, showcasing the crimson armament enduring a relentless barrage without retreat. The members of Red Star gritted their teeth in frustration, loathing their impotence and weakness. "She continues to fight for you. Do you intend to betray her?" Spurred by Wang Teng's relentless encouragement, they erupted with defiant roars, unwilling to accept defeat. Concurrently, the materials extracted from Wang Teng's armament were infused into each warrior's body. Instantly, they experienced an unprecedented surge, as if something was filling them, causing a sensation of swelling pain, as if something were attempting to burst forth from beneath their skin. A current surged through them, stimulating and enhancing their physiques. Enhancement commences. A chorus of anguished screams reverberated within the modification chamber, each warrior displaying expressions of torment. They gritted their teeth, enduring the transformation, acutely aware that their bodies were brimming with newfound strength. In the command center, Arno anxiously gazed at the projection screen, frequently inquiring about the situation in the modification room. Her worry was palpable, yet she understood that her impatience would avail her nothing. Watching the incessantly bombarded Chishua, she felt both anger and sorrow. Acting as the substitute commander, she noted that the armed monitoring values of Shueijia were steadily declining. It would not be long before. "I understand. Shueijia, hold on. You must endure," she implored. "Is there any activity from the captain's side?" Each individual passing by or heading to the modification room was momentarily stunned by the anguished cries emanating from within, akin to the wails of countless tormented souls, resembling an alarm that heralded impending disaster. At this juncture, the new recruit instructor, Shengwan Hongha, entered the cockpit. Equipped with an array of weapons, she boarded a spacecraft to conduct flight adjustments. A veteran of the Red Star, she could not permit herself to remain idle in this critical moment. Even if it meant merely shielding Chishua from a single volley, it would be worth it. She tapped her smoking gun, igniting it, and taking a couple of puffs. Exhaling the smoke, she reminisced, I am a relic of the old era. Let me offer this frail body for the Red Star to step into a new age. As she initiated the spacecraft, a voice resonated through the Red Star channel. Open the hatch. Shortly thereafter, a synchronized commotion echoed within the cockpit corridors. She turned to glance through the unsealed hatch and was instantly captivated. Armored soldiers marched in perfect formation towards her, their presence a formidable tide reminiscent of the bygone era, adorned with the emblem of the Red Star. The Red Star has returned. The orderly steel procession entered the cockpit, offering her a salute. Then the hatch swung open, revealing a fleet of over 100,000. Advancing like celestial warriors poised to conquer the flower and fruit mountain. All personnel of the Red Star, I am Captain Wang Teng. Chishua has been rescued. It is time to counterattack. This moment served as the stage to declare to the cosmos that our rise is unstoppable. Wang Teng's voice transmitted through the channel reached every individual. Comrades, remember that the future belongs to us. Within the cockpit, the steel tide remained silent. As solemn as seasoned warriors. Following Wang Teng's proclamation, they surged forth into outer space in perfect formation, akin to warplanes. The pentagram emblem, illuminated by the brilliance of the stars, would unveil its inherent radiance. Chapter 25. In this moment, the tides of battle shift after breaching Chishua's defenses. The Skyline Coalition advanced rapidly towards Planet 117, closing in on the Red Star vessel. Elation spread among the ranks as they envisioned the division of Planet 117. Yet, their smiles abruptly vanished. A dragon-like streak surged forth from the Red Star vessel, crashing into the midst of the assailants and liberating the trapped Chishua. In the blink of an eye, it incapacitated the adversary's armaments. Following this, an armed battalion emerged from the Red Star vessel. 3,000 soldiers, arranged in formation, advanced forward like a newly erected fortress. Before the Skyline Coalition could react, the armed forces from the Red Star swiftly raised their standard long rifles. Charging headlong into the Coalition, 3,000 rifles unleashed a torrent of light, hurtling towards the Coalition. And this modest battalion managed to suppress the advance of the Coalition with their firepower. As Chishua observed the scene, she couldn't help but feel a sense of endearment. Those familiar with their own affairs knew that the majority of the Red Star troops were fresh recruits, equipped with newly issued standard armaments that, due to financial constraints, were not of the finest quality. How could they possibly hope to outgun their opponents? Furthermore, the standard armaments of the Red Star were predominantly light armor. So why were these individuals clad in heavy armor? However, Chishua quickly deduced that this was the handiwork of Wang Teng. She recalled how he had previously asked her to stall for time. Could it have been to enhance the armaments of the troops? Yet, where did these resources originate? This was the outcome of your investment. 3,000 enhanced armored warriors, all outfitted with entirely new materials, undoubtedly robust and formidable. Wang Teng watched as the 3,000 heavy armored warriors managed to suppress the enemy coalition, feeling a profound sense of relief. His considerable expenditure on this batch of heavy armor had not been in vain. Among the 3,000 heavy armors, there were 3 with Earth-class armaments and 30 with Shin-class armaments, organized into 3 columns. Of the 3 Earth-class warriors, 2 were seasoned veterans who had been promoted from Shin-class. But the most astonishing was the new recruit, Vaki. Indeed, it seemed that the healing from the previous incident had awakened Vaki's latent racial potential. The Grell people, now known as the Grell clan, were once a formidable combat race during the initial wars of the Star Alliance, born for battle both in mind and instinct. More than half of the remaining 30 Shin-class warriors had also been promoted from among the new recruits. Vaki and the 2 seasoned warriors each commanded 10 Shin-class warriors, along with over 800 subordinates. Although this heavy armor was also standard issue, it was designed based on his Imperial armor, tailored for heavy defense and firepower, lacking the speed of assault strategies. Thus, they did not possess a significant advantage in charges. However, this was not merely a charge, they were defending the mothership, safeguarding the last bastion of the Red Star fleet. I invested the resources from Planet 117 and parts of the Star Beast's remains into enhancing their combat capabilities. The Red Star fleet could not survive on the strength of just 1 or 2 individuals. What we require is a powerful collective, a formidable legion capable of sweeping away any celestial threat. Wang Teng explained to Chishua before turning his gaze towards the villains attempting to flee. Are you planning to leave without an explanation? The sudden voice on the public channel failed to halt the villains in their tracks. They scattered in all directions, knowing that congregating would spell doom. In just the briefest moment of confrontation, they had recognized the disparity in power. Who was this formidable adversary, disrupting their plans? Did I permit your departure? With a press of his left hand, the annihilation cannon deployed beside him. Chishua, recognizing the familiar artillery, remarked, "Is that the annihilation cannon mounted on the Red Star ship?" "Indeed. I have repaired and enhanced its power," Wang Teng replied, before unleashing a barrage upon the villains. A dazzling beam surged skyward, the resulting shockwave radiating outward. What kind of formidable person has emerged here? The toilet man. My legs are too short to run. Lend me a hand. Step aside. Do you not realize that in the face of calamity, everyone flees for themselves? Alas, they have underestimated Wang Teng's prowess. With the annihilation cannon in tow, Wang Teng swiftly closed the distance, taking down one adversary after another with each shot. The beams of annihilation energy surged forth, obliterating the armed forces and causing the villains' bodies to collapse in defeat. In the end, hardly any remained standing. Perhaps others might have escaped at the cost of injury. But they happened to encounter Wang Teng. Armed mechs are also a scarce resource. Do not forget to collect the enemy's equipment after defeating them. Why didn't you mention this sooner? Wang Teng cursed internally, reflecting on how he had wasted the opportunity against the group of pirates he had just annihilated. The host may try to inquire further. If you remain silent next time, it will be your end. What's the matter? It's nothing. Wang Teng silently stowed the annihilation cannon and proceeded to extract the damaged armaments from the villains' bodies, one by one. Acquired resource points. 5 million acquired resource points. 5 million. After a series of 12 notifications, Wang Teng sensed something amiss. What's wrong? One has escaped. Escaped? There were originally 13 villains, but now only 12 sets of armor remained. Clearly, one had fled. Wang Teng scanned the surroundings, but in the vast cosmos. If the adversary had employed some means for a short-range jump, he would be unable to locate them. Never mind. If one has run away, so be it. After all, there were still 60 million resource points gained. Captain, shall we not assist? Upon witnessing Wang Teng swiftly eliminate the villains, Chishua hurriedly inquired. Unexpectedly, Wang Teng shook his head. Now was not the time. Not the time. Chishua was now overwhelmed with anxiety, overly concerned. She simply wanted the Red Star fleet to swiftly escape danger. Wang Teng explained, "We require a pretext for our independence, a justification for claiming territory here. The Red Star fleet is still too weak. We must convey to the universe that although we appear insignificant, we can still take down giants. In this tumultuous region of the skyline, there are surely many eyes belonging to various factions. I need them to spread news of our presence here." Chishua listened, bewildered yet greatly astonished. "You wish to attract the attention of the Star Alliance? What other choice do we have? It is exceedingly difficult for a fleet that once relied on a major conglomerate to seek independence. Moreover, we not only need the Star Alliance's attention, but we must also demonstrate our strength to the cosmos. It is not about you or me, but the foundation of the fleet, a combat-ready armed force. Let everyone know that the Red Star is not weak." The 3,000 heavily armored soldiers advanced relentlessly toward the Skyline Coalition, undeterred by resistance. These warriors seemed unafraid of death, charging forward with unwavering resolve. Most terrifying was that the vanguard of this battalion consisted of 3 Earth-level armaments. One Earth-level armament could support a small fleet, but when grouped together for individual combat, 3 of them posed a formidable threat. The pirates, indifferent to the chaos of the skyline, had long since succumbed to the madness that eroded their humanity. Leading the charge of 3,000 warriors was Vaki, clad in heavy armor that rendered her akin to a human tank. In her grasp was a spare cannon from the Red Star ship, repurposed as her weapon. As she beheld the pirates charging forth from the coalition, she raised the cannon. A beam, several meters wide, instantaneously pierced through the pirate vessels, striking the shield of the coalition's flagship. At that moment, the tides of battle shifted. Chapter 26. The Coalition's Defeat. Wang Teng's awakening the flagship of the Pirate Alliance. The tumultuous energy beam cut through the pirates' offensive, directly impacting the flagship's shield, creating ripples that reverberated throughout. The flagship itself shuddered under the assault. The notorious pirate, Sawtooth, wore a grim expression as he struck one of his subordinates with such force that it obliterated the unfortunate skull. The others, unfazed, recognized that Sawtooth was, after all, a madman, brutal in his dealings with outsiders and merciless with his own. He was a subordinate of the infamous Blackbeard, dispatched to oversee the forces due to his ruthless methods. Pirates must be ruthless, otherwise, hostages would become unruly. Before venturing out, Sawtooth had anticipated a sense of exhilaration. However, upon witnessing the coalition's assembly, his countenance soured. The decisions were no longer his. They lay in the hands of the Butcher, a notorious marauder known for his unwavering honesty. When he vowed to annihilate your family, he did not jest. Sawtooth had previously encountered the Butcher, and their dealings were far from amicable. During one of his heists, The butcher had appeared. Declaring the target as his own, Sawtooth could not allow the butcher to take his prize, and thus, they clashed. Ultimately, the victim was taken away. And although Sawtooth did not emerge victorious, he did not suffer defeat either. The butcher had provided him with another individual in exchange, preserving his pride. Yet he still harbored resentment towards the butcher. Now, forced to obey the commands of his adversary, he found himself increasingly agitated. Sawtooth's tattooed face flushed with rage as he bellowed at the kneeling plaything before him. "You have caused me pain." With a crack, the plaything met its demise. Sawtooth paid no heed to the lifeless form. To him, it was merely a disposable toy. "Charge forth!" He roared at the armed forces obstructing his fleet. Suddenly, the space behind him warped. Sawtooth glanced back, drawing forth a massive sawtooth weapon. Thud! A disheveled figure tumbled from the warped space. "Hurry, flee!" Sawtooth's gaze fixated on the nearly lifeless form, charred and battered, narrowing his eyes. The infamous killer, Rudolph? Indeed. The individual before him was one of the notorious band who had previously answered the call of the Mia group to hunt down Chishua. Clearly, the one who had narrowly escaped was this very man. "Yes, it's me, Sawtooth. I encountered a formidable foe. The toilet men are all dead." As Rudolph recalled the figure he had seen, he trembled uncontrollably. The annihilating beam still haunted his memory. "Had it not been for my armed installation of a miniature jumping device, I would have perished as well. Then why don't you die now?" The maniac abruptly lifted his head, only to witness the serrated blade descending upon him with ferocity. In an instant, his body was severed from his head. The man's head, now devoid of its body, glared with malevolence at the figure wielding the blade. He had not anticipated that the blade would strike him at this moment. "You crack!" The blade did not allow him to finish his words, crushing him beneath its foot. TSK. A maniac, truly pathetic. The surrounding lackeys were left speechless by his statement. It was evident that he had taken advantage of another's misfortune to claim a life. "Boss, should we flee?" One lackey inquired. The blade licked the liquid from its edge, crouched down, and activated its armament, pressing it against the maniac's body to extract its material. "Why are you wearing such fine gear if this is how it ends?" "Now look, it's all mine." The blade turned back. "What did you just say?" "Boss, should we run?" "What nonsense. If we don't run now, when will we?" Despite his madness, the blade remained keenly aware of danger. The maniac had just mentioned that they faced formidable foes. If even the maniac could be eliminated, what was he doing here, courting death? "Oh." The lackeys nodded in unison, hastily maneuvering the ship to turn around. However, their unusual behavior caught the attention of the coalition forces. "What is happening? Why did the Pirate Alliance's flagship turn around? Goodness, that's unacceptable. The big shots are fleeing. We must do the same." These were smaller factions that had followed in the wake of the larger powers. Upon sensing a shift in the tide, they immediately sought to escape. Yet, in their haste to flee, they discovered a troubling predicament. The flagship of the Marauder fleet, under the command of their leader, had somehow ended up behind the coalition forces. This development prompted considerable concern. I knew that Montefello was up to something." The blade snarled. "Boss, then shall we approach?" A lackey paused, then asked, "Boss?" The blade, with a hand as large as a fan, seized the lackey and glared menacingly. "I said approach. Did you not understand?" "Why, yes, understood." Supervisor Mike of MIA, noticing signs of disarray among the coalition forces, urgently questioned Monte. "What is going on? Why is everyone scattering?" Monte laughed nervously. "They're just a bunch of fair-weather friends, hardly worth fearing. The main issue is that, and you?" Supervisor Mike interrupted coldly. "Why is your Marauder fleet trailing so far behind the coalition forces? Or do you intend to sweep across the skyline and dominate it?" Monte hastily denied. No. Supervisor Mike, you're overthinking it. Our leader has no such intentions. This is a tactic." "Yes, a tactic. I was planning a surprise attack." We're all reasonable individuals here. I don't care about your plans. Please tell me what we should do now." Monte fell silent. Everyone knew what the skyline comprised. Continuing the charade was pointless. However, the counterattack from the Red Star caught him off guard. He had not anticipated that this small fleet would possess such formidable power. He acknowledged that the coalition had suffered defeat. "Director Mike, I believe Wang Teng, clutching Chishua, converged with the armed forces. 3,000 armed troops pressed forward relentlessly. Wang Teng paved the way with annihilation artillery, destroying a vessel with a single shot. As ship after ship was obliterated, chaos ensued within the coalition. The fleets of the three major powers abruptly retreated, blocking the smaller factions that had followed in their wake. Some unaware small fleets mistook this as an opportunity to achieve glory, only to be swiftly overwhelmed by the 3,000 armed troops, leading to the destruction of their flagship and the subsequent collapse of their fleet, akin to a gust of wind scattering dandelion seeds. Witnessing this scene, Wang Teng remarked, "A rabble. Is this victory?" Chishua inquired. Wang Teng nodded. acknowledging it as merely a fleeting triumph. With hearts divided, a hastily assembled force would inevitably crumble once the tide of defeat began to unfold. Chishua found it hard to believe that such a colossal coalition had retreated so effortlessly. Aboard the Red Star, everyone in the command center erupted in jubilant cheers. Gazing at the retreating coalition, tears of exhilaration streamed down their faces. The victory in this battle would undoubtedly ignite the fighting spirit of all. Wang Teng's eyes glimmered as he elucidated. This retreat signifies that the next confrontation will not be so simple. In this chaotic realm, indeed, it was a fitting stage for the rise of the Red Star. Disseminate the orders to swiftly clear the battlefield. The enemy shall not await our convenience. Chapter 27. The undercover of the insurgents having clarified the undeniable fact of the coalition's retreat, Wang Teng proceeded with Chishua back to the Red Star. Upon landing, Chishua stumbled and nearly fell, but Wang Teng quickly caught her slender waist. Thank you. You are still quite weak, she acknowledged with a nod. Having promised Wang Teng she would buy him time, she had prepared herself for the worst. Thus, she operated at full capacity, subjecting her body to immense strain. And it was evident that the after-effects were now manifesting. Allowing Wang Teng to carry her, she spoke lightly. I never imagined we would truly achieve this. What? To secure the independence of the Red Star. As she gazed at Wang Teng, despite his armored attire, she felt as though she could see through the helmet to the face beneath. Speaking of which, I owe you my gratitude. Initially, Chishua had not anticipated what Wang Teng could accomplish, considering her original intention was to make him a puppet captain. However, the subsequent turn of events unfolded too rapidly. Underestimating the chaos of the skyline and the dangers of Planet 117, it could be said that had it not been for Wang Teng's heroic intervention, she and the 3,000 brothers and sisters aboard the ship would have been reduced to cosmic dust. Huh. Then you must give considerable thought to how you will thank me. Wang Teng escorted Chishua to the medical room before heading to the command center. Upon entering, he was met with a respectful salute. Captain. The entire command center staff saluted Captain Wang Teng of the Red Star. Their gazes were fervent. If he could perceive the reverence in their eyes at that moment, it would undoubtedly be overwhelming. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure. He nodded to the crowd, and then turned to Arno. What is the situation now? Arnold shivered slightly, and quickly stated, the troops are still in pursuit. But the radar indicates that most of the coalition forces have already retreated. The remaining faction consists of those who could not escape in time, and those who are still stubbornly resisting. They are merely pawns. Wang Teng interrupted. Tell them that surrender will not result in execution. All right. Understood. Arnold replied without questioning the rationale behind it, and promptly relayed the message, paying little heed to whether they would comply. Wang Teng turned his gaze to the display screen, where 3,000 armed forces resembled shepherd dogs, herding the fleets together. You might be wondering why I am doing this. The captain's actions are undoubtedly guided by reason. Indeed, the Red Star is currently too weak, lacking in every aspect. As a fleet, possessing only one main ship is rather unimpressive. Upon hearing this, Arnold grasped Wang Teng's intention. He was after those vessels. However, many of them were outdated. Wang Teng shook his head, asserting that regardless of their condition, the Red Star needed them. Moreover, there were ways to address this issue. At that moment, someone spoke up. Captain, there is someone who wishes to see you. To see me? Wang Teng inquired, perplexed. Arnold suddenly recalled. It's a soldier captured by Sister Shue, who had launched a surprise attack on the Red Star ship. Fortunately, Sister Shue arrived in time to subdue him. A surprise attack on the Red Star ship? With this revelation, Wang Teng became intrigued. A flagship of the Red Star's caliber would possess advanced shields. The fact that the opponent managed to breach such defenses and infiltrate the Red Star ship indicated exceptional skill. Bring him to me, Wang Teng commanded. Yes, sir. In the Red Star ship's prison, Lucius sat cross-legged in silence. After being taken down by Chishua, he exhibited no intention of resistance. So much so that he did not even consider escaping, despite being capable of disabling his restraints. He wished to meet the individual behind the Red Star fleet. However, before that could happen, the Red Star fleet needed to confront the impending counterattacks from various forces across the skyline. The recent cheers had echoed throughout the Red Star ship, and Lucius understood that the coalition forces had been repelled. This only strengthened his resolve to meet that person, the one who, with sheer will, had seized a territory for a small fleet amidst the skyline. Soon, there was commotion in the prison, and before long, someone entered. Hey, the captain has agreed to see you. Lucius was escorted to the command center, where he finally encountered the individual he had long been yearning to meet. He stared in awe at Wang Teng's silhouette. Wang Teng turned around. You wish to see me? Lucius momentarily lost his bearings, but ultimately nodded. Now that you have seen me? Yes. Then you may leave. Lucius was taken aback and quickly exclaimed, Wait. I can help you. Help me? Do you know what I desire? Wang Teng fixed his gaze upon him, and Lucius felt the weight of pressure, but nonetheless nodded vigorously. The skyline. You want the entire skyline. This declaration was shouted through clenched teeth. Wang Teng turned his head, feigning contemplation. How could this fellow open his mouth to such an extent? He himself was unaware of his desire to seize the entire skyline. Yet, when he glanced at the other members of the Red Star, he was bewildered by their fervent excitement. Captain, do you truly have such a plan? Indeed, Captain, do you genuinely wish to possess the entire skyline? No wonder. No wonder the captain had just mentioned mercy and surrender. It was a preparation for dominating the skyline, wasn't it? All I can say is that you are overthinking. I know many things, and I have connections with the insurgents. Witnessing Wang Teng's reaction, Lucius felt compelled to divulge a significant revelation, which left Wang Teng somewhat astonished. Aren't you a pirate? How could you have ties with the insurgents? At that moment, Lucius appeared flustered, as if harboring a secret. Wang Teng, however, remained unconcerned. What he understood was that the insurgents were formed to resist the three dominant forces currently ruling the skyline. He was unaware of anything else. Just then, someone claimed that he had connections with the insurgents. If it had been anyone else, one might have doubted it. But the issue was that he was a pirate from the Pirate Alliance. This left only one possibility. You must be an undercover agent. Wang Teng scrutinized Lucius's expression. And indeed, something seemed amiss. Lucius opened his mouth and then spoke in a low voice. That's about right. Wow, Captain. You are truly impressive to have discerned that at a glance. Exactly. So it turns out you really are an undercover agent. The insurgents are quite clever, engaging in such covert operations. Wang Teng was also astonished by his own astuteness, which was well worth the many crime dramas he had watched. So, you wish for me to assist you? To aid the insurgents? The personnel in the command center engaged in discussion. Seeing this, Lucius, fearing Wang Teng would refuse, quickly clarified. It's a misunderstanding. I meant that I can help you. I can reach out to the insurgents. The Red Star is isolated in the skyline and desperately needs assistance. Doesn't he? I can assure you that the insurgents won't betray you. When you assault the skyline, they will come to your aid. Originally, Lucius believed this would persuade Wang Teng to agree. However, Wang Teng still declined. No need. Why not? Because you are not the leader of the insurgents. You are merely an undercover agent, and the assurances of an undercover agent lack credibility. Chapter 28. Negotiation? Skyline, Triangle Star, base of the Raiders. This is the situation, Chief. Tuoba Yan's expression turned somber as he nodded. It seemed this fleet was quite formidable, but what was the situation on your end? He lifted his gaze to the screen displaying Mantu. As the coalition faced defeat, Mantu had led everyone to retreat and then reported the situation to Tuoba Yan. Mantu, half amused and half exasperated, remarked, "It's nothing. We were merely chased by a dog. Is it the Pirate Alliance?" "Yes, that rascal Jaws." "Ah, the mad dog under Blackbeard." "Fine. I understand. Be cautious. It is currently not suitable to engage in too much conflict with them. Return as soon as possible." "Understood, Chief." After closing the communication, Tuoba Yin pondered for a moment before asking, "Where is the Great Tang fleet?" "It is expected to arrive in another day's journey." "All right, I understand." He retrieved the agreement between General Pakai and the Red Star fleet, his gaze flickering. "Pakai, it seems your demise was well-deserved," he mused, referring to Planet 117. Following the coalition's retreat, 3,000 armed forces had gathered the remnants of the defeated fleet, while the Red Star fleet began to scour the battlefield. Wang Teng took a hands-on approach, diligently recovering the wreckage of both ships and weaponry. "Your Majesty, how many resource points do I currently possess?" he inquired. 1,778,024. 000 resource points. The figure, nearing 18 billion, had become second nature to Wang Teng. Although it appeared substantial, he knew from experience that such a sum could vanish in mere moments. Nonetheless, his spirits were lifted by the vessels that had been reclaimed. "Captain, we have a total of over 11,000 ships, including over 8,000 small attack vessels, more than 2,000 frigates, over 1,000 cruisers, and 3 capital ships," Arno reported, bouncing with excitement, leaving onlookers somewhat dazzled. His eyes sparkled with admiration for Wang Teng. In an instant, the Red Star fleet had expanded by over 10,000 ships, transforming from a solitary capital ship fleet into a formidable armada. Wang Teng nodded in satisfaction. Indeed, the path to robust growth lay in the spoils of war. He was grateful he had not unleashed his full power at that time, for the extent of what remained would have remained an enigma. Next came the task of selecting usable vessels from this fleet, while the rest would be discarded and repurposed as resources for enhancement. Just then, a voice called out, "Captain, there is an external communication request." "Who is it?" "The signal originates from the skyline." "Put it through." I surmise they have come to negotiate. Wang Teng pondered, straightening his posture. Before long, a scarred visage appeared on the screen, strikingly fearsome in the dim light. A pair of piercing blue eyes fixed upon him, as though the very gaze could bring about demise. Wang Teng met the stare without a hint of trepidation. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. Who might you be? I am Tuoba Yin, the leader of the Skyline Raiders, the scarred man replied blandly. Wang Teng could sense the atmosphere in the command center abruptly freeze. Glancing at Arno and the others, they all appeared petrified, evidently intimidated by the adversary's reputation. Oh. Wang Teng chuckled lightly. So you are merely a defeated subordinate whom we have driven to abandon your armor and flee. What? Are you here to pay a ransom to reclaim what was left behind? His words eased the tension among the group. Indeed. What was a so-called raider leader if not a vanquished foe? Moreover, the Red Star was no longer the small fleet it once was. With 10,000 ships at their disposal, they now wielded considerable power. Tuoba Yin studied the young man on the screen, feeling a sense of surprise. Though it was not overwhelming. After all, he had anticipated that the figure behind the Red Star's modest fleet would be extraordinary. Indeed, your strength is evident, he conceded. So, are you here to negotiate a ransom? Ah, those individuals are of no concern to us. You may handle them as you see fit. Tuoba Yin said casually, devoid of any remorse. After all, as he mentioned, they are merely forces from other regions of the skyline, now subdued by the Red Star, leaving behind a vast expanse of void. This will undoubtedly incite a period of turbulence. However, for the Marauders, it is a fortuitous development. Not only can they seize an opportunity for gain, but it will also yield an abundance of business prospects. Thus, despite suffering a defeat, for the Marauders, it is not a loss, but rather a boon. As the saying goes, the greater the storm, the more valuable the fish. The more chaotic the situation, the more profit the Marauders stand to gain. So what is it that you wish to convey? Wang Teng's gaze was piercing as he fixed his eyes on Tuoba Yin. Tuoba Yin remained unfazed. He had encountered all sorts of individuals, and in the end, he always emerged unscathed. In light of this, I shall speak plainly. Your fleet once entered into an agreement. Wang Teng glanced at Arno, noticing his ashen complexion, which confirmed his suspicions. Arno, seeing Wang Teng's gaze, hurriedly explained, Sister Shue, in her pursuit of cooperation, signed a pact with a local warlord that required a division of 30% of the channel's revenue. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng nodded expressionlessly. He turned back to Tuoba Yin. So what now? Should your side not honor the terms of the agreement? Fulfillment is possible. Simply summon the signatory. Those present and those absent found Wang Teng's statement perplexing. Arno and the others initially believed Wang Teng would indeed comply, lowering their heads in deference. For it was they who had signed the agreement, yet the planet was seized by Wang Teng. Tuoba Yin was also momentarily taken aback, wondering if negotiations had become so facile. Yet, he soon heard Wang Teng declare, as long as you bring forth the individual who signed the agreement, I shall comply. Upon hearing this, Tuoba Yin grasped the implication. Paka has already transferred the agreement to me, he quickly asserted. Wang Teng, however, shook his head. I'm afraid we do not recognize transferred agreements. We only acknowledge the individuals involved. As long as you bring Paka forward, we shall consent. Tuoba Yin's countenance, which was already dark, grew even more so. Paka has long since perished. Where am I to summon him from? Paka is dead. Oh, what a pity. In that case, with the principal deceased, the agreement is rendered void. Do you truly intend to proceed in this manner? Tuoba Yin's voice turned cold. Wang Teng scoffed disdainfully. What of it? If you have the capability, come and strike me, fool. How absurd. I did not sign the agreement, so why should I acquiesce? Are you attempting to deceive me? Indeed, what of it? Do you dare to confront me? A fleeting flash of anger crossed Tuoba Yin's face. Yet he restrained his fury, breaking into a grin. Perhaps you should first resolve your own issues. What would happen if a fleet that defected from the Great Tang Group were to be discovered? Tuoba Yin terminated the communication. A pall hung over the command center. What was inevitable could not be evaded. Chapter 29, The Rebel Army and the Transaction. Shortly thereafter, news of the coalition's retreat spread throughout the skyline. Everyone is filled with curiosity regarding the fleet that has boldly intervened in this chaotic realm. However, prior to their arrival, the territories left ungoverned by the returning fleets became desolate lands devoid of ownership. This absence sparked a resurgence of vitality in the long silent skyline. Warfare erupted everywhere, with cosmic battles raging fiercely over the dominion of unclaimed planets. Yet, like a mantis lying in wait for a cicada, while the opposing fleets were engaged in their tumultuous skirmishes, the forces of the three dominant factions dispatched armed troops to seize the victories of others. They did not annihilate their foes entirely. Having feasted on a portion of the spoils, they cast the remnants to the others. This strategy ensured stability. For in a world where all partake of the feast, turning against others would only invite retaliation. The shifting power dynamics of the Skyline heralded a new era of upheaval. One cannot help but wonder if those who initially followed in this pursuit now harbor regrets about their decisions. For the common folk, the downfall of any faction holds no relevance. They yearn not for a mere change of rulers, but rather for a transformation of their oppressed circumstances. Where there is oppression, there exists resistance. To the left of the Skyline, on an unnamed planet, the arid environment speaks of the hardships faced by this celestial body. In the southeast, near one of the few oases, numerous spacecraft are docked, each adorned with the emblem of a fist crushing an object. This symbolizes the banner of the Skyline Rebel Army, the righteous fist opposing all injustices. The traces left on the ships suggest they have recently endured a fierce battle. Alina, the leader of this fleet, is also one of the commanders of the rebellion. Just a day prior, she had led her fleet in a surprise assault on a supply station belonging to the Mia group, only to receive unexpected news of an external fleet entering the Skyline and clashing with the three dominant factions. Hastily, she steered her fleet to assess the situation, hoping to find opportunities amidst the chaos. However, en route, they encountered the fleet of the Pirate Alliance led by Blackbeard. The cost in lives was devastating, and with her remaining forces, she made a quantum leap to this desolate planet. Standing on the deck of her ship, gazing up at the starry expanse, she felt a profound sense of disorientation. The rebellion had been formed several decades ago, and the original leaders were either aging or deceased. She belonged to the second generation of leadership, having been raised with the conviction of fighting for the liberation of the Skyline. There was a time she envisioned a day of victory for the rebels, yet many of her childhood companions had perished or been captured and enslaved. The faces around her had changed repeatedly, yet the prospect of triumph remained distant. She found herself wavering. Would the rebellion truly succeed? Father, it seems I can no longer endure. A hint of sorrow crept across Alina's striking visage, her sun-kissed skin betraying signs of weariness. Commander Alina, the traitor has been apprehended. Upon hearing this declaration, Alina swiftly concealed her vulnerability, turning with a fierce glare. I understand. In the confines of a ship's prison, a man, battered and bloodied, slowly lifted his head. Fixing his gaze upon the entering Alina, spitting out blood, he exclaimed, Alina, why have you betrayed us? Alina regarded the kneeling figure with cold indifference. Alina, I have not betrayed. I simply refuse to endure this life any longer. Despite the blood staining his face, his azure eyes revealed no hint of remorse. For decades, the rebels had merely stirred up minor disturbances along the periphery of the Skyline, occasionally launching attacks on poorly guarded planets or space stations. Do you perceive any distinction between us and them? The surrounding rebels seethed with anger at his words. A fervent rebel advanced, elbowing him to the ground and viciously stomping on him several times. Enough, Alina commanded, prompting the radical to begrudgingly withdraw. Are you a marauder or a traitor? The man, pressed against the deck, chuckled. Why not be a pirate? Your parents perished at the hands of pirates. Although you have betrayed us, you are a dutiful son. You would not serve those who murdered your own. Upon hearing this, the man fell silent for a moment. It was the marauder Tuaba Yin who told me to become his informant, promising me land, resources, and status. Is this what you sold us out for? The man shook his head disdainfully at Alina. The rebels cannot provide me with such things. Alina knelt down, grasping his hair and locking eyes with him. So, we grew up together. Our friendship is worth so little? Futile. Alina released his hair, allowing his head to collide with the deck. I will not kill you. At her words, the rebels stirred restlessly. Historically, traitors were dealt with swiftly and mercilessly, even if they were lifelong friends of the leader. Some expressed their concern that Alina might show mercy and urged her otherwise. Leader, Alina waved her hand dismissively, fully aware of their thoughts, yet sometimes keeping a traitor around could prove beneficial. Prepare yourselves, we shall continue our voyage. Destination Planet 117. The man's expression froze at this revelation, followed by his incredulous response. You intend to lead them there. You wish to utilize. Alina turned her back to the crowd, gazing at the starry sky, affirming, yes. But have you considered the price we must pay? Alina spun around, locking her gaze onto the man, shaking her head. I am merely weary of this ongoing struggle. If we persist in this manner, how can the rebels ever achieve victory? If they can truly liberate the Skyline, we shall yield everything. I can no longer bear to witness the sacrifice of those around me. Silence enveloped the group upon hearing her words. Back in the prison, Lucy stared longingly out the window. Alina, I'm sorry, I could not persuade him. At that moment, the prison door swung open. Hey, the captain wishes to see you. Lucy returned to the command center, bewildered as he looked at Wang Teng, who stood with his back turned. Previously, you mentioned that you could establish contact with the rebels. Correct? A tremor of uncertainty coursed through Lucy's heart, his understanding of Wang Teng's intentions elusive, yet he nodded in acquiescence. Wang Teng turned to face Lucy, his gaze unwavering. And with a smile, he requested, "Please help me reach out to them. Inform them that I wish to negotiate a transaction." Lucy hesitated momentarily upon hearing this. Perceiving his apprehension, Wang Teng reassured him, "Rest assured, there is no risk in this transaction. It merely involves procuring a service from them. I require their assistance in monitoring the movements of the Datang Group's fleet. For instance, when that fleet approaches the Skyline, one would not wish to witness a powerful faction's armada encroaching upon this territory, would one?" Chapter 30. The vanguard of the Datang Group in the region 40,000 kilometers beyond the Skyline. A fleet comprising hundreds of vessels emerged from the warp space. Their hulls predominantly black, emblazoned with the insignia of the Datang Group. Beneath this emblem, the words 100 Riders were inscribed. As this formidable fleet breached the Skyline, news of their arrival swiftly disseminated through various channels, sending ripples of concern throughout the factions within the Skyline. The presence of such a colossal entity as the Datang Group, one of the most formidable resource conglomerates of the Xiao Alliance, undoubtedly sent a signal to the outside world, instilling a sense of gravity and trepidation among the local powers. Should this vast group choose to intervene forcefully within the Skyline, the ensuing conflict might lay waste to the very fabric of the Skyline. Fortunately, the MIA Group was also situated within the Skyline, its scale not significantly inferior to that of the Datang Group, suggesting they might withstand the impending pressure. At the MIA Group's base star within the Skyline, are the Datang representatives arriving? Manager Mike inquired. Indeed, should we impede their entry? Huh, would you dare? No. But my subordinates are concerned they may seize the group's interests here. The MIA Group had been entrenched in the Skyline for decades, having harvested the prime resources long ago. What could they possibly seize now? Moreover, the group had already issued directives, permitting them to proceed, provided it did not encroach upon our mining planets. They may conduct their affairs as they see fit. Skyline, Triangular Star. Raiders Base. Tuoba Yin severed communications with the leader of the Datang Group, revealing a sinister grin directed towards Planet 117. Aren't they quite arrogant? I wonder how they will maintain that arrogance now. A subordinate inquired. Chief, are you not concerned they might establish a foothold in the Skyline? Tuoba Yin shook his head. The tumult of the Skyline is not solely dictated by my will. Even if the Datang Group is formidable, they cannot simultaneously clash with multiple entities of comparable stature. The Skyline is merely a repository for the discarded. It accommodates all manner of detritus. Blackbeard's pirate crew, flagship Sadness. Upon hearing of the Datang Group's arrival, Blackbeard grinned broadly, his demeanor nonchalant. Interesting, indeed. Captain, the buoy has transmitted another signal. Ha. Let us go retrieve that little vixen Elena to make her your captain's lady. On Planet 117, the Red Star Fleet. Ultimately, Lucy acquiesced to Wang Teng's request, establishing contact with another faction of the rebel fleet, which held crucial intelligence channels, making them a reliable source for information. Initially, Lucy faced considerable challenges, but it was only after invoking Elena's name that he managed to assert control over the situation. Once the Great Tang's 100 Riders entered the Skyline, they were swiftly detected by the intelligence network of the rebel forces. The Great Tang's 100 Riders had not anticipated the dispatch of such a formidable fleet. Chishua expressed her surprise. She had just emerged from the medical bay and upon arriving at the command center, learned that their former employer, the Great Tang Group, might send representatives to demand answers. Is this fleet particularly renowned? Wang Teng inquired. Chishua, with a serious demeanor, clarified, it is not a matter of fame. This fleet belongs to the Great Tang Group, specifically tasked with external patrols. It consists of 100 vessels, 1 flagship, 9 escort ships, 27 cruisers, and 63 attack ships. The fleet is manned by 4,000 personnel, including one who is of Earth-grade combat capability, 40 of Shin-grade, and the remainder are seasoned veterans of countless battles. The Great Tang possesses no fewer than 1,000 such fleets traversing the cosmos. Wherever the 100 Riders go, there too are the outstretched hands of the Great Tang. Upon hearing Chishua's account, Wang Teng nodded in understanding. Truly, it was a leading resource conglomerate. Astonishingly, they had nearly 1,000 fleets comparable to the current Red Star. This was merely one of the many within the Great Tang's naval armada. No wonder the expressions of everyone turned grave at the news of the Great Tang Group's return, akin to having lost their parents. It appeared that the Great Tang placed significant importance on this incident. Wang Teng turned his gaze towards Chishua. Are you certain you left without leaving any loose ends? Chishua, her complexion darkening, shook her head. Suddenly, a realization struck her, rendering her pallid. Yes, I submitted the departure request. but I left with everyone without awaiting approval. Does this imply that Red Star is still considered part of the Great Tang's fleet? Wang Teng mused. Chishua, however, furrowed her brow, biting her lip in distress. I apologize. Wang Teng waved his hand. It's all right, I understand. So, the pressing question is how to secure the Great Tang's acknowledgement of Red Star's independence? As Wang Teng pondered this, the others held their breath, fearful of disrupting his thoughts. Lucy hesitated, glancing between Wang Teng and Chishua, before mustering the courage to speak. According to the latest fleet management regulations of the Star Alliance, a fleet that detaches from its group and sustains itself autonomously may be tacitly recognized as independent. Are you suggesting that we solidify the fact of Red Star's independence by preventing that fleet from approaching and reporting to the Star Alliance for record-keeping? Lucy articulated. His words sparked a glimmer of hope in Chishua and the others. Indeed, as long as we prevent them from coming near, it can be as though we have never encountered them. Then we can report to the Star Alliance and obtain certification for fleet independence. Even if the leader of the Great Tang group arrives, they will find themselves powerless. Wang Teng remained silent, regarding Lucy with a peculiar expression. How do you know of such procedures? Lucy fell silent, choosing not to respond. It's fine if you prefer not to share. But you were indeed correct about one thing. I never intended to allow them to approach. Wang Teng then turned to Chishua. Are you capable of dealing with that fleet? Chishua paused for a moment, contemplating before she spoke. I cannot guarantee success, for the opposing side is also equipped with formidable armaments, likely superior to mine. She understood that the issue of armament configuration was not the crux of the matter. Planet 117 possessed unique materials. Wang Teng made a quick comparison and subsequently activated the system. Emperor, I am here. How many resource points are required for Chishua's armament to ascend to the celestial level? 1 billion. Wang Teng, having an abundance of resource points, found that this modest sum was easily attainable. Chishua, do you aspire to achieve celestial armament status? This question captured the attention of everyone present. Captain, is that truly possible? Indeed, Captain. Can Sister Shui really upgrade to celestial status? Chishua gazed at Wang Teng with fervor. If she could indeed ascend to the celestial level, then all current challenges would pale in comparison. Lucy, too, was taken aback. Could it be that he possessed the technology to upgrade an armament? If so, then it should be feasible. Chishua, come with me. Chapter 31. Battling elite forces. The Detang 100 Knights fleet swiftly advanced along the coordinates after crossing the skyline. Among the 100 vessels, there was a uniquely designed medium-sized battleship. Its appearance was more striking than that of the other 100 Knights ships, adorned with dragon motifs alongside the Detang insignia. Being safeguarded in the midst of the 100 Knights fleet indicated the esteemed status of those aboard this battleship. Young Master, we have escaped the confines of the Detang star domain. A female soldier clad in armor entered a lavishly decorated chamber, which unmistakably signified the high status of its occupant. On a sumptuous couch, a delicate young man gradually sat up. His striking features would undoubtedly attract admiration from many. Dressed in form-fitting trousers, he descended from the bed and donned his attire, while the female soldier adeptly assisted him in adjusting his clothing. The young man wore a world-weary expression and remarked, Sister Baiying, you need not fuss over me so. I am no longer the same young master of Detang. A young master is still a young master. Even if you are no longer of Detang, you remain my young master. It is my duty to care for you. The female soldier replied earnestly, her hands working swiftly to tidy his garments. Very well, young master, she concluded. Thank you, Sister Baiying. As he exited the chamber and traversed the ship's gangway, passers-by greeted him with respectful inquiries. Good day, young master. The young man returned their smiles, nodding in acknowledgement as he made his way to the bridge. Once there, he withdrew his smile, staring vacantly into the starry expanse. Have we arrived? They had been on a relentless journey, executing continuous spatial jumps from the distant Detang star domain to this chaotic region. The fleet was traveling at sublight speed, effortlessly crushing the meteoric obstacles in their path. This sleek, visually striking spacecraft was a new model independently developed by Detang, yet to be released to the market. It was a vessel he had stealthily taken when he departed. His name was Li Longji, scion of the Li family from the Detang group. Known as Young Master Longji, his life, once enviable, could have been filled with leisure, listening to music aboard luxurious ships or engaging in interstellar racing, a life of unparalleled indulgence. However, his life was irrevocably altered by recent events. The helmsman of the Detang group, his grandfather, passed away. Subsequently, a rebellion erupted, sweeping across multiple star systems. Many perished in this tumultuous upheaval, their fates shrouded in mystery. Various factions, once thriving, were either ruthlessly exterminated or absorbed for diverse reasons. In short, All those who had been loyal to his grandfather were purged, replaced by unfamiliar faces in positions of power. Among them, his grandmother ascended to the role of helmsman, taking the reins of the Disdain group, which was subsequently rebranded as Dawu. As a direct descendant of such a powerful entity, he faced exile or assassination. He himself was on the assassination list. Fortunately, he was away on a journey at that time and escaped the looming danger. Yet, he found himself perplexed by the relentless pursuit of his kinfolk immediately following his grandmother's ascent to power. Just as he grappled with uncertainty, the Disdain 100 Riders fleet located him and provided protection. Leading this fleet was Bai Ying, his devoted caretaker since childhood, who had always treated him like a sister. We have already established connections with the local forces, Bai Ying assured him gently, her eyes brimming with affection for Li Longji. When the rebellion struck the Disdain group, all members of the 100 Riders fleet were dispatched. Bai Ying, concerned for Li Longji's safety, defied orders and took the risk of returning to find him. Perhaps it was due to the absence of immediate threats or the fact that his name lingered low on the assassination list that Bai Ying found him unharmed. Upon locating Li Longji, Bai Ying safeguarded him as they traversed from the Disdain star domain, making their way through space. By a twist of fate, the fleet intercepted a communication originating from the horizon, reporting the discovery of Disdain's rebellious elements. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying promptly directed the fleet in that direction, intending to bring Li Longji to the rebels, where he might find a chance for survival. Well, Bai Ying, how can you be so certain they will spare me? Li Longji inquired, contemplating her plan. He hesitated to refuse, not wanting to endanger Bai Ying, and also saw this as an opportunity for freedom. Nonetheless, uncertainty clouded his thoughts about whether they would indeed accept him. Despite his noble lineage as the scion of Disdain, the group had now transformed into Dawu. Would others still acknowledge his status? Bai Ying shook her head reassuringly. Do not worry, young master. I have conducted thorough research. If they are indeed that fleet, there is a strong possibility they will welcome you, especially considering their previous captain was your grandfather's staunch ally. They fled due to persecution. Is that so? Very well. I understand. He pondered the loyalty stemming from his grandfather's legacy, contemplating that perhaps they might indeed choose to spare him. Yet, an unspoken concern lingered in Bai Ying's heart. With a new captain at the helm, would the bonds of old still hold any weight? If she truly refuses to acknowledge the situation, she will have no choice but to resort to force. A fierce glint flashed in Bai Ying's eyes. At that moment, a report suddenly came from the command center. Commander, an unidentified target has been detected ahead. An unidentified target? Could it be an assassin pursuing us? Bai Ying furrowed her brow. What's wrong, Sister Bai Ying? Li Longji noticed her troubled expression and quickly inquired. Bai Ying waved her hand. Young master, please return to your room. Someone is intercepting us. All right, I understand. Sister Bai Ying, please be cautious. I will, young master. On the flagship of the Baiji fleet. Number 756. Upon Bai Ying's return to the command center, a report was presented. Commander, there has been no response from the opposing party. No demands? None. Is it not to kill? We have confirmed the identity. It is an armed combatant. An armed combatant? Bai Ying fell into contemplation. If it were an assassin, there should not be only one armed individual. Yet, it is also not impossible. However, she knew well the worth of Li Longji and did not believe anyone would pay a hefty sum for his life. There was only one possibility left. The opposing party was targeting the Baiji fleet. Upon this realization, Bai Ying couldn't help but smile. What audacity! The members of the Baiji fleet are all elite. Who grants such courage to an armed combatant to obstruct us? Open the hatch. I wish to speak with him. Commander. He is rushing towards us. What? The energy level is rapidly increasing. It is a terrestrial-grade armed combatant. Upon hearing this, Bai Ying cursed silently and hurriedly ran outside. Open the hatch. I will intercept him. Outside in the starry sky, Vaki looked upon the Baiji fleet, her charming face beneath the helmet breaking into a smile. Elites. Is it? I shall take on the elite. Chapter 32. Ground to ground. Celestial rupture. Bai Ying swiftly dashed onto the bridge, gazing at the unidentified combatant charging towards the fleet. She leapt from the deck, accelerating towards the enemy. At the moment of departing from the ship, her body was enveloped in machinery, her arm style resembling that of the Red Star Standard. However, her armor was entirely black, with certain components more pronounced. In terms of performance, it surpassed the Red Star Standard significantly. Moreover, she was a terrestrial-grade armed combatant whose materials, performance, and armament extension capabilities were incomparable to ordinary armed units. The thrusters behind her were seamlessly integrated, and in addition, there were numerous floating attachments. Each side bore the inscription of Daching Baiji. Her flying speed was comparable to that of the enemy, perhaps even faster. Vaki observed the emerging Baiji with a restrained smile. Although she too was a terrestrial-grade armed combatant, it was fundamentally different from the naturally ascending Baiji. Before dispatching her, Wang Teng had advised her to act within her means and to maximize the capabilities and performance of her armament, as all data would be recorded. Vaki's armament was a stripped-down version of Wang Teng's. Its standout feature was its defensive capability, with materials comprising star beasts and solid-state liquid from Planet 117. Its defensive strength was further enhanced. Her mission was to assess the defensive capabilities of her armament. She did not unleash her weapon. Instead, she relied on the inherent power of her armor to launch an assault. Upon witnessing this, Bai Ying immediately comprehended her intentions. Under normal circumstances, she might have acquiesced to such a confrontation, but with someone to protect behind her, she could not afford to act recklessly. The armed sword was deployed. Bai Ying extended her right hand, activating the technological module, and a futuristic long sword materialized in her grasp. In the blink of an eye, the two engaged in a collision amidst the cosmos. The tremendous force of their clash reduced the meteoric debris in their path to mere dust. The shockwave spread, crashing against the fleet's shields, sending ripples cascading outward. Yet, this collision was far from conclusive. As they collided, they transitioned into close-quarters combat, exchanging fierce blows with rapidity. From a distance, they appeared as two luminous particles colliding, akin to two colossal mechas embroiled in a fervent battle. After parting, they swiftly drew their firearms, exchanging a series of rapid shots. Seizing the opportunity presented by the opponent's evasive maneuvers, they executed dual strikes in succession. The intensity of their skirmish was palpable, and the aftermath of their combat affected a wide radius, reducing surrounding meteors to fragments. Who exactly was this individual? The design of their armor was unlike anything she had encountered before. Could it be that they were not sent by the organization to eliminate them? As Bai Ying pondered this, she retaliated. Although she managed to keep pace without much difficulty, she was not achieving any significant advantage. Valkyrie's defensive capability far surpassed that of similarly ranked armaments. Despite her superior speed and sustained offensive pressure, she found herself unable to conclude the battle. "Who are you?" Bai Ying called out through the public channel. However, the next moment, a searing blast of fire surged toward her. It grazed past her thrusters, stirring up a tumultuous wave of heat. Bai Ying's expression shifted as she grasped her armed sword, her wrist flicking to unleash a surge of blue light along the blade. Executing a high-speed maneuver, she swung the sword, and the blue light erupted forth. Valkyrie crossed her arms and raised her hand to defend, activating an energy barrier. Yet, the barrier shattered upon contact with the blue light, prompting Valkyrie to retreat immediately, though the sword's glow still grazed her gauntlet, severing a piece of armor. Valkyrie's pupils contracted, her gaze fixated intently on the armored combatant before her. Had she not evaded in time, that strike could have cleaved through her armor. Bai Ying was equally astonished. The material of the sword she wielded was exceptionally resilient, imbued with an energy-corrosive effect, capable of generating a cutting field with a half-meter radius when infused with energy. Logically, even if Valkyrie had evaded, the cutting field should have severed the armor. Yet, only a fragment of the gauntlet had fallen away, unless the material of her opponent's armor was of the same caliber as that of her sword. However, the substance of her sword was extraordinarily precious. Acquired only after the Disdain Corporation had depleted an entire planet, it was merely allocated to armaments of their tier. Yet, the entire suite of the combatant's armor appeared to be crafted from such material. This was nothing short of extravagance. This left Bai Ying in a state of perplexity. With such formidable armaments, even the Tang group would have to pay a hefty price. Yet, she did not believe that Li Longji was worth such an expense. "I am Bai Ying, the commander of the Tang 100 Riders Fleet 756. Why have you chosen to assault us? If you are indeed from Tang, then you are mistaken." Valkyrie said little more, brandishing her weapon as she charged forward once more, engaging Bai Ying in combat. As their clash intensified, they soared farther into the distance. After Bai Ying had distanced herself, 100 vessels, unmistakably of a pirate design, emerged from concealment. Pirates. The personnel within the command center of the 100 Riders flagship were taken aback. They quickly realized they had fallen into an ambush and had been lured away from their position. All armed forces, engage. The command center issued orders without delay, and all armed warriors took to the skies to defend the fleet. On the pirate ship, Chishua coldly observed the 100 Riders fleet, now in a defensive stance. Displayed on the screen. "Open the hatch," she declared before turning to exit. As the hatch opened, a crimson streak shot forth from the pirate vessel, halting midway between the two fleets, confronting the armed warriors of the 100 Riders. "This is the Tang 100 Riders fleet. Please refrain from irrational actions." The flagship transmitted this warning through the public channel. In their minds, any ordinary pirate hearing the name of Tang would likely retreat. No one would willingly provoke a powerful faction. However, it was evident that these pirates were no ordinary bandits. Quickly contact the commander. We are ambushed. Yet, the substitute commander found communications severed. What? The crew aboard the flagship appeared ashen, realizing that the adversaries either feared not the Tang or were entirely unaware of its might. Regardless of which, their fate was grim. Could pirates capable of cutting off communications be mere common thieves? Tell all warriors to hold their ground until the commander returns. If we cannot hold, then escort the young master to safety. It was a fight to the death, a solitary bastion to defend. Those who became armed warriors were the elite among commoners. Perhaps they lacked brilliance, but they were never deficient in courage and loyalty. 3 Xian-level armed warriors, each accompanied by their own subordinates, surrounded Chishua in a formation of 3 battalions. The armed mechs, known as interstellar individual combat systems, were uniquely designed for solo engagement. 3 could form a cohesive unit. The barrage of fire rained down, reminiscent of childhood days when one would place 3 large boxes of firecrackers into a single barrel and ignite them simultaneously, resulting in a dazzling explosion, obscuring all visibility within. Meanwhile, the remaining 100 riders warriors charged at the pirate ships. However, 3 armed warriors emerged from each pirate vessel to counter the attacks while launching their own. In encounters between warriors of equal rank, the side with superior numbers typically gained overwhelming victory. Faced with such concentrated assaults, even Earth-level armed warriors would find it challenging. Yet, Chishua was no longer merely Earth-level. She had ascended to the heavens. Chapter 33. Please, cease the fighting. Time rewinds to half a day ago, on planet 117, at a temporary encampment. This is the site where Wang Teng vanquished the star beasts, surrounded by various deep craters left by the aftermath of battle. The chosen location is rich in liquid-solid materials, activated by the combat shockwaves, making them readily usable resources. Several thick pipelines are immersed in these liquid solids, connecting to a modified machine tool. Chishua lies lightly clad on the machine, her limbs and neck bound. Wang Teng stands beside her, observing Chishua, while only a few, including Zaylan, are present. After all, the Red Star has just secured Planet 117 and requires extensive arrangements. Not far away, a group of miners, captured during the conflict, are also present. Adhering to the principle of not harboring idlers, Wang Teng has put them to work in the mines for labor reform, to prevent them from pilfering the fleet's assets. Any armed individuals were stripped of their weapons and exchanged for resource points. This influx of around 20,000 individuals has provided him with over 300 million resource points. This may sting. You must endure, Wang Teng tells Chishua. His ambiguous words instantly cause a blush to bloom on her cheeks. She turns her head away, bashfully nodding. I understand. Observing Chishua's feminine demeanor, Wang Teng notes a charming contrast to her usual self. Captain, let us commence. I am fully prepared. Chishua asserts, oblivious to the profound impact her words have on a man in such a scenario. Fortunately, Wang Teng does not dwell on it, discreetly averting his gaze towards the expanse of liquid-solid material behind them. The most precious resource on this planet is indeed this liquid solid, a highly malleable and robust liquid metal. I have utilized this substance to upgrade all our combatants. The armaments of every soldier have been enhanced by 1 tier. I believe this material could replace your armament, allowing you to transcend to the celestial level. Chishua, upon hearing this, gazes in astonishment at the liquid solid, initially believing the resources of Planet 117 to be gaseous energy. However, given the existence of such resources, why had the Celestial Empire not seized this planet? Yet, it fortuitously remains for the Red Star. Captain, let us begin. Very well. You must endure. Emperor, I am here. Target, Chishua, initiate enhancement upgrade. Estimated consumption, 1 billion resource points. Shall we proceed? Yes. Command executed. As soon as Chishua utters her consent, she is instantly rendered unconscious by a powerful surge of electricity. Her armaments activate and begin disassembling under the machine's operation. This process is akin to extracting sinew and bone, far removed from Wang Teng's extraction of resource points. It is a complete resurgical transformation. Chishua barely has time to scream as her body is relentlessly reinforced by the system, enduring pain that surpasses childbirth tenfold until her body reaches its limit. Even then, the machine continues to extract liquid-solid material, infusing it into Chishua's form, like pouring a bucket brimming with mercury into the human body. The surface blood vessels of Chishua's alabaster skin gleamed with a silvery hue, spreading across her form like a delicate web. Returning to the present, the artillery rained down upon Chishua like a torrential downpour. She allowed the onslaught to wash over her without a hint of resistance. As the barrage ceased and the flames dissipated, Chishua reappeared before their astonished eyes, untouched, as if the previous attacks had merely tickled her. Surprised, are we? Chishua moved languidly, addressing the cavalry fleet through the public channel. Do you feel a sense of despair? That feeling of utter futility? The command ship immediately retorted. Who are you? Do you intend to oppose the Tang group? Me? I am Chishua of the Red Star Fleet. The Red Star Fleet? The one that defected from the Tang? The commander was taken aback, not expecting to encounter the figure they sought here. So it is true, a defection from the Tang. Chishua smirked disdainfully. We did not defect. We submitted the proper documentation and followed the appropriate procedures. It is simply that you failed to respond in a timely manner. The command ship offered no rebuttal. The events unfolding within the Tang could indeed lead to such misunderstandings. Yet, this was not the crux of the issue. Rather, it was the revelation that the very fleet they sought was standing before them. Just as the commander prepared to speak further, an unexpected figure intruded. Young master. Li Longji nodded to the gathered individuals and approached the communicator. Allow me to speak with her. No one objected, with Commander Baying absent. Li Longji was the only one of sufficient standing. Besides, he had come to escort Li Longji. Hello there, warrior. I am Li Longji, the Li Longji of the Tang. Chishua was momentarily astonished, not anticipating that a noble from the Tang would accompany the fleet to this place. Did the Tang wish to extend an olive branch? Oh, you know of me? That makes things easier. Li Longji, unaware of Chishua's musings, felt a surge of joy upon realizing she had heard of him. With this knowledge, he anticipated a more amicable conversation. Are you here to take us back? Chishua's expression turned peculiar. Take you back? No, I have come to seek refuge with you. Li Longji's response left Chishua and the members of the Red Star momentarily speechless. Was this noble truly jesting? A scion of the Tang group seeking asylum with their newly independent fleet? Chishua found herself at a loss for words. At that moment, a flash of light streaked across the sky. It was Bai Ying, who had managed to extricate herself from Vaki's entanglements and rushed back. She charged directly towards Chishua. Stay back, Bai Ying shouted. With her armed sword emanating a blue glow, it appeared as if she intended to unleash a torrent of sword energy. Yet, in the face of her sudden assault, Chishua merely raised a hand, asserting control over the space before her. As Bai Ying approached, she clenched her fist, causing the surrounding space to constrict and ensnare Bai Ying. Spatial confinement. You possess celestial-level weaponry, Bai Ying exclaimed in shock. The celestial-grade weaponry distinguishes itself from other armaments through its superior modular capabilities, such as the manipulation of energy, confinement of space, and influence over gravity. If one were to liken the earthly grade to foundational cultivators, then the celestial grade would be akin to the eminent practitioners of the Golden Core stage. Young master, flee quickly. This is celestial-grade weaponry, shouted Bai Ying. Yet, Li Longji showed no intent to escape. Through the communication channel, he proclaimed loudly, I truly wish to join your ranks. Could you please cease hostilities? Chapter 34. Often, what is termed coincidence is premeditated. On Planet 117, numerous spacecraft traversed between the Red Star Fleet and the planet, transporting liquid and solid materials. Wang Teng intended to fortify and upgrade the Red Star Fleet. Through the course of several battles, he had identified a formidable mothership as the optimal logistical support. When the mothership was secure, it could deploy maximum force to assault the enemy. Much like the previous encounter with the pirates, the Red Star Fleet had valiantly withstood the assault, buying precious time for a counteroffensive. Wang Teng stood in the control room of the Red Star Fleet, observing the various facilities that constituted the brain of the vessel, the realm of the Red Star's intelligence. Imperial Sovereign, how many resource points are required for ship upgrades? 50 billion resource points are needed for enhancement. Post-upgrade, the Red Star Fleet will double in scale. Came the response. A space fortress measuring 34 kilometers in length. What an astounding concept. It was akin to launching a small town into the cosmos. However, did it truly require 50 billion? Wang Teng glanced at his remaining resource points. After upgrading Chishua's armament, he had just over 10 billion left. This was far from sufficient. But what if I merely seek to strengthen? It is advisable to enhance based on modules, allowing for distributed upgrades over time. Understood. Ultimately, it boiled down to insufficient resource points. If only he possessed trillions of them. But alas, such is not the case. To acquire resource points, one must continually harvest resources. What options are available for module enhancement? Consider enhancements in speed, firepower, jump capabilities, and ship shields, the intelligence suggested. Speed ensures navigational efficiency. Firepower guarantees the deterrence capability of the vessel. Jump capabilities provide sufficient rapid responsibility. Ship shields ensure the safety of both the vessel and its crew. Any of these enhancements could radically transform the current state of the Red Star Fleet. The dilemma lay in choosing just one. With 10 billion resource points, he could afford only a single option. Each was desirable, creating a quandary. At that moment, the Red Star intelligence interrupted his contemplation. "Captain, there is a distress signal." Wang Teng was taken aback as the intelligence projected the image onto the screen. In a region 160,000 kilometers away, a sizable fleet was in sight. No, there were two fleets. The emblem of the pursued fleet was a fist. "Captain, it is the rebels." "The rebels? The insurgents of the Skyline?" "Indeed. They are sending us a distress signal." "What a coincidence," Wang Teng mused, having just utilized the intelligence network of the insurgents. Now they were knocking on his door for help. One could hardly script such a scenario. However, as Lucas mentioned, there are indeed factions within the rebel forces. It remains uncertain which faction is currently being pursued. Lucas has indicated that some factions are not particularly amicable. Is it possible to ascertain the origin of the pursuing fleet? It is the Pirate Alliance. According to database comparisons, they are the crew of Blackbeard's pirate fleet. How did you come to know this? The rebels transmitted the enemy's information. It appears they are deliberately making their way towards us. Often, what seems like mere coincidence is, in fact, premeditated. Wang Teng gazed intently at the screen displaying the beleaguered rebels. "Let the stationed forces mobilize. I am keen to discern their intentions." "Very well, Captain." Rebels, ship Iron Fist. Alina, while calming the anxious crew, orchestrated the defense against the pursuing forces. "Hold firm, we have arrived. If we endure a little longer, we will accomplish this mission." Everyone gritted their teeth, determined to lure the Blackbeard pirate fleet to this location. They sacrificed 2 vessels, each carrying thousands of rebel warriors. They did not perish in the battle for liberation, but rather in this mission to bait the enemy. Discontent began to brew among some regarding Alina. Had she not insisted on this course of action, they would not have faced such sacrifices. Alina was acutely aware of their sentiments and understood that her decisions would incite dissatisfaction. However, if she did not proceed as she had, they would likely find themselves relentlessly pursued with no refuge. The Pirate Alliance was not their only adversary. The Marauders were also involved. She was uncertain if MIA had a hand in this, but she prepared for the worst. She could not return to the rebel territory with such a burden. Thus she could only lead them outward. In this endeavor, she placed her trust in Wang Teng, believing that he could repel the coalition just as he could fend off Blackbeard's pirates. She was uncertain whether Wang Teng would assist them. She was gambling on the notion that he would not overlook the strength of the rebels. Should he truly harbor ambitions of ruling the Skyline, he would come to their aid. As she beheld a 1,000-strong armed force approaching, Alina recognized that her gamble had paid off. "Relay the orders, disperse the formation. Secure them for me." On Blackbeard's black ship, he let out a sinister cackle, waving his hand to signal the entire fleet to converge and eliminate Alina's forces. Yet suddenly, Alina's fleet dispersed, leaving him momentarily bewildered. By the time he reacted, the armed soldiers arriving from the Red Star had already charged through the rebel fleet, positioning themselves before Blackbeard's armada. Leading the charge was Su Hu, a newly promoted veteran. Initially, he harbored disdain for Wang Teng, but the latter's subsequent actions had earned him immense respect. To him, Wang Teng's emergence was a guiding light from the former captain, destined to ensure the continuation of Red Star. Originally a yellow-level soldier, he felt unqualified to voice such thoughts. However, now as a veteran, he possessed the authority to express them. "I shall follow in the captain's footsteps, illuminating every corner of the universe with the brilliance of Red Star." "Pirate, you are in the territory of the Red Star fleet. Depart immediately." Su Hu issued a warning to Blackbeard via the public channel. He could not comprehend why Wang Teng insisted he undertake this task. To him, it seemed straightforward to eliminate the pirates since their identity was already known. Yet, he was bound to adhere to the captain's orders. Blackbeard's countenance darkened ominously, his jaw clenched audibly. He fixed a fierce gaze upon the direction of Alina's ship, then glanced back at Su Hu, casting a look toward planet 117. Consumed by fury, he turned and bellowed, "We are leaving." However, there was no room for debate. "I said we are leaving." Yes, Captain." Alina watched the departing Blackbeard and pondered the failure of her plan, reluctant to meet the eyes of her subordinates. At that moment, Su Hu returned to the ship and called out, "Who is in charge?" "Our captain wishes to speak with you." Alina promptly replied, "I am. Please, come with us. Chief, take us with you." The insurgents could not allow their leader to venture alone into enemy territory. The captain merely wished to meet the leader. And Su Hu insisted repeatedly, I will go with you." Alina acquiesced, aware that this was a test set by Wang Teng. "Wait for my return here. If I do not return, seek out another leader." Chapter 35. Truly, there are many oddities. Wang Teng returned to the command center, awaiting Alina's arrival. As Alina had surmised, he had summoned her alone to test her. assessing the scope of her vision as the leader of the insurgents. The mindset of a faction's leader profoundly influences its ultimate development. Although he recognized the insurgents' potential, he deemed it merely adequate. Their decades of struggle for liberation along the skyline, forever teetering on the brink, underscored the insurgents' lack of true merit. Just then, a communication from Chishua came through. "Captain, it's a call from Sister Shue. Accept it." The screen displayed Chishua's image, set against the backdrop of the cosmos. "Captain, what is the situation?" Wang Teng inquired. Logically, having elevated Chishua to the celestial level, she should have faced no issues against the Baki fleet. So, what unexpected circumstance had arisen? It was evident that something significant was amiss, prompting Chishua to reach out to him. "Captain, I have successfully intercepted the Baki fleet. But an unforeseen situation has arisen." Chishua then revealed the intentions of Li Longji, who sought to defect to the Red Star fleet. "The Datang group, Li Longji, the heir? Such a person wishes to join us?" Wang Teng's initial thought was skepticism. Could this be a ruse? Given Li Longji's status, such an action would be unthinkable, as it would tarnish the reputation of the Datang. Wait, if he had been exiled due to a failed claim to the inheritance, that too seemed implausible, as it would amount to a rebellion against his own house. Wang Teng speculated whether internal strife within the Datang had transpired, leading to the heir's emergence. A change of dynasty, perhaps? That was the only plausible scenario. For us, this could be advantageous, at least for the time being. We would not draw the attention of the Datang group. "Chishua, do you have any thoughts?" Chishua shook her head. Faced with such a question, she had no good suggestions. Just as she was about to say something, Suhu returned. "Captain, the leader of the insurgents has arrived." "I understand." Wang Teng paused. "Bring Luxi out. I believe they may be acquainted." He then turned to Chishua and said, "Handle it as you see fit. Whether to kill or to spare, the decision is yours." With that, he ended the communication. Chishua gazed at the closed communication device, lost in contemplation. With a gentle release, she freed the restrained Bai Ying. Upon regaining her freedom, Bai Ying instantly manifested two swords and lunged at Chishua. However, as the swords approached, they gradually became heavier, eventually becoming impossible to wield. Bai Ying looked up in astonishment, only to find Chishua crossing her arms and gazing at her, as if mocking her ineptitude. Enraged, Bai Ying dropped her swords and swung her fist towards Chishua's head. Yet, as her fist neared, it bizarrely halted midair. Chishua uncrossed her arms and seized Bai Ying's neck, tightening her fist before delivering a powerful blow to her abdomen. A tangible shockwave erupted behind her, swiftly radiating outward. "Indeed, you are a celestial tear," Bai Ying struggled to utter, the pain in her abdomen rendering her temporarily incapacitated, even making it difficult to maintain her armament. Chishua grasped her and soared towards the Baichi fleet. In an instant, all Baichi armed soldiers ascended, forming a barrier in front of her. "Stand aside," Bai Ying ordered urgently. Facing celestial tier armaments with mere low-tier ones was akin to standing in front of a speeding, fully loaded truck. They would be doomed. Bai Ying wished to avert the sight of their needless sacrifice. Moreover, she believed that Chishua would not kill them, otherwise, she would have acted long ago. Chishua let out a derisive laugh, raised her hand, and clapped. An invisible shockwave struck the Baichi soldiers, sending them all back to their ships. "No, they didn't mean to." "Humph. Then it was intentional," Chishua retorted, casting a glance at the silent Bai Ying. With a wave of her hand, she activated the shield barrier of the Baichi ship 756. She then forcefully pressed against it. A membrane appeared before her, and as she continued to push forward, the membrane eventually shattered under the strain. Chishua descended with Bai Ying onto the deck of ship 756. As soon as they landed, the ship's guards rushed out, weapons aimed at her. "Enough," Bai Ying admonished. "Stand down." The guards hesitated for a moment, but ultimately obeyed the command. "You saved them," Chishua remarked, glancing at Bai Ying. Bai Ying shook her head. "It is what I ought to do." "Ah, but they may not necessarily express gratitude," Chishua replied. Bai Ying wished to counter this statement. Yet she knew Chishua spoke the truth. "Let us go. Take me to meet your Lord Longji." Bai Ying gritted her teeth and nodded. Even if she refused, others would still meet Lord Longji. It would simply be less amicable then. "I understand." At that moment, Chishua cast a glance towards the corner. A flying dagger hurtled towards them at breakneck speed. "Shaoli." Bai Ying immediately recognized who it was and shouted out. But it was too late. A small figure dashed forward, another dagger clutched in hand. "Ah, how dare you bully Sister Bai Ying? I will make you pay." Chishua regarded the rushing figure with indifference, casually swatting it aside. Bai Ying, concerned that the assailant might strike again, quickly shielded the child. "Shaoli, what are you doing?" The little girl, referred to as Shaoli, replied softly, "I'm helping Sister Bai Ying." She then buried her face in Bai Ying's embrace, sobbing. "I'm so worried that Sister Bai Ying won't return." just like mommy and daddy. Bai Ying paused at her words. Xiaoli was a child she had discovered during a mission, whose parents had perished at the hands of pirates. The only reason she had survived was that she had hidden in a concealed compartment of the cabin due to her tender age. Bai Ying had taken her back to the Bai Chi fleet to raise her, even contemplating her as a potential successor. Sister Bai Ying, who are they? And why are they attacking us? Bai Ying sighed. In the eyes of a child, the lines between right and wrong seemed so clear. Yet in the adult world, such distinctions were blurred, existing only as opposing stances. Just like this time, could one say that the Red Star fleet was in the wrong? They were merely striving to protect themselves. Come, let us go meet Brother Long Ji, Bai Ying said, shaking her head as she took Xiaoli's hand and entered the ship. However, upon stepping into the command center, they were greeted by a shocking sight. Li Longji was kneeling before Chishua, clinging to her thigh, pleading, I beg you, let me join. I can help persuade Bai Ying to bring the Bai Chi 756 fleet to join you, young master. Bai Ying's expression darkened. Wang Teng remained unaware that someone was willing to betray those close to them just to join the Red Star fleet. At that moment, he was face to face with the leader of the rebel faction, Alina. To his surprise, this leader seemed somewhat unassuming. He noticed a name appearing on the follower list displayed on the system panel. Wang Teng fell into contemplation. New follower, rebel leader Alina, chapter 36. Alina Guevara, are you suggesting joining us? Wang Teng inquired, observing the disheveled Alina. Her sun-kissed skin glistened under the sheen of sweat, and her tattered military garb, coupled with her exotic appearance, lent her an air of wildness. She resembled a warrior emerging from the untamed wilderness. Alina held her head high, exuding confidence, not that she believed Wang Teng would agree, but rather that she had already envisioned her future path. Upon boarding the Red Star ship and witnessing the vessels traversing the 117th planet, as well as the warships undergoing renovations, she had begun to foresee what lay ahead. Thus, when she encountered Wang Teng, she posed several inquiries, curious whether he or the Red Star fleet harbored ambitions of dominating the skyline, and how they would treat the people here post-conquest. It was these two inquiries that swayed Alina toward Wang Teng's side. Wang Teng responded by stating that the Red Star came with intentions of peace and would not directly manage the skyline. With just those two statements, he captivated Alina, a seasoned woman of the battlefield. She conceded that she was somewhat impatient, yet she sensed that Wang Teng was speaking the truth. He genuinely intended to follow through. In reality, Wang Teng preferred not to overexert himself, which prompted his words. Moreover, when the Red Star fleet entered the skyline, occupying the 117th planet and repelling the coalition forces, they became a thorn in the side of all factions within the skyline. War was inevitable. Only one side could assert its voice in the skyline. Lucy observed Alina, who seemed transformed, lost in thought, wanting to articulate something but finding himself unable to voice it. Noticing this, Wang Teng inquired, do you know each other? Lucy hesitated before shaking his head, fearing it would arouse Wang Teng's suspicions about Alina. However, Alina nodded and affirmed. Yes, we have known each other since childhood. To be precise, I am his fiancée. This revelation astonished not only Wang Teng, but also Arno and the others. As a series of stories flashed through their minds, Wang Teng turned to Lucy, who hesitantly nodded in acknowledgement. So, your initial suggestion for me to collaborate with the insurgents was for her sake? Wang Teng regarded him with a peculiar glance, surprised to find that this fellow was so infatuated. I can agree to your joining us, but only for you, Wang Teng stated, turning back to Alina. He was merely indulging in the gossip. Their relationship would not sway his decision. Alina was not surprised by Wang Teng's response, having anticipated this during her journey. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to meet solely with her. Simultaneously, Wang Teng's implication was clear. She did not represent the insurgents. As one of the leaders of the insurgents, she understood this all too well. The insurgents were merely a name, fraught with internal factions, and despite their shared title, the true commitment to liberating the skyline was uncertain. She could not even represent the insurgents of her own faction. I understand. Please grant me half a day. I will return with my sincerity. Alina gazed earnestly at Wang Teng, her expression reminiscent of a nun fervently praying for divine response. Wang Teng was taken aback by her demeanor, as his words had merely conveyed a surface meaning. Were it not for the system panel indicating Alina had become a follower, he might not have acquiesced. Very well. I shall give you half a day. Thank you. Alina expressed gratefully, casting a glance at Lucy without engaging him in conversation before turning to leave. Lucy watched her retreating figure, opening his mouth, yet finding no words to express. She intends to join the Red Star fleet to leverage our strength to transform this place. Wang Teng's voice resonated as he approached Lucy. After a moment of hesitation, Lucy asked, I wonder if I might also do it for her? Lucy shook his head, his gaze resolute. This place is solely for us. The The Red Star welcomes all like-minded allies to join. However, considering your past as a pirate, you must undergo a certain examination. Now, could you enlighten me about the intricate circumstances of the Skyline? Wang Teng slightly raised his brow, his eyes glimmering with a depth akin to the starry sky. Alina had returned to the rebel fleet, a smile gracing her face as she addressed her subordinates, stating, "I have secured an agreement. The Red Star has consented to our inclusion." Yet, her followers exhibited little reaction. Some inquired, "Leader, if we join them, do we still qualify as rebels?" Of course, why wouldn't we? Anyone fighting for the liberation of the Skyline can be considered a rebel. But why must we join them? If we do, we will have to heed their commands, came the retort. Indeed, leader, we can rely on ourselves. We fear no sacrifice. I understand your valor in the face of death, Alina exclaimed, her eyes reddening as she shouted, but I am afraid. I do not wish for you to make unyielding sacrifices. Do you comprehend? I wish for you to survive and witness a better Skyline, rather than becoming mere dust in the cosmos. I am also aware of your concerns. You worry about the division of your power. Alina surveyed the crowd, particularly those who bowed their heads at her words, primarily the mid-level leaders she had elevated. Regrettably, they succumbed to the corruption that power brings, altering their initial intentions. This is one of the reasons the rebels have not achieved significant accomplishments over the years. The revolution has yet to succeed, yet corruption has already begun to fester. I will not compel you to stay nor impede your departure. Those willing to join me in the Red Star may remain aboard the Iron Fist. If you wish to leave, you are free to do so. No one shall hinder you. Ultimately, half of the individuals departed, taking with them half of the fleet. Suhu appeared beside Alina, gazing at the departing ships. Shall I intercept them? Alina shook her head, indicating that such an action was unnecessary. These vessels will serve as a signal, conveying the goodwill of the Red Star to the rebels across the Skyline. This will be advantageous for our future endeavors. Suhu was somewhat taken aback, not anticipating her swift adaptation to the role, and he was impressed by her audacity in relinquishing half of her personnel and ships. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Suhu, commander of the 3rd New Troop of the Red Star Fleet. Red Star Fleet, newcomer, Alina Che Guevara. In a star system 1 light-year away, the departing rebels prepared for another jump, only to find the surrounding space rippling as the Blackbeard pirate fleet encircled them. "Ha! I knew you would emerge," Blackbeard exclaimed. "Wait, there are only half of you?" Realizing the implications, he pondered, "Have they united? Bring the leaders of the rebels to me. I have questions to ask." Chapter 37, Conspiracy? Open Strategy? Or Deception? Ladies and gentlemen, the latest intelligence indicates that the rebels seem to have allied with that fleet. Blackbeard gazed at the projection with a sinister chuckle, as if he had uncovered a monumental secret. The figures on the screen began to inquire, "Blackbeard, can you assure us of the veracity of this intelligence? If the insurgents have allied with them, it could spell disaster for us. Perhaps we should form a coalition once more, putting everything on the line to eliminate them in one fell swoop." Upon hearing this, the others merely exchanged knowing smiles, remaining silent. Though it was their first coalition, everyone was guarded, unwilling to reveal their cards. After all, who could predict if they might be betrayed? It was prudent to safeguard their own interests. Those who had ventured out were now being picked apart. In the Skyline, trust was a rare commodity. Blackbeard observed their bickering with an amused smirk, showing no inclination to intervene. At that moment, the foremost figure on the screen spoke up. The image of Tuo Ba Yin appeared, his expression stern as he fixed his gaze on Blackbeard. "Can you guarantee the truth of your words?" Blackbeard responded with a mocking glint in his eyes. "Why wouldn't I be able to?" Tuo Ba Yin remained silent, awaiting a response from the undercover agent he had placed within the insurgents. However, the feedback he received did not align with Blackbeard's assertions, leading him to question whether Blackbeard had indeed acquired accurate intelligence. "I recall you targeting the insurgents," he remarked. "Indeed, I have been pursuing the insurgent group led by Alina. That woman frequently raids our space stations." "So you mean her?" "Yes, precisely her." With the authenticity of the intelligence confirmed, a heavy silence fell as they deliberated. Alina, while not a particularly renowned figure, was the daughter of a man who had once caused them considerable embarrassment. The man known as Che Guevara had led his fleet in guerrilla operations across the Skyline, striking swiftly and vanishing without a trace, making him a formidable adversary. Ultimately, it was the MIA who, having bribed certain individuals, lured him to a desolate planet where he was subsequently ambushed, thus forcing Che Guevara to cease his guerrilla activities. Initially, Alina had remained relatively obscure until she orchestrated an operation that brought her father's name back into the limelight, earning her recognition among the various factions of the Skyline. A person's reputation can cast a long shadow. Alina inherited the bloodline of that man, and the Guevara family was especially adept at guerrilla warfare. Over the years of her emergence, she targeted space stations like a relentless pest, growing ever stronger while inflicting heavy losses on her adversaries. The planets previously attacked by Blackbeard's forces were, in fact, bases of Alina's insurgents. This triggered a series of retaliatory strikes, with Blackbeard becoming a primary target, prompting him to seek assistance from Tua Ba Yin. You allowed her to escape? Tua Ba Yin raised an eyebrow, for he had entrusted his informant to Blackbeard. The fact that Alina had managed to elude capture raised doubts in his mind regarding the reliability of his informant. He resolved to verify this matter shortly. Blackbeard suppressed his mirth and spoke in a grave tone. In truth, I was on the verge of capturing her, but... He paused, allowing all eyes to converge upon him before continuing. The fleet has intervened. The audience erupted in a cacophony of bewilderment. What does this mean? Is it a formal declaration of involvement in the internal affairs of the Skyline? This cannot be overlooked. If he can protect the insurgents this time, who is to say he won turn against us next? No, they must be expelled. You all speak so eloquently, yet despite your reluctance to admit it, that fleet ultimately repelled our coalition. Do you believe any of us can easily contend with them? A heavy silence enveloped the room. From the projection, Mike, the representative from Sequence 2 of MIA, proposed, then let us all mobilize together. This time, MIA will deploy a fleet led by 7 formidable ground-level combatants. I have no other demands, merely the swift eradication of all elements of instability. Those who impede MIA's endeavors shall face dire consequences. Tua Ba Yin raised his hand and solemnly concurred. I am in favor. I too endorse this. Count me in. The chorus of agreement resounded. Perhaps they were all awaiting a leader to emerge, so that if the coalition were to falter again, the blame could not fall upon them. Mike dismissively turned his head. So be it. Those who fail to participate in the deployment shall be prepared for a siege. With that, Tua Ba Yin departed, followed by the others in succession, leaving only a few behind. They humbly smiled at Blackbeard on the screen. What instructions do you have for us, Boss Blackbeard? Whatever the task, we shall execute it to perfection for you. Blackbeard chuckled darkly, leaning closer as he ominously stated, it's nothing of great consequence. I simply hope you can assist me by visiting the various contact points of the insurgents. I have recently apprehended several of their officials, and under my influence, they have finally seen the light. Are you willing to undertake this journey for me? Sarah Star, a colony within the Skyline, is under the dominion of marauders. This planet harbors no particularly precious resources, thus it has not been subjected to severe exploitation. Over time, it has become a refuge for numerous displaced individuals. However, to settle here, one must labor for the marauders. Labor laws are non-existent, and the concept of holidays is but a fantasy. You are left with the choice of either working or not. To refrain from working means forfeiting access to food, clothing, and shelter, leading to starvation. Conversely, to choose to work invites oppression and exploitation at every level, often siphoning off the majority of one's earnings. Despite their fury, the people endure. Puxic, a refugee, arrived with his pregnant wife. Being of an extraterrestrial lineage, he possesses superior physical attributes, often earning slightly more than others. This marks his 10th year on this planet. His child is now 9 years old but is unable to attend school, deprived of even a semblance of childhood play, condemned to toil alongside him in the mines. He was on the verge of earning enough money, and when that day arrived, he would take his family away from this place, to somewhere that afforded his children the opportunity for education. He believed that day was not far off. Gazing up at the sky, Pusick suddenly sensed something amiss. There seemed to be something up there. Wait, what was that? Run. Boom. Countless shells rained down, wreaking havoc below, claiming the lives of many miners instantly. The station marauders swiftly reacted, organizing a counterattack. The skies were filled with falling warships and spacecraft, and occasionally, people plummeted from above. Pusick noticed that those descending wore the uniforms of the insurgents, as depicted in the propaganda, their emblem a fist that crushed all. Similar occurrences unfolded on other planets, some under the influence of different factions, but many more within the territories of the marauders. Chaos. Let the pandemonium commence. Chapter 38. Storm on the horizon. The Battle of Sarah. The situation on Sarah was dire. The sudden assault caught the defenders off guard. Nearly half of the station marauder fleet was obliterated at the onset of the bombardment. Facing the fierce advance of the insurgents, they found themselves suppressed within the confines of low Earth orbit. Once the bombardment ceased, the insurgent fleet descended like the hammer of Thor, breaching the marauder defenses and unleashing a massacre upon ground units. Pusick stood in shock, witnessing his former mining companions perish at the hands of gunfire, reduced to mere dust. He still recalled the conversation from a few days prior when one of them had confided in him about becoming a father. Father, son, wife. suddenly jolted back to reality. Pusick, gritting his teeth, began to run towards home. You must be safe. As he sprinted, he witnessed death all around him. As if he were racing along a tightrope of mortality, temporarily outpacing death itself. Upon reaching the refugee town, he saw thick plumes of smoke rising in the distance. Flames engulfed the settlement, transforming it into an inferno. Pusick stood in disbelief at the scene before him, momentarily frozen in shock. Quickly, his gaze fell upon an insurgent soldier who was preoccupied with plundering, oblivious to his presence. Pusick's expression twisted with fury, his eyes gleaming with a fierce light as he lunged at the soldier. Demons! You wretched demons, return my wife and child. What are they up to? Are they planning to wage war? The various factions of the horizon convened in urgent meetings. The assault on several colonial planets stirred a considerable uproar. Boldly attacking under the guise of the insurgents, they sought not conquest but pure destruction. In the meetings, voices erupted in righteous anger, and plans were hastily devised. They had been robbed right under their noses. It was a slap in the face. The insurgents had always been petty thieves. How dare they escalate to such grand acts? They must believe they have found powerful allies, thinking they can stand against us. But do you not find it peculiar? Why did the insurgents rise up just as we drafted our plans? Surely, you do not suggest that someone among us has betrayed our intentions? In a moment of palpable anxiety, suspicion permeated the atmosphere among all. Blackbeard observed this scene with an inscrutable smile, perhaps reveling in the turmoil. Yet, this discord was merely a prelude, far from sufficient. The heated discussions yielded no substantial progress. However, an unforeseen event transpired post-conference. The space stations of the Resource Exploration Consortium stationed within the Skyline were besieged. Witnesses claimed it was the work of insurgents. Vital assets were plundered, necessitating the capture of the perpetrators. The various conglomerates chose to breach agreements, mobilizing their fleets to scour the entire Skyline for traces of the insurgents. Upon discovery, they would act without hesitation. In a fleeting moment, the Skyline was engulfed in death and explosions, a war without respite. The MIA consortium swiftly reached out to the other companies, urging them to cease hostilities and allowing MIA to confront the insurgents. Alas, the coalition of companies dismissed MIA's authority, masquerading their actions under the guise of pursuing the culprits, while in reality, they were merely seizing territory. At this juncture, the Skyline resembled a boiling pot of hot pot ingredients, where one had to take matters into their own hands to savor what they desired. Captain, this is splendid. They are turning against each other. They should be oblivious to us now, exclaimed Arno. Yet, Wang Teng displayed a peculiar expression upon receiving this news. Captain, is something amiss? It's nothing, Wang Teng replied, shaking his head. It was merely a striking coincidence that he had just dispatched the newly recruited Alina, only for such events to unfold. He sensed a hidden hand orchestrating these occurrences, though the underlying motives remained unclear. Setting that aside for the moment, upon Alina's return, they conducted an analysis of the situation within the Skyline. The Skyline was a chaotic realm, inhabited by numerous factions. Complex interrelations of interests existed among these groups, each perpetually on guard against the others. The term insurgents was merely a collective label for a loose coalition formed by those resisting oppression, uniting to liberate themselves from tyranny. This organization was loosely structured, relying on special communication channels. As long as the objective was to emancipate the Skyline, they could claim the title of insurgents. Consequently, while many insurgents operated within the Skyline, belonging to disparate factions, they regarded each other as comrades. However, their numbers were insignificant in the vastness of the Skyline. Lacking substantial support, this was the reason the insurgents had been unable to formally penetrate the Skyline for decades. In light of this, Wang Teng offered his counsel. Your approach is flawed. The number of refugees is minuscule. The predominant groups here are the indigenous people and slaves. How can you disregard the will of these individuals? Alina retorted, slaves are merely tools for labor. As for the indigenous, it is already commendable that we do not exterminate them. Wang Teng recognized the stark contrast between his past and present worlds. In this realm, slaves and indigenous people were not regarded as human. Their identities reduced to mere citizens of the Star Alliance. Even idealistic insurgents like Alina could not escape such ideologies. You must not think this way. Anyone capable of communication and contributing to our cause is worthy of unity. Gather many friends and few enemies. Unite all that can be united, and the scales of victory shall tip in our favor. Wang Teng temporarily convinced Alina, yet he still commanded her in the name of the captain to undertake a mission. She was to enlighten the people here, teaching them to comprehend that by following the path of the Red Star, they could attain their desires. Wang Teng also dispatched Su Hu with 100-strong armed force to accompany Alina. They would traverse every planet in the skyline, spreading the peaceful ideology of the Red Star and uniting all available forces. Initially, he anticipated that this journey would not be straightforward, but he did not foresee the ensuing chaos within the skyline. Was this not a perfect opportunity for Alina? In what circumstances can ideological concepts be disseminated swiftly? Naturally, it is during times of war. Yet the numbers were still insufficient. The Red Star fleet comprised only 3,000 soldiers, with Chishua taking over 1,000, Suhu another 1,000, and half of the remaining 1,000 stationed to guard Planet 117, leaving the Red Star fleet with merely over 500 personnel. Fortunately, he had enhanced Chishua's combat level. Since quantity was lacking, let quality compensate. As long as they were not besieged by opponents of equal strength, a single celestial-level armed warrior could sway the tide of battle. Where was Chishua? Jie reported that they had already entered the skyline. She need not rush back. She was to fight under the banner of the Red Star, circling the skyline before returning, informing her that he wished for everyone in the skyline to recognize the flag of the Red Star. Remember, it must be everyone, be they pirates, marauders, natives, or slaves. He needed them to know that there existed a distinct fleet in the skyline, one that came in the name of peace. Wang Teng's gaze shimmered as he looked up at the vast starry sky, a natural graveyard in its own right. Peace is established upon the foundation of force. Chapter 39. The Battle of the Skyline. The Red Star shines in the near-Earth orbit of Sarah Star. Since the rebel fleet breached the atmosphere and occupied the entire near-Earth orbit, the marauder fleets were compelled to retreat to the surface, facing the bombardment from the rebel ships. They could only evade for the time being. Yet, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, the lethal rays of death illuminated the Earth like sunlight. The armed warriors were deployed, descending to the ground in a hellish paratrooper fashion. These rebel-armed soldiers slaughtered indiscriminately, showing no regard for whether one surrendered or was merely a miner or slave. They spread like a plague, relentlessly radiating outward. When the marauder fleet's numbers dwindled to less than half, they began to abandon the miners and slaves, frantically calling to converge on the channels. However, the Supreme Commander had already been beheaded at the onset of the battle, resulting in a chaotic free-for-all. Upon hearing the convergence orders in the channel, they hastened toward the designated location to avoid being picked off one by one. Upon their arrival, they beheld a striking figure standing atop the ruins, clad in a sleek black mech adorned with distinctive spider patterns. Upon sighting this silhouette, all the marauders stood in solemn respect, some even exhaling in relief. She gazed steadfastly towards the direction of the rebels, her posture resolute. The marauders, I am the Black Widow. The commander has fallen, and the reins of leadership now rest in my hands. Arm yourselves. Seize the advantageous terrain. The counteroffensive has commenced. The marauders, with clenched fists, struck their chests in a show of honor, a supreme gesture reserved for the fearless warrior, the Black Widow. In unison, they turned to face the oncoming rebel forces. Arming themselves with unwavering resolve, they positioned their weapons, awaiting the command to strike. The Black Widow remained elevated, embodying the banner of the marauders, until her last breath. They would not retreat. Let us embark on the hunt. Marauders, advance. At the moment the command was given, an orchestra of gunfire erupted, composing a symphony with death as its theme. Under this melody, lives were extinguished, reduced to dust. War is a relentless meat grinder, no matter the number of troops deployed. It always culminates in mutual destruction. The Black Widow surged forth, a fearless warrior amidst the dwindling ranks of her comrades, like a specter entering the battlefield. Each rebel she targeted would find their heart ripped from their chest, for that was the core of their armed might. As she made her entrance, the rebels also took note of her, converging upon her with fervor. I chase death. I fear death. I become death. The Black Widow unfurled her armament. Resembling a humanoid spider, 6 elongated spears sprouting from her back, her palms charged with energy cannons and blades, ushering death wherever she tread. Boom, boom, boom. The warships above coordinated with the ground forces, encircling the Black Widow. Under the threat of the armed artillery, she had no choice but to evade hastily. She contemplated charging forth to obliterate the enemy vessels, yet upon glancing around, she noted that the marauders had suffered grievous losses. Thud! The Black Widow fell. As an indomitable force among the marauders, possessing power rivaling that of ground-level armaments, she succumbed to the very technology that had brought her down. The artillery pierced her defenses, and a specialized round penetrated her armored suit, the immense tearing force shattering her arm. Blood flowed like a flower, beautiful yet steeped in the scent of death. Gazing skyward, the Black Widow reflected on her tragic existence. Raised on a colonial planet, her father, a refugee miner, had married her indigenous mother. She had never known the warmth of parental love. Her father, a wretched man, consumed by alcohol and gambling, squandered their wealth, and sold her mother into servitude. At the tender age of 8, her drunken father subjected her to unspeakable cruelty, subsequently selling her into a brothel. Day in and day out, she endured relentless torment, her initial fury giving way to numbness, ultimately becoming a familiar existence. The Black Widow's transformation was hardly extraordinary. She was discovered by a mercenary during a mission. Finding her intriguing, he took her aboard his ship. Like others, he soon subjected her to violence. The Black Widow, in her state of desensitization, offered no resistance. Perhaps her demeanor, akin to that of a lifeless fish, caused him to lose interest. Nevertheless, in light of the Black Spider's stoic demeanor, the unintentional decision to impart the knowledge of killing became her fate. Combat, firearms, deception, and torture. Aboard that spacecraft, she gradually metamorphosed into a bona fide mercenary. During a mission, an unforeseen mishap led to her betrayal and demise at the hands of her introducer. Utilizing all the assets left by the mercenaries, she procured a standard set of weaponry from the black market. Subsequently, she accomplished the task left unfinished by the mercenary and, upon receiving her reward, exacted vengeance upon the introducer. Following a bounty placed on her by the mercenary organization, she sought refuge in the Skyline, serving the marauders. Amidst countless slaughters, her exceptional success rate began to draw attention. After a dispute with fellow members of her organization, she stealthily infiltrated and exterminated all adversaries in a single night, earning her the moniker, Black Spider. "Do not provoke that woman, unless you wish to hasten your own demise," became her infamous axiom. Alas, today she seemed destined to perish here. Yet, it appeared she had not lain back to gaze at the sky for quite some time. Suddenly, she perceived something breaching the atmosphere. In an instant, the rebel fleet, which had besieged the skies of Sarah, was engulfed by a towering inferno and explosions. This unexpected turn of events momentarily stunned both factions. However, the next moment, a colossal laser descended from the heavens, followed by a dazzling display of fireworks. Numerous shipwrecks plummeted like hailstones. A scarlet figure hovered in the air, radiating brilliance akin to a star, piercing through the smoke-laden atmosphere of Sarah. Pusick, clutching his wounded abdomen, glared fiercely at the rebels before him, loathing his own frailty and impotence. Even resistance felt futile, akin to ants attempting to shake an elephant. Slowly, Pusick closed his eyes, silently vowing, "My wife, my son, wait for me. I shall soon join you." Suddenly, a resounding explosion reverberated in his ears. The ground trembled, sending debris flying into his face, prompting him to instinctively open his eyes. He was left in shock. The rebel soldier stood triumphantly over a fallen opponent. His dark armored fist transformed into a colossal hammer, mercilessly crushing the rebel's skull into a pulp. The soldier glanced back at Pusick, and amidst his astonished gaze, staunched the bleeding from his wound. "Whatever transpires, endure. Our captain once said, only by confronting problems can we hope to resolve them. As long as you live, there remains hope." With that, he turned and departed. Pusick beheld the figure clad in black armor, the red star on its back shining brilliantly. Just then, a voice echoed from above. "I am Chishua of the Red Star Fleet, sent by the captain to rescue you. Please hold on. Peace will inevitably prevail." A glimmer of hope ignited in Pusick's eyes as he struggled to rise and return to the town. As the soldier had mentioned, he needed to witness the bodies of his wife and child to confirm their demise. The Red Star, indeed, shone resplendently. Chapter 40. The Battle of Sarah. Awakening Buds. Year 478 of the Star Alliance. Year 2783 of the Guyuan calendar. July 28th. The year of turmoil in the Skyline. The colonial planets situated on the periphery of the Skyline have all come under siege. After a valiant but futile resistance, the fleet stationed at Sarah Star has dwindled to a mere fraction. The fearless warrior, the Black Spider, fought until the end, and in the face of impending death, beheld the radiant red star shimmering in the heavens. The rebel fleet began to falter under the onslaught of the Red Star. The armada that blocked the skies was systematically brought down by armed soldiers. The insurgents attempted to encircle the crimson glow of the Red Star. Yet, before they could draw near that sanguine hue, they were repelled back to the ground by the devastating beams of light emitted from its core. In that fleeting moment of the Red Star's flicker, the tide of battle irrevocably shifted. The defenders, battered by the ravages of war, were left with nothing but an endless fury in their hearts. Although their previous existence had been fraught with hardship and oppression, at least there had been a semblance of survival. War knows no mercy. When the flames of conflict reached their doorsteps, the only fate awaiting them was to be swept away in the tide of death. The emergence of the Red Star Fleet illuminated the darkness, guiding them toward hope. An increasing number of individuals emerged from their hiding places. Puzik was the first. He returned to his home and was reunited with his wife and children, who had been hiding in the cellar, overwhelmed with joy and tears. He felt grateful to be alive, for had he perished, he would never have seen his family again. He was profoundly thankful for that red star, for it had given him the strength to endure, leading to this miraculous moment. Thus, after finding his family, he embraced them tightly and made his way toward the direction of the red star. He could not fathom why he felt compelled to do so. Perhaps it was the sense of security it provided. Previously fearful of the armed soldiers, he now walked boldly toward them. With the first soul emerged a second. The Red Star fleet not only rescued Puzik's family, but also countless slaves teetering on the brink of life and death. They had never anticipated that anyone would care for them, the slaves. These individuals, numbed by despair, gazed upon the remnants of destruction and the desolate earth. The brilliance of the Red Star illuminated them, subconsciously urging them to follow its light. Gradually, more and more people began to gather behind Puzik. They came in throngs, as if a mighty current was converging. Each person bore the stains of blood, and together, they formed a vast red banner that continued to swell. Their flesh and blood may have seemed insignificant beneath the cannon fire, yet when consciousness unified and faith coalesced, it became a spark ready to ignite. Boom, boom, boom. The fleeing insurgents spotted them and instantly raised their weapons, unleashing a hail of gunfire that splattered blood. Yet, they did not retreat. The gaps left by the fallen were swiftly filled. They appeared undaunted by death, singularly focused on the direction illuminated by the light. Sister Shue, look over there. Chishua withdrew her hand from the insurgent's heart, crushing its core and absorbing the material into her weapon, before turning to gaze at the scene. The unwavering advance of the masses toward her caused her momentary bewilderment. What were these people doing? Did they not realize this could lead to their demise? Suddenly, she recalled the words of Wang Teng. Those who believe in miracles are equally remarkable. Soon, she realized the truth. They were placing their faith in the Red Star fleet, believing in their ability to rescue them. Understanding this, Chishua hesitated no longer. She immediately called out through the channel, "Valkyrie, do you hear me? Does Sister Shue have any instructions?" Valkyrie stood guard aboard the battleship, responsible for shooting down anyone attempting to escape. Below her, the 100 Riders fleet, led by Bai Ying, was tasked with low-altitude blockade. She also had the duty of monitoring them. "Do you see the sea of people below? Go assist them. I see them, and I will lend my support. Everyone hold on. If we persist, there is hope." Puzik held his wife and child close, rallying those behind them. Sometimes, the power of words is truly magical. With each repetition, the voices transformed, becoming orderly from chaotic, rising from whispers to thunderous roars. Some of the insurgents were taken aback by their actions. They had never witnessed such a scene before. In the past, when they attacked colonial or mining planets, the inhabitants would flee or hide, never congregating like this on the battlefield. Fear gripped them, tears streaming down their faces as those around them fell to the sides of the path. Yet, they did not stop. The insurgents regained their focus. They were here on a mission, to cause as much destruction as possible, ideally to annihilate everyone. Thus, the gathering crowd was summit. He gazed at the soldiers standing resolutely against their foes, recalling the words that echoed in his ears. "We are the Red Star Fleet. We come in the name of peace." Puzik's eyes were drawn to the radiant red ahead, the emblem of the Red Star battleship illuminated by light. On the 28th of July, in the year 478 of the Star Alliance, the Battle of Sarah was hastily concluded with the intervention of the Red Star fleet. The invading rebels were entirely eradicated, yet the Red Star fleet departed, seemingly as they had proclaimed, in the pursuit of peace. However, they left behind something, seeds of potential. Father, will we see them again? Surely, such a brilliant red star, radiating its light, is destined to illuminate every corner of the skyline. The Black Spider picked up a severed arm, gazing after the departing Red Star battleship. She understood that this fleet, which had intruded upon the skyline and caused considerable losses to the various factions, was unlike the people here. Initially, she believed them to be the same. Yet now she realized their uniqueness. They appeared to regard all individuals equally, whether they were refugees, slaves, or natives. This stark difference was bound to incite a storm in this land. She recalled the words spoken to her before their departure. "I can see your weapons are a threat to your life. If you wish to resolve your issues, you may come to us." The Black Spider looked up at the skyline, whispering softly, "Can I also be illuminated by the light?" Chapter 41. The flickering light in the storm of the skyline on the 29th of July, 478, the turmoil of the skyline gradually unfolded. Various factions convened to engage in fervent discussions regarding the assaults by the rebels. Tua Ba Yin, with an authoritative demeanor, silenced all dissent. "My intelligence indicates that the rebels have made no movements." Tua Ba leader, Is it possible that your intelligence network has been compromised? Do you understand the gravity of your words? Tuo Ba Yin narrowed his eyes at the speaker. Despite being intimidated, the man pressed on. I merely suggest it is a possibility. It is certainly not the ideal scenario. Yet the current reality is that the rebels have attacked our colonial planets. And we have all witnessed it. This is the truth, is it not, Tuo Ba leader? Tuo Ba Yin regarded him, gradually regaining his composure. He recognized that this individual was merely a pawn, but he remained unaware of who was orchestrating from behind the scenes. What is it you wish to convey? Let us declare war. What did you say? Let us declare war. The man grinned, seemingly oblivious to Tuo Ba Yin's darkening expression. Since they have instigated war, let us grant them one. After all, it has come to this. A heavy silence enveloped the online meeting. Tuo Ba Yin's face darkened, resembling a piece of charcoal. The marauders desired chaos in the skyline, yet they did not wish for true disorder. After all, if all were dead, whom would they plunder? Thus, despite knowing of the attack on Saristar, he refrained from any reaction. He sought only an order, a chaotic order. For the deceased were not his concern, merely refugees and slave miners. In his view, let them be chaotic, the marauders would always benefit. At this moment, he was being elevated. Tuoba leader, could it be that you have some dealings with the rebels, hence your incessant evasion? The chaos continued to escalate. After the online conference concluded, the fleets of various factions began to converge, transforming the turmoil into a grand melee. Initially, the focus was on combating the rebels, but as the insurgents retreated, the factions turned against each other. Those with personal vendettas and unresolved grievances seized the opportunity to ambush their adversaries in their absence. However, the opposing side had similar intentions, resulting in a mutual exchange of attacks. Subsequently, the two parties that had swapped homes agreed to confront each other on the battlefield. Thus, thousands of fleets engaged in fierce combat. The initial bombardment from the warships decimated their ranks, followed by direct confrontations among the warriors. This was the most visceral form of interstellar warfare, where the flesh and blood of soldiers were subjected to the relentless onslaught of ship-mounted cannons. Akin to entering a meat grinder, the term grind was the only fitting description of the carnage that ensued. After passing through the Saristar, the entire 100 Riders fleet harbored an unusual sentiment towards the Red Star. They seemed distinctly different. Li Yuanji, filled with fervent emotion, threw himself at Chishua's feet, clutching her legs and exclaiming, "Please, allow me to join you. I am sincere." Ever since he witnessed the actions of the Red Star, his desire to be a part of them intensified. An organization that treats everyone equally was the place he had longed for. "Consider it," he pleaded, still grasping her legs. Chishua cast him a sidelong glance and forcefully shook him off. "Whether you can join depends on the captain's decision. I cannot determine your fate." Li Yuanji felt a twinge of disappointment, but quickly regained his resolve. Ultimately, he must meet the captain to ascertain his fate. Even his status as a scion of the former Tang group could not sway the captain's decision. Bai Ying observed Chishua's demeanor and could not help but sigh. "Is this truly the Red Star fleet? It is quite astonishing. Where shall we go next?" she inquired. "We continue to circle the skyline. That is the captain's command." Understanding Wang Teng's intent, Bai Ying realized that he aimed to establish the Red Star's renown. If they were to succeed in a series of battles akin to the Saristar campaign, the name of Red Star would echo throughout the skyline, elevating them to prominence. Unlike other fleets, the Red Star sought only grassroots support, such as refugees and slaves. They aimed to liberate the skyline. They aspired to create a communal entity for all. Bai Ying had never considered that someone would undertake such a venture, as it would inevitably offend the entire world. Did they truly wish to be at odds with the world? Did your captain really say that? Bai Ying questioned, perplexed. Those who act in such a manner must either possess unwavering confidence or be utterly foolish. Surely no one would dare to do so. She longed to discern whether the captain of the Red Star was indeed a fool. Indeed, it was the captain's directive that compelled us to act thus. The purpose? Unknown. Yet, for the captain's sake, I am willing to undertake any endeavor. Are you not afraid of the world? What use is fear? It was the captain who bestowed the opportunity for the Red Star to rise, and the Red Star stands as the captain's staunch supporter. Even if it requires us to confront other factions, we shall not hesitate. Listening to Chishua's fervent words, Bai Ying felt a surge of passion. By the way, you must speak of our captain. Chishua's gaze was piercing as she fixed her eyes on Bai Ying. For a moment, Bai Ying found herself at a loss for words. Li Yuanji seized the moment to inquire when he might meet our captain. After we circle the skyline, you will naturally have the chance to meet him. Then let us set forth. What are we waiting for? The skyline is tumultuous, yet a single Red Star circles around, bringing peace to all. Planet 117. Wang Teng was already aware of the battle on Sarah and had dispatched individuals to investigate. The people emerging from the aftermath of war required some spiritual counsel. The peace ideology of the Red Star perfectly resonated with them. Moreover, he needed their allegiance. When the Red Star illuminates the entire skyline, there will only be one voice. Captain, the senior has already delivered peace to a planet. She reported the discovery of rebels attacking a colonial world and initiated a rescue without inquiring about the faction involved. However, some unforeseen events transpired. Captain, please look. Arno has showcased the scene of Sarah, a torrent of humanity. Those individuals, undeterred by any risk, surged towards the Red Star. The sight of their unwavering faith was truly moving. Wang Teng smiled. Yes, he was immensely pleased with the unfolding events, for they indicated that his plans were viable. Where oppression exists, resistance will inevitably follow. They are the kindling, awaiting the spark to ignite a blazing fire. Inform Chishua to press on. I intend for this war to elevate the name of the Red Star. Chapter 42. The current state of the Red Star, granary of Thanos' planet. Wang Teng sat in the captain's chair, listening to Arno's report. It had been some time since the conquest of Planet 117. During this interval, some unwary souls had approached to extort from them. Wang Teng had not even intervened, as the forces of the Red Star's 3rd Regiment swiftly apprehended them. Their warships were confiscated, their armaments seized, yet no lives were lost. They were left on Planet 117 to mine. They shall pay for their actions. Most directly through labor reformation. Regrettably, no fleet akin to that of the coalition had since arrived. Wang Teng sighed repeatedly. Although the Red Star was developing rapidly, its personnel reserves remained inadequate. He had hoped for several more coalition arrivals to amass tens of thousands of warships and replenish his resource points. Currently, his resource points were nearly depleted. However, the Red Star fleet had gained 3,000 ships resembling the Red Star itself. This was achieved by Wang Teng using the Red Star ship as a template to enhance and expand the confiscated spoils. This endeavor consumed a staggering 1 billion resource points. Certainly, the expenditure of 1 billion resource points is indeed worthwhile. These 3,000 warships, having been enhanced and upgraded based on the Red Star ship, share certain commonalities. The intelligence of the Red Star ship can connect with these 3,000 vessels, allowing it to exert control over them. However, this control is rather limited. The intelligence of the Red Star ship lacks the high-level computational power found in advanced intelligences, and managing 3,000 warships is already at the threshold of its capabilities. This limitation is precisely why Wang Teng refrained from further upgrades after enhancing the 3,000 warships. Otherwise, the Red Star fleet would now boast at least 10,000 Red Star warships. Wang Teng contemplated the possibility of upgrading the intelligence, given that he possesses the remains of a Star Beast embryo. Observing the Star Beast in combat revealed its ability to simultaneously control 9 heads, each acting independently, demonstrating a capacity for consciousness segmentation and autonomy. He wondered if this entity could be utilized to enhance the Red Star intelligence. Upon consulting the system, he was informed that such an upgrade was feasible, albeit requiring a substantial investment of resource points. The enhancement of intelligence necessitates a significant allocation of resources for 2 primary reasons. Firstly, to ensure that the computational capacity of the upgraded intelligence does not diminish, and secondly, to reserve a considerable portion of resource points to impose constraints on the intelligence. Otherwise, an advanced intelligence without limitations could lead to catastrophic consequences. Wang Teng had witnessed numerous portrayals of rogue intelligences in films and dramas, though often exaggerated for artistic effect. They undeniably convey a critical message. The cost of betrayal by an advanced intelligence is something humanity cannot bear. While such occurrences have not manifested in this world, harboring such concerns is prudent. It is better to be cautious than to face dire circumstances. Captain, the resource collection operations on Planet 117 have entered a formal process. We have accumulated reserves. Should we contact merchants for sale? Arno gazed at Wang Teng with admiration. The current success of the Red Star fleet is attributed to this man before him. With unwavering resolve, he has thwarted the threat of Star Beasts, expelled pirates, and repelled the coalition forces. His myriad deeds reflect both valor and strategy. Most importantly, he has allocated extensive resources to bolster the fleet's deficient combat systems, fully upgrading the armed soldiers and adding 3 ground-level warriors to the fleet, while elevating Shui Jie's combat level to celestial status. A fleet with celestial-level armaments is undeniably formidable, and even with only 1 flagship, it commands respect. Moreover, through his efforts, the Red Star fleet now comprises 3,000 Red Star warships, with all signs pointing toward a favorable trajectory. Observing Arno's fervent gaze unsettled Wang Teng. He could not shake the feeling that the crew's perception of him had shifted dramatically. He sensed he had become a coveted figure, with everyone eager to approach him. Nevertheless, he had now settled into his role, evolving from an unremarkable landlord to the captain of a fleet spanning across star domains. By the way, Captain, a miner attempted to escape and was killed by the guards. Escape? Why would they attempt to flee? Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback. He had meticulously adhered to the labor standards outlined in the work schedule. The hours were calculated according to the time on the planet of Dun. Each day consisted of merely 12 hours of labor, 2 hours for meals, 8 hours of sleep, and 2 hours for personal hygiene and restroom breaks. This schedule, by any measure, was exceedingly humane. Furthermore, he had not skimped on meal provisions. Yet, despite this, they still contemplated escape. If they were to meet their demise, it would be well-deserved. After all, he could hardly punish his own soldiers. If they perished, so be it. It would serve as a cautionary tale, lest others assume he was overly lenient. Was there anything else? Ah, yes, it pertains to the fleeing miner. We discovered a star core crystal on him. Arno exclaimed with palpable excitement. Wang Teng paused once more, comprehending the reason behind Arno's fervor. Star core crystals were, after all, a strategic resource, intrinsically linked to currency. While reserves might be scant, it signified that the Red Star fleet had attained the eligibility to engage in trade with other factions. Have the reserves been assessed? The statistics have yet to be compiled, but there is indeed a crystal mine below. Arno gazed at Wang Teng with fervent intensity. It was this man who could make them fabulously wealthy overnight. Wang Teng pondered, resting his chin on his hand. Since we possess a crystal mine, there is no need to contact merchants. Merchants, regardless of the era, are driven solely by profit. However, he now had both goods and wealth, rendering intermediaries unnecessary for transactions. The dilemma lay in the fact that he was currently within the Skyline, having only just established his presence here. The Skyline faction likely would not engage with him. Thus he seemed to have no choice but to rely on merchants for supplies. The resources aboard the Red Star had already been significantly depleted, and it was only thanks to the Coalition's supplies that they could continue to persevere. With more than half of the personnel aboard the Red Star lost due to the miners of Planet 117, they could still manage for the time being. But this could not last indefinitely. Planet 117 was not suitable for agriculture. He required a stable channel for resource acquisition. Arno, summon Lucy to me. Understood, Captain. Skyline. Right spiral arm, Planet Thanos. Planet Thanos bore a remarkable resemblance to Dun, with a temperate climate ideal for agriculture. The yield of agricultural products here was astonishing. As an undercover agent for the rebellion, Lucy was well aware of the location of this planet, one of the storages for the insurgents. At this moment, he had arrived above the planet. Gazing down at the world below, he felt a wave of nostalgia. This time, Wang Teng had entrusted him with a mission to secure a reliable source of supplies for the Red Star fleet. This was his test. Lucy's choice of this location was also influenced by the ongoing war erupting in the Skyline. As a granary planet, it undoubtedly fell within the strike range of those hostile forces. He did not wish for this planet to be engulfed in flames of war. Thus, he had no choice but to raise the banner of the Red Star. Greetings, this is Lucius. I seek the leader of the Agricultural Alliance. Chapter 43. Peace or Death from Above. The planet Thanos appears as a celestial sphere of gold. Yet upon descending to its surface, one discovers that the radiant gleam is not gold, but towering stalks of wheat, surpassing even the height of a man, sprawling across much of the planet. Nestled among these golden fields are quaint villages, their structures crafted from ancient thatch and timber. Nearby, one can find spacecraft and warships moored. This land is home to a multitude of races, yet a palpable joy radiates from the faces of its inhabitants. They harbor no animosity towards one another, only a shared delight in the bountiful harvest of wheat in their hands. Lucius's arrival does not disturb the rhythm of life here. It is as though he is invisible to the people, for he cannot aid them in their agricultural pursuits. With a commanding shout, some individuals activate their armed machinery, employing its agility to harvest the wheat. Clearly, the locals have repurposed their mechanized armaments for agricultural use, agricultural mechs. Lucius is unperturbed by this, for the inhabitants are singularly focused on their crops. Cultivating quality produce is essential to stave off hunger. Walking along the narrow pathways, he is careful not to trample the wheat that spills over the edges of the fields. A misstep could provoke an aggressive response from the locals. After traversing the fields for over an hour, he finally arrives at a thatched wooden house and knocks gently on the door. An aged voice emanates from within. Come in, child. Lucius tidies his attire, assuming a solemn demeanor as he enters. Greetings, leader of the Agricultural Alliance. Inside, an elderly man clad in rough linen sits with his back to Lucius, seemingly engrossed in his work, indifferent to the visitor's presence. Have a seat. Help yourself to water. I must continue my research on the enhancement rates of hybrid strains. Lucius remains silent, taking a seat on a wooden stool and observing the humble arrangement of the room, which is adorned with various specimens of wheat. It is not long before he hears the calm voice of the elder, another failure. The old man turns, and though his eyes are clouded, a spark of brilliance emanates from them. His frail figure, for reasons unknown, exudes an unexpected grandeur. What brings you here? Our faction has pledged not to intervene in warfare. It is a stipulation of our original accord. Who are you, young man? Che Guevara was my adoptive father. Oh, so you are that fellow's child. He was a commendable leader, though perhaps not an exemplary father. The elder's gaze softens as he looks at Lucius. How is little Alina faring? Alina is presently striving towards her aspirations. Is that so? The elder falls silent, as if lost in reminiscence. That is precisely why I assert he was not a good father, leaving such burdens upon his child. Lucius refrains from offering any critique of the previous generation, acknowledging that he benefits from the legacy of those who came before him. Pray tell, what is it you seek from me? Is it assistance for Alina you desire? Not at all, Chief Noping. I am here representing the Red Star Fleet. The Red Star Fleet? The elder inquired with a calm demeanor. Is it a new insurgent force? Lucy shook his head and proceeded to elaborate on the origins of the Red Star Fleet, as well as the current state of the skyline. Indeed, the war has commenced. The chief of Noping appeared unfazed. What is there to be astonished about? To liberate this place, bloodshed and sacrifice are inevitable. Moreover, the complexity of the populace means that there will always be someone seeking to conquer it. The elder shook his head. To be honest, ever since that fellow's demise, I have realized that the insurgents cannot liberate the skyline. They have long lost their original intent. This is precisely why we have taken refuge here, tending to our fields. I can promise to sell you some supplies. Lucy hesitated, as he was not entirely satisfied with this offer. He had hoped to persuade this agrarian faction of insurgents to join the Red Star Fleet. Only in doing so could he secure a stable channel for obtaining resources. Elena is now with me in the Red Star Fleet. Upon hearing this, the elder's eyes flickered. That young girl, from a very tender age, was indoctrinated by that man with the ideology of liberating the skyline. Since she became the leader of the insurgents, she has been striving towards that goal. However, what she has achieved thus far is merely trivial skirmishes. A single fleet cannot hope to contend with them. She likely understands this as well. But do you truly believe the Red Star Fleet can accomplish it? Faced with the elder's inquiry, Lucy managed a wry smile and shook his head. I do not know, but Elena believes wholeheartedly, and I have chosen to trust in her faith. Their captain is no ordinary individual. Oh, how so? The elder expressed a newfound interest in Wang Teng. He does not seem to advocate for slaughter. Lucy paused before continuing. In the past, when fleets were defeated, captives were either executed, sold as commodities, or abandoned on mining planets to perish. Yet, he seems to have his own principles. He asserts that those who commit wrongs must pay the price, and that labor reform offers an opportunity. Moreover, he has dispatched his subordinates to propagate notions of peace, saving many on various planets. The elder remained silent, prompting Lucy to add, Chief Noping, have you heard that the insurgents have commenced warfare? The elder shook his head, unaware even of the outbreak of war in the skyline. Yet now, whispers abound that the insurgents have incited conflict and that various factions are retaliating against them. Chief Noping, I have come to invite you and the planet Sarnos to join the Red Star. Lucy's gaze remained fixed on the elder. After a moment, the elder sighed. We merely wish to cultivate our land. Why must this be so arduous? It is a choice between peace and death, and it is not a difficult one. Child, I can agree to your request, but I also hope that those behind you will assure me that if the people of Sarnos are unwilling to engage in war, they will not be forcibly conscripted. The elder's gaze was piercing, directed not at Lucy, but at Wang Teng behind him. I assure you, those who cultivate the land shall diligently tend to their fields, while I shall intercept the flames of war beyond the confines of this planet. The voice emanated from Lucy, indicating that Wang Teng had been eavesdropping on their discourse all along. I shall deploy an armed force to establish a presence in the near-Earth orbit of the planet Sano, ensuring that the fires of conflict do not spread to its surface. Furthermore, a fleet from the Skyline faction is already en route to the planet Sano. We shall plant the banner of the Red Star Fleet here. This territory belongs to the Red Star. Yet, let it be known, those who dare to challenge the Red Star shall face annihilation, no matter the distance. Outside the planet Sano, a coalition led primarily by the Pirate Alliance was advancing with great vigor towards their destination. However, as they approached, they were met by a battalion of 1,000 troops standing resolutely before them. At the forefront stood a striking figure clad in the distinctive black armor of the Red Star. This is the Red Star Fleet. I am Feng Wan, commander of the 2nd Battalion of the Red Star. You are presented with 2 choices, surrender or perish. Chapter 44. Such resolve, a bait for the enemy, surrender or perish. In all the years within the Skyline, none had dared to utter such words before the coalition of the three great factions. Yet now, someone stood before them, offering such an ultimatum. Had it been anyone else, they would have laughed uproariously and charged forward with their warships. But the adversary claimed to be from the Red Star fleet. Everyone was aware that a fleet from the Skyline had recently seized a territory, and those who returned from the battlefield spoke of their few numbers yet extraordinary combat prowess. Particularly, the 3,000 black-armored soldiers of the Red Star were likened to heavy cavalry of the cosmos, earning the moniker Black Storm. What shall we do? They are armed warriors of the Red Star fleet. What is there to fear? They number merely 1,000, while we boast over 10,000 warships. Even our naval artillery could drown them. Yet, I have heard that the black-armored soldiers of the Red Star are impervious to naval bombardments. What absurdity. No one is invulnerable to artillery. It merely depends on the strength of the firepower. Moreover, they are but armed warriors. Do we not possess similar forces? In terms of numbers, we could overwhelm them easily. What nonsense. Charge forward. Engage them. After all, we have come to the Skyline. What fear do we have of death? Feng Yuan, akin to Su Hu, was a veteran of the former Red Star. She was among those who were part of the ground-level armaments enhanced by Wang Teng. The Emperor's armament was stripped of most functionalities, diminishing other attributes while solely augmenting defensive capabilities. The deep black material, a fusion of star beast shells and a liquid-solid compound, boasted remarkable toughness and energy absorption capacity. The term Red Star Black Armor now referred to the armaments of the Red Star warriors. Upon her ascension to ground level, Feng Yuan's black armor underwent subtle transformations. Its defensive attributes were enhanced, and her armament's speed capabilities were fortified, though its appearance remained consistent with the Red Star Black Armor. The modular enhancements now offered an array of options. Upon elevating standard armaments to the ground level, unique alterations occurred tailored to the user's proclivities. Additionally, upon reaching ground level, one could bestow a name upon their armament. For instance, the former Red Demon armament of Chishua. Feng Yuan did not alter the name of the Red Star Black Armor. Instead, she appended a suffix, thus becoming the Red Star Black Armor Feng Yuan armament. The Red Star precedes her name, symbolizing her sense of belonging to the Red Star fleet. Originally, she remained stationed on the Red Star ship, serving as the last line of defense for the fleet. However, Wang Teng dispatched her to guard a planet, tasked with intercepting all incoming enemies. In the past, Feng Yuan might have questioned this decision, for it left the Red Star ship defenseless. If it were attacked, recovery would be impossible. Yet, with the miracles Wang Teng had exhibited, even the seasoned veterans were convinced, willingly following his command. Captain, they are moving. The head armor glimmered with a red hue as Feng Yuan gazed upward at the accelerating fleet of warships. Slightly raising her hand, the armament extended, the black armor writhed, and each module in her grasp unfolded into an oversized sniper rifle, the weapon once wielded by Chishua. Known as the Killing Bodhi. Previously, they had lacked the rank to wield such heavy weaponry, but now Feng Yuan had attained the Earth level, through the armament blueprint. She could materialize this weapon. The Killing Bodhi was a charged weapon, its lethality contingent upon the energy input. When faced with a star beast, Chishua had once fired a shot worth millions. In earlier times, Feng Yuan would never have dared to imagine such power, but now, with the Red Star controlling 117 planets rich in gaseous resources, even a shot worth 10 million posed no burden for her, let alone one worth 1 billion. With the safety disengaged, the armament charged, and a surge of energy continually infused into the Killing Bodhi. A cascade of colorful light erupted from the muzzle. Feng Yuan aimed at the foremost warship, her right index finger poised on the trigger, and with a gentle pull, she fired. This shot was valued at 80 million. A dazzling beam traversed the interstellar void, piercing through the coalition fleet and creating a gaping hole in a nearby asteroid. Moments later, a series of explosions erupted, reminiscent of fireworks, vibrant and resplendent. The coalition fleet was engulfed in flames, which expanded outward like a swelling balloon. Witnessing the scene before her, Feng Yuan felt an exhilarating rush. She finally understood the joy that Chishua had experienced. Compared to shopping with girls, this exhilarating sensation of spending resources was far more satisfying. I have never fought such a prosperous battle. Warfare is fundamentally about logistics, equipment superiority, material support, troop reinforcement, and so forth, just as it was in this instance. With a single shot, Feng Yuan had defeated a fleet of thousands. However, it was due to her Earth-level armament that such a devastating attack was possible. Many coalition warships fled the explosions, scattering in various directions. Feng Yuan did not organize a pursuit. Before arriving here, Wang Teng had instructed her to ensure that the flames of war did not reach the planet Sarnos. Thus, her role was to intercept the conflict in outer space. Here stood Feng Yuan, the enemy repelled. On the planet Sarnos, an elder gazed at the flickering lights in the sky, remaining silent. Lakisi responded to Feng Yuan, acknowledging the situation before reporting to the elder about the battle. Elder, the enemy has been repelled. The elder slowly regained his focus, pondering. Shall we not allow them to retreat and recuperate? There is no need. They have suffered no casualties. Who are these intruders? A coalition fleet composed of various forces from the skyline, numbering in the thousands. Upon hearing this, the elder's expression shifted subtly. A coalition of such magnitude could easily sweep through the planet of Thanos multiple times. Yet, they were still repelled, and without any losses. Surely, the Red Star did not dispatch all their forces here. If that were the case, he would have to reconsider his opinion of Wang Teng, as such a strategy would undoubtedly be a blunder. In the vastness of space, only formidable fleets hold true significance. To forsake their own might for the sake of resources is tantamount to self-destruction. Lakisi, sensing the elder's misunderstanding, quickly clarified, no. Accompanying me this time is the second corps of the Red Star fleet, totaling over 1,000 personnel. The commander is of Earth-level combat prowess, with 10 subordinates at the Mystic level, while the remainder comprises heavily armored Yellow-level warriors comparable to the Mystic level. Currently, the Red Star has 3 such corps, with the other 2 dispatched on missions. After absorbing Lakisi's explanation, the elder's murky eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. This captain possesses remarkable audacity. Lakisi felt somewhat bewildered, struggling to comprehend. So, at this moment, your captain has no defensive forces. It is akin to withdrawing the city's garrison. He is using himself as bait. The elder stated firmly, fixing his gaze on Lakisi. You are correct. He is indeed different. Chapter 45. While you conduct business. I dig under your feet. The protracted night offered little solace for sleep. In interstellar travel, one must not only contend with gravity, but also with time zone differences. Lacking the visual cues of the sun rising and setting, it is challenging to form a fixed perception of time. Thankfully, they continued to adhere to the standard of the Earth Yuan star for timekeeping. Initially, Wang Teng struggled with sleep, constantly adjusting to the time difference, but after systematic reinforcement, his body quickly acclimated. Just as he got up to have breakfast, Zealand arrived at his door with a tray. Captain, I have brought breakfast for you. Wang Teng tousled his unruly hair, opened the door for Zealand, and glanced at the fried dough sticks, soybean milk, and plain porridge before turning toward the washstand. Set it down. I will eat after I freshen up. Having gained the fleet's unanimous approval, he had moved into the captain's exclusive suite. It was akin to a one-bedroom apartment, with nearly all necessary amenities. In comparison to the dormitory he initially occupied, it was an entirely different realm. However, no one voiced discontent. After all, they believed the captain deserved to enjoy some comforts given his arduous efforts. After placing the tray down, Zealand approached the bedside, helping Wang Teng fold the blankets, tidy the bed, and clean the room. By the time Wang Teng finished washing up, Zealand had completed her chores. Observing the immaculate room, Wang Teng jested, Zealand, your housekeeping skills are truly exceptional. Zealand, with a serious expression, replied, as one who cannot serve in combat. All I can do is assist the captain in these matters. Do you resent me for that? Why does the captain ask this? Wang Teng picked up a stick of fried dough, prepared using an air fryer, devoid of excessive grease. It was rather dry, yet quite delightful when dipped in congee. In the current circumstances, to enjoy such a breakfast felt rather indulgent. After all, under my guidance, everyone has improved, except for you. Zealand fell into a brief silence, then raised her gaze to Wang Teng and said, Captain, how can this be your fault? Everyone else has succeeded, and I alone have not. Clearly, it is my own issue. If blame is to be placed, it should be on me. Nevertheless, it matters not, for I shall prove myself in other endeavors. Seeing Zealand's earnestness made Wang Teng smile. All right, you are my assistant officer. Matters of combat do not concern you. Your duty is to remain on standby beside me. At the very least, you have folded the blankets quite well. At that moment, a projection descended from above. The voice of the Red Star intelligence chimed in. Captain, the command center is calling. Connect, he replied. A figure with short hair appeared in the projection, speaking hurriedly. Captain, resource companies led by MIA Group are reaching out to us, inquiring about the possibility of collaborating on the development of Planet 117. Mia, if I recall correctly, isn't that a faction of Skyline? It's surprising they would seek us for partnership. Wang Teng pondered for a moment. Understood. Please transfer the communication. I wish to ascertain their intentions. Yes, replied Red Star Intelligence, facilitating the connection. The projection dispersed into luminous particles before reassembling into a three-dimensional display. A blonde, blue-eyed man in a suit, exuding an air of affability, materialized on the screen. From his astute gaze, it was apparent he was a businessman. Pleasure to meet you. Captain of the Red Star. I am Mike, the supervisor of MIA Group's Skyline branch. Oh, Supervisor Mike, if memory serves. Your group previously allied with the coalition to attack us, yet now you seek to collaborate? Wang Teng leaned back in his chair, leisurely consuming his fried dough, radiating an air of nonchalance. Mike maintained a cheerful demeanor, betraying no hint of discontent. Fried dough and kanji, it appears the captain possesses a taste for the finer things. It has indeed been a long time since I enjoyed such a breakfast. It brings back fond memories. MIA is a substantial enterprise. Would a breakfast truly be a concern for someone of your stature? Wang Teng grinned. Let us dispense with the pleasantries and get to the point. Perhaps I shall acquiesce. Mike, recognizing that Wang Teng was not swayed by flattery, swiftly shifted to a more direct approach. Your side has laid claim to Planet 117. I presume you have yet to engage with merchants. Are you open to the prospect of cooperating with MIA? What kind of collaboration do you envision? Upon hearing Wang Teng's inquiry, Mike's eyes sparkled with anticipation, sensing a significant potential for partnership. MIA Group possesses a highly sophisticated development industrial chain, with mature technologies in exploration, conquest, resource extraction, and operations. By collaborating with us, your side would need not partake in management. You could simply await the financial returns. Hearing your words, it seems quite advantageous to collaborate with you. Wang Teng nodded, appearing somewhat persuaded. Observing this, Supervisor Mike intended to press his advantage. However, in the next moment, Wang Teng declined. This left Supervisor Mike bewildered, as if he had just opened his mouth only to be fed a mouthful of excrement. Though your reasoning is sound, I must refuse. Refuse? Why? Is there another group courting you? Wang Teng placed the youtiao down, clapped his hands, and accepted the tissue offered by Zealand. Wiping his hands as he spoke, it is quite simple. Due to your previous aggressions against us, I harbor no trust in you. Furthermore, you are merely a branch supervisor. Above you are managers and regional directors. How much authority do you truly possess to assure me of your statements? Should you be the manager of the Skyline division? I might consider your proposal, but you are just a supervisor. This may seem somewhat harsh, yet it is a crucial point. Supervisor Mike's expression soured. Not directed at Wang Teng, but at the ineptitude of those at the Skyline division. Had they not interfered with the prior coalition, perhaps this opportunity would have been theirs. What a pity, Supervisor Mike sighed. I truly have high hopes for your development. Coincidentally, I also hold your capabilities in high regard, Wang Teng replied with a smile, which made Mike feel quite disheartened. Are you interested in switching sides? I could make you the head of the Red Star fleet. Mike momentarily faltered before regaining his composure. Captain, you jest. I am quite content at MIA. No worries. Supervisor Mike may take his time to consider my offer. Mike gazed into Wang Teng's earnest eyes, his emotions fluctuating. His gaze flickered as he subtly remarked, I appreciate your consideration, Captain, but with your forces deployed, can you withstand the impact from MIA? The conversation concluded. Zealand hesitated, looking at Wang Teng. If you have something to ask, just say it. Holding it back is quite uncomfortable. Captain, why do you value him? And what did his last statement mean? Wang Teng stood, stretched, and turned back to smile at Zealand. He is a businessman. For Red Star to thrive, we cannot do without the support of businessmen. As for his final words, he implied that the net is about to catch fish. Chapter 46. The advancing Blackbeard pirates on July 30th, 478 of the Stellar Era, within a span of 2 days since the insurgents launched their surprise attack on Skyline. The flames of war were fully ignited, shattering the long-standing silence of the Skyline. Chaos ensued as Skyline was plunged into total war. This conflict transcended mere warfare against the insurgents. It served as a pretext for various factions within Skyline to assault their rivals. For 2 consecutive days, the cannon fire of Skyline resounded without respite, with a warship being destroyed on average every minute. The ordinary citizens across the planets of Skyline were engulfed in trepidation, uncertain of when the flames of war might reach them. Yet now, escape was no longer an option. The pirates have effectively sealed off the transition points at the periphery of the Skyline. Any vessel that ventures too close is met with destruction. The Skyline has now transformed into a veritable furnace, where anyone who enters is engulfed by the flames of conflict. Unless one possesses an indomitable spirit, they will ultimately become mere dust, forgotten in the expanse of the Skyline star domain. On the plundering base planet, Triangular Star, Tuoba Yin listened intently as his subordinates reported the current chaos reigning in the Skyline, which has also adversely affected the business of the Marauders. Clients have ceased to seek the mercenaries for their lives, as the outbreak of war has drawn the majority into its fiery clutches, many having fallen victim to surprise attacks in these early stages of conflict. In a desperate bid for self-preservation, clients have redirected funds intended for the marauders towards recruiting their own forces. The marauders, unable to guarantee their safety, realize that possessing their own fleet is the only substantial assurance of security. The flames of war have also swept across the marauders' home planet, with several mining planets under siege and colonial planets laid to waste, resulting in significant losses for the marauders amidst this tumult. Although Tuoba Yen, in his capacity as the leader of the marauders, has rallied them forcefully to reclaim lost assets by intervening in the conflict. The current state of affairs has left all factions in a state of suspicion and alarm. Any action taken would render them targets in the eyes of others. In times past, the marauders could dictate terms, but in this chaotic climate, self-preservation takes precedence over respect or alliances. Moreover, the marauders have come to seize territory. Ultimately, the marauders succeeded in vanquishing smaller factions, yet they suffered considerable attrition in the process. Unlike other factions, the marauders constitute a loose coalition. Tuoba Yen employed moral persuasion to compel them into battle, yet excessive losses could incite discontent among them. At their core, the marauders retain their mercenary essence, which explains why they have never fully claimed the skyline, instead opting to share it with others. Leader, Black Widow has refused the summons, came the report. I see. What of the others? Some have lost contact, while others are organizing defenses against the invaders. Understood. Tuoba Yen furrowed his brow. Black Widow was currently the highest-ranking individual he could reach on Sarah Star. Under pressure, he had appointed her as the temporary overseer to remain in charge of Sarah Star. Yet he had not anticipated her refusal of the Marauder's call. Was she seeking opportunity amidst the chaos? Tuoba Yen refrained from blaming her, as this was a customary tactic among the Marauders. As long as she had not formally withdrawn from the Marauders, Sarah Star remained under their control. What troubled him now was the origin of the current predicament. He had considered Wang Teng as a suspect, yet upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. In contrast to Wang Teng, he had a more credible suspect, Blackbeard. Tuoba Yen meticulously recalled the events of recent meetings. Blackbeard had displayed unusual behavior, notably becoming markedly quieter than before. Furthermore, several pieces of information had been raised by him. After posing questions, he distanced himself from the discussion, opting for silence. This realization only heightened Blackbeard's suspicion. Where is Blackbeard now? Leader, there has been no sign of him since the onset of total war. He has not appeared at all. Could it truly be him? Yet what could he possibly intend, and why embark on such actions? Tuoba Yan's countenance darkened, betraying hints of trepidation and unease. The scene unfolded against the backdrop of the Outpost 147 planet, positioned on the periphery of the skyline. As the outermost marginal planet, Outpost 147 was aptly designated as such. The vicinity of this planet was marked by spatial anomalies, hosting numerous transition nodes. Here, one could traverse the expanse of the skyline, provided one possessed the necessary coordinates. Moreover, the transition nodes of Outpost 147 formed connections with the outside realm, enabling long-distance interstellar jumps through its nodes. Forces from various factions of the skyline were stationed on Outpost 147, recognizing its significance akin to the Rainbow Bridge of Asgard. However, at the onset of war, this location erupted into localized conflict. A pitch-black battleship, accompanied by thousands of war vessels, emerged forcefully from the transition space, establishing a blockade over Outpost 147. In truth, while this fleet was still in transition, the ground forces detected anomalies. Yet, before they could react, the pirates stationed at Outpost 147 had torn asunder the provisions of the 147 agreement concerning peaceful coexistence. The pirates' sudden ambush resulted in the swift decimation of the station personnel from various factions. Lacking sufficient strength, Outpost 147 swiftly fell into the hands of the pirates. The dark ship breached the atmosphere and descended upon the planet's surface. Blackbeard, a cigar clamped between his teeth, emerged from the vessel with a mischievous grin. Captain. The pirates eagerly approached to pay homage to their pirate emperor. Blackbeard surveyed the smoke-laden battlefield with indifference, closing his eyes to inhale deeply the acrid scent pervading the air, reveling in its intoxicating allure. What a mesmerizing aroma indeed. Captain, what are our next actions? We can hardly contain our excitement. The pirates gazed at their emperor with adoration. He had orchestrated the turmoil within the skyline, only to withdraw and linger on its fringes, awaiting the opportune moment to reap the rewards. Ha! Blackbeard chuckled softly, gazing towards the heavens. What is the rush? Let them battle a while longer. We have matters of greater significance at hand. What matters? Blackbeard remained silent. Yet his internal communicator buzzed with a message. A grotesque expression twisted his already unappealing visage. He erupted into raucous laughter, his eyes ablaze as he addressed the pirates. Summon our crew. It is time to seize what is ours. Upon hearing his command, the pirates erupted into frenzied laughter. Pillaging was their forte. Captain, where shall we raid this time? MIA or the raiders? Neither, came the response, as Blackbeard, the paramount leader of the pirate alliance, raised his arm to rally the forces. The pirates of the alliance converged at the gathering point. This phenomenon caught the attention of certain onlookers. However, those ensnared by the war could only watch helplessly. The target was Planet 117. Chapter 47. At last, they arrive at the doorstep. Now, according to the standard time of the Guyuan star, it is just past 11 in the evening. In the past, at this hour, Wang Teng would be sitting at a street-side stall, indulging in late-night snacks. Yet now, he finds himself amidst the cosmos, standing on the bridge of a warship, gazing into the boundless expanse of the stars. A savory aroma of cumin-roasted chicken wings wafts toward him from behind. Turning his head toward the enticing scent, he sees Zealand, clad in an apron, tending to a stove, grilling chicken wings. Captain, it will take another 2.5 minutes, she announces. No worries, I can wait a bit longer, Wang Teng replies, surprised to discover such provisions from Guyuan star among the spoils. Although they are frozen, having something to eat at this moment is a blessing. Who cares if it's frozen? With nothing much to do, he casually remarks about roasting chicken wings. As he speaks, he retrieves a bag of fizzy drink from his pocket. Another treasure found among the spoils. Sipping the drink, he gazes into the distance. Noticing his demeanor, Zealand inquires, Captain, are you waiting for someone? Wang Teng nods. I am waiting for some kind-hearted souls. Kind-hearted souls? Aren't those who deliver warships, resources, and materials to us considered kind-hearted? He quips, only to find Zealand deep in thought. Realizing the implication of his words. Captain, is someone planning to attack us? Before she can finish, Arno's projection appears before them. Captain, radar has detected a jump reaction. What? Zealand's expression tightens. Captain, what do we do? Snow and the others aren't here. Should we escort you to safety? Wang Teng waves his hand dismissively. It's too late. If my guess is correct, they have already sealed off the nearby area, trapping us here. Arno then exclaims in panic. Captain, this is serious. Communications have been cut off. We cannot contact the outside world. Wang Teng takes a sip of his fizzy drink, his tone nonchalant. I anticipated this. What shall we do then? Face whatever comes our way, he replies resolutely. At that moment, Arno announces, Captain, we have received an external communication request. Red Star Intelligence. Connected, Wang Teng commands. A projection screen materializes before him, revealing a large, grotesque black face. Instinctively, Wang Teng steps back. Who is this person? It's terrifying. Wow. What on earth are you? He exclaims. The figure, a bearded pirate, pays no heed to Wang Teng's words. With a disfigured smile, he tips his hat, revealing a partially mechanized head. Pleasure to meet you. I am the pirate Blackbeard. A pirate? Wang Teng is taken aback, not expecting such a visitor. In his mind, he had anticipated raiders or the MIA group, or perhaps even those warlord factions. He had dispatched Chishua and others to create an illusion of a vacant stronghold, intending to lure out some greedy individuals. Once he ensnares these avaricious souls, he could usurp their positions and forcefully enter the skyline. Gradually, he would dismantle the weaker factions, strengthening himself, nurturing a team of ground-level armed forces, and eventually a squad of celestial warriors. At that moment, the only sound echoing from the skyline would belong to him. That is indeed the voice of Wang Teng. However, he was taken aback to discover that the visitors were pirates. After defeating the coalition forces in their entirety, how could such a faction of pirates possess the audacity to confront him? Wang Teng remarked with intrigue. Blackbeard cackled heartily, claiming that the previous forces were merely inconsequential. Even though you vanquished them, they posed no significant threat. Your fleet is formidable, having secured Planet 117 amidst the coalition's onslaught. Nevertheless, your fleet's vulnerability is glaringly apparent. Your numbers are insufficient. Have you not considered the defensive issues of your flagship after deploying all your warriors? Wang Teng was taken aback by Blackbeard's words. This individual possessed some insight. Perhaps he had discerned something. How do you know that I have not established defensive measures? I have thoroughly scrutinized your records. The Red Star fleet originated from the Great Tang Group and was preserved during a purge. Subsequently, it sought independence and forged an alliance with General Pa Kai of the Skyline to assault Planet 117. In my expectations, you ought to have perished on Planet 117, allowing my forces to reap the spoils. To my utter astonishment, you not only captured Planet 117, but also repelled my forces, even driving back the coalition. I observed that you had no external aid, relying solely on a few thousand warriors and yourself. Blackbeard's eyes gleamed with intensity. An unknown armed force. Your existence has resurrected a fleet that should have perished. Likewise, Your presence enables the realization of my plans. Wang Teng furrowed his brow, questioning the implication. Your emergence has unsettled the previously orderly skyline. I merely nudged the situation along. Blackbeard chuckled maniacally. I never anticipated such remarkable results. They began to fight amongst themselves without my intervention. Greed, Wang Teng remarked, his gaze sharp. Indeed, it is greed. They profess unity while coveting each other's planets. Once the balance is disrupted, they shall collapse without external pressure. Yet you are one of them, Blackbeard retorted, denying the accusation. He saluted with a manic gleam in his eye, exclaiming, I am not one of these depraved individuals. Is that so? Wang Teng replied with a smile. Do you know whence I hail? From Gao Tianyu, Blackbeard said, his smile radiating fervor, resembling a fervent martyr. The Empire of the Sun, Special Operations Division, Major. Coal Blackchild. I have been an undercover agent for the Empire here for decades, awaiting an opportunity to bring this place under Imperial dominion. So, I present you with an opportunity. Surrender the planets behind you, offer your fleet, and dedicate yourself to the Empire, and I shall introduce you to the Empire. Blackbeard spread his arms, his face alight with zeal. Ah, I see. Wang Teng nodded, understanding now why he claimed to be separate from them. The Empire of the Sun, once a solitary nation on the planet Dun, had collapsed its territory due to excessive nuclear waste emissions. In the ensuing era of interstellar migration, the nation embarked on a collective exodus, establishing a governmental structure heavily reliant on its fleet, renowned for their fervent sacrifices. Although they had laid claim to a colonizable planet, their gaze frequently wandered to other celestial bodies. The worlds they occupied met either subjugation or annihilation. By your count, it seems you have me all figured out? Blackbeard cackled, his eyes fixated intently on Wang Teng. Yet, I remained resolute. Red Star intelligence, no. Where are my 3,000 assault ships? Bring them forth. Chapter 48. The imposing Red Star, a fleet of vessels, reminiscent of the Red Star ships, but diminished in size, surged forth from planet 117. As they breached the atmosphere, they streaked across the heavens like a multitude of shooting stars. 3,000 Red Star vessels gleamed under the radiant light of the sun, impeccably arranged in formation behind Wang Teng. Observing this spectacle, Blackbeard's expression remained largely unchanged. He had anticipated Wang Teng's defensive strategies and contingency plans long before his arrival. How intriguing. However, should you choose not to resist, I would find it rather uninteresting. The more you resist, the more exhilarated I become. The act of conquering is most gratifying, Blackbeard proclaimed, raising his arm with fervor. Charge. Let the entire fleet advance. The space surrounding Planet 117 rippled with energy as pirate warships emerged from their jumps, encircling Wang Teng and the Red Star fleet. Arnold and his companions were taken aback, realizing that the pirates had laid an ambush. Yet, Wang Teng remained unfazed. He too had prepared for numerous contingencies, including the possibility of being besieged. As he beheld the multitude of pirate vessels, his eyes gleamed with anticipation. Ah, so this is how we play, is it? Excellent. To him, these pirate ships transformed into pulsating resource points. What enemies? These are merely the building blocks of a formidable fleet. The pirate vessels opened fire on the Red Star fleet, creating a cacophony reminiscent of celebratory firecrackers in the raucous atmosphere of a nightclub, with lights flashing incessantly. Red Star intelligence, defensive mode, Wang Teng commanded. Understood. Simultaneously, he issued directives, prompting the Red Star fleet's intelligent core to operate at high speed. Streams of data instructions flowed into the control systems of the 3,000 Red Star ships. With temporary control established, the ships, previously hovering in formation, activated their defensive shields under the guidance of Red Star intelligence. As projectiles rained down upon the shields, the vessels that sustained hits swiftly retreated. 3 ships formed a unit, alternating in defense, positioning themselves to protect the Red Star fleet. Blackbeard observed the thwarted assaults with an inscrutable expression, refraining from ordering a cessation of fire. The pirate warships unleashed a relentless barrage, showering the Red Star fleet with a continuous onslaught for several minutes until their ammunition supplies dwindled, at which point they finally ceased fire. The Red Star vessels then dispersed, reforming around the Red Star flagship in protective formation. At that moment, Blackbeard grinned widely. Destruction cannon. Let us see how formidable their shields truly are. The pirate warships dispersed their formation, making way for the Black Ship and several auxiliary vessels. Brilliant. Multicolored beams of light surged forth, resembling a vibrant rainbow bridge, and hurtled towards the Red Star ship. High-energy reactions ignited in the cosmos, generating dazzling electric arcs. Under the onslaught of these luminous beams, the Red Star ship appeared precariously vulnerable. In response to this dire situation, The core intelligence of the Red Star began to smoke as it operated, activating the defensive shields of 3,000 warships at full power. They resembled a myriad of small orbs, meticulously arranged to form a spherical, curved barrier. This curved spherical shield, slightly tilted, miraculously deflected the incoming beams upon impact. Was it reflected? Blackbeard watched in astonishment as the annihilation cannon's beams refracted at an angle of several dozen degrees, blasting several gaping holes into a distant planet. Such an occurrence was not beyond the realm of possibility. The annihilation cannon was not a mechanical kinetic weapon, but rather a focused energy weapon. And the attacks it unleashed were, in essence, a form of light. They had merely redirected or refracted this light. But what of it? Such a high-powered operational barrier would undoubtedly render those warships as mere fodder, and precise calculations regarding the reflection of light would likely cause the flagship's intelligence to overheat. Blackbeard concluded that he merely needed to maintain the output of the annihilation cannon and see who would falter first. Observing the continuously reflecting annihilation cannon's spherical barrier, Blackbeard mused. Had he known that Planet 117 harbored star core crystal mines, he might have thought differently. With the backing of Planet 117 and its abundant strategic resources, even if the warships were rendered inoperative, Wang Teng could easily mobilize a new fleet. As for the Red Star intelligence, with the Red Star flagship as the central hub connecting the 3,000 warships as mere pawns in a collective computation, it would remain unscathed until the pawns were entirely depleted. Wang Teng simultaneously issued commands, unwilling to remain on the defensive. Shangguan, organize the auxiliary troops to counterattack. Understood. I've been eagerly awaiting this. Inside the Red Star flagship's command chamber, Shangguan Honghe donned her combat suit, facing hundreds of auxiliary soldiers, all similarly attired. You've all heard. It's time for us to showcase our prowess. All personnel, enter combat units. Yes, the auxiliary soldiers shouted in unison, subsequently departing in batches, with some heading to manually operate the ship's cannons while others prepared their fighter jets. The once silent Red Star ship now redirected its cannons, tilting its body out of the shield's range. It aimed at the pirate warship's flanks and unleashed a barrage of cannon fire. The pirate vessels were momentarily caught off guard, resulting in the immediate destruction of over a dozen ships. As explosions filled the air, Blackbeard shouted, "What is happening? Boss, they're firing at us. Can't we evade?" But boss, it was too sudden. We didn't have time to dodge. For the first time, Blackbeard's expression shifted. Initially confident that their fierce cannonade would soon overwhelm the enemy, he was astonished to find they had endured thus far and still possessed the capability to retaliate. A sense of foreboding washed over him, for despite everything, that barrier remained steadfast. Boss, shall we continue? The consumption of the annihilation cannon is exceedingly high, and we may not be able to bear it. Blackbeard waved his hand dismissively, fully aware of the cannon's immense cost. Originally, he had aimed for a decisive victory, but who could have anticipated the resilience of the Red Star? Cease the use of the annihilation cannon. Dispatch armed warriors to execute boarding operations. Understood, boss. At that moment, a man clad in military attire, unremarkable in appearance, emerged behind Blackbeard. In stark contrast to Blackbeard's towering stature, he appeared notably diminutive. Do we need to take action? He said coolly, showing little regard for the Red Star. Blackbeard chuckled ominously and shook his head. No, Ghost Lord and Snow Princess need not intervene just yet. I must gauge their true capabilities. The man referred to as Ghost Lord frowned slightly but nodded, signifying his acquiescence to Blackbeard's intent. I understand, but I hope you will prioritize the Empire's mission. Ah, I understand. Should I fail the Empire, I shall commit seppuku to atone for my sins. Coal Black Child. Seppuku is a relic of the past. The Empire does not permit its warriors to make feudal sacrifices. The Mitsuba Heavy Industries will be your destination, where you shall contribute your talents to the Empire's endeavors. Casting a glance at Ghost Lord's inscrutable expression, Blackbeard felt an unsettling chill in his heart. The pain from his mechanized half-head throbbing. Sometimes, death is not so terrifying, for only in life is there the possibility of enduring suffering. Mitsuba Heavy Industries. That is indeed a hellish place. Turning his gaze back to the Red Star vessel, Blackbeard's face contorted with fury. Send out all the vile miscreants and tell them that the rewards I, Blackbeard, offer are not easily obtained. Chapter 49. The Battle of War Machines. After a relentless assault lasting several minutes, and following the obliteration of the surrounding planets, the 117th planet revealed several asteroid belts. With the annihilation cannon's disappearance, the spherical shield of the Red Star vessel was also lifted. 3,000 warships emitted plumes of smoke as the Red Star's intelligence lost control over them. Under the strain of intense operation, the 3,000 Red Star warships returned to their docks. This was a necessary cost. as long as the main ship of the Red Star remained intact. It had not faced defeat. Once the annihilation cannon was withdrawn, the pirate ships launched hundreds of vessels towards the direction of the Red Star. Armed warriors, armed conquest, hellish paratroopers, and boarding invasions. These are the three most commonly employed tactics of armed warriors. Armed conquest, as the name suggests, involves direct confrontation by armed warriors. Hellish paratroopers refer to the tactic used during planetary invasions, where large numbers of warriors, dubbed landing ships, breach the atmosphere to enter the target planet and commence operations. Due to the dangers of being killed mid-air or landing in unfavorable locations, this landing model is often humorously referred to as stepping into hell. Boarding invasion is a conventional tactic, primarily used against unarmed targets when destruction is not desired. Tung Wang had perused the records of previous captains, enhancing his knowledge base, and thus immediately discerned Blackbeard's intentions. Does he intend to seize the Red Star vessel? Tung Wang scoffed, a hint of disdain evident in his demeanor. Captain, do I need to prepare? Zaylon inquired, her demeanor tense. Currently, the ship had a limited number of warriors on board, by the order of precedence. It was her duty to lead the charge. Wang Teng shook his head. You are my assistant officer, if I haven't gone yet. What gives you the right to rush ahead? Shangwan, how are the preparations coming along? In the hangar, Shangwan Hongha, who had entered the battle aircraft alongside the auxiliary troops, glanced at the poised individuals. We are ready at any moment. Excellent. Arno, open the hatch. Yes, Captain. Fellow soldiers of the Red Star, I am Captain Wang Teng, and it is a pleasure to stand shoulder to shoulder with you once more. Wang Teng addressed everyone through the internal channel of the Red Star. You may be prepared for battle, and this mission may be perilous, but I wish to assure you, even as auxiliary troops, you are vital members of the Red Star, and I will not allow your sacrifices to be in vain. The battlecraft of the Red Star have been upgraded under my command. Their performance and firepower have doubled. Even against the enemy's elite forces, you will be able to hold your own. My only command to you is this: deplete the enemy's lower-tier forces as much as possible. As long as I, Wang Teng, am here, I will not stand idly by and watch you perish. With a vigorous gesture, Wang Teng rallied the crew on the bridge. Now, go forth and demonstrate to these pirates and the so-called Empire the indomitable will of the Red Star. Simultaneously, the hangar doors of the Red Star opened, and 100 aircraft, resembling the majestic Xian bird, soared forth like arrows released from a bow, racing toward the pirates. On the pirate side, Blackbeard had dispatched a total of 2,000 armed warriors, all above the yellow tier. These soldiers were the product of years of cultivation within the pirate factions of the Skyline. Their armaments were a hodgepodge, amalgamating characteristics from various groups, thus earning the moniker of mixed forces. Unlike standardized troops, their weaponry was far more diverse and appeared rather eclectic. However, no one would underestimate such mixed forces. In terms of individual combat, their practicality often surpassed that of standardized troops. As the aircraft of the Red Star emerged, the pirates erupted in cheers. How could such strikingly impressive aircraft not stir their hearts? Before any engagement occurred, the pirate warriors leapt from their ships, arming themselves and charging at the Red Star's aircraft like rabid dogs. The chaotic onslaught was the most challenging to counter. Yet, leading the Red Star's aircraft was Shangwan Hongha. This woman, now a training instructor for new recruits, had previously been a member of the vanguard of the Red Star fleet, specializing in assault and breakthrough tactics. Though she had withdrawn from frontline combat due to injury, her years of battle experience remained undiminished. Everyone, follow the orders. Fish school effect, scatter. Under Shangwan Hongha's command, the tightly formed squadron of aircraft broke apart like fish fleeing from a predator. Thanks to the upgraded performance of Wang Teng's aircraft, the squadron deftly evaded the pirates' charge. Gather. After dodging the warriors' onslaught, the aircraft regrouped. Cobra spin, attack. In an orderly formation, they ascended. A serpentine probe resembling a cobra that turns to seize its target by the tail, unleashing its venom. The concentrated artillery fire from the Red Star fighters descended like a torrential downpour upon the ranks of the pirate soldiers. The relatively inexperienced combatants, under the relentless bombardment, were compelled to continuously mobilize their internal resources to repair the breaches in their mechs. In this initial skirmish, the Red Star fleet held a distinct advantage. The auxiliary soldiers were unusually exhilarated. Previously, their roles were limited to logistical support or self-sacrifice, but today's engagement was far more exhilarating. Instructor, let us launch a counterattack. Yes, Instructor, let us strike them again. Fools, do you not understand that greed leads to demise? Upgraded Red Crane reprimanded sharply, her expression tense as she noticed some exceedingly dangerous individuals among the pirate ranks. Captain, I request a retreat. What has occurred? I have identified some terrifying adversaries. Understood. Return at once. Wang Teng furrowed his brow as he observed the frenzied soldiers clinging to the rear of the fighter group, akin to rabid dogs. Upgraded Red Crane. An elite veteran, certainly spoke of formidable foes. Could they be akin to those 13 formidable soldiers he had encountered previously? Arno, provide artillery support. Acknowledged. The reinforcement from the Red Star vessel alleviated the pressure on the fighter squadron significantly. However, a small armed contingent, numbering in the dozens, advanced rapidly towards the rear of the Red Star fighters, undeterred by the main ship's cannon fire. Soon, one of the fighters was ensnared. But instead of launching a direct assault, the adversaries opted to dangle behind, harassing the captured aircraft like playful monkeys. Upgraded Red Crane clenched her jaw, maneuvering her fighter into a swift slide, surging from below to strike at the rear of the formation. You go ahead, I will hold them off. The pirate soldiers, momentarily obstructed by Upgraded Red Crane, ceased their harassment of the ensnared fighter and redirected their attention towards her. Although they were uncertain of her motives for remaining, it only heightened their excitement. Surrounded, they felt they could easily crush her fighter with minimal effort. Yet, they were not inclined to resolve the matter so swiftly. They desired to toy with her further. However, before they could close in on Upgraded Red Crane, a beam of light, a dozen meters wide, materialized before them, akin to the boundary between two great rivers. Turning to discern the source of the light, a diminutive figure stood on the bridge of the Red Star ship, cradling a massive cannon aimed directly at them. Before you make a move against me, perhaps you should inquire who stands behind me. Chapter 50. Disappointment in the Wicked. The stirring of the ghostly monarch inside the cockpit of the Red Star vessel, having narrowly escaped peril, Upgraded Red Crane sat in her fighter, momentarily lost in thought. In choosing to hold the line, she had prepared herself for sacrifice. Yet, the mockery from the pirate soldiers left her with a tinge of despair. For those who traverse the stars, death is not a frightful specter. What is truly terrifying is the awareness of imminent death. Coupled with the inability to choose one's fate, being toyed with in such a manner leaves one feeling that even the inevitability of death is beyond their control. This is the essence of despair. Wang Teng's intervention was akin to a ray of light, pulling her back from the depths of despair. Instructor, are you all right? Panic surged within her. Oh no, could it be that the instructor has been rendered speechless? That can't be. I've heard tales of the instructor's past as an elite of the Vanguard Corps. Outside the aircraft, the soldiers of the Red Star pressed anxiously against the hatch, knocking fervently. Shangwan Hongha, recovering from her astonishment, removed her helmet, revealing her single eye and crimson hair. She opened the hatch and turned to the anxious crowd outside, her expression stern. What is all this commotion? Assemble immediately. You are the worst batch of soldiers I have ever commanded. Extra training is mandatory. The Red Star soldiers were momentarily taken aback, their expressions a mixture of disbelief. Extra training. But instructor, we are merely support troops. And what of it? Does being support troops exempt you from additional training? Let me make myself clear, extra training is non-negotiable. Even the captain's arrival won't change that. Unbeknownst to Wang Teng, a different scene unfolded aboard the ship as he focused on the band of pirate warriors hovering outside the Red Star vessel. These pirates were far more cunning and battle-hardened than those previously encountered. They resembled predators, unwilling to depart from their prey, even if it was a decaying carcass. Captain, they must be the scoundrels, Zealand remarked, arming herself and remaining vigilant while addressing Wang Teng. Scoundrels? Wang Teng echoed, surprised. Zealand nodded, explaining that among the captives they had taken, some recognized these pirates. According to their accounts, these warriors were infamous for their heinous acts, all of which had drawn the ire of the Stellar Alliance, yet they had never been apprehended. The Pirate Alliance had sheltered these individuals, forming a unit known as the Scoundrels, comprised of those with notorious reputations. That explains it, Wang Teng mused. No wonder they dared to mock Shangwan Hongha so brazenly. If they are indeed deranged criminals, their behavior is hardly surprising. Our miners, they were not affected, were they? He inquired. No, under the captain's orders. We retrieved them ahead of time and placed them in safe quarters at the rear, Zealand assured him. Good to know. Should we call back Shuejia and the others? Zealand suggested. Wang Teng, however, shook his head. They still have their tasks to complete, and if we reach the point of needing to call them back, we likely won't be able to wait for their return. Besides, he patted Zealand on the head with a smile. Can you not have a little faith in me? With that, he raised a cannon with one hand, mimicking the gesture with the other, as the armament module swiftly unfurled to reveal a shipboard cannon. Let today's outcome be determined by our dual cannons. Wang Teng beamed, then simultaneously pressed the firing buttons. The cannon's muzzle erupted in a blaze of light, unleashing a barrage of energy projectiles that erupted forth in a rapid succession, akin to a machine gun. The scoundrels, witnessing this, scrambled for cover. At such a distance, They appeared as insignificant as flies, scattered by the torrent of light projectiles. Wang Teng remained unfazed, brandishing the ship's cannon as he pursued their retreating figures. The band of villains, realizing that only Wang Teng was attacking them, instantly discerned the Red Star ship's defensive vulnerability and swiftly split into 6 groups to encircle him. Arno. The Red Star ship activated its cannons in retaliation. However, the agile armed combatants proved too nimble, and the firepower of a single flagship could not envelop them. Soon enough, they breached the defenses and approached the Red Star ship. The initial impact against its shield elicited rippling electric surges. Captain, they possess formidable assault weaponry. The shield may not hold. Not to worry. Let them in, Wang Teng replied nonchalantly, handing the cannon to Zealand. Your armament should be compatible. Here, take this for self-defense. If you wish. Zealand promptly accepted the cannon, which enveloped her figure. Yet, as she grasped it, the weapon's modular extensions synchronized, and within moments, its size diminished significantly, assimilating into Zealand's armored exoskeleton. Captain, are you truly going to allow them entry? A flicker of concern crossed Zealand's eyes. Rest assured, they are not a formidable threat. Given their villainous nature, our primary target should be us. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with insight. After all, once they boarded the ship, they would likely perceive the Red Star ship as theirs to command, thus prioritizing us as their adversaries. Zealand hesitated before finally stating, Captain, allow me to take the lead. With that, she advanced forward. At that moment, a breach erupted in the upper shield. Dozens of ominous figures descended from above, crashing down before them. In this close proximity, the pirates' armored exoskeletons emanated an aura reminiscent of necromantic technology. Their exteriors bore a skeletal visage, and their helmets resembled skulls, with deep crimson light emanating from their eye sockets. The seams of their armor appeared roughly welded, as if assembled in a garage. Nonetheless, they all shared a towering stature. As Wang Teng had predicted, upon breaching the Red Star ship's shield, they did not immediately invade the vessel's interior. Instead, they confronted Wang Teng directly. Dozens encircled him, while behind him lay the vastness of space. Are you the notorious villains? Wang Teng inquired, his demeanor calm and composed. The leader of the villains, with a sinister tone, retorted, Aren't you afraid of us? Afraid? Why should I be? Is it not possible that you fear me instead? Wang Teng brandished the cannon in his hand, provoking raucous laughter from the villains. Then go ahead and fire. Huh, you dare not. Foolish one. We are currently aboard your warship. Should you fire, we can evade. But your ship may not be so fortunate. Surely, you do not wish for your vessel to be harmed? That's a fair point. Wang Teng nodded in agreement, surprising the villains. However, his next words left them even more astounded. Yet, as long as you cannot evade, that suffices, does it not? Just as the villains were about to laugh at the notion of a mere ship guard posing any threat to them, a spectral dragon flashed before their eyes. By the time they regained their senses, they found themselves transported outside the ship. What? Turning his head, he beheld a beam of light, several meters wide, engulfing the majority of the individuals present, while the remaining few were affected by the energy waves radiating from it. He had thought them to possess some unique quality, only to discover they were mere cannon fodder. Wang Teng, now clad in his battle mech, proclaimed as he pursued the fortunate pirates who had managed to escape, seizing one and extracting its core with precision. Emperor, resources acquired, 9 million resource points. On Blackbeard's flagship, a man known as Ghost Lord observed this development with a glimmer of excitement in his eyes, as though he were on the verge of action. Your men have failed. Blackbeard, he remarked, his expression unfazed, seemingly having anticipated such an outcome. He then turned, kneeling respectfully before Ghost Lord. Ghost Lord, I implore you. Yet, before he could finish his plea, Ghost Lord vanished from before him. All for the Empire, Blackbeard muttered, lifting his gaze to find a strikingly beautiful woman with revealing attire and alluring blue hair, standing where Ghost Lord had just been. Lady Snow Princess. The exquisite, blue-haired woman cast a disdainful glance at Blackbeard before diverting her gaze to the battlefield, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. A fierce battle was about to unfold. Chapter 51. Confrontation with the Celestial-class armed forces, the Ghost of the Empire. After vanquishing the 36 nefarious individuals and extracting their armaments, Wang Teng found himself endowed with 300 million resource points. The previously barren resource points were suddenly abundant. Indeed, the adage held true. War plunder is forever a pathway to immense wealth. Just as he prepared to return to the Red Star flagship, he sensed an anomaly and turned to witness a shadowy figure hurtling towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he pivoted to confront the threat. Behind him lay the Red Star's main base. If he were to yield, the consequences would be catastrophic. Moreover, he sensed that the assault was directed squarely at him. At that instant, Dozens of luminous projectiles erupted from behind him, targeting the encroaching shadow. The successive explosions enveloped the figure. Yet Wang Teng remained motionless as the voice of Zealand echoed in his helmet. "Captain, did we hit?" It appeared that Zealand was providing him with support. Just as he was about to affirm a successful strike, a spectral form surged forth from the flames, charging at him. Wang Teng immediately evaded. His enhanced physique, augmented 9 times, manifesting its effects. Had he possessed an ordinary body, he would likely have been incapacitated by now. After dodging, he seized the annihilation cannon and fired at the ghostly figure with precision shots. However, the opponent exhibited remarkable speed, effortlessly evading his onslaught while simultaneously launching a counterattack. To his surprise, the adversary's combat strategy was predominantly melee-oriented, consistently attempting to close the distance. The weaponry employed was chiefly thermal arms, such as machine guns and rockets. It is noteworthy that in interstellar travel, energy weapons are typically utilized. Thermal weapons are rarely employed in space battles, except in ground or boarding operations. With each advance, the foe unleashed a volley of thermal weaponry, seemingly probing his defenses. Wang Teng, of course, would not allow such aggression to go unchecked, retaliating with a shot from his annihilation cannon. "What kind of armed mech is this? It is my first encounter with such a design." A voice resonated within the public channel. The language spoken instantly reminded him of the Great Sun Empire. "This is my creation. You have certainly never encountered it before," Wang Teng replied, fixating on the incessant disturbance of the ghostly figure before him. "Ha! If that is indeed the case, I wonder if you would consider joining the Great Sun Empire?" The invitation from the other party caused Wang Teng's brow to furrow. "What if I refuse?" That's not an option you'll entertain." The implied threat was unmistakable. Wang Teng deduced that the individual belonged to the Great Sun Empire, especially since they emerged from the Blackbeard's warship, lacking any pretense. "I am yet to ascertain your identity." Wang Teng had not anticipated a response. However, the figure appeared unreserved, perhaps indicating that the Great Sun Empire had nothing to hide. "I am the ghost of the Empire. Ghost Lord is my name." Ghost? Upon hearing this, Wang Teng instinctively felt it was an ill-fated title. You may not grasp our culture. In your perception, a ghost may embody negativity, yet for us, a ghost is akin to a deity. And I, the ghost of the Empire, represent the dark divinity of the Empire. No sooner had the words left their lips than the figure materialized before Wang Teng, merely a dozen meters away. Observing the mech's design, its sleek exterior seemed engineered to enhance speed, crowned with a protruding horn and emanating a greenish energy haze. It felt as if a wandering spirit haunted the cosmos. "Can you discern the level of their armament?" "Celestial grade." Wang Teng's eyes narrowed instantly. A celestial grade mech. This was his first encounter with another's celestial grade armament. Although he had assisted Chishua in attaining that level, this was his first genuine interaction with such a formidable weaponry. No wonder they exuded such confidence. They had celestial grade armament as their trump card. To the average person, celestial grade armament was nothing short of divine. He recalled reading a report during his studies about a fleet that had conquered a planet deemed habitable, intending to develop it into a colony. However, they later discovered indigenous inhabitants, who, upon witnessing the mechs carving through the land, fell to their knees in worship, pleading for divine mercy. In simple terms, it was a disparity in understanding. The citizens of the Star Alliance would not regard mechs as deities. Any mystery would wither away in the face of technology, becoming known to the masses. This is the Skyline, with numerous Star Alliance resource conglomerates present. "Do you dare to meddle here, unafraid of their retaliation?" Wang Teng inquired. "The Empire fears no enemy," Ghost Lord replied dismissively. "It appears you are well prepared. The Empire never engages in half-hearted measures. If that is the case, why not confront them instead of seeking us out? Do you perceive us as easy prey?" Wang Teng scoffed disdainfully. Ghost Lord's expression darkened. He could not tolerate the humiliation of the Empire. "Attacking you is the intent of Cole Blackie. It bears no relation to the Empire." "Cole Blackie? You mean Blackbeard the pirate? Oh, is he not from your Empire's Special Operations Unit?" "He is he, and the Empire is the Empire." To say it that way is indeed a misjudgment. How can one assert he is he and the Empire is the Empire? Does he not serve your Empire? Such words could surely leave a chill in the hearts of others, Wang Teng remarked with a hint of sarcasm. "By the way, how is it that Blackbeard can command you? Is his rank superior to yours?" "Surely not. A senior warrior like you cannot be beneath a pirate captain, can you? Wouldn't it be unbearable to follow the orders of a pirate chief every day?" As Ghost Lord listened, his expression darkened further. He gritted his teeth and said, "Is this merely for the Empire? Indeed, if he were to fail his mission, would you not also follow suit in seppuku?" A sharp sound echoed in the public channel, as Wang Teng could hear the unmistakable grinding of teeth, as though they were being crushed. Damn, 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 damn. I have resolved to kill you. Ghost Lord could no longer endure the humiliation inflicted by Wang Teng. He had initially intended to win Wang Teng over to serve the Empire. But now he merely sought to teach him a lesson. Armament deployed. A scythe of death materialized in Ghost Lord's hands. He then extended his left hand towards Wang Teng. Spatial constraint. A signature ability possessed only by heavenly-grade armaments. It can confine a small range of space, limiting the enemy's movements. This is the judgment of the Empire's demon. The Empire's demon strikes. Ghost Lord swung the technological scythe, its blade emanating a radiant energy. As the scythe was swung, a nearly 100-meter-long blade of light was unleashed, hurtling towards Wang Teng with astonishing speed. Where the light blade passed, the very fabric of space was torn asunder. The crew of the Red Star ship witnessed this scene, their hearts gripped by fear. Captain. Chapter 52, Heavenly Grade Armament. Emperor, Enhance. On the bridge of the Red Star battleship, Chishua, clad in a silver-white battlesuit, gazed at the distant planets engulfed in relentless explosions. The skyline was a chaos that escalated by the moment. All factions seemed to be blinded by rage, as if they would not relent until their opponents were utterly crushed. In such turmoil, it is the common folk, relying on these factions for survival, who suffer the most. Oppression and exploitation have rendered their existence a matter of life and death. Amidst this bleak existence, a radiant red star descended from the heavens, illuminating the encroaching darkness. Under Chishua's leadership, they commenced their journey from Star, pushing forward relentlessly. Following Wang Teng's directives, Chishua imparted the ideals of the Red Star to this star system. Thus far, they have rescued several colonized planets and resource-rich moons ensnared in the flames of war, saving over 100 million lives. The populations of planets occupied by resource companies or other factions are often limited. Unlike the immigration planets of the Star Alliance, which have formal immigration processes, the inhabitants here are largely descendants of those who fled the skyline and individuals captured in recent decades. While individual planets may not boast large populations, the aggregate total remains substantial. Bai Ying appeared behind her, observing for a moment before speaking. There is something I have been meaning to ask you. Chishua did not turn her head. Go ahead. Bai Ying bit her lip, and a fleeting, indescribable emotion flickered in her eyes. I wish to understand the distinction between celestial-grade armored mechs and their other counterparts. Do you truly believe I would withhold information from you? Chishua turned her head, and a subtle, yet imperceptible smile graced her haughty features. Since you have chosen to join the Red Star, I shall not refuse to answer your inquiries. I am uncertain as to why you seek this information. Suddenly, Chishua's expression hardened, and with a serious demeanor, she remarked, Before I respond, there is something I must convey. When you lack certainty, do not attempt to ascend. Bai Ying had evidently considered various circumstances and made a well-thought-out decision. She nodded in acknowledgement. Chishua then continued, You are currently equipped with a terrestrial-grade armor, and you should be able to distinctly feel the difference between it and other levels. Indeed, terrestrial-grade armors possess significant advantages over their mysterious-grade counterparts, both in performance and adaptability, as well as in their synergy with the human form. In simple terms, terrestrial-grade armor represents the pinnacle of pure technology. As for celestial-grade armor, I can only say it resembles not mere technology, but rather a fusion of technology and arcane arts. As she spoke, Chishua slightly raised her hand, encasing it in a crimson armor, which was soon enveloped by a mesmerizing crimson flame. This is celestial-grade armor. Bai Ying gazed at the flame in Chishua's palm. Rendered speechless, Chishua continued her explanation. We all understand how flames are generated. There was a time when flames were believed to be the power of the divine. However, through humanity's relentless advancement, this force has been mastered. Technology has endowed humanity with energy akin to that of deities. Celestial-grade armor, in this regard, is akin to such technology. If terrestrial-grade armor embodies mortal technology, then celestial-grade armor signifies humanity's transcendence from the mundane to the extraordinary. We wield terrestrial-grade armor by donning it, whereas celestial-grade armor merges with our very essence, much like the magical artifacts found in fantasy realms. Approaching closer, Chishua cast the flame from her hand into the cosmos. Buzz. The initially small orb of flame, upon exiting the warship, instantaneously expanded into an enormous fireball, resembling a miniature star. Upon ascending to celestial-grade armor, one's unique attributes manifest as corresponding powers. For instance, my crimson demon armor corresponds to fire attribute energy. As her words faded, that small star erupted, akin to the birth of a supernova. Bai Ying remained entranced, gazing at the magnificent explosion, and inquired, I have heard that you, our captain, is also an armored warrior. I wonder what grade of armored mech he possesses. To this question, Chishua shook her head. I do not know. However, I can affirm that the captain's armored mech is extraordinary, surpassing even celestial-grade armor. Beyond Planet 117, the colossal blade of light, having engulfed Wang Teng, erupted in an instant. The surrounding space was drawn into it, forming something akin to a black hole. Everyone was captivated by this annihilating void. Meanwhile, Blackbeard speculated whether Wang Teng had met his demise. The atmosphere aboard the Red Star was charged with fervor, as everyone yearned to rush forth and rescue Wang Teng. However, they were fervently dissuaded by Arno. Zaylon, positioned at the bridge, activated the thrusters, preparing to charge out. At that very moment, a golden light emerged from the annihilation black hole, growing increasingly radiant until it ultimately filled the void. This extraordinary transformation stirred the hearts of all present. Is he still alive? The Ghost Lord, wielding the scythe of death, stood gazing at the changes within the annihilation black hole, his brow furrowing in confusion. This shouldn't be happening. His celestial-grade armament allowed him to manipulate the forces of space. That recent maneuver was one of his signature moves, the Imperial Phantom Slash. This technique involved vibrating the very fabric of space, creating ripples akin to waves crashing against the shore, akin to the relentless surf stirred up from the depths of the ocean. In the past, aside from warriors of equal caliber, none could withstand this attack. Indeed, it seems you two possess celestial-grade armament. The Ghost Lord was not taken aback. He had harbored such suspicions upon his arrival, and the previous probing assaults merely served to validate his conjecture. Therefore, you are even more of a threat. With a fierce resolve, the Ghost Lord unleashed the Imperial Phantom Slash once more, sending forth energy blades that plunged into the annihilation black hole. This intent to obliterate his opponent, reducing them to ashes, was akin to the instinctual urge to crush a cockroach upon sight. The annihilation black hole, under the relentless expansion orchestrated by the Ghost Lord, continued to shrink. It was a point of collapse. The more it collapsed, the smaller it became, and with diminishing size came an increase in mass. Should it detonate, everything within light years would be affected. Yet the Ghost Lord was unconcerned. After all, Wang Teng had just humiliated him, affronting his empire. Within the black hole, Wang Teng was not consumed by the energy as the Ghost Lord had anticipated. Instead, he found himself enhanced by the black hole's energy, entering a unique state. Notification. Influenced by black hole energy. Imperial, what is happening? The armored mech is receiving black hole energy and is on the verge of transformation. How long will it take? Unknown. Will there be any changes? The host will master true power. Can we expedite the process? Please strengthen mental fortitude. I knew I would be waiting here. Nonetheless, Imperial, strengthen. Chapter 53. Imperial, grant me an upgrade. No one noticed the situation within the annihilation black hole. The crew of the Red Star observed the Ghost Lord as he relentlessly swung his scythe, watching the energy blades with helplessness. However, Zaylon, as the captain's aide, refused to remain idle. A barrage of ship cannons was unleashed towards the Ghost Lord. The fierce flames engulfed him, momentarily interrupting his assault. Yet, as the fire dissipated, the Ghost Lord emerged unscathed. Such ordinary ship cannons posed no threat to him. Undeterred, Zaylon remained resolute. In her eyes, any obstruction to the enemy was a success. Captain, please perform another miracle. You once said that those who believe in miracles are themselves remarkable. We all believe in you so fervently, in the miracles you embody. Come at me, you wretched insect. Zaylon bellowed as she relentlessly unleashed the ship's cannons. Having secured the resources of Planet 117, she could afford such extravagance. Otherwise, it would have been uncertain whether she could indulge in such opulence. Yet now, compared to Wang Teng, what do mere resources signify? As long as the captain remains, the colossal vessel, Red Star, shall never cease its voyage. The vast cosmos is too expansive to be stranded here. The Demon Lord had never paid much heed to Zaylon, or indeed to anyone but Wang Teng. In his eyes, the Red Star had already been captured. He merely awaited the resolution of Wang Teng. However, Zaylon's actions now resembled those of a bothersome fly. In a Chinese odyssey, even Sun Wukong was driven to contemplate the demise of Tang Sanzang for his incessant buzzing, akin to a fly. The Demon Lord, lacking any master-disciple bond with them, had initially spared Zaylon with intentions of settling accounts later, but it seemed prudent to address her now. The incessant buzzing was truly vexing. With a subtle motion, the Demon Lord swept his scythe towards the Red Star. A beam of energy materialized before Zaylon, striking violently against her shield. After several seconds of relentless assault, the shield was breached, and the energy projectile hurtled towards her. Caught unawares, she was sent flying. Embedded within a cannon, her armor ruptured as she succumbed to unconsciousness. the cannon falling from her grasp. Observing this, Arno swiftly organized a rescue operation and commanded the Red Star and other operational vessels to engage the Demon Lord. In response to such an offensive, the Demon Lord wielded his scythe, severing the incoming attacks. The spatial disruption caused the projectiles to detonate mid-flight, never reaching him. Oh, the futility of their struggle. The Demon Lord turned his gaze towards the dwindling black hole, a smile creeping beneath his helm. To him, it appeared the matter was settled. As he prepared to advance towards the Red Star, a cold voice resonated through the internal channel. There is a change, Lady Shueji. The Demon Lord, upon hearing her voice, refrained from retorting. Though they shared a mission, her status and abilities eclipsed his own. Despite his bitterness, this fact remained unaltered. Have you detected something? The energy levels are declining. What? Now it was the Demon Lord's turn to be bewildered. The energy levels are decreasing? How could this be? He had no idea how many strikes he had unleashed or how much energy had been expended. Now he was being told that the energy from those attacks was diminishing? Unless something was absorbing that energy. But what kind of interstellar jest is this? This was the energy of an annihilation black hole. While not equivalent to a true black hole, it was not something that could simply be absorbed. It is approaching zero. Shueji's words confirmed this unsettling reality. The Demon Lord had no choice but to adopt a serious demeanor. Does Lady Shueji suspect that I am the one absorbing that energy? I am uncertain. You must exercise caution. With that, Shueji abruptly severed the communication. At this moment, the expression on the Demon Lord's face was ominously dark. This arrogant woman. One day I shall overpower you. Shueji's words compelled him to muster all his focus. At this juncture, the annihilation black hole had shrunk to a minuscule size, revealing Wang Teng's silhouette. To the Demon Lord's astonishment, Wang Teng appeared to be unscathed. The intricate patterns shimmering on his armored suit radiated a magnificent golden light, giving him the appearance of a celestial being descended from the heavens. Everyone was captivated by his presence. It is the captain. The captain is unharmed. How splendid. The crew aboard the Red Star ship erupted in collective cheers. Wang Teng had become their steadfast pillar, and all hoped he would lead them through the vastness of the stars. Aboard the black ship, Blackbeard maintained his usual demeanor, yet internally, he felt utterly despondent. My Lady Shueji, I shall refrain from intervening. This is for the Empire. Shueji shook her head, her proud countenance held high, resembling an imperious white swan. I shall not act alongside the Demon Lord. I will only intervene once he has failed. Upon hearing this, Blackbeard's expression shifted slightly, but under Shueji's pressure, he could only acquiesce. In that case, my Lady Shueji, please lend us your support. Men, launch a full-scale assault. Blackbeard, now indifferent to the consequences, summoned all fleets to attack, encircling Wang Teng. He had resigned himself to the situation. Originally, he had planned to easily secure victory over the Red Star fleet using his pirate fleet, along with the formidable Demon Lord and Shueji, two top-tier warriors. However, it seemed he had underestimated the Red Star and Wang Teng. Shueji cast a glance at Blackbeard, but chose not to speak further. She ultimately felt disconnected from such individuals. Psychic enhancement successful. 7 consecutive chimes resonated. With the system's assistance, Wang Teng had swiftly completed the enhancement and expansion of his psychic power. At this moment, his will was as extendable as an arm. Emperor, what is happening? Psychic power, also known as the force of human will, undergoes a qualitative change when its quantity reaches a certain threshold. As long as the host masters the willpower, such occurrences will no longer manifest. Upon hearing the explanation, Wang Teng quelled his inner excitement. Psychic ability in the realm of mutants is indeed a formidable force. However, what is the utility of such a power? Surely, one cannot engage in combat solely with psychic force. That would be absurd. They can soar dozens, even hundreds of kilometers away. How could he contend with that? With knives? Notification. Celestial-grade armament requires psychic power for operation. Relying solely on physical strength cannot unleash the true potential of celestial-grade weaponry. Is that so? Why was this not mentioned earlier? Wang Teng grumbled. By the way, what level is my armament? Level 1. Care to repeat that? Level 1. Equivalent to terrestrial-grade armament. So, I need to upgrade to reach the celestial level? Indeed. Upgrading armament level requires 100 million resource points. Would you like to proceed with the upgrade? Wang Teng raised his gaze towards the Demon Lord, who was poised to attack once more, and retorted with irritation. Nonsense. If I don't upgrade, am I to simply wait to be struck? Emperor, initiate the upgrade for me. Chapter 54. I have indeed upgraded and gained strength. The Ghost Lord initially anticipated that Wang Teng would launch an immediate attack upon his escape. However, Wang Teng remained motionless, seemingly frozen in place. Was this a form of humiliation? The Ghost Lord seethed with rage as he gripped the scythe of death technology and unleashed several energy blades, hurtling towards Wang Teng with remarkable speed. Just as Wang Teng found himself unable to evade the oncoming energy blades, a sudden realization jolted him. The system had awakened. Upgrade complete. In that instant, he felt an extraordinary connection with the Emperor's armored mecha, not in a corporeal sense, but on a spiritual plane. It was as if the mecha had come to life, akin to a newborn, intertwining with his vibrant spirit. What was this sensation? It resembled a human-machine interaction, with an infinitesimal margin of error. His limbs moved as if guided by an unseen hand. As his level ascended, he grasped the true nature of the previously mentioned black hole energy's influence. It was energy that could be molded and shaped. The absorbed black hole energy was now stored within the armor, readily accessible at his command, just as it was in this moment. Wang Teng raised a hand, instantly manifesting a tangible energy shield, not merely an activated energy field, but a concrete shield of energy. Though it lacked a material essence, its presence was unmistakable. The energy shield successfully deflected the Ghost Lord's blades. After all, both energies shared a common origin, adhering to the principle of equal consumption, and with Wang Teng's refinement, his energy proved superior. Thus, Wang Teng thrust the shield against the oncoming blade attack, charging towards the Ghost Lord. Indeed, he had leveled up and become stronger. The Ghost Lord, taken aback by the sudden nullification of his assault, found himself momentarily stunned. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wang Teng was upon him. The Ghost Lord swung the scythe in a sweeping arc, cleaving through the air. Yet, a shield stood resolutely in the path of the scythe's trajectory. Boom! It erupted in a dazzling display. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Ghost Lord's brief vulnerability, Wang Teng sidestepped, dissipating the force, and delivered a powerful iron shoulder strike directly into the Ghost Lord's chest. Clenching his fist, infused with energy, he struck the Ghost Lord's jaw with tremendous force. The impact of such a serious blow sent the Ghost Lord soaring upwards. Once he regained his balance, Wang Teng was already upon him once more. So swift. The Ghost Lord had not anticipated Wang Teng's remarkable speed. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that Wang Teng was harnessing the power of space, much like his own armored mecha could. Yet, the question lingered. How had Wang Teng acquired such an ability when he had not possessed it before? Unless, perhaps, he had assimilated data from the attack. His armored mecha had the capacity for simulation. The Ghost Lord curled into a ball and quickly unfurled, creating a shockwave to obstruct Wang Teng's approach. However, thwack! A fist enveloped in radiant energy pierced through the shockwave, seizing his head, and with a throw, he was flung away. In the next moment, Wang Teng had already repositioned himself, ready to launch another throw. Thus, Wang Teng engaged in a game of tossing sandbags in the expanse of space. Both the Red Star and Blackbeard factions observed this spectacle, gradually succumbing to silence. In this moment, the image of Wang Teng mocking his adversaries would be indelibly etched in their memories. Damn it! The Ghost Lord felt the weight of such humiliation, and his fury intensified. He could face death, but he would never tolerate such indignity. The specter of the Empire could not bring disgrace upon the Empire. The armed forces immediately activated their thrusters, striving with all their might to break free from Wang Teng's control. Wang Teng glanced at his hands, then at the Ghost Lord. Such actions delivered an overwhelming shock to the Ghost Lord, causing him to tremble throughout his being. The Scythe of Death, a technological marvel, morphed once again. The originally towering scythe transformed into a colossal implement as the armed suit thinned considerably, evidently reallocating its material to the scythe. A blue light flashed like thunder. With the giant scythe resembling a massive lightning release device, arcs of electricity surging forth. To the depths of hell, the giant scythe was swung outward, the electric light manifesting like a tempest of thunder, enveloping everything around it. Subsequently, the colossal scythe cleaved through the fabric of space. The void shimmered with black lightning, harmonizing with the blue electric flashes. The fissures created spread towards Wang Teng, resembling a spiderweb of division. Undoubtedly, Wang Teng was ensnared. Captain, the members of Red Star grew exceedingly anxious. Wang Teng observed the impending assault, dissipated the shield he held, and with a flick of his right hand, summoned an energy blade into existence. What could influence space was, in fact, another realm of space. With a single stroke, he cleaved open a gap in the space before him, and then, extending both hands into the rift, he exerted force outward. The space trembled, as if a blanket had been turned over. The space between the two was reversed, redirecting the attack originally aimed at Wang Teng back towards the Ghost Lord. What? How is this possible? The blue-black lightning and the spatial rifts converged upon the Ghost Lord, and even the most formidable heavenly grade armor would find it difficult to withstand such an onslaught. The annihilation black hole reemerged, But this time, the roles of attacker and defender were reversed. To be struck by his own assault was a profound humiliation for the Ghost Lord. Perish. At that moment, Blackbeard's reinforcements arrived. Tens of thousands of warships opened fire simultaneously, a spectacle that would be considered extraordinary even within the gaming realm. Not only were the warships firing, but tens of thousands of armored soldiers stood on the decks, relentlessly launching their attacks. The barrage was magnificent, akin to a meteor shower descending. Despicable pirates. How dare they bully our captain alone? Arno commanded, "Let us charge forth. Indeed, we shall fight alongside our captain." Arno found himself in a quandary. While they were not in the wrong morally, rationally, and out of responsibility, he felt he could not act this way. However, Red Star's current standing was a gift from Wang Teng. So to hell with rationality. All right, I understand, Red Star. Our objective is to support the captain. In the hangar, Shangwan Honghe could hardly contain his eagerness. The assembly was complete, and as we boarded, we must not allow outsiders to underestimate our captain. The Red Star, despite its shortcomings, is still a formidable fleet. Wang Teng was unaware that the Red Star fleet was about to make its presence known. He faced the barrage of fire, gripping his energy blade, and swung it forward. One strike, two strikes, each blow faster than the last, so swift that they became nearly invisible. The concentrated light of his sword formed a tempest. This tempest scattered the blossoms of the 1,000 trees and rained down stars. The cannon fire erupted in a brilliant display. As beautiful as the auroras, Wang Teng extended his hands, grasping at the void as if seizing something, and with a whip-like motion, the dazzling flames transformed into 2 fire dragons that roared toward the pirate fleet. The fire dragons wreaked havoc, leaving destruction in their wake. However, as the fire dragons approached Blackbeard's ship, a chilling force swept in like a spring breeze on a winter's night. A figure emanating a frosty blue aura stood upon the deck of Blackbeard's ship, gazing intently at Wang Teng. Chapter 55. Armed Liberation. Not just a fraction off, the icy breath mingled with the universe's absolute zero, forming a pale blue barrier around Blackbeard's ship, instantly freezing the 2 fire dragons. The speed of the freezing was astonishing. Within seconds, the chilling aura had spread toward Wang Teng. Grasping the 2 fire dragons, Wang Teng clapped his hands together, using the vibrations of the energy field to dispel the freezing breath. The 2 fire dragons merged into a colossal beam of light, resembling a giant sword, which struck against the pale blue barrier of Blackbeard's ship. The clash of energies caused minor shockwaves, damaging the surrounding pirate vessels. This first confrontation piqued Wang Teng's interest in the figure glowing with blue light. This armament bore a striking resemblance to the red demon armor of Chishua. At that moment, the Annihilation black hole stirred with activity. Like an exploding asteroid, a tremendous wave of energy surged forth, followed by a ghostly silhouette racing with an energy storm. The shadow moved like a spectral wraith of space, elusive and erratic, as the energy storm bore the visage of a monstrous maw, roaring and lunging at Wang Teng. Within the shadow, the ghostly mech flickered in and out of visibility. Wang Teng was both surprised and yet not entirely taken aback. Upon seeing the blue figure on Blackbeard's ship, he had sensed that the Ghost King would not be easily vanquished. He had simply not anticipated such a swift response. Yet, it mattered little. If he could be struck down once, he could be struck down again. Just as he raised his hand, the opponent collided with him, hurtling them both like a meteor towards the nearby asteroid. The violent impact created a mushroom cloud upon the asteroid's surface. From an external view, it was clear that a significant dent had formed on the asteroid. Thud, thud, thud. A flurry of punches rained upon Wang Teng's helmet, sending ripples of energy coursing through him. Unhurried, Wang Teng extended his hand and caught the opponent's arm. To his surprise, the arm was remarkably slender. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the outer armor had vanished, leaving only the inner shell encasing the figure. The discarded outer armor floated around them in fragmented modules. The relentless mechanical rotation of the outer armor module positioned behind the opponent formed several sharp, elongated spears, launching a tempestuous assault upon him. Wang Teng was gradually forced into the depths of the asteroid. The Ghost Lord, without uttering a word, attempted to strip Wang Teng of his dazzling dragon shadow mecha, which ignited a fervor within him. Most importantly, this suit possessed simulative capabilities. Should he acquire it, that wretched Yukiji would have no choice but to don a grand kimono and kneel at the entrance of the Jade Soup to welcome him. "Master, please indulge in me," he mused, envisioning the scene of Yukiji's graceful figure parading before him, filling his heart with exhilaration. Granted to me, such a treasure. If only I could unleash its true potential. Do not even think of resisting. I have already initiated the armed liberation, amplifying my combat prowess threefold. If you were to enter a similar state, perhaps I could be at a disadvantage. but currently, I shall not afford you that opportunity. Wang Teng sensed the Ghost Lord's ferocity, as the relentless assault of the outer armor module left him momentarily unable to retaliate. Armed liberation? No wonder he has suddenly become so formidable. Armed liberation is a mode of the mechanized armor, akin to the bloodburst of the Dragon Clan. Both involve the combustion of certain elements to enhance combat capabilities. Compared to standard armaments, the liberation of celestial-grade weaponry yields a more pronounced enhancement in combat strength. Liberating the armament equates to reforging it, returning to the state just after its infusion. At this juncture, every aspect of the armament serves the purpose of augmenting combat power. The extended capabilities of the armament allow the warrior to manifest advanced blueprints beyond their current grade. For instance, after liberation, a yellow-grade weapon like the Zay-Lan could evolve into the formidable Kill Bodhi. All performance metrics exhibit significant improvement, with the Ghost Lord's recent speed serving as a prime example. Most crucially, it pertains to the mastery of energy. The reason celestial-grade armaments are classified as such is that they endow warriors with the means to manipulate energy, as demonstrated by Yukiji's recent Freezing Fire Dragon, the Ghost Lord's Ghost Slash, and Wang Teng's casual conjuring of energy weapons. Upon liberation, celestial-grade armaments truly ascend to a divine level, becoming omnipotent. However, the cost of liberating such armaments is the burning of resources, leading to extreme depletion of both material and energy, while also imposing a tremendous burden on the body. Generally, armed liberation is a last resort, unless one belongs to a grand fleet with abundant resources to replenish what has been spent. Otherwise, one is left with merely empty grade armaments. The Ghost Lord, hailing from the Empire of the Sun and embodying its specter, evidently does not concern himself with resource depletion. His only burdens are the physical strain he endures and the penalties of defeat. However, the Ghost Lord is but a mere celestial-grade warrior, with many others above him. In terms of resource consumption, he pales in comparison to Wang Teng, who holds dominion over 117 planets. The black hole energy began to circulate within the armament, culminating in an explosion. A mushroom cloud erupted from the asteroid, obscuring the figures of both combatants. The Red Star fleet surged forward, poised to encircle them, while the remaining fleet of Blackbeard also advanced. Blackbeard gazed at the Red Star ship with a glint of madness in his eyes. Even if Wang Teng is formidable, once his fleet is obliterated, what can he accomplish without it? Lady Shueji. The silhouette of blue light on the bridge furrowed her brow upon hearing Blackbeard's plea. This is all for the Empire, Lady Shueji. Taking a deep breath, Shueji coldly replied, I understand. She turned to face the Red Star fleet, although this contradicted her principles. As Blackbeard stated, it was for the Empire. Shueji extended her hand slowly towards the Red Star fleet. The space behind her rippled, and the blue light transformed into particles, coalescing into a dozen cannon barrels. A chilling aura gathered at the mouths of the barrels, the blue light sparkling like resplendent gems. Just as she was about to grasp the air, a nearby asteroid exploded. It shattered dramatically, the shockwave causing all ships to sway precariously. 1/3 of the asteroid was obliterated, and within its core, Wang Teng seized hold of the Ghost Lord's head, his energy shield fully charged to counter the Ghost Lord's armored assaults. Grasping the Ghost Lord's head, he pressed it down into the core. He raised his hand and drove an energy spear into the Ghost Lord. Dozens of spears pinned the Ghost Lord against the core. Blackbeard's eyes turned crimson. He cared not for the consequences, for he had already failed. Destroying the Red Star fleet would be his final act for the Empire. Lady Shueji. Hurry. Obliterate the fleet. Lady Shueji snapped out of her shock, hastily pulling the trigger at the Red Star fleet. A multitude of 3-meter beams intertwined, forming a colossal freezing beam directed at the Red Star fleet. Where the freezing beam passed, even space became cloaked in frost. Quick, evade! Arno shouted, urging the Red Star ship to alter its course. Yet, before the freezing beam reached the Red Star fleet, it erupted into hundreds of meteor-like rays, enveloping them like a birdcage. Chapter 56. The Residual Agreement. Escape command. As the freezing beam threatened to engulf the Red Star fleet, Blackbeard's visage contorted with rage, his eyes widening as if they might pop from their sockets. He immediately commanded all warships to position themselves between the asteroid and the Red Star fleet. This arrangement was clear to all involved. Blackbeard, having resigned himself to despair, intended to sacrifice all his subordinates to thwart Wang Teng. The thoughts of the pirates mattered little. For Blackbeard, they were paving the way for the Empire's journey, a supreme honor. My failure is inconsequential. For the Empire's cause, I am willing to give everything, whether it be myself or others. The pirates had contemplated escape, but standing on the black ship's deck, Shueji releasing the freezing beam severed all their avenues of retreat. Faced with the choice of possible survival or immediate death, they would make the most fitting decision. They were interstellar pirates, after all, even under duress. They would not relinquish the ferocity that belonged to their kind. With no way out, they chose to embrace utter madness. The pirates piloted their ships, crowded with motley soldiers, charging toward the asteroid in a fervent frenzy. A dense swarm loomed ominously, akin to a disturbed hive of wasps. As Wang Teng prepared to counter the resurrected specter, he found his path abruptly obstructed. Emperor. Here. Resource point exchange. Activated. The dark energy of the black hole surged once more, its radiant essence dispersing like delicate feathers. In that moment, Wang Teng, racing forward, resembled a shimmering fire meteor. Twin star form. No. This must be the black hole's escape mode. The pirate warships before him crumbled like paper, disintegrating upon contact. As the warships shattered, the system swiftly initiated recovery. The resource points surged upward. Meanwhile, the ragtag soldiers succumbed to the unchecked power of the black hole energy, vanishing into oblivion. The armament mechs that erupted were likewise reclaimed by the system. Clutching the specter, which continued to resist fiercely, Wang Teng had discarded its outer armor module during the asteroid's explosion, leaving only a fitted inner shell to sustain basic life functions. Had he not intended to extract something from it, he would have already painted it upon the asteroid. Energy could not best him, nor could close combat. The pirates, lacking strategy, recklessly charged at Wang Teng in a suicidal manner. In this chaotic realm of the skyline, the pirates were even more ferocious, merciless to their foes, relentless in pursuit of their prey, and harsher still upon themselves. Each day, they lived with their lives on the line, gambling for a fleeting stroke of fortune. Should they miraculously defeat Wang Teng, they would become the new legends, perhaps even fortuitously acquiring his armament mechs. They would ascend as the new pirate emperors. No, they would be the new overlords of the skyline. Driven by the compulsion of death and the allure of greed, they cast aside thoughts of mortality, envisioning instead a splendid new world. It's no use, we want to catch up. The freezing beam had completed its contraction, ensnaring the Red Star fleet. Blackbeard witnessed this scene and smiled, a grotesque grin stretching across his hideous face, a semblance of triumph. His plan had failed, yet it mattered not. He had salvaged a victory for the Empire. However, not long after, his smile faltered. The contracting freezing beam exhibited an anomaly. A protruding node emerged, as if a hatching egg, with a nascent life struggling to breach the shell and inhale fresh air. The node elongated, ultimately yielding a fissure. It revealed a warship encased in ice. Soon, the vessel shattered, giving way to a new ship that broke through the ice. Yet, under the freezing beam, this new ship too succumbed to the frigid fate. But such warships were not singular in number. There remained 361 operational Red Star warships. Under the command of the Red Star Mothership's intelligence, they formed a suicide squad, advancing towards a common goal. As one ahead was frozen, another would take its place, stacking one after another until a path of life was forged. The Red Star Mothership swiftly traversed this newfound route, while all aboard gazed back at the remnants of their comrades, now mere shards of ice. Expressions of sorrow and melancholy emerged one by one, despite their awareness that this was orchestrated by the Red Star's intelligent control and that no one was aboard those warships. The sight evoked memories of the battle in which they had initially served as vanguards for the Tang dynasty. The previous captain had performed a similar act, which ultimately allowed them to survive. As they languished in their grief, the voice of Red Star intelligence resonated through everyone's communicator. Legacy Protocol, Ember Project. Preserve the last flame of Red Star. Initiate escape directive to ensure the safety of the Red Star flagship and create a corridor of life. Implementation complete. Escape successful. Protocol fulfilled, clearing residual directives. All aboard Red Star were left in stunned silence, while the veterans wept openly. This legacy protocol had been bequeathed by the former captain, clearly a precautionary measure taken in the event of their entrapment to prevent them from being devoured by others. Little did they anticipate that this directive would activate at such a critical moment. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng instinctively fell silent. Though the former captain had led the Red Star fleet into peril, it was commendable that even in death, he continued to safeguard the last ember of Red Star in his own manner. Wang Teng reminisced about the scene on Planet 117, where Chishua had commanded everyone to withdraw, claiming the star beast for herself. He mused, this is what it means to inherit. Like a meteor with a trailing tail of flame, he cut through the blockade of pirate ships and returned to the bridge of the Red Star. Behind him surged the heat of the final glory of the pirate vessels. The freezing beam was retracted. The Ghost Lord was captured, the pirate fleet utterly annihilated, while the promoted black ships and some escort vessels stood at a distance, confronting the Red Star. As he released his grip, the clang of steel echoed on the ground. The Ghost Lord executed a rolling maneuver, leaping like a frog to draw a small dagger aimed at Wang Teng. Wang Teng slightly turned, pinching the dagger between his index finger and thumb, effortlessly seizing it. In one swift motion, he plunged it into the back of the Ghost Lord's neck, severing the neural connection. The Ghost Lord collapsed to the ground, convulsing like a caterpillar beneath Wang Teng's feet. How could you possibly think to succeed in ambushing me when you cannot even confront me directly? Wang Teng shook his head, choosing to disregard the fallen figure. At that moment, Red Star Intelligence spoke again. Captain, there is an external communication request. Connected. A holographic screen illuminated, revealing a strikingly beautiful face. The individual sported a jellyfish-like hairstyle, with pale blue lips and predominantly blue-eye makeup, exuding an air of a femme fatale. Yet, surprisingly, she displayed a degree of courtesy. Hands delicately folded over her abdomen as she inclined slightly. I sincerely apologize. Surely, you do not intend to claim this is a misunderstanding? Wang Teng interrupted, his tone irritable. Given the state of affairs, to assert it as such would be sheer self-deception. He had no intention of being swayed. To his astonishment, she shook her head. I am apologizing for my actions. My principles do not permit me to act against them. Them? You mean the Red Star Fleet? He queried, dismissively. It matters not. However, now that you have been defeated, let us discuss compensation. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. Yet, a hint of a smile graced the features of Xueji as she covered her mouth and remarked, why not confer with Lord Heisey? After all, it was he who succumbed to your prowess. What does it mean? I have already departed from the Skyline, eagerly anticipating our next encounter. Wait, what about this fellow? Are you not going to redeem him? Wang Teng hoisted the incapacitated Ghost Lord, for he is indeed a specter of your empire. Xueji erupted into laughter, covering her mouth as she declared, since he is a ghost, he is destined to remain in the shadows. A failure is not what the empire requires. Chapter 57. The final contribution of the Ghost of the Empire. Salvation on the early morning of July 31st for 78 AS. With the self-detonation of the Blackbeard pirate ship, the defense of Planet 117 came to a close. In this battle, a total of 142 Blackbeard pirate vessels were annihilated. With the death toll among the pirates nearing 500,000, the Red Star faction suffered the loss of 3,000 newly landed warships. Yet, this battle heralded the ascendance of the Red Star fleet. Gazing at the distant explosions, the shockwaves approached the Red Star fleet, only to be repelled by their energy shields. Blackbeard did not surrender, nor did he afford Wang Teng any opportunity to maneuver. The moment Xueji severed communication, the black ship detonated. Arno and the others wept tears of joy, yet Wang Teng's countenance darkened. Although it appeared they had emerged victorious, in truth, they had gained little. War has never been the primary objective. It is merely a process to realize one's interests. If Blackbeard had merely been a pirate lurking in the Skyline, his life or death would have held little significance. The annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates by the Red Star fleet was paramount. However, the true identity of Blackbeard was that of an operative from the Great Sun Empire's Special Operations Division, a martyr paving the way for the Empire's ambitions. This battle, while seemingly against Blackbeard, was essentially a preliminary clash with the Great Sun Empire. The emergence of the Ghost Lord and Xueji underscores this reality. Initially, Wang Teng intended to negotiate with the Great Sun Empire to secure the release of the Ghost Lord and Blackbeard. However, Xueji's premature departure and Blackbeard's self-detonation thwarted this plan. Coupled with Xueji's final words, the Ghost of the Empire is but a specter, destined to remain in the shadows. He cast a glance at the Ghost Lord beneath his feet, who, despite having severed his neural connections, still struggled in resistance. Observing this futile struggle elicited a chuckle from Wang Teng. This individual fancied himself the ghost of the empire, leading him to believe he was of great importance. Yet in reality, he was merely a hired hand for unsavory deeds. It is hardly surprising that, aside from their small group, no fleet from the Great Sun Empire had appeared in this war. Wang Teng surmised that some force had temporarily restrained them. The deployment of the Ghost Lord and Xueji was already a significant concession. Nevertheless, the fact that they had dispatched 2 heavily armed warriors, and could ultimately treat them as expendable, spoke volumes of the Great Sun Empire's strength. But so what? At the moment the Red Star shines, no challenge will be feared. At worst, he would embark on another journey, traversing light years, training his troops while acquiring resources, and only when he had grown stronger would he strike back. What troubled him now was how to deal with the Ghost Lord. Regardless of the circumstances, he was a celestial-level warrior, his value undeniable. Whether sold to another faction or utilized for his own purposes, he held significant worth. At that moment, a message from Red Star Intelligence arrived, determining the fate of the Ghost Lord. Aboard the Red Star ship, in the medical bay, Zealand lay pallid upon the technological operating table, numerous tubes affixed to her, infusing life-sustaining agents into her veins. Surrounding her were various life support instruments, their readings steadily declining. Mechanical arms moved back and forth, the physician drenched in perspiration. Yet despite their relentless efforts, they struggled to close the wound that extended from Zealand's chest to her navel. The residual energy continued to devour her vitality. What to do? The wound remained irreparable. Her life signs were fading. This scenario unmistakably conveyed one grim truth. Zealand was on the brink of death. What has become of Zealand? Wang Teng rushed in, his heart aching upon seeing her on the operating table. Zealand had sustained grave injuries, her fate uncertain, as conveyed by Red Star Intelligence. He was informed that it was the Ghost Lord who had severely wounded her. Upon receiving this news, Wang Teng made no further deliberations. He seized the Ghost Lord and extracted the core of his weaponry. This scoundrel had been rendered useless. Instead of allowing the system to reclaim the Imperial Ghost's armament, he incorporated it into his own arsenal. Subsequently, he dragged the Ghost Lord's lifeless form back aboard the ship, instructing the auxiliary troops to imprison him before hastening to the medical bay. Captain, there may be hope for Zealand, the doctor murmured, unable to meet Wang Teng's gaze. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively, striding directly toward Zealand. After spending considerable time together, he had grown accustomed to her presence. This young lady never hesitated to obey his commands, often placing her own life after his. When he found himself in peril, Zealand had provided him with artillery support, utilizing the very cannon he had entrusted to her. Thus she was gravely injured because of him. You foolish girl, Wang Teng chided affectionately, while her obedience was a relief. Her stubbornness was a source of frustration. Imperial system, provide me with a treatment plan for Zealand. Permanent injuries, spatial scars, acute loss of blood, primary armament damaged. Unable to self-repair. How many resource points are required? Wang Teng instantly grasped the system's intent. Yet, he remained unfazed. Resource points were merely numbers, and he possessed an abundance. The recent battle against the Blackbeard pirates had propelled his resource points to nearly 1 billion. If he ran low, he could always engage in another skirmish. Not to mention, there was still a resource planet at his disposal. But Zealand was unique. If she perished, he would lose everything. 1 billion, the system replied. Maddie, why is the system now speaking in billions when previously it was merely in thousands? As he gazed upon the tightly shut eyes of Zealand, observing the steadily declining figures on the instrument display, Wang Teng spoke. Save her. Is it worth 1 billion resource points to save one individual? Some may deem it worthwhile, while others may not. For Wang Teng, it was undoubtedly worth it. 1 billion resource points would not only save Zealand, but also grant Wang Teng a clear conscience. At that moment, Zealand's eyelids fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes, weakly gazing at Wang Teng. Captain, did we win? Yes, we did. That is truly wonderful. I'm sorry for not being able to assist you, Captain. I am too weak. Wang Teng bent down closer to Zealand, gently caressing her forehead. You are brave. Zealand, this is not a matter of strength. You have upheld your beliefs, which is more precious than life itself. I thought I could continue to stay by the captain's side, watching the red star illuminate the universe, but it seems I am dying. Zealand's complexion began to regain color, as if experiencing a moment of resurrection. Wang Teng stroked her gently, shaking his head softly. You are not dead yet. I will not allow you to perish. Emperor, save her. Target armament is damaged and requires replacement. Then let us use this. Wang Teng retrieved the core of the Imperial Demon armament. Zealand, do you trust me? Zealand placed her faith in the captain. Zealand, as your captain, I command you to survive. The core of the Imperial Demon was placed upon Zealand. Simultaneously, the system initiated treatment. 1 billion resource points transformed into technological fibers, penetrating Zealand's body. Flesh tore, and the instruments wailed. Chapter 58. The Anti-Red Star Alliance Coalition Stellar Calendar Year 478, July 30th. The Skyline chaos reached a climactic phase. Between neighboring planets lay a myriad of graveyards. The wreckage of destroyed warships stood as mounds of earth. Located 14 light-years from the plunderers, there existed a terrestrial-like asteroid, which also served as a training base for the raiders. In the early hours, a fleet encircled the planet and enacted a scorched earth policy. The so-called carbonization strike involved burning the surface of the planet to cinders. Barbarossa, having returned to this stronghold after the coalition's defeat, was a notorious figure among the plunderers, revered as a fearless warrior akin to Black Widow. With an exceptionally high contract completion rate and client satisfaction, he became a sought-after legendary bounty hunter. However, during one mission, he fell in love with the target. A killer who develops attachments finds his blade dulled. Similarly, a bounty hunter in love becomes irrational. The legendary mercenary contemplated retirement. At that time, the mercenary agency offered a final contract. The target was the cargo of a certain trade convoy. After enduring near-fatal challenges to complete the mission, he was met with retribution. The convoy belonged to a high-ranking official within the agency, and he was treated as both a scapegoat and a casualty. On his escape, his beloved fell victim to a stray bullet. His fate mirrored that of a devoted dog lover, who, for love, traversed thousands of miles, seeking vengeance against the agency. After avenging himself, he became a fugitive. Subsequently, he sought refuge in the Skyline and joined the Marauders. No longer did he wish to be a hunter. For hunters merely await their prey. He sought to plunder and reclaim all that he had lost. Brute, come forth and face your demise. The jagged fleet descended upon the training base, enveloping the skies in an impenetrable blockade, leaving no avenue for escape. Members of the Brute organization attempted to breach the encirclement, but fell prey to aerial snipers mid-flight. Jagged, you are truly courting death. A streak of light broke free from the grip of gravity, soaring towards the fleet overhead. A fierce battle erupted in the skies, stretching from dawn until sunrise, resulting in the destruction of 8,000 warships and leaving the planetary bases in smoldering ruin. The heavens roared like thunder, echoing across the firmament. On July 30th, 478, at 8 in the morning, the majority of the populace on the geosphere busied themselves with their daily commutes, leading tranquil yet hectic lives. Meanwhile, in the distant Skyline, a battle reached its denouement. Of the 30,000 pirate vessels, only 4,781 remained, as the Marauder training base was reduced to ashes. With merely over 3,000 Marauder warriors engaged in a stalemate against the pirate warships, both the Brute and Jagged suffered grievous losses. The Brute pierced through Jagged's skull, while Jagged reciprocated by driving his weapon through the Brute's heart. With a sinister grin, Jagged proclaimed, "Brute, I come on behalf of my father. When you destroyed the mercenary agency, he was inside, performing janitorial duties." The Brute gazed at his heart, now pierced, and glanced at the lifeless Jagged, choosing silence. A killer inevitably meets death, just as he had sought vengeance by bloodily razing the agency. In this line of work, few emerge unscathed. On July 31st, 478, at 2:30 in the afternoon, Tuoba Yin summoned all Marauders back and consolidated the defensive perimeter of their territory. Out of the 136 Marauder territories, only half returned to the Triangular Star. Those that did not return were either annihilated or had seized the opportunity to stake their claim as independent warlords amidst the chaos, an outcome Tuoba Yin had anticipated. Soon, news of the destruction of the training base and the death of the Brute reached him. The Brute had been one of his most capable subordinates, possessing not only formidable strength, but also vision and ambition. Tuoba Yin had intended to promote him to the position of deputy leader. Yet, such a valuable ally had perished, slain in a suicide assault by the pirates. Contact Blackbeard. I wish to inquire about his intentions. Chief, communication establishment failed. Then reach out to other pirates. Chief, all our channels are down. Enough. Tuoba Yin inhaled deeply. The situation had escalated beyond his control. The only ones capable of keeping him in the dark were those who had taken action. The Resource Exploration Group, led by MIA. Their alliance with Blackbeard's pirates was undoubtedly aimed at carving up the Skyline. Just as this thought crossed his mind, Manager Mike from MIA initiated communication. Tuoba, let us converse. At 4:30 in the afternoon on July 31st, 478, the chaos in the Skyline subsided under the combined suppression of the Marauders and the MIA group. The forces that stubbornly resisted were swiftly annihilated by the two alliances. On July 31st, 478, at 6 o'clock in the afternoon, order was restored in the Skyline. And under the call of the Raiders and the MIA alliance, the Anti-Red Star Alliance was officially established. There are no eternal enemies, only eternal interests. The two alliances called for a temporary cessation of hostilities to unite against a common foe, determined to drive the Red Star fleet from the Skyline or obliterate it entirely. Many factions rallied in support, yet following this battle, some chose to remain cautious observers. The coalition of the Anti-Red Star Alliance was formed at 6:30 in the evening, with each faction dispatching their strongest forces to join the coalition, setting their sights on Planet 117. On the evening of July 30th, 478, the fleet led by Chishua encountered numerous attacks during their voyage. However, under Chishua's formidable might, the fleet sailed unimpeded, rescuing one planet after another. The Red Star fleet faced relentless assaults, and Chishua, already in a foul mood, showed no mercy to the invading enemies. Wherever she went, a graveyard would inevitably follow. As she once told Wang Teng, This expanse of starry sky is so beautiful, yet how many have become mere cosmic dust scattered across it? In the early hours of July 31st, 478, the Battle of Planet 117 concluded with the annihilation of the Blackbeard pirates. The news of the pirates' demise spread throughout the skyline, fueled by the whispers of those with ill intent. Re-establishing contact with the Red Star fleet, Chishua immediately requested to return. However, her request was denied. Wang Teng justified the decision, stating that the crisis had been averted and the mission must continue. Simultaneously, he issued a new directive for Chishua to lead her team to the pirate planet. If there is a next time, the captain must recall everyone immediately. The Red Star crew fear not death, Chishua remarked with irritation, promptly severing the communication as Wang Teng evaded her scrutiny. Valkyrie approached, observing Chishua's troubled demeanor, and inquired, "Sister Shue?" Chishua shook her head. "We have a new mission. Change course to the Pirate Alliance planet. Are we to engage them in formal battle?" "No," Chishua replied, her eyes shining with determination. "We will merely plant our flag there." A fierce aura radiated from her. "Any who obstruct us shall be deemed enemies of the Red Star fleet." On August 1st, 478, upon arriving at the Pirate Alliance planet, Chishua and her Red Star fleet were immediately besieged by the coalition of the anti-Red Star Alliance. Chishua faced the enemy alone, a blazing starfire incinerating all adversaries. The Red Star fleet proclaimed, "This territory now belongs to the Red Star fleet. Unauthorized entry will be regarded as a provocation. Those who dare to offend the Red Star shall face execution without mercy." Chapter 59. The Remnant transformed into flames. The Red Demon transformed into the Fiery Demon. Wang Teng, whose communication had been abruptly cut off, shook his head with a wry smile. He understood that Chishua was not angry with him, but rather frustrated with herself for not being present to defend the Red Star fleet. Yet, she also comprehended the gravity of her mission. Her decision not to arbitrarily return with her fleet signifies her unwavering faith in Wang Teng, in this miracle of his. "Has Zealand yet to awaken?" Wang Teng inquired. The Red Star AI responded, "Currently, all life data appears normal, with active mental fluctuations. I understand. Inform me immediately should anything arise." "Yes." He then turned his gaze to Arno, who had been waiting nearby. "Mobilize everyone aboard the ship to swiftly clear the battlefield, and summon Shangwan Honghe to see me. This seasoned warrior must once again take to the field." Arno hesitated, wanting to voice her concerns, yet ultimately spoke. "But Captain, regarding Sister He's condition, you needn't worry about that. Just follow my orders. Besides, how would you know if she wouldn't be willing to contribute to the fleet if you don't ask her?" "Understood." Arno turned to leave, while Wang Teng shifted his gaze, contemplating the vast expanse of the starry sky. Below lay Planet 117, the cornerstone of the Red Star fleet upon the horizon. This location is crucial, yet it must not become a shackle for the fleet. Shangwan Honghe, once an elite of the Vanguard Corps, had retreated from the forefront after suffering grave injuries in the battle at Datong, subsequently dedicating herself to nurturing new recruits for the Red Star. He inquired of the Red Star AI regarding her condition. "The combat mech is damaged, the core is shattered, and the bodily meridians have sustained traumatic stress. The diagnosis indicates that the combat mech can no longer be utilized." Yet, could a former elite warrior on the brink of breaking through to the Earth level resign herself to such a fate? The current situation on the horizon presents an opportune moment for the Red Star fleet to intervene. He planned to utilize the system to repair Shangwan Honghe's armor, simultaneously enhancing and upgrading it to grant her the strength needed to safeguard Planet 117. Only then could he lead the Red Star flagship boldly forward, allowing its brilliance to illuminate this chaotic land. A sound arose behind him. "Captain, have you summoned me for something?" Shangwan Honghe, this mature elder sister, regarded Wang Teng's silhouette with a complex gaze from her remaining eye. Indeed, as she had surmised, he had become the helmsman of the Red Star. Regrettably, a person with her physical limitations had no opportunity to shine again. Shangwan Honghe, former elite warrior of the Vanguard Corps, equipped with Xian-class combat armor, merely a step away from the Earth level. "Are you content with this?" Wang Teng slowly turned his head, his meaning unmistakable. Shangwan Honghe bit her lip, her singular eye revealing her unwillingness. Yet what could she do? "Do you have a mission for me, Captain?" "Yes, but you are not ready at this moment." Wang Teng's gaze burned intensely as he focused on Shangwan Honghe, who averted her eyes, a faint blush crossing her exquisite face. "Shangwan Honghe, do you believe in me?" She turned back seriously, meeting Wang Teng's earnest gaze, and nodded without hesitation. The current state of the Red Star fleet undeniably proved that Wang Teng was worthy of trust. "I need you to fight for the Red Star once more. I will assist in repairing your combat mech, but the process will subject you to excruciating pain akin to being engulfed in flames." "I am willing." Shangwan Honghe interjected before Wang Teng could finish. Her resolve no longer concealed. Indeed, as long as she could once again fight for the Red Star, she would willingly sacrifice this frail body. Captain, let my frail form transform into blazing fire, propelling the Red Star to soar into the heavens. On August 1st, 478, at the Pirate Alliance planet, Black Hat Planet. This is the territory of the infamous pirate Blackbeard, and the current stronghold of the Pirate Alliance. Following Blackbeard's self-destruction, Wang Teng, in a bid to mitigate losses, commanded Chishua to seize Black Hat Planet. Once Chishua secures this location, the subsequent construction of a jump gate will facilitate communication with Planet 117. However, Wang Teng's strategic intentions were soon detected by Tuoba Yin. Initially, Tuoba Yin had not anticipated this development. But upon receiving news that the base on Planet 147 had been destroyed and the Blackbeard pirate group annihilated, he realized the implications when Chishua suddenly rerouted towards Black Hat Planet. He promptly alerted the MIA group and instructed the anti-Red Star Alliance coalition forces to hasten their journey to Black Hat Planet to intercept the Red Star fleet. Both parties arrived almost simultaneously. As the anti-Red Star Alliance coalition forces reached the vicinity of Black Hat Planet, Chishua and her fleet also made their appearance. Tensions escalated, with Val considering an initial strike, but Chishua declined. She was determined to personally engage in this battle, wishing to demonstrate to all on the skyline that the rise of the Red Star fleet was unstoppable. Chishua manifested the Red Demon armament, appearing more agile than the terrestrial grade, with a reduction of 20% in full armor coverage, while her energy index surged exponentially. High-energy radiative energy coalesced around her, akin to the corona of a star, swirling in her vicinity. As she traversed the cosmos, the radiation rays of the universe illuminated in response to her energy. From a distance, Chishua resembled a deity emerging from the divine realm. Upon witnessing the mobilization of armored mech warriors, the anti-Red Star Alliance coalition also deployed their armored mech units, composed of the main forces from various factions of the Skyline. Despite their differing allegiances, the restructured coalition formed a new army. A total of 2,000 armored mech warriors, led by 2 terrestrial-grade armaments, primarily comprised of mysterious-grade armaments, set forth. Undoubtedly, this contingent sent to intercept Chishua was a principal force of the anti-Red Star Alliance. The coalition formation suddenly dispersed, and a magnificent, multicolored beam surged forth from the warships at the rear of the formation, hurtling towards Chishua. The Annihilation Cannon, a conventional weapon in interstellar warfare, is essential for both engaging enemies and combating star beasts. Gazing at the approaching beam of annihilation, Chishua showed no inclination to evade. Behind her, on the Red Star warships, Valky assumed control over the weapon systems through armed connections. Each Red Star warship was equipped with the Annihilation Cannon system. After obtaining the blueprint for the Annihilation Cannon from the Red Star flagship, Wang Teng ensured that each warship was outfitted with this weapon system during their enhancement. He envisioned a day when, upon calling for bombardment, a myriad of annihilating beams would emerge, vanquishing all foes. The colorful Annihilation Cannon fired from the Red Star warships collided with the Annihilation Cannon of the anti-Red Star Alliance coalition. The tumultuous surge of energy ignited the radiation rays within the cosmos. Like the explosion of an asteroid, the brilliance pierced the eyes of all onlookers. As the dazzling light began to fade, a splendid Klein light phenomenon was left in its wake. The residual energy, like an ethereal trail, surged towards Chishua, manifesting a divine battle attire upon her form. The ground-level forces of the anti-Red Star Alliance, witnessing this spectacle, felt their pupils tremble beneath their helmets. Such mastery over energy could only belong to a celestial-level armament. The flames blazed brightly, heralding the presence of the infernal demon. Chishua, engulfed in a vast reservoir of radiation energy, radiated fierce flames akin to a stellar tempest, descending upon the ranks of the anti-Red Star Alliance. The foremost ground-level warrior promptly abandoned his squadron, turning to flee, his thrusters at maximum power, wishing fervently for a teleportation device to aid his escape. While Takumi, the tofu delivery man, might struggle to catch up to Natsuki in her luxurious car, how could a mere ground-level warrior hope to evade a celestial-level being? The standard ability of celestial armament mechs, spatial confinement. In the face of armed warriors, particularly the invasion of advanced armaments, resistance was merely a desperate struggle before the end. A barrage of artillery enveloped Chishua, high explosive radiation saturating her energy aura. Yet, this onslaught lasted less than a mere dozen seconds before the expanding explosion was bound by an unseen force, collapsing into itself. A miniature sun, forged from the amalgamation of all the explosions, slowly ascended before the fleet of the anti-Red Star Alliance. The flames blazed fiercely as dawn shattered the darkness. Beneath this miniature sun stood a figure, radiant and resplendent. The flowing battle attire danced around her, swaying in harmony with the pulsations of the small sun in the vacuum of space. On the Red Star fleet, aboard the 100 Riders ship, Ying gazed intently at the silhouette emanating stellar brilliance. Although Chishua had narrated her transformation into the Red Demon armament, witnessing it firsthand left her utterly astounded. Is this the celestial level? It eclipses the ground level by countless streets. However, with such power, could she not protect young Master Longji? Li Longji stood beside Ying, unaware of her thoughts about their childhood bond, his gaze fixated on the magnificent Chishua, further solidifying his resolve to meet Wang Teng. Ying, trust me. Joining the Red Star fleet is nothing to be ashamed of. Li Longji paused, turning to Ying, who had previously been coerced into joining him for his safety. Once they reached their destination, she would lead the way back. But now, had she responded affirmatively? Ying tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, turning to Li Longji with a subtle smile, saying, Longji, sister will protect you. This was the first time she had smiled at him in such a manner, leaving him momentarily stunned. At that moment, however, Valkyrie summoned the fleet and issued the order to attack. Upon hearing this, Ying's smile vanished, her demeanor shifting decisively as she made her way to the command center. She commanded the 100 Riders flagship to initiate the assault. The flagship's cannon directly obliterated an enemy frigate. This shot rang out like a clarion call, heralding the commencement of the final battle. The 100 Riders fleet began to demonstrate the prowess of the Tang dynasty's cavalry. Forming in groups of 3, they engaged the enemy one by one. A volley of cannon fire swiftly dismantled the edges of the anti-Red Star Alliance fleet. Valkyrie, witnessing Ying's advance, promptly followed suit. Standing on the bridge, she activated her full armament, with robust supports bracing against the deck as she embraced a cannon, unleashing a saturated assault. The barrage relentlessly battered the shields of the frontline warships, gradually depleting the defenders. The trailing warships systematically collected the corpses of fallen soldiers drifting in space, salvaging their equipment. For the frugal Red Star fleet could not easily abandon its thrifty ways. Amidst the fierce counterattack from the Red Star fleet, the anti-Red Star Alliance found it difficult to withstand the onslaught. Though ostensibly battling the Red Star fleet, they were, in truth, contending with the formidable 100 Riders and the Red Star forces. Both sides were elite, and the anti-Red Star Alliance was steadily retreating, further compounded by the emergence of a rising sun, whose radiant light was blinding. Meanwhile, the pirates remaining on Black Hat Planet took note of the battle in outer space. However, their limited numbers left them without means to intervene. Blackbeard had depleted the ships and resources of Black Hat Planet before his departure, leaving only orbital defense cannons. Several warships of the Red Star Alliance, in a moment of panic, sought refuge within the atmosphere of Black Hat Planet, only to be discovered and destroyed by the vigilant pirates using the orbital defense cannons. This signaled the near conclusion of the outer space battle. Without their armed soldiers, facing the predatory Red Star fleet, their fate became painfully clear. At the moment when Chishua raised the small sun high, the anti-Red Star Alliance fleet crumbled. They began to flee, pursued by the 100 Riders, with Valkyrie leading the charge, seeking refuge in the shadows of Black Hat Planet. A portion of the forces continued to resist, likely comprised of the loyal factions from various powers within the Skyline. This served well. They could be easily dispatched, providing a spectacle for the monkeys of the Skyline. The small sun was cast forth, rapidly expanding as it approached the anti-Red Star Alliance fleet, before exploding in a flash akin to a stellar eruption. The compressing high explosive energy, upon release, enveloped everything in its vicinity like an apocalyptic wheel. After hurling the small sun, Chishua swiftly retreated several thousand kilometers. Yet, even at such a distance, she felt the impact of the explosive energy, which gracefully circumvented her as it approached. Gazing at the remnants of the anti-Red Star Alliance fleet, reduced to almost nothing, Chishua inquired, Valkyrie, how fares your side? Valkyrie had broken away from the Red Star vessels, now pursuing the anti-Red Star Alliance. She was currently breaching the atmosphere of Black Hat Planet, with Red Star ships in close pursuit. I have entered Black Hat Planet. Has everything been resolved on your end? Indeed, I believe it has. The recording was made at Wang Teng's request. She was uncertain of his intentions, yet she believed that he must have a purpose for it. Very well. I shall hasten my pace as well. Vaki spread her body, and the Black Star's armor unfurled like a box. She glided through the air like a sugar glider. Upon breaching the atmosphere, a barrage of ground-based anti-aircraft fire erupted towards her. Vaki marked the source of the artillery and swiftly grasped with both hands. rapidly assembling the armed module. Kill Bodhi. This weapon, initially exclusive to Chishua, had now become standard issue for the Black Star. Every soldier possessed its blueprint. And with sufficient rank and resources, they could wield it. She unleashed a series of shells towards the marked position, and moments later, the ground erupted in a continuous cacophony of explosions. Ultimately, the anti-aircraft artillery could not withstand the ferocity of the Black Star female warriors. The Black Star fleet subsequently executed a scorched earth assault. Countless shells rained down upon the land below. Their predatory onslaught obliterated all resistance. After several hours of intense combat, the entire Black Star fleet ascended to low Earth orbit. When Chishua set foot upon the scorched soil of Black Hat Planet, it signified that the battle had come to an end. Only a handful of anti-Black Star Alliance ships managed to escape. The surviving pirates on Black Hat Planet were captured. Communicate to the captain that we have secured Black Hat Planet. Yes. As Chishua conveyed the message, Wang Teng was preparing for a live broadcast. A transmission directed at everyone in the skyline. Let it be remembered, it was for all, be they pirates, brigands, corporate employees, or even the lowly miners and slaves. Greetings to all in the skyline. I am Captain Wang Teng of the Black Star Fleet. Chapter 61, Declaration of War with the Assistance of the System. Wang Teng utilized nearly 500 million resource points to restore the shattered body of Shangwan Hongha, reviving the dying battle mech. He enhanced the Red Demon armor core obtained from the previous upgrade of Chishua's armament and replaced Shangwan Hongha's original core with it. He then poured resources from 3 fully loaded transport ships to extract 117 planetary liquid solid materials for her. During this process, Shangwan Hongha repeatedly lost consciousness, her cries of agony instilling fear in those nearby, preventing them from approaching the modification room. After a final scream that surpassed the pain of a level 10 childbirth, silence enveloped the modification room. A few minutes later, a one-eyed warrior clad in silver-gray battle armor emerged behind Wang Teng. The veteran soldiers of the Black Star were moved to tears at the sight of the reborn Shangwan Hongha. Currently, Shangwan Hongha was a venerable figure within the Black Star, having protected and guided many, including Chishua. If Chishua was the elder sister to all, then Shangwan Hongha was the caring aunt. However, no one could see the crimson hue of her cheeks beneath her helmet, though she knew that the restoration process required her to be unobstructed. The thought of being exposed made her blush, especially considering she was in her own ship. Wang Teng's call brought her back to reality. Captain, the fate of Planet 117 is entrusted to you. I shall leave the other warships here for your command. I will lead the flagship towards the horizon. Shangwan Hongha immediately protested. Captain, it is unwise to proceed with only one flagship. You must take the other warships with you. I need at least one vessel and ample firepower to ensure that Planet 117 remains under our control until my last breath. Wang Teng shook his head, insisting, follow my orders. Reluctantly, Shangwan Hongha acquiesced. Though she was apprehensive about Wang Teng's risky endeavor, she recognized he had his own strategy. Moreover, if we cannot hold Planet 117, we must evacuate with our lives intact. As long as we live, there is still hope. Death is irreversible. A flicker of an unusual expression crossed Shangwan Hongha's eyes before she nodded. Understood, Captain. After transferring the responsibility for Planet 117 and the remaining warships to Shangwan Hongha, Wang Teng, along with the rest, boarded the Red Star flagship, advancing resolutely towards the inner circle of the horizon. Standing aboard the Red Star vessel, Shangwan Hongha gazed after the departing ship, akin to a mother watching her child leave home, silently offering prayers. On the Red Star ship, Wang Teng donned his newly tailored captain's uniform, gazing at his reflection in the mirror. Who would have imagined that the former landlord would one day become the captain of a fleet? Captain, everything is ready, came the message from Red Star Intelligence. Wang Teng picked up his hat, giving it a gentle pat before placing it atop his head, with the brim lowered and a faint smile gracing his lips. His eyes shone brightly with clarity. Let us commence. Somewhere on a colonial star within the horizon, a down-and-out man was using equipment gifted by a kind soul to watch a live broadcast. Following the instructions, he activated the device. An luminous screen appeared before the crowd. A soft blue aura illuminated the dim corner. Behind the man, several onlookers peered curiously at the broadcast. Greetings to everyone in the horizon. I am Wang Teng, captain of the Red Star Fleet. The image displayed a young man in aviation uniform adorned with several stars on his shoulders, his handsome, yet resolute visage evoking a sense of inadequacy in others. The camera gradually panned out, revealing the cosmic expanse behind him, showcasing the lone ship forging ahead. The Red Star emblem gleamed strikingly in the void of space. The Red Star Fleet is a proponent of peace. We arrive at the horizon with the belief in peaceful development. Upon our arrival, We have immersed ourselves in the local customs and traditions. The camera retracted, bringing Wang Teng's face back into focus. A pirate fleet has attacked us. A coalition has formed in the horizon to expel us, yet they have all failed. Upholding our principles of peace, we never considered retaliation. We merely sought to develop ourselves. However, it seems this place does not welcome outsiders. Nevertheless, upon hearing of the turmoil in the horizon, with many caught in the flames of war, I could not stand idly by. Thus, I dispatched my fleet to bring a glimmer of hope to those who are struggling. However, the day before yesterday, the Red Star fleet was besieged by the Blackbeard pirate group of the Skyline Pirate Alliance, which commanded a fleet of tens of thousands, attempting to annihilate us while we were internally vulnerable. On the holographic screen, Wang Teng appeared furious, though his anger was fleeting. I chose not to recall the fleet, for I understood that some individuals required assistance more urgently. Through the staunch resistance of the Red Star, despite the loss of 3,000 attack ships, we vanquished and eradicated the Blackbeard pirate group, thereby eliminating a significant malignancy from the Skyline. Yet, I received word that the Skyline had formed an anti-Red Star alliance. I must inquire, are you so fearful of US? This question darkened the faces of those watching the live broadcast of the anti-Red Star coalition. If that is the case, I shall personally come to meet you. Let us discuss matters openly. I yearn for a peaceful environment in the Skyline, where even a modicum of fairness can exist. Remember, this is not a negotiation, but a proclamation from the cannons of the Red Star. It is majestic, authoritative, and invincible. Wang Teng's development resonated deeply, and a singular thought sprang to the minds of various factions. He is declaring war upon us. Meanwhile, the destitute man and others heard 6 words: liberation, development, and his notion of fairness. Upon hearing the first 2 words, the destitute man was overcome with emotion and wept, covering his face. He was initially a high-achieving graduate of the United Star Alliance University, an institution dedicated to nurturing talent for the Star Alliance, gathering the elite from various regions. He had believed that graduating from such a prestigious university would guarantee a bright future. With ideals in his heart, he stepped into the Star Alliance society, securing a position with a resource exploration group. However, upon entering the workforce, he discovered that certain lessons could not be learned in school. For instance, the achievements he painstakingly earned became mere stepping stones for others' promotions, leaving him with only meager compensation. He came to realize that for someone of his impoverished background, lacking connections and familial support, ascending the ranks was an arduous challenge. Faced with such bleak prospects, he sought opportunities beyond the confines of the Star Alliance. Yet, the further he strayed from its bounds, the more the law of the dark forest became apparent. Initially, he had been introduced to the Skyline to prospect for gold, with numerous promises made. However, upon his arrival, he was met with the unending toil of a miner's life, often coerced into dragging others along, with failure resulting in brutal beatings. He had resigned himself to the belief that he would never escape this place, having long since grown numb in a world shrouded in darkness. Yet now, a glimmer of light has pierced through, a radiant red star. He extended his hands toward the holographic screen, akin to a drowning man grasping for a life preserver thrown to him. Are you here to take me home? Chapter 62. The Decline of the Rebel Army. Sparks scattered across the land. The Rebel Army, a grassroots resistance force within the Skyline, initially formed spontaneously to advocate for and protect their rights. Over the course of several decades, this organization has grown immensely. In the Skyline, the insurgents are regarded as a force on par with the Marauders, dubbed the Fourth Great Power. However, after decades of transformation, many have forgotten the oaths once sworn by the insurgents. Originally a fragmented organization, the insurgents now boast no fewer than 18 formidable factions. While these factions remain largely autonomous, disputes occasionally arise among them. The faction to which Elena belongs has been inherited from her forebears, dedicated to the liberation of the Skyline, a cause for which they strive tirelessly throughout their lives. Yet, now she stands as a traitor to the insurgents. Those insurgents she had once severed from their ranks, under the duress of Blackbeard, conveyed the news of Elena's alliance with the Red Star fleet to all insurgents. Upon learning of this revelation, even as the insurgents are besieged by the other forces of the Skyline, they convened an online meeting, a gathering that had not occurred in ages. The topic of discussion was the ramifications of Elena's treachery on the insurgents. At such a critical juncture, rather than consolidating their strength to confront the onslaught, their focus turned towards power struggles, a truly hopeless endeavor. The words came from the elder leader of the farmers from Thanos. Among the 18 faction leaders, only half attended the meeting, the rest preoccupied with the chaos of war, resisting enemy assaults. MIA and the Marauders had forcefully quelled the turmoil within the Skyline and redirected their ire towards the insurgents and the Red Star fleet, effectively shifting internal discord into external conflict. The coalition of the Skyline Alliance surged forth, systematically dismantling the bases of the insurgents, who found their territories shrinking. Retreating to the outer ring of the Skyline. Elder leader of the farmers, what do you mean by that? Isn't the current plight of the insurgents a chain reaction triggered by Elena's betrayal? Indeed, we had maintained a balance with the various forces of the Skyline. Since Elena began her machinations, the insurgents have been frequently targeted. Moreover, did not the Thanos planet of the Elder Leader also face assaults? How can you remain so composed? Blame shifting, targeting, slander, this is what the insurgents have become, truly disappointing. The Elder Leader's expression grew complex, as he clung to a final glimmer of hope, stating, in light of the current situation, I propose that the insurgents establish contact with the Red Star fleet to form a defensive alliance. Before he could finish his thought, he was interrupted. Elder Leader, you wouldn't align with Elena, would you? Faced with this inquiry, the Elder Leader chose not to elaborate further. You all should take care of yourselves. With that, he severed the meeting communication. Alongside him were several leaders who, like the Elder Leader, belonged to factions not inclined towards expansion or combat. In an instant, the already sparse online meeting halved in attendance. What to do? It seems they have all betrayed us. How fortuitous. If we are to negotiate with them, we must demonstrate some sincerity. So be it. From this point forward, the insurgents will only recognize our three factions. Quickly, contact the Tuoba Yin. They are advancing upon my territory. Outside the uncharted planet, aboard the Iron Fist, Elena, clad in military attire, was engaged in communication with the Elder Leader of the farmers. Elena, the persuadable elder, has been convinced, leaving only the corrupt behind. I understand, Grandfather Gnome. Upon discerning Wang Teng's intentions, the Elder Leader Gnome promptly reached out to several allied factions and personally persuaded them. These elders have not abandoned the ideal of liberating the Skyline. Rather, they have succumbed to disillusionment and apathy in the face of a gradually corrupt rebellion, retreating to their planetary bases for self-indulgence. Once they grasped Wang Teng's motives and the strength of the Red Star fleet, they too were swayed by the Elder Leader. They stipulated only one condition to the Red Star fleet, a reduction of oppression and exploitation. To this, Wang Teng replied succinctly, I have come here to accomplish three tasks: liberation, development, and equity. Thus, 1/3 of the rebellion's strength aligned with the Red Star fleet. Meanwhile, as Elena spread the light of the Red Star, she also reached out to her former comrades, gathering those who still held on to their original ideals. Following Wang Teng's directive, she dispersed everyone across various planets, to the lowly abodes of the oppressed. They were not required to do much, merely to deliver devices for receiving communications. Furthermore, they needed to propagate the ideals of the Red Star, peace for the Skyline and development for the Skyline. Some were perplexed, struggling to comprehend the significance of their actions. Elena reassured them, saying, You are all sparks ignited across the land. When all the sparks blaze, they will illuminate the dark Skyline. Though they did not understand the metaphor of sparks, they were willing to trust Elena, who believed in the Red Star, and thus they too placed their faith in it. Even if their endeavors led to capture, death, or the loss of life for various reasons, they persisted. On the rehabilitating planet of Sarah, Puzik observed the rebel bound before the crowd by marauders. This territory was originally under the control of the Black Spider. But the fleet of the anti-Red Star Alliance had arrived, forcibly seizing control from the Black Spider. They returned the miners and slaves to the mines to resume their toil. Confronted by naval artillery and armed soldiers, everyone felt a simmering rage, yet bore it in silence. It was merely a return to the life of oppression they had previously endured. But Puzik questioned whether this was to be their perpetual fate. He recognized the rebel, who often spoke to the miners and slaves about their current plight and shared tales of the Red Star fleet. The rebel had also brought live-streaming equipment, allowing them to witness Wang Teng's broadcast. So, this was the captain of the Red Star fleet, the one who sought to rescue them. Liberation, development, and equity. These concepts had never graced their existence. They had only encountered oppression and exploitation. Puzik's son, hearing the rebel's grand tales, inquired if he had received an education. The rebel nodded with a smile. Puzik's son, filled with envy, expressed, If you have been educated, can I be like you? I wish to attend school as well. This was the very aspiration that Puzik harbored for both the present and the future. Yet they dwell within the Skyline. Here, schools are unnecessary. What is required are tools that can be exploited and oppressed. The discovery of insurgents must be reported immediately, lest one suffers a similar fate. The marauders brandished their weapons at the heads of the rebels. However, the insurgents burst into laughter. Your killing me is inconsequential. For the Skyline is already ablaze with sparks of rebellion. Liberation shall surely come to the skyline. Bang! This insurgent fell on the path to realizing ideals, succumbing to the enemy's gunfire. Yet, he had already passed on the flame of resistance. If one wishes to attend school, one must go to a school. But there are no schools here. Fear not, for after I depart, you shall have schools, roads shall be constructed, buildings erected, and hospitals built. Is that truly the case? Certainly, it is true. But why? Child, it is because we have come. Uncle, what is your name? I am called Mashik, affiliated with the Red Star Fleet. As he answered this query, he removed the insignia of the insurgents, drew a red star upon the ground, and pointed, saying, "Remember this star. It shall illuminate your path." Chapter 63, Under Constant Assault, Zealand's Awakens. On August 6, 478, following several days of live broadcasts, the anti-Red Star Allied forces launched vigorous military operations. Upon determining the course of the Red Star fleet, the Allied fleet continuously set ambushes and surprise attacks. After repelling several ambushes, Wang Teng remained steadfast, refusing to alter the established route, boldly advancing towards the inner circle of the skyline without making any jumps, instead opting for a gradual approach. After overcoming several attempts by the Allied forces, Wang Teng's resource points surged once more. He reinvested these resources, enhancing and upgrading the captured Allied warships into Red Star vessels. Consequently, 21 additional warships surrounded the Red Star flagship, albeit uncrewed, operated solely by the Red Star's intelligence. The others had grown accustomed to Wang Teng's maneuver, attributing it to the capabilities bestowed by his powered armor. Only Wang Teng himself harbored concerns. The enhancement of warships was merely a temporary measure. True independence could only be achieved through self-developed and manufactured factories. A mature fleet must possess a robust logistical industrial system. Fortunately, Chishua had secured the pirate planet, Black Hat Planet. According to her reports, despite being affected by the conflict, the shipbuilding factories on Black Hat Planet remained operational. Wang Teng promptly instructed Chishua to send personnel to optimize the shipbuilding factories. The Red Star must possess its own industrial manufacturing. Subsequently, Elena reported back. She had successfully divided and co-opted factions within the insurgents, with nearly half now aligning with the Red Star. Furthermore, the Blaze Plan was progressing steadily. The Blaze Plan aimed to spark flames of rebellion across the various planets of the skyline. Wang Teng sought the support of those oppressed and exploited. With no capacity for resistance, he needed to ignite the fury within their hearts. When the sparks of rebellion converge, the skyline would be set ablaze. Those who have long endured oppression, upon receiving hope, shall become the most ardent supporters of the Red Star. He possesses unwavering confidence in this ideology from another realm. The Emperor, do you believe my actions are just? Wang Teng stood on the bridge, gazing at the vast expanse of the starry sky. Ever since he assumed command of the Red Star fleet, he has relished this moment, standing upon the bridge deck and admiring the scenery beyond. I am dragging them into the flames of war, he professed, yet within his piercing gaze, there was not a hint of remorse. For the Red Star fleet, this was undoubtedly the optimal approach. When surrounded by allies and supporters, they achieve victory without a fight. Host, in the laws of the universe, the strong have no place for the weak. The weak are destined to be ruled by the strong. When you bring hope to them, they are fighting for themselves. Dignity and freedom, these are the treasures they seek to reclaim. You have merely provided them with an opportunity. Such words resonate well, yet I do not consider myself noble. I have simply chosen the path that is right for the Red Star, even if it may cost many lives. Since ancient times, great ambitions have often required sacrifice, daring to change the heavens and the earth. A barrage of cluster-light cannons shot forth from the void, only to be thwarted by the energy shield. The anti-Red Star Alliance fleet emerged from their jump, launching a concentrated assault on the Red Star flagship. Wang Teng remained undeterred, as 21 Red Star warships formed 7 groups, alternating their protective maneuvers around the flagship. The battleships began to retaliate. Brilliant beams of light erupted in a dazzling display, like fireworks blooming in the cosmos. Inside the healing chamber of the Red Star flagship, the originally bright green lights dimmed, giving way to a vibrant red. With a soft hiss, the medical pod opened, emitting a billowing white smoke. Shortly thereafter, a petite figure emerged, clad in a form-fitting outfit, a silver-haired maiden. Those who approached to investigate reported in astonishment, Zealand has awakened. Zealand's vacant gaze gradually regained its luster upon hearing the exclamations. A silver streak shot forth from the Red Star's hangar, akin to an arrow released from its bow, racing towards the anti-Red Star Alliance fleet. The Alliance immediately dispatched armed troops to intercept it. A contingent of 3,000 armed forces, led by a ground-level armored mech, confronted the silver streak head-on. In a mere moment of contact, the the Anti-Red Star Alliance forces suffered a swift defeat. The leading ground-level warrior was seized effortlessly. With crimson light radiating from its eyes, the silver streak gradually revealed a figure clad in a gleaming silver mech. Its design bore resemblance to the Empire's Spectre. Yet this silver armor was more compact and intricate. 7 massive thrusters floated behind it. The mech's body resembled a pearl nestled within its shell. Adorned with exquisite scales covering its entire form, the remaining components hovered gracefully behind it, reminiscent of a divine warrior. A blade of light, several meters long, extended from its palm. As the thrusters ignited, the silver mech transformed once more into a streak of light, encircling the 3,000 armed troops. The scene unfolded like a high-octane chase, reminiscent of the cinematic thrillers, where John Wick maneuvered his vehicle, deftly eliminating assassins at the Continental Hotel. The silver streak darted through space with the swiftness of a high-velocity electron, delineating a hollow sphere. The luminous blades functioned as ruthless cutting instruments, mercilessly reaping the lives of these warriors. This was the cosmos that countless souls yearned for. Beneath the stunning celestial canopy lay a graveyard for another kind of existence. With a brilliant flash of silver light, devoid of cataclysmic explosions or intense shockwaves, tranquility reigned once more. Only the 3,000 corpses adrift in the void bore witness to the events that transpired here. Zealand turned, casting a scrutinizing glance at the Anti-Red Star Alliance coalition. In the next heartbeat, the silver luminescence reappeared. A blade of light, extending over 10 meters, sliced through the fabric of space. The coalition had yet to comprehend the calamity unfolding, and by the time they recognized it, it was already too late. The silver mech breached their shields and infiltrated the bridge of the flagship. Boarding an enemy vessel was one of the tactics employed by armed mechs. The arrival of a formidable warrior aboard signified an inevitable defeat. Zealand raised the luminous blade, energy surging as the material underwent continual transformation, manifesting a colossal blade before the warships. Just as she was about to strike, Wang Teng interjected. Zealand, do not destroy our ship. Understood, Captain. The luminous blade retracted, diminishing from kilometers to hundreds, then tens of meters, until it returned to the armed mech. Zealand stepped into the boarding ramp, and the mech extended several conduits resembling data cables. She began to infiltrate the flagship's systems. Upon breaching the system, she encountered immediate resistance from the ship's AI. However, Zealand did not need to contend with this flagship's intelligence, for the Red Star intelligence was in close pursuit. Despite both being flagship-level intelligences, the Red Star AI had undergone numerous crises, evolving in significant ways. Before long, it assumed control of the flagship. Zealand promptly issued a communique to the fleet. Ladies and gentlemen, you have been captured. Chapter 64. Captivity, Subversion. The Uprising of Sarah Star Captain. Zealand has completed her mission. Wang Teng gazed in disbelief at the silver mech standing before him, hardly able to reconcile it with the petite silver-haired girl of merely 1.50 meters. It seemed that during the mech repair process, she had absorbed residual spatial energy, resulting in a 10-centimeter growth. Where she once appeared as a middle school student, she now resembled a high schooler, her youthful visage imbued with newfound maturity. How do you feel? Wang Teng inquired. Shangwan Honghe exhibited no unusual reactions. Despite utilizing the same repair method as Zealand, she possessed a foundation of profound grade armament, and the enhancement was merely a level increase she could easily manage. Zealand, however, was different. Her innate capabilities were only of the yellow grade. Even though she had been augmented several times, she was now integrated with the core of a celestial grade armament. The leap across such levels left Wang Teng somewhat apprehensive about her ability to cope. Yet, it appeared her resilience and adaptability were remarkably strong. Captain, I feel in excellent condition, Zealand saluted. Wang Teng nodded, then noticed the energy emanating from her, enveloping her in a haze. Initially, this aura was quite potent, but as time passed, it gradually diminished. This indicated that after the recent battle, Zealand had begun to master her armored exoskeleton. Captain, could you bestow a name upon my armor? Zealand gazed at Wang Teng with wide eyes. Wang Teng shifted his focus from the captured soldiers of the Anti-Red Star Coalition to Zealand. The streamlined exoskeleton lacked superfluous embellishments, yet the occasional flicker of silvery light across its modules signified the energy it harbored. It seemed that Zealand was likely the fastest to attain the celestial rank among armored warriors. If others were to discover this, envy would surely abound. What abilities does your armor grant you? Wang Teng inquired, recalling the spatial abilities of the Ghost Lord's armor. He wondered if Zealand had acquired similar powers. Captain, it appears I can phase shift and briefly penetrate spatial dimensions. I utilized this ability to advance into the enemy's flagship earlier, Zealand replied. Wang Teng's eyes brightened at this revelation. Was this not the quintessential ability of a time assassin? No, wait. It was merely a stellar version of the flying thunder god technique. What do you think of the name Silverlight? I have no objections to any name you choose. Captain, then let it be Silverlight. Red Star, please record. Red Star Captain, Armored Warrior, Zealand, 18 years old, Celestial Armor, codename Silverlight. Recording complete. Zealand traced the characters for Silverlight onto her chest armor. Captain, the prisoners have requested to see you. Arno's voice emanated from the built-in communicator. See me? Wang Teng glanced towards the ship carrying the captives, lost in thought. What reason do they have? They claim to possess intelligence regarding the anti-Red Star Coalition. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Teng declined the request. Refuse it. Understood, Captain. Arno had anticipated that Wang Teng would meet with the captives, but was surprised by his refusal. Logically, acquiring intelligence would be advantageous for the war. Unfortunately, she was not Wang Teng and could not grasp his intentions. Captain, why refuse to meet with them? Zealand asked. Despite having attained celestial status, she remained the captain's aide. What purpose would there be in meeting them? Should we inquire why they attacked us? Wang Teng disdainfully turned his gaze towards the starry expanse. That would be meaningless. But they claim to have intelligence, Zealand countered. Wang Teng shook his head. And then what? Knowing the intelligence, what follows? Zealand was momentarily at a loss, pondering the question. Indeed, what would they do with the intelligence? This is the 5th wave of adversaries we have vanquished. Why do you suppose they continue to send forces to ambush us, fully aware of their impending defeat? Wang Teng turned back to look at Zealand. Unable to fathom the answer, Zealand quickly shook her head. I do not know. Wang Teng articulated a surprising thought. But I am quite certain that we do not require any intelligence at this moment. As long as they wish to impede our advance, they will employ every means to obstruct us. We simply need to annihilate those who stand in our way. When fear takes root within them, they will ultimately defeat themselves. Moreover, Wang Teng curled his lips, remarking that at times, unsolicited intelligence could cloud our judgment. Perhaps they had ambushed us solely to deliver such information. On the warship that held the captives, soldiers opposing the Red Star Alliance gathered together. At the center of this assembly stood the mid-level officers of the ambushing fleet, currently the highest-ranking individuals among the group. As for those in higher echelons, they had been cast into the void of space by Zealand when they exhibited any intention of resistance. The adversary declined to meet with us. The mission had failed. What now? It seems we cannot return to the Alliance side. Huh? Do you think we still have a chance to go back? A mid-level officer scoffed. What do you mean? The meaning was unmistakable. From the moment we accepted this mission, we had already been marked for death. The mid-level officer's words drew the attention of all present. But if we are captured, won't we die as well? Someone inquired. That is unlikely. They are a regular fleet and adhere to prisoner welfare regulations. From what I understand, the last captured coalition members were merely sent to work in the mines, nothing more. The mid-level officer replied, shaking his head. Work in the mines? Upon hearing this, everyone momentarily froze. They were merely dispatched to mine? How benevolent. If it were any faction from the Skyline, being sent to mine black or would be considered lenient, the greatest fear would be being sold as goods. Speaking of which, if captives receive such treatment, wouldn't the conditions for formal fleet members be even better? It remains uncertain if they even accept captives. To be honest, I have had enough of the current environment in the Skyline. We fight for our lives outside, while they enjoy their comforts within the base. I haven't tasted meat in months, and you all appear well fed. The mid-level officer's words began to sway the soldiers' sentiments. As long as they could survive. Even being sent to mine didn't seem so objectionable. Yet, when someone suggested joining the Red Star, the group became animated. Compared to mining, serving as crew members seemed far more advantageous. The mid-level officer observed the soldiers, each with their own thoughts, and smiled knowingly. Captain, there is an undercover agent among the captives. Upon returning to the command center, Wang Teng suddenly heard Arno speak. An undercover agent? Yes. The adversaries provided Elena's code phrase. It should be a subordinate developed by her. Wang Teng nodded, since they could articulate Elena's code. They were indeed one of their own. Release him. Captain, that was not his intention. Moreover, he seems to wield considerable influence among the captives, attempting to incite the soldiers. Wang Teng paused upon hearing this. Such talent exists within the insurgents? Inciting enemy soldiers? That is undoubtedly a spy master, regardless of the location. I understand. Let us cooperate with him as much as possible, while also ensuring his personal safety. Additionally, contact Elena and request his dossier. A gem like him should shine on a grander stage. Understood, Captain. Just as Wang Teng settled into his seat, Arno called out again. Captain, we have just received news that the slaves and miners on Sarah Star have revolted. Upon hearing this news, Wang Teng rose to his feet, a glimmer of light flashing in his eyes. At last, the flames of rebellion were about to ignite. He commanded that the entire fleet hasten to Sarastar, for the newly kindled fire must not be extinguished. Chapter 65. The First Shot of Liberation. Sarastar on August 9th, 478, at 2100 hours. A fiery blaze illuminated the night sky of Sarastar, trailing a flickering tail as it plummeted to the ground. Boom! A battleship of the Anti-Red Star Alliance was struck by artillery, engulfed in towering flames. People of Sarastar, rise against oppression. To hope that they might empathize with us is a delusion. They reside high above, indifferent to the plight of the common folk. Let us not forget how we arrived at this juncture and the relentless exploitation we have endured. Endless compromise only serves to embolden their arrogance. We have suffered long enough. It is time to think not only of ourselves, but of the generations to come. How can we expect a way out under such conditions? Today's battle is to reclaim everything we have lost. They may take our lives, but they cannot strip us of our dignity and freedom. Pusic, brandishing a crude black cloth adorned with a red star flag, stood atop the ruins of a building, rallying the crowd. Below surged a tide of miners and slaves from Sarastar, their tattered garments contrasting with the fierce determination in their eyes. Even wielding rudimentary weapons, they marched resolutely towards the direction indicated by the flag. Ahead, brightly lit buildings loomed, constructed from the very flesh and blood of the oppressed. The forces of the Anti-Red Star Alliance congregated there, their might seemingly insurmountable, yet it could not quench the fury surging within the hearts of the people. Mr. Mashik, today you stand with us. Pusic donned the Red Star insignia taken from Mashik's lifeless body, fervently waving the black and red star banner. This was their vehement roar against their oppressors. After the Anti-Red Star Alliance executed Mashik, they summoned a group of miners and slaves under the pretext of an uprising. In the mining fields, they slaughtered those miners and slaves before the eyes of all. Subsequently, they announced that due to concealment of information, rations and wages would be reduced. To obtain more food, one must pay exorbitantly. These fiends demanded prices 50 times higher for a mere loaf of bread. They also seized a number of miners' families under the guise of verification, aptly named identification. Those who resisted were immediately executed. They reveled in their cruelty, treating the oppressed as less than human, while the victims could only watch in helpless fury as their kin were taken away. Pusic was acutely aware that it could soon be his own family's turn, and he knew waiting was no longer an option. That very night, he gathered the relatives of those taken and slain miners and slaves, revealing his thoughts to them. I can no longer bear this torment. In the dimly lit tent, a solitary flickering light illuminated the faces of those present, each reflecting a mixture of anger and solemnity. What do you wish to do? One inquired. I wish to drive them away. Puxic's gaze was resolute as he surveyed the crowd. Mr. Mashik had shared with me visions of a bright future where schools, hospitals, buildings, and roads would flourish, each face illuminated with anticipation. Yet the harsh reality remained. They were still oppressed miners and slaves, devoid of any semblance of freedom. Mr. Mashik is dead. Indeed, like those splendid dreams, he has dissipated like a mirage. No, he is not. Puxic declared with unwavering conviction. Mr. Mashik is gone. But he is not merely an individual. The crowd turned to him, their expressions filled with confusion. Puxic then produced a red star emblem, which he had taken from Mashik's body during the handling of his remains. The red star, yes, the red star. Mr. Mashik was not a mere rebel. He was a soldier of the Red Star Fleet, a warrior who fought for the liberation of the Skyline. Hope ignited in Puxic's eyes. There must be more like Mr. Mashik on Sarastar. If we could establish contact and garner their assistance, we could liberate Sarastar. Silence enveloped the crowd, yet hope flickered anew in their eyes. They were moved. After Puxic's persuasion, they dispersed, secretly seeking out another Mashik. However, they were not professionals, and their movements were soon detected. The ones dispatched to investigate were the Black Spiders. During one of their gatherings, Puxic and his companions found themselves cornered by the Black Spiders. Upon seeing the armed figures before him, Puxic offered a grim smile. Despite their meticulous preparations, they had overlooked a critical detail. Perhaps, individuals like them were destined to endure such oppression throughout their lives. Puxic, you must flee. We will buy you time. Indeed, Puxic, this is not the moment for despair. Run, carry our hope, seek out Mashik, and pursue the aid of the Red Star. Puxic shook his head with a smile. There is no escape. How can ordinary people outrun armed soldiers? The Black Spider regarded the miners and slaves blocking her path, then turned to Puxic, who seemed resigned. She uttered a shocking statement that left Puxic and the others in astonishment. I know what you wish to achieve, and I can assist you. They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning if they had misheard. The Black Spider understood their skepticism. She too found it hard to believe she had made such a decision. Yet, recalling the words of the armed soldier, Your weapons are endangering your life. If you wish to resolve your predicament, you may seek us." She recognized her inability to remain in the company of the raiders after having rejected their summons. "In truth, everything you lack, I can provide: arms, ammunition, protective gear. And if necessary, I shall fight alongside you." Puxic hesitated, stepping forth from the crowd, and asked the Black Spider with uncertainty, "Why do you wish to help us? Indeed, you are a valiant warrior among raiders. Why extend aid to those of us who are lowly?" "Because of it." The Black Spider extended its slender fingers, pointing at the red star emblem adorning Pusic's chest. Pusic nodded in understanding. "If that is the case, then we are indeed comrades. The gathering of the red star has forged us into kindred spirits." With the Black Spider's involvement, Pusic and her companions could operate without excessive concealment. Soon, through the mobilization of all, they located another Mr. Mashik. Under the watchful and wary gaze of the other, Pusic revealed the red star emblem of Mashik. "Sir, may we implore your assistance?" The Mashik surveyed the group, his mind swirling with infinite possibilities. He recalled that prior to embarking on an external mission, someone had asked Elena about their purpose. The response had been to scatter the sparks of stars and patiently await the blazing inferno. When asked when the inferno would be deemed to have ignited, Elena had shaken her head, stating that it was what Captain Wang Teng of the Red Star had informed her: when the sparks converge, when they rise against oppression, when they resolve to stand up, that is when the inferno shall be born. The Mashik mused that perhaps this moment was indeed that very time. The Red Star has come for the sake of peace. Yet peace must be fought for. As the night deepened, waves of weaponry were dispatched by the Black Spider, reaching the hands of every citizen of Sarah Star. With a single shell, the warship of the anti-Red Star Alliance was obliterated, and Pusic raised the flag high, standing atop a vantage point, waving her arms and shouting. In the darkness, faint red glimmers began to illuminate. Viewed from above, it resembled a radiant red star. "Comrades, the liberation of Sarah Star begins today. Charge." Chapter 66. We Come for Peace, August 10th, 478, Sarah Star. As patience reached its limits, rebellion became the sole path forward. The populace of Sarah Star instigated a liberation uprising, aiming to expel those who oppressed them from their home. First, they needed to arm themselves, seize the warships, and occupy the defensive bases to commence their war of liberation. Although guided by the original insurgents, the people of Sarah Star were primarily miners and slaves, lacking any military foundation. Even with the flag waving vigorously and the momentum seemingly grand, when the anti-Red Star Alliance reacted, failure became the outcome of this endeavor. Despite having the Black Spider as an internal ally, a chasm still existed between the ordinary folk and the fleet. Confronted by the cannons of the anti-Red Star Alliance and the divine strikes of the armored soldiers, the uprising retreated step by step, leaving behind countless lifeless bodies. The insurrection was suppressed. Pusic gazed upon the ceaseless loss of life, bearing immense psychological strain. Anger, guilt, and unwillingness surfaced upon his face. He incessantly reassured himself that these were necessary sacrifices, yet struggled to convince his own heart. This path is one that cannot be traversed without bloodshed and loss. At least we cannot say we have gained nothing. Behind him, the voice of Mashik, too, resonated. Several warships were being maneuvered, unsteadily soaring into the distance. "Retreat. The fleet is on its way." Upon hearing these words, Pusic felt an overwhelming sense of liberation, as if salvation had finally arrived. With the Red Star flag once again fluttering, the signal for withdrawal was issued. A surge of humanity rushed forth, retreating like a torrent, leaving behind a landscape strewn with corpses. Within the garrison, the situation for Black Widow was equally dire. She had initially intended to stealthily assassinate the high-ranking officials of this fleet. Clad in her Black Widow battle armor, which concealed her presence and allowed for agile movement, she was equipped with various cold weaponry. In contrast to combat in outer space, she was far more suited to the close-quarters assassination of her targets. However, her armor emanated a potent radiation source that could be likened to a toxin, granting her the lethal capability to strike with deadly precision. Yet, this very power was simultaneously eroding her physical form. Moreover, her wounds from the previous skirmish with the insurgents had not yet fully healed. Although she had successfully eliminated a high-ranking official, it had also exposed her position. Immediately, no fewer than 10 armed soldiers began pursuing her. And it was only through her knowledge of the terrain and familiarity with Sarah Star that she managed to evade them for the time being. At this moment, she concealed herself in one of the buildings within the garrison. However, the commotion outside signaled to her that the liberation uprising had unequivocally failed. Her instincts urged her to leave without delay before they sealed off Sarah Star. "Black Widow, you have betrayed the raiders." Upon hearing this voice, Black Widow fell silent for a moment. The speaker was equally a fearless warrior of the raiders, an armed soldier known as the Hound. The Hound's armor was an enhanced heavy variant, equipped with multiple detection devices that could easily capture sound and scent. Unlike her Black Widow armor, which emphasized stealth, his armor prioritized propulsion, granting him a natural advantage in speed and combat. Most critically, he had already discovered her whereabouts. During her assassination of the fleet's high-ranking officials, it had been this very individual who had detected her. With a resounding crash, the building behind her was demolished by sheer force, scattering debris in all directions and revealing her figure. A towering shadow loomed over her. Black Widow waited 3 seconds before executing a backflip to evade the grasp of the robust metal arm. She deftly landed on the arm, quickly ascending. Her back-mounted weaponry unfolded, revealing a mechanical spear that lunged toward his head, releasing a jet of emerald toxic mist. Following this, Black Widow retracted the spear, landed gracefully, and combined her hands to unleash a shot from her hand cannon aimed at the nape of his neck. The concentrated energy beam detonated against the Hound's armor, enveloping it in an explosion of energy smoke. Yet, Black Widow felt no elation. Her instincts screamed warnings at her. Just as she intended to retreat, a massive hand emerged from the haze of energy smoke, reaching for her. Black Widow, ever since you defeated me last time, I have modified my armor specifically to counter yours. The antitoxin device is now integrated with a circulatory system. The defensive materials are designed to negate the impact of energy blasts. Even your formidable spider spear would find it difficult to pierce through. The large figure slowly revealed itself, not rushing to attack Black Widow, but equally showing no intention of allowing her to escape. The hunting dog, is it necessary for me? Ha ha ha. I tend to be rather peculiar. The more elusive something is, the more I yearn for it. The hunting dog laughed unabashedly. From the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I wished to have you in my bed, but alas, I was no match for you back then. To contend with you, I sacrificed a great deal. The Black Widow remained unfazed by his words. Ultimately, it is an insatiable desire for possession that drives him. The hunting dog is inherently abnormal. She recalled that merely casting him a glance led him to believe she had fallen for him, which sparked his frenzied pursuit. No, that cannot be termed pursuit. It should rather be called a hunt. You are unwell and ought to seek treatment. Ha ha ha. No worries, your reaction is rather similar. We make quite the pair. The Black Widow chose not to respond, for engaging too much with this fellow might lead him to overthink. Casting a glance at the departing warships, she acknowledged that this operation had not been without merit. Thanks to her, she had restrained the majority of the anti-Red Star Alliance forces. Otherwise, Puzik and his companions would have been annihilated long ago. The hunting dog followed her gaze, observing the swaying warships, and could not help but laugh. Black Widow, though I am unaware of your motives, you do not believe I am the only one aboard those vessels, do you? Upon hearing this, the Black Widow's pupils dilated, and in an instant, the few warships above erupted in a brilliant explosion. A figure soared from the wreckage, clad in an iron-black armor, resembling the hunting dog's armament, large and formidable. The wild dog. Ah, my brother, the marauder wild dog. With a piercing cry, he descended heavily to the ground, revealing another armed warrior, the marauder wild dog. Following his emergence, waves upon waves of warriors surrounded the Black Widow. As for Puzik and his rabble, they were hardly worth mentioning. Let them wallow in fear for now. Black Widow, traitor to the marauders, the wild dog declared, I shall take you back. The hunting dog, however, objected, brother, she is mine. The wild dog cast a cold glare at the hunting dog, rebuking him in a low voice. Suppress your twisted possessiveness. The Black Widow must face the marauder's punishment. The hunting dog dared not utter a word. Though fear of his brother gripped him, he remained discontented. Gazing at the encircling coalition, the Black Widow contemplated that her life was likely at its end. Yet, in her final moments, perhaps the deed she performed could be deemed virtuous? Surrender. Or do you wish to endure some physical torment? She chuckled softly, then activated her armored core. Even in death, she vowed to die splendidly. Damn it. You intend to self-destruct. The wild dog instantly perceived her intentions and prepared to intervene. Just then, a naval cannon fired, shattering the standoff. Following that, a barrage of cannon fire ensued. To everyone's astonishment, a swaying, smoking small attack vessel appeared above. Surrounding it were miners and slaves brandishing weapons. Puzik emerged at the forefront of the group, waving the Red Star flag. In the atmosphere of Sarah's star, the silhouettes of hundreds of warships could be faintly discerned. Hundreds of meteors cascaded from the warships above, trailing fiery tails ignited by friction with the atmosphere, crashing down upon the surface. The infernal paratroopers descended, armed and ready. Soon after, a voice resonated from the heavens. People of Sarah Star, this is the Iron Fist of the Red Star Fleet. I am Elena Keglava. We have come as promised, in the name of peace. Chapter 67. The Red Star to the Rescue. Capture the Dog. Seize the Eagle. Elena's iron fist breached the atmosphere of Sarah Star, its majestic form appearing in the sky, accompanied by a multitude of Red Star warships. Suhu led the Red Star soldiers in a hellish aerial drop. One by one, the armed warriors descended upon the surface of Sarah Star like divine emissaries. Their powerful landings instantly quelled the opposing Red Star Alliance forces. However, the defensive base quickly activated its anti-aircraft orbital cannons. Hundreds of barrels were redirected, unleashing a torrent of fire upon the warships above. The bright flames illuminated the night sky of Sarah Star. The Iron Fist deployed its shield and, alongside the Red Star fleet, opened fire upon the ground. The overwhelming firepower swiftly enveloped the base, severing its defenses with a barrage from the sky, causing the Red Star Alliance's warships to disintegrate in disarray. The opposing forces suffered significant casualties in this exchange of fire. Yet, some warships managed to ascend and launch their attacks against the Red Star fleet. Undeterred, the well-resourced Red Star fleet met their counteroffensive head-on, maximizing their shields and retaliating with ship-mounted cannons. In an instant, the skies above Sarah Star erupted in flames, thunderous explosions reverberating continuously. Elena, facing the Red Star Alliance forces, acted with decisive ruthlessness. Against those attempting to flee, she showed no mercy. Their demise contributed to the peace of the skyline, and they would come to appreciate their sacrifice. Upon landing, Suhu and his armed soldiers confronted the opposing Red Star forces. Leading them was Frank the Vulture, a soldier from the MIA group, commanding the 116th Fleet of the Red Star Alliance. He was a formidable ground warrior, having served in the Star Alliance and experienced numerous battles. Upon joining the MIA, he amassed significant resources, elevating himself to a formidable ground combatant. He was, in fact, the highest combat strength and commander of the Red Star fleet on Sarah Star. The one assassinated by the Black Widow was merely the public face of the fleet. In reality, he and the Marauder were the true leaders. Before their arrival, they had been informed of the Black Widow's dubious nature, a claim made by the Marauder leader, Tuoba Yin, even if she herself were innocent. Her association with Tuoba Yin meant otherwise. However, the hunting dogs had been obstructing them. Otherwise, they would have imprisoned and interrogated the Black Widow long ago. The assassination of the fleet commander took them by surprise, as it was a significant affront to the Alliance. The uprising of miners and slaves was an unforeseen event. Who would have imagined that the oppressed masses would muster the audacity to pull the trigger? However, his keen intuition alerted him to the irregularities at hand. Upon seeing the flag waved by Pusick, he immediately discerned the puppeteer behind this insurrection, the Red Star fleet. Without delay, he sent a distress signal to the Alliance headquarters and requested support from the nearby Alliance fleet. Once the Iron Fist appeared in the skies above Sarah, he knew his suspicions were confirmed. The entire affair had been incited by the Red Star fleet. It was indeed their negligence. After stationing at Sarah, they had detected the insurgent spies, yet they had merely exploited this information for personal gain. Had they eliminated those involved at that moment, the current predicament could have been averted. Now, all he could do was buy time until reinforcements arrived. As his thoughts returned to the present, Suhu activated the Red Star black armor, transforming into a heavily armored figure akin to a humanoid tank, charging forward with the Red Star warriors in a straight line like a battering ram. Unlike Feng Yuan and Vaki, Suhu's armament emphasized aggression. If Feng Yuan was an archer and Vaki a bastion of defense, then Suhu was the valiant warrior surging ahead. The Tiger Fierce armament sacrifices some defensive capabilities to enhance offensive power and chargeability, creating an illusion of a descending tiger, hence its name. Frank's armament, known as Vulture armament, was designed for aerial combat. Confronted with Suhu's onslaught, he had no choice but to take to the skies. The consequence of this was catastrophic losses among his troops. Suhu was like a tiger unleashed, tearing apart everything in his path. The following Red Star warriors, clad in heavy Red Star black armor, resembled legendary warriors, pummeling any anti-Red Star Alliance soldiers they encountered, even delivering a final shot to the head. Amidst the havoc wrought by Suhu and the Red Star warriors, Frank could only retreat step by step. His face darkened with frustration as he shouted into the channel, "What are you two brothers doing, wild dogs? The enemy has breached the gates of the base." Hundreds of transport ships appeared in the sky, bringing with them 10,000 original insurgent troops, forcefully landing at various mines to seize control. "Hurry up and come." Listening to the furious outburst in the channel, the wild dogs exchanged a deep glance with the Black Spider before dragging the hound and heading toward reinforcement. Pusick and his comrades, seeing the two wild dogs and the troops departing, quickly approached the Black Spider, retreating further back. Comrade Black Spider, rest assured. The Red Star fleet is on its way. Our sacrifices will not be in vain. Pusick expressed his gratitude, acknowledging that without Black Spider restraining much of the anti-Red Star Alliance forces, they might not have endured until the arrival of the Red Star fleet. The Black Spider glanced back at the Iron Fist soaring high above before following suit to leave the defensive base. The Wild Dogs, with Hound and the Allied armed forces, converged with the retreating Frank. Suhu relentlessly pursued, keeping a firm grip on their rear. "You've finally arrived." Frank exhaled a sigh of relief upon seeing the two Wild Dogs. He then, disregarding the reprimand, pointed at Suhu and commanded, "You all go intercept him. This fellow is of the same ilk as you, an assault-type armed combatant." Wild Dog narrowed his eyes, hesitating to respond immediately. "Colonel Frank, this individual is of the Earth-level armed forces. Engaging a heavenly level against an Earth level is indeed a perilous task. Although my brother and I possess unique capabilities that allow us to manage a 2-on-1 scenario against Earth-level forces, what do you imply?" Frank tilted his head towards Wild Dog. Wild Dog replied earnestly, "What I mean is, the mission is exceedingly dangerous, hence we require additional remuneration." Frank chuckled. "You two brothers are quite amusing. One with an obsessive possessiveness, the other a voracious appetite for wealth. No matter, MIA will cover the expenses. Feel free to proceed." Wild Dog nodded but ultimately proposed a condition. "If my brother were to fall in the line of duty, his compensation must be doubled." Having said that, he gave Hound a shove, and the two charged forward, colliding head-on with Suhu. A fierce explosion erupted, generating a violent shockwave. At the center of the blast, Wild Dog and Hound approached from either flank, effectively restraining Suhu. Observing this, Frank immediately led the remaining armed soldiers towards the Red Star combatants. However, before he could draw near, the two dogs were hurled back, obstructing his path. "Apologies, Colonel, but the opponent is not an ordinary Earth-level force." "Is that so? With the added compensation, this is all you can muster?" Before Frank could react, a barrage of concentrated fire from the Red Star combatants descended upon them. Chapter 68. The Response of the Allied Forces. A turn of events. The sudden outbreak of war on Sarah Star bewildered the anti-Red Star Alliance. For the instigators of this conflict were none other than the oppressed and enslaved populace. However, as news spread, Tuoba Yin and others began to grasp the situation. The Red Star fleet had orchestrated such a stratagem to incite war on Sarah Star as a pretext for intervention, thereby seizing the moral high ground to wage war against us. Tuoba Yin pondered this and discerned the Red Star fleet's design. Yet, what use is such a pretext? The Skyline has always held the reins. Those incited are merely miners and slaves. The Skyline is never short of miners and slaves. Manager Mike, what are your thoughts? What thoughts could I possibly have? I merely wish for order to be restored swiftly, as MIA's business has been significantly impacted during this turmoil. Moreover, your scheme appears to have faltered, sacrificing an entire fleet merely to convey intelligence? Tuoba Yin smiled, acknowledging the truth of his statement. Understood. Then let us summon the entire army and encircle them on Sarah Star. So be it. Thus, all fleets of the anti-Red Star Alliance received orders to hasten towards Sarah Star. After much hesitation, Supervisor Mike ultimately sent a message to the Red Star fleet. As a businessman, it is only natural to hedge one's bets. In fact, his act of informing them reveals his preference for the Red Star fleet, or more precisely, for Wang Teng. As Wang Teng rushed towards Sarah Star and received the message from Supervisor Mike, he couldn't help but smile. "Captain, what brings you such amusement?" "It is nothing more than others accomplishing what you wish to do," evoking a sense of amusement. Originally, his direct advance was intended to entice the anti-Red Star Alliance coalition to strike at him. He simultaneously drew their attention, diverting it towards Chishua and Aide, while amassing resources to strengthen himself. Now, he need not feign patience. Upon arriving at that location, those individuals would naturally converge upon him. The Red Star Intelligence has instructed Arno to command Aide to proceed to Sarah Star, with the imperative to lure the anti-Red Star Alliance fleet there. Understood. What of Lucy? He remains on Thanos' planet. Have him recruit under the banner of the Red Star fleet. The more, the better. Certainly. A tempest brews. The winds howl ominously. Upon receiving her orders, Aide emerged from her concealment, using the internal star map of the insurgents to take a shortcut. Reaching Sarah Star in record time, the old fleet of the insurgents was deployed outside, while she, alongside the Red Star fleet, breached the atmosphere. Before the ground-based air defense could respond, she dismantled the defensive base S anti-aircraft orbital cannons. Subsequently, with the battleship S cover, she deployed Su-Hu's Red Star 3rd Corps. Presently, it has been an hour since her surprise assault on Sarah Star. The ground-based air defense of the anti-Red Star Alliance has been nearly obliterated. Their warships have been vanquished, and the Red Star Fourth Corps, composed of the insurgents' former troops, is now encircling the ground forces of the anti-Red Star Alliance, ruthlessly eliminating any plunderers encountered. With the assistance of minor slaves and the indigenous people, the Fourth Corps relentlessly pursued the anti-Red Star Alliance and the plunderers. Led by Puksik, the miners and slaves gazed at the plunderers fleeing in disarray, their eyes glistening with emotion. Tears streamed down their faces as they rescued their imprisoned kin from the cargo holds, aided by the Black Spider. Though victory has not yet been secured, the liberation of Sarah Star is imminent, and the spirits of Puksik and others soared as they voluntarily joined the Fourth Corps, becoming guides in the sweeping campaign across Sarah Star. Frank felt utterly dismal. His armed forces were dwindling. The defensive base had been annihilated, and he now found himself trapped. The brothers, Wild Dog and Hunting Dog, had escaped amidst the chaos. However, Suhu did not pursue them. Instead, he encircled Frank with his soldiers. Compared to those two brothers, Frank, as a ground-level armed force, posed a greater threat. "Could you spare me?" Frank pleaded for negotiations, having just engaged Suhu. His Vulture armed forces had gained nothing from their encounter. The aerial advantage evaporated under the barrage of battleships and numerous soldiers. Moreover, he sensed that Suhu's armaments were superior to his own. Despite being equally matched as ground-level forces, he had no chance of victory. This is the brutal reality of war. Advanced weapons and superior equipment dictate dominance on the battlefield. This principle is starkly evident among armed soldiers. Why? Despite the abundance of resources possessed by various resource companies, do they incessantly seek to expand and seize more? It is precisely to ensure they do not fall to their adversaries in the conflict of armed soldiers. Whoever wields superior resources possesses the power of discourse. I regret to inform you that we are adversaries. I am willing to surrender. Frank raised his hands decisively, his face rendered insignificant in the face of life and death. Suhu scrutinized him for a moment before inquiring through the communicator. "Elena, he wishes to surrender. Do we have any conditions to discuss?" Suhu shook his head. Given the current situation, there was nothing to negotiate. Since there were no terms, his surrender would be of no benefit to us. However, if possible, capture him alive. After all, a ground-level armed force is a strategic asset. Understood. Frank sensed a flicker of murderous intent in Suhu's gaze, prompting him to deploy his full armed configuration and forcibly break through the fire net, ascending towards the atmosphere. Seeing this, Suhu immediately activated his thrusters in pursuit. Yet, once airborne, Frank's advantage in Vulture armaments became apparent. The disparity between them was vast. After Frank breached the atmosphere, he soared into the cosmos. The thrusters operated at full power, liberating him from planetary gravity. At that moment, a massive beam of light pierced through the clouds, hurtling directly toward him. Damn it! Frank twisted his body, narrowly evading the attack. However, this maneuver caused him to linger momentarily in low Earth orbit. Below, Suhu ascended rapidly, resembling a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey. Frank hesitated for a moment, but then abruptly halted, pivoting to unleash his armed cannon against Suhu. Suhu did not evade. The material of Planet 117 allowed him to disregard such attacks. Nevertheless, Frank's assault was merely a feint. A barrage of ion cannons erupted from behind him, striking Suhu and sending him plummeting back to the surface. A warship gradually emerged from its cloaked state, shaped like a skull. Behind this vessel, the space rippled continuously, as numerous warships surged forth in eager succession. In an instant, tens of thousands of ships appeared, with more arriving relentlessly from various directions. The fleet of the anti-Red Star Alliance had arrived. Frank, witnessing Suhu being bombarded back down, released a sigh of relief. Turning to face the ever-increasing number of warships, he felt a profound sense of security. He then gazed back at Sarah Star, where ship-mounted cannons rained down like a meteor shower. The fleet of the anti-Red Star Alliance immediately commenced bombardment on the surface of Sarah Star. The Fourth Corps of the Red Star, stationed outside Sarah Star, along with the original rebel forces summoned by Elena, swiftly launched a counteroffensive. Elena, realizing the enemy's arrival, ordered the Iron Fist flagship to ascend without delay. This colossal ship, slightly smaller than the main Red Star vessel, deployed its shields and charged through the atmosphere, drawing the majority of the enemy's fire. Subsequently, countless ship-mounted cannons fired from below the atmosphere, intertwining their attacks with those of the anti-Red Star Alliance fleet. Outside Sarah Star, a multitude of light cannons soared through the air. Any moment's carelessness could result in being obliterated by stray fire. Open fire. We must delay them here for as long as possible. Elena commanded from her central position, issuing orders without pause. The insurgents she had gathered still held onto their initial ideals. They inherited the aspirations of their forebears, striving to liberate the skyline. It was this unwavering belief that fortified them against death. Faced with the relentless onslaught of the anti-Red Star coalition, the 4th Red Star Legion struggled to withstand the assault. Fortunately, they had merged with the Red Star fleet. Had they remained as they were in the past, the bombardment they endured would have resulted in catastrophic losses. With the resources supplied by the Red Star fleet, the makeshift insurgents gained the strength to contend with elite forces, drawing upon the gaseous and solid liquid resources of Planet 117. The 4th Red Star Legion activated their shields and counterattacked amidst the enemy's fire. Each retaliation claimed the life of an enemy warship. However, the prolonged battle began to take its toll, and the 4th Red Star Legion started to suffer casualties. Initially losing 1 ship, then 2, eventually 3, 5. The fleet stationed outside Planet Sarah was steadily diminishing as the anti-Red Star coalition pressed closer, forcing them back to Sarah. Witnessing this, Elena's heart ached, her eyes glistening with bloodshot anguish. Though she grieved for the significant losses on her side, as the highest commander, she could not afford to show any sign of weakness. She could not allow the sacrifices of the fallen to be in vain. Suhu, deploy the armed forces for a shipborne incursion. Elena immediately unleashed her formidable weapon. Suddenly, the upper atmosphere of Planet Sarah was breached by a 1,000-strong contingent. Previously battered, Suhu rallied the Red Star soldiers and surged forth from the atmosphere in an orderly fashion. Upon closer inspection, one could discern the evident scars upon Suhu's armaments, clearly indicating the damage he had sustained from earlier assaults. However, the wealth and resources of the Red Star fleet were undeniable. Each soldier's core armament was stocked with substantial amounts of solid liquid from Planet 117, allowing for repairs on their damaged gear at any time before depletion. The 3rd Red Star Legion advanced. 1,000 soldiers clad in black armor formed a spearhead and charged towards the positions of the anti-Red Star coalition. Suhu, at the forefront, fully deployed his armaments, channeling all energy and resources to withstand the enemy's cannon fire. This was the essence of assault-type weaponry, specifically designed for such breakthroughs. They descended upon the vast wheat fields like a swarm of locusts, wreaking havoc upon the enemy vessels, causing them to disintegrate. The anti-Red Star coalition, realizing the threat, dispatched their own armed forces to encircle them. Frank was prominently among them. Alongside him, more than 10 ground-level armed units led tens of thousands of troops to surround Suhu and his comrades. To Suhu and his companions, it felt as though they had wandered into a den of wolves. Without further ado, the battle erupted the moment they confronted each other. Frank charged at Suhu first, determined to reclaim the dignity lost on the ground. Meanwhile, the other ground-level armed units dispersed, encircling Suhu from various angles to support Frank's advance. Despite the overwhelming odds, Suhu remained undaunted. Disregarding the approaching Frank, Suhu engaged with the other ground-level armed forces. In comparison, the threat posed by Frank was significantly lesser. Upon noticing Suhu's approach, the remaining ground-level armed units swiftly deployed their weapon systems, launching a barrage at him. The material of the Red Star's black armor contained remnants of Star Beast shells, endowing it with unique defensive capabilities. Whether faced with physical strikes or energy assaults, Suhu absorbed them all. At the moment of damage, the weapon's core would extract materials to effect timely repairs. One could say that Suhu had transformed into a humanoid Star Beast. The anti-Red Star Coalition's armed soldiers, recognizing Suhu's tenacity, conspired to launch a combined attack. Despite the resilience of his mech, it certainly had its limits. Caught in fierce combat, Suhu was not the only one struggling. The Red Star soldiers were also embroiled in a grueling battle. The Red Star's 3rd Legion, comprising 1,000 armed soldiers, found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught for long, despite their advanced armament allowing them to engage in high-level combat. However, as the enemy's ground-level forces were occupied with Suhu, the remaining soldiers, mostly of the profound level or lower, managed to hold their ground, albeit with great difficulty, under the leadership of the profound level squad leader from the Red Star's 3rd Legion. The combat ahead was intense, and the fleet engagements fared little better. The anti-Red Star Coalition's fleet continued to arrive in droves, while Elena's forces faced continuous attrition, eventually being forced back to Sarastar. Their intent was clear, to annihilate them here. Yet, their true aim likely involved using them as bait to lure the main forces of the Red Star into this locale for a decisive confrontation. Elena harbored a similar strategy. Neither side had unleashed their most lethal weapons, clearly holding back and waiting for the opportune moment. Elena remained still because Captain Wang Teng also aimed to capture them all in one fell swoop. Before the fleet's arrival, she had to withstand the relentless tide of assault. After more than an hour of fierce fighting, nearly half of the Red Star's 4th Legion fleet had been lost, retreating to low Earth orbit. At this rate, Sarah Star would inevitably fall, and they would be buried in the cosmos. The anti-Red Star Coalition's fleet continued to swell, nearly encircling Sarah Star. The scene resembled a moment from the game Ashura, where deities led fleets against the demon race. Suhu broke free from the entanglement of the enemy's ground-level forces, joined the Red Star's 3rd Legion, and decimated a circle of enemy combatants before retreating to the Iron Fist. Yet, the anti-Red Star Coalition's ground-level forces obstructed their path. Striking with lethal intent, the full-force assault from the ground-level mechs was formidable and difficult to withstand. Suhu utilized all available materials and energy to reinforce himself, positioning himself in front of the 3rd Legion. The anti-Red Star Coalition fleet advanced steadily, their bombardment relentless and indifferent to the devastation wrought upon Sarah Star. Their objective was to systematically annihilate this fleet. In their eyes, the outcome was already determined. Suddenly, they shifted their direction, launching an attack towards the space adjacent to Sarah Star. A Red Star warship, braving the onslaught of artillery, emerged from a phased jump. On the bridge deck of the warship, a beam of light, reminiscent of a stellar flare, pierced through the ranks of the anti-Red Star Coalition's fleet. With resplendent fireworks blossoming in the void of Sarah Star's outer space, seemingly celebrating the arrival of that crimson figure upon the ship's deck. Chapter 70. A dialogue with the world. As the horizon blazed with fervor, in a bustling commercial district of the planet Dun, the weekend brought throngs of pedestrians. In such commercial hubs, advertisements are omnipresent. Holographic projections overhead continuously broadcast a myriad of promotions, and the populace has long grown accustomed to this relentless barrage. While they are exploited for their labor, efforts are incessantly made to siphon their finances. Yet today, an unusual number of onlookers paused to absorb the advertisements. What was once a display of typical commercial promotions had transformed. The projections now depicted a distant location in the cosmos, rendering the vast expanse of space almost tangible. Suddenly, the camera shifted to reveal a striking visage, a visage of cold elegance. Chishua, an AI-rendered figure, possessed a delicate, porcelain-like face. Her 3,000 strands of white hair styled into a single ponytail, clad in interstellar combat attire. From her perspective, she appeared aboard a starship amidst the cosmos. The men in the commercial district were captivated by her enchanting beauty, particularly her ethereal white hair. However, the girl remained silent before the camera, devoid of any further action. As speculation rippled through the crowd, the camera transitioned once more, unveiling a fleet. Was it a confrontation with interstellar pirates, or were they engaged in battle? At that moment, the girl spoke. Her voice, akin to sweet, crystalline waters, resonated with an unusual allure. Merely her presence was enough for some to declare her as their beloved. As you can see, I am currently at a distant horizon. Do you see the planet behind that fleet? It is the objective of my journey. The camera abruptly returned to Chishua's face. My name is Chishua, an armed warrior. Upon hearing her introduction, all who beheld the advertisement nodded in agreement, for it aligned with their assumptions. Establishing a persona to generate hype, followed by various promotional endeavors. This was the anticipated course. Yet, what no one expected was that Chishua's advertisement was not intended for sales. Prior to this, we had merely been a small fleet associated with the Datang Xianjia fleet, and during a resource reclamation mission, the Red Star fleet was nearly annihilated. They claimed this was entirely the Red Star fleet's fault, seeking to merge with them. However, I was unwilling. The members of the Red Star fleet are primarily those who have struggled to survive, seeking a glimmer of hope. Once merged, the essence of the Red Star fleet would cease to exist. In pursuit of preserving its identity, I sought independence. After much turmoil, we arrived here in this chaotic expanse known as the horizon, where powers collide and bloodshed abounds. Yet, it also presents an opportunity. The adversary boasts approximately 10,000 warships, while we possess but a single vessel. However, as long as we triumph over our adversary, we shall possess the foundation for our ascendance. The scene shifts once more to the opposing fleet, 1,000 warships arrayed in perfect formation, an oppressive presence that leaves one breathless. 1 against 10,000. Victory seems utterly implausible. Those who hold Chishua dear begin to feel a pang of sorrow, questioning why such a delightful girl must confront such dire circumstances. Clad in a silver-gray combat suit, Chishua strides forth, her back to the camera, facing an enemy fleet of 10,000 ships. The holographic projection immerses the onlookers in a palpable tension. Can we win? Observing her slender form and delicate shoulders, many ponder in silent dread. Chishua addresses the fleet ahead. This is Hongxing. The planet ahead is our target. Please vacate this area immediately. No sooner had she spoken than a barrage of light cannons erupted from the enemy, a scene reminiscent of facing a blue flame Gatling gun. The holographic projection engenders a visceral sensation, making the viewers feel as if they were alongside Chishua, utterly alone. Quick dodge. My beloved, run. We can forego this planet. We can pool resources to buy you another. In mere minutes, a newly cherished partner could be lost. Who can truly comprehend such loss among family? This spectacle strikes a deep chord within all present. Some wish for Chishua to evade the onslaught, while others utter nonsensical pleas. Yet the majority understand the grim reality. She has nowhere to retreat. Adrift in the cosmos, with only her solitary warship beneath her, where else could she possibly flee? Yet, in a twist of fate, something astonishing unfolds. Chishua lifts her hand, and her silver-gray combat suit is enveloped in a crimson fluid, transforming into a magnificent crimson mech. Radiating brilliance akin to that of a star, she shines resplendently. This is our existence. The projection continues, her voice soothingly echoing in their ears. This is what it means for a general to succeed while countless perish. We lack extraordinary backgrounds, illustrious lineages, and have scarcely lived a normal life. We are different, yet share a commonality. We all possess but a single life, rendering all equal in the face of mortality. To achieve a better life, we must inscribe our names upon the ledger of the King of Hell. Should we emerge from the gates of the underworld, it shall be our triumphant victory. With a fierce cry, the silver-haired maiden transforms into a stream of crimson light, charging into the barrage of fire. That dazzling radiance, within the expanse of the universe, resembles a star in its brilliance. All eyes are riveted upon her, hoping for a miracle. As the crimson light collides with the enemy's fire, an overwhelming brilliance fills the entire projection. Seconds tick by, and the light gradually wanes. Yet, that figure seems to have vanished, leaving all in a profound sense of regret. Ultimately, she has perished, such a vibrant youth, tragically lost. As the onlookers snap back to reality, preparing to disperse, the projection flickers once more. They turn their gaze back to the screen, only to find that this time, it is not Chishua who appears but a man clad in standard fleet attire. Speculation ripples through the crowd. Greetings to all in the Star Alliance and those from Skyline. I am Captain Wang Teng of the Hongxing Fleet. What you have just witnessed is a portrayal of our battle against the interstellar pirates. Some may wonder if Chishua is still alive. Wang Teng smiled and nodded, assuring everyone that indeed, as the first Celestial-class armed warrior of the Red Star Fleet, Chishua alone possesses the capability to obliterate an entire fleet. Do you not find her incredibly cool and formidable? If you admire her, feel free to follow our channel. Shortly, I will be live-streaming across the entire Star Alliance, with the content centered on the liberation of the Skyline. At a certain stall in the business district, a white-collar worker, engrossed in a grilled sausage, gaped in astonishment, allowing the sausage to drop unnoticed. My son Wang Teng. Everyone around him was bewildered by his words, questioning their meaning. Was it a declaration of war? It must be said that human curiosity is instinctive, and Wang Teng's action was quite innovative. For no one in the Star Alliance had conducted such a live broadcast in all these years, whether it was a gimmick or a script. After Wang Teng uttered that line, a tempest of information swept through the networks of the entire Star Alliance. Some industry giants turned their gaze toward him, focusing on the Skyline. Dispatch intelligence ships. I want first-hand information about the Skyline. Chapter 71. We will not lose. We are destiny. The number of followers on the Red Star channel surged dramatically, surpassing 18 billion. I understand, but that is still insufficient. Invest more. I want the numbers to reach 100 billion. I aim for the entire Star Alliance to focus on us. Yes, Captain. On board the Red Star. Wang Teng was engaged in the live broadcast. The three major telecommunications companies had not intervened in the Skyline. However, all factions within the Skyline, except for MIA, utilized the communication stations of the three major telecom companies. Using stars as signal relay stations, they achieved microcommunications across star domains. For this live broadcast, Wang Teng had Arno contact the telecom companies to specifically lease 3 channels to ensure the broadcast's smooth operation. Additionally, he invested a considerable sum into advertising across various platforms to drive traffic to their Red Star channel. Captain, I don't quite understand, Ceylon spoke. And the others turned to him as well. In truth, they shared the same confusion. Why go to such lengths to establish a live broadcast channel and spend so much money? To them, the objective was simple: eliminate the enemy and occupy the Skyline. Wang Teng shook his head. Do you all think my actions are redundant? The group paused momentarily, shaking their heads in response. However, Wang Teng understood that they harbored some doubts, albeit they trusted that his actions were justified. The captain must have his reasons. We simply do not grasp the rationale, Ceylon explained. I have but one purpose in this endeavor: to convey to everyone that wherever the Red Star is present, safety is assured. Yet, Even with this explanation, the group remained somewhat perplexed. Wang Teng did not fault them for their lack of understanding, for they were originally part of a small fleet with limited exposure. A stable and orderly environment is the prerequisite for growth. For the Red Star fleet to expand, it must establish diverse channels for resource acquisition. I aspire to transform this place into an interstellar trade hub, necessitating the assurance of safety to merchants. Nothing proves this more effectively than first-hand experience. Upon hearing Captain Wang Teng's explanation, everyone regarded him with reverent admiration. It became evident that the captain had contemplated such distant prospects and had been consistently considering the development of the Red Star fleet. In that moment, they realized their new captain possessed remarkable foresight and grand vision. However, a voice suddenly interjected, questioning, "What if we lose?" This remark drew the scrutiny of the crowd, and Zealand stepped forward, her expression unyielding as she fixed her gaze on the speaker. "I was merely hypothesizing, just a mere assumption," the speaker stammered, nearly in tears, regretting her impulsive words. Given that Zealand was a celestial-level warrior, she could easily extinguish her with a single hand. "We shall not falter, the Red Star will prevail," declared Wang Teng, waving his hand to allow Zealand to release the individual from scrutiny. "At present, we possess 2 celestial-level combatants, and nearly half of the rebel forces have rallied to our cause. Half of the colonial and mining planets along the skyline are aligned with us. In every aspect, timing, terrain, and morale, we hold the advantage. Why should we fail?" Wang Teng scanned the faces of those around him, instilling the imperative belief in victory. "There exists a momentum known as destiny, and we are that destiny. Captain, we have established a connection with Sister Chishua," came the report. "Excellent. Switch to the live broadcast. Let us build anticipation. How long until we arrive?" 1 hour. Inform Chishua that she must not falter within the hour. Understood. In the expanse of space surrounding Sarah Star, over 100,000 warships loomed ominously. Chishua piloted a lone warship, having arrived at the scene. After decisively annihilating a score of enemy vessels, she stood upon the deck, facing the vast fleet of over 100,000 adversaries. Upon receiving directives from the Red Star Command, she activated the live streaming equipment. Viewers across the Star Alliance who had recently tuned into the Red Star channel suddenly received notifications that a live broadcast was commencing. They flocked to the stream, causing its popularity to surge instantaneously, with viewership climbing into the millions and billions. Through the lens of the broadcast, billions across the Star Alliance beheld Chishua in her combat form. The striking crimson armor she donned resembled a warrior's regalia. Upon witnessing the overwhelming enemy fleet, a wave of apprehension swept over the audience. Yet, many adopted a spectator's mentality, eagerly awaiting the unfolding drama, regardless of the life and death stakes involved, as it bore no direct consequence for them. Previously, they often heard tales of warfare, labeled as liberation struggles. Such narratives seemed frivolous, mere disputes over territory among interstellar powers. Yet, this time, the prospect of witnessing the event live piqued their curiosity and interest immensely. "Greetings, I am Chishua, and across from me stands the coalition of the skyline." Her voice resonated in the broadcast, cool and melodious like a sweet spring. "Below me lies Sarah Star, a mining planet of the plunderers, where miners and slaves recently instigated a rebellion. The Red Star fleet champions peace. Thus, we have come to assist them in their quest for liberation." Chishua addressed the camera with unreserved candor, implying that their motives were solely to seize territory. Yet, the audience was captivated by her forthrightness, many even considering her refreshingly sincere. Upon concluding her statement, Chishua's armored form radiated a brilliant crimson light, akin to a star shining with resplendence. This ethereal glow swirled around her mech, forming an energetic mantle that coalesced into a skirt befitting a warrior goddess. The multitude of viewers in the live stream were utterly enchanted by her striking appearance. Men fervently declared their affection, while women blushed and affectionately called her their partner. The chat room erupted in a flurry of comments. In that moment, Chishua, aglow with radiant light, surged forward towards the enemy forces. The anti-Red Star coalition unleashed a barrage of 100,000 artillery shells, all directed at Chishua. The battleship, commandeered by the Red Star's intelligent avatar, connected to the livestream camera, magnifying the action to an astronomical scale, broadcasting the battle in real time. As everyone watched Chishua, seemingly engulfed by the relentless barrage, shock rippled through the audience. Could it be? Was she defeated? In the next instant, a crimson light erupted from the conflagration, carrying the remnants of the explosions, coalescing into a fiery tornado that charged towards the anti-Red Star coalition fleet. The viewers, having never witnessed such a grand spectacle, were compelled to express their awe with 2 simple words. The broadcast commenced with a crescendo, rapidly escalating in popularity as more and more viewers tuned in to witness this conflict. Chishua, harnessing the residual explosive force, aimed to obliterate the frontline battleships. However, just as she approached, two figures streaked forth from the coalition, blocking her path. The energy radiating from these two figures surpassed the level of Earth. They were armed with heavenly-grade weaponry. Chishua instantly halted her advance, compressing the explosive force into a stellar sphere and hurled it towards them. Taste my little sun. As Chishua launched her miniature sun, the heavenly-grade warriors of the anti-Red Star Coalition unleashed blue waves of energy. The vibrant stars collided with the cerulean waves, resulting in an explosion of force akin to planetary detonation. In an instant, the tremendous shockwave sent both fleets reeling. As the tumultuous explosion subsided, both sides charged at one another. With a swift motion of her right hand, a blade of light extended forth. The adversaries flanked Chishua from either side, attempting to encircle her. From their armaments, it was evident that these two heavenly-grade warriors were active soldiers from the American Alliance fleet. Logically, they should not have been present here, yet considering their affiliation, it was not surprising. The American Alliance often engaged in endeavors cloaked in righteousness, yet their motives were invariably driven by commerce. Clearly, the American Alliance had set their sights on the skyline, and it was apparent that their interests were at stake here. With this realization, a wave of concern washed over Chishua. Initially, she had thought that their heavenly-grade weaponry would secure their dominance over the skyline. However, it appeared that the skyline was far more formidable than she had anticipated. With the American Alliance's presence now evident, she pondered whether other factions were similarly lurking within the skyline. She promptly relayed this intelligence to the Red Star fleet, hoping Wang Teng had prepared for such eventualities. Now, she must secure sufficient time for the Red Star fleet. However, Chishua harbors thoughts of subduing these two celestial-level opponents. The eyes beneath her helm glimmer with a frenzied intensity, a thought that lingers stubbornly in her mind. In the past, she would never have dared to entertain such notions. Yet now, these mere celestial-level beings. In the headquarters of the anti-Red Star Coalition fleet, a middle-aged general gazes at the distant battlefield, removing the pipe from his mouth and smacking his lips. Behind him stands the deputy manager of the MIA group, an exquisitely alluring woman whose beauty is undeniably captivating. Her voice, sultry and enticing, tempts one toward transgression. General Myci, with the celestial-level warriors of the Alliance of Beauty, we should be able to subdue them, correct? General Myci. The middle-aged leader, a 3-star general seasoned by numerous grand battles, is the third commander of the Alliance fleet. He was brought here for support through connections with the MIA group. In truth, he was preparing for retirement, aspiring to become a farmer on an immigrant planet. Initially, he had no intention of accepting their offer, but the enticements were too generous, promising him the status of a planetary lord. A mere farmer pales in comparison. A planetary lord befits his stature. The woman before him is undeniably tempting, yet General Myci does not spare her a second glance. Even from afar, he can detect the artificial scent of a synthetic being. Despite her being an algorithmically designed embodiment of alluring femininity, he is a staunch advocate of pure humanity. However, some individuals take pleasure in such creations, customizing their ideal images. He recalls a humorous incident on a certain planet. The Emperor's consort was a synthetic being who openly celebrated their kind. Ultimately, the ministers ousted him, installing a synthetic fashioned after him as the new emperor. General Myci, might you be reminiscing about something amusing? Indeed, it is quite a humorous tale, he replies, casting a dismissive glance at her, eyes betraying his disdain. He cannot fathom why the head of the MIA branch would so foolishly send a synthetic to greet him. Had they not conducted their due diligence regarding his staunch humanist beliefs? At that moment, energy waves erupted from the battlefield, shaking the warships. Yet General Myci stood firm, his gaze gravely fixed on the display. He observed Chishua engaging in a desperate confrontation with the two celestial-level warriors. Who is her commander? For she exhibits such fierce valor? General Myci, she is an armed warrior of the Red Star fleet, classified as Earth level. Earth level? General Myci shot a glance at the synthetic manager, disdain dripping from his words. Either your intelligence is outdated, or your operatives are negligent. Open your synthetic eyes and observe. To contend with the celestial-level warriors of the Alliance of Beauty, holding her ground, and even rivaling them, do you dare to claim she is merely Earth level? Huh. This warrior is undoubtedly celestial level. It is no wonder you MIA have repeatedly faltered against them. Disparities in intelligence have led you to misjudge the enemy's strength. General Myci, undeterred by the artificial manager's response, advanced with measured steps. Command the left flank of the coalition forces to target with the starship cannons. He ordered. Mia, equipped with warship armaments, maneuver to the right flank and prepare to charge energy. The main vessels and assault ships of the Central Army, at a city-level scale, initiated the accumulation of annihilation firepower. It was merely a celestial level. With proper arrangement, it was not insurmountable. Misaha then gestured grandly, personally directing the communications. Strike 41 and Strike 87. Act according to my instructions. The two Celestial-class armaments engaged in combat, with Chishua nodded in acknowledgement upon receiving Misaha's command. They promptly disengaged from the battle and veered towards the right flank of the fleet. Just as they distanced themselves, the left flank's cannons unleashed a deluge of fire. Although the damage inflicted upon Chishua was negligible, Elena could not turn a blind eye. She immediately organized the remaining warships and troops to assault the left flank of the coalition fleet. The left flank forces of the coalition, interrupted in their attack, swiftly turned to engage with Elena's forces. Chishua glanced at the coalition's left wing and instantly pursued Strike 41 and 87. The live broadcast witnessed this moment with exhilaration. Following prior promotional videos and this live stream, Chishua's image was firmly etched in their minds. How could one not admire such a valiant heroine? Commanding a fleet of 100,000 alone? The barrage of comments continuously praised Chishua, while mocking Strike 41 and 87. However, the subsequent turn of events stung them as if they had been slapped. Chishua pursued Strike 41 and 87 to the coalition's right flank, only to be met with a fierce barrage of annihilation fire, hundreds of beams converging upon her, the dazzling brilliance obscuring the situation within. As Chishua was intercepted by the annihilation cannons, Strike 41 and Strike 87 swiftly returned, each occupying a strategic position, constraining the space around Chishua. The realization dawned upon everyone. It was a trap. How despicable to use Celestial-class armaments as bait. Witnessing the success of his strategy, Misaha could not suppress a grin. He had anticipated a struggle, yet it had been so effortlessly executed. General, the armament systems are fully activated and ready to fire, reported an aide. Misaha brought the pipe to his lips, nodding slightly. Then let us launch. The uniqueness of Celestial-class armaments lay merely in energy manipulation. The armament systems utilized special metals designed to withstand energy. On the coalition fleet's right flank, large warships opened their weapon valves as commands were issued. Objects resembling tungsten rods, propelled by electromagnetic dynamics, surged through the sound barrier at speeds many times greater, heading straight for Chishua, who was under attack by the annihilation cannons. In the live stream, fans of both sides watched in horror as their hearts plummeted. Chapter 73. Are you underestimating my Red Star? The armament system, as the name suggests, was a weapon system designed to counteract armored mechas. Rather than employing energy weapons, it utilized mechanical kinetic weaponry, relying on live ammunition. The warheads are composed of a special metal capable of absorbing energy, characterized by its hardness and corrosive properties, allowing it to breach the defenses of armored mechs and penetrate the bodies of soldiers. Even the augmented warriors, despite their formidable physiques, would face certain death in the vastness of space without the protection of their armored suits. General Misaha once participated in the campaign against the Celestial armaments, where a fleet of over 100,000 was reduced to mere thousands, with countless soldiers perishing. At such a cost, the Celestial armaments were successfully exterminated. The value of a single warhead could construct 10 small warships. Now, employing a coordinated strategy, he ensnared Chishua, with hundreds of warheads poised above her like an executioner's guillotine. The warheads, fleeting in their descent, fell upon Chishua after the annihilation cannon's onslaught. The explosive force engulfed her entirely. No miracles occurred, no savior emerged. The live stream fell into a hushed silence, fans lamenting in despair, unable to bear the sight. Meanwhile, Elena, present at the scene, gazed in fury, unleashing the firepower of the warship in a desperate attempt to rescue her, only to be ensnared by the left-wing fleet. Su, who led the Red Star soldiers, but was intercepted by the armed forces of the anti-Red Star coalition. The situation seemed to settle like dust. Suddenly, the cloud of explosion exhibited a peculiar shift, as if something was drawing it back. The warheads gradually came into view. To everyone's astonishment, Chishua emerged unscathed. A heavy shield had materialized before her, capturing the warheads, while she sheltered behind it, protected by an energy shield. This scene left all in awe. The live stream erupted in cheers, some celebrating Chishua's survival, while others eagerly anticipated the unfolding developments. Elena breathed a sigh of relief, for it at least validated her decision. Together with Suhu's forces, they began to decimate the coalition's left-wing fleet. General Misaha, astonished, pulled away his pipe, yearning to peer into the projection, exclaiming in disbelief, "What is happening? This is impossible. How could this be? This tactic has been tested in real combat." Misaha could not fathom why Chishua, also of celestial caliber, was unaffected by his strategy, which had previously felled many a celestial armament. Could it be that she surpassed the celestial tier? Misaha shook his head, deeming that even more implausible. The realm above celestial was but a legend. If she truly were beyond celestial, they would have long since turned to cosmic dust. Thus, one possibility emerged, a realization dawning in Misa's eyes. Her armor must be composed of materials akin to those of the warheads, which could explain her immunity to the tactic. The Red Star fleet indeed displayed remarkable audacity, allowing a celestial armament to utilize such counteracting materials. Did they not fear the day they would harbor a tiger? General, what shall we do next? Urged the MIA artificial manager. Misaha glanced aside and then turned away, a pang of regret washing over him for wading into such murky waters. After all, the farmers were not without their merits. Ultimately, it is one's own greed that prevails. With the formidable Thrust 41 and Thrust 87, the tactics employed have faltered, leaving us now to observe your actions. As members of the Allied forces, you surely do not wish to be bested by an obscure fleet. It is imperative to activate your armed weapon systems. Only in this manner can you restrain the adversary, as both are of celestial caliber. Macy has refrained from mobilizing further fleets, and at most, may provide some distant artillery support against a singular celestial armament. Deploying additional ships would merely be an exercise in futility. Let the celestial confront the celestial. Thrust 41 and Thrust 87 are the elite members of the Allied 3rd Fleet's Thrust Armored Corps. This corps consists of merely 100 soldiers. Yet each is of celestial prowess, wielding the Thrust series of armored mechs. The Thrust series represents a composite enhanced assault weaponry, inherently formidable as indicated by its name. Each soldier within the corps adopts a numerical designation in place of their given name. Macy, leveraging his reputation, has enlisted the aid of 2 exceptional fighters, a commitment for which MIA has paid a substantial price. Upon receiving Mizia's directive, Thrust 41 and Thrust 87 commence their operations. They regard Chishua with considerable trepidation, particularly given their inability to subdue her armed systems. As they observe Chishua dismantling all opposing armed projectiles into raw materials, they realize that time is of the essence. Should she succeed in refining these projectiles into usable weaponry against them, their situation would become dire. Exchanging resolute glances, they nodded in agreement, crossing their arms downward to unleash their battle blades, which crackled with arcs of blue electricity. These are no ordinary blades, but those materialized from the very raw materials she seeks to dismantle, specifically designed to counteract the enemy's armored soldiers. As they split to launch a simultaneous assault, the battlefield acknowledges no notion of honor. Only victors and vanquished remain. Seizing the moment while Chishua is momentarily preoccupied presents the perfect opportunity to overcome her. The 4 arcs of blade light, shimmering with blue electricity, converged upon Chishua. Reacting swiftly, she raised her hands to split her shield wall in 2 and thrust it forward. The clash of blue electricity with her shield ignited violent ripples, scattering the 2 figures and leaving deep gorges in its wake. As Chishua desperately defends herself while continuing to dismantle the armed projectiles, the prolonged engagement has begun to mar her crimson armor. Their blades, surprisingly, possess a slight superiority in material strength. Thrust 41 and Thrust 87 persistently engage Chishua, their assaults intensifying as her shield wall crumbles to near oblivion. Fortunately, this duration has allowed her to extract considerable material from the armed projectiles. Extending her right hand outward, a long spear materializes. The spear, a sleek and ominous black, resembles a mere fire poker, yet promises devastation. As it sweeps through the air, Thrust 41 and Thrust 87 hurriedly retreat, yet she has succeeded in her endeavor. The spear, forged from the very materials of the armed projectiles, emanates an overwhelming sense of peril for Thrust 41 and Thrust 87. Such a weapon could indeed claim their lives. A swift resolution is imperative. The 2 combatants exchange blows as they advanced towards Chishua, wielding weapons of identical material. The outcome hinged solely on their respective combat experience and mental fortitude, rendering the encounter ostensibly fair. However, as they separated after their initial clash, the coalition fleet unleashed a barrage of annihilation cannons upon Chishua, while she evaded and defended. Her energy manipulation and spatial constraints proved insufficient against an adversary of comparable caliber. In a moment of vulnerability, Chishua was unexpectedly struck by Battle Axe 41. Leaving her feeling a piercing chill. In retaliation, she countered with a thrust of her own, inflicting a similar sensation upon her opponent. Yet, the threat of Battle Axe 87 loomed as well. It appeared suddenly, its blade descending from above. just as Chishua prepared to evade. She found herself ensnared by Battle Axe 41's grip. In the live stream, spectators decried the underhanded tactics employed, expressing a desire to intervene personally. Yet, their grievances remained confined to the comments section. In such dire circumstances, who could possibly lend assistance, unless a divine intervention were to occur? Just when all believed the curtain was about to fall, a beam from an annihilation cannon erupted from the void, sending Battle Axe 87 hurtling away. A colossal ship emerged from the depths of space, and upon its bridge stood a solitary figure exuding an air of pride. A voice resonated through the live stream. So many of you bully one. Do you believe there is no one to defend Red Star? Chapter 74 introduced none other than Captain Wang Teng of the Red Star fleet. The ripples in space multiplied as ship after ship materialized from their transitions. Majestically entering the fray, the Red Star flagship led the charge, a titan among vessels. Upon witnessing the arrival of reinforcements, Mesa promptly commanded an assault from the right flank. Brilliant beams of light erupted like a meteor shower. Wang Teng, wielding an annihilation cannon and clad in the uniform of the Red Star fleet, his eyes shining with fervor beneath the brim of his cap, commanded the scene. A formidable barrier emanated from the Red Star flagship, absorbing the onslaught of light cannon fire. On his journey, Wang Teng had fortified the Red Star flagship, investing 1 billion resource points to enhance its shields. The expansion of their protective range doubled, as did their defensive capabilities, albeit at the cost of increased energy consumption. Yet, what of it? The Red Star fleet had long transcended its former status as mere cannon fodder. From the moment he assumed command, on the day they conquered Planet 117, the Red Star fleet had risen to prominence. Regardless of whether energy consumption surged by 1, 2, or even tenfold, the Red Star fleet was more than capable of bearing the burden. The barrage from the shipborne cannons rained upon the Red Star flagship's shields, creating arcs of electricity reminiscent of raindrops disturbing a tranquil lake. Without the need for Wang Teng to issue commands, the Red Star's intelligence seamlessly orchestrated the counterattack of the 1,000 vessels trailing behind. The exchange of cannon fire persisted for nearly 30 minutes, documented by the approaching ships of Chishua and broadcasted to the Star Alliance through the live feed. Despite the lengthy artillery duel, viewers remained utterly captivated, finding the spectacle far more exhilarating than a fireworks display. The anti-Red Star coalition fleet, though seemingly formidable, is merely a conglomerate of various forces amalgamated from the skyline. The quality of the warships is inconsistent, and after half an hour of relentless bombardment, a breach has opened in the right flank, widening progressively. The shields of the warships are nearly depleted, leaving them awaiting inevitable destruction. Misa listened to his subordinate's report, his expression darkening. General, the right flank has been breached. In a single barrage, nearly 3,000 warships have been annihilated, with casualties exceeding 100,000. The enemy's firepower is ferocious, General. The right command is inquiring whether we should cease fire. Misa tightened his grip on his pipe, veins bulging. Cease fire? That is either foolishness or incompetence. They were the ones who initiated the attack. Whether to continue firing is not for them to decide. Relay to the right command that this is war, a war that persists until one side surrenders or is obliterated. What is the situation on the left flank? General, the enemy is tenacious, and with their ships coordinating effectively, our left flank is under severe pressure and unable to provide support. I understand. Misa surveyed the unyielding firepower of the Red Star fleet and immediately issued orders for the coalition's central forces to open fire. Order the central fleet to concentrate their fire in coordination with the right flank. We must eliminate their flagship. Yes, Misa was uncertain who would ultimately emerge victorious. Despite the Red Star fleet's fierce advance, wars are not won merely by ferocity. Battle Axes 41 and 87. What is your status? Battle Axe 41 is damaged, but we have severely wounded the enemy in return. Understood. Return at once. Affirmative. When the Red Star ships appeared, Chishua had broken free from Battle Axe 41's control and returned to the Red Star flagship. Wang Teng observed the bloodstains on his armament, a flicker of intensity crossing his gaze. How are you? Chishua shook her head, relieved Wang Teng had arrived in time. Otherwise, she was unsure of her survival. Can you continue fighting? Absolutely. Chishua nodded. Her damaged equipment had been repaired upon her return. She was ready to re-engage. Spotting Zealand beside her, her gaze flickered momentarily. Sister Shue, Zealand called out. Chishua nodded. You must have attained the celestial rank by now? Zealand looked towards Wang Teng. It was the captain who saved me. Otherwise, I would have perished. Chishua felt a twinge of complexity in her emotions. While Zealand's ascension to celestial rank was a boon for the Red Star fleet, she could not help but feel a pang of discomfort. From a rookie, She had grown into a geographical warrior through countless life and death battles, facing unspeakable tribulations. It was only after meeting Wang Teng that she finally ascended to celestial rank. Yet Zealand had accomplished in mere days what had taken her nearly a decade. Wang Teng, however, paid no heed to Chishua's feelings. The return of battle axes 41 and 87 to the coalition fleet ignited his ire. Those who struck me think they can flee? Chishua, Zealand, guard the Red Star ship. I will apprehend those too. With that, Wang Teng swiftly donned his gear, stepping forward to transform into a dragon shadow. Charging into the enemy's hail of gunfire in pursuit of battle axes 41 and 87. The entire Star Alliance was keenly watching this conflict unfold. In the live stream, the audience beheld a dazzling golden dragon shadow streaking from the Red Star fleet, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Speculations arose regarding its nature. Meanwhile, intelligence agents from various factions lurking in the chat quickly discerned that the radiant streak was undoubtedly a combat soldier. However, the gathered intelligence indicated that the Red Star fleet did not possess such a soldier. Could it be an external ally? Only after the arrival of Warhammer 41 and Warhammer 87 did they realize the gravity of the situation, yet Wang Teng had already intercepted their path. The two strategically separated to avoid being taken out in one fell swoop. For reasons unknown, the sight of Wang Teng's formidable armaments made them feel somewhat inadequate, despite their own Warhammer gear being a powerful composite-enhanced series. Without further ado, they initiated their assault. As they unleashed their weaponry, it became apparent that Wang Teng's energy level surpassed that of the earthly realm. Celestial. Yet, the general had remarked that this was merely a small fleet. The presence of a single celestial being could be rationalized as a hired mercenary, but two? Could a small fleet sustain such a force? General, a second celestial combat soldier has emerged, obstructing our advance, Warhammer 41 reported, nearly causing General Maisaha to crush his pipe in disbelief. A second celestial? He turned, his gaze serious and intent upon the android manager. The android manager, devoid of unnecessary emotions and rarely engaging in human sentiment, inquired, General, is there something you require? Tell me, are you aware that they possess two celestial combat soldiers? The android manager smiled and nodded. I regret to inform you, General, that I must consult with the division manager regarding this matter. Maisaha waved his hand dismissively, no need. It was evident that the higher-ups at MIA were privy to information he was not, instilling a sense of fear. They were merely using him as a pawn. It was best to consider this private venture a failure. Warhammer 41, Warhammer 87, disengage from the enemy and return to the ship immediately. Maisaha hastily contacted the two, preparing to retreat. He had no illusions that the Red Star fleet was merely a small contingent. The presence of two celestial soldiers suggested the likelihood of a third, or even more. He surmised that the Red Star fleet was merely a vanguard for a larger power. Having retired, he felt no qualms about offending MIA. However, after several minutes of communication, he received no response from either individual. A sense of foreboding washed over Maisaha. As he glanced up at the screen, he witnessed Warhammer 41 and Warhammer 87 being assaulted by an unidentified combat soldier. When Chishua returned to the Red Star, she transferred the streaming rights, and the moment the scene shifted, it displayed Wang Teng single-handedly dismantling Warhammer 41 and 87, metaphorically speaking. The live chat erupted with speculation about his identity. At that moment, Chishua's voice resonated. That is our Red Star fleet's captain, Wang Teng. Chapter 75. This place is a quagmire. The closer one draws, the deeper one sinks. Is that really the captain of the Red Star fleet? The camera zoomed in significantly, allowing everyone in the live stream to clearly see Wang Teng in his armed state. Clad in dragon-scale armor and bearing an immense thruster upon his back, the figure of Wang Teng, adorned with golden dragon motifs, resembled a celestial deity. Observers witnessed his seamless transitions between punches and kicks amidst the two battle-axe warriors, who found themselves utterly powerless before his onslaught, being mercilessly pummeled. Fragments of their armored materials fell away, leaving the audience in a state of shock and disbelief. Was this truly the same dashing and genteel gentleman they had seen in the previous livestream? The stark contrast between his former elegance and his current ferocious demeanor was unfathomable. Furthermore, as a captain, why was he at the forefront of the battle? At that moment, the conversation between Zealand and Chishua reached the livestream. Sister Shue, it seems the captain is avenging you. Perhaps it was for the honor of the Red Star fleet. The speaker's words were casual, yet they struck a chord with the listeners. It became apparent that the captain had personally charged into the fray to seek retribution for Chishua. Yet, some viewed this act as reckless. After all, the opposing fleet was formidable. If the captain were captured, they would find themselves in dire straits. Many regarded Wang Teng's actions as irresponsible. Nonetheless, this striking dichotomy in his character endeared him to a segment of the younger audience, particularly among women. The thought of having such a partner, gentle and considerate in everyday life, yet transforming into a valiant warrior in times of peril, was exhilarating, prompting many to cheer. Regardless of the spectators' opinions, Wang Teng's audacity deeply moved the Red Star fleet, igniting their fighting spirit and intensifying their assaults, which surprisingly surpassed the firepower of the anti-Red Star Alliance fleet. What was happening? Myci lost his composure, furiously crushing his pipe. It was one thing for the two battle-axe warriors to be overwhelmed. How could their fleet, numbering in the tens of thousands, be outmatched by a mere few thousand small vessels? Battle-axe 41, Battle-axe 87, do you read me? Respond if you can. Myci clung to the last vestige of hope as he attempted to contact the two. Yet, his calls vanished into silence. Clearly, the fate of the two battle-axe warriors was sealed. They had been captured by the enemy. Myci's countenance darkened, fear creeping into his brow. If even the battle-grade warriors could be taken prisoner, how could he not be afraid? Such formidable forces, painstakingly constructed from vast resources, had been seized, in tandem, no less. Defeat was inevitable. From the very outset, this battle had been under the enemy's control. Now, he had to ponder how he might negotiate his freedom if captured and how the Alliance would deal with him. As for MIA, he had yet to settle accounts with them. At the very least, he needed to ensure the safety of himself and the two battle-axe warriors. Perhaps surrender is the only option. Myci sighed heavily, turning to cast a piercing gaze at the android manager. The manager, seemingly oblivious to his distress, merely smiled faintly in response. Makir furrowed his brow, reflecting on the very reasons he had reservations about the existence of artificial beings. Did you not hear me? I said to surrender, he asserted. The manager of the artificial beings smiled, responding, I regret to inform you, General, that I do not possess the authority to grant such a request. Ah, did you think I was inquiring? I was merely imparting a notification, Makir retorted. General, you lack the authority to represent the coalition's decisions. What do you mean? Makir questioned, his discontent palpable. When you summoned me, you did not articulate it this way. You assured me I would have full responsibility for the coalition fleet. Suddenly, Makir felt a shiver run down his spine as he comprehended the implications of the manager's words. You intend for me to bear the blame for this war's failure. General, the rulers of the planets do not take such matters lightly, the manager replied. Do you not fear the repercussions from the United Federation? You must understand. I am one of the commanders of the Third Fleet of the Federation. Are you not concerned about retaliation? Makir drew upon his rank as a general. Although he was on the verge of retirement, he still commanded the Third Fleet. Yet the manager maintained her smile, explaining, General, your misunderstanding is evident. Do you believe the group invited you through mere happenstance? A sudden realization struck Makir, as he recognized that it was indeed the high-ranking officials of the Federation who had reached out to him, including the top brass of the military. A wave of suffocation washed over him as he pondered whether they had truly abandoned him. The MIA group was a conglomerate, with many influential members of the Federation holding significant shares, the military holding the largest stake. Makir fell silent, overwhelmed by a profound sense of helplessness. No wonder his request to reassign the Thrasher armed forces was not impeded by the military. In the face of such a powerful alliance, how could a mere general, nearing retirement, stand a chance? Besides us, many high-ranking officials from the Star Alliance have also invested substantial resources here, the manager continued. Thus, our fleet serves merely as the vanguard, does it not? Makir remained silent for a moment before asking. We cannot surrender or retreat, for the sole purpose of dragging the enemy here, even if it means the annihilation of the entire coalition, correct? The manager nodded in undeniable agreement. I hope you achieve victory, Makir remarked, though he held little faith in their success. Indeed, against such a fleet, several major powers have united and fought numerous battles without success, yet they still harbor the delusion of achieving a decisive victory here. Even the Thrasher Celestial class has been captured. No matter how many fleets are sent, they would merely be delivering provisions. This is a quagmire, the closer one gets, the deeper they sink, Makir murmured, retreating to the sidelines, withdrawing from further dialogue in the unfolding battlefield. Wang Teng, after having bested 2 Thrasher Celestial soldiers, returned with them to the Red Star ship. These 2 soldiers would serve as hostages for post-war negotiations, even if they were not redeemed after the conflict. Wang Teng felt unperturbed. Extracting their celestial armed corps would merely strengthen the Red Star fleet with 2 additional celestial soldiers. Not to mention, Wang Teng had already secured a ransom in advance. Rare resource, death metal. Special metal with lethal properties. Exchange ratio, 110,000. This notification was triggered when he was struck by the battle blades of the war axe 41 and 87 across his arm. It was also the reason why the spectators witnessed his ruthless assault on the war axes 41 and 87. Upon realizing the unique characteristics of death metal, Wang Teng chose not to convert it into resource points through the system. Consequently, he had to extract it manually. However, during his assault on the Celestial War Axe, the anti-Red Star Coalition fleet surprisingly refrained from attacking him, leaving him quite perplexed. Despite his confusion, he seized the advantage and ordered the entire fleet to strike. With the enemy's celestial forces already subdued, he commanded, Red Star Fleet, engage fully. Chapter 76, The True Enemy? Following the loss of 2 celestial combatants, the situation for the anti-Red Star Coalition fleet deteriorated rapidly. Even with numerous Earth-level forces, they were unable to withstand the onslaught of Zealand and Chishua, 2 celestial warriors. The distinction between celestial and Earth-level forces was stark and profound. As silver light began to ravage the battlefield, crimson hues filled the sky. Zealand's armored mech, derived from the Imperial Spectre armament, possessed spatial capabilities that rendered the enemy defenseless against her intervention. Like a bold assassin, she emerged from behind enemy lines, unleashing energy blades before vanishing into the void. Under her harassment and aggression, the enemy forces disintegrated instantaneously. When Chishua re-entered the battlefield, the catastrophic stellar explosions became their harbingers of doom. Though some contemplated resistance, Chishua wielded the death metal blade, harvesting their lives one by one. The death metal blade, made from a material designed for armed projectiles, possessed lethal properties that easily penetrated armored defenses and struck at the human body. Faced with a celestial warrior wielding such a weapon, no one could withstand the onslaught. Frank gazed at his severed body, rapidly freezing in the vacuum of space. In his final moments, he regretted accepting this mission. What about those 2 who had deceived him for more money? He couldn't bear the thought of dying before them. A silver flash swept by, and Frank was utterly eliminated, becoming debris floating in the cosmos. Zealand, brandishing her energy blade, transformed into a silver arrow, piercing through the enemy lines. The silver armor glimmered with a faint sheen, resembling a celestial angel as she soared at supersonic speeds, evading barrages of enemy fire. With a swift motion, she unleashed the silver blade, traversing space to reach the enemy's central command. However, she did not strike immediately. Instead, she pivoted and cleaved through the void, launching a crimson streak imbued with explosive energy. Zealand swiftly returned to her original space, leaving the enemy command behind. Within 3 seconds of her departure, a radiant stellar light erupted among the enemy ranks, heralding the rise of an artificial sun. As the energy expanded, it culminated in a tremendous explosion. The violent explosion engulfed the central forces, gradually consuming the coalition fleet. Observing this, the troops on both flanks hurriedly took cover. Led by Elena, the fleet formed a coordinated assault with Su Hu, restraining the left flank forces. Zealand, sweeping through the void, positioned herself before the right flank. Brandishing the naval cannon gifted by Wang Teng, which she had augmented with 6 additional barrels through her armored mech. Her youthful face broke into a mischievous grin as the 6 cannon mouths spun wildly, resembling a Gatling gun. The beams unleashed were akin to a meteor shower streaking across the orbit of Sarah, crashing into the right flank's fleet. In that moment, the mini-sun released its energy, engulfing half of the coalition fleet. This spectacle was broadcast live by the Red Star ship, astonishing viewers as they witnessed the once formidable coalition fleet reduced to such a state by 2 warriors. The energy shock, reminiscent of a stellar explosion, captivated their attention. At that instant, they were utterly awed by the power displayed by the Red Star fleet. A mere contingent of a few thousand had overpowered a fleet of 100,000, with both sides possessing equivalent high-tier combat capabilities. Wait, the captain of the Red Star fleet appeared to be an armed warrior, capable of single-handedly taking on 2 opponents, ruthlessly overpowering the enemy's celestial warriors. Observers identified the armed forms of War Axe 41 and War Axe 87, recognizing them as part of the Amur Alliance's armed forces, comprising celestial warriors. This indicated that the captain of the Red Star fleet was at least a celestial warrior. However, how could such a small fleet possess 3 celestial armed warriors? Wang Teng paid no heed to the conjectures in the live stream. His sole aim was to showcase the might of the Red Star fleet to the conglomerates and the high-ranking officials of various factions. If he was not mistaken, his background had likely been thoroughly investigated by now, a scenario he had anticipated. Even if his true identity was uncovered, he had already demonstrated his prowess. The 2 celestial warriors under his command were like playthings, and any discerning individual would recognize that he was not to be trifled with. Those harboring ulterior motives must carefully consider whether they could withstand the pursuit of a warrior of his caliber. Under the relentless assault of Chishua and Ceylon, the anti-Red Star coalition faced inevitable defeat. Half of their fleet lay in ruins, the wreckage destined to become valuable resource points. Indeed, war is a savage catalyst for rapid development. Yet, only the victors possess the right to plunder. Within 5 minutes, over 100,000 vessels of the anti-Red Star coalition dwindled to less than 30%, with countless warriors perishing. There was no need for sorrow. Most of these warriors were the mainstay of various factions within the Skyline, each bearing their own sins. Their deaths would herald a new dawn for the Skyline. A new order does not require such unstable elements. Nevertheless, he had no intention of annihilating them entirely. After all, some must remain to mine and cultivate potatoes. The flagship MIA endured the assault from Chishua, yet sustained significant damage, rendering it incapable of long-distance navigation. After considerable contemplation, Maisaha ultimately chose to surrender upon witnessing the formidable strength of the Red Star fleet. General, the android manager immediately rose to intervene. With a resounding bang, a gunshot echoed, and the android manager collapsed onto the floor, synthetic blood oozing from its body. I always knew your kind had black blood. Maisaha spat contemptuously at the fallen figure, his hawk-like gaze surveying the crew aboard the ship. I intend to surrender. Who among you is in favor, and who is opposed? Faced with the barrel of Maisaha's gun, no one dared to voice dissent. I knew you would all recognize the gravity of the situation, Maisaha remarked with satisfaction, before issuing his command. Establish contact with the opposing captain. As the battle neared its conclusion, Wang Teng planned to have Chishua and Ceylon eliminate the remaining hostile forces. Suddenly, the Red Star intelligence system announced, "Captain, there is an external communication request." Wang Teng paused momentarily, pondering if it was an offer of surrender. "Put it through," he instructed. A projection materialized before him, revealing Maisaha's image. "Esteemed Captain of the Red Star Fleet, I am Maisaha, Commander of the 3rd Fleet of the United Alliance. I seek to receive the standard treatment under the Interstellar Prisoner of War Protocol." The viewers in the live stream were momentarily stunned into silence, followed by a torrent of frenzied chatter. The Commander of the 3rd Fleet of the United Alliance? Assisting the Skyline Fleet in battle? Most astonishingly, he wishes to surrender. Wang Teng was equally taken aback. He had not anticipated that the commander of the anti-Red Star coalition would be a general from the United Alliance. However, reflecting on the nature of the United Alliance, it was not entirely surprising. "But why should I acquiesce to your request?" he inquired. Maisaha calmly elucidated. "Your true adversary is not me. I am merely a pawn placed to absorb the fire." "What do you mean?" Wang Teng furrowed his brow, seeking clarity. Yet, before Maisaha could elaborate, the Red Star intelligence system sounded an alarm. "Captain, we are detecting transition responses from all jump points surrounding Sarah Star. The numbers are vast, and the scope extensive." Chapter 77, The Army Approaches. At the moment the alarm blared, a new tempest emerged. All transition nodes around Sarah Star exhibited signs of activity. An immense fleet surged forth, with vessels of varying sizes emerging from the transition space in droves. Their numbers beyond calculation. "Captain, the enemy numbers stand at 500,000. 500,000. Despite Cao Cao's claim of a vast army during the Battle of Chibi, which was somewhat exaggerated, the Red Star intelligence system did not engage in hyperbole. The 500,000 it referenced was indeed 500,000 ships. Upon the emergence of the new fleet, Ceylon and Chishua promptly returned to the Red Star vessel. In that moment, they felt as though they were ensnared within a celestial fortress, surrounded by an overwhelming host. "They are coming," Maisaha stated in a somber tone. "Who are they?" Wang Teng inquired. "The upper echelons of the United Alliance, the Star Alliance, executives from various conglomerates, planetary lords, and other interest groups. Indeed, the Skyline represents their shared interests. And with your unwelcome intrusion, it is only natural for them to seek your expulsion or entombment." Maisaha wore a despondent expression. To the world, he was the exalted commander of the fleet, yet before these vested interests, he was merely a disposable pawn. "I am but a piece they have cast aside. Should you emerge victorious this time, you may carve out a place for yourself here. However, they will attempt to entice you into their fold, should you refuse." "What then?" Wang Teng spoke with a nonchalant demeanor. Maisaha understood Wang Teng's assertiveness. It is uncertain. Yet Wang Teng and the Red Star fleet possess a certain level of strength, but that is merely the fundamental bargaining chip for entering this circle. There are no eternal enemies in this world, only perpetual interests, much like how he might accept assistance from the MIA group. They may refrain from targeting you directly, yet they will find ways to impose sanctions elsewhere. Your fleet requires supplies, reinforcements, and warships. You will inevitably find connections to them in various aspects. and therein lies the avenue for their sanctions against you. To evade control, you must possess your own territory, capable of self-sustainability. How can you be certain that the Red Star Fleet lacks such resources? Wang Teng grinned. Mazia likely remains unaware that the Red Star Fleet has taken command of half of the insurgent forces, fulfilling the very conditions he spoke of. Amidst their conversation, warships emerged from the jump space, launching a concentrated assault on the Red Star Fleet from all directions. Elena swiftly returned to defend, leading the Iron Fist. And under the cover of Su Hu's armed forces, she rejoined the ranks of the Red Star Fleet. In the face of the bombardment, Zealand was the first to abandon ship. The silvery energy of their armaments continuously discharged, unleashing a barrage of concentrated light blades that severed the incoming fire, creating a spatial explosion that triggered a chain reaction, forming a spatial barrier to shield against the attacks. Chishua's approach was more aggressive. She transformed into a mobile star, charging directly into the onslaught. Concentrating all her energy in the residual explosions, she unleashed a stellar detonation, preemptively igniting the enemy's artillery, and harnessed portions of that energy to coalesce into luminous arrows aimed at the enemy forces. Despite the dense barrage from the adversary, even with the two of them intervening, numerous projectiles still rained down upon the Red Star Fleet. However, as these shells struck, the protection from the Imperial armaments deflected the attacks. In comparison to the two, Wang Teng represented the true strength of the Red Star Fleet. As the enemy's relentless assault faltered, they deployed waves of armed troops. From a fleet of 500,000, they unleashed 50,000 armed soldiers, commanded by 10 celestial-level leaders, supported by 500 terrestrial-level troops, with 10,000 profound-level warriors and nearly 40,000 yellow-level soldiers. The moment this formidable force appeared, both Chishua and Zealand felt an immense pressure. Return for now, Wang Teng promptly summoned the two back. With Elena's troops integrated, the Red Star Fleet's numbers swelled to 10,000. Yet, in the face of the enemy's colossal fleet of 500,000, they still appeared insignificant. Captain, allow me to buy you some time. You must leave first, Elena shouted over the communications channel. Then, the Iron Fist surged forward. As she shattered the anti-Red Star coalition, exhilaration coursed through her veins. She had anticipated liberating the Skyline, fulfilling the aspirations of her forebears. However, she soon realized that the anti-Red Star coalition was merely a pawn in a grander scheme. Yet, she firmly believed that as long as Wang Teng was present, the liberation of the Skyline was merely a matter of time. Thus, it was imperative that nothing should happen to him. Just as the Iron Fist was about to breach the Red Star Fleet, a malfunction occurred within its onboard intelligence system. Instead of advancing, the Iron Fist retreated. What was happening? Wang Teng's voice resonated through the ship. What do you intend to do? Elena exclaimed anxiously. The Skyline can do without me. But it cannot do without its captain. Allow me to buy time for the fleet. Captain, you must lead everyone to safety. Wang Teng chuckled incredulously, helplessly replying. We have not lost yet. Why do you presume we need to flee? But the opponent comprises. I am aware. They possess the forces of the American alliance and fleets from various resource conglomerates. But what of it? Wang Teng lifted his gaze to the vast expanse of an even larger fleet than the anti-Red Star coalition, his resolve unwavering. From the moment we stepped into this fray, there has been no room for defeat. We can only triumph, and we shall. The entire Red Star fleet listened intently to Wang Teng's words, their focus intensifying. Indeed, they could only win. Elena was momentarily taken aback, her mouth agape, struggling to articulate a response. Until I fall, the light of the Red Star shall not extinguish. With that, Wang Teng swiftly departed, confronting the massive coalition alone. As he emerged from the Red Star fleet, the 50,000 armed soldiers surged forward. Heavenly-grade warriors led the charge, earthly-grade soldiers formed the rear, while mysterious and yellow-grade forces encircled him, tightening their grip. Does sheer quantity matter? As long as my power is formidable enough, even 100,000, 1,000,000, 10 million, are but mere trifles. Emperor, yes, grant me an upgrade. This upgrade requires the expenditure of 1 billion resource points. How many do I possess? 3,456,000,000 points. Upgrade. Armed level increased by 3. Wang Teng was unaware of the armed levels beyond heavenly grade, but at that moment, he sensed the distinction between levels above and the heavenly grade. It entailed a more refined manipulation of energy, a deeper comprehension of matter, and a more thorough utilization of materials. In essence, it was encapsulated in 2 words, domain. Although the external form remained largely unchanged, the internal structure had significantly transformed at the microscopic level. The armed mech shimmered with vibrant hues, radiantly luminous, akin to a celestial deity. Chapter 78. Unmanned armed mechs. At the very moment Wang Teng was upgrading, The 10 heavenly grade soldiers surrounding him buzzed with energy. Their eyes glowed with intense blue light as they raised their arms, their armed materials modularizing into launchers the size of small carts. The earthly grade armaments behind them similarly unfolded, each revealing their own launchers. Subsequently, the energy aura enveloping the armed mech swirled, continuously flowing into the launchers, which ignited with surging electric arcs. The blue light gradually transformed into a magnificent violet aurora. As the brilliant purple aurora enveloped the surroundings, a multitude of high-energy particle beams surged towards Wang Teng. At that moment, he had completed his armament upgrade. His armored mech shimmered with a kaleidoscope of colors, and as over 500 high-energy particle beams converged upon him, an invisible barrier unfurled around him. The beams struck the barrier, generating a dazzling display of high-energy particle dispersal, illuminating the shield. It was as if Wang Teng were encased within a compressed sphere of energy. The sensation of these high-energy particle beams was comparable to that of an enhanced annihilation cannon beam. Even a direct hit from such a force would inflict injury. In that instant, Wang Teng felt as though he were confronting hundreds of diminutive Godzillas. The purple aurora's high-energy particle beams reminiscent of Godzilla's atomic breath, beautiful, striking, yet lethal. Once, a certain island nation's capital had been razed by this very purple aurora. It seemed that this energy weapon, capable of threatening cosmic-grade armaments, gave them a sense of confidence. No wonder, despite his live broadcast revealing the situation, they still dared to approach. If this weapon posed a threat to cosmic-level beings, what lay beyond that? Wang Teng raised his hand. The high-energy particle beams struck the barrier, their dispersing particles swirling around him without completely dissipating. The gathering clouds of particles increased, resembling ethereal wisps of smoke, coalescing around him. With 10 cosmic-level warriors, 500 earthly-level fighters, and an army of 50,000 mid to low-level combatants, any cosmic-level warrior would surely find themselves overwhelmed. Yet, as he pondered, what if there were forces greater than cosmic level? At that moment, the 50,000 mid to low-level warriors launched their assault. Such a concentration of attacks upon a single individual could obliterate a small asteroid multiple times over. Yet, not a single assault touched Wang Teng. The energy accumulating around him grew more potent, causing the very fabric of space to warp. Striking auroras materialized in his vicinity. Breathtakingly magnificent, Wang Teng found the relentless barrage peculiar. The materials and energy harnessed by his armored mech would inevitably deplete. At that juncture, they would face cosmic retribution. Yet, they appeared utterly unconcerned. Had they been promised a substantial reward to fight so desperately? Extending his hand forward, he manipulated the space before him, grasping one of the particle beams and yanking it towards him. A cosmic-level adversary was drawn into his grasp. With raw strength, he severed the launcher from the body, materializing it to absorb it into his mech for analysis. Soon, he had acquired a rudimentary template of the weapon, the Annihilator, a cluster particle beam launcher. Version 20 of the Annihilation Cannon. No wonder he experienced an illusion of the Annihilation Cannon. It was indeed an upgraded version. This weapon bore the emblem of 3 leaves, unmistakably linked to its manufacturer, the Daylight Empire's 3-leaf heavy industries. At that moment, the celestial-grade battle soldier in my grasp, with its eyes radiating blue light, abruptly shifted to a vivid red, pulsating incessantly. Was it about to self-destruct before me? Wang Teng extended his hand and effortlessly extracted its core, revealing a completely mechanized armed core adorned with numerous intricate circuits. Upon inspecting the now hollowed-out machine, a gaping void exposed the internal circuitry, with armed materials spilling forth and electric sparks dancing wildly. Astonishingly, there was no human presence. It was entirely a mechanized entity. Gazing at the armed core, I noticed it bore the emblem of Sanua Heavy Industries, unmistakably indicating this battle soldier's origin. No, Wang Teng's gaze darted toward the other soldiers, particularly the remaining 9 celestial-grade units. If my assumptions held true, they, too, must be entirely mechanized beings. But what of the others, the 500 terrestrial-grade and the 50,000 mid to low-grade armed soldiers? Just then, the 9 celestial-grade and 500 terrestrial-grade units initiated a relentless barrage of high-energy particle beams, advancing toward Wang Teng's direction. Meanwhile, the 50,000 soldiers began their retreat. They are leaving? Wang Teng narrowed his eyes, exerting force in his grip to crush the armed entity, converting it into resource points. Acquired resource points. 50 million. Is it truly worth 50 million? Not too shabby. At 50 million apiece, 10 would amount to 500 million. Boom. An explosion akin to that of a star erupted. The collective suicide charge of the 9 celestial-grade and 500 terrestrial-grade units culminated in a massive detonation. Such an assault was nearly impossible to evade. Aboard the Red Star ship, Everyone was taken aback by the spectacle. Zealand, witnessing the chaos, immediately activated her thrusters, intent on offering aid. But Chishua halted her. Shuejia, remain calm. Our mission is to protect the Red Star ship. But the captain, trust him. He is a man capable of creating miracles. Zealand bit her lip, her gaze fixed on those engulfed by the explosion, torn between indecision. Ultimately, she adhered to Wang Teng's orders, remaining at the Red Star ship. Chishua, too, longed to assist, yet she knew that if they left, the Red Star fleet would become mere lambs awaiting slaughter. Elena's expression was one of disbelief, grappling with the thought that perhaps her forebears' aspirations could never be fulfilled. Aboard the MIA flagship of the anti-Red Star coalition, Maze's countenance fluctuated between despair and resolve. Should the Red Star falter, he would undoubtedly face dire consequences. For he was the most suitable scapegoat in this conflict. There was no doubt regarding the ruthlessness of those individuals. A mere 3-star general could be discarded without a second thought. Within the coalition fleet, the senior leaders congregated around a flagship adorned with the Sanhua emblem. Facing He Bien Tunzi, the product manager from Sanhua Heavy Industries. Esteemed leaders, how do you perceive Sanhua Heavy Industries' latest unmanned armed units? He Bien Tunzi wore a contented expression, bowing and nodding towards the high-ranking officials. Even celestial-grade beings would find themselves at a disadvantage against a sufficiently large number of unmanned armed units. This was evident to all. The leaders nodded in agreement. This was not only a strike against the Red Star fleet, but also a product launch for Sanhua Heavy Industries. The unmanned armed unit, essentially an intelligently controlled drone, represents the latest innovation from Sanhua Heavy Industries. They meticulously analyzed all battles between the anti-Red Star coalition and the Red Star fleet, gathering extensive data that was subsequently integrated into these unmanned armed units. Upon the emergence of a designated target, these units initiate an assault with remarkable speed. The recent skirmish showcased their formidable power. With sufficient numbers, they can impose significant pressure on adversaries, even to the point of overwhelming them. Crucially, the cost of these unmanned armed units is significantly lower than that of conventional armed soldiers. Moreover, as these units operate under intelligent control, they substantially reduce the costs associated with interstellar travel. In summary, this is indeed a commendable product. Observing the positive reactions of the audience, He Bien Tunzi recognized the success of the launch event. No unforeseen circumstances could alter this fact. Suddenly, a report came through. Manager, we are receiving a high-energy impact warning. Before the message could be completed, a shockwave akin to a stellar storm in brilliant purple surged forth, causing momentary malfunctions in the ship's equipment, leaving everyone momentarily blinded by the light. Chapter 79, Proclamation of Sovereignty. The self-destruct mechanisms of over 500 unmanned armed units unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. The explosion coalesced into a sphere, resembling a miniature star, with flames surging within like the tumultuous flares of a sun. Even to the naked eye, the sheer intensity of the volatile energy amassed within the explosion was terrifying. This sequence of events was part of He Bien Tunzi's demonstration of Sanhua Heavy Industries products, culminating in the self-detonation, a simple yet efficient tactic steeped in the Empire's ancestral military tradition, which had once secured their prosperity. High-ranking officials from various factions expressed their satisfaction. Such obedient weaponry, at such a modest cost, was invaluable. The expense of producing an armed soldier of equivalent caliber could finance 10 unmanned armed units of the same class. Furthermore, the risk of defection was significantly mitigated, allowing for self-destruction to obliterate evidence when necessary. The upper echelons of the American alliance were particularly pleased, as they frequently engaged in humanitarian efforts. However, as they deliberated on the offerings of Sanhua Heavy Industries, the lingering aftermath of the explosion began to spread. Akin to a stellar storm, expanding outward, the high-energy shockwave engulfed the retreating 50,000 soldiers, followed by the coalition fleet. The assault of the stellar storm affected all ships in its path, with the ferocious energy wave obliterating smaller vessels, leaving only the larger ships or dreadnoughts capable of withstanding the onslaught. In the midst of this energy tempest, the battlefield transformed into a harvest of resources awaiting reclamation. After a relentless half-hour of impact, a figure shimmering with iridescent hues emerged from the center of the explosion. Adorned in resplendent golden dragon scales, this figure, known as the Emperor, single-handedly vanquished 500,000 coalition forces and annihilated 50,000 armed soldiers. To the world, this individual appeared as a harbinger of death. In this vast expanse of the cosmos, even with the lives of 300,000 in his grasp, he remains merely their captain in the eyes of the Red Star fleet. The coalition's formidable armada, having just been battered by a tempest, has been utterly scattered, exposing the main fleet of the rearguard. at the cost of the destruction of hundreds of thousands of vessels. The shields of the main fleet have withstood the onslaught of the energy storm. Wang Teng gazed upon the exposed coalition flagship fleet, swiftly transforming into a streak of light as he approached. The riverbank porpoise and others, still shaken, stared in astonishment as Wang Teng drew nearer. A mix of shock and disbelief etched on their faces. The riverbank porpoise, with a look of confusion, reflected on the fact that the products of Sandy Heavy Industries had undergone numerous trials and were only released for sale after passing strict inspections. Such a formation of unmanned combat machines could not possibly withstand the full brunt of an assault at the celestial level. They had even involved the Empire's ghost in the testing. Even it had been severely wounded and on the brink of death. Why, then, was this individual before them unscathed? Fortunately, the press conference had concluded successfully. The senior officials of other factions scrutinized Wang Teng with keen interest. The products of Sandy Heavy Industries had captured their attention. Just as the riverbank porpoise had surmised, despite any unforeseen circumstances, the unmanned combat machines had proven to be a success. The cost factor alone was compelling enough to sway them. They believed that Sandy Heavy Industries would not present false data to deceive them. That formation of unmanned combat machines could contend with any celestial-level armament. The very fact that this man had survived such an attack without a scratch clearly indicated he harbored a secret of his own. They had entertained the thought that he might be a being of legendary caliber, transcending the celestial realm. Yet such levels existed only in myth. Thus, there could be but one conclusion. The armor he donned possessed extraordinarily unique capabilities that shielded him from harm. If they could obtain the blueprints for his armored mech, a consensus was quickly reached among this coalition of interests. They could acknowledge the Red Star fleet's foothold in the skyline, but only on the condition that Wang Teng's mech blueprints be shared. Unbeknownst to Wang Teng, who was contemplating instructing the Red Star intelligence to infiltrate their flagship, they preemptively issued a communication request. "Captain, there is an external communication request. Put it through." Moments later, he found himself drawn into a group chat. "Are you gentlemen here to discuss the terms of prisoner treatment?" Wang Teng inquired, standing outside the flagship fleet, looking down upon the vessels below with an air of unyielding authority. His words left the senior officials of various factions momentarily speechless. When had they become prisoners? As if sensing their confusion, Wang Teng continued, "At this moment, your flagship lies within my striking range. You are my captives." This declaration elicited laughter from the high-ranking officials. "Young man, I understand your impatience, but do not be hasty. Indeed, you have captured our ships, but not us. The beings aboard are merely our remotely controlled automatons. You do not think we would place ourselves in peril, do you?" Wang Teng had contemplated such a hypothesis. As beneficiaries of a shared interest, they would naturally refrain from placing themselves in peril. Even if they were to make an appearance, it would only be through puppets or spokespersons. "You cannot deny that I have obliterated your entire fleet. In the course of such negotiations, one must never exhibit weakness, particularly when striving to secure substantial benefits." Although Wang Teng possessed no prior experience in negotiation, during his time collecting rent on the Dun Star, he frequently encountered tenants attempting to haggle. Yet, he would simply state, "Rent if you wish, or do not." As a single man with no vices, his expenses were modest at best, occasionally indulging in a foot massage from Asian. And with two well-located buildings catering to the working class, he had no concerns about rental income. Just as it stands now, he had the skyline firmly in his grasp. Even the cosmic dark deity would be of no consequence. Engaging in power plays? Discussing backgrounds? When my fist can shatter all malevolent entities, I become the greatest force. I am the most formidable presence. A prolonged silence enveloped the crowd before one finally spoke. "We acknowledge your considerable strength, but if you can annihilate 500,000 ships, what of 1 million? 10 million? Young man, do not act so rashly. We can concede your claim over the skyline, but only under certain conditions. Indeed, the reality is that I have obliterated your fleet. The terms are now set by me, not you, understand? I offer you a choice. Withdraw all your forces from the skyline. Henceforth, the skyline will be under the dominion of my Red Star fleet." Wang Teng abruptly interrupted their incantation. Their intentions were merely threats and inducements, yet he chose to overturn the table. As Brother Crow remarked, "If it's troublesome, then let it be. Young man, you must consider carefully. The celestial level is not invincible. Who claimed I am celestial?" Wang Teng scoffed with disdain. He then radiated with luminous particles, akin to Captain Marvel's binary form, shimmering like a deity. The ever-increasing energy readings obliterated their mothership sensors. The riverbank porpoise widened its eyes, staring at the beeping detector, gulping nervously. "Is it above celestial level? Now, answer me. Who is in favor and who is against?" Chapter 80. Red Star. As various factions processed the information Wang Teng had conveyed, his words echoed through the live broadcast, reaching every corner of the Star Alliance. The audience in the streaming room was astonished by Wang Teng's audacity. Even in the face of such a coalition of formidable forces, he exhibited no inclination to yield. The captain of the Red Star was indeed extraordinary. The majority of those in the streaming room were ordinary citizens of the Star Alliance. Though they led passable lives, they harbored a deep-seated resentment towards the tyrants who roamed unchecked. They too had endured oppression from these interest groups and continued to suffer under their exploitation. Life was riddled with various fees, apartment rental costs, elevator charges, parking fees, internet expenses. To live well, it was quite simple: pay the fees. Although existence on the DUN Star was peaceful, this peace came at a clearly marked price. Most individuals carried a heavy burden of resentment, and the Second World, which spanned the entire Star Alliance, served as their outlet for venting frustrations. In the realm of the digital world, the information they encounter is meticulously curated. For instance, they are aware of the fleets of the Allied forces and the Tomahawk armed forces. However, they remain oblivious to the true nature of the fleet's operations and the adversaries they confront. They may learn which faction has seized a particular planet, yet the intricacies of that process escape their understanding. Their online insights portray the Skyline as a chaotic realm devoid of governance, hailed as the ultimate destination for adventure and exploration. Yet, they remain unaware that in that domain, two words define existence: cannibalism. The live broadcasts from the Red Star channel have unveiled a new world to them, showcasing the brutal reality of warfare between fleets, where the victor claims everything while the vanquished perish in the cosmos, reduced to mere dust. They have witnessed the ferocity of the Skyline and the unwavering resilience of the Red Star. They have observed the intimidating presence of armed soldiers and the shamelessness of the coalition, who, despite their defeat, feign indifference. This duplicity is what incites the greatest disdain. Many have identified with their own hard-earned achievements, only to see them forcibly taken away, and after providing proof of their worth, they receive nothing but their superiors' hollow justification that it is all for the company. What a farce for the sake of the company. Ordinary individuals do not possess such nobility. Their primary concern is their own well-being and that of their families. The Red Star fleet, in this moment, embodies their struggle against those arrogant bastards who look down upon them. They empathize deeply, casting their adoring gazes upon Wang Teng, whose radiant figure resembles their imagined valiant selves. Thus, they urge him to bring these scoundrels down from their lofty perches. Fueled by their indignation, they yearn to strike these miscreants with an iron fist. Meanwhile, the higher-ups of various factions remain oblivious to the united sentiment within the live chat as they deliberate on how to maximize their interests in response to the choices presented by Wang Teng. Yet, the question lingers: is he truly above the heavenly level? They promptly instructed their advisors to conduct an analysis, requiring them to stabilize Wang Teng before arriving at any conclusions. Manager Hebian, do you believe the possibility is significant? In response to this inquiry, Hebian Juzi appeared tense. He was not a specialist, thus he could only comment based on the data at hand. His energy level indeed exceeded the designated heavenly parameters. Could it be a form of simulation? A spark of realization illuminated Hebian Juzi's mind as he prepared to respond, suddenly recalling the self-destructive assault of unmanned, armed mechs. It seemed that the adversary had concentrated the energy from the self-detonation and released it all at once, obliterating nearly 500,000 fleets in a single blow. Such a scenario could be achieved by certain top-tier heavenly armaments, yet they would still be unable to withstand the damage from self-detonation. However, Wang Teng surprisingly endured it without sustaining any harm. This seemingly indicates that he might indeed surpass the heavenly level. The likelihood is considerable, but Hebian Juzi remained acutely aware. Wang Teng's earlier words had clearly revealed his stance. The current dilemma is not whether he is of celestial caliber. Even if he is not, they are powerless to resist him at this moment. No, among those who have arrived, it appears that he alone has come in person. The riverbank porcine suddenly realized that their relationship with him was inconsequential. He must not allow the Empire to suffer. Drawing the luminous dagger from his waist, he declared, "For the Empire." Accompanied by the sound of severance, the riverbank porcine fell within the main ship's grand hall, and the others followed suit, initiating the self-destruction protocols of their warships. Just as Wang Teng and the leaders of various factions were at an impasse, a warship belonging to Sani Heavy Industries suddenly detonated. As their vessels were among the main ships, the explosion engulfed them entirely. Wang Teng acted swiftly, binding the explosion, for these ships now rightfully belonged to him. Observing the warships damaged by the blast, Wang Teng's expression darkened, his heart bleeding. Although the wreckage could be salvaged for resource points, the most crucial aspect of those main ships lay in the data they contained. Fortunately, He had managed to protect the other warships. Defiant to the end, were they? I now know your answer. From this day forth, the Red Star fleet shall immediately take command of the Skyline, and you must withdraw your forces at once. Otherwise, there shall be no mercy. Wang Teng formally issued his proclamation, which would be broadcasted throughout every corner of the Stellar Alliance. This was not a mere formality. It was a claim of righteous authority. After all, this region of the stars was devoid of sovereign governance. The previous balance of power among factions had never been formally declared. Thus, upon his announcement in the name of the Red Star Fleet, this territory became theirs in the eyes of justice. From this point on, any who dared to cause trouble would face the Red Star Fleet's right to defend their territory, slaying all who intrude. Subsequently, the Stellar Alliance's procedures would affirm the legitimacy of the Red Star Fleet's governance over the Skyline. The Red Star intelligence would assume control of all warships. Mace Atha sat languidly aboard the flagship, watching the victorious posture of Wang Teng on the screen. With such a powerful and assertive captain, the victory of the Red Star was inevitable. Arno, disseminate the message of triumph, so that all may know the Skyline has been liberated. In fact, at the very moment Wang Teng made his announcement, uprisings erupted across the planets of the Skyline. The insurgents previously dispatched, inspired by the miners and slaves of Sarah Star, initiated their liberation revolt. Amidst the chaos of war on Sarah Star, responses arose throughout the Skyline. Those oppressed for decades finally took up arms, resolute in their quest for freedom. Similarly, outside the pirate base planet, a fleet comprised of various ships emerged, with the central and front lines adorned with the resplendent Red Star emblem. Lucic, a former undercover insurgent and pirate hunter, now rekindled the legacy of his forebears to fight for the liberation of the Skyline. Comrades, the day of liberation is upon us. For the Skyline, for the Red Star, for our captain, let us fight. Chapter 81, Arrangements and the Battlefield on the Other Side, August 5th, 478. The two-day, one-night Battle of Sarah has come to a definitive conclusion. This campaign engaged an astonishing fleet of over 800,000 vessels, with the count measured by the number of participating ships. In essence, more than 800,000 warships clashed in the expanse surrounding Sarah. The number of participants exceeded 10 million. Encompassing all entities present on Sarah, the forces involved spanned the entirety of the Skyline, with external fleets intervening as well. The outcomes of the battle were as follows. The Red Star fleet suffered the loss of 2,000 warships, with casualties amounting to 80,000, of whom 99% were members of the original rebel army. Conversely, the enemy faced the annihilation of nearly 800,000 vessels, with fatalities reaching into the millions, and over 100,000 soldiers perished. The outer space of Sarah is now littered with corpses, drawn by the planet's gravity, forming a minor asteroid belt. Such is the nature of war, brutal and devaluing of human life. A portion of the fleet led by General Maisi surrendered, becoming the conduit for negotiations with the Allied forces. Regrettably, the ships of the Sandleaf Heavy Industries self-destructed. Overall, the victory was remarkable. Following this battle, Sarah has unequivocally aligned with the Red Star fleet. In the moment of triumph, tears of joy flowed from the eyes of all Sarah's inhabitants. Pusic, cradling his wife and child, wept like a child himself. Yet, no one mocked him. They all shared in the sentiment, for long-awaited freedom had finally returned to their grasp. The severely injured Black Widow appeared somewhat dazed, lost in thought. But upon witnessing the joy radiating from Pusic and others, she understood that at least her actions had been justified. As the clouds dispersed, Red Star warships broke through the atmosphere, descending upon the surface of Sarah, greeted by the jubilant cheers of the populace. The Red Star soldier sent to announce the takeover was momentarily taken aback by the fervor of the crowd. He pondered that perhaps this was the fruition of the captain's tireless efforts. Accompanying him were the former rebels, now the Elena Brigade, and the Red Star soldiers of the 4th Legion. At last, they could pay tribute to the fallen, affirming that this era of prosperity would indeed fulfill their desires. Ladies and gentlemen, the Red Star fleet will assume control of Sarah. There was no dissent, and the takeover proceeded seamlessly. The main forces landed on the surface of Sarah, utilizing the remnants of the Ravager base's facilities to regroup. In a moment of collective endorsement, Pusic set forth towards the Red Star camp, requesting an audience with the fleet's captain. To his surprise, it was not the captain who emerged, but rather the leader of the former rebel army, Elena Che Guevara. Elena regarded the crowd with a complex expression, her mind swirling with the directives left by Wang Teng. To take over Sarah, to soothe its people, to rebuild, and to foster unity. The former rebels had never engaged in such endeavors. To them, liberation meant driving out the enemy and restoring the planet. Yet Wang Teng had imparted to her the truth that true liberation begins at the core, encompassing a release of productive forces. In essence, it can be summarized in 4 words: people-oriented. Greetings, esteemed commander. I am Puzik, the representative of the inhabitants of Sarah Star, said Alina, gazing at the hunched figure before her, who spoke with a hint of humility. Are you a minor or an indigenous person here? Puzik, filled with trepidation, mustered the courage to raise his head for the sake of their future. The intensity of Alina's gaze momentarily startled her. Within those eyes, she perceived a flicker of faith. She recognized the transformation in Puzik, a once humble individual, now emboldened by belief, daring to engage in conversation with her. I am a miner of Sarah Star, he replied. Greetings. I am Alina Che Guevara, commander of the 4th Legion of the Red Star Fleet. Commander, I have come to inquire about the fleet's intentions towards us, Puzik stammered, his heartbeat racing. Despite Mr. Mashik's assurances of schools, hospitals, and towering edifices, the death of Mashik left them uncertain whether the Red Star Fleet would truly fulfill such promises. Alina observed Puzik's apprehension and sighed. Rest assured, we mean you no harm. The captain has instructed us to temporarily establish ourselves here and assist you in building your homeland. Are you implying that Sarah Star will become a subordinate planet under the Red Star Fleet, with you selecting planetary administrators to liaise with us? In simpler terms, you will no longer be mere miners or slaves. You will have identities as citizens of Sarah Star under the Red Star's banner. While Alina engaged in reassuring the people of Sarah Star and planning future developments, Wang Teng was clearing the battlefield beyond Sarah Star. The remnants of hundreds of thousands of ships, under his reclamation, had elevated the resource point value to a staggering 10 billion. Thus, he achieved a system accomplishment, albeit a modest one. Given Wang Teng's displayed prowess, his ability to recover such debris elicited no surprise from Chishua and the others. They considered it a matter of course. They had not anticipated that the captain would be beyond the legendary celestial tier, though initially worried about potential joint opposition. The presence of a captain of such caliber within the Red Star Fleet rendered them fearless. Captain, how should we handle the surrendering forces? Arnold inquired upon Wang Teng's return to the Red Star Fleet. Wang Teng pondered for a moment before responding. First, disarm their mechs, then send them to Sarah Star. Alina will require additional labor for her construction efforts. Understood. However, those 2 celestial tier individuals, even without their weaponry, their physicality surpasses that of ordinary people. They will prove valuable in labor. When we return, we shall retrieve them. For now, let them contribute to the prosperity of the skyline. Chishua and Zaylon approached, eager for direction. What shall we do next? Chishua asked, now feeling a sense of security. Is Valkyrie stationed at the pirate planet? Yes. I have assigned her to oversee the manufacturing of warships there, in addition to the original 100 Riders fleet. The one dispatched by the Great Tang? Wang Teng recalled, having heard Chishua mention it before, and he had seemingly entrusted her to manage the situation. So, you have accepted them? Chishua shook her head, revealing a peculiar expression. The fleet was not dispatched by the Tang dynasty. They were escorting an individual who sought to join the Red Star Fleet. But I did not acquiesce to this. This decision rests with you. Is this person of significant status? Wang Teng inquired, his brow furrowing in suspicion. Indeed. He is a scion of the Tang group. Ah, that explains why Chishua declined. I recall that he did not pay much heed at the time. However, it would be worthwhile to meet him now. Perhaps he could be of some use. Let him come. I shall assess the situation further. Very well. At that moment, Arno suddenly reported, Captain, urgent news. We have received word that the Plunderer planet is under attack. What? Has someone gotten there before us? Who are they? They are our people. Chapter 82. The Battle of Plunderer Planet. 1. Commence operations. Target Plunderer Planet. The Red Star Fleet led the armada, activating the jump gate and hastening towards the triangular star at utmost speed. Upon learning that Lusik was attacking the triangular star under the banner of the Red Star, Wang Teng was taken aback. This was indeed part of his strategy. He simply lacked the surplus forces to engage on multiple fronts simultaneously. Otherwise, at the onset of the battle for Sarah Star, the Plunderers, as one of the top 3 powers in the skyline, would have been drawn into the conflict as well. He had not anticipated that Lusik would take such initiative. Has Lusik made contact? No, but after initiating the attack, he sent a distress signal to the mothership. Does he have support there? Wang Teng pondered, stroking his chin. When he dispatched Lusik to rally the insurgents from various regions and integrate them into the Red Star camp, he had not assigned him any troops. The only contingent led by Feng Luan was stationed at Sanos planet. This implies that Lusik is venturing alone. A lone Mystic-class armed soldier assaulting the Plunderer stronghold. Was he courting death? According to the intelligence received, he has gathered the old guard of the insurgents and established contact with those stationed at Planet 117, Sanos planet, and the Pirate planet. forming a mixed battalion that has now advanced towards the plunderer planet. Shangwan Hongha, Vaki, and Feng Wan. Yes, Captain. The mothership has also received letters of apology from all three of them. Is this not absurd? Wang Teng remarked with a hint of exasperation. The fleets stationed at those planets are already scant in number, and now they are further depleted. Captain, please remain calm. They did not dispatch troops, but rather provided some assistance. Planet 117 has supplied resources, the pirate planet has contributed warships, and the Baki fleet has also joined the fray, comprising former members of the insurgents from Sanos planet. What is this Baki fleet? Oh, they seem to imply that since they wish to join the Red Star, they naturally require a token of allegiance. It is easy to criticize their recklessness, yet opportunities for battle are fleeting. To commend their astuteness would be to disregard the established protocols of the fleet. Regardless, the battle has already commenced. He cannot afford to chastise them now. That can only be addressed post-conflict. As Lusic gathered the fleet, he was aware that he would face consequences after the battle. However, he was unwilling to squander such a remarkable opportunity. Before becoming an undercover operative for the rebels among the pirates, he had served in the fleet of the United States and attended a military academy. He was not entirely ignorant of warfare. After Wang Teng set his plans into motion, he discerned Wang Teng's intentions. Thus, after persuading the inhabitants of the planet Thanos, he did not return, but instead, leveraging his connections as a leader of the agricultural community, reached out to the former comrades of the rebels' ancestors. Subsequently, he convinced the stationed fleet, Feng Wan, to collaborate with Shangwan Hongha from Planet 117 and Vaki from the pirate planet. To his surprise, when contacting Vaki, he learned of the existence of the 100 Riders fleet. Ever since Baiying witnessed the celestial prowess of Chishua, she had been fervently desiring to merge with the Red Star, seeking a breakthrough to celestial status. Lusic's plea for assistance illuminated this as an opportunity. Hence, after entrusting Li Longji to Vaki, she set forth with half of the 100 Riders fleet to rendezvous with Lusic at the Raider planet. Initially, Lusic had little confidence, but with Baiying's arrival, their chances of victory soared by 20%. As both parties converged and entered the realm of the Raider planet, they engaged in fierce combat with the Raiders. The warships of both factions exchanged heavy fire amidst the cosmos. Thanks to the resources provided by Planet 117, the firepower of Lusic's side was enhanced by 30%. Despite suffering some losses, they forcefully breached the defenses of the Raider planet. This was also facilitated by the fact that the majority of the defending fleet had been diverted by the battle at Sarah Star. Otherwise, they could not have reached the Raider planet so swiftly. Miss Baiying, do you have confidence? Lusic gazed at the Raider planet, which was now within reach. His emotions in turmoil. His adoptive father, Elena's father, had attempted to assault this place multiple times, only to return in defeat. Today, he had succeeded. Everyone was exhilarated. This was the Raider planet, a stronghold that had long been contested in the battle for the Skyline. Today, they were poised to fulfill their long-held aspirations and liberate the Skyline. Baiying also set her gaze upon the Raider planet, her resolve unwavering. Had she remained in the Great Tang, ascending to celestial status would have been exceedingly challenging, requiring the navigation of numerous connections and enduring a lengthy period of service. Most critically, Li Longji could not afford to wait that long. To protect him, she needed to elevate herself to celestial status expeditiously. The Red Star fleet was on the rise, and this was the fastest place to realize her ambitions. Captain Wang Teng possessed the means to elevate her directly from terrestrial to celestial status. Therefore, this battle was imperative. She must secure victory. As long as there are no celestial beings on the opposing side, we stand a good chance together. Baiying's intent was clear to Lusic. Their collaboration implied that Baiying would intercept high-ranking combatants while he utilized the annihilation cannons aboard his warship to eliminate them. Terrestrial warriors, lacking celestial status, would find it impossible to withstand the annihilation cannons. Moreover, if one shot proved insufficient, he had the confidence to fire multiple rounds. Bolstered by the rare resources from Planet 117. Rest assured, the mightiest among the raiders, Tooba Yen, is merely a terrestrial warrior, not much different from you. As for the others, leave them to me, Lusic affirmed. Then let the battle commence. Boom, boom, boom. The surface base of the Marauder planet trembled incessantly under the relentless bombardment. Tooba Yen's expression was dark, indifferent to the falling debris striking his forehead. Chief, the near-orbit forces have been obliterated. Chief, the enemy approaches near orbit, about to breach the atmosphere. Chief, what shall we do? The panic among his subordinates was palpable. Under normal circumstances, they would not exhibit such trepidation. Yet, the successive wars had left the Marauder fleet in disarray, with many dispatched Marauders declaring autonomy, severing ties with the Marauders. Presently, the only fleet at their disposal was the core fleet of the Marauder planet. However, under the formidable onslaught of Luxic and Bai Ying. They were retreating steadily. How could they not be alarmed? This was a critical juncture for the very survival of the Marauders. Tuoba Yin understood this predicament well. Yet what could he do? The defeat at the Battle of Sarala had been catastrophic. Even the fleets of the major financiers had succumbed. His initial assumptions had been misguided. The Red Star fleet was not merely a dragon, but a veritable interstellar dragon king. Chief, shall we surrender? I have heard they treat captives leniently. Without raising his head, Tuoba Yin drew his gun and executed the speaker, silencing the rest in fear. We have not yet lost. Tuoba Yin gazed at the intelligent screen before him, where a sudden message appeared, signed by the Dawu group. Gather all fleets and armed marauders at headquarters, and at all costs, hold the enemy at bay. Reinforcements are on their way. Chapter 83. The Marauder Campaign. 2. One by one, ships adorned with street graffiti emerged from the gray clouds, accompanied by a cacophony of explosive bombardment. The light cannons of the ships pierced through the clouds, resembling steel needles thrusting upward from the ground, resplendent, yet deadly. The Marauders' counterattack was anticipated. The shields of the Red Star warships rose, absorbing the damage with steadfast resolve. Before the shields reached their critical threshold, the rear ships advanced, forming a stable front. Among the Marauder fleet, atop a massive steel battleship, Tuoba Yin prepared for action, commanding with authority. At his behest, the hatches of the various ships opened, and armed marauders surged forth. Despite their chaotic charge, the formation of 2,000 armed soldiers remained imposing. Clear the way with cannon fire, Tuoba Yin shouted. The colossal ship beneath him unleashed a concentrated energy beam, aiming straight for Luxic's flagship. The surging energy beam pierced through the surface of the Marauder planet, creating a powerful shockwave that shattered the gray clouds below. It was akin to tossing firecrackers into a cesspit. With a resounding boom, filth erupted into the air, leaving a gaping hole in the pit. The Marauder soldiers followed closely. Yet as they broke through the surface, they too faced a barrage from the cannons of the Red Star ships. It rained down like a torrential downpour, large and small beads striking a jade plate. The Marauder soldiers unfurled shields composed of small steel fragments, electricity crackling across their surfaces. They advanced with their shields, pressing onward through the hail of cannon fire. The cannon blasts collided with the shields, sending ripples cascading outward, igniting the very air and forming an orange-red veil. Like a series of target circles, some plunderers, unable to withstand the barrage, fell to the ground like geese with broken wings, struck down by the naval artillery. Luxic was not faring much better. Facing the concentrated fire from the colossal battleships wielded by Tuoba Yin, a significant portion of his shield was obliterated. Had he not evaded in time, his flagship would have been annihilated. Unfortunately, the original rebel fleet was not as fortunate. Under such relentless fire, their ships, along with their shields, were destroyed. Luxic listened to the damage reports, his face drawn in silence. He understood that he could not display sorrow at such a moment. For each person who had come here had already placed life and death aside. Each individual had arrived with a resolute acceptance of mortality, driven by the desire to fulfill their forebears' long-held aspirations. Thus, even upon learning of the sacrifice of a longtime comrade, they pressed onward, for they could not allow his sacrifice to be in vain. Chief, the enemy has suppressed our firepower. Tuoba Yin's gaze was unwavering. At the moment he received hope. He could not afford to hesitate. They must hold them off as long as possible or destroy them. Continue the bombardment. Tuoba Yin commanded in a low voice. His subordinates were momentarily taken aback. However, Tuoba Yin raised his weapon, and before the barrel, everyone fell silent once more, gazing at the fleet encircling the plunderer planet. Tuoba Yin murmured, I have not lost, not yet. As long as I can escape, there is still hope. The plunderers' armed forces formed a cooperative faction and charged through the blockade under heavy fire. Yet, what awaited them was the long-anticipated cavalry armed forces. Bai Ying unleashed her combat blades, striking with the swiftness of thunder. Even though the cavalry was outnumbered, under Bai Ying's command, they were the first to launch an assault. As Bai Ying charged forward, the Earth-level armed plunderers broke from their ranks to meet her, engaging in a 1-to-7 confrontation. Bai Ying held a tactical disdain for these plunderers, yet strategically regarded them with utmost seriousness. However, 7 Earth-level opponents were insufficient. The combat blade swung out, its edge vibrating and igniting the air with fierce flames. Subsequently, Bai Ying, using herself as bait, executed grandiose blade techniques to prevent the enemy from closing in. You shall become my offerings for ascension. Bai Ying's pent-up emotions were unleashed at this moment. She no longer hesitated, needing only to obliterate the adversary. The armed forces of the Great Tang cavalry fleet were standard assault units, boasting superior maneuverability and speed. This might be attributed to the operational nature of the cavalry fleet, which explained her audacity to confront 7 opponents of equal rank. Moreover, she was not alone in this battle. As she grappled with the Earth-level plunderers, reinforcements from Lusik arrived. On the deck of Lusik's warship, a complete line of long-range sniper mechs stood ready, each equipped with the deadly Red Star weaponry. Though he had borrowed only 20 from Feng Wan, those 20 were more than sufficient. The Shiputi is a weapon exclusively wielded by Chishua. However, following the conquest of Planet 117, it has become standard issue for the Red Star soldiers, with each soldier receiving the blueprint for this formidable weapon. After Chishua ascended to the celestial level, the usage of this weapon became infrequent. Nevertheless, for Earth-level armaments, the Shiputi retains its intimidating presence. Being targeted by 20 Red Star soldiers armed with the Shiputi is an experience quite excruciating. After Bai Ying, alongside a long-range sniper, eliminated an Earth-level adversary, the Earth-level soldiers of the plunderers suddenly retracted their formation and sought refuge within their main forces. How pitiable, a mere rabble. Yet, do they believe they can evade detection so easily? Bai Ying refrained from pursuing, as reinforcements from the fleet arrived. A colorful beam from an annihilation cannon surged forth from behind her, aimed directly at the plunderer armed forces. The sudden onslaught left them in disarray, and in their attempts to evade, they inadvertently exposed the rear of the plunderer flagship. The beam grazed the flagship, piercing through the cloud cover, and struck the ground base. The flagship was rocked by the tremendous impact, causing its left wing to sway violently. The crew within nearly lost their footing. At that moment, Tuoba Yin emerged from the interior of the ship, stepping onto the deck. His robust physique was enveloped in a fearsome mech, adorned in a dark crimson armor resembling flesh and blood, covering his entire form. The massive thrusters appeared as grotesque growths, reminiscent of creatures from the abyss. The blood demon mech, Tuoba Yan's eyes were suffused with a crimson hue, not due to a mere change in pupil, but rather the multitude of blood vessels coursing through his eyes. The blood demon mech siphons the user's blood, employing slender tubes that penetrate the body during dawning. When activated, the user is enveloped in a sanguine energy, presenting an appearance akin to a blood demon, hence its name. Tuoba Yin seldom engages in combat personally, as each battle depletes his life force. Yet, he finds himself with no alternative. He must intervene personally, or else the plunderer planet may be dismantled before the arrival of the Grand Military Group's fleet. Bai Ying's expression grew somber as she observed the rapidly approaching blood light below, gripping her combat knife tightly. Caution is paramount. Tuoba Yin's blood demon armor can affect those within its vicinity. It is advisable to avoid close combat unless you possess a guaranteed and lethal means of victory. Lusik cautioned over the channel, his gaze equally fixated on the sanguine light. Has the energy accumulation concluded? It is time. Let us unleash an assault. Chapter 84. The Disruptor. A beam of wildly potent energy surged from the edge of the planet, targeting Tuoba Yin with unrelenting ferocity. Tuoba Yin gazed at the colossal light column, activating the blood demon mech's sanguine energy shield, which amplified his flight speed several-fold. The blood light twisted in serpentine arcs, spiraling upward around the light column. Observing this, Lusik immediately commanded the other warships to open fire. A deluge of artillery rained down along the path of the annihilation beam. Yet the conventional ship cannons only created ripples upon the blood demon mech's shield. With each strike, the crimson hue deepened further. The cannon fire merely served to decelerate the momentum of his advance. While Tuoba Yin appeared at ease, the entity within the mech endured immense suffering. The longer he utilized the blood demon mech, the more blood was siphoned away from him. However, correspondingly, the power of the blood demon mech grows ever stronger. Yet Lusik's firepower is truly formidable, unleashing annihilation cannons as if they were free. These annihilation cannons, each costing no less than 10 million star coins at their lowest settings, and those of Lusik's caliber exceed 1 billion with each shot. Had the rebel forces possessed such firepower in the past, it is likely that the Marauders would not have had the opportunity to thrive. If only he had forged a better alliance with the Red Star fleet from the outset. Perhaps the current predicament could have been averted. Who knows? He might have even secured resources from the Red Star through trade. Alas, he is not in a position to make such decisions. The powers that be would never permit a new faction to rise and flourish within the skyline. Moreover, he finds himself devoid of any room for regret now. Amidst a rain of blood, he charged directly towards the beam of the annihilation cannon. Yet, Bai Ying swiftly blocked his advance, exchanging her sword for a machine gun. In a confrontation against the blood demon mech of equal rank, close combat is to be avoided at all costs. Bai Ying is no novice. As the commander of a 100-rider fleet, she is a seasoned elite warrior. With the superior performance of her armed forces, she managed to suppress Tuoba Yin momentarily, intending to coordinate with the shipborne annihilation cannon to eliminate him. Tuoba Yin, a cunning strategist, quickly recognized that she was aware of the characteristics of her armament. This realization marked a miscalculation in his initial strategy. He had hoped to eliminate Bai Ying and her armed forces while they remained oblivious to the capabilities of his own weaponry. Now, it seems he must confront the situation head-on. Commander. At that moment, an armed squad surged up from below, bypassing Tuoba Yin and charging towards Bai Ying. Allow us to clear the way for you. These were Tuoba Yin's trusted confidants, his personal guard, each one an orphan he had raised since childhood, to whom he had devoted considerable affection. Ironically, their orphanhood was a consequence of his own actions. The Marauder's savage expansion had devastated countless lives, sometimes retrieving children who could not recall their past, and other times, bringing back the offspring of targets he had slain. The Marauders did not believe in familial bonds. Tuoba Yin had trained them solely to bolster his own forces, gradually transforming the Marauder alliance into one that belonged solely to him. Regrettably, his efforts now seemed to be in vain. While Tuoba Yin harbored some feelings for them, they were minimal, akin to the affection one might have for a pet. Thus, I have no choice but to accept this. As his trusted troops besieged Bai Ying, Tuoba Yin brandished his blood blade and directed it towards Lusic's flagship. The battleship immediately pivoted its cannons to target Tuoba Yin. Undeterred by the incoming fire, he charged aggressively towards the flagship's shield. The crimson energy assailed the energy barrier, soon creating a significant breach. Seizing the opportunity, Tuoba Yin broke through, but at that moment, 20 rounds from the killing Bodhi sniper cannons struck the Blood Demon mech with precision. Under the overwhelming firepower, Tuoba Yin was sent flying, and the Blood Demon mech sustained numerous breaches. Within the confines of his body, Tuoba Yin emitted a piercing scream. The microtubules of the Blood Demon mecha penetrated his veins, relentlessly siphoning his lifeblood. At that moment, the damaged exterior of the mecha began to mend itself. After feasting on blood, the Blood Demon mecha became even more resplendent. Meanwhile, Bai Ying had just extricated herself from the clutches of her guards, her battle blades swiftly dispatching two foes. As she turned, she caught sight of the Blood Demon mecha flashing forward towards her. In haste, Bai Ying drew her machine cannon and retreated, but the mecha's target was not her or her companions. It was her guards, grasping two of them in its hands. A harrowing crimson light enveloped them. To the naked eye, the two guards visibly withered away. The chief guards could hardly believe that the leader they revered as a father would commit such an atrocity against them. They were momentarily engulfed in confusion, unable to comprehend the unfolding horror. Yet, Tuoba Yin was beyond caring. If the Blood Demon mecha drained him entirely, he would perish. The most prudent course of action was to seek external sources of blood. Do not blame me. After all, you all dared to sacrifice your lives for me. Did you not? Given this, it is only reasonable for me to utilize what is available, is it not? Thus, for the sake of the Marauder, for my own survival, you must make this sacrifice. Witnessing this scene, Bai Ying and Lucic exchanged bewildered glances. Were they truly turning against each other? Or was this the madness of desperation before death? However, they would soon realize just how terrifying Tuoba Yin became after absorbing the blood of his guards to satiate the Blood Demon mecha. Initially suppressed by their firepower, he now brushed it aside with ease. The brilliance of the crimson energy surged forth, eroding even the artillery fire aimed at him. The relentless bombardment from the fleet failed to halt his advance. What was happening? Bai Ying unsheathed her battle blade, attacking with her machine cannon while searching for an opportunity to strike decisively. The Blood Demon's unique trait, the Bloodbath War Demon, meant that the more blood it absorbed, the stronger its amplification effects became. At this juncture, it seemed impossible to impede him. Lucic furrowed his brow. The cannons had only just begun recharging, granting him a fleeting opportunity. He had not anticipated that Tuoba Yin would turn against his own guards. Do you have a strategy? Bai Ying inquired as she maneuvered to keep Tuoba Yin at bay, luring him away from the fleet. They could only delay and await reinforcements from the fleet. Slowly, Lucic spoke. There was an unspoken understanding among them all. The arrival of the fleet's reinforcements would herald his own downfall. I understand now. Just as she finished speaking, Bai Ying's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the crimson figure right beside her. Strike! She unleashed a powerful wave of energy with her blade, engulfing the crimson figure in an instant. However, she was suddenly pierced through the abdomen by a hand, lifted entirely off the ground. Tuoba Yin's form gradually materialized. Damn it! Lucic immediately commanded, long-range snipers, provide support. Bai Ying, enduring excruciating pain and blood loss, instinctively reversed her grip on the blade and slashed backward. The Blood Demon Mecha's defenses could not withstand the might of this specially crafted battle blade, severing Tuoba Yan's arm. Bai Ying hastily withdrew her figure, extracting the bloodied hand from her abdomen and casting it aside. To her astonishment, the bloodied hand soared back to the severed arm of Tuoba Yan. Bai Ying, return. Lusik suddenly called back Bai Ying and the other warriors, his expression grave as he gazed into the space behind Tuoba Yan. The mothership had detected a high-energy transition reaction, indicating that a vast fleet was warping towards their location. When a battleship emblazoned with the emblem of Dawu emerged from the warp, Bai Ying's face turned pale with terror. It was over. They had come for them, Dawu's predecessor, but rather, the Tang dynasty. Chapter 85. The Sword Saint of Tang. Upon the appearance of the Dawu battleship in the plundering battlefield, both Bai Ying and the Bai Qi fleet encountered a dire situation. What is happening? Lusik inquired urgently. The moment this colossal fleet materialized, he realized the battle against the plunderers had been declared a failure. His fleet comprised 30,000, while the opposing force boasted a number exceeding 300,000. The immense armada seemed to encircle them, instilling a profound sense of dread. It is the fleet of the Great Dawu group, Bai Ying gasped, her breath quickening as she beheld the design of the Tang dynasty's armored warships, now bearing the name of Dawu. Clearly, the internal strife of the Tang had been quelled. The sword had supplanted the Tang, becoming a stark reality. Yet, her current concern was not the implications of the Tang. She feared that this fleet had come to eliminate Li Longji, the rightful heir to the Tang group, who alone could threaten the individual now seated atop the pinnacle of Dawu. Let us hope it is not Dawu, Lusik mused, having never encountered such a name before. In the resource groups he was familiar with, there was no mention of the Dawu group, only the Tang, Han, Ming, and Qin. Could it be a nascent power? Regardless of its origins, since it had chosen to stand before the Red Star fleet, it was undoubtedly an adversary. Transmit the intelligence to the Red Star. We must ensure the captain is informed of the situation at once. The territory we have painstakingly secured must not be relinquished. Indeed, Lusik had resolved to exhaust every soldier in his command until reinforcements arrived. The armored warships, arrayed in formidable formation, resembled celestial beings descending from the heavens to vanquish demons and spirits. The grand vessels trained their cannons upon Lusik's forces, with the battle on the brink of eruption. At that moment, a figure clad in black armored combat gear strode forth from the colossal ship, wielding a long sword forged from deathly gold, exuding an aura of chilling judgment, akin to a judge of the underworld pronouncing sins. Master, Bai Ying uttered, her entire being frozen in place, her shoulders trembling as if she had encountered something dreadfully ominous. As the figure approached, Tuoba Yin felt the energy of the blood receding, the oppressive aura eliciting a reluctant smile from him. Tuoba Yin bent low, bowing his head in deference to the figure. Where is he? The cold tone and simple words sent shivers down their spines, a sensation that could not be diminished even through the communicator. Tuoba Yin unexpectedly shivered, extending his hand to point at Bai Ying and the Bai Qi fleet on the bridge of the Red Star battleship. In truth, he had never anticipated that his earlier casual moves would become his safety net. Among the Bai Qi fleet he had contacted, there was actually a defector from the Dawu faction. Initially uncertain, he later received communication from the Dawu group. Upon observing the activities of the Red Star over recent days, he confirmed the presence of the Bai Qi fleet, leading him to conclude that the Red Star fleet had sheltered that individual. Consequently, he struck a deal with the Dawu group, offering everything in exchange for an opportunity to serve them. This was also the reason he did not hesitate to employ the Blood Demon Mecha. Commander, you are unaware of what the group has promised me, Tuoba Yin muttered, as the opponent's death gold sword pressed against his skull. What is your status to dare propose conditions to me? Remaining alive is already the best favor I can grant you. The death gold sword slowly retracted, allowing Tuoba Yin to stagger back from the brink of death, gasping for breath. Humph. The figure clad in black armor transformed into a streak of black lightning, breaching the Red Star battleship and arriving before Bai Ying with astonishing swiftness, leaving no time for anyone to react. Even the shields of the Red Star battleship failed to impede the intruder. Bai Ying. Lusik's heart raced with alarm. The main ship had been invaded by the enemy's armed soldiers, a dire situation indeed. Wait, don't act impulsively. Bai Ying hastily halted Lusik's thoughts, steeling herself to gaze at the figure before her. Her mentor, the chief instructor of the Bai Qi fleet, Li Anren, possessed an indeterminate level of armament, suspected to be of celestial rank. Yet, none dared to underestimate him. Tales spoke of a time when he single-handedly obliterated an enemy base planet with a single ship, annihilating a fleet of 100,000 vessels. His formidable strength made him one of the cornerstones of the Disdain group. Master, Bai Ying's expression was complex. Are you serving the Dawu? Humph. Ask Wu Sanyang if she is worthy, Li Anren replied, his countenance also marked by melancholy. He had not intended to involve himself in such matters, yet if he remained passive, the Baichi fleet would face extermination, resulting in untold casualties. After all, they were his students, and despite his self-righteousness, he could not bear to see them perish in the vortex of power struggles. Is the young master well? He inquired. Master, do you intend to kill the young master? Bai tightened her grip on her battle blade, forged from the same material as the death gold sword in Li Anren's possession. What? Have you grown wings and believe you can exchange a few blows with me? Regardless of how many blows I can withstand, I will prevent you from harming the master. Li Anren observed Bai, feeling a peculiar sense of disparity, akin to nurturing a vibrant cabbage only to see it fall into the jaws of another. With your level of armament, I fear you cannot withstand even a single strike from me. Then let it be my life that you take first, Bai declared resolutely. Li Anren sighed repeatedly. Then why do you not flee farther away? Bai shook her head. Master, do you think we can escape anywhere? Only here can we safeguard the young master. Why? Just because of this fleet? Li Anren's disdain was unmistakable. Teacher, some matters require personal witness to earn the right to comment. With that, he stood resolutely on the bridge, awaiting the so-called fleet that would protect them, curious if it could indeed vanquish him. After Li Anren's declaration, Bai and the others dared not leave. What is the situation now? Lusik inquired, aware that the sudden turn of events had spiraled beyond his control. Waiting. Waiting? Yes, for the captain's reinforcements. Lusik nodded in agreement. The recent display of overwhelming force had left no one present capable of halting the ensuing carnage. If their adversary was willing to pause, it was a welcome respite. Yet, he harbored concerns about whether anyone in the Red Star could triumph over him. Is your teacher formidable? Bai gazed at Li Anren's silhouette, radiant against the starlight. In the era of the Tang dynasty, he had been revered as the Sword Saint, Li Anren of the Tang dynasty. Sword Saint? As Wang Teng raced towards the planet of the Marauders, he received intelligence from Lusik. The Sword Saint of the Tang dynasty, Li Anren. Chishua exclaimed in astonishment. You know him? Wang Teng turned to her. Chishua nodded, her expression peculiar. Is he truly that powerful? I have witnessed his prowess, armed with merely a sword. He felled a celestial grade star beast single-handedly. Chapter 86. Wang Teng's ascendancy. The celestial bodies revolved, planets danced around their stars. And the laws of the universe seemed to convey a singular truth. The cosmos remained unchanged, regardless of who was absent. On August 7th, 478, under the luminous gaze of the stars, the fleet remained locked in a standoff outside the battered Marauder planet. Despite the overwhelming strength of the Dao fleet against Lusik's forces, there was no movement from the Dao group, held firmly in Li Anren's command. At this moment, Tuaba Yin had shed his armor and returned to his warship. His brow furrowed as he stared towards the Red Star fleet. His body, rendered gaunt from excessive blood loss, was drenched in cold sweat. Leader, why have they not yet struck? One of the surviving subordinates of the Marauders' flagship asked. To him, the arrival of the Dao fleet should have meant the immediate destruction of the Red Star fleet, reclaiming the Marauder planet and restoring dominion over the skyline. Tuaba Yin shot him a cold glance. Do you think I desire their inaction? Do you understand who we are dealing with? With a mere thought, he could annihilate their fleet, even obliterate our Marauder planet. The subordinate, now visibly anxious under Tuaba Yin's gaze, felt a surge of dread. What kind of person is he? Is he truly that formidable? He is a powerful being, a strong man bound by the weak. The Tang dynasty, no. Now he should be referred to as the Sword Saint of Dao, Li Anren. Li Anren stood with his sword gripped firmly on the bridge of the Red Star warship, his solitary figure exuding an air of an unparalleled swordsman. Especially against the backdrop of the starry sky, his dark armor accentuated his presence magnificently. The deathly black sword, as dark as liquid night, absorbed the brilliance of the starlight that fell upon it. As time gradually slipped away, the pressure in the hearts of Lusik and his companions steadily intensified. A solitary figure, exuding an overwhelming presence, had subdued them all. Lusik swallowed hard, grappling with regret over his impulsive decision. Had it not been for his remarks, they would not have found themselves in this predicament. Bai apprehensively approached Li Anren, asking, Teacher, do you need something to eat? Li Anren remained silent, turning his gaze toward the direction beyond the Plunderer Galaxy, and softly uttered, They are coming. What is coming? Bai began to inquire, but Li Anren had already transformed into a shadow, soaring forward. The celestial bodies shifted in their courses, and all warships detected a profound surge of transition. They simultaneously directed their attention toward the expanse beyond the Plunderer Galaxy, arrayed in orderly ripples of space. Numerous Red Star battleships emerged. The reinforcements of the Red Star fleet had arrived. As the colossal hull of the Red Star ship slowly emerged, the forces of the Great Wu Group swiftly turned their turrets. Yet, a dark figure had already reached the forefront of this fleet, standing resolutely with a pitch-black longsword, embodying the might of a lone warrior. "Captain, we have arrived at the Plunderer planet." "Understood," came the captain's reply. "Captain, unidentified armed soldiers have appeared ahead." Upon reaching the Plunderer planet, the Red Star fleet found their path obstructed in the transition space. "I see them," Wang Teng remarked, eyeing the shadowy figure on the projection, his brows furrowing slightly. The energy levels were indiscernible, but it was undoubtedly above the Earth level. The Great Tang Sword Saint, Li Anren, Chishua solemnly identified the figure. "Is this the Great Tang Sword Saint?" Wang Teng pondered, clad in entirely black combat armor, devoid of any additional colors. One could easily believe he had just emerged from a coal mine. It must be said, however, that the appearance of his armor and the manner in which he held his sword pointed downward exuded an extraordinary aura. Was he truly intercepting the fleet alone? It certainly seemed like something a swordsman would do. Establish communication with the other party. But what if they refuse? Zalon voiced the question on behalf of everyone. Wang Teng shook his head, replying, "He will not refuse. If he intended to reject us, he would not be waiting idly. He would have attacked us the moment we emerged from the transition, which would have undoubtedly inflicted severe damage upon us. Yet, he refrained from doing so, indicating his goodwill." Upon hearing his explanation, the others broke into a cold sweat, realizing the gravity of the situation. "Captain, communication has been established." The liaison confirmed this. "The other party has come with goodwill. Great Tang Group, Li Anren, has been waiting here for quite some time." A cool male voice resonated through the communication channel. Wang Teng instinctively glanced at Chishua, recalling that her voice had carried a similar tone at the outset. Chishua, puzzled, wondered why he was staring at her, questioning whether there was something amiss with her appearance. Wang Teng shook his head with a smile, then composed himself, adopting a teasing tone. "The Great Tang Group? To my knowledge, there is no longer a Great Tang Group. It appears to have been renamed the Great Wu Group. Should it not be Li Anren of the Dog Group?" After a brief silence of 3 seconds, the other party calmly replied, "There has always been only Li Anren of the Tang dynasty." Upon hearing this response, Wang Teng's gaze flickered momentarily, as if he were attempting to convey something. "So, does the Dao Group intend to intervene in the Skyline? Or are you seeking trouble with the Red Star fleet? My purpose here is solely for one individual. Deliver to me Li Longji, the young master of the Tang dynasty." "Oh, I had presumed you were here to confront the Red Star fleet, considering they were once a subsidiary of the Tang Group." Wang Teng remarked with a smile that did not reach his eyes. Li Anren spoke plainly, stating that his visit was solely for Li Longji, with no connection to him, the Red Star fleet, or the Skyline. After all, he had just demonstrated his strength to the Star Alliance, and currently, no one would foolishly seek trouble with him. "That is of no concern to me." Wang Teng appeared to have grasped Li Anren's character. He was a man aspiring to be a pure swordsman, yet perpetually ensnared. In simpler terms, he was akin to a sword that was being manipulated. "I do indeed have someone named Li Longji here. But he is not a young master of the Tang dynasty. Rather, he belongs to the Red Star fleet. You wish for me to surrender a member of the Red Star? That is utterly impossible. Alternatively, you may attempt to forcibly take him from me." Chishua and Zealand exchanged glances. They were aware of Li Longji, but when had he become associated with the Red Star fleet? They were uncertain of Wang Teng's motives for protecting Li Longji, yet they trusted him, believing that this decision would not harm the Red Star fleet. Wang Teng's eyes glimmered. His actions were not merely to safeguard Li Longji, but rather to establish the authority of the Red Star fleet. He had just announced to the Star Alliance and those vested interests that the Red Star fleet was taking control of the Skyline. To relinquish Li Longji at this juncture would send a signal that the Red Star fleet was not as formidable as it appeared. Should such an impression take root, they would face a situation far worse than the present. Thus, Wang Teng could not afford to show even a hint of weakness. He had to remain resolute and unwavering. He needed the entire Star Alliance to comprehend one crucial fact. Do not extend your hand here, for the Red Star fleet will retaliate fiercely. Listening to Wang Teng's response, Li Anren felt no anger, but rather a sense of relief. It seemed Xiaoying had indeed found the right person. However, mere resoluteness was insufficient. One must possess the capital to be resolute. Therefore, let me see what qualifications you possess to utter such words. Since you choose not to surrender him, I shall take matters into my own hands. Li Anren gripped the death gold longsword with one hand and slowly swung it towards the colossal ship before him. The chilling sword energy sliced through the air, striking the energy shield of the Red Star ship. Within mere moments, the shield froze and subsequently shattered. Chapter 87. Captain of the Red Star versus Sword Saint of the Tang Dynasty. The freezing energy of the deep sea transformed into sword energy. cleaving directly towards the Red Star ship. The energy shield was instantly frozen and shattered upon contact. Yet, at the moment the energy shield fractured, an invisible barrier emerged. Absorbing the impact of this formidable energy, Li Anren's gaze was as sharp as a blade, fixated upon the figure that emerged on the bridge of the ship. His attack was met by this individual's defense. Without a moment's hesitation, he charged directly towards his opponent. The greatest taboo for a swordsman is to hesitate when drawing their sword. Hesitation only invites defeat. Seeing Li Anren approach, Wang Teng transformed into a streak of light and met him head-on. With a flick of his wrist, he conjured an energy blade. In an instant, the sword met the energy blade in a clash. To everyone's astonishment, the energy blade was unexpectedly drained by the black sword in Li Anren's hand upon impact. Wang Teng was momentarily taken aback, but quickly reached for the black sword. However, at that moment, Li Anren withdrew his sword and swiftly turned, striking again at close range. This time, the energy wave he unleashed was as dark as stagnant water, harboring an aura of annihilation that resembled a black hole. Faced with such an assault, one could either evade or be cleaved in two. Wang Teng, stunned by Li Anren's sword technique, chose not to evade the attack. This caused Li Anren to furrow his brow, contemplating whether to cleave through the strike. Yet, in the next second, Wang Teng astonishingly grasped the attack firmly with his hand. The stagnant energy wave, in his grip, thrashed about like a pup caught by the scruff of its neck, restless and agitated. But soon, that energy settled in his grasp, akin to a cat that had been petted into calmness. What? Li Anren was taken aback. It was the first time he had witnessed someone capture his annihilating strike with bare hands. Before he could react, Wang Teng hurled the captured attack back at him. In that instant, Li Anren felt the long cold blood within him begin to simmer anew. The dark golden sword in his hand trembled slightly. As if rejoicing at the long-awaited battle, a blue lotus blossomed. The dark long sword radiated a cerulean light, pure and untainted, reminiscent of a lotus emerging from the mire. The blue lotus then unfurled its petals, colliding with the energy that had been thrown back. The ashes of destruction and the blue lotus intertwined, forming a grand tapestry akin to the yin-yang symbol. Li Anren gripped his sword with the reverse hand and sent the dark golden sword soaring. The pitch-black blade pierced the space between the two energies, its unique properties creating an extraordinary equilibrium. Contrary to expectations, an explosion did not ensue. Instead, the energies were consumed, and eerie blue mechanical patterns illuminated the dark long sword. As the dark golden sword returned to his side, Li Anren commanded it with his will, raising it upright. And instantly, the black sword split into thousands of smaller blades, their azure glow resplendent like the M78 nebula. Watching Li Anren's display, Wang Teng was filled with envy. Who among the youth has not fantasized about becoming a sword immortal? Witnessing Li Anren's technique, so cool and dazzling, it was no wonder he bore the title of Sword Saint. Li Anren pointed into the distance, and the thousands of long swords surged forth like dragons towards Wang Teng. Not only Wang Teng, but all the onlookers were left awestruck by this display. This was indeed the legendary Sword Saint of the Tang dynasty. Lu Shika turned stiffly to gaze at Bai Ying, who took a deep breath and nodded. This was the Sword Saint of the Tang dynasty. Tuoba Yin gazed at the distant battlefield, his heart growing cold as he observed the two individuals hurling energy like projectiles. These two were the very bane of his blood demon armament. A pitch-black longsword formed into a dragon, its vibrant blue technological patterns resembling dragon scales, creating an animated technological dragon that stood tall, roaring ferociously at Wang Teng. Surrounding Wang Teng was a shimmering purple aurora, diffusing like stardust. The technological dragon plunged into the purple mist, thriving like a fish in water, lightning coursing through its form. The mist gradually adhered to the dragon's body. Absorbed by the ethereal blue scales, a brilliant blue light erupted from the dragon, transforming into a blinding white radiance. The technological dragon, though termed a dragon, it was merely an illusion created by the synchronized movement of countless longswords, began to slow its pace. As the blue light fully transitioned to white, it manifested into a purple aurora, igniting with violet flames. Li Anren furrowed his brow, attempting to control the longsword dragon, only to find it felt as heavy as a mountain. The sword dragon, engulfed in violet flames, coiled inward, its blades clustering into a ball, resembling a purple sun. Li Anren looked toward Wang Teng, astonished by his formidable technique. His armament level must be beyond the celestial grade. Could it be on par with mine? Li Anren reached out to summon the dead gold longsword, but the sword's split avatars clung tightly to him, attempting to respond yet unable to return. However, he was not limited to a single sword. With a pointed gesture, countless blades erupted from his armored exosuit, conjuring a tempest of sword energy. The storm expanded relentlessly, akin to a high-speed cutting machine, hurtling toward Wang Teng. Wang Teng casually grasped the purple sun and hurled it once more, wherever the purple sun traversed. Even space itself warped. As the purple sun moved, the sword energy tempest was swiftly dismantled. The blades that had split from the armor either melted away or were drawn in upon contact with the purple sun. The purple sun swelled further, expanding its reach. At this moment, Li Anren could no longer remain composed. He extended his armored longsword and unleashed two sweeping arcs of 100-meter sword energy. The energy struck the purple sun but failed to halt its advance. Seeing this, Li Anren relentlessly unleashed more sword energy, crafting a tempest of sword force. The outer layer of the purple sun was breached by Li Anren's sword energy storm, creating a substantial gap. Wang Teng remained unfazed, steadily progressing. And when the purple sun was fully obstructed in its advance by Li Anren, he detonated it. It was akin to a miniature artificial star, its explosive force rivaling that of a genuine stellar explosion, instantly enveloping Li Anren. Bai Ying watched this scene unfold, her heart a tumult of emotions. After all, he was her mentor. Yet, if Wang Teng were to falter, her beloved Li Longji would be taken away, or worse, killed. I'm sorry, teacher. I cannot allow any harm to befall my lord. The Dawu group's fleet, witnessing Li Anren engulfed in the explosion, promptly mobilized their 200,000 ships toward Wang Teng. Facing the impending armada, Wang Teng felt no trepidation, even finding a hint of amusement in the situation. In his eyes, these ships had already become resource points. However, Wang Teng reached out, grasping emptily, as he continuously gathered the dissipating explosive energy back. The ferocious energy danced in his hands, akin to well-behaved cats or dogs, coalescing into small orbs. Soon, Li Anren's figure reappeared before him. Yet, his pitch-black mech was in shambles, its armed materials oozing out in a liquid state. Retreat. Li Anren commanded the fleet of Dawu behind him, then cast a meaningful glance at the retreating Wang Teng. Wang Teng held the small orb brimming with violent energy, casting a sidelong glance at Li Anren before stowing it within his armed mech. This scene left Li Anren momentarily stunned. Rare metal, dead gold. Detected. Would you like to convert it into a resource point? No, refine the dead gold for me instead. If you want to assist, I shall do it myself. Please pay 10,000 resource points. I'll give you 10,001 points. Expedite the process. Understood. Li Anren, dragging his damaged armor, approached Wang Teng. Wang Teng glanced at him and then pointed toward the Red Star ship. Li Anren nodded. After all, his current condition was quite poor, and maintaining the mech was arduous. The two returned to the Red Star ship and retracted their armaments. Only then did Wang Teng truly observe the appearance of this great Tang sword saint. A remarkably cultured and amiable middle-aged man, whose hair was meticulously groomed, suggesting he maintained it daily. However, his eyes were as cold as a millennium of ice. Li Anren was equally taken aback by Wang Teng's youth. He had expected a man around his own age, only to find someone who appeared to have recently graduated. Clearly, he was a man of experience, and Wang Teng's demonstrated prowess had convinced him. Is everything all right? It's fine. At our level, once the armed materials are replenished, the armor will automatically repair itself. Upon hearing the phrase at our level, Wang Teng instinctively scrutinized Li Anren from head to toe. This scrutinizing gaze felt somewhat intrusive to Li Anren, yet he thought better of it, considering Wang Teng had just bested him in battle. What level are you? Similar to yours. Oh, Wang Teng scoffed slightly. If he were truly on the same level, how could he have resolved the battle so swiftly? The issue was that Li Anren perceived himself as Wang Teng's equal, rather than as a heavenly level, which clearly indicated that his armor's level must be above the heavenly level, yet not at Wang Teng's current tier. Are you also at the heavenly level? Wang Teng inquired. Heavenly level? Li Anren was taken aback, staring at Wang Teng in silence for a long moment. Seeing him seemingly struck, Wang Teng pressed on. Are you not at the heavenly level? Regaining his composure, Li Anren regarded Wang Teng with a complex expression. I am at the heavenly level, but not entirely. What do you mean? Above the heavenly level, but not fully transcended. Oh, so you mean the pinnacle of the heavenly level? That's about the gist of it. However, we refer to this tier as the Jiang level, which is beneath the Wang level. The Wang level is above the heavenly level, a legendary tier. Oh, I stand corrected. You just claimed to be at the heavenly level? Li Anren inquired, his persistence evident. If that were indeed the case, it would shatter his sword heart. Having been referred to as the sword saint for so many years, losing to someone at the heavenly level would warrant his immediate self-termination. Wang Teng, surprised by Li Anren's tenacity and sincerity, decided to unveil the truth. Forget it. How could a heavenly level defeat a general level? I stand above the heavenly level. With that, He turned and entered the ship's cabin. Li Anren remained rooted in place, contemplating Wang Teng's words. Above the heavenly level? Such a legend. A wave of relief washed over him, followed by self-deprecation. He had always prided himself on his noble disposition as a swordsman, yet his sword was not truly his own. Fixated as he was on victory and defeat. A true swordsman, he mused, would be indifferent to such trivialities. A swordsman lives and dies by the sword. And he felt he had failed the title of Sword Saint. I still have a long way to go. Within the Red Star ship, Chishua and the others erupted in cheers upon Wang Teng's return, their excitement palpable. Wang Teng was taken aback by the fervent gazes directed at him, as if they wished to devour him whole. Captain, you are exceedingly powerful. Indeed, Captain, you vanquished the Sword Saint of the Great Tang. Should we now refer to you as the Red Star Sword Saint? Wang Teng rolled his eyes, dismissing the notion. Do not speak foolishly. I know nothing of swordsmanship. I certainly do not deserve the title of Sword Saint. Indeed, as Li Anren entered, he captured everyone's attention. Alarm bells rang in Chishua's mind, prompting her to act. But Wang Teng restrained her. What are you doing? This is a guest of mine. But Captain, he is what? Do you doubt my abilities? If I can defeat him, I can eliminate him. Wang Teng gently patted Chishua's head, calming her. She bowed her head in silence, a faint blush gracing her fair cheeks. What has transpired in the Great Tang? Wang Teng asked, turning to Li Anren. While he had received intelligence from Luxic and Bai Ying, it could not compare to the precision and detail that Li Anren could provide. It is merely a power transition, Li Anren responded slowly. A depth of resignation hidden within his words. Is that all? Yes. Then why pursue the heir of the Great Tang? To purge the old factions and support the new power structure. And what of you? Wang Teng probed, gazing at Li Anren, the Sword Saint of the Great Tang. Me? Li Anren chuckled bitterly. I am but a pitiful soul swept along by the tide. Wang Teng did not grasp the full extent of Li Anren's sorrow. Yet he understood the sense of helplessness that accompanied it, akin to his own experience when he had first been thrust aboard the Red Star ship. The difference lay in the fact that he had an advantage, whereas Li Anren did not. How will you report back? Wang Teng queried. Li Longji is in Baoding. And having bested Li Anren, it matters not if the Great Wu possesses a fleet of 200,000, even if they amassed 1,000,000. It would merely serve as a resource pile. I trust Li Anren comprehends this. It matters not. Wu Sanyang dares not take action against me. However, you may soon face the scrutiny of the Great Wu. Scrutiny? Wang Teng chuckled. Against me? Do you truly believe I would be intimidated? Li Anren shook his head, aware that Wang Teng would not be intimidated, yet the Red Star fleet might be another matter. You are yourself, but the fleet. Suddenly, he recalled the young man before him, who was of legendary caliber. Indeed, you transcend the heavens, yet it is of no consequence to you. It seems that Sakura has chosen wisely. Li Anren spoke with a sense of relief. Bai Jing was it? Wang Teng remembered this commander of the 100 Riders. He had heard from Lucic that this Sword Saint was her mentor. Indeed, she is my daughter. Li Anren departed, taking the Dao group's fleet with him. While leaving his contact information for Wang Teng, he would provide Wang Teng with intelligence from Dao in exchange for his protection over Bai Jing and Li Longji. Watching the resource point vanish into the distance, Wang Teng sighed, pondering why he was not given a chance. Chishua seized Tuoba Yin and approached Wang Teng. Li Anren had intended to eliminate him upon leaving. After all, this fellow was aware of Bai Jing and Li Longji's whereabouts. However, considering that Wang Teng's Red Star fleet required a figure to establish authority, he opted instead to cripple his blood demon armament. Captain, how shall we deal with this fellow? Wang Teng cast a glance at the previously arrogant Tuoba Yin, who now resembled a beaten dog, terror-stricken as he gazed at Wang Teng. I am still accustomed to your haughty demeanor. Notify Arno to prepare. I am about to commence the second live broadcast. The theme is my unyielding battle against evil. Chapter 89. Sacrificed upon the satellite. As the rotation resumed, it heralded the ascendance of a new king, while the old faction would be purged. The flag of the plunderers was taken down and replaced by the banner of the Red Star. The Red Star illuminated this place, dispelling the gloom that had shrouded the planet. On August 8th, 478, outside the plunderer planet, aboard the Red Star ship, Wang Teng, impeccably attired, stood with Chishua behind him, while an unmanned floating camera hovered in front. The Red Star channel began to send out live broadcast notifications to billions of attentive viewers. Ding! The channel you follow is about to begin its live broadcast. Within the Red Star ship, Arno monitored the back end of the live stream with his team. The number of viewers in the live room steadily increased, bolstered by the profound impact of Wang Teng's prior battle. Intelligence agents from various factions surged into the live room, having received strict orders to keep a vigilant eye on the movements of the Red Star fleet. Captain, the number of viewers has reached 1 billion. Transfer funds to the operators, instructing them to provide me with 30 seconds of flashing screens. Understood. Captain, the count has reached 50 billion. Upon hearing that the number had met his expectations, Wang Teng nodded at Chishua. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she bashfully donned her armament. The armor did not cover her entire body. It merely enveloped her private areas, resembling a swimsuit, albeit one crafted from metal. Her exposed skin, as pale as snow, glowed under the starlight, revealing the internal circuitry of her armament. Wang Teng scrutinized Chishua's attire with appreciation, nodding in satisfaction. Captain, this is truly too much. Chishua lowered her head, as if to bury it within her own bosom. She had never dressed so lightly before. Although there had been instances of damaged armor that left parts of her body exposed, those were the consequences of battle. She recalled when Wang Teng had once presented her with a blueprint, inquiring whether such an effect could be achieved with the armor. Upon glimpsing the intricately designed armor style, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She assumed it was Wang Teng's personal request and readily agreed. As long as there was an armor blueprint, regardless of its style, as long as the material was adequate, it could be manifested through the armor. Moreover, it would not require a significant amount of material. What she did not anticipate was that Wang Teng had her don this attire not for his own viewing pleasure, but rather as a treat for the audience. Life always presents firsts. Consider it a special gift for her comrades. She mumbled under her breath, believing it was meant solely for her, only to realize the implications of her words, her cheeks reddening like a boiling kettle. What did you say? And nothing. Wang Teng, noticing her silence, mistakenly thought she was harboring some resentment. However, requesting her to engage in such endeavors felt somewhat humiliating. The chief celestial armed warrior of the Red Star fleet was indeed put in a compromising position. Let us resolve this swiftly, then. All right, Arno, commence the live broadcast. With Wang Teng's command, the unmanned floating camera activated the live mode, transmitting images to the broadcast room. What unfolded before the viewers was the aftermath of the Plunderer planet, littered with debris and corpses, along with shattered meteors. Familiar faces re-emerged before the world, the captain of the Red Star fleet, the man, Wang Teng. Hello. Friends in the broadcast room, how are you? Following the Battle of Sarah, those who had observed the conflict were eager to learn about the aftermath. However, after a prolonged wait, the Red Star channel had not released any updates. Now, at last, it seemed the Red Star fleet had achieved a resounding victory. Wang Teng continued. I bet you are all curious about what we have been doing since the Battle of Sarah. Why not take a guess at our current location? Just as the viewers were about to flood the chat with their guesses, Wang Teng directly revealed their whereabouts, leaving them in a state of confusion, akin to having just removed their trousers only to be met with an unexpected twist. Yet, Wang Teng did not allow them to dwell in confusion for long. We are currently on the Plunderer planet of the Skyline. If anyone knows where that is, please enlighten the others. The power of the internet is unimaginable. Within 30 seconds of Wang Teng's statement, someone promptly educated those who were unaware. In essence, it was summarized in one sentence. This is the stronghold of an old, formidable faction from Skyline. Now, with Wang Teng claiming they were in someone else's stronghold, what were they planning? Were they on the brink of war once more? Many began to anticipate, as they were initially drawn to the Battle of Sarah, naturally eager to witness some thrilling content. For those residing in the orderly and stable Guyuan star, such thrilling content consisted of the love and hatred among the various interstellar factions. Ideally, one would wish for a scene where confrontation erupts upon meeting, with warships exchanging fire. Yet, much to their excitement and subsequent disappointment, their speculations were accurate, albeit the battle had already concluded. Indeed, we have liberated this place. While most felt indifferent, for those watching the live broadcast, toiling under the yoke of various factions, this was undeniably earth-shattering news. For years, they have longed for the soil of their homeland, yearning for the freedom that was lost. When oppression becomes the norm, even the most liberated thoughts are approached with trepidation, fearful that they might merely be nightmares. However, now, the greatest of those nightmares has been vanquished, as a radiant red star envelopes them. Today's live broadcast serves as a testament for all. Zealand, please bring forth the individual. Wang Teng's words left the audience somewhat perplexed. What precisely were they to witness? Clad in shimmering armor, Zealand dragged the defeated Tuoba Yin into the frame. Her appearance was met with overwhelming joy from her devoted fans. Following the Battle of Sarah, Wang Teng had instructed Arno to disclose certain information regarding Chishua and others on the Red Star channel. The video previously aired in the commercial district of Diyuan Star has now amassed an astonishing 500 billion views atop the channel's highlights. The Red Star fleet has garnered significant attention, with figures like the Radiant Zealand and the Iron Lady Elena boasting numerous supporters. As fans reveled in Zealand's heroic presence, Wang Teng shifted the focus of the camera. A grotesque visage emerged in the broadcast, causing many to lose interest immediately. Tuo Baiyan, the leader of the Skyline Raiders. According to the intelligence gathered, his crimes are beyond measure. In the name of those innocent souls who have suffered persecution, I have resolved. Wang Teng transformed into a streak of light, pinned his adversary against the satellite of the plunderer planet, unleashing a devastating assault that left nothing but remnants. The viewers in the live stream gazed in awe at the chasm carved across the satellite, spanning tens of thousands of kilometers, struggling to comprehend the enormity of what they had witnessed. A living being, obliterated in such a brutal manner? Those of weaker constitution felt nausea creeping upon them as they watched the broadcast. Upon Wang Teng's return to the screen, he appeared strikingly unfamiliar to all. It was hard to reconcile the image of this seemingly affable and gentle individual with the brutality he had just displayed. At that moment, a voice emerged from those who had previously condemned Wang Teng. What you have done is no different from what they did before. You are a butcher. Chapter 90. Coercion from MIA. In response to such accusations, Wang Teng offered a faint smile, his gaze sharp. Why the agitation at his demise? Are you perhaps related to him? I am merely speaking for justice. What authority do you possess to condemn my actions? Claiming to be unrelated, yet invoking justice. May I inquire whose justice you represent? The so-called justice that can absolve a wicked individual. What kind of justice is that? It is merely firing from a moral high ground. The chaos of the skyline had persisted for so long, yet no one had emerged to advocate for justice until his arrival, when self-proclaimed champions of righteousness began to surface. I am, of course, upholding the laws of the Star Alliance. You have no enforcement power. If he has committed a crime, he should be extradited back to the Star Alliance for trial, where a court will adjudicate. And so, Wang Teng replied impassively, you ought to surrender him, rather than administer private punishment. With a casual laugh, Wang Teng retorted, what if I refuse? What will you do about it? If you have the ability, come and strike me. Are you rendered speechless? Afraid? You are in the skyline, a realm of chaos. Ah, so you finally remember. This is a land of disorder, where the laws of the Star Alliance hold no sway. Is there a problem with my actions here? The once lively chatroom fell into a profound silence. The keyboard warriors who had rallied to denounce Wang Teng were left at a loss for words. From every conceivable angle, it seemed Wang Teng was beyond reproach. The skyline lay outside the jurisdiction of the Star Alliance, immune to its laws. Here, the cycle of kill or be killed was merely the norm. Their protests held no weight. Wang Teng remained impervious to their influence. Wishing to fire upon him from a position of superiority? Apologies. But Wang Teng only speaks the language of reason, one strengthened by might. If you are dissatisfied, feel free to come and challenge me. Information personnel from various factions reported the discord of the live stream to their superiors. After analysis by their advisors, they surmised Wang Teng's intentions. He was provoking them, enticing them to engage. The skyline, unbound by the laws of the Star Alliance, would see no such interstellar regulations applied should conflict arise there. His aim was to decisively subdue them, compelling them to retract their grasp from the skyline once and for all. It is indeed quite audacious, however, considering Wang Teng's status, which seemingly surpasses even the celestial tier. They require someone to take the lead and probe the truth of the matter. Wang Teng can somewhat anticipate their thoughts. These individuals will not shed tears until they witness the reality of death. Unless they are thoroughly defeated and incapacitated, they shall not know fear. He executed Tuo Baiyan on the satellite, adopting this brazen demeanor to convey a clear message. Do not provoke, or they too shall find themselves painted upon the satellite, experiencing the rise and fall of the sun in the east. The suggestion of extraditing back to the Star Alliance holds no sway anymore. Tuo Baiyan is undeniably a criminal, and this is indisputable for any citizen of the Star Alliance. Even if extradited back, what punishment could be imposed? Imprisonment? In comparison, Wang Teng's approach appears more fitting, albeit seemingly more gruesome. I must take my leave. From here on, let Chishua address your inquiries. Wang Teng glanced towards Chishua, indicating for her to take over the livestream. He had matters to attend to. Just moments ago, Arno informed him that the manager of the MIA group had sent a communication request. With two of the three major titans of the skyline dismantled, the remaining one was naturally in a state of panic. He had previously declared that all factions must withdraw from the skyline immediately, or they would face his personal intervention for ejection. The MIA group represents a coalition of interests led by the American alliance, and they likely sought to negotiate terms, as they were reluctant to relinquish their hold on power. As Chishua entered the frame, the previously stagnant livestream revived with fervor. The barrier that had arisen due to Wang Teng's earlier ascent dissipated under the enchanting yet bashful demeanor of the stunning beauty. Greetings, everyone, I am Chishua. Could this be considered Chishua's inaugural experience? The audience, understanding the implication, responded with knowing smiles. Wang Teng arrived at the command center, where a blond man appeared on the screen, tugging at his collar, panting heavily, and displaying a sense of urgency. Upon seeing Wang Teng, he quickly exclaimed, Captain, may I have a moment to discuss? Oh, what would you like to discuss? Wang Teng replied with a faint smile, reaching for the tea Arno had handed him. It's about your demand for all factions to withdraw. MIA has been entrenched in the Skyline for over 20 years, engaging in extensive development here. Abruptly withdrawing would incur significant losses. And so, listening to the man's words, Wang Teng set his cup down and raised an eyebrow at him. Are you implying that you need more time? No, what I mean is, cannot. Mike was left speechless, unable to complete his sentence. What I mean is, I understand your implication. You do not wish to leave this place. That is acceptable, but MIA must withdraw. Wang Teng's gaze was piercing. Mike felt a lump in his throat, unable to articulate a response under Wang Teng's intense scrutiny. After a moment of heavy breathing, he contorted his face into a menacing expression and threatened. MIA represents more than just itself. It embodies the interests of many behind it. Your actions will offend them. And so, Wang Teng replied, displaying indifference. Mike felt somewhat unwell, wondering how there could still be such obstinate individuals unaware that their actions could lead to dire consequences. Are you not afraid? Furthermore, you must think about your development. MIA could collaborate with you. Collaboration? A 7-3 split? Wang Teng jested momentarily before adopting a serious demeanor, reiterating, MIA must withdraw. After 2 decades of resource extraction, have you not had enough? Alternatively, you could attempt to defeat me and claim Skyline for yourself. Only a madman like Mike would consider such a course of action. The coalition's repeated defeats had already demonstrated one thing. Wang Teng harbored no fear of them. In fact, the headquarters had issued a notice for their personnel to evacuate. Yet, he hesitated, for at headquarters, he was merely one among countless project managers, but at Skyline, he was the MIA branch manager, second to none. His authority allowed him to do as he pleased. His presence at the negotiation was entirely his own decision. He was reluctant to relinquish the power he had held for over 20 years. Do not forget that within MIA's domain, there were several colonial planets. In a desperate bid, Mike intended to leverage the inhabitants of these planets against Wang Teng. As anticipated, upon hearing this, Wang Teng's expression darkened. Are you threatening me? Chapter 91. To kill and to manipulate the heart. I do not wish to threaten you, but you leave me no choice, so I apologize. The choice now lies with you. Mike's intimidation indeed placed Wang Teng in a difficult position. The Red Star Fleet's banner proclaimed liberation and peace. If Manager Mike proceeded with his threat, it would render their claims utterly meaningless. It was evident that those who could ascend to the role of regional leader possessed keen intellect. The adversary swiftly recognized that he was attempting to consolidate the loyalty of the people here. In truth, many had perceived this. But Mike was the first to dare threaten Wang Teng. Arnold and the others observed this scene, feeling the weight of Wang Teng's predicament, their concern palpable. This presented a monumental dilemma. To preserve those colonial planets would mean the Red Star Fleet and MIA conceded, bowing to the interests lurking behind. Consequently, Skyline would revert to its former state, with the Red Star Fleet effectively replacing the Raiders and Pirate Alliance. However, this was not the crux of the matter. The paramount concern was Wang Teng's authority. Following the Battle of Sarah Star, he had declared the expulsion of all factions. Should MIA remain, it would imply that his declarations were meaningless. Those factions that had withdrawn would return, and new forces might extend their reach here. Thus, the sacrifices made along the way would be rendered futile, betraying those who had fallen. Therefore, the Red Star Fleet could not afford to retreat, and Wang Teng must not succumb to intimidation. Captain, Arnold proposed, perhaps it would be better to abandon those planets. After all, expelling MIA would still achieve the Red Star's objectives. Yet, she was not Wang Teng, nor did she possess his grand vision. This was merely her perspective. Wang Teng felt a sense of helplessness, yet there remained a glimmer of hope, to hasten to those colonial planets and liberate them as swiftly as possible. However, he seemed to find no necessity for such actions. Congratulations, you have successfully provoked my ire. Pray that I do not catch you, for if I do, I shall paint you upon your own mining star. Mike immediately felt a sense of foreboding. Yet he understood that Wang Teng and his companions were far away on the plundering planet, a considerable distance from MIA's mining area, making swift arrival impossible. So, was he merely attempting to intimidate me? If that is the case, you have evidently made your choice. It matters not, at worst. I shall return to the headquarters of the Alliance and retire, but all your efforts shall dissipate into nothingness. Wang Teng gazed deeply at him, and, amidst his incessant prattle, spoke. Arno, Contact Supervisor Mike. Mike was momentarily taken aback. What? What does this mean? Is Supervisor Mike the same Mike he knows? Surely not. That fellow shouldn't be involved. When did he come into play? Had Mike betrayed the company from the outset? Mike dared not dwell on such thoughts. At that moment, another screen flickered to life, revealing the very Mike he recognized. Compared to Manager Mike, Supervisor Mike appeared far more polished, indicating that he had not been preoccupied with MIA's withdrawal. This only deepened Mike's suspicions, and he immediately confronted him. Mike, do you even realize what you are doing? This is treachery against the organization. Mike, after being berated, remained perplexed. He glanced at the barking Mike before turning his attention to Wang Teng. Captain, is there something you wish to discuss? Wang Teng was quite pleased with Mike's demeanor. He was a true businessman. Precisely the type he required, one who would align with the fleet's interests. How have you considered my previous proposal? Mike hesitated, casting a glance at the Mike on the opposite screen. This glance caused him to lose all semblance of composure, unleashing a torrent of colorful curses, along with various threats and greetings. Yet, Supervisor Mike merely smiled at this. He turned to Wang Teng and shrugged, saying, "It seems I have little choice, do I?" Wang Teng chuckled. Conversing with an astute individual was indeed a relief. Indeed, by contacting Mike in front of Manager Mike, he rendered Mike devoid of options. The reason he remained silent in the face of Mike's invectives was that he understood that, from the moment he revealed himself, Mike was essentially a dead man walking. In truth, after witnessing the Coalition's consecutive defeats, Supervisor Mike had resolved to join the Red Star fleet. Remaining with MIA would inevitably lead to him becoming a scapegoat. Unlike Manager Mike, who was a relative of the upper echelons at headquarters, he was merely a worker who had risen through the ranks. To absolve Manager Mike of responsibility, he would undoubtedly be held accountable. Only the Red Star could afford him protection. After all, Wang Teng's presence signified ample security. Are you aware of those colonial planets of MIA? Wang Teng inquired directly before Mike. Can you safeguard those colonial planets? Upon hearing this, Mike's expression drained of color. Supervisor Mike noted this and nodded with a smile. I might leverage the name of the Red Star fleet, even yours, to achieve this. Then it shall be settled. Mike's face was ashen, yet a glimmer of hope lingered within him, for he did not believe that Mike could accomplish such a feat. Mike, you cannot do this. However, Mike paid him no heed and instead uttered a chilling remark. Does the captain need to know his position? Mike was momentarily stunned, yet still clung to disbelief, convinced that Mike could not ascertain his whereabouts. Impossible. How could you possibly know where I am? The only person who knows is... He thought of someone, a close confidant, for only she was by his side. It seems you've guessed it, your secretary. Impossible. How could she be yours? She has taken my shape. How could she belong to you? Mike ignored his ramblings, finding amusement in his disarray. Is this murder, or an attack on the heart? Wang Teng cast a peculiar glance at Mike. What is his location? The starry horizon. An uncharted area. A vessel shaped like an arrow. In a panic, Mike abruptly severed communication. No, I must leave immediately. He hastily piloted the ship, intent on escaping the horizon. As long as he returned to the territory of the Federation, he would be safe. Yet, just as his hand grazed the control stick, a pair of icy hands clasped around his short, stout neck. Instantly, he shivered. A striking visage emerged from behind, meeting his gaze with an exaggerated arc, her elongated neck reminiscent of a siren. However, her neck was composed of mechanical parts. A flash of garbled code flickered in her eyes, and she spoke. I have taken control of the individual. Shall I bring them back? Understood. Mike gazed at the once familiar beauty, now transformed into someone else's spy, leaving him immensely unsettled. What troubled him most was that she was a cyborg. He didn't even know whether she had once been male or female. After all, Mike was a staunch humanist. Could you tell me, is it original? Anxiety gnawed at him. Compared to the question of life and death, this inquiry felt even more pressing. The secretary, serpentine in her movements, slithered closer, extending a half-mechanical tongue to leave a viscous mark on his face, reminiscent of saliva. Did you not say it was as delectable as fresh produce back then? But now that you are near death, would you care to sample a different flavor? His words extinguished any remaining hope within Mike, leaving him desolate. Kill me. Just kill me. That won't do. You are someone the boss desires. No matter, I can do it automatically. Chapter 92. The cyborg chick. The distant horizon may shift. Yet for those residing in the geosphere, it bears no impact, merely adding another topic for post-meal discussions. However, for those living in the horizon, a chaotic starfield, the changes in the horizon would alter their fates. On August 8th, 478, a full-scale uprising erupted across the horizon. Following the Red Star fleet's destruction of the Marauders and the execution of their leader, Tuoba Yin, Alina dispatched intelligence personnel from the original insurgents to various planets, who rallied the oppressed, quickly uniting them with the experience gained from the Sarah Star. They also managed to incite a portion of the populace. At the moment when Tuoba Yin was slain by the Marauder's satellite, they raised the Crimson Star flag high and proclaimed, "The Red Star has arrived. Liberation is at hand." The spirits of all were lifted, for they understood that the Red Star had indeed come. The most formidable force entrenched here had been vanquished by the Red Star fleet. They seized their weapons, reclaiming the dignity they had long lost. On the evening of August 8th, for 78, with the assistance of the Red Star fleet members, a day-long liberation war culminated in each planet hoisting the Red Star flag. Though many lives were lost that day, gazing upon the fluttering crimson banners against the dim sky, sunbeams cascaded down, and in that moment, they all smiled. They had suffered great losses, yet at that instant, they personally reclaimed what had been taken from them. On the evening of August 8th, the Skyline announced a complete victory. 70% of the planets across the star domain had raised the Red Star flag, liberating over 5 billion souls. Upon hearing this news, Elena was momentarily lost in thought, tears already staining her garments. "Father, do you see? We have succeeded." Outside, the inhabitants of Sarah, engaged in city construction, erupted in jubilant cheers. The Skyline had awaited this day for far too long. As they beheld the Red Star flag fluttering on the high walls of the former base, sunlight illuminated the emblem, as if it cast its glow upon every corner of the Skyline. On the 117th planet, Shangwan Hongha gazed towards the Marauder planet with a smile of satisfaction. However, Vaki from the pirate planet clenched her teeth in frustration, for she was not by her captain's side at the moment of victory. Nearby, Li Longji, witnessing her discontent, dared not utter a sound. On the planet Thanos, the Elder Chief surveyed the ripening crops, looking skyward with a knowing smile. In the near-orbit space base, Feng Wan silently penned a reflective note. On the Marauder planet, Lusik watched the departure of the Red Star fleet, left behind to instill fear in the hearts of the inhabitants, tasked with the reconstruction of the Marauder planet's base. Buying followed the Red Star fleet's departure, but the Baichi fleet was dispatched to perform patrol duties. Despite the victory, some individuals still sought to exploit the chaos. The Red Star fleet could not halt. It needed to parade around, instilling fear in all malevolent spirits. The mission of the Baichi fleet was to ensure safety and locate those lurking threats. As the Red Star fleet exited the Marauder planet, an interstellar vessel obstructed their path. "Captain, we are being intercepted. Have we determined who it is?" The response came. "They claim to be delivering goods." "Delivering goods?" Wang Teng murmured, pondering if it could be related. He recalled the sudden communication from Mike just before their departure, revealing that his people had captured MIA manager Mike. "Do we need to bring him here?" "That could indeed be the delivery. Guide him to the lower cargo hold, and I will investigate." "Understood." The lower cargo hold of the Red Star fleet was a vast platform space, flanked by dozens of fighter jets. As the hatch opened, a pointed-shaped spacecraft slowly entered, coming to a halt in the center of the platform. Wang Teng, accompanied by Chishua and Zealand, awaited its arrival. As the spacecraft's door opened, a gas began to permeate the air, obscuring the situation at the hatch. Accompanied by the rhythmic clacking of high heels against the deck, a figure of remarkable allure approached, dragging along a corpulent individual. As the fog dissipated, the visage of the newcomer was revealed, an exquisitely sculpted face, with skin as immaculate as freshly fallen snow. Adorned in scant attire, her long legs, measuring a striking 1.30 meters, were etched with patterns reminiscent of scales and feathers. With a thud, the bulky figure was unceremoniously tossed before Wang Teng. Rather than acknowledging the fallen form, Wang Teng's gaze was captivated by the enchanting presence of this alluring woman. Had it not been for Mike's prior explanation, he might have failed to discern that this captivating being once embodied a 300-pound mass of lard. A cyborg. A being who has undergone physical transformation through the replacement of bodily parts. Yet the rarity of one who has altered themselves to resemble a woman as closely as this individual was indeed remarkable. "Captain." Chishua observed Wang Teng's prolonged scrutiny and feared he might be entranced. If it were a natural woman, it might be acceptable. But this person was almost entirely artificial, save for their brain. Such a creature would never be permitted to share the captain's bed. "He's male." "Oh, that is hardly certain." The figure replied playfully. "I lack any distinctly masculine features. How can you assert that I am male?" "Captain, I am Yao Ji, and should you ever find yourself in need of assistance, you may seek me out." Yao Ji licked his lips with a mischievous gleam in his eye, having even replaced his original vocal cords, using specific frequencies to produce an intoxicating voice. Chishua's expression darkened. "Are you attempting to seduce our captain before me? You'd best believe I will dismantle you." Yao Ji immediately subdued his demeanor, though the dazzling allure of his form continued to exude an irresistible charm. "Must you be so crude? I currently possess a female body, and I perceive myself as female. How can you define me otherwise? Captain, may I eliminate him? Ceylon, unable to contain her frustration, brandished a ship as cannon. Yao Ji promptly silenced himself, not wishing to meet his demise prematurely. There were still numerous poses he had yet to explore. Now then, Captain, I have delivered the individual as promised. This spacecraft, as per Mike's instructions, is my reward. Wang Teng nodded in acknowledgement. Since it is what he has promised you, it shall be yours. Captain, you are remarkably generous. I shall take my leave then. Thank you for your efforts. Arno, please open the hatch. Yao Ji turned, blowing a kiss, and swiftly ascended into the ship. At the moment the hatch opened, he hurriedly departed, fearful that Chishua and Ceylon might dismantle him as if he were mere refuse. Wang Teng paid no heed to the two women and instead shifted his attention to Mike, who lay exposed and vulnerable on the ground. At that moment, Mike's face was ashen, his features gaunt, as if he had just endured a harrowing ordeal. Only when Wang Teng stood before him did the dullness of his eyes flicker with a hint of life. Please, spare me. My brother-in-law is a high-ranking official at MIA. I can offer you much, much more. Although he had been ruthlessly trampled by the formidable forces, his innocence tarnished, the instinct to survive remained paramount, regardless of circumstances. Existence itself grants one the opportunity to possess anything further. Death renders all forfeit. Wang Teng gazed at him with a detached expression, reiterating that should he capture him, he would undoubtedly leave him marooned on a mining planet. Chapter 93, Star Mining, Elves? Star Spirits. The MIA Group's territory within the skyline encompasses regions of exceptional quality, featuring terrestrial planets akin to the original Earth, suitable for habitation. While this was indeed the case, ever since MIA's establishment in the area, every celestial body has undergone devastating exploitation. Even from outer space, the destruction wrought by the MIA Group upon these planets is evident. Were it not for prior knowledge of their original forms, Wang Teng might have believed they had entered a realm of dead stars. These planets had been ravaged. Resembling the moon, from a distance, they appeared tolerable, yet upon closer inspection, their surfaces were pockmarked as if gnawed upon by voracious beasts. The forsaken mining planet, in its original size, was but a fraction, 1%, of the original Earth. Captain, this is the MIA Group's number 01 mining area, Chishua remarked from the side. The primary objective of resource companies is to procure resources. As long as it is confirmed that no intelligent life exists on a planet, continuous extraction will ensue. Whether intelligent life is present is not for them to determine. Wang Teng shook his head, recognizing from their experiences that the MIA Group operated without any semblance of ethics. Other companies might exhibit a degree of restraint, but the MIA Group was decidedly not among them. A habitable planet holds immeasurable value, surpassing any resource. Chishua paused, momentarily taken aback, and refrained from further comment. Habitable planets? For these fleets, the pursuit of resources dictated their existence, with time spent aboard ships far exceeding that on solid ground. For them, resources were of utmost importance. Just as now, had they not acquired resources from Planet 117, the Red Star would not have flourished as it had. The Skyline would serve as the foundation for the Red Star fleet. Such destructive mining practices must not continue. Red Star Intelligence, record this matter, he commanded. Understood, Captain. At that moment, a fleet emerged from a distant planet, bearing the MIA flag, and immediately opened fire. Wang Teng stood on the bridge, unfazed by the incoming projectiles. Chishua, handle them, he ordered. Aye, Captain. Chishua saluted and leaped from the bridge. Shortly thereafter, a streak of crimson light surged from below, trailing flames as it charged toward the MIA fleet. Wang Teng observed the MIA fleet's direction. After withstanding a few volleys from the Red Star fleet's shields, the barrage ceased. A newly rising star loomed between the two factions, gradually intensifying. As the star hurtled toward the MIA fleet, a dazzling explosion illuminated the horizon, stretching an auroral arc, the flame's energy swelling before ultimately dissipating into nothingness. Chishua did not return. Instead, she proceeded to the number 01 mining area, systematically eliminating the remaining MIA forces on each mining planet. As the crimson snow returned to the Red Star fleet, the number 01 mining area lay defenseless. Captain, the number 01 mining area has become a desolate site, with scarcely any personnel stationed there. Crimson snow conveyed this to Wang Teng. A deserted mine. It appears that all valuable mineral resources have been extracted. The term deserted mine does not imply a complete depletion of resources. Rather, it signifies that precious materials have been exhausted, leaving only ordinary metallic ores. I surmise they intend to detonate these mining stars to obtain their cores. This is a conventional practice among resource companies, when a mining star or resource planet loses its superficial value. They opt to obliterate the celestial body to extract its internal core. The cores of abandoned or dead stars serve as vital materials for armored mechs, with advanced armaments utilizing these cores to forge their central components. Although Crimson Snow did not voice her thoughts, Wang Teng understood her implication. She hoped they would extract the cores from these abandoned mining stars and conduct a thorough search for any hidden individuals within. After contemplating for a moment, he acquiesced. The Red Star fleet needed the capability to cultivate heavenly-grade armaments. It was impossible for him to oversee every detail, especially across vast star systems. Only when the Red Star fleet possessed the ability to nurture heavenly-grade armaments could it truly vie for a position among the giants. Crimson Snow smiled with delight. Wang Teng's demeanor increasingly resembled that of a decision-maker in an interstellar fleet. Yet, simultaneously, she felt a twinge of guilt and sorrow. For the burden of the Red Star fleet's pressures had shifted from her to Wang Teng. It was worth noting that prior to this, he had merely been a landlord, passively collecting rents. Captain, I have already dispatched personnel for an in-depth investigation. Very well. Commence charging the annihilation cannon. Understood. Wang Teng turned to find Crimson Snow gazing intently at him, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. Why are you looking at me? Oh, it's nothing really. I just mentioned earlier that I wanted to compensate you. Crimson Snow's voice trailed off as she lowered her head. However, after a prolonged silence without a response from Wang Teng, she lifted her gaze only to find him already soaring away from the Red Star ship. As for the compensation, you may prepare for it first. Arno, is the annihilation cannon ready? Captain, it is fully charged. Excellent. Let us commence with the destruction of this very planet. With that, Wang Teng brandished his annihilation cannon, aiming at the abandoned mining star. Fire. Under the relentless bombardment of Wang Teng and the Red Star fleet, the abandoned mining star of the number 01 area was shattered. A total of 6 star cores were acquired. These star cores, though not large, each with a radius of no more than 10 meters, are condensed resources formed from the accumulation of materials through geological activity within the planet's crust. Securing these 6 star cores meant the potential to cultivate at least one heavenly-grade combat soldier, Crimson Snow mused. Yet, in Wang Teng's eyes, these 6 star cores represented resources valued at nearly 10 billion. When he first encountered them, he nearly succumbed to the temptation of handing them over to the system. However, it also provided him with insight. In scenarios where resource points were scarce yet urgently needed, star cores could be utilized to acquire such points. Let us proceed to the next mining area. Are you suggesting that there are star spirits enslaved in the number 2 mining district? Wang Teng listened intently to Arno's report. Having just heard this news from Mike, who was recently confined, the so-called star spirits are, in fact, the pointed-eared beings. Wang Teng had observed certain characteristics of the star spirits, which resembled ethereal elves. In this world, they are referred to as star spirits, signifying interstellar elves. Residing on the planet Elfame, situated at the border of the Alliance of Stars, they possess unique forging skills and exclusive star spirit technology. A portion of the armored mech technology is derived from star spirit advancements. Contrary to their delicate appearance, the star spirits boast formidable individual strength. During the initial Alliance War, the casualty ratio between the human coalition and the star spirits was 371, meaning that for every 37 warriors of the Alliance, only 1 star spirit warrior could be replaced, underscoring their remarkable individual power. However, they succumbed to defeat due to their lack of human cunning. It was only when the human coalition transported several nuclear warheads to Elfame that the star spirits chose to surrender, given their reproductive capabilities are inferior to those of humans. The loss of even 1 star spirit represents a significant setback for their species. The detonation of nuclear weapons on their home planet would be catastrophic for them. Although the star spirits are indeed powerful, they harbor a disdain for warfare. In such dire circumstances, surrender became their only option. Nevertheless, due to the uniqueness of the star spirits, upon their surrender, they joined the Alliance while maintaining a high degree of autonomy. Generally, few would dare provoke them, especially after their technological integration with the Alliance. However, the emergence of star spirit miners in the MIA Group's mining district is evidently a troubling development. The star spirit race holds each of its kin in high regard, and this situation could potentially escalate into a severe diplomatic incident. The number 2 mining district, located roughly 0.14 light-years from the left side of the number 1 mining district, lies within another habitable star system. Within the number 2 mining district, a rebellion is currently unfolding, led by a strikingly beautiful pointed-eared figure, whom Wang Teng would describe as an elf. For freedom. Chapter 94, Princess of the Star Spirits. Shivala. As the Red Star fleet arrived at the MIA number 2 mining district, The rebellion that had persisted throughout the day on the third mining star culminated with that resplendent figure ascending to the base of the station guardians. The red star flag was planted by a delicate hand atop the base. Her flowing purple hair shimmered radiantly under the glow of the sun. Shivalina! Shivalina! A fervent cheer erupted from below. The miners and slaves of the number 2 mining district did not immediately shout about the arrival of the red star, but instead chose to celebrate the dazzling figure above. Even the intelligence officers of the red star within the crowd did not dissent, joining in the chorus, Shivalina. For this figure bore the pointed ears and traits of the star spirits. As Shivalina surveyed the crowd, an instant silence fell upon all. They hold great respect for Shivalina, the star spirit who has never regarded them with indifference. She tends to their wounds, intervenes when they are oppressed by the guards of the MIA, and roars on their behalf when they are filled with anger yet fear to speak out. At the onset of war, it is she who leads the charge. Contrary to her delicate and resplendent exterior, she is no mere ornament. She is a fierce iron rose, capable of piercing anyone who dares to cross her. They do not know why she has appeared among them. They only understand that Shivalina is their son. Let us observe a moment of silence for our fallen comrades. This hard-won freedom is precious, and I hope you will cherish it. We were never meant to be enslaved. Perhaps we are compelled by the necessity of survival. But I hope you will possess the power to say no. Shivalina gazed down at the people and spoke softly. Are you leaving, Shivalina? Someone inquired. In a solemn tone. Shivalina replied, the star spirits must eventually return to Elfame, back to the embrace of our home planet. Upon hearing this, everyone bowed their heads in silence. They were reluctant to see Shivalina depart, wishing she would remain to lead them. Yet, they also did not want her to be unable to return to the embrace of her home because of them. Shivalina offered no consolation. She had grown accustomed to such farewells. Everyone must inevitably endure such moments and learn to accept them. As the silhouette of the Red Star's colossal ship broke through the atmosphere, it slowly came into view. Shivalina then spoke. It has arrived. Has the MIA sent reinforcements? The crowd gripped their weapons tightly, lifting their gazes. They beheld a massive vessel hovering above them, adorned with the familiar and reassuring emblem of the Red Star. The Red Star has come. It will lead you toward a bright future, Shivalina proclaimed, fulfilling her promise. During her time as a miner in the number 02 mining area, she had astutely sensed the presence of the Red Star's underground informants. After a brief observation, she engaged them in conversation. She did not demand anything but made a request. Upon the liberation of the mining planet, she wished to meet the current commander of the Red Star fleet. Shivalina, I have submitted your request, came the response. Thank you. Shivalina, may I vouch for you? Join us in the Red Star. Gazing at the informant, who revealed a hint of affection, Shivalina shook her head. I cannot endanger you. I must meet your commander before I can decide whether to join. With eyes devoid of emotion, Shivalina regarded him and slightly smiled. Do not waste your feelings on me. It is not worth it. Find a good woman instead. Not someone like me, stained with blood. The Red Star informant opened his mouth to say something, but at that moment, a transport ship descended from the Red Star. Shivalina, the captain has agreed to meet you. He smiled bitterly. I hope you find what you seek. We will, my friend, Howren. Zivarena gently embraced him, then turned gracefully towards the transport ship. The crowd below watched her depart with a mix of sorrow and concern. As they furrowed their brows, the intelligence officer, Howren, stepped into the position recently vacated by Zivarena. He had been appointed to oversee the operations of Area 02. After being brought aboard the Red Star ship, Zivarena remained silent, observing her surroundings and the expressions of the crew. She sought to ascertain the nature of the Red Star fleet as commander. The information she had received was solely from Howren, its authenticity uncertain. However, one fact was indisputable. The Red Star fleet currently controlled the skyline, boasting formidable military strength. That alone was sufficient for her. Upon entering the conference hall, Zivarena finally encountered the man. At first glance, he appeared utterly ordinary. Yet, within his eyes, she discerned the essence of a strong leader. An elf? Wang Teng, upon seeing Zivarena for the first time, momentarily thought he had encountered the elf queen. However, aside from a slight resemblance in their expressions, their appearances were markedly different. Zivarena resembled a wood elf, characterized by her strikingly pale complexion, whereas the elf queen, after acquiring her powers, had a purple hue to her skin. I am a star spirit, Zivarena corrected Wang Teng with a frown. Wang Teng was taken aback and waved his hand dismissively. I misspoke in my haste. So, what intentions do you have for seeking my audience, esteemed star spirit? Initially surprised to learn of star spirit miners in Area 02, he later heard that the area had been liberated under their leadership. What did this signify? Were they awakened from enslavement, possessing combat prowess beyond their race? Nevertheless, This saved him some effort. It was evident that her request to meet him carried some ulterior motive. Coincidentally, Wang Teng also wished to meet her, primarily regarding subsequent diplomatic matters. He was uncertain if the star spirits were aware that one of their kind had fallen into the skyline. Once they learned of it, an army would likely descend upon them. Zivarena's next statement confirmed his suspicion. I am a member of the star spirit royal family. However, I wish for you not to allow my return to Elfheim for the time being. Wang Teng understood the initial part of her statement, but the latter left him perplexed. Was it not customary for star spirits to return to their homeworld? Was she running away? Yet, she did not seem to fit that description. Zivarena shook her head. Offering no further explanation, Wang Teng realized he could not acquiesce to her request. If you proceed with this, will not the star spirits perceive it as us coercively detaining you? Surely, your kin would retaliate? Zivarena shook her head once more, firmly stating no. I am of royal blood, yet also one who is deceased. It seemed there was a deeper story at play. In chapter 95, titled From Princess to Dark Minor, Wang Teng finally grasped the sequence of events through Zivarena's narrative. Shivala was originally a high celestial spirit of Elvenheim, the second princess of the ruling royal family within the Celestial Empire, once bestowed with the name Morningstar, signifying the proud sun. She had several siblings, a total of 5, each regarded as a potential successor to the throne. The Celestial Empire lacked a sovereign celestial king. The early celestial beings of Elvenheim were categorized based on their habitats. For instance, those dwelling in forests were known as forest spirits, while those residing in rugged mountain cliffs were called mountain spirits. The beings by the seaside were termed sea spirits, and those inhabiting subterranean caves were dark spirits. Shivalena's royal lineage belonged to the wind spirits, who thrived through hunting. In a distant past, celestial beings were mere fledgling clans, living a primal existence akin to early humans, subsisting on raw flesh. However, millions of years ago, a meteorite struck Elvenheim, catalyzing a profound transformation of the entire planet, including its inhabitants. The forests they inhabited tripled in height and expanded 6-fold in area, while the atmospheric oxygen levels surged dramatically. Ordinary humans, unaccustomed to such high levels of oxygen, would succumb to oxygen intoxication, some fatally. Most crucially, the meteorite sprouted a colossal tree, casting a shadow over the land and emitting faint radiation waves, which posed little threat to living organisms, yet gradually altered their biological makeup and cellular structures. It was only after the emergence of this tree that celestial beings truly evolved into what they are today, endowed with robust physiques and heightened intelligence. The advancement of celestial technology commenced with this magnificent tree. The celestial beings revered this tree as the sacred tree, establishing outposts and walls around it to ward off intruders. In their fervor to claim ownership of the sacred tree, the celestial beings plunged into their first civil war, resulting in countless casualties. With the remains of celestial spirits scattered around the sacred tree, this bloodshed persisted for an extended period until a celestial spirit named Morningstar emerged. He rallied his followers and mediated the internecine conflict among the celestial beings. How did he accomplish that? Wang Teng interjected, interrupting Shivalena's narrative. He managed to persuade all celestial spirits. Shivalena replied matter-of-factly. Wang Teng couldn't help but applaud this spirit named Morningstar. Indeed, this was the most straightforward and effective method. And what transpired thereafter? Morningstar did not slay any celestial being. Instead, he proposed to oversee the distribution of the sacred tree's ownership. Recognizing that all celestial beings desired to approach the sacred tree closely, he suggested uniting all spirits to establish a city federation where they could coexist, allowing each celestial being to live beneath the sacred tree. This proposal received unanimous approval from the celestial spirits. However, who would govern this city? Morningstar suggested that the rulers manage it, with representatives from each clan electing elders to form a council of elders for oversight. After deliberation, Morningstar was elected as the first ruler. Through collective effort, the celestial holy city was born, leading to the establishment of the Celestial Town Federation. To prevent the emergence of city-states, the ruler's title was elevated to Sovereign King, and the Council of Elders transformed into a Council of Elders. To mitigate the risk of any one faction gaining dominance, it was proposed that the bloodline of Morningstar inherit the title of Sovereign King. Thus unfolds the origin of the ruling royal family. Hevelina, bestowed with the title of Morningstar, stands as a candidate for the ruling monarch. Yet, if you are a candidate for the throne, why have you descended to the depths of the skyline as a coal miner? Wang Teng gazed at Hevelina before him, her tranquil eyes resembling a still pool of water. Despite his questioning, he had already formed a conjecture. Earlier, Hevelina had mentioned that she was a deceased individual. Yet here she stood, very much alive. This proclamation of death must pertain to her identity as a star spirit. Elfheim lies at the borders of the Star Alliance, adjacent to the Great Sun Empire and in proximity to the Lionheart Empire. When discussing these three factions, a flicker of anger and hatred ignited in Hevelina's eyes. They are allies of the Star Alliance, yet they have turned against the Star Spirit Empire, which is also a member of the Alliance. Are you certain? Wang Teng inquired. His response involuntary. If that were indeed the case, a second Star Alliance war might be on the horizon. However, this is not the early days, should war erupt. The ramifications would extend throughout the entire Alliance. Yet, no news of such developments has emerged from the Alliance, which suggests either suppression of the information or that Hevelina is speaking falsehoods. Without direct evidence, they would not act under their own banner. Hevelina shook her head. So, you have come here to seek evidence? She was asked again, and she once more shook her head. What do you know of the MIA group? MIA is a construct of certain interest groups. Wang Teng instantly comprehended. This indicated that the three factions had orchestrated a facade to secretly plunder the Star Spirit Empire. You mean? Hevelina nodded. It is a company that exists solely within the Elfheim star system, primarily engaged in the trafficking and capture of star spirits. The company is named Star Chaser. Wang Teng was taken aback. Trafficking star spirits? From his research, he understood that the star spirit race held a particularly protective view of their own kind. Wouldn't those who trafficked star spirits have been crushed by the fleets of the Star Spirit Empire? Sensing Wang Teng's astonishment, Hevelina elucidated. I was once the commander of the Silver Star Fleet of the Star Spirit Empire. Wang Teng had speculated on this. After all, as the second princess of the ruling royal family, she must possess some degree of strength to maintain her position. Yet, the descent from fleet commander to coal miner must have been an exceedingly arduous journey. Upon discovering the enslavement and trafficking of star spirits, I immediately initiated an investigation. Soon, I began to uncover leads. Those slave-capturing vessels were operating under the banner of the Star Spirit Empire. Wang Teng's gaze sharpened. This was intriguing. The capture and trafficking of star spirits involved individuals from within the star spirit community. How ruthless one can be towards their own kin. There is indeed a traitor among us. Yes, Hevelina replied, her expression tinged with despair. It was beyond her comprehension that members of the star spirits could be involved in the trafficking, shattering the ideals she had been indoctrinated with since childhood. Yet, as a princess, her sense of duty compelled her to regain her resolve. To prevent further suffering of her kin, she resolved to unearth those behind the scenes. However, the unfolding events surpassed her expectations. As she pursued the star-chasing captors, she unexpectedly received an impeachment from the Senate, instructing her to abandon her investigation. Nevertheless, Sir Velina remained resolute. Amidst the ongoing hunt, she uncovered the base of the Star Chasers and promptly led her fleet towards it, only to be met by a coalition fleet from 3 nations. During the ensuing battle with the Allied forces, a former subordinate betrayed her. She vividly recalled the look in their eyes, tinged with guilt, anxiety, and a hint of excitement, yet devoid of any remorse. Princess Sir Velina, please do not hold it against me. After all, you obstructed another's path. Chapter 96. The Assault of the Star Spirit Empire. Observing the composed Sir Velina, Wang Teng found himself at a loss for words. Any words of comfort seemed trivial in her presence. She was a princess of the Star Spirit royal family, not a naive innocent. She would not open her heart to mere platitudes. To be candid, I have a question. Is the trade of star spirits lucrative? Wang Teng inquired after hearing Sir Velina's experiences, feeling a profound sense of sympathy. However, a lingering doubt arose. Wouldn't planetary resources hold more value than individual star spirits? Those 3 nations did not seem reliant on the slave trade for survival. If the worth of an individual star spirit were indeed comparable to planetary resources, he could comprehend it, but surely an individual star spirit could not be valued so highly. Sir Velina paused momentarily. Noticing her bewilderment, Wang Teng remarked, "You haven't considered this matter before, have you?" She silently nodded, stating, "Once I learned that individuals were trafficking star spirits, I immediately initiated an investigation." "Then where did your intelligence originate?" "From the intelligence department of the fleet," Sir Velina replied, but suddenly fell silent. Wang Teng observed her realization and shook his head. "Have you undergone any armed modifications?" "The royal family is not permitted to undergo armed modifications. No one desires a ruler to be a weapon," Sir Velina instinctively retorted. "Who said that?" Wang Teng chuckled, finding it amusing. Though the world viewed armed warriors as mere weapons, he deemed it foolish to take such proclamations seriously. Once you ascend to the throne, who cares if you are an armed warrior or not? Furthermore, I wish to know how you fell to the edge of the skyline. And has your beauty not attracted any troubles? Sir Velina struggled to keep pace with Wang Teng's abrupt shifts in conversation. However, his words felt offensive. causing her to furrow her elegant brows. Ah, I almost forgot. The strength of individual star spirits does indeed deter most from provoking you, unless they seek death. Servalina took a deep breath and cast an irritated glance at Wang Teng. After my betrayal, half of the fleet fell out of my control, and I could only escape with the remaining vessels. Subsequently, I received word that I had been branded a traitor to the Star Spirit Empire, accused of colluding with outsiders, trafficking star spirits, and stealing the Empire's technological achievements. I bore the weight of over 100 charges of treason against the Star Spirit Empire. Acknowledging that I could never return, I resolved that my subordinates should not be condemned to wander alongside me. Thus, I orchestrated a ruse, prompting them to turn against me, allowing them to return to our home planet with news of my demise, thereby absolving themselves of any guilt. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng could not help but give a thumbs up to Shivala. It was no wonder she was bestowed with the title of the initial ruling monarch. Her willingness to sacrifice herself for her subordinates undoubtedly merited such a distinction. Alas, it seemed there were those who did not wish for her to ascend to the throne. I then fled the Star Spirit Empire alone, but as I reached the border, I fell victim to an ambush. The assailants were marauders. It was hardly surprising. The marauders, originally mercenaries, clearly had an agenda to prevent my return, laying a trap along my path. Yet, I pondered why they did not eliminate me outright, but instead sold me to the Skyline. I was captured and sold to a brothel. I later escaped by killing my captors amidst the chaos and managed to board an MIA transport ship, eventually arriving at this mining area. Shivala recounted this experience in a calm tone, omitting the perilous details, yet it was clear to all that such an ordeal must have been fraught with danger. What are your thoughts now? Wang Teng inquired. Do you not wish to return? Shivala shook her head. Returning would endanger the subordinates who once followed me. Besides, I am already a dead woman. I see. Do you intend to remain in the Red Star? Shivala smiled slightly, playfully responding. If I had such intentions, would you acquiesce? Wang Teng chuckled in return. You wish to know if I fear the fleet of the Star Spirit Empire, do you not? Shivala remained silent, her meaning clear. Do you think I would be afraid? The two locked eyes just as Arno's figure appeared between them. Captain, urgent news. A fleet is approaching our position. Is it the MIA fleet? No, it is not. They bear the flag of the Star Spirit Empire. Upon hearing this, Shiwala's pupils dilated in shock. Had she been discovered? Wang Teng, however, had anticipated this. Upon learning of star spirits in the mining area, he had foreseen the arrival of the Star Spirit Empire's fleet. He simply did not expect it to happen so fortuitously. Stop speculating. They are not coming for you. I believe they are merely aware that star spirits have found their way here, hence their overwhelming presence to reclaim them. Wang Teng suspected that Manager Mike had likely informed them in advance. Clearly, this individual had never harbored good intentions. He surmised that he likely intended to transfer this location to the Red Star fleet, instigating a conflict between them and the Star Spirit Empire. Once both factions were left battered or defeated, he could emerge to reap the spoils. Yet, he had not anticipated that his plans would falter. He had not counted on my connection with Mike, who had outright betrayed him. Arno, contact Mike and have him inquire about the situation. Make sure he approaches it as the MIA supervisor. Understood. Following this, Wang Teng instructed Hongxing Intelligence to establish communication with Chishua. Aye, Captain. Chishua responded immediately. You are to lead a small team to engage with the fleet of the Star Spirit Empire. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Teng continued. Remember to adopt a more assertive stance. Chishua paused momentarily, then broke into a smile. No problem. I thrive on assertiveness. Shivala observed Wang Teng's directives and quickly grasped his intentions. You plan to leave me behind? This is quite evident, is it not? Wang Teng, undeterred, replied. Setting aside your identity as a star spirit, you remain a commander of a fleet within the Star Spirit Empire. The Red Star fleet requires individuals of your caliber. Are you inclined to join us? Shivala's eyes glimmered as she queried. Should I decide to join, I will gain an adversary, a formidable one at that. Is it worth the risk? Wang Teng chuckled and rose, approaching Shivala with unwavering determination and a hint of superiority in his gaze. The Red Star fleet has numerous enemies. One more is inconsequential. He extended his hand towards Shivala. Shall we? Shivala shrugged her smooth shoulders and, extending her slender, calloused hand, clasped Wang Teng's. I have nowhere else to go, do I? Chapter 97. Confrontation before the fleet outside the number 02 mining area. A fleet of monumental scale emerged from a jump, advancing majestically towards the mining site. These vessels belonged to the Star Spirit Empire, their forms reminiscent of flat leaves, akin to the star destroyers of the Galactic Empire. 10 capital ships, each exceeding 10 kilometers in length, accompanied by numerous cruisers and escort vessels of varying sizes, dominated the formation. Each warship bore the exquisite craftsmanship of star-spirit artisans, adorned in opulent gold embellishments, while the silver moon insignia on their hulls shimmered brilliantly under the starlight. The fleet resembled an excursion more than a military campaign. Commander Nord had arrived at the destination and was progressing forward. Excellent. These individuals dared to imprison our kin from the Star-Spirit Empire. They must face severe retribution. On board the flagship of the Central Fleet, Nord proclaimed with righteous fervor, "Uphold the will of Her Highness Shivala and deliver a harsh blow to these traffickers." Yes, the crew echoed in agreement. Yet, among them, some feigned compliance while privately cursing Nord, a duplicitous individual, displaying loyalty while having betrayed Her Highness. Indeed, it was necessary for him to maintain his position as the commander of the Silver Moon Fleet. Alas, Your Highness, your demise is truly unjust. Nord paid no heed to their opinions. He was now the commander of the Silver Moon Fleet, a rising star within the Star-Spirit Empire. As long as his true sentiments remained concealed, he felt no need to concern himself. This operation, ostensibly to rescue the scattered star spirits, also served to expedite his integration with the Silver Moon Fleet, distinguishing those who opposed him, subsequently purging them, and promoting those who would pledge their allegiance. Oh, you remain at the first tier, while I have ascended to the third. I have indeed betrayed His Highness, yet I am not the sole traitor. I am merely a pragmatist, recognizing the tides of circumstance. Suddenly, a report arrived. Commander Nord, an unidentified fleet has been detected ahead. An unidentified fleet? Nord stroked his chin. Did they not display our insignia? They did, but it appears they are approaching us directly. Nord could not help but chuckle. How audacious for anyone to confront the fleet of the Star-Spirit Empire head-on. Such folly is akin to lighting a lantern in a restroom, courting death. Since they have chosen to disregard our warnings, let us obliterate them, teaching them the might of the Star-Spirit Empire. Yes, Commander. The warships aligned meticulously, launching an assault on the incoming vessels. The energy utilization technology of the Star-Spirit Empire ranks among the finest in the Star Alliance, with the core of their armored mech relying on this very technology. Consequently, the firepower of the Star-Spirit Empire's warships surpasses conventional forces by at least 30%, if not more. Faced with the reckless advance of the unidentified fleet, Nord paid them little mind. Such headlong charges invariably end in annihilation amidst the vastness of space. However, in the next moment, Nord was taken aback. The artillery fire from the Star-Spirit Empire's warships was inexplicably halted before that unidentified vessel. It's an armored warrior. High energy response. How high could it possibly be? Deploy the annihilation cannon. Yes. Nord remained composed aboard the flagship. Confident in the technological prowess of the Star-Spirit Empire, conventional warships such as these rarely falter. It was merely a matter of allowing the armored warriors to carve a path. After all, they are akin to superhumans. If they were of celestial rank, then let us disregard my previous statement. Commander Nord, have we not already been subdued by the Red Star fleet? Will our incursion not provoke any issues? Someone inquired. Moreover, if the opposing forces belong to the Red Star fleet, Nord turned to the speaker, what is there to fear? What can the Red Star fleet do? They dare not engage us in battle. I have yet to settle accounts with them for detaining citizens of the Star-Spirit Empire. This is an affront to our dignity, and I shall not permit such actions to transpire. We must uphold the honor of the Star-Spirit Empire. I do not wish to hear such words again. For now, you have been reassigned to guard the warehouse. Nord recognized the speaker as one of the elders from the Silver Moon Fleet. He recalled that this individual had once been a staunch loyalist of Shivala, escaping alongside her, only to return with the news of her demise, along with her insignia. Nord harbored suspicions regarding this matter, yet the Senate had spoken. Shivala's death was a foregone conclusion, and he had little recourse. These individuals returned to the Silver Moon Fleet, and following his appointment, some could not bear the weight of this tragedy and chose to retire. However, a considerable number remained within the fleet. Nord was acutely aware of their intentions, merely biding their time for Shivala's return. But would she ever return? Oh, how fortuitous it is to have an opportunity to deal with these individuals. Let me begin with one of them. Nord directly placed a hat upon him and dispatched him to guard the warehouse. As the other party departed, Nord leaned in and uttered a heart-piercing remark. Are you waiting for Shivala to return and reclaim Silver Moon? Let me assure you, that is impossible. She will not come back. This is not merely my assertion, but a proclamation from Yuan Hong. Suddenly, the main ship trembled with a force of over 4 on the Richter scale. Nord steadied himself and exclaimed, what is happening? What has transpired? As he raised his gaze, he beheld a miniature sun ascending before the fleet, only to explode before the eyes of all. A ferocious wave of energy surged forth, threatening to engulf the fleet. Nord's heart raced, and he shouted, "Attack! Attack! Deploy the anti-energy weapon to neutralize the assault. Commander Nord, this will consume half of the main ship's energy. At this juncture, we cannot afford to be choosy. Deploy it immediately." The anti-energy weapon, one of the technological marvels of the Star Spirit Empire, could neutralize or dissipate rampant energy by emitting counter-energy magnetic waves. In any case, it was an extraordinarily formidable weapon produced by the Star Spirit Empire. Chishua stood upon the Red Star battleship, gazing at the exploded miniature sun. It was a manifestation of the restrained attack energy she had cultivated, intended to showcase her prowess. Yet, mere seconds after its detonation, it began to dissipate slowly into the surroundings. Soon, the energy bombardment was nullified. What could this mean? Chishua pondered in bewilderment. At that moment, a voice emanated from the public communication channel, a voice that incited an immediate desire to retaliate. This is the Silver Moon fleet of the Star Spirit Empire. Those who wish to live should quickly make way. The Silver Moon fleet of the Star Spirit Empire? Chishua was well aware of this powerful independent empire within the Star Alliance. In the past, she might have chosen to yield to avoid conflict. However, prior to her departure, Wang Teng had specifically instructed her to adopt a firmer stance. Chishua was bound to heed the captain's command. This is the Red Star fleet. You are to vacate the area immediately. Otherwise, we shall show no mercy. Chapter 98, Star Spirit Armament, Silver Moon Warriors' Arrogance. Nord's immediate reaction was one of incredulity at their audacity. Who did they think they were? The current commander of the Silver Moon fleet. A rising star within the Star Spirit Empire. He was Nord, the new star. How dare a mere unknown fleet of warriors speak to him in such a manner? It was nothing short of sheer arrogance. Nord inquired of his subordinates. How much energy does the main ship have remaining? Commander, the recent deployment of the anti-energy weapon consumed 30% of our energy. If we reserve enough for a return journey, we still have 38% of our energy available for use. With 38% remaining, deducting the energy for one deployment of the anti-energy weapon, there was still 8% to utilize. However, Nord was not inclined to expend this energy just yet. He needed to prepare for the enemy's reinforcements. Since the battleship would remain inactive for the time being, he decided to deploy the armed forces. Order the Silver Moon armed forces to engage. A hint of disdain flickered in Nord's eyes. Did they truly believe that by bullying lesser entities in this chaotic realm, they could contend with everyone? In the nascent stages, the Star Alliance possessed armored mechs, but due to the limitations of technology at the time, they were not as formidable as they are now. The initial generation of armored mechs was relatively cumbersome, with firepower that paled in comparison to modern standards, and they were incapable of facilitating human activity in outer space, being limited to ground operations. Consequently, their role in the early battles was not significant. During the conflict with the Protoss Empire, even armored soldiers clad in mechs found it challenging to contend with the Protoss in one-on-one confrontations. After the Protoss acquired these mechs, their scientists embarked on a quest for innovation, ultimately developing an exclusive armored system known as the Protoss armament. The individual prowess of the Protoss ranks among the highest across all races within the Star Alliance. The effectiveness of armored soldiers is intrinsically linked to the capabilities of their armored forms. To harness the advantages of the Protoss, their scientists engineered the Protoss armament utilizing advanced Protoss technology and energy manipulation techniques. Influenced by the sacred tree for centuries, some Protoss even awakened the ability to harness energy, characterized by unique energy patterns within them that other Protoss lack. By integrating these elements, the scientists created the Protoss Reforge, the current iteration of the armored circuitry. The transformation of the armored soldiers essentially aims to simulate the energy-utilizing effects of the Protoss within human forms. The core of the armor serves to store and regulate the energy and materials required for the armor's operation. Initially, the Star Alliance relied on rudimentary micronuclear reactors, but such technology proved inadequate for safeguarding the human operators within the mechs. Following the Protoss integration into the Star Alliance and the adoption of Protoss technology, the present armored core was embedded within, establishing a secondary circulatory system. Furthermore, through the incorporation of additional technologies, the armored core was miniaturized, allowing the infused materials to undergo a nanification process via the circuitry, ultimately manifesting the armor as per the schematics loaded. This explains why armored soldiers can summon weapons that exceed their physical proportions at any moment, even to the extent of consuming ships or energy with a mere gesture. In contrast, the Protoss Empire, as the provider of core technologies, employs a distinct armored system known as the Protoss armament system. The core of the Protoss armament resembles a secondary spine system, which is implanted into the spine of the armored soldiers during their transformation procedure. Upon implantation, This system assimilates the original vertebrae, effectively replacing the function of the former spine. The fate of a Protoss armored soldier becomes evident if this core is destroyed. A measure the Protoss Empire employs to safeguard its technological secrets. Before becoming soldiers, Protoss are informed of and consent to this precondition. Each Protoss bears the responsibility of protecting their homeworld, Elvenheim. Such a price bestows the Protoss armament with superior extensibility and energy efficiency compared to that of the Star Alliance. This is the confidence that Nord holds against the opposing fleet, even though he is acutely aware of the formidable soldier that stands before him. However, he possesses the technological marvel of the Star Spirit Empire, with the Silver Moon fleet ranked as the second of the three major fleets. The Silver Moon armed forces have long engaged with the outside world, bolstered by the advanced technology of the Star Spirits. He is confident that no one can contend with the Silver Moon armed forces. Of course, if it were the Axe armed forces, he would refrain from making such a claim, as they are on par with the Silver Moon armed forces and possess some Star Spirit technology as well. As for the source of this, one would need to inquire with the Council. Satali, convey to them the majesty of the Star Spirit Empire and the might of its armed forces. Nord bellowed through the communication channel, directing his words to the commander of the Silver Moon Fleet's armed forces, Satali Silver Moon. Dubbed the Silver Moon Fleet, Satali is the youngest Grade A combat soldier in the Star Spirit Empire. Though often looked down upon by others, she is now the commander of the Silver Moon, and even she must heed his commands. Nord felt an overwhelming sense of pride, as if the pent-up emotions of the past had been released all at once. He cared little for how others perceived him. After all, he was Nord the New Star, the commander of the Silver Moon Fleet. What did it matter if she felt uncomfortable? Aboard the flagship Silver Moon, within the hangar, stood a figure with flowing emerald hair, towering at 6 feet tall. Resembling a blend of Megan Fox and an ethereal beauty, with sun-kissed skin and long legs capable of ensnaring. At that moment, she was encased in layers of gilded metal plates. The Silver Moon armed forces attire resembled ancient elven armor, but with a more pronounced technological essence, glimmering brilliantly. Though it was termed combat armor, it resembled high fashion, with its edges emanating a radiant energy glow. This was the unique aspect of the Star Spirit armed system, the overflow of energy. The extruding energy formed an initial protective membrane, while also providing kinetic energy to the combat soldiers. This is the reason the Star Spirit armed forces are superior to ordinary forces. In essence, Star Spirit technology is both resplendent and powerful. Satali listened impassively to Nord's almost frenetic remarks on the communication channel. Were it not for his appointment by the Council, she would have dismissed him outright when he called her name. However, having risen from a commoner's status, unlike him who had family backing, she had to rely on her strength, tenacity, and neutrality to maintain her position. She was not alone. Behind her stood her village and the villagers who took pride in her. She could not let her momentary impulsiveness jeopardize her village. Thus, when Shivala was betrayed, she refrained from intervening. During the Council's scrutiny, she remained silent. Even when Nord ascended to the position of commander of the Silver Moon Fleet, she chose to remain voiceless. She understood clearly that this was not her realm to meddle in. It was a power struggle among the elite, a battlefield of interests. For her, her sole responsibility was to lead the Silver Moon armed forces effectively, obey the fleet's commands, and vanquish the enemy. That was her worth. At that moment, the hatch slowly creaked open. Satali closed her faceplate, silently leading the way towards the hatch. Behind her followed a cadre of equally armed Silver Moon warriors. As the Silver Moon forces surged forth from the hangar, the energy emanating from them coalesced into a pair of resplendent, ethereal wings. 1 pair at the yellow level, 2 pairs at the profound level, 3 pairs at the earth level, while Satali, as a celestial, manifested 5 pairs. These 5 pairs of luminous wings enveloped her, radiating brilliance akin to a meteor entering the atmosphere, leaving a fiery trail in its wake. Are we ready? Chishua gazed at the leading Satali, then turned to the warriors aboard the ship below, advising, when I depart, you must evacuate the battlefield immediately. The farther, the better. What about you, Sister Shue? Me? Chishua's lips curled into a subtle smile. Did I not just say? No mercy. No sooner had her words faded than she transformed into a streak of crimson light. Charging ahead. Chapter 99. The Red Demon versus the Silver Moon. The Red Demon armament was a formidable suite of battle armor crafted at great expense by the original Red Star fleet, specifically designed for their exclusive use. Chishua was the first to don this formidable armor. Initially, the Red Star fleet intended to replace the Red Demon armament with their standard issue. However, their plans were thwarted when the fleet suffered near annihilation during a resource war against the Deton Consortium. As the sole survivor of hope, Chishua relied on this armament to lead her fleet in a daring escape from within Datong territory. As an assault-type armor, the Red Demon armament distinguished itself from other battlesuits in terms of durability and offensive capabilities. During rapid movements, it emitted a crimson luminescence, a result of energy overflow harnessed from star spirit technology. During the first confrontation with the coalition forces on Planet 117, it was this very technology that enabled Chishua to withstand numerous assaults from the coalition. Thus, to a certain extent, the Red Demon armament was on par with the Silver Moon armament. Yet, even with this equivalence, the Red Demon armament could struggle against the Silver Moon armament due to inherent differences in their core systems. The Star Alliance's armament core simply could not compare to that of the Star Spirit Empire. All major powers developed their unique armament cores, which is partly why Nord's disdain stemmed from this disparity. Despite the Red Star's acquisition of the Skyline, they still fell short against the deep-rooted legacy of the Star Spirit Empire. The Red Star fleet lacked its proprietary armament system. Undeniably, the Red Star fleet, having seized the Skyline, possessed significant potential. However, until they developed further, the gap remained evident. But that was under the assumption of not having Wang Teng's presence. In an instant, the Crimson Streak collided with the 5 pairs of luminous wings. The resulting energy shockwave was akin to 2 meteors crashing together. The oscillation rapidly swept through the surroundings, pulverizing floating debris into dust. Amidst the explosion, 2 figures converged. Chishua regarded the opulence of the Silver Moon armament with disdain, curling her lip. What use is such beauty if it is merely ornamental? With that thought, she lunged towards her opponent's wings. Satali, observing the menacing visage of the Red Demon, furrowed her brow in response. What an unsightly thing. What purpose does its existence serve? Had it been her, she would have transformed the colors to a pristine white, adorned with elements befitting a bride. Sensing an impending assault on the system, she immediately amplified the energy output, resulting in a magnificent display of luminous wings that conjured 10 streams of fiery jets. However, the crimson-clad warrior, Chiyuki, wielded the ability to manipulate energy and did not falter in the face of the overwhelming flames. As the fiery jets threatened to engulf her, the red luminescence gracefully spiraled around her, reminiscent of a fiery demon bathed in molten lava. Playing with fire, are we? Then taste your own flames, she declared. With both hands, she grasped the jets of fire, forcefully redirecting their trajectory towards the unprepared Satali. Satali's eyes brightened as she reduced the energy output, causing the flames to diminish. The inferno that had surged towards her face ultimately transformed into mere flickering tongues of fire, dissipating into the air. Yet, before Satali could execute her next move, Chiyuki lunged forward, her hands reaching for Satali's heart with an almost spectral grace. In that moment, Satali comprehended Chiyuki's intent. She sought to seize her core of arms. Unfortunately for Chiyuki, the core of the Starlight armament was not located in the heart. Satali deliberately left an opening, allowing Chiyuki to charge directly at her. Feeling the shift in momentum, Chiyuki instinctively withdrew her hand and cast a fireball that erupted between them, creating a barrier of flames. They momentarily separated, standing 1,000 meters apart. Satali felt a pang of regret for the missed opportunity. Had Chiyuki advanced further, she would have had a chance to reclaim Chiyuki's core. This notion filled her with confidence. Suddenly, Satali lost sight of Chiyuki, and upon hearing an explosion, she looked up to find Chiyuki attacking the Silver Moon warriors pursuing the Red Star battleship. Yet, she remained indifferent, for after Nord's ascension, the Silver Moon forces had been purged. Aside from her command, most of the warriors were new recruits, untrained and lacking any emotional ties. Had it been her former troops, she might have felt a surge of anger. As it stood, she felt merely inconvenienced. Despite this mindset, she could not merely stand by and watch her forces be decimated. She hastily moved to intercept, ordering her warriors to return to the fleet while she engaged Chiyuki in combat. Both combatants shared an equal level of armament and wielded Starlight technology, resulting in a stalemate with no clear victor emerging. To avoid collateral damage, Satali felt compelled to act. However, her goodwill did not earn Nord's understanding. To him, it appeared as if Satali were undermining his authority. I just commanded the troops to engage, and you're pulling them back. Are they to follow your orders, or mine? Satali, what are you doing? After receiving a direct blow from Chiyuki, which struck her helmet, Satali was met with Nord's reprimand. Balancing the dual pressures of fending off Chiyuki while enduring Nord's scrutiny and admonishments left her vulnerable in battle. I am preserving the lives of those warriors. Is it your place to meddle? My command is to engage. Without my orders, how dare you withdraw the troops? Who granted you that authority? Satali responded, her voice steady despite the accusations. The celestial tier warriors engage in battle, their conflict casting a wide net of devastation. I fear they may be caught in the crossfire. Am I unaware of this? I could command their retreat, but such orders should not originate from you. I understand. Humph. You better remember that I am the commander of the Silver Moon. As Nord's voice faded, it was accompanied by the resounding strike of Chishua's warhammer. Ztali was sent tumbling through the air, propelled over 1,000 meters away. With a stoic expression, Ztali shook her head. I see, Commander Nord. Humph. What is the matter with you? Why haven't you yet subdued that opponent? The adversary is formidable. She is also of the celestial tier. Formidable? Can she surpass you? Armed with the star spirit weaponry? What of the celestial tier? You too are celestial, are you not? You have defeated warriors of equal rank before, have you not? Nord's skepticism left Ztali feeling somewhat weary. Is this fellow mad? Excluding others has now turned upon himself. I care not. You must dispatch her post-haste. Otherwise, I shall strip you of your command. You might as well dismiss me. With a heavy sigh, Ztali gazed at the approaching Chishua, steeling herself for the confrontation. Their clash resembled two photons racing around a singular point at high speed. Do you think Chishua can prevail? Hidden aboard the Red Star warship, Wang Teng and Shivala observed the skirmish. Shivala, recognizing familiar faces, gently shook her head. Had this been in the past, I would have wagered on Ztali. She is the youngest celestial warrior of the Star Spirit Empire. However, at present, I believe Ztali cannot triumph. Why do you hold such a belief? Wang Teng inquired. Shivala cast a sideways glance at him. Now that you are here, how could I claim she will win? Moreover, Ztali tends to overthink. Wang Teng discerned the underlying story. Those who overthink often find their focus divided during combat, making it easier for the enemy to exploit any weaknesses. Shivala explained, then sighed. If Ztali had not emerged from the lower ranks, perhaps her circumstances would be different. Even being born in other nations of the Star Alliance would have been preferable to her situation in the Star Spirit Empire. Is life in the lower ranks of the Star Spirit Empire truly so dire? Wang Teng questioned. The Star Spirit Empire upholds a strict hierarchy. But to maintain this social order and appease the lower classes, it allocates resources far beyond typical measures to placate the populace. This ensures that the interests of the nobility remain intact. As long as the lower order is stable, the nobility retains its status. This structure has persisted for centuries. Shivala's meaning was clear. Wang Teng grasped the implication. Thus, the Star Spirit Empire channels a significant portion of resources to the lower classes to maintain their compliance. In this arrangement, the nobility reigns supreme over the commoners, at the expense of the opportunities for advancement available to the lower classes. Those pathways are tightly controlled by the aristocracy, indicating that if the upper echelons do not permit your ascent, you shall remain in the lower strata for life. But would this not lead to greater chaos? Shivala continued, explaining that Ztali emerged from a small village through trials and tribulations. With no background and a lineage untainted, she was able to pass the scrutiny of the Senate. Consequently, Ztali found herself unable to contravene the Senate's appointments. Any transgression would lead her back to the depths of obscurity, as Wang Teng inquired. Shivala shook her head, clarifying that it was merely the other villagers who would forever lose their chances of advancement. To prevent such an occurrence, she would never defy the Senate's directives. Oh, so it is akin to a punitive collateral consequence, Wang Teng mused, stroking his chin. Yet, this system seems quite effective within the Star Spirit Empire. Furthermore, the individual who assumes my position will undoubtedly cause her considerable distress. How so? Wang Teng asked, reaching into his pocket, regrettably coming up empty-handed. He felt somewhat out of sorts without a handful of sunflower seeds. Nord, that fellow is the second son of a minor family. From a young age, he was incessantly compared to his elder brother, which fostered an exceedingly sensitive disposition. He constantly seeks to prove that he is no less capable than his sibling. He was once my subordinate. While Shivala remained composed while discussing him, Wang Teng sensed the animosity woven into her words. Is he the one who betrayed you? Indeed. Shivala acknowledged without hesitation. Wang Teng contemplated for a moment before asking, do you wish to see him? Shivala appeared bewildered, uncertain whether he meant a mere meeting or something more profound. Do you not wish to stand before him once more and declare that his betrayal holds no weight for you? No need for that. It would only bring unnecessary trouble to the fleet, Shivala explained. Indeed, while such an act might grant her solace, it would undoubtedly invite unwanted complications for the Red Star fleet. Once the denizens of the Star Spirit Empire learned of her survival and her identity as Shivala, they would surely retaliate against the fleet. To avert such troubles, she graciously declined Wang Teng's offer. Thank you, Wang Teng replied, shaking his head. You are quite contemplative. Those who ponder excessively often find discomfort in their lives. Your concern for the fleet's potential troubles is commendable, It reflects your dedication. However, there is one aspect you have overlooked. What is it? Shivala instinctively asked. Wang Teng smiled at her. We have already attracted trouble. Since we have, we need not fear additional hardships. When soldiers come, we shall meet them. When waters rise, we shall build our defenses. Any challenges that arise will be borne by me. This is the duty of a captain of the Red Star Fleet. Therefore, I urge you to reconsider my proposal. Shivala stared at Wang Teng. Recognizing the earnestness in his gaze, he was not merely speaking idly. Moreover, the sensation of being valued by another seemed rather pleasing. A smile broke across her face, her eyes glistening with tears as she raised her hand in salute. Shivala, I shall heed the captain's arrangements. Shivala becomes a follower, as Wang Teng observed the system's notification. He finally felt a sense of relief. I knew it. Her initial agreement came too easily. There must have been ulterior motives. No wonder there was no system prompt at that time. It appears I have successfully won her over. The commander of the Star Spirit Empire's fleet, who also holds the title of princess, is undeniably a talent, despite the complications that accompany her position. To expand the Red Star Fleet, individuals of her caliber are essential. As for the troubles, well, the Red Star Fleet is already burdened with significant issues, including the vested interests behind MIA, the newly renamed Great Wu of the Tang Group, and the formidable Daylight Empire supporting Blackbeard. The addition of the Star Spirit Empire is merely another layer to the existing complications. Wang Teng now possesses a rank beyond the celestial level. While he may not be invincible, he can certainly maintain an unbeaten stance against the assaults of those imperial conglomerates. Moreover, he has the ability to enhance his strength further. If necessary, he might even obliterate a few planets to facilitate his ascension. Chishua, do you have confidence in subduing her? Does the captain require my assistance in this matter? If you are confident, then proceed. Understood. Wang Teng then turned his gaze towards Shivala, inquiring whether she was prepared to confront her former subordinate. The cosmos is boundless and vast, indifferent to human will. The region surrounding the number 02 mining area is primarily composed of small asteroids and swirling meteor belts, akin to the speed bumps on a road, which are rather irksome. Two beams of iridescent light surged into this space, and with the continuous explosions of energy, the violent shock waves gradually pulverized the asteroid belt into dust. Under the influence of the combat fluctuations, the gravitational pull of nearby planets aligned them into a straight path. Armed liberation. A tremendous surge of energy coalesced into a colossal scarlet figure. This crimson visage extended a massive hand towards Italy. Upon receiving Wang Teng's directive, Chishua unleashed her full power, aiming to decisively capture Italy. Like a butterfly, Italy evaded Chishua's malevolent grasp. Armed liberation is a combat technique reserved for advanced warriors. While she too possesses this ability, the energy expenditure in such a state is substantial, typically reserved for critical moments, especially if one is not equipped with mining resources. However, when utilized for a burst of combat within a predetermined time frame, it proves to be a highly effective strategy. Faced with this scenario, Italy also activated her full potential. A vibrant green figure materialized before the scarlet apparition. The clash of light and shadow ensued, with the outcome hinging on which combatant would falter first. Both participants, having undergone armed liberation, diminished their armor to its most fundamental form, yet their strength surged to several times its previous magnitude. With another collision, the resulting shockwave obliterated all asteroids within a several-kilometer radius. Meanwhile, as the two engaged in their fierce battle, Wang Teng and Shivala appeared aboard the flagship of the Silver Moon fleet, the Silver Moon. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, Shivala was filled with nostalgia. Observing the Silver Moon soldiers encircling them, she turned to Wang Teng and requested, "Could we perhaps refrain from violence? Rest assured, I am not one for bloodshed. I am a proponent of peace," Wang Teng replied with a smile. Chapter 101. Intelligent Intrusion. The Red Star seizure of the ship, the sudden incursion of Wang Teng and Shivala immediately triggered the defense system of the Silver Moon. The ship's guards surged forth, intercepting them on the bridge, raising their pulse rifles, and directing a concentrated barrage of fire towards the two, without any preliminary inquiry. Certainly, this is entirely reasonable. Entering a warship, especially the main vessel, without permission is akin to invading another's territory, granting the rightful defenders the prerogative to engage without inquiry. Therefore, the actions of the guards aboard the Silver Moon were entirely justified, even commendable. However, standing before them was Wang Teng, who, aside from his role as the captain of the Red Star Fleet, was also a highly skilled armed combatant. Beyond that, he was an extraordinary individual, enhanced both physically and mentally. Empowered by his armored mech, he conjured a psychic shield around himself and Shivala, effortlessly absorbing the onslaught of pulse rifle fire. In the blink of an eye, The energy from the pulse beams was wholly siphoned into his mech. The enemy was an armed combatant. Upon witnessing Wang Teng's prowess, the Silver Moon's guards recognized their inability to contend with him and chose to encircle rather than assault, attempting to contain Wang Teng and Shivala on the bridge. It seems they do not recognize you, Shivala, Wang Teng quipped, observing the encircling formation of Silver Moon guards. Shivala shook her head. They were likely new recruits, and it was quite normal for them not to know her. Yet, she lifted her gaze towards the surveillance camera outside the hull, her eyes glinting as a faint smile graced her lips. Surely, someone within would recognize me. I hope he remains composed. Wang Teng understood whom Shivala referred to, though that was merely a secondary objective. The Red Star intelligence system began its incursion. Understood, Captain. Nord was immediately apprised of the unfolding events on the bridge. As he pondered the audacity of the intruder, the scene on the bridge projected before him. Upon seeing the figure beside Wang Teng, with her flowing purple hair and familiar visage, Nord was struck with panic. What is happening? How could she appear here? The woman he had once feared and hoped never to encounter again was none other than the second daughter of the ruling lineage of the Star Spirit Empire. The former commander of the Silver Moon Fleet, Shivala Morningstar. Impossible. Wasn't she supposed to be dead? Could it be an impersonation? Nord attempted to reassure himself, though deep down he knew that few would dare to impersonate a princess of the Star Spirit Empire. Thus, she was indeed real. Yet, having chosen death, why did she re-emerge now, Princess Shivala? Just as he was about to command her capture, the Silver Moon's intelligence system emitted a warning. Alert! Alert! Unauthorized intrusion detected. Activating intelligent countermeasures and sealing communication channels. The alarm blared. Nord was momentarily stunned. The Silver Moon was a pinnacle of Star Spirit technology. How could it be compromised? What is happening? He shouted urgently. His subordinates hastily connected to the Silver Moon's intelligence system via the internal network to ascertain the situation. However, to their astonishment, the intruder had set up a firewall, barring them from accessing the Silver Moon's intelligence system. It felt akin to standing on the opposite bank of a river, witnessing nefarious individuals break into their home, yet being powerless to intervene, merely watching as their cherished belongings were ravaged. Commander, Silver Moon Intelligence has denied access. What? Nord leapt to his feet in shock. Silver Moon Intelligence is entirely crafted by the Star Spirit Empire, unlike the mass-produced items from the Star Alliance. The occurrence of such an event signifies that the opposing intelligence system surpasses Silver Moon Intelligence by far. However, the Red Star Fleet is not among those well-known powerful factions. They should not possess such advanced intelligence, should they? Regardless of the circumstances, Silver Moon Intelligence must not be compromised. If Silver Moon were to be successfully invaded, it would mean that the adversary would gain control over the Silver Moon vessel, leaving them as mere prey on board, vulnerable to slaughter. Why hasn't the escort fleet reacted? Where are the escort team? Do they not realize the mothership has been breached? The armed forces of the Silver Moon Fleet, apart from the Silver Moon's own forces, also include the guarding escort units, led by 2 elite celestial-level Star Spirit warriors. Zedali is responsible for external attacks, while they handle internal defenses. These 2 celestial-level warriors are not young recruits like Zedali, but seasoned veterans who have risen through countless battles. Logically, they should not have overlooked the anomalies occurring aboard the Silver Moon. Communication has been blocked by the adversary's intelligence. Messages cannot be transmitted. Have they not noticed this prolonged interruption in contact? Nord bellowed. This is undoubtedly their dereliction of duty. But is it truly negligence? Nord suspected they were reveling in his misfortune. The escort team was an area he could not intervene in. Those 2 celestial veterans, though they hailed from common origins, had allied themselves with nobility, and their backgrounds rivaled his own. Moreover, they were celestial warriors, and he could not command them with an iron fist. In the past, they had looked down upon him, especially since he had betrayed the princess for his ascension, which further diminished their regard for him. Nord's face contorted with rage, his expression spiraling out of control. Damn it, I am not the sole culprit here. Why must I bear the blame alone? Is there a way to bypass their blockade and contact Zedali? He inhaled deeply and spoke in a low voice. Commander Nord, the adversary has seized control of our external communication channels. Nord understood that the enemy had come fully prepared. Their appearance aboard the Silver Moon signified that autonomy was no longer within their grasp. I see. Nord slumped into his chair, despondently gazing at the projection of Shivala's figure. Your Highness, do you intend to betray the Star Spirit Empire? Commander, Silver Moon Intelligence has fallen. They have infiltrated the mainframe of Silver Moon. Upon hearing this, Nord comprehended that all hope was lost. He could only wait quietly for fate to unfold. Captain, we have completed the infiltration. Red Star Intelligence now controls the Silver Moon. Listening to the report from Red Star Intelligence, Wang Teng couldn't help but smile. Well done. Red Star Intelligence. Thank you for the compliment, Captain. What is the matter? Shivala noticed Wang Teng's elation. Wang Teng explained, from this moment on, this mothership belongs to us. Upon hearing this, Shivala appeared somewhat dazed. Although she had contemplated Wang Teng's intentions prior to their arrival, she had never imagined he had set his sights on the Silver Moon mothership. The Silver Moon intelligence is indeed a technological marvel of the Star Spirit Empire. How could the mass-produced intelligence of the Star Alliance possibly succeed in an invasion? Wang Teng smiled at her without offering any explanation. The technology of the Star Spirits is formidable, yet it pales in comparison to his own system. The Red Star intelligence, after numerous refinements by the system, has undergone remarkable transformations. Although it originated as a mass-produced entity of the Star Alliance, it has now evolved into something distinctly different from any intelligence system of the Alliance. Seeing that Wang Teng offered no clarification, Shivala refrained from pressing further. However, she remained apprehensive about the potential consequences of their actions. Captain, the Silver Moon is a technological gem of the Star Spirit Empire. They will not allow their technology to be exposed. If you take it away, you might provoke severe retaliation from the Empire. Wang Teng chuckled in response, teasingly stating, after all, this is the personal vessel of the Star Spirit Princess. I am merely assisting her in reclaiming it. Is that not reasonable? With that, he disregarded the encircling guards and strode directly into the ship. Come, let us go meet your former subordinates. As Wang Teng moved, the ship's guards dared not act rashly, following in his wake. However, upon entering the ship and passing through the corridor, the hatch closed with a decisive click, separating them. Thank you, Red Star Intelligence. Wang Teng called out to the monitoring system in the corner as he glanced back at the sealed hatch. It is my duty, came the mechanical, synthesized voice from the corner. Shivala was taken aback by the autonomy exhibited by the Red Star Intelligence. Due to strict intelligence protocols, no one had ever dared to grant such a high degree of independence to an AI, as it could potentially lead to catastrophic outcomes like the extinction of life. Isn't such high autonomy a risk for it to go out of control? She cautioned. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. Is fear not a necessary consideration? Besides, machines can indeed malfunction, but it is essential to recalibrate them promptly. Compared to the uncertainties of tomorrow, the present is far more significant, wouldn't you agree? Although she sensed something amiss, Shivala found Wang Teng's reasoning compelling. Observing her troubled expression, Wang Teng decided to reassure her. How could a burdened subordinate be entrusted with grave responsibilities? What is Core Protocol 1 of the Red Star Intelligence? Core Protocol 1 mandates strict adherence to the commands of individual Wang Teng. Protocol 2 is a reference to Protocol 1. Protocol 3 stipulates the protection of the captain and the continuation of Red Star. Very well, Red Star Intelligence, proceed with your tasks. Understood, Captain. Wang Teng turned to the bewildered Shivala and remarked, at this point, your concern should be whether I might instruct it to undertake nefarious deeds, rather than worrying about it going rogue. Witnessing this exchange, Shivala stifled a laugh. All right, Captain. I shall keep a watchful eye on you to ensure you do not engage in such mischief. That is something to take seriously. The two walked side by side, exchanging light-hearted banter as they approached the command center of the Silver Moon. The path ahead had been meticulously cleared by the Red Star Intelligence, including the guards lurking along the way. However, Nord, stationed in the command center, was far from feeling at ease. As Shivala approached gradually, a sense of panic enveloped him, conjuring memories of the moment when he had betrayed her. He feared that she had come seeking vengeance, intent on taking his life, which only served to heighten his anxiety. Those who have committed treacherous acts inevitably display a certain unease and trepidation when confronted with such situations, save for the truly heartless. Realizing this, he felt an urge to slap himself. He should not have contradicted Seedily when she ordered the Silver Moon armed forces to withdraw the flagship. Otherwise, he would not find himself in such a precarious position. Now, all he could do was pray that the guard forces could swiftly protect the flagship and that Shivala might show him mercy, sparing his wretched life. Just when his anxiety reached its zenith, the tightly sealed doors of the command center swung open. All eyes turned towards the entrance. A palpable tension and unease reflected in their expressions. Yet, several Star Spirits stepped forward, determined to make a final stand. Star Spirits shall never be enslaved. However, the figure that entered rendered everyone speechless. A being with flowing purple hair, pointed ears, and an unmistakable aura of the Star Spirits. What was happening? Star Spirits were detaining their own kind. A few among them recognized Shivala, their expressions freezing in shock. Within the Star Spirit Empire, she had become a symbol of malevolence, a fallen spirit whose misdeeds were beyond count. Shivala surveyed the unfamiliar faces surrounding her, a wave of melancholy washing over her. She had hoped to encounter some familiar visages. Casting a glance at the corner where Nord stood, she refrained from calling him out immediately, instead choosing to step aside and adopt a welcoming posture, which astonished the star spirits. What was this? The noble star spirit bowing in deference to another? Was this person of high rank within the Star Spirit Empire? Their hopes were dashed as they realized that the newcomer was merely a human, an ordinary one at that. This only reinforced their belief that Shivala had willingly succumbed to degradation. As they witnessed Shivala bowing before this human, the expressions of the star spirits aboard the Silver Moon were grim, as though they had suffered a personal affront. A human had enslaved a star spirit? Wang Teng remained unperturbed by the hostile glares directed at him by the star spirits. Instead, he turned to Shivala and inquired, "Where is he?" Shivala's gaze flickered as she pointed to the corner where Nord sat, looking dejected and haggard. Upon being indicated by Shivala, Nord trembled involuntarily. Yet upon seeing Wang Teng, he unconsciously believed he was somehow triumphant. A human? Had Shivala truly fallen so low as to submit to a human? Was this still the fierce and resolute Shivala he once knew? Nord slowly rose to his feet, feigning composure as he regarded Shivala. "You should not have returned. You should not be here, Princess Shivala." He did not conceal his identity. After all, she was present, and there was little purpose in hiding. It was better to acknowledge the truth openly. Moreover, this also effectively prevents the other party from leveraging their higher celestial status to intimidate others. Princess Shivala? The commander referred to her as Princess Shivala? Is she not the former commander of the Silver Moon, the very princess who betrayed the Celestial Empire? Was it not said that she had perished? How could she possibly be here, having seized the Silver Moon vessel? Could it be that this princess is seeking vengeance? Are we witnessing a clash of power? The Celestials exchanged glances, no longer obstructing the two, for after all, she is Shivala. Though she is no longer the commander of the Silver Moon, one must still show respect for her name and legacy. Nord felt bewildered. What was happening? Why were they stepping aside? If you do not impede them, how can I dare to stand forth? Come back, please return. While Nord silently prayed in despair, a few loyal souls stood before him. Indeed, you shall be my candidates for promotion. Nord thought to himself. Nord, I see you still remember me. Shivala spoke with a complex tone, once a loyal subordinate who had betrayed her. Now they met again, and everything had changed. Your Highness, the events of that time were beyond my control, Nord attempted to explain. Shivala's gaze flickered, and she offered no response. Nord opened his mouth. Indeed, he had committed such deeds, and no justification could undo them. Your Highness, what is your purpose here? Nord asked in a grave tone, as if Shivala were the villain. Shivala smiled, surveying all present, finally resting her gaze upon Wang Teng. That is a question for my captain. Captain, your Highness has truly fallen, being subjugated by humans. Nord declared, regardless of the truth, he sought to cast aspersions upon her to dissuade others from harboring illusions. Upon hearing his words, the other Celestials felt an increased disdain for Shivala. Celestials are born free. How could they be enslaved, even if by force? Nord's actions were meant to decisively sever Shivala's prospects of returning to the Celestial Empire. A princess who has been enslaved could never ascend to a position of power. Yet he overlooked the fact that Shivala did not come of her own volition. Wang Teng, upon hearing Nord's words, could not help but applaud. You all speak so eloquently. Did you not hear her call me captain? Naturally, she is a member of our fleet. Is it truly wise to insult my crew in my presence as their captain? Nord cast a disdainful glance at Wang Teng, knowing it was not the right time, but the pride inherent to Celestials compelled him to utter such regrettable words. Who are you, human? This is the Silver Moon fleet of the Celestial Empire. You have no standing to speak here. Wang Teng's eyes sparkled, and the Dragon King grinned. Are you certain this is still the Silver Moon fleet? Chapter 103. Witness a performance, convey to those behind the scenes. Ripples stirred in Nord's heart. He suddenly recalled that the Silver Moon's intelligence had been compromised. The ship was no longer under his control. Could it be? Nord looked at Wang Teng in shock. You have realized it. This vessel now belongs to me. Wang Teng smiled knowingly. Red Star Intelligence. Upon realizing that the voice responding within the Silver Moon vessel was not that of the Silver Moon AI, Nord finally awakened to the grim reality. They were prisoners. No, not yet. A flicker of hope ignited in Nord's eyes. Their adversary was merely human, while they boasted over 100 star spirits, each a formidable warrior of the highest caliber. Even with Shivala by his side, it would be difficult for him to safeguard against so many foes. Yes, that was it, eliminate him. Once this thought took root, it became inescapable. Moreover, should they succeed in dispatching him, he might even capture Shivala, perhaps earning accolades from the council and a chance to join their ranks. Madness glimmered in Nord's gaze as he slowly raised his head to the two figures standing at the doorway. This opportunity was singular. Act now, he commanded in a low tone. The star spirits before him hesitated, bewildered by his intent. Nord, growing impatient, shouted, I said act. Dispose of that human. And seize Shivala, the one who sullies the dignity of the star spirits. Quickly, with his fervent cry, understanding dawned upon them. Indeed, what could a mere human do against their might? As for Shivala, she was not originally one of their subordinates, so they bore no moral qualms about her fate. Perhaps, after this, they would earn rewards from the council. With that, the 100 star spirits in the command center sprang into action, seizing the moment to eliminate Wang Teng. Observing their sudden movement, Wang Teng cast a doubtful glance at Shivala, silently questioning, are your star spirits truly so blind to reality? He was human, yes. But he had managed to quietly board the Silver Moon vessel with Shivala and reach this point. Did that not speak to his extraordinary capabilities? Furthermore, despite the multitude of star spirit guards, none had managed to thwart him. Did they genuinely believe that a mere 100 clerks could vanquish him? Shivala shrugged. They were not her former subordinates, so she had no insight into their mindset. However, like attracts like, they had been gathered by Nord, and perhaps they shared his delusions. Captain, do you require my assistance? She inquired. Can you handle it? There are 100 star spirits. Though you are a princess, surely you would be overwhelmed. Shirvalina's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shot a disapproving look at Wang Teng. He was perplexed. Why was she blushing? He merely feared for her safety. Worried that if anything happened to her, she would be unable to aid him. He had already taken on the burden of the Star Spirit Empire. Did she wish for him to suffer a loss? Women could be so incomprehensible. With that, he charged forward, for even without weaponry, his physical prowess surpassed that of the ordinary armed soldiers. Moreover, he possessed enhanced psychic abilities. With a mere thought, he immobilized the star spirits. And in a flurry of movements, he sent the immobilized ones crashing against the wall, their bodies thudding against the surface. The cacophony of impacts left the ensnared star spirits feeling as if they were under siege by a malevolent force. What on earth was this human capable of? Why do I feel more like a star spirit than they do? Wang Teng flexed his limbs and moved his joints, preparing to deal with the remaining star spirits when he received a communication from Chishua. Captain, I have captured the opponent. Wang Teng paused, waved his hand, and sent the remaining star spirits flying, crashing against the walls and sliding down. He glanced at Nord, whose complexion had turned pale, and observed the trembling of his legs before silently averting his gaze. You've worked hard. Please bring them over. I have already taken down their flagship. Understood, Captain. Shivala looked curiously at Wang Teng. It's Chishua. She has subdued the celestial-class armament of the Silver Moon Fleet. Wang Teng's words left her somewhat astonished. Shivala has been captured? Are you surprised? The art of the starry sky is indeed formidable, but let us not forget our origins. The ancient heritage of the Summer Alliance is not inferior to the star spirit techniques. The Red Demon armament is a fusion of both. Moreover, the Red Star Fleet is not lacking in rare resources, so Chishua's victory was to be expected. After Wang Teng spoke, he left Shivala, who was still in a daze, and walked directly towards Nord. What do you intend to do? Nord stammered. Wang Teng smiled slightly. I have no particular intention. I merely wish for you to witness a spectacle. Nord swallowed hard, wanting to refuse, but he knew he had no grounds for denial and could only nod submissively. Wang Teng was pleased with his attitude and called for Zealand. Zealand, please bring our manager Mike over. It is time to fulfill our promise to him. A few minutes later, on the bridge of the Silver Moon ship, Chishua descended powerfully, enveloping the unconscious Shivala in an energy shield. The violent energy aftermath caused the hair of everyone, except Wang Teng, who passively absorbed the energy fluctuations to stand on end. Nord gazed at Shivala, who was placed on the ground, stripped of her armor, now reduced to her basic combat form, and couldn't help but look up at the menacing Red Demon armament. He swallowed hard, silently commending his own astuteness. How did you win? Shivala inquired curiously. Chishua scrutinized this new crew member. Realizing that the situation had been orchestrated for her benefit, aside from her appearance, she seemed unremarkable. She had her reservations, always holding back in her strikes. How could she possibly be her match? Shivala cast a sympathetic glance at the fallen Shivala, the poor country girl. Meanwhile, Zealand arrived aboard the Red Star battleship. At that moment, the security armed forces finally sprang into action. However, before Nord could revel in his joy, he saw Wang Teng unleash purple auroras on either side, cleaving through the Silver Moon ship like a dividing line. This brutal display sent alarm bells ringing in Nord's mind. This person is incredibly strong. Chishua, Zealand. Go warn them. Received. A silver light shot from the opposing warship, while Chishua transformed into a streak of crimson, soaring skyward to intertwine with the silver light. Each standing on either side of the Silver Moon ship. The previously mobilized security forces, intimidated by the two, dared not act recklessly. Nord was filled with trepidation, contemplating how Wang Teng would treat him and whether he would be killed. Just then, a transport ship flew in from the Red Star battleship. A contingent of Red Star warriors emerged, escorting a man whose demeanor resembled that of a despondent vagabond. During his confinement, Mike had pondered relentlessly on how he might persuade Wang Teng to grant him mercy. In his desperation, he even contemplated exposing the dark dealings of the MIA. However, throughout his imprisonment, Wang Teng had not summoned him, intensifying Mike's anxiety. Now, as the opportunity to meet Wang Teng finally presented itself, he felt compelled to seize it. Captain, grant me a chance. I had no choice before. I was coerced into these actions. I can divulge some secrets. Please, spare me, Mike implored, collapsing to his knees in a torrent of tears. Wang Teng, however, paid him no heed, instead smiling at Nord. Please relay this performance to your superiors, he instructed. Following this, he seized Mike, and amidst the latter's wails, transformed him into a stream of light, hurtling toward a derelict asteroid in the 02 mining area, circling it 2.5 times until Mike was entirely smeared against the asteroid's rubble. Witnessing this spectacle, Nord was left in a state of shock, his legs giving way as he sank to the ground. Chapter 104. The Star Alliance review team. Wang Teng and his entourage stood upon the bridge of the Silver Moon ship, gazing at the departing Silver Moon fleet. Captain, why did you let them go? Chishua inquired, perplexed. Since a conflict has already arisen, there is no need to release the tiger back into the wild. Zealand echoed the sentiment, expressing her outrage at the audacity of the star spirits to defy the captain. Had it not been for his restraint, she would have executed them on the spot. Wang Teng regarded the two with his clear, innocent gaze, evidently aware that they had not considered the ramifications of their desires. The Star Spirit Empire was a member of the Star Alliance. Retaining their second fleet would carry grave implications. What does that mean? Wang Teng did not respond, instead turning his attention to Shivala. As a princess of the Star Spirits, she comprehended the consequences all too well. It would be tantamount to openly betraying the Star Alliance, inviting retribution from the entire alliance. Taking a deep breath, Shivala glanced at the Silver Moon ship beneath her. She felt a sense of helplessness, questioning why Wang Teng, fully aware of this reality, would deliberately provoke the Star Spirit Empire. The Empire would never allow Star Spirit technology to remain in foreign hands. Indeed, Wang Teng had released the Silver Moon fleet without inflicting a scratch on Nord, merely sending him back with a message, the price being this ship, equivalent in class to the Red Star vessels. Crafted through traditional Star Spirit techniques, the ship was adorned in gilded accents, resembling an emerald-gilded vessel. Wang Teng's reasoning was straightforward. For the Red Star to grow and thrive, it was essential to augment its fleet with capital ships, a task that would consume considerable time if undertaken independently. The Silver Moon fleet, thus fortuitously presented, was an opportunity he could not refuse. Moreover, aside from the Silver Moon ship, he had also acquired numerous vessels from the previous anti-Red Star coalition, though they paled in comparison to the Silver Moon. As for purchasing with currency, please, this is the Skyline. While the prior development policy emphasized peace, justice, and fairness, there was still the matter of eradicating the remnants of the old party forces. Was it not reasonable to claim some spoils during the cleansing? Moreover, his actions reflect a deliberate effort to project his attitude and shape his persona. What kind of person is less likely to be bullied? Clearly, it is the villain. To avoid being victimized, one must be fiercer and more ruthless than others. Presently, the Red Star fleet has made numerous enemies. Any sign of weakness would incite them to pounce eagerly. After listening to Shivalena's explanation, Chishua's expression changed. The allies of the Star Alliance are indeed not to be trifled with. After all, the Red Star fleet is still a registered fleet within the Alliance, unless one is determined to sever ties with it. However, such a choice would likely invite comprehensive retaliation from the Alliance. Their perspective is indeed somewhat lacking. But Captain, did we not seize a flagship? Zaylon remarked softly. Indeed, both Shivalena and Chishua turned their gazes toward Wang Teng. Was it not said that offending them was inadvisable? You have now apprehended their flagship. This surely constitutes a grave offense, does it not? Wang Teng smiled lightly. It's fine. Someone will provide us with a plausible excuse. Shivalena paused for a moment, then recalled the terrified Nord from earlier. She immediately understood why Wang Teng had chosen to release him. Only in his hands would the Silver Moon fleet refrain from further aggression. Had they eliminated him, any successor would inevitably seek to restore lost pride by attacking the Red Star fleet, leading to widespread conflict once again. So this was the captain's strategy, Chishua observed. glancing at the flickering eyes of Shivala. Do you grasp the implications? Indeed, can you not perceive it? Shivala inquired sincerely, devoid of mockery. However, to Chishua, it felt as though she were being ridiculed. Having grown up in the Red Star Fleet and spent little time on the surface, Chishua had scarcely engaged in formal education. Her literacy was primarily for operating warships and mechs. She acknowledged her lack of education and considered herself merely a hard-working soldier. Reflecting on this, a sense of melancholy washed over her. It seemed she could no longer keep pace with Wang Teng. Did you discern anything? Zaylon inquired. Chishua lifted her gaze slightly, eager to understand the underlying meaning. Shivalena's expression shifted. Although they were elite warriors, they seemed ill-equipped for such matters. Suddenly, she comprehended why Wang Teng had spoken as he did when recruiting her into the fleet. Was this to have me fill the fleet's shortcomings? Yet, does he not fear that I might usurp control of the fleet? If Wang Teng were aware of her thoughts, he would likely find it amusing. He might not know about others, but as someone with a system, he would certainly be the first to know if he were ever undermined. The system displayed the words. Shivalena has become a follower, prominently on the interface. Thus, he had no cause for concern. The only drawback was that the system did not reveal loyalty levels, making real-time monitoring impossible. The captain's actions, beyond demonstrating strength, also signify his goodwill. Goodwill? Chishua and Zaylon exchanged peculiar expressions. Is it still goodwill after seizing their flagship? Zawaluna offered a faint smile, choosing not to elaborate further. Her statement was inherently influenced by her identity. As Wang Teng articulated, his act of assisting the former princess in reclaiming her vessel while sparing others was both reasonable and a clear expression of goodwill. With this goodwill extended, it was now contingent upon the recipients to accept it or face the prospect of a more forceful response. Wang Teng neither confirmed nor denied the implications of his stance. It was a matter of interpretation. Regardless, the captain's actions were entirely justifiable. The two women grasped this sentiment. As long as the captain's reasoning held, they would not falter if challenged. However, I believe it would be prudent for the captain to retain the crew of the Silver Moon, ensuring there would be assistance in navigating the vessel. Zawaluna gradually began to align herself with the Red Star faction. Wang Teng, however, shook his head, asserting that they had more professional pilots. Professional pilots? The Red Star Intelligence. At your service, Captain. Proceeding to return to the Red Star Fleet. Oh, so this is what you meant by professional pilots? Thanks to the operation of the Red Star Intelligence, the return of the Silver Moon sparked no misunderstandings. On the contrary, it ignited excitement among the members of the Red Star Fleet. This marked the acquisition of a second colossal ship, signifying the development of the Red Star Fleet. Even if it was known that this vessel was seized from the Star Spirit Empire, what of it? Since entering the Skyline, was there any ship within their fleet that had not been claimed from enemies? It could even be said that this showcased the captain's formidable presence, directly seizing the flagship from adversaries. At that moment, however, Wang Teng furrowed his brow. Upon returning, Arno had delivered unsettling news. The Star Alliance had dispatched an inspection team to the Red Star Fleet. Due to the Star Alliance's stringent management of registered fleets, should a fleet fail to maintain operational status, the Alliance would revoke its registration, rendering it a fleet without ownership or structure. Such a fleet would ultimately face dissolution or consolidation. Of course, there was another option, to abandon the Star Alliance and become a rogue fleet, either as pirates, raiders, or a shadow fleet under someone else's command, engaging in unsavory activities. In the past, in order to prevent the Red Star Fleet from descending into such a fate, Chishua had brought Wang Teng aboard the Red Star as captain. It seemed that the calculations of the Red Star intelligence were remarkably accurate. The Star Alliance inspection team? Had my information not been uploaded to the Alliance? Wang Teng turned to Chishua. Chishua bit her lip, uncertain. I'm not sure. I uploaded directly to the Red Star intelligence, which should have followed protocol to replace the information with the Star Alliance. So, it appears that the inspection team from the Star Alliance does not come with good intentions. Wang Teng mused, his gaze flickering. Chapter 105, Unwelcome Guests. The Star Alliance inspection team was dispatched to verify the actual circumstances. They wielded no significant power and held no authority to impose sanctions on the fleet. Their sole purpose was to review and verify the legitimacy of the registered fleets. The arrival of the Star Alliance inspection team signifies that the qualifications of the Red Star Fleet are in question. If not handled appropriately, the Red Star Fleet may indeed declare itself sovereign, resulting in a strained relationship with the Star Alliance. Wang Teng fears that his two properties on the Guyuan Star might attract the attention of opportunists. The mere thought of this unsettles him. As those estates are the legacy of his family, serving as a safeguard for his retirement, they must not fall into the hands of others. Therefore, it is imperative to manage the situation with the Star Alliance inspection team with utmost care. A glint of determination flashes in Wang Teng's eyes. He is not opposed to taking drastic measures if necessary. I surmise the Star Alliance has come to verify the authenticity of the submitted documents. Shivala hesitates to speak. Observing her reticence, Wang Teng inquires, "What is it you wish to express?" Previously, the inspection teams held limited power, merely conducting reviews and verifications. However, the potential for corruption is evident, and Wang Teng quickly comprehends Shivala's implication. Indeed, the possibility of exploiting authority for personal gain exists. Throughout history, human nature has harbored selfishness, especially within an inspection fleet's duties. Bribery and collusion are challenging to eradicate. Shivala nods in agreement, noting that if they merely seek some benefits, it may not be overly concerning. What she fears is insatiable greed that leads them to encroach upon the fleet's interests. She has long been aware of such occurrences, where smaller fleets were coerced into severing ties with the Star Alliance and becoming rogue fleets. Undeniably, the inspection system, in its inception, propelled the fleets of the Star Alliance towards positive development. Yet now, with the vast expanse of the Alliance, nearly every interstellar fleet has some corporate backing. The inspection system has ceased to foster growth. It is merely perpetuated by the Alliance. The Spirit Empire, benefiting from its autonomy, is less vulnerable to the ramifications of the inspection system. However, the Red Star fleet, having detached from the Datang group, though it has recently established its foothold, would not fare well if the inspection team were to instigate trouble, particularly at this precarious juncture. This is the source of Shivala's concern. She fears that Wang Teng, in a moment of carelessness, might cast the members of the inspection team onto a desolate mining planet. If they dare to threaten us, I shall obliterate them with a single shot, Chishua declares with a solemn voice. After enduring a long-awaited dawn, she cannot allow anyone to destroy it, even if it means severing ties with the Red Star fleet. There is no necessity for direct confrontation. Interstellar navigation is perilous, and encountering cosmic turbulence is commonplace. Shivala, with a hint of a smile, remarks, "I can create localized spatial turbulence." Zealand concurs with their proposition and volunteers to serve as the instrument of demise. The three women share a chilling laugh. Meanwhile, outside the MIA Group's number 02 mining area of the Skyline, a small, shuttle-shaped craft adorned with the Star Alliance emblem emerges from transition space. The Star Alliance inspection team has arrived. Wang Teng stands aboard the Red Star, gazing at the approaching vessel, contemplating instructing Arno to open the hangar and allow them entry. However, the opposing party appears to have different intentions, heading straight towards the bridge, seemingly intent on landing there. "Captain." Wang Teng squinted his eyes, fixated on the spaceship, and then Arno released the defenses, allowing them to approach. Regardless of their intentions, this display of authority ensured that they would gain nothing. Chishua and the others wore grim expressions, as if their eyes could conjure heat rays to obliterate the vessel. What audacity! The captain had already shown them ample courtesy by waiting outside, yet these individuals dared to disregard it. Zealand erupted in anger, her weaponry flickering ominously. Had it not been for Wang Teng's orders, she would have sent them spiraling into the chaotic currents of space, rendering them lost to the void. With a whoosh, the spaceship descended vertically before them, and as the hatch opened, the rush of air tousled their garments. 5 individuals clad in the official uniforms of the Star Alliance emerged, their faces devoid of any semblance of goodwill. At the forefront stood a human, followed by 4 extraterrestrial beings, each adorned in hues of red, yellow, blue, and green. All humanoid in form, yet some bore protrusions while others had scales upon their skin. Undoubtedly, these 4 regarded the human as their leader. As soon as the human emerged, his gaze fixated intently on the 3 women, especially upon recognizing the star spirit identity of Shivala, which provoked a wave of excitement within him. Incredible, a star spirit. This fleet is certainly intriguing. Shivala, feeling the weight of his scrutiny, huffed in annoyance. Only then did the 5 temper their demeanor. Though the amusement in their eyes was unmistakable, Wang Teng maintained an impassive expression, feigning ignorance of their presence, which emboldened the 5 even further. "Are you members of the inspection team?" Wang Teng inquired. Given the seriousness of the matter, the 5 refrained from being evasive. "Star Alliance inspection team," they declared, promptly presenting their credentials and the Alliance certification. Wang Teng meticulously examined each document before nodding in acknowledgement. "Then you may proceed." Wang Teng's words momentarily stunned the inspection team. Were they truly to commence so directly? Traditionally, they would have been welcomed first, and even if not, at least treated with civility and offered some token of goodwill. What was this fellow thinking, to act so unprofessionally? Observing the subtle shift in their expressions, Wang Teng feigned a look of confusion and said, "This is my first time as captain. I am unfamiliar with the protocol. Perhaps you could enlighten me?" The human from the inspection team exchanged glances with the others, then smirked disdainfully. No wonder he was so naive. It was his first time in command. They had stumbled upon a lamb ripe for the slaughter. Ah, we cannot blame you. It is our oversight, the human replied, feigning regret while inwardly calculating how to maximize their gains. However, you must understand, every time our inspection team embarks, we traverse multiple star systems, and our missions are lengthy. Yet, the funding provided by the Alliance is woefully inadequate. He lamented, we endure the harshest conditions while receiving the most meager compensation. Wang Teng and his companions listened to the inspection team's grievances, the intent behind their words glaringly obvious. The squeaky wheel gets the grease. How utterly ridiculous to believe such nonsense, Wang Teng thought. According to Ziwaluna, the position within the inspection team was not one for the faint-hearted. It was typically inherited. Every time, a limited number of slots are released, and yet, numerous individuals are eager to seize the opportunity. Once inside, however, the true test of one's character begins. It is true that the salaries of the review committee are low, yet the allowances are substantial, and with a few perks and benefits. Who would still concern themselves with that meager salary? Moreover, some individuals meddle within the fleet, directly appropriating a portion of its profits, thus elevating their status significantly. Oh, I see. Are you implying that a gratuity is expected? Wang Teng displayed an expression akin to that of an inexperienced novice in the workplace. The head of the review committee, essentially the leading figure, could not help but furrow his brow. This fellow truly lacked worldly wisdom. Could such matters be openly discussed? Ahem. I am not suggesting that you are soliciting a bribe. Before the head of the review committee could articulate his thoughts, Wang Teng interjected. In the moment of his bewilderment, he remained oblivious to the fact that this scene had already been broadcasted live. Indeed, Wang Teng had once again initiated a live stream. To contend with the institutions of the Galactic Alliance, one must rely on insiders from the Alliance. Since their appearance, they had remained under constant surveillance. When the head of the review committee was outsmarted by Wang Teng's clumsy acting, it signified that they were in for trouble. The review committee's demand for a bribe from the targeted fleet was nothing short of a sensational revelation. Surely, following the Red Star channel was a prudent choice. Chapter 106. The chain of interests and their response. Is this person genuinely oblivious or merely feigning ignorance? Did he ever mention a request for anything? Although he indeed came to take advantage of the situation, the head of the review committee frowned, preparing to deliver a righteous reprimand, only to hear Wang Teng continue speaking. I wonder how much of a gratuity you all require. The Red Star fleet has just begun its journey and possesses little to offer. Wang Teng displayed an expression of contrition. The head of the review committee's frown gradually relaxed. Was he not rather astute? Prior to his arrival, he had received information regarding the Red Star fleet, indicating that the captain had perished and that the fleet had severed ties with the Resource Consortium in pursuit of independence. The records indicated that the new captain was a landlord who, despite graduating from a university within the Alliance, had been neglecting his duties for many years and appeared to be nothing more than a makeshift recruit. This was also the reason he had initially adopted a pretentious demeanor. He was probing Wang Teng, testing the Red Star fleet, and should he detect any weaknesses, he would consume this fleet whole. As expected, although they had overstepped by landing on the bridge, the other party still permitted their entry. Furthermore, Wang Teng's performance had left him quite pleased. The novice captain, the fleet on the brink of dissolution, and the hard-won resources, various signs indicated that this fleet was ripe for manipulation. However, had he been aware of the recent events, he likely would not have harbored such thoughts. Manipulatable? The last individual who sought to do so had already been eliminated on an abandoned mining planet. In principle, we are not permitted to engage in such actions. However, as you know, there are higher authorities above us. If you do not give, I do not give. How then will the upper echelons acquire what they desire? Would you not agree? The head of the review committee wore a resigned expression, as if he were considering Wang Teng's best interests. Wang Teng smiled without responding, instead inquiring, has this esteemed leader familiarized himself with the conditions here? Here? The leader of the review team furrowed his brow slightly. He was aware that this place was known as the Skyline, a chaotic realm beyond the Star Alliance. However, under the banner of the Star Alliance, the inhabitants here neither obstructed nor seized them. He was uncertain of Wang Teng's intentions. Was he implying that they were capable of surviving here, demonstrating some level of strength? My apologies. We have just completed a long journey and entered the hibernation pod. We only awakened upon arriving here, and thus are not well acquainted with the circumstances, he explained. The leader shook his head and glanced around at the abandoned mining planet beneath the Red Star ship, his frown deepening. Why did you choose an abandoned mining planet? It holds little value. To me, it appears to be a mere trifle. It seems they have nothing of worth to offer. His gaze fell upon the three women behind Wang Teng, and his eyes brightened. The individuals behind you must be the fleet warriors, indeed. Quite impressive. I have observed that your fleet appears to be facing some difficulties. Might you be in need of financial support? Fleet funding had become an unwritten rule in this world. When a fleet struggled to sustain its operations, they often sought assistance from external sources. Benefactors could be individuals, resource companies, planetary lords, and so forth. However, most would opt to apply for support from the Star Alliance, as this alleviated concerns of being ensnared or having their fleet structure usurped. Yet, there were opportunists who established investment firms to specifically fund endangered fleets, should these fleets default on their debts. The firms would package and sell them to various resource conglomerates and other powers. The fleets sold under such circumstances often became mere cannon fodder. Many within the Star Alliance review team were engaged in such investments. This was the essence of substantial business. The reason the review system persisted was to facilitate these transactions, validating fleet qualifications, collecting fees, investing in partnerships, and coercively reselling through debt, all rife with profit. Upon hearing Shivaluna's explanation, Zealand and Chishua's faces turned pale, a wave of fear washing over them. Had it not been for Wang Teng's appearance, it could have been them facing the same grim fate as the Red Star fleet. Wang Teng too was just then realizing the intricacies of this profit chain. It was no wonder that so many spoke of the fortunes to be made only after venturing into the cosmos, unaware that they themselves were perceived as commodities in the eyes of others. Compared to the stars, human nature was far more difficult to confront. The Red Star fleet is functioning normally and does not require financial assistance. I apologize, Wang Teng said with a smile, subtly indicating his refusal. Yet, the leader of the review team was not so easily deterred. In his view, this small fleet was already in his grasp. He would not allow the opportunity to slip away. Oh, are you certain? If I were to write on the assessment document that this fleet cannot pass evaluation and recommend the cancellation of its registration, do you truly believe your fleet would still be functioning normally? The leader no longer concealed his avarice, his greed now laid bare. Indeed, his intent from the outset had been to secure funding for the fleet, thereby gradually encroaching upon and ultimately seizing it, leading to transactions involving the fleet. Investments carried the risk of failing to claim fleet resources, yet when the objective was predatory funding, the profits were immense. At last, can it be concealed no longer? Wang Teng maintained a smile, his avaricious demeanor suggesting he had long anticipated this moment. Are you threatening me? Do not forget, you are aboard my warship, surrounded by my crew. As Chishua and Zealand contemplated rushing forward to unleash their fury upon the head of the inspection team, Shivala intervened, gently shaking her head to dissuade them. The two women then restrained their impulses, recalling the elaborate ruse at hand. Time shifted back to before the arrival of the inspection team. Upon learning of their impending visit, Wang Teng convened an emergency online meeting for the Red Star fleet. Attended by all planetary commanders, the impending crisis faced by the Red Star fleet ignited a fervor among the attendees, who voiced their indignation. Alina boldly proposed severing ties with the Star Alliance and declaring herself queen upon the horizon. Many voices echoed their agreement. Even Chishua silently concurred. However, it was Shivala, the newcomer, who first voiced her dissent. Based on the precarious situation the Red Star fleet had endured, she deemed it unwise. Surrounded by enemies and fraught with peril, should the Red Star fleet extricate itself from the Star Alliance, it would invite a relentless onslaught from various factions. Of course, she was unaware that Wang Teng possessed an advantage, as the number of fleets he commanded merely represented resources reflected on a system interface. Wang Teng had no intention of revealing his system. Truth be told, he wished to avoid such dire circumstances. For he could not forsake the two buildings on the base planet, family assets that promised to secure wealth for at least 3 generations. At this juncture, Lucic once again presented a strategy. If evasion of scrutiny was impossible, let them come openly, under the watchful gaze of the Star Alliance. Let their clandestine dealings be laid bare. Indeed, a live broadcast was the solution. It would be ideal to ensnare them, should the inspection team adhere to protocol. All would be well, but if they harbored ulterior motives, let them be thrust into the public eye. Let the keyboard warriors of the Star Alliance judge them. By then, whatever actions the Red Star took would surely garner the support of the keyboard warriors. Ha ha ha, coercion? Yes, I am indeed coercing you. I am on your ship. But do you dare to harm me? Look at this skin I wear. Behind me stands the Star Alliance. The head of the inspection team chuckled cunningly. A scene captured in close-up by the Red Star channel's live broadcast. In a room filled with billions of spectators, public sentiment began to erupt. Chapter 107. Paint you on a wasteland. The Star Alliance, seemingly tranquil, concealed a realm of filth within its shadows. A veil of ignorance shrouded the populace from the truth. In this interstellar age, major resource conglomerates monopolized nearly all advancement avenues. The positions that ordinary individuals desperately aspired to were mere smokescreens, distractions to silence dissent. The avaricious visage of the inspection team leader was, without a doubt, a microcosm of the everyday experiences faced by the masses, capturing the collective consciousness in an instant. Thus, at this very moment, the Red Star fleet found itself under the duress of the inspection team. The barrage of insults erupted instantly, yet aside from their furious outbursts, what else could they possibly do? Even though the Red Star fleet bravely forged ahead, it could not escape the vile machinations of filthy parasites. At this moment, the collective indignation reached a boiling point of 40, with tempers flaring. Wang Teng continued to weave his traps. Believing the words of the head of the review committee were insufficient, he felt he needed to convey a deeper sense of loathing that made one wish for his demise. His smile was restrained, while the head of the review committee laughed even more heartily. Wang Teng's reaction led him to believe he had the upper hand. In truth, you have other options. Revoking your registration is not a significant matter. You can still roam the cosmos with your fleet, becoming a nomadic armada barred from entering any planet within the Star Alliance. The head of the review committee was diligently crafting proposals for Wang Teng. Alternatively, you could accept my funding. Of course, my terms for assistance are rather stringent. Failure to repay the funds would grant me the right to dispose of everything belonging to the fleet, including you as the captain. The head of the review committee smirked, his eyes sparkling. Having spoken so plainly, he was confident Wang Teng would comprehend. Captain Chishua and Zilong, struggling to contain their rage, called out to Wang Teng. Yet the head of the review committee merely chuckled, having witnessed similar scenes no fewer than 10 times before. Ultimately, he had always obtained what he desired, and this occasion would be no exception. How much funding can you provide me? Wang Teng inquired, revealing that this instance would indeed follow the same pattern. I will not accept anything less than 1 billion units of star core crystals. Did you not hear what I said? The head of the review committee's expression shifted to one of shock and disbelief, more astonished than if he had learned that the neighbor's dog had birthed a litter of puppies. I will not accept anything less than 1 billion units of star core crystals, Wang Teng reiterated with a serious demeanor. Do you realize how immense a sum 1 billion units of star core crystals represents? Wang Teng nodded, estimating it to be about 1/10 of a planet's total output. Seeing his earnestness, the head of the review committee could not help but ask, do you truly believe this pitiful fleet of yours is worth 1/10 of a planet's total yield? Why not? Surely you wouldn't be unable to produce such a sum. Would you? If you cannot, then how can you claim to fund us? Listening to Wang Teng's scornful remarks, the head of the review committee was taken aback and used to such indignities. I cannot produce it. Do you know who I am? I am Xiao Bishan, son of Xiao Han's Han, commander of the second fleet of the Dao group, leader of the Wanlong fleet, commanding hundreds of thousands of ships and possessing numerous planets and mining worlds. Do you think 1 billion is beyond my reach? Xiao Bishan crossed his arms, anticipating Wang Teng to bow before him. The records indicated that the Red Star fleet originally belonged to the Datang group, a subsidiary of the First Fleet's Xuanjia fleet, which paled in comparison to the Second Fleet of Dao and the erstwhile Third Fleet of Datang. How amusing it was. Initially, he had aimed merely to secure a profit. But now, revealing his father's identity could lead to a share of the spoils. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Once he had seized control of the fleet, he would send Wang Teng to toil in the mines for a lifetime. Dao group? Wang Teng mused upon hearing Xiao Bishan's self-revelation, unexpectedly considering whether this could be the handiwork of the Dao group. However, Li Anren had not conveyed any message. He did not believe that Li Anren would breach his promise. A person of his caliber would not engage in such behavior. Thus, it was likely that this individual was involved in some clandestine dealings. It was no wonder he exuded such arrogance, having the backing of such formidable power that smaller fleets could hardly refuse him. Unfortunately, he had crossed paths with someone formidable. Did you come here of your own accord? Or was it your father's directive? Wang Teng inquired. What does it matter? Regardless, I shall refuse. Xiao Bishan was momentarily taken aback, quickly succumbing to indignation. Are you toying with me? Wang Teng smiled subtly, his meaning unmistakable. Indeed, I am playing with you. What of it? Is everything being recorded? Wang Teng disregarded his outburst, turning to ask. Chishua nodded affirmatively. Everything has been recorded, and it's being broadcast live. I even captured close-ups of his unsavory demeanor. Zilong flashed a peace sign. Xiao Bishan felt a sudden wave of anxiety. He sensed he had fallen into a trap. What do you mean by this? At that moment, a subordinate from the Red Star faction approached. Young master, we are being broadcast live. Xiao Bishan seized the device and, to his dismay, found his image displayed in the live stream. Reading the barrage of furious comments in the chat, he furrowed his brow in uncontainable rage. Someone had unearthed his identity. In addition to his father being the fleet commander, his mother was also a high-ranking executive in the conglomerate. To his astonishment, individuals were claiming to be victims, alleging that he had plundered the fleet under the guise of sponsorship. The more he watched, the more anxious he became, as the situation spiraled beyond his control. "Shut it down," Xiao Bishan bellowed at Wang Teng. Wang Teng merely chuckled, remaining unmoved. Xiao Bishan immediately commanded his 4 armed subordinates, "Hurry, locate the live stream camera and cut the broadcast." The 4 extraterrestrial warriors, each modified for combat, sprang into action, resembling a colorful squad of fruit-themed heroes. However, despite their vibrant appearance, their combat proficiency was at the Earth level. 4 Earth-class warriors boarding the ship could easily breach the vessel's defenses. Yet, this was the flagship of the Red Star Fleet. Aside from Wang Teng, there were also Chishua and Lan, both formidable heavenly-class warriors. As the colorful warriors moved, Chishua and Silverlight had already taken decisive action. In an instant, 2 beams of light flashed past, and the 4 colorful figures collapsed onto the deck almost simultaneously. Xiao Bishan barely had the chance to scream before Chishua delivered a swift kick, sending him sprawling to the ground. Just as he attempted to rise, Lan descended from above, stepping onto his back and pressing him firmly against the deck, his spine audibly cracking under the pressure. Xiao Bishan cried out in agony, tears streaming down his face. "You dare to touch me? Aren't you afraid my father will come to retaliate? My father is Xiao Han, commander of the 2nd Fleet of the Great Military." A pair of feet appeared in his line of sight. Wang Teng squatted down, grasping Xiao Bishan's hair and grinning arrogantly. "Oh, I am so terrified that your father would dare to confront me." He reached out to take the live stream camera, bringing it closer to his face. "Thus, you may now seek assistance from your father. Should he fail to arrive with his fleet, I shall leave you marooned on this desolate asteroid." Wang Teng's gaze flickered. "Would you care to wager whether I possess the audacity to follow through?" Chapter 108. The Foolish Father and the Fanatical Admirer in the Daiwu Star Domain, within the jurisdiction of the 2nd Fleet. The Detang dynasty faced internal strife following the departure of its sovereign, Li Zhu. The Detang group was engulfed in turmoil as factions vied for the inheritance rights to the conglomerate. Li Zhu's wife, Wu Nyangzi, wielded an iron fist to eliminate the old guard and appointed new leadership to seize control. With a resolute demeanor, she ascended to the throne of the Detang group, transforming the name from Tang to Wu, henceforth referred to as the Sovereign of Dawu. The Wanlong Fleet, originally part of the 3rd Fleet, found itself fragmented during the upheaval, as the 1st Fleet, the Xuanjia Fleet, was dismantled under Wu Nyangzi's orders. The former 2nd Fleet was elevated to the status of the 1st Fleet, now a direct military force under Wu Nyangzi's command, assuming critical defense roles across Detang. Once the 3rd Fleet, the Wanlong Fleet became the 2nd Fleet, serving as a bargaining chip to placate various factions. The term Wanlong refers to those who had previously allied themselves with Wu Nyangzi. Xiao Han commanded a legion within the Wanlong Fleet, one of over 10 such commanders. Though he appeared to bask in glory, he was merely a sycophant at the banquet of power. Recently, Wu Nyangzi intended to further consolidate Dawu's fleets, aiming to maintain a firm grip on command and establish the Dawu Fleet Department. It was rumored that she sought to include the Sword Saint, Lianren, in this department. However, the Sword Saint was notoriously unyielding. Had it not been for the suggestion to leverage the 100 Riders fleet to pressure him, he would not have heeded any directives from Dawu. Xiao Han planned to pay a visit to the Sword Saint, hoping to persuade him to support his entry into the fleet department as his representative. This endeavor was somewhat reckless, yet it was a venture laden with both opportunity and peril. Securing the Sword Saint's backing would imply that he had a formidable ally. What has Xiao Bishan been up to recently? Surely he is not engaged in any reckless endeavors? Xiao Han furrowed his brow at his aide. The Sword Saint despises darkness, and he wished to avoid any missteps from his son. The aide hesitated, prompting Xiao Han to inquire further. He hasn't caused any trouble again, has he? His anxiety was palpable. It had taken considerable effort to secure a dining opportunity with the Sword Saint, and he did not wish for it to be jeopardized. A mother's overindulgence often leads to a child's downfall. Xiao Han exclaimed in frustration, then commanded, "Go and summon him back immediately." "Commander, it may already be too late." The aide replied with a wry smile, activating a projection that revealed the Red Star live channel. There, Xiao Bishan was displayed, stripped of his uniform, bruised and kneeling on the battleship's deck, tearfully gazing at the camera, his bare skin emblazoned with the plea, "Daddy, save me." The dual humiliation and social demise inflicted upon him rendered Xiao Bishan's expression exceedingly complex. The incongruity of wanting to escape Yet feeling paralyzed in fear was a spectacle of rich emotion rarely seen embodied in a single individual. As he observed the scrolling barrage of comments, Xiao Hanshan instantly comprehended the gravity of the situation. A profound regret washed over him, questioning why he had failed to implement adequate protective measures and why he had not dealt with the matter decisively when he had the chance. It was one thing to engage in unscrupulous deeds, but to be apprehended by others was a bitter pill to swallow. Even if the powerful Wu group could facilitate his son's return, the humiliation inflicted upon him was unbearable, especially since the entirety of the Galactic Alliance was now aware that this fool was his own flesh and blood. The illustrious reputation he had built over a lifetime was now tarnished by this imbecile. Suppressing his anger, Xiao Hanshan instructed his aide to investigate the fleet's details, while simultaneously notifying that the Wanlong fleet's Water Dragon Corps was ready for deployment. He was eager to ascertain the caliber of the fleet that dared to abduct his son. With the day's events unfolding as they had, his connections with the Sword Saint would yield no further fruit. His only recourse now was to eliminate the opposing fleet and salvage some semblance of dignity. The trivialities of the live broadcast were of no concern to him. Public opinion online would not affect him in the slightest. His aide soon returned with intelligence regarding the fleet. Commander, the opposing force is known as the Red Star Fleet. After stripping away Xiao Bishan's facade, Wang Teng laid a trap, using Xiao Bishan as bait to gauge the weight of the Wu group. Tragically, Xiao Bishan had never fathomed that he was destined from the outset to serve as Wang Teng's lure. Within the Red Star livestream, his true, despicable nature was revealed, drawing the ire of many. Numerous individuals transformed his arrogant visage into memes, spreading virally across the internet. "How dare you touch my father, Xiao Hanshan?" Accompanied by a haughty expression reminiscent of a fly taunting its prey. Undoubtedly, such fervor was fueled by the voices of past victims. After Wang Teng orchestrated the attack and solidified their animosity, they began to unleash their frustrations, filing complaints and reports to the Galactic Alliance, and rallying support online. Some, having garnered significant attention and tasted the sweetness of recognition, morphed into commentators for the Alliance, offering insights on various trending incidents. This surge of support bestowed upon them an unprecedented sense of empowerment. For instance, the current host, "Greetings to all in the Galactic Alliance. This is the Star Window channel. I am your host, Xiaobao Mary. Today, we welcome a newly emerged star commentator, Mr. Jia Jingjing, who skyrocketed to fame. A stunning alien woman, her lips painted crimson, addressed the camera with poise while reading her script. She then gestured warmly as the camera panned to a middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit and tie, his hair neatly styled, though the traces of age were evident despite a light application of makeup. A rose adorned his lapel, making him stand out strikingly. "Greetings to all in the Galactic Alliance. I am Jia Jingjing, your commentator." He beamed at the camera, promptly shaking hands with the host beside him. "Hello, Xiaobao Mary. I sincerely appreciate the invitation from Star Window." The beautiful host offered a professional smile and nodded, segueing into the day's hottest topic. Recently, a sensational incident has captured public attention. I have heard that Mr. Jia was once a victim of a similar plight. Could he share his story with us? Upon hearing this, Jia Jingjing was immediately moved to tears, his eyes reddening as if he had borne a great injustice. He then resolutely stood up, tearing open his suit to reveal a shirt adorned with a red star pattern. "My past is behind me," he declared. "But what we endured back then was far worse than what the Red Star Fleet encountered. They not only forcibly seized my fleet, but also sold us to the mining planets. Do you know my age this year? 38. Despite appearing as if I were in my 50s or 60s due to a decade spent mining, ravaged by cosmic radiation, I believe the Red Star Fleet was not in the wrong. Had we dared to resist back then, perhaps we would not have been oppressed for over a decade. Life is finite, yet one must not live in humiliation. Captain Wang Teng, I am your idol. Nay, I am your devoted fan. If it means taking down these scoundrels, please accept me. Captain, I can withstand cannon fire, read star maps, and when necessary, I can even provide warmth. Captain, please take me aboard." The studio erupted into chaos as security hastily dragged the struggling Jia Jingjing away. Xiao Bao and Mary could only maintain a stiff smile as they explained, "We apologize. Dear viewers, an unexpected incident has occurred in the studio. We will pause for a commercial break and continue shortly." The screen abruptly cut off. Within the Red Star ship, everyone stared in shock, exchanging bewildered glances. Is this how programs are conducted nowadays? Little did they realize that the Red Star Fleet had already gained such prominence within the Star Alliance, even attracting supporters. By the way, where's the captain? He is currently on a call with the upper echelons of the Star Alliance. Chapter 109, Star Alliance Certification. Grand Commander of the Red Star Fleet. In the dimly lit conference room of the Red Star Fleet, a soft glow illuminated the center. A holographic projection enabled real-time communication. With a crackle, an amiable elder with a gentle smile materialized in the ethereal light. He resembled the kindly neighbor next door, evoking no sense of opposition. This individual is the High Elder of the Star Alliance, a figure of utmost authority and the Grand Elder of the Xia Alliance. The Star Alliance emerged from the transition of the earthly origin star into the interstellar era. At the dawn of this era, it was the Xia Kingdom that first achieved the milestone of interstellar resource acquisition. During that time, the earthly origin star was on the brink of world war, fraught with conflicts over resources, environment, and economy. However, upon the Xia Kingdom's announcement of its success in extracting extraterrestrial resources, the impending world war dissipated in an instant. Everyone began to prepare for the forthcoming interstellar age. The Xia Alliance was formed as numerous nations gravitated towards the Xia Kingdom, eager to exchange knowledge on extraterrestrial resource extraction. With the support of the Xia Kingdom, an increasing number of nations ventured beyond the earthly origin star into the cosmos. Yet, some individuals, unable to change their ways, began to betray their initial intentions upon entering the interstellar realm. Consequently, the world war transformed into an interstellar conflict, a fierce competition for the resource-rich planets surrounding the earthly origin star. Subsequently, the discovery of extraterrestrial beings led to the commencement of the First War of the Star Alliance amidst the clash of civilizations. This conflict endured for over a decade, resulting in countless fatalities, yet it heralded the emergence of the Star Alliance. In the wake of this revelation, the nations of the Earth directed their animosity towards the alien races and consequently formed the Interstellar Alliance, known as the Star Alliance. The Summer Nation, having played a pivotal role in the initial assistance, ascended to a position of leadership within the alliance, alongside the American Alliance and the Sunset Alliance. The regulations of the Star Alliance were crafted through the collaborative efforts of its member nations. However, each nation harbored its own vested interests, often leading to the rejection of proposed amendments. In an effort to facilitate the swift operation of the alliance, numerous regulations were streamlined, minimizing the detriment to member states. Alterations to the alliance's rules necessitate the backing of the member nations, which accounts for the persistence of many existing regulations rooted in self-interest. Wang Teng attentively listened to the words of the Grand Elder of the Summer Alliance, nodding occasionally to convey his understanding. Yet, anyone who assumed the Elder was easygoing would surely be mistaken. Wang Teng could sense the underlying authority in the Elder's tone. The Summer Alliance had been advocating for amendments to the rules for years, but due to the lack of benefits for them, the current regulations, while unfavorable to the lower tiers, did not adversely affect their interests. Wang Teng articulated the Elder's sentiments. The Elder's projection smiled, crossing his legs in satisfaction. The young lad is quite astute. He comprehends swiftly. So, you are not here to rescue him? Wang Teng referred to the live broadcast of Xiao Bingshan that had continued for several hours outside. The Elder squinted, his words laden with significance. The rules of the Star Alliance do not extend beyond its boundaries. However, young lad, although the Great Tang Group has encountered turmoil, the Daowu Group, which has transformed from Tang to Wu, has fully inherited the military prowess of the Great Tang Group. Have you considered how to resolve this predicament given your playful jests with her? Wang Teng found it peculiar that the Elder would take the time to strategize with him. Elder, we are prepared to confront any adversary. The Red Star Fleet has long been equipped to face all threats, he replied. The Elder applauded and beamed with approval, saying, "Ah, it is the youth who possess vigor, ambition, courage, and a fighting spirit. I understand your curiosity regarding my desire to meet with you. Were I to claim it was merely for a visit, you would likely not believe me. You need not worry about your parents, as long as they remain on Earth. No harm shall befall them." Wang Teng's shoulders trembled slightly as he slowly raised his gaze to the Elder. It is commendable for the young to venture forth. The universe is vast and boundless. Exploring the cosmos is undoubtedly the wisest choice. What say you, young lad? The Elder smiled warmly, and Wang Teng nodded, though somewhat perplexed. The recognition of your fleet has been accomplished with the impetus of the Summer Alliance. However, given your dominion over the Skyline Star region, it seems somewhat incongruous for you to remain merely as a fleet. Wang Teng was not surprised. The actions of the Summer Alliance were evidently aimed at branding the Red Star, ensuring that no matter how it developed, an unbreakable connection to the Summer Alliance would persist. What advice does the Grand Elder have? Upon posing this question, Wang Teng was already aware that the Grand Elder had an answer prepared. The Grand Elder chuckled playfully, remarking on the child's compliance. Are you familiar with the ancient Three Kingdoms? The Three Kingdoms? Wang Teng regarded the Grand Elder with a peculiar expression, as he was intimately acquainted with the subject. How do you perceive the current Red Star Fleet in comparison to Eastern Wu of the ancient Three Kingdoms? How do you measure up to Zhou Yu? Wang Teng's expression grew even more bewildered. The Grand Elder implied that the current scale of the Red Star Fleet could indeed be likened to that of a Grand General, commanding the Skyline as fleet captain. After several hours of conversation with the Grand Elder, Wang Teng had scarcely stepped out of the conference room when he received an urgent notification from Arno. What is it? It's a live broadcast. What of the broadcast? Is the operator demanding more funds? No. Wang Teng inquired suspiciously. Is it possible that Xiao Bishan has met with misfortune? No. It's Xiao Bishan's father who is connected to the broadcast. Upon hearing this news, a flicker of excitement flashed in Wang Teng's eyes. At last, there was a bite on the line. I am on my way. As Wang Teng returned to the bridge, he found Xiao Bishan shivering from the cold. However, Wang Teng paid him no mind and directed the live camera towards himself. Arno, connect the call. With a swift motion, the live camera revealed a figure. Upon seeing the projection, Xiao Bishan immediately began to wail, Father, please come and rescue your son. These ruffians are inhumane. They have done the unthinkable to me. The audience, eager for the clash between the two titans, was instead met with Xiao Bishan's lamentations. Xiao Hanshan took a deep breath, repeatedly reminding himself, This is my flesh and blood, my son. He scrutinized Wang Teng anew, taking in his unremarkable appearance. Yet, according to the data, this seemingly ordinary young man had propelled the Red Star Fleet to its current stature. Even a coalition as formidable as the Skyline would find itself shaken before the Wanlong fleet, yet he single-handedly dismantled it and cleared the power dynamics in the Skyline. Most notably, the records indicated that Wang Teng, a native of the Earth Star and a citizen of the Star Alliance, was the fleet captain of the Red Star Fleet and the new ruler of the Skyline, suspected to be a warrior of transcendent caliber. I am Xiao Hanshan, the commander of the Dao Group, the Wanlong Fleet, and the Water Dragon Corps. Xiao Hanshan's presence was imposing. Confronted with Xiao Hanshan's aggressive demeanor, Wang Teng merely smiled. Reminded of a scene from an anime where an ogre proclaimed that those with longer names tended to be the most timid. Whether Xiao Hanshan was timid or not was beyond Wang Teng's knowledge, yet he was certain that the Red Star Fleet harbored no fear of adversaries. I am Wang Teng, the Grand General of the Red Star Fleet. Chapter 110. A burden venture, fleet assembly. From the mere mention of their names, the disparity between the two was evident. Although Wang Teng's title was not as elaborate, at this moment, it overshadowed Xiao Hanshan's entirely. You are merely a commander, while I am the Grand General of the Red Star Fleet, commanding the vast expanse of the Skyline. Even if the Master of Dao were to arrive, I would not be found wanting. Grand General. In the live broadcast room, the mention of this title elicited astonishment from all. Generally speaking, a fleet with a considerable naval force, according to the regulations of the Star Alliance, is commanded by an admiral, the highest authority and overseer of the fleet. The term Dudu, historically used during the Han Dynasty, referred to a military leader's official title. Initially, Dudu denoted an inspector overseeing military affairs, assigned to accompany the troops during campaigns. Upon returning to the capital after a military expedition, the inspector would relinquish their military duties. This was the original conception of the Dudu. However, during the tumultuous late Han era, when warlords vied for power amidst chaos, the Dudu was granted the authority to quell local disturbances, thus acquiring both military and administrative powers over local affairs, officially becoming the highest military and political officer in the region. In subsequent dynasties, the role evolved to encompass the supreme commander of the central military. Although the ancient title of Dudu is still in use today, its functions differ significantly. The fleet's Dudu possesses authority solely over military and administrative matters pertaining to the fleet, extending minimally to the local planets under its command. Nonetheless, many fleets are supported by corporate entities, leading to a detachment of local administrative authority, leaving them with military power over the fleet alone. Yet, specific circumstances warrant individualized analysis. For instance, the Wanlong fleet, under the command of Xiao Hanshan, possesses its jurisdiction and authority over local matters, albeit with financial control resting with the corporate entity. However, Wang Teng boldly proclaimed himself the Grand Dudu of the Red Star Fleet. The title of Dudu already signifies the highest command within the fleet, while Grand Dudu denotes the supreme military leader of the nation. Given that the Red Star Fleet currently oversees the Skyline, governing both military and local planetary affairs, Wang Teng's assertion of being the Grand Dudu of the Red Star Fleet appears quite legitimate. In the live broadcast room, as viewers absorbed this enlightening commentary, the members of the Star Alliance found themselves momentarily bewildered, realizing that this once minor fleet had now ascended to such heights. The Grand Dudu of the Red Star Fleet? It seems quite deserving of recognition. By the way, has the live broadcast room opened a channel for gift donations? Although one cannot genuinely become a commander of the fleet, Supporting a fleet captain, or even becoming a doo-doo in the live room is not out of the question. Meanwhile, in the backdrop of the confrontation between the two, one party faced defeat. Xiao Hanzhan had intended to suppress Wang Teng in the name of the Dawu, but to his chagrin, Wang Teng not only withstood the pressure but also countered it effectively. As merely a fleet commander, Xiao Hanzhan was one among many in a similar position, and within the larger Dawu conglomerate, he held little prominence. Conversely, Wang Teng, despite the Red Star Fleet's previous status as a minor fleet, had gleaned from Wang Teng's registration that its scale had now surpassed what a single commander could manage. The mere title of Grand Dudu weighed heavily upon him. The Star Alliance's latest certification announcement confirmed that the Red Star Fleet had been designated as a Grand Fleet, with its captain, Wang Teng, recognized as Grand Dudu. The message from his aide left Xiao Hanzhan utterly defeated in this intangible exchange. A Grand Fleet signifies that the Red Star Fleet's naval force can reach upwards of 100,000 ships, thereby qualifying for such a designation, indicating its capacity to form a coalition. Undoubtedly, the Red Star Fleet has ascended to a level comparable to that of the Dragon Fleet, and even the direct subordinate fleet under the command of the Martial Sovereign. He was merely a legion commander of the Dragon Fleet, and from the moment he enrolled, he had already sealed his fate. Contemplating this, he turned back to glare fiercely at Xiao Bishan, this wretched being, pondering why he was able to triumph over the 200 million brothers at that time. Was Commander Xiao here to retrieve the young master? Wang Teng's voice drew his attention back, and he felt an inexplicable dread towards the seemingly ordinary young man, Xiao Hanzhan. Yes, it was fear. He could now be almost certain that the so-called rumors were indeed true. Lord Wang, I sincerely apologize for the actions of my foolish son. Xiao Hanzhan's expression was awkward, yet he bowed his head in apology, not for his wretched son, but for the soldiers of the Water Dragon Legion. He could not lead them to their demise. As for this wretched being, he could perish as he pleased. It was no longer his concern. Father, how could you come to this? Father, there is no need to apologize for me. Father, bring your fleet here and teach him a lesson. Avenge me. Upon hearing his father apologize to Wang Teng, Xiao Bishan was immediately moved. It was all for his sake. His once formidable father was now willing to bow to the enemy for his son. Yet, as a dutiful son, how could he allow his father's crown to fall? Avenging him? It seemed that he was the one in need of vengeance. What sins had he committed in his previous life to be burdened with such a wretched being? Xiao Hanzhan was nearly in tears, and even in a holographic projection, one could see the tears welling in his eyes. This large account seemed to be a failure. While he still could, he needed to seize the time to practice on his secondary account. Wang Teng appeared indifferent to Xiao Bishan's words, smiling gently at Xiao Hanzhan. Commander Xiao, what is your stance? I apologize for the actions of this foolish donkey towards your esteemed fleet. Xiao Hanzhan sensed something amiss, and his heart began to race. Wang Teng seemed to anticipate his fleet's advance, waiting patiently for his reaction. Even that wretched being seemed to be within his control, intended to provoke him. It must be said, the esteemed Grand Commander recognized by the Star Alliance was indeed not a simple character. Seemingly ordinary, yet profoundly authentic. This individual was fearsome. To demonstrate my sincerity, I shall send my apologies shortly. In the live stream, the barrage of comments suddenly froze. Initially expecting a confrontation between two great powers, was it truly ending in such submission? Was it necessary for a legion commander of a major military conglomerate's second fleet to display such cowardice? Wang Teng was also somewhat surprised, not anticipating Xiao Hanzhan's reaction. He cast a dubious glance at Xiao Bishan. But the esteemed young master claimed that his father would come to confront me. Xiao Hanzhan's heart raced, and as the projection turned, he looked incredulously at Xiao Bishan. Xiao Bishan, assuming his father was astonished, proudly declared, "This is what you taught me, father. In this world, one must speak of power and background." Xiao Hanzhan realized that after this wretched being uttered those words, the matter could not simply be left unresolved. At this moment, the vicinity of the No. 02 mining area emanated waves of fluctuating transitions. One by one, the warships emerged from the transition space, advancing in unison, their forms gracefully gliding into view. The Red Star insignia emblazoned on the hulls of these vessels gleamed with a remarkable brilliance. Chapter 111. The first of the storm rankings, the Supreme Commander, Alina, leads her fleet to provide reinforcements. Commander Vaki has also arrived to support. Amidst the numerous waves of transition reactions, communications were sent to the Red Star fleet from various sources. Saristar, the planet of the Marauders, the pirate planet, Thanos, and the surrendered former insurgents. Wang Teng was somewhat taken aback upon hearing of their arrival, having not summoned them himself. As the warships continued to emerge, encircling the Red Star vessel, their numbers swelled, forming a formidable armada that exceeded 100,000. It was astonishing how swiftly the Red Star fleet had grown since departing from the Great Tang. The scale was utterly terrifying. Although the majority of these ships were antiquated models, interspersed among them were Red Star warships of considerable renown, as observed by Xiao Han's Han. However, the performance of these vessels remained uncertain. With the increasing number of warships, Xiao Han's Han felt a mounting pressure. The fleet consisted of ships of diverse designs, each bearing distinct markings beneath the Red Star insignia, signifying them as spoils of the Red Star fleet. Having recently subdued the Skyline, it was unexpected that they had so quickly consolidated control over its forces. This indicated that the Red Star fleet was now sustained by the tumultuous territory of the Skyline. The viewers in the live broadcast were awestruck as they witnessed the multitude of ships soaring across the sky, realizing that the Red Star fleet had evidently transformed from its former modest size. General Wang, what do you mean by this? Xiao Han's Han maintained his composure with great effort. Wang Teng smiled. What do you think I mean? That is precisely what I mean. Upon hearing this, Xiao Hanshan's eyes nearly bulged. They were already poised for action. Yet he was asked for his interpretation. Wasn't this an obvious declaration of war? Wait a moment. If war were to ensue, wouldn't that imply my assumption of conflict was correct? What if, after the battle, it was claimed that it was not the intended meaning? Hiss. The youth exhibits a lack of martial ethics, attempting to shift the blame onto me. The live chat exploded with excitement, praising Commander Wang Teng. No. Now he should be referred to as General Wang Teng. Indeed, when discussing the prominent figures of the Star Alliance, one must look to the Red Star fleet. General Wang Teng, we support you in confronting them. As the fervor of the live stream surged, the entire Star Alliance became aware of this online confrontation. Although no battle had commenced, merely witnessing the clash between two great powers was entertaining in itself. After a brief intermission, the Star window resumed its broadcast. Following an advertisement, the program continued. Mr. Jia, we have just received the latest information. It seems the new star of the Star Alliance, the Red Star fleet, is about to engage in battle with the fleet under the Dawu group. What are your thoughts on this matter? Jia Jingjing, adjusting his hair on camera, was observed by the concerned host beside him, who feared he might suddenly become erratic again. What are my thoughts? Of course, I shall sit back and watch. Seeing Jia Jingjing's serious demeanor, the host let out a sigh of relief and maintained a smile as he inquired. The Dao group was originally the Datang group. In terms of fleet strength and dominion over star regions, it surely surpasses the Hongxing fleet, does it not? Jia Jingjing curled his lips in disdain and retorted. This is precisely why one should read more. Who said that interstellar warfare is merely about these factors? The outcome relies on the fleets deployed by both parties during the battle. Although the Dao group is indeed more powerful, it possesses one significant shortcoming that the Hongxing fleet does not. Oh, and what might that be? Jia Jingjing's gaze was fervent, almost piercing. The transition from Tang to Wu has been bold, yet it has led to severe internal issues. The Dao leadership must eradicate a substantial number of old party members to truly succeed Datang. Consequently, the First Fleet, the Xuanjia fleet, was disbanded to stabilize internal order. However, this very action diminished the deterrent power of the Xuanjia fleet within the 7 great fleets of the Xiao Alliance. Previously, under the intimidation of the Xuanjia fleet, the borders of Datang were secure, for the borders were fortified by formidable factions such as Qianghan, Weiming, and Yasen, all of which were part of the resource conglomerates named after Datang. Now, as the Dao group rises, it must deploy additional fleets to secure its territorial borders. Therefore, when war breaks out with Hongxing, the available fleet strength will be significantly reduced, primarily relying on the Dao group's 2nd fleet, the Wanlong fleet. Indeed, its fleet commander is none other than Lu Shiwei, known colloquially as the half-butcher within the Dao group. The host interjected, Lu Shiwei? Jia Jingjing's eyes sparkled. Indeed. Lu Shiwei, originally a colonist from the planets of Datang, exhibited extraordinary intelligence and strategy from a young age. Upon reaching adulthood, he joined the Xuanjia fleet, became the captain of a warship within a year, ascended to fleet commander 3 years later, and subsequently rose to the rank of fleet governor. He is truly a prodigious talent, one of the 10 pillars of the Dao group. Upon hearing this name, the host became intrigued, but was soon reminded by the production team to steer the conversation back on track, suppressing her burgeoning curiosity. So should war ensue, the Hongxing fleet will face such an individual? Indeed, Lu Shiwei is the one currently prepared for battle. Does that not imply the Hongxing fleet is destined for defeat? Jia Jingjing chuckled dismissively. Not necessarily. Why so? The host was perplexed, having initially thought Jia Jingjing held a favorable view of Lu Shiwei based on his earlier remarks. Naturally, it is due to our own esteemed fleet governor of Hongxing. As he spoke, Jia Jingjing adjusted his suit to reveal a self-made Hongxing fleet t-shirt. The Hongxing fleet has transformed from a modest unit into the dominant force ruling the skyline, thanks in no small part to the contributions of our esteemed fleet governor. In my previous 2 live broadcasts from Hongxing, I uncovered a crucial secret. Jia Zhengjing flashed a knowing smile at the camera. What secret? The host's curiosity was piqued. Whenever our fleet governor faces an adversary, he has never once tasted defeat. Have you heard the rumors surrounding our fleet governor? Rumors? The whispers of an armed force above the celestial level, the Dao Star region, Wu, formerly Tang, Star. The headquarters of the Dao group is situated here, featuring an extensive complex of edifices, a grand and magnificent technological city. At the pinnacle of the tallest building, in an opulent chamber resembling a palace, reclines a regal lady draped in gossamer fabrics over her fair and rosy skin. Her exquisite visage is adorned with makeup, and a vermilion gem embellishes her forehead. This individual is none other than the master of Dao, Wu Sanyang, who is also Li Longji's grandmother. In this room, there is another presence, an elegant swordsman, Li Anren, cradling a sword in his arms, seemingly oblivious to the splendid surroundings. Above the heavenly level, could it truly be? Wu Sanyang murmurs, her crimson lips parting as her sharp phoenix eyes fixate on Li Anren not far away. That gaze sends a shiver down Anren's spine. Perhaps you truly cannot contend with it? He is remarkably strong. Chapter 112. Dao lowers his head. The enormous bed quakes as the delicate figure atop it emits a muffled groan, only to soon regain her composure. Wu Sanyang closes her eyes once more, as if she had never opened them. Above the heavenly level, her alluring voice echoes in the vast chamber. A bead of sweat trickles down Li Anren's forehead. Moments ago, he sensed a formidable surge of energy emanating from the bed's direction, a wave of power that startled even him. Yet, previously, Wu Sanyang had been an ordinary person. Though enhanced by potions, that recent energy fluctuation was certainly at least at the heavenly level. Wu Sanyang is indeed a hidden gem. Forget it, Dao cannot intervene. Relay a message to Lu Shiwei, let him handle it. I understand. Li Anren swiftly turned and exited the room. Just as he stepped beyond the threshold, Wu Sanyang's voice echoed behind him. Li Anren, are you the sword saint of the Tang dynasty, or the sword saint of Dao? Anren paused, then continued on his way. Consider it carefully. As he gazed at the closed door, the enchanting figure on the bed gracefully descended, her diaphanous attire slipping away, revealing an exquisite sight. Wu Sanyang, with a focused gaze and parted lips, murmured, I hope you do not lack discernment. The Grand Commander of the Red Star Fleet holds some intrigue. How the Grand Commander perceives matters is beyond my purview. I am here to apologize for this foolish son, and I shall present my offerings shortly. As for this foolish child, whether to punish or spare him, I leave that to the Grand Commander. Xiao Hanshan promptly conceded, hanging up the communication line post-apology, departing without casting a glance at Xiao Bishan. Xiao Bishan stood in stunned silence, watching the live feed dissipate, his mouth agape. Father? Father? Why have you left? What will I do, Father? Father, please do not go. If you leave, how will I survive? Father. Despair etched on his face, Xiao Bishan wept, unable to comprehend that his father had seemingly abandoned him. You must have been adopted, right? Zealand stated earnestly. Xiao Bishan gazed at her in disbelief. No, that cannot be. But if you were not adopted, then why does your father not care for you? Zealand furrowed her brow with determination, as if she must ascertain the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, Xiao Bishan began to doubt himself. Could it truly be that he was an orphan? No, that was implausible. He needed to call his mother. Zealand replied earnestly, I cannot comply unless the captain permits it. Xiao Bishan hastily glanced at Wang Teng. Captain, please help me call my mother. Wang Teng, putting away the live-streaming camera, regarded the visibly anxious Xiao Bishan and shook his head. Yuan-Ti agree? My mother is a senior executive. She would surely pay a substantial sum to redeem me. Isn't that what you want? Just contact my mother. Xiao Bishan assumed Wang Teng was refusing, and in desperation, he even threw his mother under the bus. However, Wang Teng was not preoccupied with that concern. Wang Teng cast a few glances at Chishua and the others, then stated, the Red Star Fleet has already been recognized by the Star Alliance. Upon hearing this news, Chishua and the others leaped with excitement. Wonderful. The Red Star Fleet no longer has to worry about approval issues. Wang Teng continued, moreover, I will no longer serve as the captain of the Red Star. This declaration struck Chishua like a thunderbolt, and she rushed closer. You are leaving. Ignoring all else. She grabbed Wang Teng, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Zealand also approached, wrapping her arms around Wang Teng's leg. Captain, did Zealand do something wrong? Shivala understood what was unfolding but remained silent, noticing that Wang Teng seemed poised to say more. Did you eat my breakfast? How could that be? The captain's breakfast was personally overseen by me in the cafeteria. There's no way I could have eaten it. Then why is it that my porridge is always half gone? I was tasting it for poison. Tasting it halfway. Captain, I was wrong. Punish Zealand instead. Please don't leave. I promise I won't steal food again. Zealand clung tightly to Wang Teng's leg, fearful that he might slip away at any moment. Must you leave? Chishua, her eyes reddened and her voice tinged with a sob, implored. Everyone acknowledges you now. Only you can be the captain of the Red Star. The intensity of their reactions was unforeseen by Wang Teng. He had not intended to depart, but had merely intended to make a jest. Arno, quickly seal the hangar. Shueijia, why is that? Without the captain's orders, I have no authority to do so. Arno, the captain is leaving. Huh, who said that? Ascent, the captain, now the Grand Commander of the Red Star? Why would he leave? Meanwhile, Arno was not particularly concerned, as the authentication information was directly transmitted to Red Star intelligence, and they were among the first to receive it. Oh, at that moment, Chishua and Zealand also began to realize. It seemed earlier, when the captain was registering, he had indeed referred to himself as the Grand Commander of the Red Star. Thus, his statement about no longer being the captain of the Red Star was to be taken literally. The two exchanged glances at Wang Teng. He, in exasperation, raised his hands. Did you not hear me finish? Is that my fault? Recalling their previous behavior, the two felt their faces flush. Chishua, particularly, was reminded of the audacious suggestion from Shangwan Honghe to seize Wang Teng and consummate their relationship. Instantly, she felt a blend of boldness and shyness. Shivala, perceiving the awkward atmosphere, approached them. Therefore, shall we henceforth refer to you as the Grand Commander? However, the title of Grand Commander indeed seems more befitting than that of Captain. Listening to the words of Shivala, Wang Teng could not help but inquire. Why do you say so? A captain merely commands a single vessel, but a Grand Commander presides over the entire fleet. You now more aptly embody the identity of a sovereign of the skyline. Wang Teng elucidated. Initially, the fleet scale fell short of standards, necessitating my role as captain. However, with the recognition from the Star Alliance, my position is now duly justified. What shall we do about the current predicament? Shivala was referring to the chaos within the Star Alliance instigated by this incident. Wang Teng recalled the conversation with the elder and shook his head, indicating that others would handle it. And what of the Dawu group? Shivala pondered the information at her disposal, recognizing that their martial leader was no ordinary individual. An ordinary person, capable of wielding martial prowess in place of Tang? Nevertheless, she likely would not concern herself with our matters at present. Shivala nodded in agreement. Indeed, the 7 major resource groups of the Summer Alliance were fiercely competitive, and they would undoubtedly intervene in this affair involving the Tang dynasty. Compared to Dawu, the MIA group is of greater significance. After Wang Teng spoke, he turned his gaze toward Xiao Bishan. Come, let me call your mother for a favor. Chapter 113. Restless Movements. The live broadcast between the Red Star and Dawu group has had a profound impact, significantly enhancing the reputation of the Red Star fleet. Initially limited to the military-industrial and resource extraction interests scattered throughout the skyline, this broadcast has prompted nations and resource groups across the Star Alliance to elevate the perceived threat level of the Red Star fleet by 3 tiers. Consequently, Wang Teng, the Grand Commander of the Red Star, has emerged as a prominent figure requiring attention. Even the Dawu group has temporarily retreated. A notable T1 level powerhouse within the resource exploration and extraction sphere, indicating that the Red Star fleet is indeed gaining formidable momentum. It seems that only the planetary lords and the Star Alliance Empire could pose a significant challenge. On the planet Elfheim, within the Star Spirit Kingdom, Nord Nova stood before the council, under the scrutiny of elders, nobles, and the reigning monarch. Having lost the technological essence of the Star Spirit Empire, Nord Nova ought to face death and penance. Yet, fortuitously, he encountered none other than the rising star of the Star Alliance, Grand Commander Wang Teng. Even the Dawu group chose to withdraw. Nord Nova, at the very least, managed to preserve the fleet. Nonetheless, laws govern nations. And as the fleet commander of the Star Spirit Empire, Nord Nova cannot evade responsibility. The council convened to deliberate on the punitive measures against Nord Nova. Should he be stripped of his title as commander of the Silver Moon, dispatched elsewhere, or imprisoned? However, Nord Nova remained unperturbed. He had allies behind him. Nord Nova, do you dare to swear in the name of the Nova that your forthcoming words are devoid of falsehood? In response to the second elder, Nord Nova proclaimed, I swear in the name of the Nova. He would not falter. Upon entering the council, he had been informed to candidly disclose everything. Have you encountered Shivala, the Morning Star, prior to this? The sudden revelations from the second elder of the Senate sent a chill down the spines of all those present at the Senate Assembly. Shivala Morningstar, the now forbidden figure of the Star Spirit Empire, has become synonymous with malevolence among the children of the realm, her name evoking fear. Yet, those gathered were largely aware of the circumstances surrounding her notoriety. Shivala, the acting regent, bestowed with the name Morningstar and heralded as the first female candidate for regent, had turned traitor against the Star Spirit Empire, an act in which many had played a part. Nevertheless, the regent remains a member of the acting family. Silence enveloped the room as all eyes turned toward the youthful figure seated at the elevated center. Unexpectedly, it was an elder, shrouded in shadow beside the young figure, who spoke. "Your Highness, what do you think?" I believe it is prudent for Father to take charge. Let a warrant be issued to the Red Star Fleet in the name of the Star Spirit Empire." Did Nord witness him take a life? Or was it one of the allies? The regent's father, a figure of considerable influence within the Star Spirit Empire, has been making decisions in light of the regent's youth. To say he is the de facto ruler of the Star Spirit Empire would not be an exaggeration. Nord eagerly nodded, recounting in vivid detail how Wang Teng had marked his victims on the mining planet. In response, many in the assembly felt their stomachs churn. "Then, let us inform the allies," came the agreement. Meanwhile, in the neighboring domain of the allies, many children had not returned due to the skirmishes with the Red Star Fleet. Protests erupted across various immigrant planets, decrying the ruling authorities of the allies. Various factions of the Freedom Party scrambled to orchestrate the next governing body. The Allied government withstood the pressure of the demonstrations and issued a war order to the military, proclaiming a campaign against the Red Star Fleet. However, some believed that the Red Star Fleet had already received recognition from the Galactic Alliance, and that direct military action could incite discontent within the alliance. Yet, the interests of the MIA group suppressed dissenting voices. They had not initially sought to provoke war. But the murder of their regional manager by Wang Teng was a direct affront to them. The military could not afford to overlook the situation either, especially with a soon-to-retire 3-star general lost in such a manner, which would reflect poorly on their strength. They felt compelled to demonstrate their might, lest their funding be jeopardized in the future. Thus, both factions found common ground, and their voices began to overshadow the ruling government. This time, the military issued a war order, rallying the fleets of the allies to join the fight, declaring that any territory seized would belong to the conquerors, with no spoils to be returned. It is worth noting that the allies boast the largest population of rogue fleets and interstellar mercenaries in the Galactic Alliance. In a fervor, the allies ignited a passionate response among their ranks, with many eager to lead their fleets into the fray. The allies resolved to strike decisively, not forgetting to involve their close ally. As a result, the cabinet of the Great Sun Empire received an invitation from the allies to discuss significant matters. No sooner had the cabinet received the invitation than the military of the Great Sun Empire, sensing opportunity, arrived at their doors, drawn by the scent of wealth. War, indeed, is a double-edged sword, serving not only to divert internal conflicts, but also to bolster the military-industrial complex. After all, warfare invariably necessitates the procurement of armaments and naval vessels. The Grand Empire of the Rising Sun does not shy away from conflict. Since ancient times, it has inherited a predatory spirit, akin to wolves traversing vast distances merely for the sake of sustenance. Coincidentally, with the return of Yukiji to the Empire, the reports indicated a failure in the covert operations of the Special Forces, along with an analysis of the Red Star Fleet's capabilities and its captain's prowess. Consequently, the military summoned Yukiji for a detailed inquiry. Upon her arrival, although the high-ranking officials of the military refrained from displaying overt disrespect, their gazes betrayed a certain disdain. In the Grand Empire of the Rising Sun, a woman's status is significantly inferior to that of a man. Furthermore, Yukiji hails from a notorious family. In the presence of these powerful political figures, her familial lineage serves as an unsightly scar upon her visage. Despite being a celestial-class warrior, she found herself bowing her head, unable to meet their eyes. "Yukiji, please swear in the name of your family before the Sun King that your words are devoid of deceit. If I harbor even the slightest falsehood, I shall commit seppuku as an offering to the Sun King." Yukiji knelt, her hands pressed to the ground, bowing deeply in a display of utmost humility. "You have clashed with the Red Star. Do you perceive any weaknesses in their might?" Maintaining her prostrate position, Yukiji replied, "Their energy control surpasses even that of our celestial-class warriors. Lord Guejun sacrificed his life to procure this intelligence. The Ghost Lord fought for the Empire." The minister of the Imperial Ghost Army acknowledged with a nod of admiration, though a hint of disdain flickered across his features, an expression Yukiji, in her lowered gaze, could not perceive. "Yukiji, the military has issued a war decree. I trust you are eager to serve the Empire once more. After all, you owe an apology for the previous failure." At these words, Yukiji trembled. Little did Wang Teng know of the impending coordinated assault from these officials, as he was preoccupied with the fleet's affairs. Chapter 114, Red Star Fleet. We welcome your arrival in the aftermath of the live-streamed confrontation. The Star Alliance witnessed numerous significant developments, of which Wang Teng had gleaned some foreknowledge. The Alliance was poised to reform its existing structure, evidently influenced by his emergence. However, this transformation would not extend to the horizons beyond the Star Alliance. During this time, the Red Star Fleet had not engaged in large-scale battles, but instead focused on internal purges within the Skyline. As the Grand Commander of the Red Star Fleet, Wang Teng recognized the urgency of establishing dominance over the Skyline. Thus, a substantial recruitment campaign was imperative. Fortuitously, the Red Star's liberation of the Skyline had garnered considerable prestige and admiration across various planets. Following the announcement of a large-scale recruitment drive, an overwhelming number of candidates stepped forward, with recruitment vessels dispatched to each planet brimming with hopeful volunteers. After meticulously scouring the MIA mining districts, the Red Star Fleet returned to the Plunderer planet, which was designated as their base of operations. Prior to their return, Lucic had also conducted a thorough sweep of the Plunderer planet. However, the establishment of a fully operational base would require additional time. Fortunately, the original base of the Marauders was still operational, allowing Wang Teng to repurpose it as a temporary headquarters. Subsequently, the first official meeting of the Red Star Fleet commenced. To accommodate those unable to attend in person, the meeting was conducted both online and offline simultaneously. The large number of participants indicated the significant growth of the Red Star Fleet. First and foremost, Wang Teng needed to announce that, effective immediately, he would assume the role of Grand Commander of the Red Star Fleet. Additionally, discussions regarding the organization of the fleet ensued. Beyond the main fleet, there were Elena's 4th Legion, a temporary legion established by Lucic, and the newly joined 100 Riders fleet. For more effective management, Wang Teng decided to appoint personnel based on numerical designations. The previous 1st, 2nd, and 3rd Rookie Legions were merged into the Red Star Legion. Elena's unit was renamed the 1st Sky Legion, while Lucic's unit became the 2nd Sky Legion. The 100 Riders fleet relinquished its designation and was rebranded as the Red Star Patrol Legion, specifically tasked with overseeing the Skyline. This change was discussed and agreed upon by Aide without hesitation. Next, the soon-to-be-established Red Star Fleet Group was temporarily designated as the 2nd Legion. Under the command of Shivala, to streamline management, the armed forces and the fleet would operate under 2 distinct management systems, remaining independent yet mutually supervising one another. Then came the practical operations of the Red Star Fleet overseeing the Skyline, which necessitated the formation of the Red Star Group for management purposes. Wang Teng was troubled about sourcing talent for this endeavor. He honored his promise to recruit Mike into the Red Star Group as its first president. Although Mike's responsibilities would be limited to commercial affairs, with planetary governance remaining under the fleet's jurisdiction. Unfortunately, the Red Star Fleet's foundation was quite weak, primarily composed of foot soldiers. Thus, he had to carefully select a few capable individuals for interim management. He also needed to expedite the recruitment process. Additionally, the transaction with Xiao Bishan's mother had been finalized. As Xiao Bishan had indicated, his mother would provide whatever was requested. She was quite generous. Though it was noted that his father had more than one son, Wang Teng chose to disregard the latter part of that statement. Xiao Hanshan's attitude towards the matter spoke volumes. Grand Commander, Xiao Bishan's mother has dispatched a merchant ship with the personnel, he informed. Understood. Have Arno pay attention and send someone to greet them. These individuals are crucial to our current endeavors. Indeed, the essence of the transaction with Xiao Bishan's mother revolved around acquiring talent, specifically qualified or skilled starship manufacturing personnel, factory management staff, and, most importantly, armed technical experts. Very well. Grand Commander, by the way, where is Xiao Bishan? He is currently cleaning the deck. Let us not be too harsh on him. After all, his mother is quite earnest in her intentions, Wang Teng remarked with a wry smile to Arno. As for whether they would heed his words, that was beyond his concern. After all, once Xiao Bishan's mother's merchant ship arrived, he would be accompanying them back, and there was a possibility they might misinterpret the situation as one of mistreatment. Understood, Captain. I will relay the message to Shui and the others. Never mind. After all, exercising is beneficial. Surely she would be grateful for our assistance in caring for her son. Indeed. Sigh. Wang Teng leaned back in his chair, alone in the expansive office. Although he could summon someone at a moment's notice who could truly comprehend this solitude, talented individuals are indeed scarce. If the Red Star Fleet were brimming with capable people who could adeptly manage the fleet and its surrounding star systems, he wouldn't have to spend all day in the office. Has my recruitment order for Red Star Intelligence been completed? It has been finalized. A projection screen emerged on the desk, displaying a video. Play it for me. Certainly. As the video commenced, a scene unfolded, an endless, dark expanse of night sky. With a solitary fleet, stars twinkled, and the galaxy stretched magnificently. On a reddish-brown planet, a multitude of alien beasts was besieging something. Then, a shockwave surged forth, and an armored battle soldier soared into the sky, suspended mid-air. Below, countless alien beasts of various shapes and sizes, each twice the size of an adult elephant, roamed. The airborne warrior was none other than Chishua, clad in a simplistic bikini-like armor that covered her intimate areas, while the uncovered skin was shielded by a thin layer of carbon fiber. Chishua lifted her helmet, and a voiceover began, "I am Chishua, an armed battle soldier. While my peers are busy attending school, donning fashionable attire, and sipping milk tea, I have been battling the alien beasts on this planet." The scene transitioned to Chishua engaged in combat with the beasts, eschewing artillery for close-quarters melee combat, where her blade drew blood and flesh flew. Though artillery might have offered a more striking visual impact, this intimate portrayal of cold weaponry amidst encirclement held a deeper significance. I never envisioned a future where starships would descend, armed soldiers would land, warriors would clash, and starships would fall, shaking the stars. The scene returned to Chishua, whose once pristine armor now bore damage, revealing her fair, flushed skin, a sight to behold. Her previously unblemished face was smeared with dirt, which she wiped away as she gazed upward. At that moment, the video shifted to scenes of Reconstruction on Sarah Star, where every inhabitant beamed with joy. Next came the planet Sanos, where farmers harvested golden rice fields, provoking salivation. Pirate planet, raider planet, children learning to read among the ruins. A makeshift hospital, armed soldiers, utilizing their combat prowess, replaced bulldozers to construct dirt roads. Each scene coalesced into two words, happiness. I had never understood the essence of happiness, yet I recognized that. At this moment, their faces radiated it. My captain once remarked that a life with a purpose, at the moment of death, would harbor no regrets. For it had not squandered time. I am merely an armed battle soldier. All I can do is fight, defeating those who seek to destroy happiness. However, I am merely an armed soldier, and my strength alone is insufficient. I hope the camera zooms in, revealing Chishua's gentle smile. You can lend me a helping hand. The Red Star Fleet welcomes your arrival. Come forth, and you shall not regret this journey. Wang Teng nodded, feeling quite pleased with this recruitment order. By the way, Zealand, Alina, have the versions of Zivaluna been completed? They are ready, my lord. Excellent. Release them at once. I wish to take a look first. Chapter 115. A talented Red Star Fleet. Having watched all the films, Wang Teng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. It is worth noting that when he initially requested them to shoot the films, they hesitated and made excuses, yet ultimately succumbed to his authority. Truly, as the Grand Commander, I am considering the development of the fleet. Could they not share some of the workload? Under his gentle reproach, each of them showcased their utmost talent, ensuring the filming was smooth and flawless. Wang Teng decided they could compete for the Oscar for Best Actress. My lord, shall I release them now? Let Chishues go first. Let's observe the response. Subsequently, we shall release the one with the highest acclaim as a gesture of goodwill for the fans. Understood, my lord. After viewing the film, Wang Teng believed that this brief recruitment advertisement would undoubtedly astonish the eyes of the Stellar Alliance. After all, who could resist such a forthright and sincere advertisement? Yet, it remains uncertain how many would come. While recruitment can be conducted in the Skyline, the area has been chaotic for many years, and high-caliber talents are exceedingly scarce. Unlike the talent-rich planet of Dun, he sought articulate and capable recent graduates, as well as seasoned professionals among the middle-aged unemployed, all of whom were his targets. The former are full of vigor, while the latter possess invaluable experience. Were it not for his current commitments, he would have returned to Dun to personally recruit from various universities. Regrettably, the myriad affairs of the Skyline kept him tethered, with no one to share the burden. Opening the list of Skyline affairs, he was greeted by a plethora of tasks, causing his lips to twitch. The report from Sarah Star indicated that the construction of the city was progressing smoothly, thanks to the earlier war, which had leveled much of the surrounding terrain, significantly easing their labor. Furthermore, the construction of roads was also facilitated. The report mentioned that they had elected Puzik as the representative of Sarah Star to manage the soon-to-be-established Sarah City. Puzik. He recalled that Alina had written a report stating that a miner on Sarah Star wished to meet him, and this must be the individual in question. Given that he was chosen, he evidently possesses exceptional qualities. The miners of Sarah Star are primarily from the black mining sector, yet it is plausible that some among them excel in other professions. It remains to be seen whether Puzik is one of those. For now, let us agree. Having these representatives manage their own will better demonstrate the sincerity of the Red Star. Next came the report from the pirate planet, pinned by Valky. Oh, this young woman has sent a recorded video. She succinctly outlined the circumstances of the pirate planet, highlighting the lack of talent in starship manufacturing and management personnel, as the previous individuals had been eliminated prior to their arrival. Fortunately, there are still some warships yet to be manufactured. However, this issue remains unresolved, and the starship factory on the pirate planet cannot operate effectively. Valky also mentioned that Li Longji seems quite interested in the construction of starships and wishes to remain there to learn the craft. Wang Teng, uncertain about how to accommodate this, decided to indulge his interest. He has a strong feeling that this individual may achieve something remarkable. In the end, Valky expressed her desire to return to Wang Teng's side to fulfill her duties as a personal guard. Yet, the factory on the pirate planet cannot be left unattended. Wang Teng allowed her to stay there for a while longer, which resulted in Valky shedding tears, as she tearfully inquired whether Wang Teng had found a new guard and no longer needed her. Why does it feel like a sense of being abandoned? Wang Teng shook his head, dispelling such thoughts. Nevertheless, Valky's report did capture his attention. Although the Red Star fleet has grown in scale, its combat capacity is alarmingly deficient, particularly in high-end combat power, with only 2 celestial-level warriors available. The vast expanse of the Skyline Star region necessitates the presence of celestial-level guardians in some critical areas. This means he might have to incur substantial expenses once again. Emperor, he commanded, opening the system interface. Wang Teng, Physical Enhancement, 9, Mental Enhancement, 7, Armament. Emperor 124 models replicated. Armament level, 3, Affiliated Fleet, Red Star Fleet, Affiliated Star Region, Skyline, Followers, Chishua, Zealand, Functions, Upgrade. Resource Processing, Enhancement, Resource Points, 20 billion, Items, Star Beast Larvae, Dead Gold Metal, Red Star Liquid Solid, from Planet 117, Unquantifiable Star Core Crystals, Excellent. There are over 20 billion resource points calculated in units of Chishua. Upgrading a celestial-level armament requires 1 billion resource points. Therefore, he can enhance at least 20 celestial-level warriors. However, Wang Teng does not intend to allocate all resources solely for warrior upgrades. He must also allocate points for strengthening mechs and warships. He decided to enhance 8 celestial-level armaments, which would allow for a whole number with Chishua and the others. The remaining resources would be used to fortify the mechs and warships. Ideally, he aims to develop armed blueprint designs for warships, eliminating the need to rely on him each time. Enhancement can wait for now. Prioritizing the upgrade of celestial-level warriors is essential, as they are the fastest means to establish combat strength. These 8 celestial warriors will be dispatched to the borders of the skyline for duty, necessitating careful selection. Only those qualified with Earth-level armaments are eligible. The pool of candidates is limited. Figures like Su Hu and Feng Luan are commanders of the new battalion, with the latter already deployed, while the former must remain to lead the Red Star Legion. Shangguan Honghe is also unavailable, as she is stationed on Planet 117. It appears that he must seek candidates from other realms, such as those who have recently joined. In the 100 Riders fleet, Bai Ying and Chishua seem to have mentioned that she joined the Red Star to advance her military career. There is also a figure known as Black Spider on Sarah Star, who, according to Chishua, has issues with her armament and seeks Red Star's assistance for repairs. Furthermore, she appears quite passionate about reconstruction efforts on Sarah Star, indicating that she would be a valuable addition to the fleet. In and out. It seems these are the only individuals available. Elena's side offers little better options. As the commander of her legion, she is also engaged in construction on Sarah Star. Moreover, he seems to have captured 2 individuals with celestial-level armaments, currently mining on a mineral planet. Then there's the 3-star general, My C. It feels as though the Red Star fleet is not lacking in talent, while Black Spider and Bai Ying are manageable. The 2 celestial-level individuals from the Allied forces require thorough discussions to ascertain their intentions, as does General My C. Although he was defeated by him with overwhelming force, it cannot be said that he is lacking in prowess. After all, those who attain the rank of 3-star general cannot be underestimated. Thus, the next task is to persuade their surrender, right? Wang Teng pondered, stroking his chin, and then called out, Red Star Intelligence, the forthcoming matters are entrusted to you. Stay in contact with me, and I will handle things online. Where are you headed, Great Governor? Of course, I am going out to inspect the work. And to explore a bit as well. Chapter 116. Valkyrie of Gladiators. The Plunderer planet is among the best located planets within the skyline, alongside the Pirate planet and, of course, the branch planets of the MIA group. The star system housing the Plunderer planet is replete with numerous asteroids. Over the years, these asteroids have been occupied by various marauders, akin to rented apartments. However, after the Red Star fleet seized the Plunderer planet, those marauders who fled were either eradicated or transported for mining operations. The vacated asteroids could not simply be left unattended. Wang Teng's plan is to lease these asteroids out, transforming them into interstellar transit stations. Skyline is situated at the border of the Star Alliance, and beyond it lies the vast cosmos. If the Star Alliance is likened to a coastal continent, then Skyline represents a massive island across the sea. Strategically speaking, Skyline holds significant importance. Previously, due to the MIA, a coalition led by the military-industrial complex of the Allied forces, the area descended into chaos, retaining its strategic value while inviting numerous complications. However, the vigorous intervention of the Red Star fleet has disrupted this status quo. Moreover, the development of Skyline necessitates the influx of talent from the Star Alliance, thus reinstating its strategic significance. During discussions with the Grand Elder of the Summer Alliance, Wang Teng reached a comprehensive cooperation agreement, and before long, Skyline will bustle with activity. The development of Skyline will also serve to temper the impatience of the Star Alliance, as it will become a pathway for many. Following the issuance of the Red Star Fleet's recruitment order, Chishua's popularity within the Star Alliance has surged to unprecedented heights. It would not be an exaggeration to call her the leading star of the Alliance. Nevertheless, Chishua does not allow this to inflate her pride. Her endeavors are solely for the advancement of the Red Star Fleet. As the video elucidates, she is merely an armed mech warrior. The accolades from the crowd cannot sway Chishua's resolute heart. However, many discerned much from the call for talents. The Skyline requires individuals, many individuals. For the recent graduates, the middle-aged facing unemployment, and the down and out, this moment presents an equitable platform. Those aspiring for development, prosperity, or to ascend the peak of life might find it a promising destination. Yet, the Skyline has just endured turmoil, with various factions eyeing it warily. The Red Star fleet is still in its infancy, uncertain if it can withstand the impending pressures. Unbeknownst to Wang Teng, who had already commenced his inspection duties, the wavering sentiments of these individuals were beyond his awareness. Initially, he intended to take Zealand along, but Chishua stepped in instead. Great General, where shall our first destination be? Chishua found the shift from captain to general a bit awkward. She felt that the title of Great General lacked the warmth of captain. If you're not accustomed to it, feel free to revert to captain, Wang Teng chuckled, shaking his head. Is that permissible? Chishua instinctively replied, realizing her words made her cheeks flush crimson as she quickly turned her head away. The awkward atmosphere did not linger for long, as the warship's AI soon reported. Great General, we have arrived at the destination. So soon? Chishua exclaimed. We are still in the Raider Galaxy, Wang Teng clarified. Chishua paused. Having imagined their first stop would be at Sister Hie's place. What is the captain doing here? She pondered, surmising it might be to seek someone. Lucic reported that there was a place known as Gladiator 101. Wang Teng rose, and before the warship appeared a dim planet, marked by a gaping wound, resembling a colossal skull. Clouds of matter swirled around, and electronic particles flickered under the planet's gravitational pull, reminiscent of distant thunder on a clear day. Gladiator 101? Oh, one of the black markets of the Raider Alliance. However, those who come here are all in pursuit of the so-called title of the Fearless, Lucic noted. When Lucic swept through this area, he encountered staunch resistance. Wang Teng reflected on Lucic's report, which notably mentioned the necessity for his personal decision regarding this matter. How did he manage that? Chishua inquired with curiosity. Well, the person in charge was killed, and someone emerged with their head to surrender, Wang Teng explained with intrigue. It is said that the gladiators here are referred to as Valkyries by the locals. Valkyries? Isn't that a mythological title? What kind of person dares to claim such a name? Chishua felt a tinge of envy for some reason. Her own armament was called Red Demon, and she identified as the Red Witch. Since ancient times, demons and gods have been natural adversaries, leading her to feel overshadowed by this Valkyrie. Didn't Ti mention? It's a term of respect from the locals. So, does this mean the captain is here to seek her? Wang Teng glanced at Chishua, who displayed no overt expression. Yet he sensed something peculiar. One could say that when she surrendered with the head of the person in charge, she made a request to preserve Gladiator 101. Will the captain agree? Chishua inquired, and Wang Teng, uncertain himself, had come here to observe in person. However, merely upon witnessing this half-formed planet, he discerned that it could not foster any further developments. Preserving the gladiatorial arena seemed a plausible option. To establish a legitimate interstellar gladiatorial event, akin to the WWE from another world, would be advantageous, especially in a realm inhabited by extraterrestrial races, where entertainment value holds greater significance. Most crucially, It could eliminate some of the more unruly elements. Red Star Intelligence, descend. Wang Teng called out. Understood, Grand Commander, came the response. Captain, what is that person's name? Wang Teng's expression turned slightly peculiar. She goes by the name of no name. Within the confines of Gladiator 101, a vast expanse had been unearthed, with intricate and densely packed structures forming the city's landscape. Here, chaos reigned supreme. No one would enlighten you on the concept of rules. It was a realm where the weak were devoured by the strong, and might prevailed over all. Before the Red Star fleet vanquished the raiders, the arena witnessed daily bloodshed, with fatalities becoming a grim norm. At its heart stood a towering coliseum, where the Ascent marked one's strength and savagery. Originally, this place should have been rife with brutality and slaughter, yet now, it exuded an air of tranquility. Similarly, the populace had significantly diminished, as evidenced by the halved number of matches in the arena. At the pinnacle of the Colosseum resided the object of admiration and pursuit for numerous gladiators. Once occupied by the leader of the raiders, it was now claimed by a woman, whose presence elicited no dissent. This woman, self-identified as no name, possessed flowing hair and fair skin, with a countenance imbued with a certain valor. Yet, her origins could be discerned from her daily demeanor. She hailed from the Daylight Empire. Nevertheless, here at Gladiator 101, she was referred to as no name, earning the moniker Valkyrie among the gladiators. Since the Valkyrie single-handedly ascended to the top tier, severing the head of the raider leader and presenting it to the Red Star fleet to safeguard Gladiator 101, all had revered her. Today, however, this Valkyrie stood upon the platform of Gladiator 101, seemingly awaiting someone, which left the inhabitants of this place in a state of trepidation. Could it be that the Red Star fleet had come to settle scores? Chapter 117. No name. The Red Star warship entered Gladiator 101, immediately garnering the attention of all within. A palpable anxiety enveloped the majority, with many gravitating towards no name. Is this a reckoning? Spoke a figure whose skin resembled stone. Towering at 2 meters in height, his voice deep and earnest. He was an extraterrestrial, a member of the Rock People, and also a recent addition to the top 10 gladiators of Gladiator 101. The reason for his new status was that his predecessors had all fallen to no name's blade, a fact that instilled both respect and fear among the populace. Yet, at that moment, standing behind her provided a sliver of security. The gathered individuals were all professional gladiators. Their survival hinged upon their prowess in combat. Should Gladiator 101 face retribution, they would lose their livelihood. Their assembly signified their allegiance. If a reckoning were indeed at hand, they would stand and fight alongside no name. The nameless figure elegantly styled her hair and donned a splendid traditional kimono, embodying the grace of a Yamato Nadeshiko. Despite the lingering aura of valiance in her brows, a hint of melancholy shadowed her countenance. She remained silent, her gaze fixed on the slowly opening hatch, awaiting the emergence of an individual within. Once that person disembarked from the warship and approached the assembly, she stepped forward with measured grace, hands delicately clasped over her abdomen, and bowed slightly, her voice soft yet resonant. I am here to pay my respects to the illustrious Grand Commander of the Red Star. A gasp rippled through the gladiators behind her, their astonishment palpable, before they hastily mimicked her gesture of reverence. They had not anticipated that the Grand Commander of the Red Star would be aboard this vessel. The name and reputation of Wang Teng preceded him. Though they had never laid eyes on him, they were aware of his formidable prowess through various channels. It was he who had propelled the Red Star fleet to its current zenith, decisively securing the skyline and expelling the minions of rival factions, dismantling their grasp upon the heavens. Recently, he had compelled the Dawu group to acquiesce, earning his place among the luminaries of the Star Alliance. To the untrained eye, he appeared an ordinary individual, yet he was, in truth, a titan of simplicity. Fear, shock, and trepidation coursed through the gladiators. They were at a loss for how to present themselves in this moment. No wonder the Nameless One had adorned herself thus. She had likely received word in advance. They, being the ruffians that they were, understood the traditions of the Great Sun Kingdom, and it appeared that she intended to offer herself as a sacrifice to safeguard Gladiator 101. Deeply moved, yet apprehensive, the gladiators remained still. Are you the Nameless One? Wang Teng inquired, observing the delicate woman before him, reminiscent of a Yamato Nadeshiko. He glanced at the burly, diverse assembly of gladiators behind her. How had she earned the moniker of Valkyrie among these formidable beings? The Nameless One gradually lifted her gaze, her alabaster visage devoid of any expression, though the valor in her brows re-emerged at that moment. Indeed, I am she. Grand Commander, please follow me. This is not a suitable place for discourse. The captain, Akatsuki, regarded the Nameless One with palpable hostility. Sister Crane had remarked that men of the captain's age found it challenging to resist the allure of a mature woman like her, given her meticulously curated appearance. It was evident she harbored intentions. She could not permit the captain to be alone with her. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively, prompting Akatsuki to seal her lips. Her cheeks puffed in defiance, still brimming with animosity. The Nameless One merely smiled, offering no further reaction. Grand Commander, please. Then let us proceed. As they journeyed towards the tower, Wang Teng surveyed the organically formed city, its architecture a tapestry of diverse styles, a testament to the multitude of races coexisting within. Despite the recent cleansing and reconstruction efforts, the remnants of blood and scorch marks were still vividly apparent. His curiosity piqued at the sight of the distant gladiatorial tower. For this was the first occasion he beheld such structures up close, previously only glimpsed through digital broadcasts. The gladiators trailed behind, drawing the attention of all present. They watched as the Nameless One guided Wang Teng towards the tower, their hearts soaring to the heights above, awaiting judgment. Never had they contemplated rebellion. Those who had attempted it before had been ruthlessly silenced. No one has suggested anything about assassination, merely the presence of the Nameless, which they cannot contend with, let alone the formidable Chishua by Wang Teng's side. Although her abilities remain unclear, her association with Wang Teng speaks volumes of her prowess. As the group entered the tower, the gladiators consciously remained outside, with a throng of people encircling the structure. At the pinnacle of the tower, only the Nameless reside. The interior has been transformed into a Japanese-style layout. On the tatama mats, the Nameless prepared a tea table, skillfully brewing tea. Wang Teng sat observing the graceful art of tea-making, suddenly recalling that their tea ceremony had been passed down from the Xia Alliance in ancient times, gradually evolving into its current form. While admiring the elegant woman's technique, he inquired, "How many people reside here?" "Approximately 100,000, she replied. "Are they all gladiators?" "There are only about 2,000 gladiators," she clarified. "The rest are residents living here." Nodding in understanding, Wang Teng accepted the tea she offered. "Please enjoy," she said. He lifted the cup, noting the clear, fragrant liquid that tasted slightly astringent at first, followed by a pleasant aftertaste. "Excellent tea." The Nameless Woman smiled. "You flatter me. Great General. Now that we have enjoyed the tea, shall we discuss the matter at hand?" Wang Teng set down his cup, and Chishua eagerly nodded, wishing to accompany him away at once. The Nameless Woman knelt, responding, "Lucic mentioned that it was you who killed the overseer here and surrendered. On the condition of preserving this place." "I indeed did so," she confessed. "Why?" Wang Teng asked curiously. "Are you not a marauder?" "You misunderstand, Great General. I have never allied with marauders, nor have the residents here." She explained, "I was captured while wandering and sold to the gladiatorial arena. Most here share a similar fate." Having been sold by marauders, Wang Teng nodded, acknowledging her explanation. Marauders indeed engage in such acts. Thus, the so-called Gladiator 101 was merely a creation for the amusement of marauders, which later developed into an established industry. As the saying goes, without trade, there is no slaughter. Then why do you wish to preserve this place? He pressed. For the sake of the 100,000 inhabitants here, she earnestly pleaded, bowing deeply. Most of them are wretched souls who, under the marauders' control, have been driven to kill their own kin for a morsel of bread. I cannot bear to witness such atrocities. Yet I lacked the means to intervene until you provided me with hope and opportunity. They have grown accustomed to this way of life. Leaving would render them unable to integrate into any other world. That is why I wish to preserve this place." Wang Teng was surprised by her reasoning. She appeared to be a genuinely good person. Yet, could one truly be virtuous in such a milieu? Perhaps not, but to the people here, she seemed like a saint. "I understand your intentions, but your request does not align with what you can offer, making it difficult for me to acquiesce." Wang Teng did not immediately acquiesce, for he himself was uncertain. Though a myriad of thoughts flitted through his mind, he could not allow himself to be easily persuaded. After all, as a Grand Commander, it would diminish his stature. He gazed intently at the nameless figure kneeling before him, enveloped in silence. She, too, was silent, contemplating what she could offer to secure Wang Teng's agreement, and whether it was necessary to do so. A flicker of hesitation crossed her mind, but soon she found clarity. How could she waver? In the past, she had always acted upon her thoughts without delay. Having resolved to protect this place, she would do whatever it took to safeguard it. With this determination, she slowly rose, her garments slipping slightly due to her movements, much to Wang Teng's visual delight. He hastily turned his gaze away. The nameless woman stifled a giggle, her eyes darting towards Wang Teng, as if to say he had never encountered a woman before. What a mischievous woman. It was undoubtedly intentional. Chishua, observing Wang Teng's reaction as if he were entranced, quickly interjected. What do you mean he has never seen one? The captain has seen me. The nameless woman cast a meaningful glance at Chishua, leaving Wang Teng somewhat astonished, causing the atmosphere to grow awkward. Chishua's face flushed crimson. Her body tensed as she lowered her head. Ahem. Wang Teng coughed lightly twice to mask the embarrassment. Do not misunderstand. We were merely undergoing armed modifications. The nameless woman nodded repeatedly, yet the smile at the corner of her lips betrayed her amusement. However, in the next moment, she composed her expression, seriousness washing over her features as she asked, Grand Commander, do you know where I hail from? Heritage? Is that even a question? Just look at her grand kimono. It's abundantly clear. The Empire of the Rising Sun? Wang Teng replied, and the nameless woman affirmed, Indeed. I hail from the Empire of the Rising Sun. Wang Teng remained silent, his eyes urging her to continue. Her origins bore little significance. This was not the star domain of the Empire of the Rising Sun, but rather the horizon. The nameless woman understood this as well. She revealed her background to facilitate their ensuing dialogue. Her eyes gleamed with a distant memory. My father's name is Zhong Yuanyi, a prominent noble of the Empire of the Rising Sun, renowned for martial prowess. I am the fourth daughter, named Yuqian. My father once had an adopted son, who commanded a fleet within the empire, known as General Ri. Under my father's tutelage, the general evolved into a distinguished military strategist with a resounding reputation. He sought my hand as a concubine. Possessing remarkable combat abilities and innate strength, he insisted on keeping me by his side, appointing me as his personal guard, and facilitating my transformation into an armed warrior through surgical enhancements. Years ago, a planetary lord of the Empire of the Rising Sun revolted, prompting the royal family to summon him for suppression. He rallied a fleet of 100,000, engaging in fierce battles for several months until he successfully quelled the insurrection. His rising acclaim made him a figure of concern for the royal family. So you were eliminated by the royal family due to your association? Wang Teng inquired, astonished by the unexpected revelations. The nameless woman, no, she should be addressed as Yuqian, was indeed the wife of a fleet commander and of the Empire of the Rising Sun. No less. This is unlike the Snow Princess he encountered previously, as well as the unwavering loyalty demonstrated by the Imperial Ghosts toward the royal family. Logically, considering the brainwashed state of the Imperial Ghosts, one would assume that the fleet of the Great Sun Empire would exhibit similar loyalty. However, it was unexpected to witness a scenario where the royal family felt apprehensive of the fleet's commander. Yujin shook his head, asserting that regardless of who dared to defy the hierarchy, it would not result in any repercussions for the royal family of the Great Sun Empire. Thus, even if the royal family harbored fears, they would not resort to drastic measures. He was ultimately a victim of his own folly. This individual, stubborn and self-righteous, lacked the charisma of a tyrant, yet incessantly emulated one. He readily resorted to violence against his subordinates, and I, too, was not spared from his wrath. Listening to this description, Chishua couldn't help but tease. No wonder, he was already dead. Yujian did not take offense to Chishua's words and nodded in agreement. Indeed, he deserved his fate. Her remark left Wang Teng and Chishua momentarily taken aback. Yujian continued, during the final assault on the Lord, his subordinates betrayed him. We found ourselves besieged aboard the warship, contemplating death as an apology to the royal family. But what? The two pressed eagerly, captivated as if watching a dramatic series. He, however, expressed disdain for my status as a concubine, unwilling to share a demise with me for fear of tarnishing his posthumous reputation. Wang Teng was baffled. Facing death, why concern oneself with such trivialities? It seemed he was living rather comfortably, his mind somewhat unhinged. So, you escaped on your own? Chishua inquired further. Yujin shook her head. No, he urged me to flee. Despite being somewhat obstinate, my late husband, at the critical moment, ensured my escape. In retrospect, he appeared to possess some redeeming qualities. At least he had facilitated my departure. Chishua remarked. Yet Yujin shook her head once more. Not quite. He did not care for my safety, merely instructing me to escape, unwilling to perish alongside me. I fought my way out. Both Wang Teng and Chishua were taken aback by this twist. If you could escape on your own, why did you not take him with you? Wang Teng inquired. Yujin replied. Since he wished for death so fervently, I thought it best to grant him his wish. Listening to her account, Wang Teng furrowed his brow. Did you not say that the final assault was successful? Yet you experienced infighting. Yujin clarified at that moment. It was the last stand. With the army pressing in, we could have thoroughly quelled the rebellion. Although we ultimately faced internal discord, the fleet accomplished its mission. Regrettably, I once believed he loved me, only to discover Yujin's expression dimmed, revealing the depths of her disillusionment. She had anticipated a tale of shared trials and tribulations, of love enduring through life and death, yet it turned out to be a mere figment of her imagination. Hence, her resoluteness in departing was understandable. So, you arrived at the Skyline? I was captured by marauders and taken against my will. Why do you emphasize your abduction? Wang Teng asked. Very well, I comprehend now. What is it you wish to convey? At that moment, Yujian revealed her garments, causing Chishua to spring up in excitement, positioning herself defensively before Wang Teng. You wicked woman. I have long perceived your nefarious intentions, daring to seduce before my very eyes. Before the words could fully escape my lips. Upon witnessing the myriad of wounds adorning your body beneath your garments, this eagle-like woman, Chishua, was brought to tears. What manner of ordeal could inflict such grievous harm? I was once a warrior clad in armored mecha. Yushin spoke softly, but when I managed to flee, my armor was already damaged. Subsequently, I fell into the hands of marauders who stripped me of my armor and sold me to this place. Yushin spoke with a calm demeanor, closing her garment once more. Chishua stepped aside, yielding the space to Wang Teng. Yushin gazed earnestly at Wang Teng, pondering whether her battered form would be deemed worthy of his acquiescence. If the great commander consents, I shall devote this broken body in gratitude. Since the aim was to confront the empire of the rising sun, she had no reservations. Wang Teng, equally serious, scrutinized Yushin, uncertain of her sincerity, having encountered many from the empire who seemed deranged. He could not ascertain if Yushin was akin to those individuals. Would you consent to a name change? He inquired. Yushin hesitated momentarily but then nodded. I am presently nameless. Should the great commander bestow a name upon me, I shall comply. Will your father not resent you for this? Wang Teng asked. Yushin scoffed coldly. Huh? I have long forsaken the surname of Zhongyuan and possess no husband's name. I am merely myself. Moreover, to the empire of the rising sun, I am already as good as dead. Wang Teng continued. What level was your armor? It was of the Earth grade, she replied. Earth grade, you say? Perhaps this is fate. I can repair your armor and elevate its grade. Upon hearing this, Yushin appeared momentarily dazed before kneeling. Nameless One requests the sovereign to bestow a name. The Nameless One becomes your follower. Chapter 119. The green serpent upon the gladiatorial tower, Wang Teng stood upon the platform, surveying the arena below. Chishua and Guihong flanked him on either side. Guihong was the name Wang Teng had assigned to the Nameless One, signifying allegiance to the Red Star. The Nameless One, or Yushin, bore no aversion to this name. Although Chishua remained vigilant and antagonistic towards her, this fact could not be altered. There must be a rationale behind Wang Teng's actions. She trusted Wang Teng, yet could not extend that trust to Guihong. For Wang Teng's purity and safety, she would remain ever watchful of this woman. It seems that Snowchan harbors considerable animosity towards me, Guihong remarked, prompting Chishua to momentarily falter, yet she quickly regained her composure. Fixing a serious gaze upon Guihong, you shall not succeed while I am here, Chishua declared. Guihong stifled a laugh. Snowchan seems to be quite fond of the great commander. What did you say? Chishua stammered, flustered, her previous assertiveness evaporating. Guihong smiled knowingly, causing Chishua to avert her eyes. Just then, the arena below erupted in fervent cheers and cries. Wang Teng observed the fully occupied seats as the gladiators took to the arena, commencing the evening's combat events. According to Guihong, during the previous regime of the Marauders, several lives were lost in daily bouts. When the Marauders are present, the arena here operates devoid of any discernible rules, or perhaps one might say, rules that apply universally. Death reigns as the sole symphony within these confines. The Marauders derive amusement from the gladiators' brutal battles, intoxicated by the melody of demise. Each day, new victims are brought forth by the Marauders, and each day, lives are extinguished. This is Gladiator 101, a realm of revelry for the Grim Reaper. The cosmos is vast and infinite, while life within it is insignificantly small. In comparison to the dazzling fireworks of the universe, the light of life is akin to mere stars, and there exists an unfathomable multitude of them. Humanity bears both virtue and vice. The Marauders represent the epitome of malevolence, a congregation of mercenaries shunned by the Star Alliance, who have established their lawless paradise here. The Marauders at Gladiator 101, cruel, bloodthirsty, and savage, are nothing short of apostates of violence. In a crimson narrative, the Marauders' actions here mirror the chaotic soldiers of war, committing heinous acts upon unsuspecting villages. Thus, when Guihong eliminated the Marauder leader, she garnered unanimous adoration. However, Guihong did not merely slay the leader. With the aid of the gladiators, they purged the Marauders from this land. Yet, among the Marauders were armed warriors. How could mere gladiators hope to vanquish such adversaries? At that moment, Guihong pleaded for mercy for one individual, a female Marauder. It was through this female Marauder's assistance that they were able to eradicate the Marauders entirely. Is that her? Wang Teng gazed down at the arena, where a figure clad in green stood. Guihong approached respectfully, affirming, "Indeed, that is she. What is her name?" "I do not know her name. She only told me to call her Green Serpent." "Green Serpent?" Wang Teng raised an eyebrow. "Does she have a sister named White Serpent?" Guihong shook her head. "I am uncertain." "Does she have any demands?" Guihong again shook her head. "She made no promises. She merely stated that she has long desired to act." Wang Teng fell silent, observing Green Serpent below. She maintained the ongoing spectacle of the arena, seemingly sensing the gaze upon her, and looked up toward the tower. Such keen perception. "Guihong, inform her that I wish to meet her." Without questioning the reason, Guihong bowed respectfully and took small steps backward. "I shall arrange that immediately." Once Guihong departed, Chishua hurried forward. "Captain, you are not considering taking a liking to that Green Serpent, are you?" Wang Teng turned back in confusion. "Is there a problem?" Chishua hesitated, then lowered her gaze in disappointment. Wang Teng lightly tapped her head with his hand. "What are you daydreaming about?" "I simply want to see if I can recruit her into the Red Star fleet." "Oh," Chishua cradled her head, revealing a youthful demeanor that starkly contrasted with her initial cold and haughty appearance. This striking disparity left Wang Teng momentarily taken aback. He then recalled that Chishua was still scarcely past her teenage years. In her youth, she experienced neither the innocence of adolescence nor the tender pangs of first love. From the moment she began to remember, she was engulfed in the treachery and bloodshed of the cosmos. "After our meeting, let us proceed to Planet 117. Are we visiting Sister Crane?" "Yes, and I also wish to observe the captives. I intend to offer them a chance." No sooner had she finished speaking than Guihong returned. "My lord, I have made the necessary arrangements." "Then let us depart." In the reception hall on the first floor of the gladiatorial tower, as Wang Teng entered under Guihong's guidance, he immediately attracted the attention of those within. Wang Teng, in turn, scrutinized the woman seated opposite him. Clad in an ancient-style blue garment, with her long hair elegantly arranged and a serene visage, she exuded the aura of a chivalrous heroine. Wang Teng gazed intently at the blue attire for an extended period, prompting her to frown and cast a cold glance in his direction. Was this the esteemed Grand Commander of the Red Star, leering at another's private areas upon their first encounter? Before Wang Teng could utter a word, Chishua reprimanded. "What's wrong with the captain stealing a glance? With that landing pad of yours, there's hardly anything worth seeing." She pointed disdainfully at Guihong. "Is yours more appealing than hers?" Guihong's cheeks flushed slightly, yet she refrained from retorting. "Humph, you are all in cahoots." She shot a glare at Wang Teng. "Have you finished?" Wang Teng disregarded her ire and remarked with interest, "Is that combat armor you're wearing?" She blinked in surprise, but soon broke into a smile. "You have an eye for detail. It's a lightweight combat ensemble. While its defensive capabilities pale in comparison to full armor, it excels in portability and stealth." "I suspect it's more than that." Wang Teng's gaze flickered, an undeniable aura emanating from him. She felt a sudden weight of pressure, as if she were being subdued by his presence. "The external armor is equipped with a detachable microweapon core. You are not a combat soldier," she said, her composure beginning to falter, for the others had failed to discern her nature, yet he had seen through it instantly. "You needn't feel anxious. I harbor no ill intentions." Wang Teng seated himself opposite Shi, casting a reassuring glance at her taut figure. "I heard from Guihong that it was your assistance that enabled her to eliminate the leader of the Marauders. Hence, I wish to meet you." Guihong. She regarded Guihong with suspicion. "I have joined the Grand Commander's ranks. Guihong is the name bestowed upon me by the Grand Commander," Guihong explained with a gentle smile. What more could Shi say? She had gleaned some of Guihong's past, and, recognizing her decision to join the Red Star must have been made with careful consideration. She could only hope that Guihong would not be let down again. She shook her head, steadying her gaze upon Wang Teng. "Now that you have seen me, may I take my leave?" "Not so fast. I have a question to ask. Do you have a sister named Baishi?" "No." She answered succinctly. "May I leave now?" Wang Teng shrugged. "This is merely a brief meeting. If you wish to depart, you are free to do so." She did not move immediately, but instead scrutinized Wang Teng for a long time, as if attempting to discern the thoughts swirling within his mind. However, upon gazing into Wang Teng's eyes, she beheld a dazzling universe, and beyond that, nothing else was visible. She returned to her seat, crossing her arms, showing no intention of departing. Her demeanor suggested she had something to express. For the moment, I found no desire to leave. Wang Teng remained silent for a time before asking, "Why did you choose to help them?" She replied nonchalantly, "I found them displeasing, so I simply eliminated them." "But they were equipped with armored mechs. How could you possibly kill them? They have their weapons, and I possess mine. Why should I not retaliate?" "Then, does that mean your armored attire can rival that of the combat soldiers?" She hesitated momentarily, then nodded. I did not inquire whether she had designed it herself, but I felt compelled to remark, with such capabilities, anywhere you go, you would be a guest of honor. Why then do you find yourself among the raiders? Wang Teng questioned, puzzled by this aspect. It couldn't possibly have been taken from the raiders, could it? Upon broaching this subject, she fell silent. Wang Teng, not in haste, understood the importance of allowing her some psychological preparation to unveil her secrets. Upon entering, he discerned that she did not belong in this realm. And she was not a combat soldier. Her physique was purely human, unaltered by surgical enhancements. During his observation, he had scanned her, noting the absence of any combat circuitry within her. Instead, her attire was adorned with combat circuits and the remnants of energy. Well, since you have brought it up, I suppose you have surmised something. She sighed, leaning back against her chair. As you can see, I am actually a designer of combat blueprints. Graduated from the Interstellar University of the Star Alliance. Originally, I was en route to an armament design firm, but we encountered a pirate attack midway. Fortunately, I had been diligently working part-time, gathering materials in the laboratory, and I crafted myself an armored mech, the very one I wear now. With this armor, I managed to turn the tables on the pirates and seize their ship, but alas, all my companions perished in the encounter. I thought I could escape aboard the pirate vessel, but fate had it that I stumbled upon a raider fleet. Thankfully, they merely sought recruits and did not harm me, leading to my bewildering induction into the raiders, ultimately bringing me here. The moment I was imprisoned, I realized I had been sold. That fleet was a slave ship, engaged in the trafficking of people. Fortunately, the overseer here is a minor figure among the raiders, a mere pawn supported by higher-ups, who mistook me for a combat soldier due to my armor and the raiders' insignia I bore. Thus, I was treated as one of their guards, enjoying daily luxuries. Though the journey has been convoluted, I have managed to live a carefree life. Yet, as I look at Wang Teng with a complex expression, despite my comfortable living conditions, free from worries of food and clothing, and even with additional income, the incessant sounds of anguish and brutal outbursts from those around me drive me to the brink of madness. Yet I find myself powerless in this realm, a territory dominated by marauders. The moment I reveal any sign of weakness, I shall be devoured without a trace. Can you comprehend the ethical torment of incessantly yearning to take action, yet being ensnared in a cycle of anguish and helplessness? As she spoke, her eyes brimmed with tears, pearls glistening at the corners. I am merely a fresh graduate. How did I come to endure such tribulations? Had I known, I would have remained on my home planet. I think of my father, my mother, my grandmother, my grandfather, my maternal grandparents, my uncles, my aunts. I long for a taste of rice noodles, snail noodles, old friends noodles, char siu noodles, beef noodles, and hot pot. I yearn for bubble tea, for barbecued skewers. With a trembling lip, she fought to keep her tears at bay and continued, I must thank you for defeating the marauders. Had you not, I would have surely gone mad staying here. Even if you did not seek me out, I would have sought you. I wish to return home. She shed all pretense. In this cruel environment, displaying even a hint of vulnerability invites ruin, and one risks being reduced to a mere slave, subjected to relentless torment. In the beginning, she was oblivious to these dangers, often becoming the target of harassment. There were nights when she would awaken to unwelcome intrusions. Henceforth, she remained armed at all times, even while bathing. Fear consumed her. She dreaded that a moment of carelessness would prevent her from witnessing the dawn of another day. It was during one such instance of harassment that she met Gue Hong, the female champion of the arena, who triumphed in nearly every battle, and most significantly, she was a woman herself. Perhaps only another woman could truly understand the struggles of Qing, and empathize with her suffering. It was through Gue Hong's repeated interventions that she finally found respite. Here, one cannot afford to display even the slightest weakness. Only the strong command respect. Under Gue Hong's tutelage, she gradually transformed, adopting the guise of a tempestuous figure, akin to a seemingly innocuous green viper. Should you extend your hand, it would deliver a lethal bite. Listening to Qing's narrative, Chishua's animosity began to wane. She recognized the plight of this unfortunate girl. Words could scarcely encapsulate the myriad of trials she faced. Only through personal experience does one truly resonate with such suffering. Did your company not attempt to rescue you? Wang Teng interjected, his tone blunt. To him, while Qing's ordeal evoked sympathy, survival in this harsh land was not reliant on pity. Qing was no longer the naive girl she once was. Forged in the crucible of blood and fire, there was no going back. Yet, her desire to return home perhaps bore authenticity. Even the swiftest winds have a way home, let alone a girl who is light years away from her origins. That company, a mere facade, was designed to lure in the marauders. Rescue? Huh. My misfortunes stem entirely from that very company. Qing Shi's eyes flickered with a hint of malice, reminiscent of a viper baring its fangs. I have just perused your information. Your real name is Xie Qing, hailing from the Gue province of the Earth Star. You placed fourth in the provincial college entrance examination, securing admission to the Star Alliance Interstellar University, where you pursued a degree in armed design. During your university years, you were awarded several internal prizes for innovative design and weaponry. However, your records in external competitions were mostly unsuccessful. Upon hearing this, Qing Shi reacted like an agitated cat, exclaiming, "What does that fellow know about design? He merely adheres to convention, dismissing any design that deviates from tradition. Huh. I could produce those first and second prizes with my eyes closed. It merely involves adding or removing some functions from the existing weaponry. Is that truly design? Are you feeling quite indignant? Indignant or not, it matters little. I have already graduated. But how about I offer you an opportunity?" Wang Teng's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief as he regarded Qing Shi, who seemed a bit flustered. What was he intending? An opportunity? Indeed. If they deem your design as lacking, then you should bring your vision to life. Once you achieve success, return to the school and deliver a lecture, thus silencing those critics. Wang Teng transformed into an inspirational mentor, filling Qing Shi with motivation. Upon hearing his words, Qing Shi felt a stirring of excitement. Yet, she hesitated. But, I doubt any company would want me. Wang Teng, upon hearing this, was instantly animated. How could that be? Why not join our fleet? Chapter 121. The Enchantress faces her demise. Qing Shi immediately shook her head. No. Why not? Wang Teng did not take offense at her refusal. This was a negotiation. After all, where one proposes terms and the other counteroffers. Despite her verbal refusals, Qing Shi remained in the meeting room, indicating her willingness to consider. She was open to joining, but under certain conditions. You haven't even proposed any terms for my joining. See, after living here for so long, even the most obedient girl must evolve into a cunning woman. Moreover, Qing Shi's point was valid. Designers of weapon blueprints are indeed high-caliber talent. For the Red Star Fleet to sustain its growth, such talent is essential to modernize its armed forces. In the cosmic order, strength is paramount. Only those with the power to obliterate all adversaries can stand unafraid before any foe. Wang Teng possessed a system, true, but he could not rely on it for everything. That would not bode well. What conditions do you desire? Qing Shi cleared her throat. This was her second interview. The first was fueled by youthful audacity. But now she had shed her naivety and held some reservations. First, I require an independent laboratory. Certainly, the Red Star Fleet will establish a dedicated laboratory for you. Wang Teng readily consented to this seemingly non-negotiable request. Even without her mentioning it, the provision would be made as long as she agreed to join the fleet. Second, I do not wish to participate in combat. Qing Shi stated earnestly. Wang Teng chuckled and shook his head. Even if you wanted to, the battles won't involve you. This is for the best. And what else? Qing Shi pondered deeply, and after a moment, she added, I also need vacation time and the freedom to return home. That is not a problem. Soon, the Skyline and the Star Alliance will construct a transit stargate. Wang Teng nodded, then inquired, is there anything else? Lastly, my salary and benefits. Then we shall offer you the highest market rate. Upon hearing Wang Teng's words, the green serpent's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she raised her thumb in admiration, proclaiming, Boss, you are truly generous. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively, for the Red Star Fleet, which commanded the entire skyline. Such gestures were trivial. What he truly valued was the armed designer, the Green Serpent. While allowing the Red Star intelligence to retrieve her information, he had perused her early designs, which showcased mecha concepts that were unattainable in the world he had previously encountered, spectacular and explosive in their creativity. Most importantly, the armaments she designed were equipped with miniature cores, akin to the suit she wore, which could be donned even by ordinary individuals, instantly transforming them into armed warriors. Indeed, this was precisely what Wang Teng desired, a means to equip ordinary people with a formidable outer shell of armor. If the Skyline could be outfitted en masse with such gear, the Red Star Fleet would possess an immense army of armed combatants. However, the pressing issue was to enhance the performance of this armored attire. He examined the Green Serpent's outfit closely. Due to the inclusion of only a miniature core, the materials available for armament were severely limited. Aside from the primary armor, there remained scant resources to manifest weaponry. Furthermore, the absence of a face shield rendered the armor ineffective for combat in outer space. Once this challenge was resolved, the Skyline could be fully equipped for battle. Thus, he engaged in a dialogue with the Green Serpent. Although she was confined within Arena 101, she had not forsaken her design duties. During her time there, She meticulously recorded the data of various gladiators, using these parameters to modify her garments, transforming them into authentic battle suits. It was precisely this ingenuity that enabled her to assist Gui Hong and others in vanquishing the marauders of Arena 101. When confronted with Wang Teng's inquiries, the Green Serpent refrained from offering immediate solutions, as they necessitated intelligent computational assistance and the establishment of models through available devices for experimental purposes. In essence, it was time for them to depart. Before boarding, the Green Serpent signed the contract and agreement drafted by Red Star Intelligence, officially becoming the armed designer for the Red Star fleet. She held no sentimental attachment to Arena 101, and few were aware that her assistance had altered their fates. Rather, it was Gui Hong's departure that prompted a heartfelt send-off from the gladiators. In their eyes, Gui Hong was the Valkyrie of champions. They were profoundly grateful for all she had done, which only deepened their reluctance to part ways. Perhaps it was a sense of reliance. Their sense of security was intrinsically linked to her presence. "You need not worry. I shall not impose upon you," she reassured them. "If you wish to continue living here, that is entirely acceptable. The gladiatorial events can remain, and I will ensure that proper management is instituted. We shall establish an interstellar gladiatorial competition, which will be broadcast across various platforms to the Star Alliance. My sole requirement is that you adhere to the regulations set forth by Red Star. You are gladiators, thus showcase your prowess within the arena. Perhaps I shall find myself among your audience in due course." With these words, Wang Teng departed, returning to the Red Star battleship alongside Chishua and others. All the individuals of Gladiator 101 stood upon the platform, gazing at the slowly departing Red Star battleship. Their expressions varied. It was at this moment that the once nameless rock man stepped forward. "Before departing, the esteemed Lord had entrusted the management to me, and prior to the arrival of the Red Star Overseer, I wish to avoid any unforeseen incidents. I hope everyone comprehends one essential truth. The era in which we had to fight desperately for a mere loaf of bread has come to an end. The Red Star is ascending, and under its radiant glow, we shall live with dignity." Aboard the Red Star battleship, Wang Teng settled into his exclusive seat, with Gui Hong standing behind him. Upon boarding, She hurried to the bathing room for a shower before retiring early, declaring that she could finally enjoy a good night's sleep. "I have arranged everything. Should any mishap occur, I am prepared to sacrifice myself as atonement." Wang Teng turned his head to regard the serious-faced Guang and replied sternly, "This is not the Great Sun Kingdom. There is no need for you to incessantly speak of atonement through death, since you have made the arrangements. If they refuse to heed your guidance, that is their own folly, and they have no one to blame but themselves." Gui Hong paused momentarily, then nodded in gratitude. Affirming her intent to adapt, Wang Teng ceased his persuasion, wishing only for Gui Hong to understand that she was no longer the person she once was. She was now the Gui Hong of the Red Star, deserving of respect and free from the need for obsequiousness that might irk others. "Reflect on this. And I also need to conduct a thorough examination of your physical condition." Gui Hong blushed, lowering her head as she reached for her clothing, slowly unfastening the buttons. The sight before Wang Teng was breathtaking. He was momentarily entranced. Just then, Chishua returned after settling Qing Shi, witnessing the scene unfold. Without hesitation, she began to unfasten her garments, her gaze unwavering. "How dare you take advantage of my absence to approach the captain?" she exclaimed furiously, brandishing her golden death blade and charging forth. "It seems you shall not be spared, vile woman. Prepare to meet your end." Chapter 122. The current status of Planet 117. The skyline of Planet 117 appears as a gas giant, yet maintains a coexistence of solid and liquid states. The entire planet is enveloped in 71 liquid fluids, constantly transitioning between solid and liquid forms. Planet 117 is significantly smaller than the Earth Yuan star, roughly comparable in size to the Moon. After vanquishing the star beasts that had plagued Planet 117, the Red Star fleet established a near-Earth space station in orbit around the planet and constructed a temporary base on the scant land available for the use of tens of thousands of captives. Besides the soldiers tasked with guarding the captives, the remainder of the personnel remained aboard the near-Earth orbital space station. Shangguan Hongha, after receiving her appointment to oversee Planet 117, spent most of her time aboard the Red Star 117 flagship, commanding the central forces. Today, she made a rare appearance at the space station. The Red Star 117 flagship was acquired by Wang Teng after he enhanced and upgraded a combat vessel from the MIA before his departure. The onboard intelligence was a manifestation of the Red Star's own, equipped with annihilation cannons. As long as it remained at the space station, utilizing the station to manage ground resources, the Red Star 117 flagship could transform into an indomitable artillery platform, a six-god annihilation cannon. Once repaired and elevated to the level of a formidable force, Shangguan Honghe stands as the most powerful mobile asset of the 117th Planetary Brigade. Clad in formal attire, the standard Red Star uniform does little to conceal her striking silhouette, and her fiery crimson hair radiates like a stellar body. Soon, a small Red Star warship emerges before her eyes. The station forces of the 117th planet are aware that their esteemed Red Star commander has come to inspect them. The warship docks at the space station, and Shangguan Honghe awaits solemnly at the designated landing point, her gaze fixed on the opening hatch. As Wang Teng's figure appears, she promptly steps forward, saluting. Commander. Shangguan Honghe feels a surge of emotions. She never imagined the Red Star fleet could attain such heights. Each time she learns of Wang Teng's endeavors, she is filled with both concern and exhilaration. When he announced the Red Star fleet's takeover of the Skyline, expelling all rival forces, she felt an intense surge of anxiety. Witnessing the coalition's repeated assaults, she yearned to lead the station forces in providing support. Yet, entrusted with the command of the 117th planet, she understands all too well the significance of her role. It is the assurance that the Red Star fleet can withstand the coalition's sieges. Wang Teng returns the salute and inquires, Honghe, how are things progressing here? Shangguan Honghe gestures to the side, responding, due to the commander attracting the majority of attention, we have not faced any particularly large-scale assaults. So, there are still fleets attacking? Wang Teng probes further. Shangguan Honghe nods, acknowledging the absence of extraordinary soldiers, indicating that they have commenced mining operations on the 117th planet. She speaks lightly of the perilous journey, yet the increased presence of warships suggests frequent assaults. Truly an elite veteran, Wang Teng praises. Shangguan Honghe shakes her head, stating, compared to the commander, my contributions are modest, it is merely my duty. Wang Teng, recognizing her humility, refrains from further comment. How is resource extraction proceeding? He asks. Shangguan Honghe retrieves her smart platform, swiping through it to project a three-dimensional model. Currently, we have extracted 14,000 tons of solid-state Red Star liquid, 1,086 billion units of star core crystals, and 30,000 tons of associated metals. Wang Teng continues his inquiry. What is the remaining capacity of the star core crystals? After calculations, she reveals, the crystals extracted thus far represent only 1/20th of the total reserve. We anticipate depleting them within 3 years. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng understands that once the Skyline is secured, the Red Star fleet must continue exploring and developing resources. Stagnation will only lead to depletion. Continual expansion is essential for sustainable growth. This is a pursuit common among major resource conglomerates and alliances. The Skyline, originally under the control of the Mayong Alliance, suffered devastating resource exploitation under their management. According to Red Star intelligence, the Skyline has become little more than a hollow shell. Only by venturing outward to explore resource-rich planets can the Skyline be revitalized, a process that will require considerable time. Let us proceed to the armament modification room. I need to assess your combat readiness. Wang Teng turned to Shangguan Honghe, and at once, her delicate face flushed a shade of crimson as she nodded. All right, Grand Commander. Are you unwell? Why is your face so red? No, it's nothing. Perhaps I'm just feeling a bit warm. In the armed modification room of the main ship 117, Shangguan Honghe, her cheeks adorning a charming blush, fastened the buttons of her uniform one by one, biting her lower lip as she cast a sidelong glance at the solemn Wang Teng. Grand Commander, am I in good condition? Wang Teng gradually returned to reality from the splendid view before him, though he had witnessed it before, this time, perhaps due to her body's recovery. Shangguan Honghe appeared remarkably well, bouncing like jelly, with a sheen as pure as snow. Did you experience any physical pain while using it? At first, yes, but I gradually got used to it, and it became manageable. The situation seems stable. Wang Teng continued, I have come this time with the intention of promoting your armaments. Upon hearing this, Shangguan Honghe immediately grasped the implication. Grand Commander, does this mean war is imminent? The urgency to rapidly enhance their strength could only signify that conflict was approaching. As a seasoned soldier, she couldn't help but feel a twinge of concern. They had only just concluded the war with the Skyline Coalition and achieved a fleeting peace, and now, it seemed another war was on the horizon. Wang Teng did not conceal the truth. He had anticipated the return of war after eliminating Manager Mike of MIA on the abandoned mining star. Moreover, the Skyline itself was a prize worth contending for. If they could defeat them once more, the Red Star fleet would truly have the Skyline in their grasp. Yet, he pondered, who would their adversaries be this time? The MIA of the United States, the Empire of the Rising Sun, the remnants of Skyline, the Star Spirit Empire, or the Great Marshall Group. Grand Commander, The resources required for upgrading from Earth class to Heaven class are incalculable. I suggest we redirect these resources towards expanding the fleet, increasing its scale, and upgrading the warships. Shangwan Honghe was apprehensive about the dangers and probabilities associated with the Heaven class promotion. Should they fail, the resources expended would be in vain. Conversely, expanding the fleet would carry a significantly lower risk of failure, while still rapidly enhancing their combat effectiveness. Rest assured, I will not take risks without assurance. Furthermore, prior to my arrival, I recruited an armament designer for the fleet. Wang Teng understood Shangwan Honghe's concerns, but he could not divulge the system. However, the armament designer named Qing, she should alleviate her worries. An armament designer? Shangwan Honghe was taken aback. The presence of an armament designer implied that the Red Star fleet had the foundation for independent weapon development, marking it as a symbol of a formidable fleet. With this, she felt reassured. As long as the designer provided the blueprint for Heaven-class armaments, the success rate for promotion would increase by 50%. However, before that, we must wait for a few individuals to arrive. Chapter 123. The arrival of many. Shortly after Wang Teng's arrival at Planet 117, several Red Star warships docked at the space station. Black Widow calmed her emotions and stepped out of the hangar. At the moment she received the reply from the Red Star ship, her heart was filled with overwhelming excitement and nostalgia. Having once resigned herself to the possibility of perishing under the weight of her own armament, she never anticipated the prospect of rebirth. Initially, she harbored no hopes, merely contemplating a gamble. Uncertain of his intentions, she wondered if he would extract her armament and replace its core. If such were the case, she would not have lingered in this limbo for so long. Perhaps there existed a solution. Throughout her days of reconstruction on Sarah Star, she gradually began to yearn for a life anew. Puzik and the others constructed a quaint cottage for her, assuring her that Sarah Star would be her true home. No matter where she roamed, returning to Sarah Star would signify a return to her roots. Had she never glimpsed the light, she might have endured the darkness and solitude. Yet, having witnessed the brilliance and the hopeful eyes yearning for happiness, she could no longer revert to the desolation of obscurity. She had never aspired to become the Black Spider. She had merely wished to lead the life of an ordinary girl. Bai Ying was the first to emerge from the hangar, a day she had long awaited. This was one of her motives for joining the Red Star. Although she had fought alongside them and was deemed a member, her original yearning remained unforgotten: to become a celestial-grade, armed warrior. Only then could she better protect Lord Longji. Lucic stepped forth with heavy strides, perplexed by the sudden order from the Red Star fleet to proceed to Planet 117. However, he understood the significance of 117 to the Red Star fleet. Being summoned so unexpectedly surely indicated a matter of great importance. Simultaneously, Su Hu and Feng Wan emerged, resolutely prepared to adhere to the fleet's orders, no matter the task at hand. Even if it meant courting death, they would not flinch. The last to arrive was Valky, the fleet's foremost guardian, regrettably stationed at a pirate planet and unable to return to the captain's side. She had always felt remiss in her duties and had repeatedly implored the captain, yearning to be reunited with him. A total of 6 individuals gathered at the space station, where they encountered Chishua. Sister Shue, where's the captain? Valky inquired urgently, missing him greatly in his absence. Chishua saluted the others before responding. The captain is waiting for you. Did the Grand Commander summon us for a specific task? Lucic asked. Chishua offered no direct answer, simply stating that it was a matter of significance. Subsequently, the 6 were escorted aboard the main vessel of 117. Grand Commander. Upon seeing Wang Teng, they all saluted. The Black Spider felt somewhat awkward in this situation, as it was unfamiliar to her. Wang Teng's gaze fell upon her, revealing the extensive burn marks on her neck, a testament to her dire condition. Your armament is consuming your life, he remarked. The Black Spider, meeting his gaze, nodded in affirmation. Indeed, while it endows me with power, it simultaneously erodes my vitality. Does the fleet possess a solution? Wang Teng smiled. I cannot say if the fleet has a remedy. The Black Spider's heart sank. Indeed, if a solution existed, she would not have endured thus far. But I do. At this revelation, the Black Spider was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether she had misheard. You have heard correctly. I possess a method, albeit not without its cost. Wang Teng's intentions were unmistakably clear. The Black Spider, regaining her composure, immediately offered a profound salute to Wang Teng, her right fist pressed against her heart. The Black Spider was prepared to dedicate everything to the Grand Commander. Her demeanor suggested that she would not hesitate to comply even if Wang Teng requested her to lie bare upon a bed. You need not offer anything. Serving the fleet suffices, he declared. As long as the Grand Commander remained, so too would the Black Spider. The Black Spider has become a follower. Observing the Black Spider's gaze, Wang Teng comprehended her allegiance. It was to him, Wang Teng, and not merely to the Red Star fleet. Should he cease to be the Grand Commander of the Red Star fleet, the Black Spider would depart with him. The same could be said for those like the Crimson Return. They followed not the fleet, but the man himself. The onlookers regarded the solemnly sworn Black Spider with varied expressions. Rest assured, I will always be here, Wang Teng reassured the others. You may be perplexed as to why I summoned you here. Soon, we shall face a great battle. A great battle. The crowd gasped in astonishment. Has it not been but a short while since the war concluded? Must we confront another so soon? Do we know who the opposing forces are? Lucic inquired anxiously. For he dreaded the arrival of war, as it was always the common folk who bore the brunt of its consequences. Peace had finally graced the skyline, and they were on the verge of development. I am uncertain, yet one can speculate, Wang Teng replied. No one dared to contradict him, nor did they question the source of his intelligence. Wang Teng's prowess was beyond doubt. He was a formidable armed warrior and an unparalleled strategist. The Grand Commander of the Red Star. If he proclaimed a great battle was imminent, it was bound to be true. Grand Commander, do you intend to enhance our combat capabilities? Bai Ying asked, suppressing her excitement and joy, her tone steady and resolute. Indeed, I plan to elevate your armament levels. The moment these words escaped his lips, they stirred a tempestuous wave within their hearts. Enhance our armament levels. Most present were equipped with Earth-level weaponry, and above that lay the heavenly level. Was the Grand Commander contemplating the formation of a heavenly armed force? Lucic exclaimed in astonishment. Essentially. But this approach will swiftly bolster our combat power in preparation for the impending war. A heavenly armed warrior can confront fleets of 10,000 ships, and even against similarly ranked warriors, they can exert a restraining influence. Commence the modification of the machinery. I require your armament data, Wang Teng instructed. Upon understanding Wang Teng's intentions, Bai Ying was the first to recline into the machinery, her eagerness palpable. Su Hu, Feng Luan, and Valky subsequently followed suit. They were resolute in obeying the captain's command. Next was the Black Spider, but Wang Teng halted her. Grand Commander, you need not proceed. I shall personally inspect you and commence the surgical modifications on your armament. Understood. Lucic did not approach. He turned to Wang Teng and said, Grand Commander, I am merely at the mysterious level. It matters not. Go ahead. Very well. Wang Teng then turned his gaze towards Chishua, saying, for the time being, I leave them in your care. I will take her over to Guihong. Should anything arise, have Hongxing inform me. Chishua watched the departing figures, pouting slightly. Had it not been for Wang Teng's command, she would have preferred not to have that enchantress in proximity to him at all. Shangguan Honghe, noticing her sullen demeanor, stepped forward to offer some consolation. Hesitation leads to defeat. Sometimes, one must take the initiative. I shall create an opportunity for you, and you may act boldly. The rest I will handle. What are you saying, Sister He? Chishua retorted, her cheeks flushing crimson. Oh, look at your little face. All rosy. You still pretend. Unbeknownst to Wang Teng, a plot was being hatched against him. He escorted the Black Spider to the adjacent operation room, surrounded by various instruments. And at the center stood a 4x4 pool filled with a silvery liquid, bubbling at its corners. Within the pool, a figure was submerged, Guihong. Upon seeing Wang Teng, she instinctively rose, but he quickly halted her to prevent any misunderstandings. Do not move. Guihong understood, her face blooming with a seductive blush as she replied. Please forgive my state, esteemed general. This is the Black Spider, one of my followers. Wang Teng made a brief introduction between the two. The Black Spider nodded to Guihong, who reciprocated the gesture. Guihong is much like you. Her armor was damaged, her core violently extracted, leaving her body with catastrophic injuries. Wang Teng informed the Black Spider before turning to her. Now, remove your clothing. The Black Spider hesitated not a moment, swiftly unfastening her garments. Chapter 124. The enigmatic adjacent room. After Wang Teng departed with the Black Spider, an awkward atmosphere settled in the armament modification room. Chishua wore a stern expression, making everyone she gazed upon seem guilty of some transgression. After assessing the armament data of the others, she stood silently by the door, her eyes fixed on it. Valkyra contemplated approaching her, but halted upon encountering the sharpness of her stare. Shue, Sister Shue, what's wrong? He inquired. What could possibly be wrong? I'm merely worried someone might seize the first-hand opportunity, Chishua retorted, her tone laced with irritation. Shangguan Honghe teased. Ah, I see. You are worried about the first-hand opportunity. Valkyra appeared puzzled, evidently not grasping the reference to a first-hand opportunity. Instructor, where has the captain gone? I saw him take that one away. Is he going to conduct a personal inspection? The phrase personal inspection echoed repeatedly in Chishua's mind. The image of that enchantress preening before Wang Teng made her inexplicably uneasy. She wondered if her animosity stemmed from Guihong being a native of the Dairy Nation, or perhaps because she was a widow, which intensified her feelings. Do not speak nonsense. The captain is rescuing them. Chishua shot back at Valkyra. The black spider had shed her clothing, revealing what should have been a pristine form. However, her body bore extensive scabs, reminiscent of wounds inflicted by a fall, where skin had scraped against the ground, now healed but marred. The veins within her were starkly visible, resembling the effects of poisoning, as her blood vessels appeared a dark purplish hue, sprawling across her body like a network of leaves. It was a sight too horrific to behold. Upon witnessing the scars upon the black spider's form, Guihong's expression softened with empathy. The black spider's armor incessantly devoured my flesh, its armored circuitry ruthlessly intertwining with my neural pathways. Though the black spider's armor possessed the capability to wield toxic weaponry, its toxin storage apparatus lay scattered throughout my body after the armor was removed. The core of the armor had ensnared my heart, posing an ever-looming threat to my life. The black spider seemed indifferent to Wang Teng, who stood before her in a state of undress. In such a battered state, who but a pervert would find any allure? A biological armored mech, perhaps? Such a mech would endow the armor with a biological consciousness, thus aiding the warrior in combat. However, this type of mech necessitates a connection between human consciousness and biological awareness, requiring the linking of the human neural network. Yet, the biological consciousness is but a simulation, which, under certain circumstances, may spiral out of control, succumbing to primal instincts that could in turn dominate the warrior, as exemplified by Dr. Octopus. Nonetheless, it is undeniable that this form of armor possesses formidable lethality, especially in ground operations, rendering it a veritable killing machine for foot soldiers. Yet, in interstellar warfare, its potential remains largely unexploited. The black spider shook her head, uncertain of the origins of this armor, which she had seized during a mission while following the raiders. To her, the black spider's armor was both a boon and a bane. The boon lay in the power it bestowed upon her, enabling her to exact vengeance and survive. The bane, however, was that while it granted her strength, it simultaneously drained her life force. How intriguing! Let us first immerse ourselves, Wang Teng mused, having catalogued hundreds of armors without ever documenting a biological variant. Perhaps, with system enhancements, the black spider's armor could mitigate its adverse effects. Yet, the immediate priority remained the restoration of their armors and bodies. Great General, will you not join us? The black spider, poised to step into the pool, suddenly turned to ask earnestly. This query left Wang Teng momentarily speechless. Let us discuss it after you're ready, he finally replied. The black spider shared his sentiment, recognizing that her severely damaged body could hardly inspire Wang Teng's enthusiasm. Moreover, the toxins still coursing within her posed a risk. Should Wang Teng inadvertently come into contact with them, it could spell disaster. Great General, the toxins are concealed throughout my body, the black spider cautioned before entering the pool. Do not worry about me. My lord will ensure my safety. Guihong reassured her without need for Wang Teng's explanation. Sister, you should enter sooner. Do not keep our lord waiting. The black spider hesitated, glancing back at Wang Teng, who offered a nod of encouragement, prompting her to finally step into the pool. Initially concerned about the potential for toxins to overflow, she soon found that they remained contained. These materials are of superior quality, unlike the common ones. Please rest assured, sister. Guihong comforted her. With that, the black spider felt at ease and submerged herself in the pool. Although the anticipated events did not unfold, she nevertheless felt a twinge of guilt, prompting her to shift to the opposite side, each occupying their respective ends of the pool. The two individuals turned their gaze towards Wang Teng, anticipating the next step in the process. At that moment, Wang Teng unfastened his captain's uniform and cast aside his jacket, revealing a robust physique that caused the faces of the two women in the pool to flush with a faint hue. Guihong's eyes sparkled with curiosity, as if she could peer through the fabric of his trousers, while Haizizu displayed a more bashful demeanor. What was the Grand General about to do? Disregarding the peculiar reactions of the two, Wang Teng approached the edge of the pool. Are you ready? He inquired. Guihong and Haizizu steadied themselves, aware that it might be painful, yet they resolved to endure. Here I come. Wang Teng inhaled deeply and subsequently called upon the system. Emperor, commence. Wang Teng extended his hand into the pool, causing a surge of blue electricity to emanate from his fingertips, stimulating the substances within the water. The electrical currents surged. Most importantly, the core of the crimson armament was forcibly extracted. Fortunately, she did not resist at that moment. Although her core was taken, her life was spared. The consequence of this violent extraction left her heart entangled in residual circuits, akin to being ensnared in a network of metallic lard. This constant torment brought her pain, yet simultaneously bestowed upon her extraordinary power. This was one of the reasons she earned the title of Valkyrie in the arena. Under the influence of the system, the Imperial armament transformed into a skilled gynecologist, delicately excising the shattered circuits within her body while simultaneously channeling the substance from the pool to forge new armament circuits. The material from the pool was extracted from the liquid substance of the Red Star on planet 117, renowned for its excellent conductivity and insulation properties, making it ideal for the new armament circuitry. This would significantly enhance their chances of ascending to celestial rank. Though the reimplantation of the armament circuits would be excruciating, it paled in comparison to the agony of core reimplantation. Each remnant circuit extracted from her heart inflicted piercing pain, even though she was physically anesthetized. The contorted expression on her face betrayed the intensity of her suffering. The pain. It was unbearable. Yet, this torment was a necessary sacrifice for a greater rebirth. In stark contrast to the situation of the Crimson Warrior, the Black Spider's armored mech was biological in nature, endowed with sentience. Upon sensing Wang Teng's manipulations, the mech initiated a stress response and rebelled against him. The dark material resisted the infiltration of the Imperial armament, but it was the Black Spider, as a corporeal entity, who bore the brunt of this resistance. The overzealous defiance caused her body to spasm, the subdermal circuits tightening like spider silk, binding the subcutaneous fat and dermis firmly to her bones, thereby compressing the skin and sealing off capillaries and pores. However, such rudimentary biological awareness crumbled before the might of the Imperial armament, transcending even celestial levels. As bioelectrical currents surged, the biological consciousness of the Black Spider mech abruptly malfunctioned. It was akin to a maid fainting at the threshold on wedding night, allowing the door to swing wide open, revealing the delicate bride within. The Imperial armament forcefully surged into her body, reminiscent of a sovereign leading legions across a conquered capital, with iron steeds traversing every corner. Wang Teng's mind was inundated with comprehensive data about the Black Spider's body. It was no longer a mere description of 1,000 holes. It was akin to a visceral representation within the corn boy. An experienced forensic graduate would likely comprehend this feeling, a dissected corpse teeming with writhing maggots, evoking an overwhelming sense of dread that was hard to confront. Cold sweat trickled down Wang Teng's forehead, despite his battle-hardened experience. The panoramic image in his mind left him breathless. The interstellar, weakened variant of the goo-poisoned saint. In the case of the Black Spider, complete reliance on the miraculous system was imperative. Her body required multiple enhancements to bolster its self-healing abilities. The surgical procedure for the armament would follow the same method as that of the Crimson Warrior. However, Wang Teng instructed the system to extract the Black Spider's armament. As Wang Teng divested the Black Spider armament, the system immediately commenced fortifying it. Resource points were consumed at an astonishing rate, while the life signs of the Black Spider steadily improved, with the damage from scabs gradually healing. Thus, the operation continued. The Imperial armament once again manifested its prowess akin to a gynecological maestro. Simultaneously, the silvery substance in the pool was rapidly depleted. Beneath the skin of both individuals, a faint silver luminescence shimmered. Target physical enhancement completed, armament upgrade initiated. Upgrading armament, Black Spider biological armament mech, target, Shin level, project elevated to Tian level. Should it reference the Imperial armament? Affirmative. Should biological consciousness be eliminated, retaining combat instincts? Affirmative. Whether, as Wang Teng executed the final phase of operations, an eerie atmosphere enveloped the adjacent armament modification chamber. Chishua wore a cold expression, seemingly lowering the indoor temperature by 3 degrees, instilling a chilling dread among the onlookers. Wang Teng had departed 2 hours prior. Any actions he might undertake were already ample. The assembled individuals exchanged glances, resembling bewildered souls beneath a tree. Yet, none dared to disturb the furrow of Chishua's brow at this moment. Valkyrie wished to express concern for Chishua, but was halted by Shangwan Hongha. Just then, a series of energy-laden vibrations emanated from the next room. Instantly alert, the group reached a silent consensus and rushed toward the source. Concurrently, under the system's intervention, the recovery of the 2 individuals accelerated. The Red Star liquid circuit had already formed. Meanwhile, under Wang Teng's directive, the enhancement of the Black Spider armament was completed. Utilizing the Imperial armament as the foundational template, parameters were acquired, redefining the Black Spider while eliminating biological consciousness and preserving its combat instincts. Wang Teng replaced the original armament core of the Black Spider with the previously acquired core of the Tian-level battle axe, thus forcibly elevating the Black Spider armament to Tian level. He subsequently re-implanted the armament into the Black Spider's body, and in an instant, the Red Star liquid in the pool was seemingly devoured, absorbed into the Black Spider. Silver radiance enveloped its entire form. Compared to Guihong, Wang Teng had no superior options. After implanting the battle axe core, he drew from over 100 armament templates, redefining it based on the imperial armament. Guihong had mentioned that her lineage was a family of martial arts, thus necessitating careful consideration in the design of the armament. He recalled that many of his adversaries employed close combat techniques. For instance, the sword Saint Li Anren, whose armament mech was absent from the recorded lists, was nonetheless someone he had previously battled and had some familiarity with. Most crucially, the system had consumed Li Anren's Death Gold Longsword. By comparing the parameters of the Death Gold Longsword, the system simulated Li Anren's armament mech, which, while not an exact match, bore at least 70% resemblance. However, even a mere 10% similarity would suffice. The foundational element was his imperial armament. The simulated Li Anren armament merely served to derive the transformation formula. When he input the armament blueprint into Guihong's armament core, yet another phenomenon of devouring manifested. Two individuals fiercely vied for the Crimson Star liquid within the pool, causing a violent tremor. As the liquid was gradually consumed, their forms began to manifest before Wang Teng. Chapter 126, The Arrival of War. With the last drop of Crimson Star liquid fully absorbed, the two, reminiscent of newborns, appeared before Wang Teng. He gazed deeply at them for a moment before turning away. "Please, put on your clothes," he said softly, as he quietly gathered the garments from the ground and placed them beside the pool. At that moment, the two opened their eyes, sensing the myriad changes within their bodies. Locking gazes, they could see the astonishment and joy reflected in each other's eyes. Had they truly been restored? Their bodies seemed genuinely healed. As they carefully attuned to the transformations within, both displayed expressions of profound shock. Yet, when they attempted to rise, the spasms from earlier left them momentarily paralyzed, and they stumbled forward. Wang Teng quickly extended his hand for support, and they tumbled into his embrace. Their bare, warm bodies ignited a myriad of thoughts. "I'm sorry, General. I am unable to rise just yet," one murmured. "General, my body feels immobile." Wang Teng, cradling them, gently placed them back into the pool, explaining, "Your bodies have endured multiple ruptures and require some time to recuperate. However, I have reinforced your physical forms. And with your self-healing abilities, you shall recover swiftly. For now, remain within the pool." As he picked up the garments and prepared to don them, Chishua and others barged in. "Captain, are you all right?" Chishua led the charge, kicking open the hatch, only to be met with an extraordinarily misconstrued scene. The two in the pool were utterly bare and appeared fatigued, while Wang Teng, full of vitality, was in the midst of dressing. Instantly, a flurry of playful images and shy encounters flooded Chishua's mind. She froze, then swiftly turned to usher the others out. "Sister Shue, what are you doing?" one inquired. "The captain is busy. Please wait outside." Wang Teng was also taken aback. He had not anticipated their abrupt entrance, nor the ensuing misunderstanding. "Please wait here," he instructed Guihong and Haizizu before stepping outside. Chishua remained in a standoff with the others. "What is going on here?" Wang Teng appeared disheveled, as if he had just emerged from a hurried bath. "General," Valkyrie immediately burst into tears. "Captain, I missed you so much." "Do not dramatize the situation," Wang Teng replied. Turning to Chishua, "Have the data analyses been completed?" Chishua feigned ignorance of the earlier scene and nodded. "It is finished," without allowing them a moment to process. Wang Teng declared, "Very well, let's return to the armament modification chamber." Before they could fully comprehend, they were once again ushered back to the modification room. As they reclined on the machine once more, realization dawned upon them. Yet, upon seeing Wang Teng standing before them, a profound silence enveloped the group. Crimson Star Intelligence. Online. Transmit the data to my armament. Acknowledged, Emperor. Let us commence. Wang Teng did not grant them the opportunity to speak. Upon obtaining the parameters, various armament blueprints modeled after the Emperor's armament were freshly produced under the system's intervention. This process outpaced the capabilities of any armament designer. Moreover, as the design was based on the Emperor's armament, both in terms of performance and aesthetics, it surpassed the conventional armaments available in the market. Ladies and gentlemen, please endure steadfastly. The advancement of armament is akin to a carp leaping over the dragon gate. Surpass this threshold, and you shall soar to great heights. The Red Star fleet is on the verge of facing a grave crisis. For the future of Red Star, endure this purgatorial transformation. For the sake of Red Star. As the rallying cries resonated in unison, the Emperor's armament enveloped their forms, and Wang Teng once again transformed into a master of medical arts. His armed arm manifested 6 surgical arms, interfacing with the modification machine. Red Star Intelligence, open the armament material reserve. Acknowledged. Clang, clang, clang. The The silver pillars suspended above the modification chamber began to deliver materials through the pipes as the valves activated. The surgical arms of the Emperor's armament commenced their intervention on the 6 individuals, simultaneously upgrading their armaments. This was made possible by Wang Teng's mental fortitude, which he had enhanced to level 7. Otherwise, he might have struggled to maintain such a considerable mental burden. As the Emperor's armament arms initiated their work, the 6 individuals emitted agonizing cries, as if they were being pierced by countless needles, each barbed and deeply embedding themselves into flesh, tearing through muscle, and manipulating the neural pathways. The pain was unbearable. Among the 6, only Luxic had not yet reached the Earth level, and he bore the greatest strain. The transition from the mysterious to the celestial level was, in itself, an act of defying fate. Unlike Zealand, he lacked the fortune of ascending in a single leap. Since childhood, he had been an orphan on the borders of the beautiful Alliance, having lost his parents to the ravages of resource wars. He was sold as cargo to the Skyline. Had he not encountered Elena's father, the man who dedicated his life to liberating the Skyline, Che Guevara, he might have perished on a desolate planet or been incinerated aboard another ship. To repay Elena's father, he endured humiliation and returned to the beautiful Alliance to enlist. After becoming an armed soldier, he defected to join the Pirate Alliance. Compared to mere raiders, the Pirate Alliance posed the gravest threat to the insurgents, as they would stop at nothing, returning to slaughter planets and seize women and children. He operated undercover for 3 years, relaying hundreds of pieces of intelligence to the insurgents, repeatedly aiding their escape. He had thought he would remain an undercover agent until his death, and even so, he accepted it willingly. Yet one day, he glimpsed a glimmer of hope, a chance to alter his fate. A red star rose gradually, illuminating his path forward. The Skyline was liberated, and joy radiated from the faces of the people. Perhaps this was the very endeavor Che Guevara aspired to achieve. Now, does the Skyline reflect your desires? If liberating the Skyline was his tribute to Che Guevara, then safeguarding it would become his lifelong mission. He would not permit the days filled with newfound hope to be shattered once more. Therefore, dear Father, if your spirit lingers in the heavens, I implore you to grant me this one favor. Activate the armored core, input the blueprint, enforce the circular formation, and facilitate the update. Fragmented metal shards erupted from within, cascading directly to the ground. Blood seeped from every pore, transforming all into mere vessels of crimson. It resembled a sinister laboratory, conducting malevolent human experiments. Beads of sweat glistened on Wang Teng's brow as he forcefully stimulated the armored mecha core, employing harsh and brutal methods to elevate their ranks while maintaining their lives. The agony endured was ineffable. Otherwise, celestial-grade armed warriors would not be so exceedingly rare. Yet, within the realm of the Red Star, in the presence of Wang Teng and the system, everything unfolded with an air of naturalness. It was merely a matter of enduring 100-fold pain. After the suffering, rebirth awaited. To safeguard a beautiful future and cherish loved ones, they must never concede defeat. It has been said that if one withstands the 7-fold pain, they shall become the mightiest. To become a strong individual, one must possess the capacity to refuse when faced with the threat of dear friends and family. Only by enduring pain can one forge a formidable self. Wang Teng's gaze sparkled with a glimmer as he spoke slowly. His words resonated like divine proclamations, echoing in the hearts of all. Pain. Only by enduring this suffering can they assert their power to say no. Objective achieved. The vast, boundless borders of the star systems were rife with conflict. At the juncture of the Skyline and the Star Alliance's domain, a formidable fleet advanced steadily. Simultaneously, other directions revealed the emergence of massive fleets as well. Within the command center of the Red Star Fleet, Arno gazed in astonishment at the intelligence reports sent by Nord of the Star Spirit Empire and Lianren of the Great Marshal Group. What? The fleets of the Alliance, the Great Sun Empire, the Great Marshal, and the Star Spirits are all mobilizing towards the Skyline. Upon hearing this news, everyone was taken aback. Quickly, relay this to the Grand Governor. War is upon us. Chapter 127. A surge from multiple directions, the Silver Moon Fleet. Nord glared darkly at the individual before him. Please do not regard me with such disdain, nor the new star. After all, had it not been for your failure, I would not have had the opportunity to serve as the temporary commander of the Silver Moon Fleet. The speaker, a strikingly handsome man, was a star spirit whose beauty captivated the aesthetics of the denizens of the geosphere. During every beauty pageant hosted by the Star Alliance, star spirits consistently ranked among the top, often claiming 60% of the spots. There is no comparison to the allure of the star spirits. Andre, I merely did not anticipate that this time, it would be you accompanying me to face death, Nord retorted disdainfully. The other was the confidant of the third elder and a rival to the second elder, dispatched to vie for command of the Silver Moon Fleet. Alas, the fleet had already been seized. The new flagship was a composite warship jointly produced with the Alliance and the Great Sun Empire. Oh, is that so? Andre scoffed in return. They came bearing formidable weaponry. Regardless of the opponent's strength, death was inescapable. This weapon was forged for the annihilation of planets. Humph, Nord fell silent. He had never encountered that Red Star captain, or rather, now the Red Star Grand Duke. He was a man capable of compelling even the likes of Shivala Morningstar to submit. Powerful scarcely captures his essence. Ultimately, it must return to his hands. He pondered whether this situation was anticipated by his adversary. If so, it was profoundly terrifying. To confront such a person, perhaps death would be a release. All ships, heed my command. Initiate the jump and proceed to the battlefield at maximum velocity. Andre's spirits soared high. He was determined to make the Star Spirits aware that his moment of brilliance had arrived. In the relative direction of the Star Spirit Empire's fleet, Yukiji followed the Daichi Empire's armada, advancing majestically towards the horizon. Accompanying her was not merely her celestial-grade armament, but also an elite squad of celestial-grade warriors, totaling 5 members. Known as the 7th Squad, it was led by Kato Jihiko, hailing from a lineage of ninjas. A formidable ninja in his own right. He had now become a ghostly celestial warrior. Perhaps in direct combat he could not rival Yukiji, but in the arts of ambush and assassination, he would be the enemy's nightmare. Indeed, Yukiji had no desire to provoke such an individual. Yukiji-san, do you have any intelligence to share with me? Kato Jihiko was cloaked in black material, with only his hawk-like eyes exposed. Yukiji crossed her arms and glanced at him, replying coolly, I have said all that I needed to. Is that so? Have you concealed nothing? Kato's eyes crackled like lightning, seemingly intent on piercing Yukiji's soul. Yukiji furrowed her brow. Do you suspect me? A soft chuckle escaped Kato's lips as he replied, I merely wish to understand why the demon lord lies in ruin, while you emerge unscathed. Or perhaps your adversary is not as formidable as you claim, and it was you who fled in fear. Yukiji remained silent, casting her gaze at her companion behind her. Resembling a corpse, with her right hand, she summoned a frigid blade, pointing it at Kato Jihiko. He stared at the blade for a long moment before saying, Yukiji-san, as expected of the esteemed daughter of the Yamada clan, your poise is indeed remarkable. My previous inquiry was but a minor test. I hope you will forgive me. After all, I cannot entrust my back to one who fears for their life. Yukiji withdrew her icy blade and shot a glance at Kato Jihiko. Let us see if you can return alive. Then there is no need for you to worry, for the Koga clan never fails. Those who fail do not exist. Meanwhile, in another direction, within the Allied fleet, the newly appointed commander of the 3rd Fleet, the youngest 3-star general in history, General Ross, was scrutinizing the information regarding the horizon. Is this fleet responsible for the demise of my mentor, General Masera? Ross cast a glance at the representative from the MIA group. A bionic entity? Huh. This is your sincerity. The MIA representative remained silent, standing quietly beside him. MIA merely represents an interest group, rather than a band of warmongers. It is inconceivable that they would personally appear on the battlefield. If captured or killed, all would be irrevocably lost. Consequently, the upper echelons of MIA have invested considerable resources in creating numerous biomimetic entities as a facade for external engagement. Alternatively, they may employ high-priced professional agents, such as General Mike Ross, the former head of the MIA division. It would be futile for General Ross to belittle us, for in comparison to him, we can only offer insignificant assistance from the rear. Indeed, it is rather trivial. The thought of the hundreds of antiquated nuclear warheads aboard the transport vessels makes Ross's tolerance for these vampires alarmingly low. Once unleashed upon various planets, these obsolete warheads would unleash cataclysmic destruction upon their inhabitants. These individuals harbor no intention of reclaiming the skyline. Rather, they plan to exact a fierce retribution and nothing more. Though Ross remains oblivious to the machinations behind these individuals, he is powerless to act. As a general within the Allied forces, he must adhere to military directives. And these individuals conveniently serve as representatives of the military's upper hierarchy. Moreover, Ross, adhering to the teachings of his mentor, has always been a staunch humanist. The demise of extraterrestrial races holds no significance for him. All ships, heed the command. Engage warp speed. Before the various fleets could reveal themselves, Wang Teng had already received notification from Arno. He was mentally prepared for another assault from the Allied forces. However, he did not anticipate the remarkable unity displayed by these factions, particularly the Star Spirit Empire, which had consistently been embroiled in disputes with the Allied forces, now stood in unexpected solidarity. Truly, enmity between powers is but a fleeting illusion. Captain, do you require my assistance? Chishua promptly offered to secure the border. After a moment's contemplation, Wang Teng nodded. You may go, and also send Zealand along. Understood. Chishua saluted and swiftly made her way to the ship's hold, determined to reach the border at the fastest possible pace, for she would not bring anyone with her. Once Chishua departed, Wang Teng continued to oversee the enhancement of the 6 individuals. At that moment, footsteps echoed behind him. Your Excellency, my lord, 2 voices called out in unison. Without turning, he recognized them as Guihong and Haizizu. How do you fare? Wang Teng inquired. I have acclimated to the new armed circuits, Guihong replied, her gaze astonished at the suffering endured by the others. It was indeed the Grand Governor who facilitated their repair and enhancement of weaponry. Enemies approach, Wang Teng stated, still facing away from the 2. Upon hearing this, they immediately adopted serious expressions, standing at attention. Please instruct us, Grand Governor. Go forth. I shall direct you with the Red Star intelligence. Each of you will oversee a sector and strive to contain them, ensuring they do not breach the skyline. Understood. Chapter 128. The Border Defense Campaign. 1. Skyline Fortress, Planet 147 of the Skyline. Situated at the outermost perimeter of the skyline. This planet serves as a bridge to the outside world. Blackbeard once launched an assault here, severing the temporary connections between the various factions within the skyline and the external realm. Originally, he intended to summon the fleet of the Empire of the Great Sun after successfully capturing the Red Star battleship, thereby transforming the skyline and hoisting the flag of the Empire. Unfortunately, despite his well-laid plans, he ultimately met with failure. In the end, he self-destructed his vessel, perishing in the cosmos beyond Planet 117. The portal facing Planet 147 was directed towards the territories of the Empire of the Great Sun, which also included the Allied Star Domain. This was why the skyline had previously been under their control. Following the Red Star fleet's conquest of the skyline, at Alina's request, a contingent was dispatched to this location to reconstruct the former outpost on Planet 147, serving as an external line of defense. Currently, the outpost on Planet 147 remains unfinished. Yet upon receiving the evacuation order from the Red Star fleet, the captain of this unit found himself in a quandary. The outpost was more than halfway completed, and should they retreat, it would fall into enemy hands. At that point, this location would be utilized against them. However, if they chose not to withdraw, their 100-man unit could very well face annihilation or capture at the hands of the enemy, which would pose significant complications for the fleet. Wu Shoren was deeply reluctant to leave, as a descendant of the Skyline refugees. He had witnessed the darkness imposed by those in control and cherished the hard-won light that he did not wish to see destroyed anew. Yet, military orders were as immovable as mountains. Damn it, why must they always disrupt our peace? Wu Shoren exclaimed in anger, slamming the table. Captain, this is the command of the Grand General. We must withdraw to the defensive perimeter. I understand, but I cannot leave just like that. Look outside. The outpost on Planet 147 is nearly finished, and I do not want it to fall into enemy hands. Foolishness. Captain, this is foolishness. The speaker was a childhood friend of his, sharing a similar upbringing as a descendant of the Skyline refugees, albeit with a bit more cleverness. What kind of person do you think our Grand General is? Do you believe he would willingly relinquish this territory? No, but that's why you are foolish. The Grand General's retreat is merely a ruse to lure them into the skyline. When the time comes, he will seal off the borders, and those people will likely meet their end here. Moreover, what do you think they will make of this nearly completed outpost? What do you mean? Naturally, they will aim to finish it. Once the Grand General annihilates them, this place will return to us anyway. Wu Shoren pondered this logic and found some truth in it, yet still felt discontent. You speak rightly, Wu Rensheng, but I remain unwilling. If you are unwilling, then convert it into a planetary anti-orbital cannon. Set to self-destruct on a timer. How many victories it might yield will depend on luck, Wu Rensheng shrugged. It has to be you, Wu Rensheng. Let us proceed with this plan. Wu Shoren nodded in satisfaction. Thus, a turret rose from the ground, and after setting the timed self-destruction, Wu Shoren led his unit in retreat towards the skyline. Before long, the fleet of the Empire of the Great Sun appeared instantaneously outside Planet 147 through long-range jumps. General Sakata, our forces have arrived at the horizon of Planet 147. According to intelligence received from the military's Special Operations Division, Colonel Hyten of the Empire's Special Forces has preemptively eliminated the local defenses. The commander of this fleet, Sakata Byron, hails from the illustrious Sakata military lineage of the Great Sun Empire, a family whose patriarch commands respect even from royalty. Though a collateral descendant, Sakata Byron has ascended to the rank of a powerful general through his own diligence and the support of family resources. At the age of 41, he is still remarkably youthful and accomplished. The family creed dictates that all Sakata sons serve in the military. Regrettably, the younger generation of the main branch has either succumbed to hedonism or ventured into politics, playing with power. Lacking the foresight of his ancestors, he nonetheless perceives the decline of the Sakata legacy. This campaign serves as a test from domestic politicians regarding the Sakata family's standing. While he holds no decision-making power over the main branch and cannot intervene, he remains steadfast in his commitment to uphold the last vestiges of the Sakata family's glory. The sacrifice of Colonel Hyten is commendable, yet he ultimately met with failure. The vanquished have no voice. They are left to wallow in disgrace. He ordered the reconnaissance ship to scout ahead while the fleet continued its advance. After all this time, the Red Star fleet has occupied this region, while Blackbeard lies entombed in the void of space. No one can guarantee that there are no ambushes lying in wait. With Sakata Byron's command, the Great Sun Empire's fleet promptly dispatched a reconnaissance vessel to investigate Planet 147. As the fleet pressed onward, shortly after the reconnaissance ship departed from the main body, it was met with a pulse laser that erupted from the planet's surface. Thunder roared as the reconnaissance vessel was perforated, reduced to mere scrap metal. In light of this turn of events, his subordinates hailed General Sakata with fervor. Sakata Byron graciously accepted their accolades, having anticipated such a scenario when dispatching the reconnaissance vessel. Indeed, it unfolded as he had foreseen. Merely a futile resistance. He promptly commanded the combat ships to engage in scorched earth tactics. However, to his astonishment, the facilities and structures on the surface had already self-destructed. General, shall we annihilate this planet? Foolishness. It is already the Empire's property. Dispatch the logistics fleet to secure the battlefield and establish an Imperial Stargate. This will serve as a foothold for the Empire's advance towards the horizon. Truly, the General possesses grand vision. The Great Sun Empire's fleet, resplendent and formidable, surged forward. Wherever they went, they encountered no resistance from the Red Star fleet. Not even a glimpse of their personnel, nor any signs of life on habitable planets. Sakata found this perplexing. Had the Red Star fleet truly abandoned their defense? Yet the reports from the military indicated that the opposing governor was not one to yield easily. Soon, his confusion was resolved when, shortly after entering the outer rim of the horizon, a small attack cruiser obstructed the fleet's path. However, upon sighting the small warship emblazoned with the Red Star insignia, a pulse laser cannon, capable of penetrating asteroids, fired directly from the small vessel. In the midst of an interstellar skirmish, the opening act was a fierce blast from a laser cannon. A vibrant pulse of energy pierced the cosmos, targeting the flagship of the Grand Sun Empire's fleet. Eliminating the command ship would scatter the fleet into disarray, allowing for a systematic dismantling of their forces. However, as an expeditionary fleet, it was expected to possess a modicum of defensive capabilities. As the pulse laser surged forth, Yukiheim, clad in ice blue armor reminiscent of a bridal gown, appeared on the forefront vessel. The frigid energy erupted, forming a web-like barrier before the fleet that collided with the oncoming pulse laser. The freezing energy swiftly enveloped the pulse laser, yet the relentless barrage soon broke through the ice. Thus commenced a protracted struggle. But who decreed that only one shot could be fired? A grand array materialized around the smaller warships, revealing the menacing muzzles of multiple cannons. Pulse particles coalesced at the cannon's mouth, unleashing a torrent of lasers, illuminating the cosmic expanse with radiant electrons, the flickering light akin to thunder. This is the Red Star domain. Passage is forbidden. The chilling cry of Chishua resounded in the public channel, echoing like thunder in Sakata's ears. All ships engage. Attack. Sakata was jolted into action. The Red Star fleet's counteroffensive had arrived. Regardless of their numbers, anyone obstructing the Grand Sun Empire's advance was to be annihilated. The pulse lasers surged forth in multiplied attacks, while the Grand Sun Empire's fleet launched their retaliatory strikes. The warship's cannons and weaponry erupted in a cacophony. In an instant, the cosmos was alive with the phenomenon of meteor showers, as myriad streams of light collided with the massive pulse lasers. Yukiheim managed to intercept the majority of the pulse lasers, but human limitations eventually surfaced. Her position within the fleet paled in comparison to Chishua's standing within the Red Star, and the resources she could requisition were undoubtedly inferior. The clash between the two was essentially a contest between their respective fleets, and it was evident that Chishua was emerging victorious. While Yukiheim intercepted 6 lasers, one thunderous pulse laser, akin to Thor's hammer, struck deep into the heart of the Grand Sun fleet. The scene was devastating. Several, dozens, hundreds, even thousands of the Empire's flanking ships crumbled under the assault of the pulse laser, offering no resistance whatsoever. Shields shattered within 3 seconds, and the warships disintegrated under the onslaught of pulse particles. Bastard! Sakata seethed, his anger directed not only at Yukaheim, but also at his own fleet. The esteemed Grand Sun Empire's forces were being dismantled by a single adversary, an utter disgrace to the Empire. It was imperative that the Empire remained unaware that it was the Sakata family responsible for such humiliation. Therefore, this armed combatant who dared to impede their progress could not be allowed to survive. Notify the 7th Squad to deal with her. Sakata was not one to be passive. Under the relentless bombardment of the fleet, the silhouette of the smaller warship was obscured, yet the pulse lasers continued to rain down upon the fleet, indicating that the enemy had not sustained any significant damage. Such feats could only be achieved by a celestial-grade warrior. How audacious to dare obstruct the Great Sun Empire with mere celestial-level forces. Celestial-level weaponry is not invincible, it can indeed be vanquished. Only beings of equivalent caliber possess the capability to slay celestial-level entities. The 7th Battalion is precisely tasked with such endeavors. Upon issuing the command, Sakata swiftly directed the fleet to alter its formation, launching a counterattack against Chishua. Simultaneously, Kato 12 Eagles, accompanied by his squad members, boarded a stealth fighter. Shielded by the barrage of artillery, they swiftly soared towards the direction of Chishua. The stealth aircraft circled around, initiating an unmitigated assault from the rear of Chishua's position. The small battleship's shield shattered after enduring for over 20 seconds, followed by an eruption of flames as the vessel exploded. Kato 12 Eagles remained vigilant. His adversary was also a celestial-level combatant, single-handedly confronting a vast fleet. He surmised that this opponent was no ordinary celestial warrior. Soon, his suspicions were confirmed. An unusual movement was detected above the stealth fighter, and Kato 12 Eagles instantly realized that they had been discovered. Boom! A violent explosion struck the aircraft, momentarily tearing open a hatch. A figure clad in crimson armor emerged through the opening, wielding an energy sphere that radiated like a star, which was then casually tossed inside. What? Alarm bells rang in Kato 12 Eagle's mind as he summoned his subordinates and rapidly enveloped himself in a suit of armor reminiscent of a ninja. Subsequently, just before the energy sphere detonated, he tore through the fabric of space and ascended to the skies. The aircraft transformed into an artificial sun, engulfed in searing flames. As it ignited and burned, just as Kato 12 Eagles turned back, he was met with a crimson fist barreling toward him. He swiftly evaded, launching a technological boomerang that carried dozens of powerful armor-piercing rounds, simultaneously firing them as they soared through the air. The armor-piercing rounds, guided with precision, flew toward Chishua. Composed of dead gold metal, a lethal material for combat armor. Dead gold is a military strategic resource, unattainable by the average individual. Even he, a legacy ninja of the Koga clan, could not procure it without the military's sanction, which allowed him a specific allocation of dead gold. After this war, any remaining dead gold would belong to him. Watching the two boomerangs expend their dead gold armor-piercing rounds filled Kato 12 Eagles with regret. Yet he understood that without utilizing such resources, he might find himself devoid of any means to retaliate. As an assassination-type combatant, Kato 12 Eagles' prowess in direct confrontation diminished significantly, especially against the formidable Scarlet Star which, Chishua, you should consider yourself fortunate to perish at my hands. Alarm bells still ringing in his mind, Kato 12 Eagles barely managed to evade, witnessing Chishua shrouded in a barrage of armor-piercing rounds. Suddenly unsheath a pitch-black longsword from her waist. The sword, devoid of aesthetic appeal, resembled a mere fire poker. However, as he observed the armor-piercing rounds being effortlessly deflected one by that seemingly crude weapon, Kato was left utterly astounded. A dead gold longsword. A blade forged entirely of dead gold metal. How on earth was he to contend with this? Hastily, Kato dispersed his teammates, abandoning the mission, and turned to flee. Chiyuki gazed intently at the 5 fleeing figures, her focus unwavering as she disregarded Kato Jihiko and opted to pursue the 4 warriors one by one. Kato, witnessing her chase after the others, let out a sigh of relief. However, upon his return to the fleet, he was met with a scathing reprimand from Sakata. Kato-san, what on earth are you doing? Why did you come back? As a warrior of the Empire, you ought to serve it with loyalty. Kato-san, do not invoke the Empire against me. The adversary wields a death gold longsword. What can I do? I am equally helpless. Kato retorted angrily. Unless you provide me with a death gold blade, I will not confront them head on. I am an assassin, do you understand? An assassin. Sakata, unperturbed by Kato's ire, had not anticipated that the opponent possessed such a formidable weapon. It was utterly impossible for him to procure a death gold weapon on short notice. Yukaheim, you may proceed, he commanded. After intercepting the pulse laser, Yukaheim had remained on standby outside. She too was taken aback by Kato Jihiko's apparent inadequacy. A death gold longsword, you say? I wonder how it compares to my family's ancestral Tianyan sword. I understand now. A cerulean halo, reminiscent of a rainbow, spread from the warship. Yukiheim emerged like a bride from a snowstorm, drawing forth a brilliant blue blade from within her being. The azure light shimmered like stars as she swung the blade, unleashing a freezing sword aura that extended 100 meters in an instant. Pursuing the sword aura, Yukiheim soared towards Chiyuki. Meanwhile, Sakata instructed the fleet to prepare the kinetic weapon systems designed to eliminate celestial-level threats. Analyze their trajectory. Once Yukiheim has ensnared her, deliver a lethal strike. The Empire's expedition shall never falter under personal whims. On another front, Zalin, clad in silver, approached the closest border of the outer circle, where the fleet of the United States Alliance appeared 1,000,000 kilometers away. Shouldering the cannon once gifted to her by Wang Teng, she swiftly advanced towards the fleet. General Ross, we have detected spatial anomalies ahead. Unidentified objects are approaching the fleet at sublight speed. Ross's eyes glinted like an eagle's as he commanded. Order the flanks to commence saturation bombardment. Blast them out. Yes. The Third Fleet of the United States Alliance arranged their warships in a line, unleashing a barrage of fire under Ross's orders. The starry expanse ahead was illuminated with a rain of light as asteroids crumbled under the onslaught, transforming into minute fragments drawn away by the gravitational pull of other celestial bodies, cascading like meteors onto the surface of a planet. Have they revealed themselves? Ross inquired. No. No response. Then continue. He observed the heavily bombarded starfield, his expression grave. With such an assault, can they truly remain concealed? No wonder this fleet is capable of slaying my mentor. They possess considerable prowess. How is the preparation of the battle axe armed forces? They are awaiting orders in the hangar. And what of the onboard annihilation cannon? How is its charge? Report to the general. It is fully charged. Excellent. Lock onto the starfield ahead. The moment they show themselves, annihilate them immediately. Yes. Oh. It seems the Red Star fleet has no one left to deploy, but must resort to sending their celestial-level armaments to intercept. Chapter 130. The Border Guardianship Campaign. 3. The saturation bombardment unleashed by the Third Fleet of the Federation has obliterated the starfield ahead, transforming countless planetary fragments into a belt of asteroids, reminiscent of a deceleration lane. Ross's eyes glimmered with a wolf-like intensity. What do you think, General? Still nothing? He felt a weight settle upon him, yet a fleeting thought lightened his demeanor once more. It is no surprise they dispatched such a formidable celestial warrior, indeed. They possess the capability to intercept fleets. Let the celestial warriors engage one another. I command the combat axe-armed forces to advance. Yes, sir. The MIA bioentity spoke. General Ross, please do not underestimate the enemy. They possess a certain cunning. Rest assured, everything remains under control. I am not my mentor. This time, I lead a combat axe celestial squad comprising 12 members. No matter how powerful the opponent, they cannot evade the coordinated efforts of a celestial warrior squad. Ross cast a sidelong glance at the bioentity. Moreover, within the fleet, my words are law. As the commanding officer, your duty is merely to observe. The MIA bioentity remained unfazed and continued. I merely hope that General Ross does not find himself facing a military tribunal as a result. Remember, MIA is not the Federation. Yet the Federation undeniably embodies MIA. We welcome all stakeholders. However, any harm to our interests, General Ross, may remind you of your esteemed mentor, General Misa. In an instant, Ross drew his firearm and pressed it against the bioentity's forehead, his voice ominously low. Are you threatening me? No. This is a sincere warning. We hold General Ross in high regard. Ross, maintaining his composure, holstered his weapon and issued his orders. Activate the combat energy systems. The bioentity was pleased with Ross's demeanor. Or rather, the MIA group observing the battlefield through the bioentity found satisfaction in it. Perhaps the MIA group would gain yet another collaborator. The combat axe-armed squad was nominally composed of around 1,000 personnel, yet the actual number was far fewer. For Ross to assemble a 12-member team this time was undoubtedly influenced by multiple factors. Otherwise, even as the commander of the Third Fleet, he would not have the authority to mobilize such a significant number of celestial warriors. The combat axe-armed squad confidently appeared on the bridge, each member adorned with the combat axe insignia, signifying their unit's identity. Like armored soldiers of a post-apocalyptic world, they exuded an aura of formidable prowess. The 12 members activated their thrusters and took flight, forming 4 groups of 3 in a square formation as they soared toward the asteroid belt created by the bombardment. The attacking vessels of the Third Fleet stood ready, their safety protocols disengaged, poised to strike as soon as the enemy revealed themselves. This is Combat Axe 017. I am leading the squad forward. Combat Axe 017. Upon sighting the target, engage and eliminate. Understood, General. Combat Axe 017 will do its utmost. He was not a man of hubris, believing that sheer numbers could crush the enemy. The offensive nature of the Combat Axe armed forces was formidable, yet, correspondingly, they lacked strength in other aspects, particularly in terms of armament capabilities. Their strengths lay in siege, assault, and rapid short-distance movement, which were the hallmarks of the Combat Axe armed forces. The design inspiration for the Tomahawk armament draws from the Tomahawk missile, aimed solely at achieving an overwhelming victory upon striking the target. Therefore, when the adversary primarily wields armed capabilities, they find themselves at a disadvantage. Absolute superiority is a myth. It is merely a matter of relative strengths and weaknesses. Ultimately, it is the resources tilted in favor of the fleet that will determine the outcome. Tomahawk 017. While sifting through the database, sought potential hiding spots. He discerned that the opponent possessed spatial weaponry. The fleet's bombardment had evidently been ineffective due to their spatial abilities. Monitoring the surrounding spatial data revealed anomalies which warranted immediate reporting. Tomahawk 017 reporting, I have detected several anomalous points. I have observed the same here. Through comprehensive reconnaissance, Tomahawk 017 identified common spatial anomaly nodes. This is Tomahawk 017. I may have located the enemy's hiding place. Before he could complete his report, he felt a violent energy fluctuation behind him. Turning around, he beheld a wave of energy slicing into the fleet's flank. A silver flash emerged from their rear, hurtling towards the flagship. Tomahawk 017 immediately led his squad in retreat, his heart racing with shock. When did they manage to get behind us? General, the enemy has appeared. I am aware. Activate the kinetic weapon systems. Initiate guided launch. General, the enemy has vanished again. Cursed spatial abilities. As he cursed, the flank of the fleet came under attack once more. This could not continue. They had to flush the enemy out. Utilize the ship's energy to seal off the surrounding space. Then command those mercenaries to mobilize. Ross, in the midst of chaos, seemed to grasp the significance of his mentor Mace's earlier failures. On the planet Thanos, while harvesting crops, Mace suddenly sneezed. Someone must be insulting me. The elder farmer chuckled. Hurry up, we don't want to miss the harvest festival. Harvest festival? What is that commemorating? Oh, it's merely a celebration of our food harvest. Though there will be plenty of delicious treats. Is that so? I shall look forward to it. The elder farmer shook his head with a smile. A 3-star general like you coming to farm is a bit of a waste. Mace quickly shook his head. No, I am retired now. There is no 3-star general here, just an old farmer. On the deck of Ross's flagship, several figures emerged. The northern mercenary lone wolf Frank, the southern sharpshooter Robin, the eastern mercenary Confinement, and the western mercenary Super Bullet. These individuals were all renowned as elite mercenaries within the Federation, though they may not all possess celestial-level armaments. After all, celestial-level mercenaries have the capacity to claim dominion over territories. Many were born to be mercenaries and achieved celestial ranks through various support during their careers, bound to repay favors. For instance, in this multi-faction war, Confinement, give us a demonstration. As you wish. The super mercenary, a formidable armed warrior of the extreme caliber, once merely a humble mercenary, fortuitously stumbled upon a celestial-grade combat suit on a desolate planet. This extraordinary equipment possessed the ability to create a confined space. With its power, he withstood an assault from a celestial-grade armament, thus rising to fame and earning the title of super mercenary. Initially reluctant to engage, the allure of MIA's generous offerings and the promise of becoming a celebrated star of the Alliance proved irresistible. Could he possibly refuse? Could he? One might wonder if such a refusal were feasible. As the armament was deployed, the target area was ensnared in a spatial lockdown. A device resembling a base station emerged behind him, releasing numerous pulse waves in all directions. As the waves reverberated, the surrounding space seemed to freeze. A silver figure materialized between the left flank and the central forces of the fleet. Upon her appearance, the weapon systems of the Third Fleet instantaneously locked onto her. Target locked. The kinetic energy systems were activated. Chapter 131. Star Spirit versus Star Spirit. At this juncture, the attention of the majority should be diverted toward those two factions, mused Andre, resting a hand on his chair as he turned to Nord Nova beside him. What do you think, Nord? Nord, taken aback, thought, are you genuinely asking me? At this moment, you are the commander. Andre nodded with an air of certainty. I am well aware that I am the commander, yet I value democratic principles. Seeking your opinion is a means to prevent autocracy from casting a shadow over the fleet and the Star Spirit Empire. That wretched Andre, is he mocking my previous failure? Nord Nova maintained a stoic expression, observing the self-satisfied Andre, wondering whimsically if he would still be so proud if Shivala were at the forefront. As the commander of the Silver Moon Fleet, I must consider the Empire's interests. Am I correct, Nord Nova? Indeed, you are correct in whatever you say. Yet, a sly smile crept across Nord's face. But Andre, should the Red Star dispatch Shivala herself, how would you proceed? Shivala, a figure deemed taboo within the Star Spirit Empire, branded as the traitorous princess who had forfeited the name of Morning Star. Nevertheless, the mere mention of her name evoked memories of a goddess among the youth of the Empire, and Andre himself had once been among her admirers. Yet, for the present Andre, those sentiments were but a fleeting impulse from his youth, a fleeting infatuation born of impetuosity. Though Shivala remained the goddess of his youthful dreams. Now deemed a traitor to the Empire, Andre furrowed his brow, his demeanor serious as he addressed Nord Nova. I shall show no mercy, even if the adversary is her. Observing Andre's earnest resolve, Nord Nova could only smirk derisively. Hee, I hope you will still remember your words by then. We all know that the sovereign of Shivala with a fleet is entirely different from one without. The morning star symbolizes the sun breaking through the dawn and darkness. The Red Star Fleet, this is Shivala. I am about to lead the 2nd Legion of the Red Star to confront the enemy. What instructions do you have for me, Grand Commander? Departing from the planet of the Raiders, a fleet of 100,000 ships, under the command of several hundred Red Star warships, swiftly traverses the celestial expanse. The Red Star No. 02 flagship, the command ship of the 2nd Legion, also serves as Shivala's vessel. This is a replica of approximately 70% of the Red Star's defensive capabilities. Wang Teng personally participated in its reinforcement, making this flagship nearly equal in defense to the Red Star itself. This was to ensure Shivala's safety, equipped with 300 Red Star warships, all controlled by replicas of the Red Star's intelligence from the No. 02 flagship. In times of crisis, these 300 Red Star warships would activate their stealth plans. Shivala donned the attire of the Red Star Fleet, a dark ensemble complemented with red, the collar adorned with golden trim, wearing her fleet hat. Her demeanor radiated an undeniable elegance. Clad in military garb, Shivala resembled a battle-hardened general. No, she was indeed a general. After many years since her expulsion from the Star Spirit Empire and her removal from the fleet, she had finally returned to this position. The 2nd Legion of the Red Star is the largest legion within the fleet. Unfortunately, time is still short. She has yet to fully integrate the legion, which remains a hodgepodge of disparate ships. However, this is also an advantage, allowing for less attachment in their utilization. The fleet of 100,000 ships, when deployed, could encircle America with ease, capable of annihilating it hundreds of times over. The Grand Commander said to exert your abilities to the fullest. Upon hearing the orders relayed from the Red Star Fleet Command, Shivala nodded. She understood this was Wang Teng's test for her, as well as an opportunity to prove to others that she is deserving of the position of Legion Commander and worthy of Grand Commander Wang Teng's esteem. Moreover, your opponent may be the Star Spirit Empire. Shivala discerned Arno's concerns. Such worries are only natural, yet this would allow everyone to witness her determination. Shivala is not the Morning Star of the Star Spirit Empire, but the commander of the 2nd Legion of the Red Star Fleet. Initiate the jump, spatial transition. Yes, Legion Commander. As the space warped, the fleet of the 2nd Legion of the Red Star plunged into it, and in an instant, the warships vanished one by one. When they reappeared, they had arrived at the borders of the celestial expanse. Commander Andre's son, a strong reaction from the jump has been detected ahead. This is the enemy's counterattack. Order the fleet to engage. Use pulse shockwaves to interrupt their transition. Yes, Commander Andre's son. Andre's son furrowed his brow. He had not anticipated the Red Star Fleet's response would be so swift. He thought he could take advantage of their recent rule during a period of instability at the borders, allowing the two factions to lead the charge while he slipped in unnoticed. Yet, the situation had unfolded differently. The celestial bodies shifted, and the distorted space crackled with void lightning. Under the command of Andre Ree, the Silver Moon Fleet aimed its cannons at the distorted space ahead. However, before they could unleash their light cannons, a multitude of pulsed lasers erupted from the warped dimension, descending upon the Silver Moon Fleet like a torrential downpour. Taken aback, Andre Ree was caught off guard. Hundreds of Star Spirit warships on the flanks were obliterated. These vessels, crafted by the Star Spirits, boasted a unique luster that enhanced shield efficiency by 30%. Yet, they were still overwhelmed and breached. Andre Ree's expression darkened. He could already envision the Senate's reproach directed at him. Nord, observing with disdain, scoffed at the sight of damage before even encountering the enemy. Truly, Andre Ree shone brightly in his incompetence. But such familiar tactics, could they truly belong to you, Princess Shivala? The second wave of attack commenced. Seated firmly on the primary flagship 02, Shivala waved her hand decisively. They had yet to escape the transition space, and the prior assault was also her directive. As a former commander of the Silver Moon, she understood the strengths and weaknesses of the fleet well, but even more, she recognized the arrogance of those in command. For she herself had once harbored such pride. Commander, the third wave of attack is ready. Then attack. Deploy the unmanned reconnaissance ships. Yes, perched atop the observation deck. Shivala was acutely aware that her incomplete ragtag fleet stood little chance against the elite Silver Moon forces. A surprising strategy was essential for any hope of victory. Yet, her immediate goal was to buy time. The Silver Moon fleet was under the command of a heavenly armed force, while her side lacked such celestial power, having only terrestrial soldiers at best. To thwart the enemy's heavenly incursion, she had no choice but to resort to cunning tactics. Fortunately, the Red Star fleet was affluent enough to exchange resources for the lives lost. Who among you would command the Silver Moon this time? Do you still remember me? Chapter 132. Snow against snow. As Shivala led the Second Legion against her former employer, Akizuki was already embroiled in a fierce battle. Yukihime, the princess of the Imperial Daichi family, was born into a life that should have been envied by many. Yet, as the eldest daughter, she had never indulged in such luxuries. From birth, she was destined to be the pillar of her family, sacrificing all enjoyment to become their cornerstone. Since childhood, she was immersed in elite education, mastering reading, writing, etiquette, and more. Periodically, her family would assess her performance. Any failure would result in punishment and additional training. The mere thought of play was forbidden, for even a fleeting whim was deemed wicked. She recalled a time in her youth when she had a playmate. But after failing an assessment, that companion vanished forever. From that moment on, she understood that if she did not adhere to their demands, everything trivial and dear would slip away. To avoid implicating others, she silently bore the weight of the pressures imposed by her family, believing that if she adhered to their demands, they would grant her the freedom to indulge in play. However, her obedience only emboldened them, causing them to regard her with increasing disdain. Even the younger members of her family whispered behind her back, branding her a monster. Was she not a monster? Devoid of games, companions, or even a moment's respite, her life resembled that of a marionette, manipulated along a predetermined path. Yet, what right did these insignificant beings have to judge her? Without her, how could they enjoy the luxuries of opulent cars, sumptuous feasts, and lavish estates? In a moment of defiance, she retaliated against the younger generation, delivering a thorough thrashing. She anticipated retribution from her family, especially as the parents of those youngsters pleaded with the clan leader for punishment against this so-called monster. Yet, in that pivotal moment, she realized the truth. The clan leader did not punish her. Instead, he reprimanded the parents of those children and imposed penalties upon the miscreants. He turned to her and declared, "Shueji, you are now the Snow Princess of our clan." This proclamation firmly established her status. Although the clan leader had defended her, he had also severed her ties to the outside world. She was destined to be the Snow Princess, to toil for the future of her family. She was fated never to possess her own emotions, even forbidden from harboring a semblance of affection. For she could not bear the thought of seeing someone she cherished being dealt with by her family. At the age of 16, Shueji was sent to the military, where she encountered numerous peers. Their faces were etched with numbness and indifference, their eyes devoid of vitality, filled with an eerie stillness. This place was the Research Institute of Sanya Heavy Industry, one of the vital engines of the Empire's grand vessel. Here lay the cradle of countless imperial technologies, the birthplace of formidable warriors, and the abyss from which these individuals could never return. Most of those sent here were scions of prominent families, stepping into a realm that signified a descent into hell. Only a few, the impoverished seeking compensation, bore the hollow gaze of resignation. For they understood that entering this place only foretold death. It was only through their demise that their families would receive imperial compensation to sustain their younger siblings. In that instant, Shueji comprehended why the clan leader had defended her and why her social connections had been severed from a young age. It was to ensure her compliance within this hellish domain. Each day, the air would resonate with mournful wails, and countless corpses would be transported away. There, she endured torment akin to a judgment from hell, subjected to various surgeries aimed at enhancing human capabilities, all in pursuit of greater strength. Perhaps it was her family's rigorous training that enabled her to endure time and again. She earned the right to pursue greater power. With the forced implantation of celestial-grade armaments, she took a monumental step forward. Gazing into the distance, she beheld the crimson figure effortlessly dispelling frozen sword energy, and with sword in hand, she advanced. Her feet treading upon the icy rainbow bridge, resembling a goddess of war born of ice and snow. Why can I not choose my own destiny? Shueji, her expression devoid of emotion, swung her sword once more, unleashing a tempest of sword energy that surged forth like a storm. The stellar halo rises ahead, reminiscent of the sun's ascent, counteracting the frozen tempest. Chishua does not recognize Shueji. She was dispatched when Blackbeard ambushed Planet 117. Yet, she has heard from Arno and others that the Empire of the Great Sun has attacked the Red Star Fleet. If the adversary belongs to the Empire of the Great Sun, they are undoubtedly bitter foes. Time and again, if they extend their hand, it must be severed. With her right hand firmly grasping the death gold sword, a radiant energy of stars envelopes her, forming concentric circles that continuously rotate and expand. Thus, she plunges into the frozen storm. The icy blue halo collides with the stellar halo, akin to the mingling of milk tea and coffee in a cup, weaving a magnificent and resplendent cosmic aurora. Have the target's movements been captured? It has been accomplished. Excellent. However, General Sakata, Lady Shueji is too close. General Sakata's face darkens as he observes the two engaged in battle from a distance. Their skirmish occasionally sends stray bullets crashing into the fleet, causing discomfort for General Sakata, who had intended to keep Shueji behind to lead the fleet onward. He immediately contemplates a surprise attack, prioritizing the Empire's advancement over Shueji's safety. Yet, when someone mentions Shueji, he understands that such an action cannot be taken. Damn it. General Sakata promptly contacts Kato 12 Eagles, stationed back in the ship's hold. Kato, can you assist Shueji in eliminating the opponent? General Sakata, as long as you provide me with weaponry of equivalent caliber, I shall join forces to defeat her immediately. However, General, the enemy wields the death gold sword, which cleaves through armored mechs as effortlessly as slicing vegetables. Kato 12 Eagles promptly states his position. It is not that I lack the will. It is simply that the enemy is too formidable. General Sakata realizes that Kato 12 Eagles is clearly attempting to raise the stakes and can only acquiesce with a grimace. Thus, he must rely on others. What a pity. That was originally intended for the Grand Commander of the Red Star. I call upon Lord Jubii to take action. The icy blue and stellar halos intertwine. As two mech figures clash within layers of energy storms, they part with a touch, exchanging blows for 100 rounds. Shueji has long since discerned Chishua's combat style. The moves are merely a repetitive few. Such a crude fighting pattern, how can it contend against her? Over the public channel, Shueji's voice resonates. After 20 years of relentless training, losing my childhood, my emotions, my very life, what right do you have to oppose me? The Heavenly Cloud Sword, a family heirloom, radiates a brilliant blue light in Shueji's hands, flowing and swift as lightning. In response, Chishua firmly grips the death gold sword, struggling to withstand the torrential barrage of strikes. Regarding Shueji's words, Chishua cannot acquiesce. You have your past, and I have my own misfortunes. Who in this world has not endured suffering? Do not speak as if you alone have experienced pain and torment. As I reminisce, the earliest memory that surfaces is of the soldier, my elder brother, who bestowed upon me sweets, sacrificing himself for our cause. Then there is the orange sister, who gently patted my head and remarked on my potential height, the kind Uncle Mauzi who would lift me high into the air, the nurturing Aunt Wanjing who lulled me to sleep, and the fierce Runan's sister who taught me to fight. Throughout my existence, those who have graced my life have gradually departed. I endeavored tirelessly, believing that such efforts would prevent their departure. Yet, ultimately, even the captain, whom I regarded as a father figure, sacrificed himself for our retreat. What right do you have to question me? The Crimson Snow returns, embodying the same icy and haughty demeanor as when we first met. It is simply because I have encountered more death than you. In Chapter 133, Sakata's contingency plan unfolds. Akashiyuki's retort leaves Yukaheim momentarily stunned. In that fleeting moment, Akashiyuki strikes with a sword, sending Yukaheim flying. Fortunately, she managed to block the blow with her Tianyun sword, forged from the same material. At that instant, Yukaheim's momentum before Akashiyuki begins to wane. Confused, she realizes that her defenses are faltering. Just as the deathly golden sword slices through her shoulder guard, clarity dawns upon her. She appears to be countered, countering with a blast of frozen energy. Yukaheim seizes the opportunity to retreat. At that moment, reinforcements from the Imperial fleet arrive. The relentless barrage of annihilation pulse cannons rains down, completely sealing off the area surrounding Akashiyuki. Armored kinetic system. Activate. Dozens of kinetic projectiles, coated in deathly golden metal, soar towards Akashiyuki under the cover of the annihilation cannon. While Sakata appears calm on the surface, turmoil stirs within. He is uncertain whether this will sufficiently incapacitate Akashiyuki. Indeed, it is about incapacitation. Intelligence operatives had previously gleaned information regarding the Scarlet armament from the Red Star's broadcast. The Red Star fleet's inaugural celestial-grade armament once withstood the kinetic systems of the Allied forces. Thus, he had never entertained the notion of defeating the opponent using the kinetic system. However, if he could merely weaken the adversary, the fleet of the Great Sun Empire would surely prevail. Moreover, he had prepared contingencies. Now, he merely awaited the moment to reap the rewards once the opponent was on the brink of defeat. Yucahime, witnessing the assault from the armored kinetic weaponry, hastily retreats. A wave of fear washes over her. Does Sakata intend to eliminate her as well? She remains within the attack range, and if the guidance fails, her life would be in jeopardy. Despite her discontent, she dares not voice her grievances. The Jidao family may seem formidable, yet they pale in comparison to the Sakata lineage. Yucahime's life has been dictated by the obligation to serve her family and strive for its perpetuation. Thus, any actions that might tarnish her family's reputation are beyond her consideration. Turning her gaze towards the beleaguered Akashiyuki, Yucahime remains poised in silence. She observes as the beams from the annihilation cannon are ensnared by a mysterious force, entwining to form a circle. As the energy accumulates, the circle expands, radiating brilliance akin to an artificial star. In this moment, she recalls the sacrifices made by the Red Star fleet as they endeavored to breach her blockade, one battleship after another bravely falling in their quest. There stood the armed warrior, Wang Teng, repeatedly blocking the path of the battleship. In the comparison between the two sides, a flicker of yearning ignited within her. Surely, such a fleet, under their protection, must be a wondrous sight. As an armed warrior of the Great Sun Empire, she had once sworn allegiance to the imperial family before her debut. The third prince of the empire had even promised to take her as his consort. Yet, she understood that such promises were merely a means of manipulation. Recalling the ecstatic expressions of her family upon hearing the news, Shueji felt a wave of nausea wash over her. The third prince's consort would number as many as 60. Why did they believe she could attain happiness? No. For them, it was the family that would find joy. Her own happiness was of little consequence. She was merely a tool for securing the family's future. How pitiful I am. Having failed, Sakata gazed at the magnificent miniature star, absorbing the onslaught of the annihilation cannon. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the chaos, charging towards the kinetic weaponry. With the swift strike of his death gold longsword, he shattered the kinetic projectiles one by one. The remnants of the destroyed weapons were then materialized and absorbed into his armor, adorning the back of his mech like a pair of thunderous wings. Sakata remained composed. For at that moment, a formidable figure emerged from the void, seizing the extra wings from the back of the Chishua mech. With a powerful grip, he snapped the wings at the base. In pain, Chishua spun around, thrusting the death gold longsword backward. But it was thwarted by the enemy's wings made of the same material. Chishua immediately condensed energy, unleashing an explosion between them that propelled her away to safety. Stabilizing her stance, she gazed solemnly at the imposing figure below, cloaked in a shroud of darkness, arms crossed, with eyes glowing red, resembling a demonic deity. Shueji's pupils constricted as she tightened her grip on the Tianyun sword. That was the royal guardian, Shibi Wei, an armed warrior of a level surpassing the heavens, akin to the sword Saint Lianren, an external aid she had specifically requested from the royal family. Originally intended for Grand General Hongxing, let us see how you fare against him first. Sakata, unfazed, returned to his seat, believing that with this gentleman's intervention, Chishua's defeat was inevitable. Prepare the entire fleet. Upon Lord Shibi Wei's return, we shall advance at full speed. Ah, Shibi Wei. Shueji silently screamed in terror, for she knew this man too well. After they had their armaments implanted at the age of 18, a distinguished figure was invited to expedite their adaptation to the armaments. This figure was none other than Shibi Wei, the royal guardian, who typically safeguarded the royal family. Initially, many had deemed him arrogant, and with their newly acquired armaments, their repressed emotions were suddenly unleashed. However, Shibi Wei had not even drawn his weapon, with mere hands. He had brought them to the ground. He had never uttered a single word to them. His sole purpose was to strike them down. Shueji, through her honed swordsmanship, managed to exchange a few blows with him, yet inevitably, she too found herself sprawled on the ground. Jubii stands as an indelible nightmare in the hearts of many among the younger generation. It is astonishing that Sakata managed to summon him from the royal court. Turning to Akiyuki, uncertainty looms over how to respond. Akiyuki assumes a combat stance, and just as onlookers anticipate an assault on Jubii, she unexpectedly retreats with astonishing speed. In a swift motion, she brandishes a colossal sniper rifle. Indeed, it is the signature weapon of the Red Demon, killing Bodhi. With a breath, She prepares to unleash a shot worth 20 million. Her gaze sharpens, and she pulls the trigger, releasing a vibrant pulse of laser light that soars skyward, hurtling toward Jubii with the swiftness of a shooting star. From the moment he appeared, Jubii remained silent, fixated on the retreating Akiyuki without pursuing her. As the attack approached, he made no effort to shield himself, merely raising a hand. The lethal shot from killing Bodhi, valued at 20 million, was effortlessly caught by him. Wait. The beam of light never made contact with Jubii, seemingly repelled by an invisible force field. The formidable killing Bodhi beam was silently dismantled, its energy dissipating into the void. With a mere flick of his hand, Jubii redirected the beam, sending it hurtling toward a distant asteroid, which erupted in a brilliant explosion. Along with the asteroid, Akiyuki's presence vanished. She had fled. Lord Jubii, please continue the pursuit. You must not let her escape, though reluctant to chase after her. Jubii hesitated at Sakata's insistence and promptly set off in pursuit. Meanwhile, Sakata commanded the fleet to follow closely behind. Chapter 134. Akiyuki's tenacity on the night of the dimensional star. A meteor streaked across the vast expanse of the night sky, followed closely by a cascade of meteors mere moments later. Such phenomena have become commonplace since humanity ventured into the cosmos. Similar occurrences transpired along the distant horizon. Trailing behind the crimson light was a shadowy figure of deep violet, pursuing the red glow with the ferocity of a celestial demon, while a massive fleet followed closely behind. Akiyuki did not lead them directly into the horizon, but instead maneuvered around it, evading their grasp. The presence of Jubii instilled a strong sense of pressure within her, reminiscent of the oppressive aura she had once sensed from Sword Saint Lianren. This warrior seemed to exist on the same echelon as Sword Saint Lianren. After a brief skirmish, Akiyuki comprehended that she could not triumph against him alone. She recognized that their armaments were not of the same caliber. Her own weapons, though rare, had to be conserved, providing her a fleeting opportunity to engage in a war of attrition. Yet, she was ultimately only at the celestial level. Even if her weapon-S core could store vast amounts of material consumption, prolonged engagement would inevitably revert her to her original state. Her current objective was to stall, to delay until Wang Teng could complete his task. Once Wang Teng succeeded, the number of celestial warriors on the Red Star side would reach 10, effectively alleviating their deficiency in high-end combat power. Once reinforcements arrived, she would be ready to counterattack. All she needed to do was buy time until that moment arrived. Chishua deftly commanded the crimson-armored vessel, flooring the throttle and propelling herself towards near-light speed. The dissipating energy enveloped her in a radiant aura, trailing a vivid scarlet tail, reminiscent of a meteor expelled from a supernova, soaring beyond the confines of its galaxy. Yet, to her astonishment, the adversary pursuing her remained resolutely in tow. This moment evoked memories of the fierce battle for Planet 117. Wang Teng was similarly engaged in a pivotal task, while she bravely faced the enemy fleet, determined to buy him time. Back then, she was merely at the Earth level, yet she single-handedly contended with the coalition fleet, sustaining grievous injuries, but ultimately fulfilling the mission entrusted to her by Wang Teng. Nothing is more detestable than encountering someone one yearns to protect during one's youth of impotence, and witnessing regrets unfold with an inability to intervene. Chishua's greatest disdain was her own helplessness, and thus, even in the face of potential death, she would position herself before the enemy. Some might deem such resolve disheartening, yet for her, it served to affirm one undeniable truth. Chishua was never a useless person. The fleet needed her. Wang Teng needed her. The sensation of being needed and acknowledged, though perhaps incomprehensible to many, was all that mattered to her. Ahead lay a shattered asteroid belt, a myriad of debris drifting in space. As she plunged into the crimson glow, the energy instantaneously obliterated the fragments, the gravitational pull trailing the remnants into a powdery rainbow bridge. Chishua seldom voiced her grievances before others, enduring much in silence, save for one matter, concerning Wang Teng. She would never permit any seductress to approach him. Indeed, she was referring to that vixen. The mere recollection of what she had witnessed earlier ignited her fury. Was there truly no other girl in the fleet? Even in haste, one should not pursue someone freshly returned, or was it that he preferred the married? A sudden, intense gravitational force yanked Chishua violently aside, causing her to lose her balance amidst the tumultuous vibrations. Before she could regain her composure, an overwhelming strength seized her neck. A towering figure, shrouded in purple-black haze, materialized before her. She had been overtaken. Grasping the purple-black arm armor, she unleashed a torrent of energy that detonated with ferocity. The armor cracked under the impact, yet her opponent showed no sign of relinquishing their hold. With ferocity, Chishua swung her death gold sword, plunging it into the armor. The blade pierced effortlessly, and she wrenched it outward with force, severing the purple-black appendage. With a swift counterstrike, she created distance, but before she could stabilize, a spiraling force erupted from her waist, launching her away. A hasty glance revealed Shivala reappearing behind her, delivering a powerful kick that sent her plummeting through several massive meteors, crashing down onto the colossal rock below. The crimson snow erupted with energy, shattering the meteorite fragments. Retrieving the death gold longsword, she once again brandished the killing body, using the meteorite debris as cover to engage in guerrilla warfare amidst the asteroid belt. Outside the belt, the fleet of the Grand Sun Empire had arranged itself in formation, effectively surrounding the area. Observing the flickering lights within, Sakata remained composed, patiently awaiting the return of Shivala with his companion. He cast a glance at the returning Yukiheim, who bore injuries after her encounter with Chizetsu. However, Sakata felt no pity for her, regardless of her beauty. Yukiheim, Lord Shivala has instructed you, hasn't he? Do you believe he will bring her back? Or perhaps he will slay the foe? Yukiheim averted her gaze, unable to meet Sakata's eyes that bore a hint of condescension. Lord Shivala is indeed formidable, she conceded, having faced Chizetsu and recognized the latter's prowess. In contrast to Shivala, Chizetsu would be utterly overwhelmed. Yet, a disquieting thought took root in her mind. She feared that Shivala would not be able to slay the enemy nor retrieve her, and that this war might culminate in their defeat. She could not fathom the origin of such thoughts. Perhaps it was mere instinct. She refrained from voicing her apprehensions, acknowledging only Shibala's strength, leaving the rest for Sakata to ponder. That is only natural, Sakata responded, satisfied with Yukiheim's demeanor. Then let us await Lord Shibala's return. Chizetsu had lost count of how many times her adversary had managed to locate her. At this moment, the energy within her was nearly depleted, and her rate of fire had diminished to the point where she could only strike when detected. The asteroid belt lay in ruin, vast spaces left desolate amidst their devastation. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped her. This violet-black warrior far surpassed the previous Yukiheim. Would she meet her end here? Chizetsu did not know, but she understood that her immediate task was to buy as much time as possible. My apologies, Captain. I promised to make amends. But it seems there will be no opportunity for that. Steeling herself, she focused intently on the violet-black warrior. Armed liberation. The crimson mech erupted in an explosion, its components disassembling until only a body encased in inner armor remained, while the mech transformed into diminutive modules that orbited her. A surge of immense energy ascended, creating a powerful gravitational pull that drew in dust and debris from hundreds of kilometers around, forming a circular band. The crimson energy enveloped her, radiating even from her eyes with a fiery brilliance. Chizetsu manipulated the mech modules, constructing a colossal cannon before her, channeling all her energy into it before triggering an explosive launch. The magnificent energy drew the fragments of stone, forming a spiraling vortex as the colossal, multicolored beam surged forth towards the violet-black mech. The seven-colored beam engulfed the violet-black mech, piercing through the meteorite belt behind it and breaching the flanks of the Grand Sun Empire's fleet. Such a staggering attack left Sakata and the others in relief that the beam had not been directed towards them. General, the energy level of this strike has reached the pinnacle of a celestial-class, full-power attack. Oh. Upon hearing this news, Sakata's eyes gleamed with excitement, indicating that the adversary was in their final throes. Chapter 135. Wang Teng's Resolution Commander. The Second Corps has engaged with the Star Spirit Empire. Shivala, the former commander of the Silver Moon Fleet, was well aware of the vulnerabilities of that fleet. With my assistance, the Second Corps should emerge victorious. Zealand had also encountered the enemy, and intense energy fluctuations erupted at the border. Zealand's forces possessed formidable spatial capabilities. Even if she were to falter, she could retreat without issue, and reinforcements had already been dispatched. What of Chishua? In the boundless void, Wang Teng boarded a Red Star warship, accompanied by over a dozen Red Star soldiers, heading towards the opposing border. Along the way, he was managing the repercussions triggered by this war. His first priority was to soothe and inspire the populace of Skyline, ensuring internal unity. Many of the chaotic elements from the former Skyline were now beseeching the Red Star fleet for assistance, claiming that while they lacked various skills, they were ever ready to charge into battle. Wang Teng, however, outright declined their request. A futile charge would only lead to unnecessary sacrifices. These individuals had opted for a stable life, and thus must remain off the front lines. This was the Red Star Fleet's assurance to Skyline. As long as the Red Star flag remained aloft, the people of Skyline would adhere to the laws of the Red Star, and there would be no need for them to take to the front lines until the fleet was on the verge of collapse. Wang Teng was not overly concerned about the reports from Arno, He had already devised countermeasures while formulating strategies against the enemy. Shivala, as the former commander, was to confront the Silver Moon fleet, while Zealand, with her spatial abilities, was tasked with obstructing the advance of the May Alliance fleet. Yet, he harbored considerable worry regarding Chishua. Her strong-willed nature made him fear that, should she find herself outmatched, she might refuse to retreat. He regretted not having issued her a strict order to withdraw to Skyline in the event of overwhelming opposition. "Commander, we lost contact with Sister Shue some time ago." Wang Teng fell silent. The interruption of communication could stem from only two possibilities. It could be either passive or active. He was apprehensive that it might be the former, but equally concerned it could be the latter. However, as the fleet commander, he could not afford to hesitate. Decisive action was imperative. At present, three factions had emerged, with only the Dawu fleet yet to reveal itself. The direction he was heading was the most likely location for the Dawu fleet to appear. According to the intelligence provided by Lianren, the commander of the Dawu fleet was Lu Shuwei, one of the 10 in the Dawu general staff, a prodigious military strategist. Lianren mentioned in the report that Lu Shuwei had a penchant for fishing, despite never having successfully caught a fish. The fact that he had never succeeded in fishing implied that he would never be devoid of opportunities in that regard. A fisherman never returns empty-handed. This suggested that he possessed a cunning disposition, likely intending to ensnare his prey while remaining concealed. Wang Teng's purpose was to intercept him, once engaged. Under the might of a combatant above the celestial level, the Dawu fleet would undoubtedly face annihilation. Where were Guihong and the others? He inquired, urging them to hasten to the battlefield. "Commander, they have already arrived at the battlefield." Upon hearing this news, Wang Teng inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief. "I hope they can catch up." As the crimson and black spiders departed, he divided the deathly golden sword, which he had acquired from Lianren, into two parts and bestowed them upon the two individuals. Additionally, he infused them with a considerable amount of solidified red star material to ensure their armaments could sustain prolonged use and to facilitate timely resupply upon reaching the battlefield. The deathly gold metal truly lives up to its reputation as one of the mightiest metals in the universe. Weapons forged from it can inflict devastation even on armored mechs of Lianren's caliber. He anticipated that among the fleets dispatched by various factions, there might very well be combatants of a similar rank to Lianren. After all, how could they dare to launch a large-scale invasion, fully aware of their precarious situation? The winds and rains had ceased, and they believed themselves capable once more. They considered themselves to have reached the pinnacle of the celestial tier, akin to the general rank that Lianren had once mentioned, existing above the celestial tier yet not having transcended it. "Commander, do we truly not require a fleet to bolster our ranks?" Upon hearing Arno's inquiry, Wang Teng shook his head. "No, have the forces from each planet prepare for departure." "Understood, Commander." Wang Teng then stood up, gazing at the star map projected before him, and commanded, "Prepare to initiate the jump." "Yes, Commander." Beyond the skyline, in the vast expanse of the starry sea, the flagships of the Dawu fleet advanced in unison. Aboard the grand flagship, which resembled a palace, a handsome young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, surveying the starry river ahead. "Commander Lu, do we truly not advance?" asked his aide, who lingered nearby. The young man was none other than Lu Shuwei, the youngest commander of the Dawu military and the leader of the Second Fleet, the Wanlong fleet. In response to his aide's question, Lu Shuwei turned with a smile to regard the aide who had been by his side for several years. "How many years have you been with me?" The aide's heart raced at the question, and he promptly replied, "Commander, it has been 4 years." "For years, indeed. That's quite a while," Lu Shuwei sighed. Just then, a warrior clad in the style of the 100 Riders emerged from the shadows, swiftly silencing the aide with a firm grip over his mouth. Lu Shuwei turned with disappointment to face him. "After 4 years, do you not understand the fate that befalls those who serve two masters?" The aide's face paled with terror as he struggled, as if to protest his innocence. "Do you know why the War Master appointed me as the commander of the Wanlong fleet?" Lu Shuwei leaned closer, whispering in his ear, "Because I hold enmity with most of the high-ranking officials. While you act as their advocate, did you ever consider that I might kill you?" "Go ahead, then." With a swift motion, the 100 Riders warrior snapped the aide's neck, leaving him in disbelief that his mere acceptance of a few benefits would lead to his demise. "Remember to dispose of the body later. We wouldn't want to taint the air within the ship." The warrior nodded, lifting the lifeless aide and heading toward the ship's exit. In this moment, the entire space was left with only Lu Shuwei, who murmured to himself, "That individual is likely above the celestial level." An intelligence brought back by the sword Saint Lianren. This suggests that the opponent is at least another Lianren, recklessly entering, courting death without a clear understanding of his own strength. As for the three fleets, They will serve as a test to ascertain the true capabilities of this adversary. Lu Xue's thoughts were optimistic, yet he could not foresee that the sword saintly Anrin had already relayed information about him to the opposing party. Meanwhile, Wang Teng was hastening towards his direction. The scene shifted back to Chishua. In a state of armed liberation, her combat power surged dramatically, as the compressed energy and the burning of half the material resulted in a single shot that pierced through the stars. The residual light attracted powerful electrons, flashing and flickering, lingering in the aftermath. With such immense consumption, Chishua maintained her weaponry in a basic deployed form, her gaze fixed upon the center enveloped in swirling debris. This strike was sufficient to penetrate a significant portion of a planet. Her opponent should be unable to withstand it. However, as the debris gradually coalesced into a sphere under gravitational influence, a silhouette emerged within. The residual energy slowly dissipated beneath a heavy black shield, which shimmered with echoes of energy, as if charged with electric blue arcs. From behind it, a figure cloaked in black and purple stepped forth, wielding the shield that seemed to absorb even light itself. Chishua widened her eyes in astonishment at the sight of that shield. Dead gold material. A shield of such substantial dead gold material was indeed extravagant beyond measure. With this dead gold shield, coupled with the opponent's peculiar energy resistance, it was no wonder they could endure such an assault. Thus, the only means to defeat this adversary lay in close combat. Yet, in that regard, her opponent was equally formidable. In the asteroid belt, the fragments of meteors began to move in reverse due to the shockwave from the recent energy fluctuation. Seizing this opportunity, Chishua gradually distanced herself under the cover of the meteorite debris. However, the purple-black mech appeared to sense her intentions, brandishing the black shield and entering a state of frenzy, forcefully breaking through the meteors that stood in its path. The frenzied charge resembled a high-velocity black hole, sweeping everything in its wake. At that moment, Chishua felt like a swallow on the verge of being struck down by a tempest, with no escape in sight. Chapter 136. A greeting from the Grand Commander. Chishua resolved to make her final stand, granting Wang Teng every precious second she could, thus buying the Red Star fleet a moment longer. Even if she were to perish here, she would not betray the trust placed in her by others. Regrettably, she felt she had let down the wishes of her predecessor. Ashwa, I hope one day you can lead a normal life. Alas, she felt she had fallen short. After her armed liberation, the material within her had been nearly exhausted. She absolutely could not, and must not, allow herself to be captured by the enemy as leverage against her fleet or as a hostage to Wang Teng. Such an outcome would not only be a disgrace to the fleet, but also a personal humiliation. The warriors of the Red Star never feared death. A general success is built upon countless sacrifices. To live is to dwell by the sea. To die is to sink into the depths. Every individual possesses their own choices. Much like her decision in this very moment, she reaches out to touch her heart. For the purpose of the armed core extends beyond merely being the power source for the mech. It serves as an ultimate means of ensuring one is not captured, self-destruction. The armed warriors may appear glorious, yet to some, they are regarded as mere consumables. Following the augmentation surgery, the human form is transformed into a semi-mechanical entity. Armed warriors are akin to humanoid weapons, and in times of dire necessity, they can become human-shaped nuclear missiles. During the initial phase of the Star Alliance War, armed warriors were developed to leverage their semi-mechanical prowess to transport soldiers to enemy command ships or bases, subsequently detonating themselves. The Star Spirit Empire ultimately lost the war due to the fearlessness of the armed warriors from the Star Alliance, who infiltrated the planet Elphim of the Star Spirit Empire and breached its holy city, entering the sacred tree. The prosperity of the Star Spirit Empire heavily relied on the sacred tree. Once it was destroyed, the empire would swiftly wither away, losing its former glory. Consequently, the Star Spirit Empire made concessions. Chishua had once believed that upon reaching the celestial level, she would be capable of contributing more to the fleet and bearing greater responsibilities. However, ideals often stand in stark contrast to reality. She was not a girl prone to daydreaming. Yet she had envisioned a dream where the Red Star fleet stood resolutely in the cosmos. In those moments, she shed her combat attire for a delicate white dress, strolling through the city streets like any other girl, relishing the happiness brought forth by peaceful living. She imagined holding hands with someone special, wandering through alleys, etching smiles into the tapestry of her joyful memories. She did not know who that person would be, yet she was certain that someone would eventually grasp her bloodstained hands. Alas, those were but dreams. Then, she couldn't help but think of Wang Teng. It was her selfishness that had drawn him into the cosmos, entangling him in this relentless quagmire of war. He must be filled with regret and anger. Chishua constantly felt guilt towards Wang Teng, having not even uttered an apology. She wondered if he would seek vengeance for her. In the grim reality of interstellar warfare, life and death are commonplace. No fleet would engage in a death struggle for the sake of a single soldier's fate. Alliances are dictated by interests and equilibrium. She had witnessed a former captain endure extortion from the logistics department for the sake of fleet supplies, yet even then, the captain maintained a smiling facade, bowing and scraping. From that moment, she understood that in the adult world, concepts of right and wrong hold little weight, just as the former captain would do anything to secure supplies. What difference would it make if he had to call others father? Thus, even if Wang Teng did not avenge her, she would harbor no resentment. Even if she did, it would serve no purpose, for by that time, she would already be gone. As long as the Red Star fleet perseveres, there would come a day when the Red Star would shine throughout the universe. At that time, Zealand and the others would carry her regrets and continue to live happily. Chishua gazed at the approaching purple-black mech, her right hand firmly clutching her heart, and then swiftly charged towards it, her gaze unwavering, imbued with the steadfastness of a martyr. Let my death pave the way for the future of the Red Star. Crackle. At that moment, the built-in communication channel emitted a series of creaks and crackles, followed by a voice that she found quite irksome. Chishua-chan, are you all right? I bring greetings from the Grand Commander. Please hold on. We have reached the battlefield. For the first time, Chishua found this voice somewhat less annoying. After all, that enchantress was also a pitiable soul, and ultimately, nothing had truly transpired between them, had it? Moreover, that individual still held her in mind. Taking a deep breath, she drew forth the kill's Bodhi, expending her final resources to gather one last shot. A radiant beam of energy erupted, striking the black shield at close range. Chishua halted the thrusters and, utilizing the reverse thrust, swiftly propelled herself out of the planetary belt. Outside, the emblem of the Red Star came into view. Several figures appeared around the exterior of the Red Star S shuttle, contrasting starkly with the disheveled Chishua. One figure, clad entirely in black with a striking crimson hue, flew forward to catch Chishua. Thank you, she murmured dully to this enchantress. Chishua-chan, hurry back to the ship. The Grand Commander has prepared armament supplies, replied Guihong with a smile. Could you describe the enemy's characteristics for us? Just as Chishua was about to respond, a frenzied black gorilla emerged from the planetary belt. What in the world is that? Lusic's voice echoed through the communication channel. Following that, Shangwan Hongha's voice chimed in. Regardless of what it is, it has harmed our people, and it shall not live. With a swift gesture, she transformed her hands into two colossal cannons. Clad in the black armor of the Red Star, Shangwan Hongha charged forth to confront the gorilla. The twin cannons unleashed a relentless barrage, yet the projectiles struck the gorilla without inflicting any damage. Observing this, Lucic also stowed away the Red Star's unique weapon, the kill's Bodhi. Its energy resistance is exceedingly high. It possesses a field that rebounds energy attacks. We require weapons capable of countering its energy field, he advised. Guihong escorted Chishua back to the Red Star shuttle, and upon hearing his words, she chuckled. Then it falls to me. Just as she turned, Chishua grasped her arm. Wait. Guihong turned back, and a blade of dead gold appeared before her. Take this. Only such a weapon can inflict harm. With a beaming smile, Guihong accepted Chishua's goodwill without hesitation. Then she uttered a remark that left Chishua in contemplation. Fortunately, Chishua-chan is unharmed. Otherwise, the Grand Commander would surely be furious, perhaps even resorting to actions beyond control. As she gazed at Guihong's departing figure, Chishua remained transfixed. The returning Guihong emerged wielding two armed longswords, absorbing the radiant light of stellar radiation, exuding a dark hue. Hongha, please retreat. Allow me to test the prowess of this Imperial Sun Guard, she declared. Shangwan Hongha, aware of the danger, promptly withdrew, yet the gorilla did not relent easily, lunging forward with outstretched hands, intent on capturing her. At that moment, Guihong's figure moved like a spirit of the sword, brandishing her twin blades to shield Shangwan Hongha. With a radiant smile, Guihong gracefully released her left hand, swiftly grasping the hilt of her sword to execute a horizontal sweep. The blade of the dead gold sword grazed the surface of the dead gold shield, slicing through the lacquered exterior and leaving a fleeting white mark. Guihong's figure, like a specter, glided behind her opponent, delivering a swift thrust to the nape of their neck. This was a greeting from the Grand Commander. Chapter 137. The retreat without battle beyond the skyline. The Wanlong fleet of the Dao group awaited with bated breath. The massive armada resembled farmers sharpening their blades, their eyes fixed intently on the slightest movement along the horizon. Commander, the three factions have already engaged with the Red Star fleet, reported Lu Shiwei, reclining in his exclusive seat, his hat pulled low, his eyes sparkling like the galaxy. "Let them fight. Once they are finished, it will be our time to shine," he replied, casting a sweeping gaze over the crew, who dared not lift their heads. Lu Shiwei, the youngest among the 10 top brass of the Dao group's military, was rumored to share an extraordinary bond with the Wuzhu, which intimidated many powerful executives from confronting him directly. There had been an elder figure within the group who, due to a conflict involving his descendants and Lu Shiwei, attempted to leverage his seniority to overshadow him. However, Lu Shiwei chose to confront him head-on, creating quite a stir. Many speculated that this would lead to his downfall. Yet with the passing of the old Tang Lord and the ascension of the Wuzhu to the pinnacle of the group, Lu Shiwei returned in full force, surrounding the planet of the Elder with his fleet and coercing him to relinquish all power in the group to safeguard his family. It is worth noting that this was an Elder-level figure, and even the newly appointed Wuzhu would have to show some respect. Yet, when Lu Shiwei deployed his fleet, the Wuzhu neither punished nor reprimanded him, highlighting Lu Shiwei's esteemed position in his eyes. Some claimed that Lu Shiwei was merely a blade in the Wuzhu's hand, employed to eliminate those who defied authority. Moreover, the deputy of the commander had recently been conspicuously absent, rumored to be closely allied with the fleet's various legion commanders. The formation of the Wanlong fleet was intended to placate certain individuals. Within its ranks, there were various factions with differing loyalties, restless hearts, and intertwining interests. Lu Shiwei's subordinates often found themselves swayed, accepting small bribes under the illusion that Lu Shiwei was oblivious to their actions. However, as a favored figure in the Wuzhu's inner circle, he possessed certain authority over the mobilization of the 100 Riders fleet. Unbeknownst to many, the Wanlong fleet was permeated with 100 Rider soldiers. No encounter could escape his watchful gaze. Yet, Lu Shiwei preferred a methodical approach, often letting his line out long before reeling in the catch. Surveying the crew, Lu Shiwei meticulously noted their reactions. Many bore expressions of unease, clearly betraying their guilt. He chose not to dwell on this at the moment. As long as it did not disrupt his plans, allowing them to savor some small victories was acceptable, provided they did not overstep like his deputy had in testing his limits. "Have the reconnaissance ships been dispatched?" Lu Shiwei inquired, breaking the tense atmosphere. The crew exhaled in relief, quickly returning to their duties. "Yes, Commander, the reconnaissance ship has entered the outer perimeter of the skyline." "Excellent. Provide real-time updates on the situation within." "Yes, sir." However, moments later, "Commander, we have lost contact with the reconnaissance ship." Upon hearing the news, Lu Shiwei was not particularly surprised, yet he rose from his designated seat. Had there been attempts to re-establish contact? The intelligence had already undergone several retries. The most plausible scenario deduced from the analysis was that the reconnaissance vessel had been destroyed. Upon hearing this, Lu Shiwei shook his head. In his view, while the possibility of the reconnaissance vessel's destruction was significant, it certainly was not the most favorable conclusion in this context. "Disregard the intelligence. Switch to manual debugging." Lu Shiwei commanded. "Do I need to repeat myself, Governor?" "Yes." Lu Shiwei looked up at the projection sphere, observing the fluctuations of the signals, squinting his eyes. After several attempts by the communicator, contact with the reconnaissance vessel was restored. "Governor, we have re-established contact. Please transfer the communication channel to me." Lu Shiwei surmised what had transpired and decided to take matters into his own hands. The communication was rife with noise, but through continuous adjustments, it gradually became clearer. Neither party spoke. Only the static on the communication channel indicated that both sides were engaged. "Is this the Grand Governor of the Red Star? You are Lu Shiwei?" Upon hearing the words from the other end, Lu Shiwei instantly confirmed that the reconnaissance vessel had indeed been captured by the Red Star fleet. What puzzled him most was that Wang Teng actually knew of him. A myriad of conjectures flashed through his mind, ultimately leading him to recall recent events. The son of the commander of the Water Dragon Legion seemed to be with the Red Star fleet. Suppressing his speculative thoughts, he decided to meet this prominent figure of the Star Alliance, the Grand Governor Wang Teng, who had recently garnered significant momentum. It was indeed an honor for Shiwei to find that the Grand Governor was aware of his existence. "This information was imparted to me by Li Anren." Wang Teng's expression appeared awkward and peculiar. He felt akin to those undercover agents in a spy film, rushing to report intelligence to the formidable leaders after obtaining it from a mole. Yet, despite the discomfort, he had to adapt, for this was Li Anren's goodwill, and he could not let it go to waste. "Are you unaware of the relationship between the Dawu group and the Red Star fleet? Is it not reasonable to be cautious about potential sneak attacks from your side?" Wang Teng remarked, all the while observing the Red Star soldiers as he tracked the communication signal. Upon reaching the perimeter of the skyline, he discovered the Daowu's reconnaissance vessel. After capturing it, he instructed the Red Star's intelligence to infiltrate its systems, which resulted in the disruption of communications. Once successfully breached, contact was re-established. At that moment, the Red Star warship was towing the Dawu reconnaissance vessel outward toward the skyline. By tracking the communication signal, they located the adversary's position, preparing to strike decisively. Oh, what you claim, Grand Governor, seems somewhat unjust. The Disdain group is the one affiliated with the Red Star fleet. What connection does Dawu have? Lu Shui's tone suggested a sense of grievance, as if he bore the blame for another. However, Dawu had indeed come to represent Disdain through martial means. So who would believe there was no connection? Is your martial leader so eager to sever ties with Disdain? Wang Teng's words were pointed, causing Lu Shui's expression to darken. Such statements from the Grand Governor should not be repeated in the future. Oh, will you come to confront me if I do? The Grand Commander is undoubtedly aware that certain words, once spoken, can lead to fatal consequences. Previously oblivious, I now understand the gravity of the situation, and thus I must trouble you to grant me my demise, if you please. Lu Shui suddenly paused, fully awakened to the reality at hand. He was guiding me to reveal myself. Upon comprehending Wang Teng's intentions, he couldn't help but feel a pang of fear. Unwittingly, he had nearly fallen prey to a provocation. Indeed, the Grand Commander of the Red Star is no ordinary figure. The Grand Commander jested. We at the Dawu group have always valued peace. How could we possibly resort to violence? While Lu Shui spoke these words, he turned to instruct the liaison to notify all fleets to return immediately. The liaison, perplexed by the sudden retreat, questioned why they would withdraw without having seen any adversaries. However, he dared not voice his doubts, being merely a lowly liaison. Once the orders were dispatched, several commanders soon approached to question Lu Shui's commands. At that moment, an unexpected ally stood by Lu Shui's side, persuading the skeptical commanders. It left Lu Shui somewhat astonished. Had Xiao Hanshan truly not betrayed Dawu? Nevertheless, those dissenters would surely need to be replaced upon their return. Thus, the Dawu fleet arrived in haste and departed just as swiftly. Lu Shui continued to engage in a verbal spar with Wang Teng while guiding the fleet back to the Dawu star domain. Meanwhile, Wang Teng, having exited the celestial horizon, realized something and ordered the advancing warships to halt. Old Li was indeed correct. Lu Shui was remarkably cunning. He had been deftly stalling for time, showing no intention of engaging in battle. Wang Teng understood, they were merely delaying. Shall we not pursue? One inquired. Wang Teng shook his head. There is no need to chase. They have already fled. Extend the course and take a detour along the borders of the Star Alliance. We shall wait for our opportunity. Wang Teng's gaze flickered with determination. Chapter 138. The missed opportunity of Sakata. I have heard tales of a family that has dedicated generations to the protection of the royal family. Each patriarch is mandated to father at least 2 male offspring, as dictated by the family's ancestral teachings. One of these sons is entrusted to the royal family for upbringing, fostering a sense of loyalty and affection towards the crown from a young age. The family allocates resources to cultivate him into a formidable warrior. Gui Hong, wielding dual blades, adeptly navigates the gaps in Jiao Bingwei's attacks, employing her battlefield prowess and agile movements. Her armaments, infused with Li Anren's characteristics, grant her a 20% enhancement when wielding melee weapons such as blades. The name of her armament is Sword Servant, specifically designed for the art of swordsmanship. In simpler terms, Gui Hong can be seen as a tempered version of Li Anren. As the name suggests, the Sword Servant is tailored for a sword-wielding maiden, meaning that Gui Hong's armament allows her to draw a blade with ease. Once again, her sword strike was thwarted by the dead gold shield. Gui Hong deftly retreated, and then the components of her armored suit sprang forth, detaching and transforming into a multitude of swords that floated behind her, bound by her armament's tether. The armored sword sheath, the long swords, forged from these armed components, strike the target simultaneously with each of Kiro Hong's assaults. The death gold longsword resembles the scythe wielded by the Grim Reaper, slicing towards Jubii at a cunning angle. These cultivated killing machines ultimately amalgamate into a singular squad, designated as the Royal Guard. Each guardian undergoes a complete erasure of memory, retaining only their loyalty to the royal family. Upon being summoned, they are bestowed with the name of a guardian. I once crossed swords with the 21st guardian, and, without the use of armaments, I managed to defeat him. I wonder which number guardian you are. Kiro Hong's voice resonated through the public channel, leaving Akatsuki and others, including Jubii, with varied expressions. They were taken aback by Kiro Hong's formidable prowess, wondering if she had gained the attention of the captain, the Grand General. It appeared she might have the capability to vanquish this formidable adversary. Jubii, previously emotionless, now exhibited a hint of disturbance. His deep, husky voice echoed through the public channel, reminiscent of someone who had been silenced for years. Are you from the Mikado family? Upon hearing this, Qiuruhong immediately refuted, no. Now it was Jubiai's turn to be perplexed. He swung his large shield toward Qiuruhong. Your swordsmanship undeniably belongs to the Mikado lineage. Indeed, my swordsmanship is of the Mikado style, but the Mikado has long since perished. I am Qiuruhong now. Qiuruhong did not deny it. Crossing her dual swords, she retracted and thrust them forward, deflecting the shield back. She then fluidly maneuvered past Jubiai, leaving a faint cut at his waist. Jubiai fixed his gaze on Qiuruhong, extending his hand to grasp her. Just as Qiuruhong intended to retreat, she suddenly felt as though the very space around her had solidified, causing her movements to slow. In that fleeting instant, Jubiai's purplish-black armored arm reached out towards her. Qiuruhong's expression grew grave. While she believed she could best him in swordplay, he had employed his armed capabilities, exerting a suppressive force upon her. This was indeed a precarious situation for her. However, she was not alone. A laser cannon, with a caliber of merely a few meters, struck his extended arm. Although the purplish-black armor emitted a force field, it was still impacted by the laser. This allowed Qiuruhong to escape her predicament. Thank you for your assistance, she expressed. Lusik replied in a low voice, no need for thanks. We shall provide cover for you. The enemy appears to be stronger than us. I understand. I shall rely on everyone. Qiuruhong responded, bowing in gratitude. Upon witnessing this, Shangwan Hongha frowned slightly. We are comrades now. There's no need for such formalities. Red Star does not concern itself with these matters. If you truly wish to express gratitude, treat us to a meal. Qiuruhong paused for a moment, then quickly nodded. No problem. My culinary skills are quite commendable. Now is not the time for such discussions. Let us first drive back the enemy. Akatsuki interjected, rejoining the group. After obtaining armed supplies aboard the Red Star shuttle, Akatsuki re-entered the battlefield. The four of them gazed at the distant Jubiai. Despite their numerical advantage, they still felt no sense of ease. Guihong, you were once a warrior of the Great Sun Empire. Do you know how to confront him? Chishua drew her weapon, the killing Bodhi, and engaged in a harassing assault against Lusik, creating opportunities for Guihong to strike. If not for the armored mecha, I could have swiftly executed him just now, but his armor is formidable, surpassing our own strength, and its capabilities are rather enigmatic. If I cannot close the distance to deliver a fatal blow, then it will be my demise. Guihong maneuvered nimbly, drawing the attention of Jiu Bingwei. For some reason, I sensed that he was perpetually on the defensive, always guarding. Shangwan Hongha, leveraging his veteran experience, discerned this fact. The others also recognized it. After all, if Jiu Bingwei harbored intentions of killing them, Chishua would not have had the chance to wait for their arrival. Even as a quartet, they still felt an overwhelming pressure emanating from their opponent. It is essential to note that they are all at the celestial level. He must exist above that tier. Guihong explained, that is a rank above the celestial level, yet not entirely beyond it. The Great Sun defines it as the dragon level. The Grand Marshal had also informed us that the Sword Saintly Anrin of the Great Wu group resides above the celestial level, yet does not exceed it. He termed it the general level. Chishua added, regardless, he can still be considered within the celestial realm, right? Lusik uncovered the blind spot. Indeed, while the general level is above the celestial, it still falls within its range, merely approaching the brink of transcending it. Since it remains within the celestial classification, there exists a possibility of defeat. Shangwan Hongha swapped out the magazine and continued firing. Given that he has been on the defensive, can I assume he is seeking death? A silence enveloped the group chat, but Guihong knew they were all awaiting his explanation. I am not entirely certain. I only know that the Royal Guard typically protects the royal family and seldom makes an appearance unless an incident occurs involving a royal member. Perhaps there are issues within the royal family. Upon hearing Guihong's words, everyone recalled a saying, the most ruthless is the imperial family. If he seeks death, then let us fulfill that wish. The four reached a tacit understanding and surrounded Jiu Bingwei. Meanwhile, Sakata Byron received news of the Great Wu fleet's retreat. Bang! In a fit of rage, Sakata slammed his palm against the metal table. Damn it, they are using us as pawns. Sakata realized that the Great Wu group had no intention of engaging in the war. They merely intended to facilitate the onset of battle and were here for show. Now, the Red Star fleet, originally meant to confront the Great Wu group, would be dispatched to deal with them instead, considering they had yet to breach the skyline. Once the Red Star reinforcements arrived, they would be in dire straits. He was not well acquainted with the Grand Marshal of the Red Star, but he understood that the Xia Alliance had been arch-enemies with the Great Sun Empire for ages. Compared to the American Alliance and the Star Spirits, he believed the Grand Marshal of the Red Star would be more inclined to side with them. Shueji, how well do you know that Grand Marshal? Shueji paused, momentarily perplexed by Sakata's sudden inquiry, but upon seeing his anxious demeanor, she quickly grasped the underlying urgency. General, my understanding of this individual is rather limited. All I know is that he places great importance on his fleet. Is that so? Sakata, realizing the opportunity, quickly devised a plan. Since the Daewoo group has been the first to breach the agreement, he cannot allow his fleet to serve as a mere garment for others. Contact the liaison officer and summon Lord Jubii back. We must return immediately. What? Yuki exclaimed, somewhat disheartened. General, are we retreating? Sakata gazed sternly at Yuki, asserting, it is not fear of the opponent that compels me. Rather, I refuse to become a mere pawn for others. I must take responsibility for the Imperial fleet. I cannot let it suffer in vain. At that moment, however, Jubii broke through the encirclement of the 4 Red Snow members. Grasping Lusik in one hand and delivering a powerful blow to the others, the scales of victory began to tip in Jubii's favor when, unexpectedly, he released Lusik, cast a sweeping glance over the crowd, and plunged into the asteroid belt. Hong Hong maintained her draw of the sword, intending to take advantage of the conditions Lusik had created to launch a surprise attack on Jubii. Yet, to her astonishment, he had fled. What is happening here? Chapter 139, A Lone Struggle at Zealand. The battlefield shifted to Zealand. As Zealand revealed itself, it was instantly locked onto by thousands of ships. A torrential barrage of armed kinetic weaponry descended upon it. General Ross stared at the projection sphere, his eyes wide with disbelief. He felt assured of victory. Yet an ominous premonition lingered in his mind. It seemed that this assault would indeed be effective. What nonsense! This is a weapon system specifically designed to combat celestial-level armaments. Despite the opponent's strange maneuvers, they could not withstand the onslaught of armed kinetic weapons, especially at such close range. It was only after the enemy had been thoroughly struck that General Ross finally relaxed. Of course, how could anything possibly go wrong? Yet, in the next moment, Battleaxe 017 shouted, General, activate the ship's shields at full power. Ross was taken aback. What was this person babbling about? The enemy's celestial-level unit had been hit. What could possibly threaten the flagship now? Just then, a massive blade of spatial energy, spanning 100 meters, suddenly surged forth from the void, heading directly toward the flagship. What? Fortunately, as Battleaxe 017 had shouted, his subordinates had already activated the shields, and the escort ships in front of the flagship dutifully stepped up to intercept the attack. However, the energy blade sliced through the escort vessel and continued its relentless advance. Dodge! General Ross snapped back to reality, pulling an operator up and taking over the control panel. He issued commands to the ship's AI while directing the fleet to disperse. Then, he pressed the launch button for the annihilation cannon. Several beams of light, each several dozen meters long, surged forth and accurately struck the massive blade. Upon contact, the energies produced a cataclysmic explosion. A figure bathed in silver light materialized at the opposite position from where it had been. What a pity! Zealand could not help but shake his head, having initially believed a successful ambush was within reach. If only he could eliminate the command ship, this fleet would essentially shatter into disarray. Yet, he had not anticipated the opponent's formidable prowess, though it was still far from that of the captain. Wang Teng, so, I must thank you for your compliments. A fleeting glance was cast at the War Axe-class vessel, which surpassed the speed of sound multiple times. Zealand's form radiated with a brilliant silver light, only to dim shortly thereafter. War Axe 017, cursing with expletives, charged ahead to position himself behind Zealand, raising his armed naval cannon to unleash a close-range blast. Zealand's figure was soon engulfed by the flames of artillery. However, War Axe 017 sensed something amiss. The trajectory of the fire was incorrect, with no obstructions in sight. It was merely an afterimage. Searching around, War Axe 017 soon spotted Zealand, positioned a kilometer away. War Axe 022, move in for a pincer attack. Received, War Axe 017. Subsequently, War Axe 017 relayed this discovery to Ross. General, the enemy possesses the ability to create afterimages. We were just deceived. General Ross wore a grim expression, a wave of dread washing over him. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have fallen victim to the enemy's ploy. The thought that he, a 3-star general of the Allied forces, had been outmaneuvered by a mere foot soldier was utterly humiliating. Zealand observed the scattered War Axe squads, a smirk gracing her lips. They must be in a state of fury by now. With the spatial capabilities of the Imperial Ghost Armor, she had left behind residual photons during her phase shift, creating the illusion. She had not anticipated successfully deceiving them, and indeed, not just once but twice. With such intellect, they dared to provoke the Red Star fleet. How utterly foolish. Nevertheless, there remained formidable foes among them. She had nearly fallen victim to their spatial blockade, almost left stranded. Fortunately, her aim was merely to create afterimages to confound the enemy, allowing her to escape unscathed. Moving forward, her focus would remain on containment. Zealand's playful antics had incensed the entire Third Fleet of the Allied forces. They were indifferent to mockery, but could not bear the humiliation of being toyed with. It felt as though their dignity was being rubbed against a desolate planet, leaving them utterly mortified. Consequently, the Third Fleet was engulfed in collective outrage. Mercenaries were dispatched alongside the War Axe elite squad to encircle and eliminate Zealand. Observing the multitude approaching, Zealand had no intention of confronting them head-on. She swiftly turned to flee. Confinement. I understand. The confinement was hurled directly at Zealand by the elite mercenaries. Ignoring it, she soon felt the weight of the space around her intensify. Upon looking up, she noticed the soldier who had thrown it had opened a certain force field, freezing the space around them. At that moment, the War Axe elite squad entered this force field. In relative numbers, old grievances and new ones were now accounted for. Zealand spread her hands, preparing her light blades for battle. The blades shimmered with a brilliant silver glow. Faced with foes of equal rank, outnumbering her several times over, Zealand did not yield to capture. She resolutely resisted, yet faced with the formidable Axe team wielding death gold weaponry, her defiance met with relentless defeat. The silvery armor bore numerous scars, and due to the properties of the death gold, the mech's healing time was significantly prolonged, greatly diminishing Zealand's combat capabilities. Armed liberation. The silvery brilliance erupted as fragments of the mech modules disintegrated, forming a swirling particle halo around Zealand. Particle wings emerged from her back, and she transformed into a silver streak, racing through the confines of this spatial prison. Axe 022. Above, Axe 017 discerned her intention. She sought to breach this enclosure. Received. Axe 017. The remaining members of the Axe team, upon hearing 017's report, ascended into the sky, their gazes fixed on the rapidly moving silver light. However, to everyone's astonishment, Zealand did not choose to ascend, but instead turned to assault the few elite mercenaries. What? By the time the others reacted, 2 mercenaries had already fallen, and the last one was taken away by Zealand. Observing this, Axe 017 also initiated armed liberation, utilizing shared vision from above to exploit a fleeting opening in Zealand's movements. Intercepting her with a powerful blow, the silver light fell like a bird with severed wings, gradually dimming, revealing only the inner armor-clad Zealand. Axe 017 pressed the advantage. Enveloped in a tempest of energy, resembling a high-speed steel beast charging towards Zealand. With determination, she clenched her face and reached for her heart. Valkyrie, I can only leave the position of the captain's first guard to you. At that moment, a pulse cannon shot from afar, obliterating the confinement field maintaining the blockade. Following this, a lethal Bodhi light cannon traversed in front of Zealand, halting the attacking Axe 017. Zealand, do you intend to relinquish your claim to the position of the captain's first guard? Chapter 140. The Mayuan nuclear explosion ship, defeat and retreat. In the depths of despair, a familiar figure clad in red star black armor hovered above, akin to a radiant sun. Pulse cluster energy rained down fiercely from behind. The red star battleship gradually materialized from its jump state, accompanied by the 2 celestial warriors, Feng Wan and Su Hu. Each bore the red star's specialized weapon, Bodhi, as if leading an army to provide reinforcements. By Wang Teng's disregard for losses, they had prematurely ascended from the terrestrial to the celestial level. Even before acclimatizing to the changes in celestial armaments, hastily boarding a shuttle with supplies and racing to the Aide with utmost speed. Fortunately, they arrived just in time. Valkyrie, clad in robust red star black armor, dazzlingly landed before Zealand. Zealand, taken aback, now I too am celestial. There are supplies on board, replenish your losses, and leave them to us. As he spoke, Su Hu and Feng Wan, similarly adorned in red star black armor, appeared at Valkyrie's sides. We are ready. The final words of Valkyrie echoed within the red star's internal channel. Immediately after, the 3 of them propelled the Bodhi forward with a force reminiscent of a Remington. The War Axe 017 gazed solemnly at the reinforcements from the red star, his eyes shadowed beneath his visor. 3 celestial-level warriors emerged, their power unmistakably surpassing that of the average celestial rank. Meanwhile, his side was left with but a single mercenary, the initial advantage swiftly obliterated. The confrontation between the War Axe Celestial and the Red Star Celestial, as well as the War Axe armaments against the formidable black-armored forces of Red Star, commenced immediately upon Vaki's command. Su Hu boldly led the charge, his armor the most robust among his comrades, characterized by formidable defensive capabilities. He surged forward, drawing the ire of the War Axe squad, diverting their assaults towards him. Vaki, a warrior of reckless abandon, utilized the high defenses of the Red Star black armor to penetrate the enemy lines, wreaking havoc in her wake. Feng Yuan, having compromised some defense for enhanced mobility and firepower, operated as the long-range support and explosive sharpshooter behind her two companions. War Axe 017 issued tactical commands, pairing his squad against Vaki and Suhu. In terms of performance, the War Axe armaments bore similarities to the Red Star forces, both enhancing the physical attributes of their respective mechs. The warriors of the War Axe, akin to characters in a game, wielded armed rifles instead of dual axes or swords. Suhu's explosive advance quickly ensnared two of the War Axe warriors, his formidable defensive structure ensnaring them thoroughly. Simultaneously, Vaki, while colliding with one of the War Axe warriors, entangled two others, embodying the ferocity of her combat race as she battled valiantly against three foes. Feng Yuan, utilizing her weaponry, transformed into a mobile artillery platform, engaging in a fierce exchange with the War Axe squad sharpshooters, occasionally firing her black guns towards Vaki. Observing this, War Axe 017 resolved to eliminate Feng Yuan first. Yet, as he charged towards her, a flash of silver erupted from behind her. Zaylan, having received supplies, swiftly regained her strength, donning her silver armor once more, transforming into a combat silver eagle. Our battle is far from over, she declared. War Axe 017 was compelled to abandon his pursuit of Feng Yuan, redirecting his focus to counter Zaylan's onslaught. His original intention had been to restrain Zaylan while drawing the conflict closer to Feng Yuan. However, Zaylan, perceiving his strategy, invoked spatial distortion to transport them away. A wave of unease washed over War Axe 017. He had only just activated his armament release. Yet Zaylan had recovered so rapidly, evidently replenished by her supplies. He had previously expended a significant portion of the materials stored in his armament core during his release. While Zaylan was now fully revitalized, the tide of battle had shifted unfavorably. War Axe 017 felt a sense of frustration throughout his service. He had never faced such a stalemate. In past engagements, they had decimated their foes without opposition. Why was this Red Star fleet proving so resilient? They had barely breached the skyline when they found themselves ensnared in the periphery. What had initially seemed like an impending victory was now thwarted by the fierce reinforcements from Red Star. As the situation remained precarious, the resolution depended on the fleet command strategy. War Axe 017 withdrew his firearm, retrieving the Death Gold Warblade from within his mech. All he could do was to defeat or eliminate his adversary as thoroughly as possible. The individual known as Battle Axe 017, originally named Bruce Rogers, hailed from a lineage once revered as national heroes, famously known as Captain America. Though he lacked the charismatic allure of his forebears, he upheld the resilience and determination characteristic of the Rogers family. Having commenced his service at the tender age of 17, he now boasted 12 years of experience. He had evolved from a mere deckhand soldier to a formidable combatant within the elite Battle Axe unit. The trials and tribulations he endured were not easily shared with outsiders. What he could assert was that he had not brought shame to the Rogers surname. Today, he was resolute in his commitment to defend the honor of the Rogers name in battle. I, Bruce Rogers, shall fight until my last breath. Battle Axe 017 activated his final energy reserves, initiating an ultimate armament release. The surging energy transformed the modular structure of his body into swirling particles that danced around him. The propulsion system expelled fiery energy, igniting the particles and granting him enhanced power. The Death Gold Warblade, a specialized weapon for heavenly-grade armaments, was both costly and rare. A single blade, measuring 1.8 meters in length, could purchase more than one interstellar warship. Only a formidable force like theirs could equip its warriors with such specialized weaponry. Radiating a pitch-black sheen, it resembled the profound depths of a black hole. This was not the original hue of the Death Gold. Rather, it absorbed light, reflecting none, thus manifesting in an abyssal black. Battle Axe 017 unleashed a rapid strike, akin to a thunderous dragon, leaving behind a trail of ionized particles that shimmered like lightning. He was confident that Zealand would be unable to withstand this blow, as the properties of the Death Gold were the bane of armored entities. However, he was unprepared for the fact that Zealand exhibited no intention of defense. Suddenly, the silvery figure of Zealand erupted in brilliance, and the space before him warped dramatically, causing the Death Gold Warblade to gradually sink into the distorted realm. Along with Battle Axe 017 himself, his thoughts froze in place just before Zealand executed a phase shift, and by the time he regained his senses, the blade he wielded had pierced through the heart of his comrade, Battle Axe 022. The blade, measuring 180 centimeters, had penetrated straight through, obliterating the armored core. Battle Axe 017 gazed in horror at 022, yet the tip of his blade was obstructed by a heavy mass, Valkyrie. She had just executed a phase shift in conjunction with Zealand, absorbing the impact of both Battle Axe warriors while shielding Battle Axe 022. Though she struggled against 3 opponents, she was more than capable of holding her own against 2. With the defeat of the 3 Battle Axe soldiers, the fate of their squad was sealed. At this juncture, the forces of the Allied states surged forth, their overwhelming artillery suppressing the 4 combatants and forcing their retreat. Following the retrieval of the Battle Axe squad, the Allied fleet executed a strategic withdrawal, leaving behind 3 self-destructing vessels. These ships, laden with hundreds of nuclear warheads, obstructed the path of the 4. As the nuclear vessels detonated, a tremendous shockwave rippled across a radius of 100,000 kilometers. Zaylon guided the 3 individuals through the void, swiftly returning to the shuttle and evacuating the area with haste. Chapter 141. A Deep Understanding of Du Mingxi and Valina. The explosion wave generated by the self-destructing nuclear ship of the Alliance formed a natural barrier. General Ross stared grimly at the projection sphere, an ominous tension hanging in the air. He had just utilized the antiquated nuclear bombs provided by MIA, originally intended for deployment across the planetary skyline. Now, having employed them prematurely, he could no longer afford to contemplate the impending criticisms. Had he not acted decisively earlier, the losses would have been even more devastating. Who could have anticipated that the Red Star possessed such formidable celestial weaponry, a stark contradiction to the intelligence reports? General Ross was compelled to entertain the worst-case scenario. If these 3 celestial-level entities were merely the vanguard, a larger force might still be trailing behind. He dared not dwell on such thoughts. Observing the defeat of the Axe squad by the enemy's soldiers, he recognized the tide of battle had turned against them. For the sake of his own future, he had no choice but to withdraw his forces. Fortunately, they had not ventured deeply into the skyline. Otherwise, being cornered by the Red Star would have been catastrophic. His decisive action was bolstered by a notification from the Imperial Supervisor of the day, Sakata Byron. The originally coordinated assault by the great military group's fleet had retreated without engaging in battle. Were it not for his prior arrangement with a certain commander of the Wanlong fleet, he might have been used as mere cannon fodder. General Ross felt a surge of anger. The agreement had been to launch a joint attack, yet they treated his forces as expendable. Thus, he resolved to withdraw. Even if he faced a military tribunal afterward, he would have grounds for defense. At worst, he might lose his 3-star general rank, a title he held little regard for. However, he was troubled by the loss of 3 members from the Axe squad, particularly with the apparent mental distress of Axe 017, a child of the Rogers family. He could only imagine the reprimands that awaited him. Yet, that was a concern for another day. For now, the priority was to retreat from the skyline and regroup with the Imperial fleet of the day for further deliberation. Both parties unanimously decided to hold the great military group accountable. If they could not contend with the Red Star fleet, surely they could address the great military group. Meanwhile, the Star Spirit Empire seemed intentionally forgotten, still embroiled in combat with Shivala. Shivala was acutely aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the Silver Moon fleet, or rather, she understood the shortcomings of the Star Spirits. They were an arrogant and self-centered lot, characterized by their bluntness and lack of subtlety. In other words, they were rather simplistic, excelling only in straightforward approaches. Caught off guard by Shivalana's tactics, they were thoroughly outmatched. The motley fleet of the Second Corps of the Red Star alternated in a state of half-jump, creating confusion for the Silver Moon fleet, leading them to believe that the enemy had no intention of approaching. After 4 consecutive rounds of bombardment, the flanks of the Silver Moon fleet were significantly diminished, while the Red Star forces suffered minimal casualties. In this engagement, the soldiers of the Second Corps found themselves increasingly in awe of Shivala. Only a small portion of the Second Corps soldiers had been dispatched from the Red Star to bolster mid-level officers, assisting Shivala in consolidating the Second Corps. The Second Legion can be broadly categorized into the original rebel forces, the opportunists from the various factions of the former Skyline, and a significant portion comprising the personnel from different planets who enlisted following the liberation of the Skyline. It could be said that the Second Legion resembles a chaotic stew, rife with friction and frequent conflicts. Shivala is particularly adept at the Star Spirit training methodology, yet this approach proves unsuitable for the Second Legion. Wang Teng introduced her to the military training passed down from the Star Alliance, which she found immensely beneficial under his guidance. However, she felt the need to amend certain training components, as the Second Legion not only comprises various races, but also harbors inherent discord among them. Regrettably, before she could implement her revised Red Star military training, the Allied forces launched an assault. She had no choice but to set off to confront the enemy with the hastily consolidated Second Legion. Fortunately, her adversary was none other than the Silver Moon Fleet, a force she knew intimately. "Commander, shall we proceed with the fifth strike?" Observing the fervent and eager expressions, Shivala shook her head. There is a time for action, but not to be repeated. The fourth strike had already stretched the limits of risk. This time, their position was likely compromised. She inquired about the Red Star fleet. "Have the armed reinforcements arrived?" "Yes. Commander, are we preparing for a direct confrontation?" "A direct confrontation?" Shivala could assure that. Should they reveal themselves, the Silver Moon armed forces would undoubtedly surge forth. Given the armed strength of the Second Legion, resistance would be futile. Their primary objective was to buy time, prolonging the inevitable for as long as possible. However, the Silver Moon fleet was not to be underestimated. Although the main ship had been seized by Wang Teng, the newly assigned Silver Moon flagship showcased significantly enhanced performance, with an increased array of luminous craftsmanship compared to its predecessor. For instance, the new flagship was equipped with the latest insight devices capable of detecting hidden targets in the vicinity. The Star Spirit craftsmanship could very well be likened to a form of magic or sorcery. Shivala's suspicions proved correct. Aide, having been ambushed twice more, activated the flagship's insight. Despite the energy expenditure this required, his wrath had been ignited, and he was beyond caring for such matters. Ultimately, securing victory would ensure that his powerful backers would handle everything else. Shivala's third ambush was already uncovered. Aide promptly issued commands, and the Silver Moon armed forces had long been prepared. Following the fourth ambush, the Silver Moon armed forces had pinpointed Shivala's location. Satali arrived this time with the determination to redeem herself. After losing the flagship, she had been deemed primarily responsible, stripped of her command over the armed forces, and relegated to a mere soldier. Although no one dared to underestimate her, she remained deeply unsettled. Accompanying her were the escort fleet of the Silver Moon flagship, equally comprised of celestial-grade armed soldiers. A total of 3 celestial-grade warriors were more than capable of encircling and eliminating their target. Target locked, attack. The spatial shockwave reverberated, causing even the Red Star No. 02 flagship to sway left and right. Shivala realized that they had been compromised. Immediately, she commanded the armed forces of the Red Star Second Legion to mobilize. However, they were unable to leave the ship successfully, as local soldiers had blocked their escape. The Silver Moon armed forces. Shivala had long anticipated this. Red Star Intelligence, at the Legion Commander's behest, issue the orders to commence defensive operations. Received. Orders confirmed. Defensive operations are underway. Command, instruct the escort vessels to disperse, while all ships deploy shockwave missiles. Understood. The defensive operation mirrored the previous engagement where Red Star Intelligence commanded 3,000 unmanned warships to repel the Blackbeard fleet. The advanced intelligence had simulated this tactic countless times, resulting in a comprehensive system. Red Star Intelligence had requested a designation from Wang Teng, who aptly named it the defensive operation. The shockwave missile, a standard weapon of the Star Alliance, generates a shockwave upon detonation. This has adverse effects on the Star Spirit forces, which are sensitive to energy radiation. Thus, the shockwave missile serves as a tactical projectile to obstruct Star Spirit armaments. Shivala was acutely aware of Du Ming's insights. She had envisioned the likely adversary to be the Star Spirit Empire, hence each warship was equipped with ample shockwave missiles. The results spoke for themselves. As all warships deployed the shockwave missiles, the Silver Moon armed forces appeared to be pursuing a horde of human zombies, poised to pounce, only to be confronted suddenly by a swift river several meters wide. Order. Fire the annihilation cannon. Yes. Chapter 142. Lurking for prey. Shivala understood that the annihilation cannon posed little threat to celestial-level armaments. Her intention behind firing was to intimidate the Silver Moon fleet closely following the Silver Moon armed forces. A massive beam pierced through the shockwave cluster, directly striking the lead ship of the Silver Moon fleet, penetrating it and exiting through the gaps in the fleet to obliterate a logistics vessel at the rear. The shot caused cold sweat to bead on Andre's brow. Had the shot deviated even slightly, it could have struck the flagship. Andre, do not blame me for not warning you. Our enemy is likely none other than Her Highness Shivala. Nord Newstar floated by with a sardonic expression, reveling in Andre's distress. Andre scowled. Even if that were true, the Star Spirit Empire had long since erased Shivala from their ranks. Huh, then why do you tremble? Is it that you urgently need to relieve yourself? Nord Newstar scoffed, settling into a seat with an expression of resigned anticipation, as if awaiting a shared demise. Andre, agitated by Nord's antics, hurried back to the command position of the flagship. Satali, what are you doing? Do you not realize the flagship nearly faced obliteration moments ago? Do you wish to be stripped of celestial armaments and revert to a mere village girl? Satali, intercepted by the shockwave cluster, dared not retort in the face of Andre's rebuke and could only endure their foul tempers in silence. The others cast sympathetic looks at Satali, agreeing that Andre's reproach was ill-timed. Satali was no longer the commander of the Silver Moon armed forces, and their movements were continuously constrained by the enemy. Even if they had been struck, it bore no relation to them. That annihilation beam was aimed at them. Who told you to linger behind us? However, they merely grumbled silently, daring not to voice their dissent. Apologies, Commander Andre, please swiftly subdue the adversary. Could it be that my Celestial Empire's elite forces cannot overcome a mere ragtag fleet? Satali remained silent. While the temporary commander of the Silver Moon intended to offer some words of comfort, but witnessed Satali fully deploying her armament and charging into the explosive cluster. Satali, she exclaimed over the internal channel. Yet, Satali did not respond. She plunged headlong into the maelstrom of detonations. The spatial tremors and energy vortices generated by the explosions altered the propulsion system of the Silver Moon's armament, transforming the once resplendent wings into a dark crimson hue, reminiscent of a sprite succumbing to malevolence. Consequently, the performance of the Silver Moon's machines significantly deteriorated, with the shockwaves threatening to rupture their exteriors. Undeterred by these developments, Satali was resolute in her desire to advance and claim the glory of the first strike, unwilling to be relegated to the role of a mere peasant, subjected to idle gossip. Within her cockpit, Satali cried out in distress, her visor aglow with warnings. Her reckless actions astonished the others, yet under her leadership, the Silver Moon forces surged into the explosive chaos. With the influx of numerous armaments, Satali felt the pressure abate. Satali, we are here to lend you our support, they declared. She muttered a quiet thanks, then led the charge, breaking free from the explosive tempest. However, what awaited her was the formidable cannon of the Red Star II flagship. A barrage of fire engulfed Satali, but it was short-lived as the cannon's focus shifted. Satali, board the vessel. Once you infiltrate, victory will be ours. Upon hearing the temporary commander's words, Satali understood that this was an opportunity for her to claim the accolades. Thank you, she replied once more. Then, the Silver Moon unfolded, its wings retracting to form a crescent behind her, akin to a celestial maiden emerging from the lunar palace, radiating an ethereal glow of energy as she surged toward the Red Star II flagship. Shivala observed Satali's advance, but issued no commands, seemingly resigned to fate. Satali, I wonder if you can contend with. As Satali drew closer to the Red Star II flagship, an unsettling sensation washed over her. The celestial armament system was acutely sensitive to energy fluctuations. The Silver Moon's machinery relayed feedback, indicating the presence of a colossal entanglement of dissipating energy ahead, resembling a tangled ball of energy threads. No, it was not that. It was a vast energy web. Satali, like a moth drawn to a flame, found herself ensnared in the long-awaited web. The energy threads constricted around her, binding her wings. As if infused with venom, her machine began to falter. Panic surged within Satali, compelling her to struggle. For the moment the web was disturbed, the hunting spider would reveal itself. Suddenly, the silhouette of a spider armed with 6 bony appendages materialized before her, a black and red armored soldier swiftly approaching, propelled by the movement of the spider's spear. Noticing the Red Star insignia emblazoned on his chest, it was unmistakable. He was a soldier of the Red Star fleet. Only those armed at the same level could confine her. The celestial class of the Red Star fleet. As Black Widow observed the captured Seedily, she couldn't help but recall the request made by Shivarena upon her arrival. After disclosing her weaponry attributes, Shivarena instructed her to lay an ambush near the flagship. To her astonishment, they indeed managed to capture someone. This only deepened her reverence for Wang Teng, who had modified her original Black Widow weaponry, not only elevating her to the celestial class, but also granting her the ability to manipulate energy webs. The energy web she extended from her weaponry possessed the unique property of siphoning energy from targets, such as the online Seedily, who should now be experiencing feedback, yet could only seethe in impotence unless she possessed weapons or energy capable of severing the energy web. Otherwise, she would become the spider's dinner. Shivarena, I have captured an armed combatant from the enemy forces. I am aware of her. Restrain her movements. Understood. Black Widow glanced back at the Silver Moon armed forces, feeling a strong desire to engage with them. However, she was no longer the marauder Black Widow. She was now the widow of the Red Star fleet, and her priority was to consider the fleet's welfare first. Upon learning of Seedily's capture, Shivarena immediately sent a communication request to the Silver Moon fleet. It was time to conclude this battle. Meanwhile, the Great Sun Empire fleet, having retreated from the skyline, consciously moved towards the direction of the Allied fleet. Upon receiving news of Sakata's defeat, General Ross also advanced toward the Great Sun Empire fleet. The two sides prepared to unite, intending to exert pressure on the Great Martial Star Domain and demand accountability. However, unbeknownst to them, within the galaxy at the border of the Skyline and the Star Alliance, someone had been waiting for a long time. Chapter 143. Encircled Alone. Ross-san. Do you have any thoughts? Sakata, looking despondent, gazed at General Ross's projection and spoke in a hoarse voice. General Ross maintained a calm demeanor, entirely unperturbed by the defeat. Yet, the more composed he appeared, the more anxious Sakata became. Their emotional expressions starkly contrasted with their inner thoughts. General Ross was aware that upon his return, he would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Since the outcome was already determined, he had no choice but to accept it. Preserving the Third Fleet was his bargaining chip to mitigate punishment. Conversely, Sakata embodied a character that could not bear defeat, compounded by the legacy of the Great Sun Empire. If he failed to make amends, he would certainly contemplate seppuku to demonstrate his loyalty to the royal family. At just over 40, still in the prime of his life, he was unwilling to meet an untimely end. Furthermore, he believed they still had a chance to recover some losses. General Ross decided to hear his thoughts. If feasible, they would act. Having military personnel who could advocate for him provided some confidence. The two reached a consensus to set their fleets in motion towards the Great Martial Star Domain. Since the Great Marshal has breached the agreement first, we naturally have reason to demand an explanation, Sakata declared vehemently. Given the combined strength of our fleets, it should suffice to pose a significant threat. The two individuals, both perceptive, refrained from mentioning the Red Star fleet. This time, the Red Star reacted swiftly, almost as if forewarned of the impending intelligence, leaving their adversaries to retreat in defeat. However, the Daewoo group likely did not anticipate their change of target. Thus, let us proceed accordingly. But how shall we divide the spoils afterward? General Ross was primarily concerned with the benefits he could secure for himself. Sakata's expression darkened immediately, yet he had to endure it with a stoic facade. Given our mutual efforts, a 50-50 split is only fair. 70-30, I take 70, you take 30. General Ross asserted decisively, his tone brooking no objection from Sakata. Ross-san, aren't you being a tad too greedy? Then we shall part ways, Ross replied, a mocking glint in his eyes as he regarded Sakata. Whether the arrangement succeeded or not mattered little to him, but for Sakata, failing to recover his losses could lead to dire consequences. Thus, even if the terms were steep, Sakata had no choice but to acquiesce. Frustration welled within Sakata, but if Ross departed with his fleet, he would lose even the opportunity to express his ire. All of this is for the Empire. Taking a deep breath, Sakata nodded heavily. After uttering those words, he felt as though his very essence had been drained, and he weakly released his clenched fists. Observing his state, General Ross offered some comfort. Sakata, I consider you a friend, which is why I proposed the 70-30 split. Do you think 70% is mine? No. 70% belongs to others. My share will depend on the whims of those in power. Friends, this world operates thusly. Those who can allocate resources are the high-ranking authorities, not mere puppets like us. In that moment, Sakata comprehended the reality. Even if he were to claim 30%, it would ultimately revert to the higher-ups. He would need to rely on this arrangement to avoid his own punishment. Rather than fixating on the division of spoils, it would be wiser to concentrate on how to inflict significant losses upon the Daewoo group. Ross-san, you truly are a wonderful friend. The fleets of both parties officially converged in a desolate star system, light years away from the horizon. The combined force exceeded 500,000 ships, qualifying it as a superfleet. This united armada set its sights on the star domain of the Daewoo group, located at the border of the Star Alliance. A dazzling galaxy, rich with pulsars and particle clouds, and inhabited planets akin to the Earth. Possessing this star domain is one of the reasons the Daewoo group ranks among the 7 major resource conglomerates of the Star Alliance. According to the star chart, they would need to navigate around the horizon, enter the Star Alliance's territory, and make a direct jump through the transition nodes to reach the Daewoo star domain. Thus, en route back to the horizon, they were intercepted by a small warship. General Ross, we are being intercepted. Sakata, our fleet has been halted. What audacity! Just crush them. Ross commanded. A mere small warship dared to obstruct the path of 2 mighty fleets, akin to a dung beetle daring to roll its ball in the face of giants. Yet Sakata halted his comrade, saying, Wait, Ross-san, let us first verify their identity. General Ross felt he was being overly cautious, yet he still endorsed his sentiments. After all, he too wished to avoid unnecessary complications. Inquire about the origins of the approaching units. Yes. Wang Teng stood on the bridge of the Red Star battleship, gazing at the fleet approaching like a swarm of locusts. The imposing armada transformed into mere numerical symbols in his eyes. These are all moving resource points, he mused. The commander wishes to know our origins. Wang Teng fixed his gaze on the mobile resource points and replied nonchalantly, then informed them they are encircled by our forces. Understood. Commander. Sakata and General Ross awaited a response from the forward fleet. However, the reply they received brought them to laughter. Encircled? Are you joking about interstellar warfare? You think your small ship can encircle a coalition fleet of nearly 500,000? Do you believe you are Yin Shuangying? It was utterly absurd. Indeed, Ross. I expected a significant figure, yet it turns out to be an ignorant fool. Sakata and General Ross laughed heartily in the coalition channel. Let us show him some colors. We must prevent lesser beings from thinking they can stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun. Ross agreed. Indeed, let us teach him a lesson. The two immediately commanded their fleets to execute a saturation strike against the forward battleship. They were fueled by a sense of venting, since he was not a prominent figure. There was no need to worry about diplomatic repercussions. After all, small powers would not dare challenge them, except for the Red Star. As for the possibility of encountering the Grand Commander of the Red Star ahead, they believed he would not forsake the ongoing battle against the Star Spirit Empire merely to pursue them, despite relying solely on their home system. The Glorious Fleet and Silver Moon Fleet under the Star Spirit Empire still dominated numerous fleets. As long as he wished to preserve his territory, he would have to deal with the Star Spirit Empire's forces first. When the massive fleet opened fire, the scene resembled an extraordinary meteor shower, with pulsating light impacting the stars, creating a visually stunning spectacle. Wang Teng watched this captivating scene, mentally noting both factions in his ledger. The Imperial armament gradually extended from his body to his torso, as the faceplate sealed over his visage. A brilliant azure light radiated from his eyes, and an invisible wave of energy enveloped the Red Star battleship, continuously emanating outward. The energy waves deflected the volleys of pulse lasers, absorbing the energy as they detonated. A vast mass of pulse energy clung to the energy waves, and the shock waves were drawn back by the energy fluctuations. From a distance, it appeared as though a pulse asteroid was being birthed. In the desolate star system, 147 light-years from the Star Alliance border, Lu Xue was engaged in a face-to-face conversation with Xiao Han. Commander, our actions may lead to great injustice for Dewu. Xiao Han expressed his confusion over Lu Xue's sudden withdrawal, though he ultimately acquiesced. After all, Lu Xue was the fleet commander, his orders granted by the Wuzhu, leaving them no room for refusal. Though unable to refuse, he still yearned to understand the reason. Laughing softly, Lu Xue gazed at the concerned Xiao Han and shook his head with a smile. Do not fret, they shall not reach the great martial star domain. At present, their own survival is in jeopardy. Would you not agree, Grand General of the Red Star? Chapter 144, Sakata's final counterattack. Listening to Lu Xue's explanation, Xiao Hanshan's face was one of astonishment. As he beheld this young and elegant visage, he swallowed hard, an overwhelming dread blossoming within him. Indeed, it was such a circumstance. After a brief clash with the Grand General of the Red Star, Lu Xue discerned that the Grand General was not to be trifled with. He made a swift decision to retreat, subsequently sacrificing the Great Sun Alliance and the Star Spirits to gain precious time for his escape. This constituted the first layer of his strategy. He perceived that upon discovering their betrayal, the Great Sun Alliance and the Star Spirits would undoubtedly seek retribution from the Great Martial Star Domain, and from his conversation with the Grand General, he comprehended the latter's character. Wang Teng would not let the encroaching fleets go unpunished. They would undoubtedly suffer a devastating blow, thereby showcasing the might of the Red Star fleet and solidifying Wang Teng's formidable reputation. He calculated that Wang Teng would certainly move to intercept the fleets of the Great Sun Alliance and the Star Spirits. As long as the Red Star dealt with both fleets effectively, Lu Xue's tactical retreat would pose no issue, and some might even commend his exquisite command of the battlefield. This was the second layer. Should his calculations falter, and Wang Teng choose not to intercept, but instead return to provide support at the skyline, it would be the fleet of the Star Spirits that would suffer first. Subsequently, he would lead the Dragon Fleet to ambush the Great Sun Alliance and the Star Spirits. In any case, he would ensure they could not return to their respective star domains. He would then shift the blame to the Red Star, which would not refuse such infamy. This was the third layer. Previously, the Great Sun Alliance, the Great Day, and the Great Martial Group's exploration team had jointly discovered a rare mining star. However, the three parties arrived almost simultaneously, engaging in relentless disputes over the matter, leading to several localized skirmishes, with each side incurring losses. The purpose of this alliance agreement was to establish preconditions for the joint development of that rare mining star. Yet Lu Xue's admiration was unmistakable as he fervently declared, 3 monks drawing water will never suffice. Only through monopolization can one be satiated. The so-called agreement was merely a ruse to mislead their gaze. That rare mining star now likely belonged to the Great Martial Group. Furthermore, with the loss of two formidable fleets, even if they realized the truth, it would be of no avail. Xiao Hanshan finally grasped Lu Xue's true intention. It had never been about the Skyline or the Red Star Fleet, but rather those two fleets. But what of the Star Spirit Empire? Lu Xue contemptuously remarked. The rulers of the Star Spirit Empire are but antiquated relics, their vision and ambition confined to their own limitations, naively attempting to forge alliances with the Great Day Empire and the Great Alliance. Alas, they have never contemplated being part of the game. Their true desire is to annex the Star Spirit Empire, incorporating the Elvenheim star system into their territory. Ironically, they are eagerly leaping into the cauldron of others. Xiao Hanshan's expression had grown numb. Was this truly the chasm that separated power? Was this the perspective of the 10 military leaders? Indeed, I find myself unworthy. At this moment, Xiao Hanshan could only force a bitter smile, having once believed he might gain entry into the core decision-making echelons of the group. Yet now, it seemed that even if he were to enter, he would merely be a pawn in their game. However, a lingering doubt remained within him. Did the Red Star Grand Marshal, perhaps, perceive the intentions of the commander? Lu Xue shook his head repeatedly, mirroring Zhao's bitter smile. To be honest, I am equally unclear. Which is precisely why we find ourselves stationed at the borders of the Star Alliance. The commander is merely exercising caution, after all. Not even the most sophisticated intelligence can truly fathom human thought. Lu Xue then spoke with unwavering conviction. Regardless of whether he sees clearly, it no longer matters. My objectives have been accomplished. The Dawu group shall soon acquire a rare mineral planet. Sakata Byron and General Ross stood frozen before the newly birthed pulsing asteroid. What on earth is happening? General, we are detecting a super-energy response, nearing celestial level. No, it has surpassed celestial level. Wait, this exceeds the limits of our detection instruments. It is beyond celestial. The communicator shrieked frantically over the channel, as if witnessing the apocalypse, his words tumbling over each other. Both Sakata Byron and General Ross shivered at the revelation. Among those they knew, only the legendary Red Star Grand Marshal could provoke such a reaction. He had openly claimed during a broadcast to be beyond celestial level. General, we are experiencing an intelligence breach. Unfortunately, they had no time to establish a firewall or mount any defense. The Red Star intelligence was synonymous with the Red Star Grand Marshal, a solitary warrior standing resolutely above the masses. Can you tell me whether the assault on the Skyline was your initiative or that of the forces behind you? A sudden voice startled the two men, causing them to tremble. As if anticipating their response and disregarding their ability to reply, Wang Teng continued. It matters not who it is. You cannot return regardless. Sakata Byron snapped back to reality, his face paling as he roared. You cannot do this. And why may I not? Wang Teng retorted. Because, as a Grand Marshal certified by the Star Alliance, you ought to be aware of the regulations. Obstructing a returning fleet will incur consequences. He added, surely, you do not wish for your fleet to be disbanded. I am well aware that the Red Star fleet harbors many unprotected female soldiers. You would not want anything to happen to them, would you? Upon hearing Sakata Byron's words, Wang Teng fell silent for a few seconds. Sakata Byron believed he had struck a nerve and continued his persuasion. However, those around him, including General Ross, were inwardly cursing him, their scalps prickling with anxiety. Surely, he could not believe such threats constituted persuasion. And what audacity he possessed to leverage the Star Alliance against Wang Teng. Pray tell, your Empire of the Sun is not even within the Star Alliance's territory. You wield no influence here. Moreover, they possess a breathtaking skyline. And their formidable fleet makes it inconceivable for the Star Alliance to let such a powerful entity slip through their fingers. They would be clamoring for his favor instead. General Ross has already inscribed Sakata Byron's name on the list for his funeral in his mind. He had hoped that the members of the Sakata family possessed some intellect. Yet they remain ensnared in their traditional follies. My esteemed Duke, why not consider aligning yourself with the Empire of the Rising Sun? I could introduce you to the royal family, and who knows, you may even find yourself betrothed to a princess of the Empire. Is Sakata Byron truly devoid of sense? No, he merely chooses to embrace his demise. Upon realizing that the warships attempting to intercept them were manned by the Grand Marshal of the Red Star, a warrior rumored to surpass even the celestial level, he understood that retreat was no longer an option. However, as a loyal subject of the Empire of the Rising Sun, he would not bring dishonor to his nation. He would strive to exert his utmost efforts for the Empire. Regrettably, after uttering those words laden with the essence of his homeland, the pulse of energy he had summoned was abruptly unleashed by a sudden surge of power. Like a detonating pulse asteroid, the energy explosion swiftly enveloped the fleet. Under the influence of the pulse energy detonation, one warship after another fell into a state of paralysis. Subsequently, under the onslaught of 2 successive waves of energy blasts, 1/3 of the Imperial fleet was instantaneously transformed into a dazzling array of fireworks. Such a rapid and formidable counterattack left everyone in awe. Even the celestial warriors beaded with sweat. Kato Juza had sought refuge in a corner, pondering the futility of attempting to assassinate such a formidable adversary. Yukaheim simply sheathed her ancestral sword, awaiting surrender. General Ross gestured for everyone to lower their guard, realizing that there was no feasible way to engage in battle. Yet, Sakata Byron remained undeterred, shouting fervently in his native tongue. Behind the flagship, a turret-like warship emerged, featuring a central apparatus resembling an eye, from which pulsating waves of energy coalesced, radiating with an ethereal glow. A massive beam of light, stretching 100 meters, shot forth from the pulsating energy cluster, piercing through the cosmos towards Wang Teng. Haha, to your demise. Chapter 145. Only through relentless accumulation can one achieve survival in dire straits. This is a Star Destroyer. General Ross sat up in shock, his eyes wide as he beheld the colossal pulse beam traversing the stars. The Star Destroyer, an enhanced version of the Annihilation Cannon. The Annihilation Cannon is a weapon designed to obliterate enemy vessels, while the Star Destroyer is a cataclysmic weapon intended for the destruction of planets. All factions have been researching such weaponry and possess means to wield it. This explains why, despite the ongoing conflicts among various powers, the Star Alliance maintains a semblance of peace. Each faction possesses Star Destroyer capabilities, as none wish to see their home planets subjected to a bombardment. Thus, a tacit understanding of mutual deterrence has taken root. Furthermore, as the Star Destroyer is a weapon of planetary annihilation, its primary purpose is to explore resources and extract planetary riches. Even when facing the beasts of resource-rich planets, the most they would deploy would be the Annihilation Cannon, supplemented by armed warriors to vanquish the beasts. There is no need for annihilation weaponry, for once such weapons are deployed, resource planets would vanish. However, the absence of necessity does not equate to the absence of such armaments. In the present landscape, any faction lacking a few Star Destroyers would likely find themselves marginalized and divided. This explains their audacity in proclaiming to the entire Star Alliance that Wang Teng possesses armaments beyond the celestial tier, emboldening them to dispatch fleets to assault the skyline. With Star Destroyers at their disposal, they could simply breach the skyline and push through with their vessels. No matter how formidable Wang Teng may be, he would be powerless to alter this outcome. Regrettably for them, they were intercepted at the periphery of the skyline, never gaining entry into its inner circle. As for employing annihilation weapons against the celestial tier forces of the Red Star, that would be akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Such weapons are rightfully reserved for the Grand Marshal of the Red Star, serving as a testament to his true status beyond the celestial tier. The Third Fleet of the American Alliance also possesses Star Destroyers, yet General Ross refrained from utilizing them. He dared not gamble on the chance that Wang Teng might survive the onslaught, as the consequences for him would be dire. After all, they had not inflicted significant damage upon the skyline, and Wang Teng would not annihilate them entirely. Surrender and pay a ransom have become unwritten rules. However, the madness of Sakata Byron left General Ross bewildered, while simultaneously grateful that Sakata had undertaken the actions he had been contemplating. Now, the die is cast. It remains to be seen how the Grand Marshal of the Red Star will respond. Will he retreat, flee, or stand firm? Grand Marshal of the Red Star, you proclaim yourself to be beyond the celestial tier, and you assert your willingness to engage the skyline mercilessly, yet I remain unconvinced. Demonstrate your prowess by withstanding this strike. Should you endure, I shall acknowledge your superiority beyond the celestial tier. Sakata Byron, eyes wide and expression fierce, shouted with a voice that tore through his already tattered uniform. The onlookers gazed in terror at the unhinged Sakata, as if they could foresee their impending fate. Simultaneously, they anticipated whether this bombardment from the Star Destroyer could indeed extinguish the life of the Grand Marshal of the Red Star. Wang Teng surveyed the colossal annihilation cannon, its aperture exceeding 100 meters, and felt a twinge of apprehension. He questioned whether he, as one above the celestial tier, could withstand such a blow. Emperor, present. How many resource points do I possess? There are 10 billion resource points remaining. What is the cost of upgrading the armaments? 10 billion. Wang Teng felt immense gratitude for his relentless accumulation during times of tranquility, which now enabled him to unleash formidable power in the face of crisis. Am I not correct, Emperor? Indeed, only through persistent accumulation can one achieve survival in dire straits. So what are you waiting for? Upgrade my armaments promptly. Understood. Armaments upgraded to level 4, consuming 10 billion resource points. Armament force field activated. The Emperor's armament, suspended above the Red Star warship, began to detach its modules, floating above like a luminescent emerald enveloping the human form. The radiant green glow burst forth, resembling the Emperor's emerald under the spotlight of dozens of floodlights, emanating an unparalleled and mysterious brilliance, with layers of crystalline coverage adorning the armament. A verdant superforce field erupted from Wang Teng's form, expanding outward in concentric circles, pressing forward with relentless momentum. Wang Teng felt as though his soul had transcended its corporeal bounds, perceiving the external world even with his eyes tightly shut. This sensation was extraordinary, as if the armored body were an extension of his own being. The layers of the hexagonal superforce field unfurled outward like a thousand-layered pastry, continuously overlapping. The annihilation cannon surged forward with the force of a divine staff, piercing through the 33 heavens with relentless momentum against the superforce field. Layer upon layer of the hexagonal superforce field shattered and reformed in a ceaseless cycle. After the annihilation cannon had obliterated half of the superforce fields, the newly generated force fields miraculously resisted the cannon's advance, gradually pushing it back as the emerald radiance intensified. This unprecedented spectacle left both present and absent witnesses in awe, as if they were beholding a celestial being. Undoubtedly, General Wang Teng of the Red Star was beyond the heavens, even surpassing the highest celestial tier. Not even the mightiest annihilation weapon could inflict harm upon him, nor halt his relentless progress. General Ross remained oblivious to this enigma, only aware that henceforth, various factions would relentlessly pursue Wang Teng's shadow, striving to cultivate their own warriors of celestial caliber to bridge the gap. Sakata slumped helplessly onto the deck, defeated. This time, he had truly met his end. From this moment forth, the Red Star fleet would ascend to become the 8th major military faction within the Star Alliance, and the skyline would be beyond reproach. He had ultimately become a stepping stone for the Red Star, a member of the Sakata lineage. The attacks from the annihilation ship ceased. After a prolonged discharge of the annihilation cannon, the vessel had exceeded its limits. Yet, Wang Teng radiated an emerald glow, crystalline formations emanating from him as he traversed the cosmos, enveloped by the force field that dissipated the residual energy of the annihilation cannon. As he advanced towards the Daystar fleet, none could impede his passage. At that moment, a shadowy figure emerged from the space before the flagship of the Daystar fleet, wielding a pitch-black shield to obstruct Wang Teng's path. Sensing the opponent's level of armament, Wang Teng waved his hand, channeling the overwhelming emerald energy to drag along the remnants of the annihilation cannon's power, forming a striking beam that pierced through the barrier. Indeed, it penetrated both the dark armored body and the deathly golden shield. Shibi, royal guard of the Daystar Empire, has fallen. The deathly golden shield? A valuable prize to bring back to Valkyrie. In an instant, he stood before Shibi, retrieving the shield and extracting the core of his armament. Is this laced with death gold? A tiered weapon. It seems the Daystar Empire possesses some depth. After the extraction, Shibi revealed his true form, a towering figure with the face of a child, a stark contradiction to his robust physique. Wang Teng noted a look of relief spread across Shibi's countenance, which swiftly crystallized and swelled under the extreme pressure of the universe. Well then, I shall send you on your way. The verdant energy enveloped Shibi, gradually transforming into dust that scattered throughout the cosmos. Lord Shibi, exclaimed Sakata, his face a mask of terror, astonished that even the royal guard could not impede his advance. Lord Sakata, surrender. A diminutive figure appeared within the command center of the Great Sun Empire's flagship. Upon sighting this petite form, everyone knelt in reverence, including the Snow Princess herself. His Highness, the 12th Prince. Chapter 146. I offer you a chance. End your own life. After Wang Teng dispatched Shibi, the fleet of the Great Sun Empire declared its surrender. Wang Teng retracted the emerald energy he was on the verge of unleashing. Red Star Intelligence, initiate the invasion of the enemy flagship. Understood, Grand Commander. After instructing Red Star Intelligence to reshape the flagship of Sakata's fleet into the form of a red star, Wang Teng turned his gaze towards the 3rd Fleet of the Alliance, which had succumbed to the influence of the emerald energy yet showed no signs of resistance. At that moment, they too announced their surrender. In a matter of moments, the fleet, which boasted nearly 500,000 vessels, had been reduced by a quarter. An astonishing display of combat prowess that rendered them powerless to resist. Drawing from previous experiences, Red Star Intelligence executed the invasion of the Great Sun Empire's flagship with remarkable ease, successfully breaching its defenses in less than 2.5 minutes. Subsequently, They continued their incursion into the flagship of the Third Fleet of the Alliance. General Ross quickly grasped the unfolding events. The shipborne intelligence system continuously sounded alarms until silence fell, signaling that the flagship of the Third Fleet had fallen into the hands of the Red Star Fleet. This time, both the Great Sun Empire and the Alliance suffered severe losses. However, some captains from the remaining vessels believed that if Wang Teng were to flee, they might stand a chance of escaping his grasp. Consequently, a portion of the warships from the Third Fleet attempted to create chaos and flee en masse. Yet, Wang Teng would not allow the resources he had secured to slip away. If they wished for death, he would gladly oblige. He unleashed the Emerald Energy, which swiftly coalesced into waves, enveloping the rebellious ships. Once caught in the sweep of the Emerald Energy, those vessels came to an abrupt halt, subsequently disintegrating into chaos. This display quelled all present. At that moment, Red Star Intelligence relayed a message. Grand Commander, an individual named the 12th Prince of the Great Sun Empire requests an audience. The prince? Wang Teng was taken aback, surprised that such a significant figure, a member of the royal family of the Great Sun Empire, had appeared. Typically, members of the royal family were regarded as mere symbols, their primary functions being indulgence and procreation, seldom seen on the battlefield. However, capturing a member of the royal family could yield a substantial ransom. After all, if their rivals or deadly foes discovered that a royal was captured, they would exploit the situation mercilessly. Yet, this was of little concern to him. He pondered what advantages could be gained from this prince. Interestingly, the Red Star Fleet also boasted a figure of similar stature, a noble from the Tang dynasty. In these times, being a prince or a noble was indeed a perilous profession. I understand, he replied. Wang Teng did not refuse. After all, the flagship of the Daylight Empire had already assumed the form of Red Star Intelligence. Upon entering the Imperial flagship, he found Sakata and other high-ranking fleet officials kneeling in anticipation. This was the surrender ceremony of the Daylight Empire, and as senior officials, they were obliged to present themselves to demonstrate their sincerity. With their hands resting on their thighs and white strips tied around their heads, they bowed their heads in a display of defeat. Before them knelt a young boy, elegantly attired, whose small visage bore a seriousness that rivaled that of an adult. Unlike Sakata and the others, he was prostrated on the ground, embodying responsibilities meant for those far beyond his years. Yet, this burden was a consequence of his noble lineage. To wear a crown is to bear its weight. Born into royalty, he enjoyed privileges and wealth unattainable to the common folk, but he was equally burdened by responsibilities that ordinary people would never face. As the highest-ranking individual in the fleet, his youth paled in comparison to his status. He understood clearly that only by stepping forward could he offer a glimmer of hope to others. As Wang Teng approached, the small figure trembled slightly. Wang Teng pondered. Perhaps his overwhelming presence had intimidated the boy. He then retracted his imposing armor, revealing his true visage. Having previously appeared on a live broadcast, the assembly was not taken aback by his appearance, although they were still incredulous at his youth. Sakata grew increasingly silent. The instant Wang Teng entered, he had contemplated a violent uprising within the ship, but the realization that the defensive mechanisms, originally intended for protection, were now aimed at them extinguished that thought. Moreover, the formidable aura emanating from Wang Teng rendered it difficult to breathe. Wang Teng cast a glance at Sakata before directing his attention to the young prince before him. You are the 10th Prince of the Daylight Empire? Upon hearing his voice, the 10th Prince slowly lifted his head, his youthful face taut with tension, a manifestation of his resolve to suppress tears. I have met the Grand General of Red Star, he stammered. Hearing the quiver in the boy's tone, Wang Teng couldn't help but chuckle. The child was being quite serious. You have seen me? And no, I have never met you, but I have heard of your esteemed presence, the 10th Prince replied, shaking his head nervously. Rest assured, I have my principles. I do not harm children. Wang Teng smiled, attempting to present himself as a friendly older brother. Yet the 10th Prince, feeling the weight of the moment, pressed himself against the ground, sobbing, Please, Grand General, spare the others. I am willing to bear all responsibilities. Such a small person uttering words meant for adults. Wang Teng's smile faded, and he adopted a more serious demeanor. Sakata and the others buried their heads even lower. The 10th Prince's declaration had effectively ground their dignity into the dirt. They felt utterly humiliated and powerless to respond. Wang Teng surveyed the senior officials behind him, who seemed terrified to make eye contact, each averting their gaze. Do you understand what you are saying? Wang Teng's voice turned frosty. I understand. The 10th Prince trembled in response. How old are you? I am 9 years old. Are you not afraid of death? Fearful yet resolute, the 10th Prince implored, Great General, I beseech you to spare their lives. I am willing to bear all responsibility. It must be said that although the 10th prince was young, his willingness to sacrifice for his subjects reflected the dignity of royal lineage. However, in Wang Teng's eyes, there was no hint of compassion. He regarded the prostrate prince with cold detachment. Bear responsibility? On what basis do you presume to do so? Remember, your presence here is merely as a discarded tool. A vessel for my sins. As a tool, one must possess the awareness befitting their role. Sakata Byron, whom Wang Teng had thought to be a formidable figure, was instead revealed to be cowering behind a child, proving himself to be nothing more than that. Wang Teng's gaze shifted to the middle-aged man in military attire, weary and defeated, standing behind the 10th prince. Sakata Byron's countenance twisted with humiliation and rage as he lifted his head, glaring at Wang Teng with a fierce expression. In the game of power, if the great general finds solace in humiliating me, then by all means, indulge in your mockery. Wang Teng found the man's indignation rather amusing. Those who live mundane lives often lack restraint when ridiculing others, and when faced with adversity, they feign victimhood, eliciting nothing but disdain. What's the matter? Can't handle a few words? You weren't like this before. Might I request you return to your former defiant self? Sakata Byron's face darkened with fury, yet he dared not retort. Observing his silence, Wang Teng seized the moment. I offer you a chance. Take your own life, and I may spare theirs. Chapter 147. The Disrespectful General Self-Terminate. Sakata Byron stood frozen at this proposition. For one of his stature and lineage, such an act would be an utter disgrace. Indeed, his first response was to feel the weight of humiliation, immense and palpable, despite the possibility of saving others. The onlookers turned their gazes to Sakata Byron, each one hoping for his decision, even as they acknowledged he would never acquiesce to such a fate. Yet they still held a flicker of hope, yearning for him to make that choice. As Sakata Byron hesitated, a sword was drawn. The crowd gasped in shock. Was someone attempting an assassination? Who could it be? Perhaps Lord Kato? But as they beheld the figure cloaked in icy blue, they were utterly astonished. It was none other than Yukaheim. Yukaheim unsheathed the Tenkai sword and rose, declaring, Great General, I shall wager my life for the lives of the many. As a celestial-class armed warrior, I believe I possess the right to make this offer. Her words illuminated the crowd. Indeed, Yukaheim was a celestial-class armed warrior. Surrendering her would mean relinquishing her formidable armament as well. Surely, the Red Star General would find this proposal acceptable? You think you have the authority to make demands? Have I offered you any choices? Wang Teng retorted, showing no regard for their plight. With an unwavering gaze fixed upon Yuki, it seemed as though he intended to melt away her icy demeanor. Yuki's grip on her sword became rigid, and the onlookers stood in stunned silence. This was not how matters were typically conducted. Logically, one would expect acceptance of Yuki's proposal. A mutual preservation of dignity would lead to a harmonious existence. Surely that would be ideal. However, from Wang Teng's stern expression, Yuki discerned something unsettling. Cold sweat began to bead upon her clammy palms. What was her standing, and what was Sakata's? How dare she presume to advocate for him? It would be prudent for them to recognize the harshness of their reality. They were already on the brink of demise, and it was their young prince who, relinquishing his pride, had afforded them a chance at survival. As Wang Teng spoke, he donned his imperial armor, radiating a resplendent emerald light that illuminated the surroundings. In the presence of this verdant brilliance, all bowed their heads. The light resembled a star, rendering it impossible to gaze directly at. Wang Teng raised his hand, directing the emerald glow towards Yuki, which surged forth like a signal wave. In an instant, Yuki's icy blue armor disintegrated beneath the luminous radiance, revealing her lithe and voluptuous form beneath a snug battle attire, a sight most pleasing to behold. It was no wonder she typically cloaked herself so thoroughly. A flush of shame spread across Yuki's face as she glared at Wang Teng, her eyes alight with indignation, biting her crimson lip, frozen in place. In her mind, if the Grand Commander of the Red Star were to show leniency, she might be willing to submit her sullied form to him, provided it meant survival. Wang Teng surveyed her with an appreciative gaze before casting her aside with a wave of green energy, sending her crashing against the wall, her body sliding down helplessly. The onlookers gasped in astonishment at the Grand Commander's utter lack of compassion. Rise, young prince. Wang Teng disregarded their astonishment, using his emerald energy to assist the 10th prince to his feet. You need not contemplate sacrificing yourself for their lives. You know very well why you are here. I shall not beat around the bush. Some among this crowd are destined to perish. There is no room for negotiation. They must die. Even your heavenly king cannot alter this fate. Mark my words. Having delivered his ultimatum to the 10th prince, Wang Teng extended his hand towards the assembly, forming a fist in the air. The space around them trembled as the emerald energy radiated outward, enveloping them, and with a mere clench of his fist, he triggered a series of explosive detonations. One by one, bodies crumpled to the ground, felled by Wang Teng's might. Blood and flesh erupted, splattering upon the surviving witnesses, who were gripped by a cold sweat. Their expressions twisted in horror as they beheld the remnants of their former comrades reduced to pools of gore. Sakata swallowed hard. Having grasped Wang Teng's intent, he was the one marked for death. The others were merely pawns in the Grand Commander's ruthless display of power. A cautionary tale to instill fear and compel submission. Yet, the Grand Commander's merciless methods instilled a deep-seated terror within him. Why had he been chosen? Why was it he? Of the illustrious Sakata lineage, destined for ruin? Before he could react, a powerful force pulled him away, and when he regained his senses, he found himself in Wang Teng's grasp. I shall spare your little prince, but Sakata, you are doomed. Those who offend the Red Star shall be crushed to dust. A vibrant green energy coiled around Sakata's body, and then, as if under the pressure of a hydraulic press, he was shattered into countless fragments, which were subsequently reduced to mere dust under an overwhelming force. The onlookers were utterly astonished by Wang Teng's display. It was a spectacle akin to a humanoid annihilation cannon. This scene was also broadcasted to the crew of other warships through the Red Star intelligence system, obliterating any remnants of hope they might have held. General Ross sank into his chair, his expression vacant, feeling a twinge of dread at Wang Teng's decisiveness and ruthlessness. Fortuitously, he had refrained from any reckless actions. Otherwise, he feared he would have met the same fate as Sakata. The reactions of others were even more grotesque, with some individuals retching at the sight. Despite their experience with life and death, they were still overwhelmed by a visceral discomfort. A perfectly normal person had been transformed into cosmic dust. The Grand Commander of the Red Star is indeed terrifying. The 10th Prince, terrified, wept uncontrollably. He was merely a 9-year-old child. Though as a royal member he would eventually face such horrors, he was still only a child. Wang Teng cast a glance at him, noticing the dampness of his trousers, which only made the boy cry louder. Snow Princess awoke from her faint, and, seeing the 10th Prince weeping before Wang Teng and the dust on the ground, quickly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Come here, Wang Teng suddenly commanded. Snow Princess hesitated for a moment, but silently approached. Take him down to change his trousers. Instinctively, she glanced at the 10th Prince's pants, which were noticeably wet. You might also try to escape with him. Wang Teng's words echoed in her ears. Snow Princess paused and replied, I lack the capability to flee with the prince beneath the Grand Commander's watchful eye. There is no need for the Grand Commander to be wary of me. Since the prince has chosen to surrender, I shall not defy his decision. With that, she stepped forward to carry the 10th Prince away. Before leaving, she cautioned, Grand Commander, General Sakata is a scion of the Sakata family within the Imperial military. Your actions in killing him will undoubtedly incite hostility within the Empire. Do you think I would care? Wang Teng replied. Snow Princess was taken aback, recalling Wang Teng's formidable strength, and instinctively closed her mouth. Indeed, a person of such power would not need to concern himself with the resistance of someone as weak as her. Grand Commander, the Day Emperor's empire is not as simple as you imagine. Observing Snow Princess's retreating figure, Wang Teng's gaze flickered. He sensed that she might know something, and decided it was prudent to have Guiyang seek her out for a discussion. Casting one last glance at the others, who were huddled together in fear, Wang Teng chose to ignore them. He summoned the Red Star intelligence system to notify Chishua and her companions to converge, and then departed from the Day Emperor's flagship, heading towards the Third Fleet of the Meiyuan Alliance. A certain general, clinging to a false sense of security, appeared to have given no thought to the calamities that awaited him. Wang Teng has never been a man of easy conversation, whether as a landlord or now as the esteemed Grand Commander of the Red Star. When the likes of Skyline and Chishua received the notification from Red Star Intelligence, they had already joined forces with the 2nd Legion of Red Star. With their arrival, the Star Spirit Empire faced relentless defeats. Ultimately, they disregarded the fate of Zatali, retreating with the remnants of their fleet. Shivala, unable to tend to the battlefield, could only inform the Red Star ships of the coordinates and dispatch other legions to collect the remnants for resources. The group converged upon the flagship Red Star number 02, advancing towards Wang Teng's location. Shivala, what do you think the captain wants us to do? If all goes as expected, we are to strike them back one by one. Chapter 148. Does this not reflect poorly on their education? The members of Chishua gathered with the 2nd Legion of Red Star, hastening towards the borders of the Star Alliance. Upon arrival, they encountered the fleets of the Beautiful Alliance and the Great Sun Empire, a colossal armada of over 100,000 ships. What a narrow path for old foes, Chishua remarked darkly. The others shared the sentiment. Having previously escaped, their paths had crossed once more in the vastness of the universe. Truly a case of fate's irony. Just as they prepared to launch a fierce assault, Shivala halted them. Shivala, you better have a legitimate reason. I understand your urgency. But please, hold on. Shivala recognized their pent-up frustration, yet they were now the spoils of the Red Star fleet. At her words, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Spoils. Chishua quickly realized, it's the captain. Upon hearing her call, they grasped the situation. It was the Grand Commander who had seized them. Truly, the Grand Commander never returns empty-handed. Since the captain has claimed them, are we here to clean up the battlefield? Zealand inquired. No one doubted Wang Teng's capability in this regard. In their eyes, he was immensely powerful, capable of the miraculous. I believe the Master summoned us not merely for battlefield cleanup, Rui Hong interjected. Most of us are armed warriors of celestial caliber, with 10 forming a small celestial squad. In my view, the Master intends to take the initiative. Shivala shared this perspective. However, the truth would be revealed in due time. Grand Commander. The Second Legion of Red Star has arrived. Wang Teng, reclining on the bridge of the Great Sun Empire's flagship, basking in the radiance of the star and the service of Shuiki, opened his eyes upon hearing the notification from Red Star Intelligence. His gaze met that of Shuiki, who was assisting him in leg exercises. Caught in the depths of Wang Teng's penetrating and somewhat aggressive gaze, Shuiki found herself momentarily entranced. As Wang Teng extracted his leg from her embrace, she was caught off guard and fell to the ground, her elegant kimono exposing her smooth, delicate shoulder. Wang Teng cast a glance without a trace of tenderness, turning his head away. Activate the alert. Let them approach. Understood, Grand Commander. As Xueji regained her composure, she gazed at Wang Teng, who had ruthlessly severed their connection, and silently adjusted her attire before rising once more. She took small steps, positioning herself 2 meters away to await his command. Observing her submission without a hint of defiance, Wang Teng furrowed his brow. Xueji's servitude was a directive from the 10th Prince, illustrating that the young scamp was quite adept at manipulating adult affairs, even resorting to the allure of a beauty's charm. Yet, this enchanting figure harbored celestial-level weaponry within her, making her a formidable killing machine. It was only due to Wang Teng's transcendent prowess above celestial tier that he could truly appreciate her presence. He sought to extract elusive intelligence from her, thus allowing her to remain. Sigh. I, Wang Teng, have never been one to indulge in pleasure. My actions are purely for the sake of the fleet. A selfless sacrifice on my part. Regardless, Xueji was indeed a paragon of beauty, so perhaps he was both tormented and delighted. The Red Star's Second Legion advanced swiftly, soon arriving within the vicinity of the Great Sun Fleet's flagship. The main cannon of the Red Star No. 02 battleship opened fire, targeting the Great Sun flagship, and gradually approached. Under the guidance of Red Star's intelligence, the bridges of both vessels extended to connect, allowing for a brief rendezvous between the 2 main ships. The celestial-level weaponry of Chishua swiftly traversed the bridge en route to the Great Sun flagship, while Shivala remained on the No. 02 battleship to guard against unforeseen circumstances. Captain, Grand Commander, Master. Wang Teng acknowledged the assembly with nods in response. However, Chishua's expression darkened upon noticing Xueji behind her. Captain, she is merely a tool. Ah, a tool, Chishua teased, but soon regained her seriousness. Captain, where are we heading to engage in battle? Upon her inquiry, the others stood tall, their eyes ablaze with anticipation, as if awaiting Wang Teng's command to charge forth. As the saying goes, one must reciprocate. If they have come to attack us, we are equally entitled to strike back. The May Alliance, the Great Sun Empire, the Star Spirit Empire, and the Great Martial Group, Wang Teng named them one by one. At the mention of the Great Sun Empire, Xueji involuntarily froze, a reaction noted by the vigilant Chishua. Captain, since we are to attack the Great Sun Empire, what shall we do about her? She is, after all, a celestial warrior of the Great Sun Empire. Xueji, flustered, raised her gaze to the 10 formidable Red Star celestial warriors watching her intently, opening her mouth to plead, but finding no words. Simultaneously, she recognized that one among them, Gui Hong, was a renowned armed warrior from the Great Sun Empire. No matter, once I intercept the 2 fleets, it is destined, Wang Teng declared, turning his attention to Gui Hong. Gui Hong stepped forward gracefully, her alluring visage exuding the charm of a mature woman. With a gentle smile, she asked, Master, is there something I can do for you? Wang Teng gestured toward Xueji, stating, she is yours. I need to uncover certain secrets of the Great Sun Empire. Gui Hong paused momentarily but continued to smile and nodded. Rest assured, Master, I shall do my utmost. Go, he commanded. As you wish, Gui Hong replied, assertively taking the conflicted Xueji by the arm and leading her into the ship, in search of a room to fulfill her purpose. The captain appears reluctant, which is understandable, as the others are quite impressive, stemming from esteemed imperial families. We, on the other hand, are merely foot soldiers with little to compare. Chishua cast a resentful glance at Wang Teng, hinting at her discontent. Wang Teng, maintaining a stoic expression, tossed her a chestnut. Publicly reprimanding the governor could result in a 2-month salary deduction. Ah, no please. I won't do it again. Wang Teng paid no heed to Chishua's lamentations and turned his attention to Luxic and Shangwan Hongha. Among the 10, only these two exhibited maturity and composure. Having prior experience in fleet service, especially Luxic, I intend to seize this opportunity to eliminate the mining planets in their border star region. What are your thoughts? Shangwan Hongha, who had previously served in the vanguard, was bewildered as she had not engaged in much strategic thinking. Upon hearing Wang Teng seek their counsel, she was left in a state of confusion. Luxic, however, was different. He had served in the American Alliance fleet and possessed experience in invading other factions' planets. After a moment of contemplation, he inquired, "What outcome does the governor wish to achieve? For the time being, we shall avoid direct confrontation." Wang Teng articulated his considerations. Luxic quickly grasped Wang Teng's intent. "Governor, their star region is not adjacent to the skyline. We could certainly launch an attack during this window of opportunity, but we would be unable to maintain a garrison. Indeed, you should have inferred my objective. To intimidate the tiger by striking the mountain, to attack indirectly, to reap benefits through clever means." The two engaged in animated discussion, but to Chishua and the others, it was as if two riddlers were conversing. Ultimately, Luxic demonstrated an unexpected proficiency in idioms, leaving them surprised by his hidden talent. Meanwhile, Black Spider wore a knowing expression and remarked, "The master's plan is quite ingenious." Chishua and her companions exchanged bewildered glances, wondering how Black Spider understood. Wait, if they didn't comprehend, wouldn't that imply a lack of education on their part? Consequently, Chishua and the others nodded in feigned agreement. "Since you all find it agreeable, choose your targets," Wang Teng suggested. "What about you, Captain?" "Me?" Wang Teng turned to gaze towards the direction of the Stellar Alliance and the planet Dyuan, saying, "I plan to return to collect the rent and address some matters." Chapter 149. Entering the Changhua Avenue star route on the desolate planet at the edge of the Stellar Alliance, 147 light-years away. Lu Shiwei had been waiting for quite some time. The reconnaissance ship stationed at the border had failed to return with useful information, leading him to conclude that Wang Teng had dealt with the two fleets. "We should depart. Commander Xiao, issue the order for the fleet to set sail." Xiao Hanshan paused for a moment, then suddenly realized something. "Governor, could it be?" "Indeed," Lu Shiwei nodded. "If all goes well, he should have dealt with the American Alliance and the Daylight Fleet." Xiao Hanshan gasped in astonishment. He actually eliminated those two fleets so swiftly? Indeed, it was remarkably fast. But he is truly above the celestial level. He is likely the only one in the entire Stellar Alliance at that level. Lu Shiwei's demeanor grew serious. This was not a favorable development, especially for us. "Why do you say that, Governor?" Lu Shiwei hesitated for a long while before shaking his head. "Never mind. Let me explain. In truth, the esteemed Lord Li passed away long ago, and for these years, it has been the martial lord who has held sway over the conglomerate." Upon hearing this revelation, Xiao Hanshan felt as though struck by lightning. "Yet, I have met him. Do you truly believe what you perceive is genuine?" Lu Shiwei gently patted Xiao Hanshan's shoulder, offering no further explanation. He continued, stating that it was the former subordinates of Lord Li who, believing the martial lord responsible for his demise, conspired to elevate the young master to power. The martial lord, perceiving this treachery, subsequently orchestrated a sweeping purge within the organization. The former captain of the Red Star Fleet, having shared a profound bond with Lord Li through their youthful escapades, held deep affection for him. Thus, Xiao Hanshan was aware of the resource contention that had engulfed the Xuanjia fleet, leaving it grievously weakened after that conflict, making it susceptible to the martial lord's eventual disbandment. Indeed, the plan dictated that old factions like the Red Star Fleet ought to be eradicated in the ensuing cleansing. It must be said that the former captain of the Red Star showed remarkable insight, sacrificing his own life to ignite a flicker of hope. Of course, the martial lord appreciated his gesture, offering a final act of compassion. However, it remains uncertain whether this last mercy will secure leniency from the Grand Commander of the Red Star in the times to come. Lu Shiwei now appeared somewhat melancholic. The stellar domain of Changhua Boulevard was dominated by a mixed fleet, which commanded the star route, forcing several scattered ships to the periphery. Many, upon witnessing this flotilla, instinctively yielded the way. Yet, a number of impassioned youths felt indignant at their high-handedness. Why should they not queue like the rest? "Oh, allow me to enlighten you. Do you see the insignia emblazoned upon their hulls? The cherry blossom sun signifies the great Sun Empire, while the Eye of Illumination represents the United Alliance. This mixed fleet embodies two superpowers. Thus, one might ponder their entitlement. The youth, rendered speechless, began to feel a tinge of trepidation. These two superpowers are not to be trifled with. Indeed, no superpower is benign. The very thought of confronting them was a folly of the highest order. Had he approached them, he would have been swiftly regarded as an adversary and likely shot down. What is this rogue up to? I know not his intentions, but I am certain that significant events are afoot. It would be prudent to avoid their stellar domain for fear of incurring their wrath. Indeed, what does my older brother do to be so well informed about current affairs? Me? I merely stand guard at the gate. The flagship of the Great Sun Empire is now the Red Star flagship 815. Following the convergence with the Red Star's 2nd Legion, Wang Teng immediately initiated resource reclamation, subsequently allocating these resources to the flagship of the United Alliance's 3rd Fleet and the flagship of the Great Sun. The former is designated as Red Star Flagship 999, while the latter is the Red Star Flagship 815. The remaining vessels underwent no modifications, and upon entering the Stellar Alliance, the Red Star's intelligence system camouflaged the two flagships. Thus, the aforementioned circumstances arose as they traversed the Changhua Boulevard Star route. The reputations of the United Alliance and the Great Sun Empire are in decline, intensifying the speculation among those aboard and those outside the vessels, questioning whether Wang Teng's actions were intentional or merely a result of oversight. Yet no one dared to question the esteemed general of the Red Star. General, we have now entered the Changhua Avenue Star route. After crossing the Urxiankyo Jump Bridge, we shall next leap into the Duyuan Star system. Chishua bent slightly, her exquisite silhouette revealed in full as she tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear and whispered softly to Wang Teng, who lay languidly in his chair. Upon opening his eyes, Wang Teng was met with a feast for the eyes, perhaps due to some external influence. He couldn't shake the feeling that Chishua had undergone a subtle transformation. Her previous demeanor, marked by an air of icy elegance, was gradually shifting towards a more alluring charm. With a fleeting glance, he averted his gaze, contemplating the star route being constructed outside. Although it was not his first sight of it, he couldn't help but marvel at the vastness and strength of the Star Alliance. The journey to develop the skyline had only just begun. The starships outside parted to make way for their fleet. Wang Teng observed it all, a slight smile gracing his lips as if everything was unfolding according to a grand design. Chishua, catching his gaze, blushed and lowered her head to mask her embarrassment. However, before sister he departed, she had advised her that those leading a modest life often enjoyed sending beautiful women to the general. To prevent the general from falling victim to such schemes, it was her duty to take responsibility. Indeed, my actions are solely to shield the general from harm. In truth, throughout their journey, countless individuals had sought to present their most beautiful subordinates to Wang Teng under various pretexts. Yet, upon witnessing her cold and proud demeanor, they retreated. To reach the captain, one must first pass her test. Zealand and the others should be en route by now. Chishua? Wang Teng noticed Chishua's distracted state, and, recalling her peculiar behavior, inquired, "Are you worried about my departure?" Chishua hesitated for a moment, intending to shake her head, but ultimately nodded. "I apologize, Captain. Please forgive my dishonesty. I merely wish to understand your true thoughts." The next moment, Chishua clasped her head and cried out in pain. Wang Teng silently retracted his hand, his mind wandering. Turning away, he called out to the Red Star AI. "Red Star AI, at your service. Contact Zealand and the others. Find out where they are." "Understood, General." Chishua gradually regained her composure. Observing Wang Teng as he earnestly issued commands, his brow slightly furrowed. She pondered. Indeed, he had publicly declared his identity across the entire Star Alliance. How could he possibly abandon them? However, sister, he had mentioned that the captain was in the prime of his vigor, remarking that this young man was brimming with passion. As a member of the fleet, she felt it was her duty to alleviate the captain's worries. Chishua bit her lip, feeling somewhat tainted after absorbing the knowledge imparted by Shangwan Hongha. Yet, all of this was for the captain. "See, Captain, what is it?" Wang Teng did not turn around, assuming she was lost in thought again. "If you truly wish to, I can help you," she whispered timidly. Wang Teng, having been a landlord for years and weary of the mundane, recognized the implications behind Chishua's flushed face. As soon as she intended to express her thoughts, Guihong emerged from the ship. Clad in a delicate kimono, she appeared ethereal and alluring under the starlight. Sweat clung to her attire, her hair damply framing her face, and the allure in her eyes, accompanied by the hint of a smile at the corners of her lips, conveyed the experiences she had endured. The mature woman's beguiling gaze traversed the intimate space between the two, revealing a knowing smile. Yet, she refrained from gossip, embodying the discretion expected of a seasoned subordinate. Chishua feigned composure, but the flush creeping up her neck betrayed her. Master, Guihong slightly inclined her body. Upon her emergence, Wang Teng surmised she had gleaned some information. Had she spoken? Guihong's expression was imbued with charm, reminiscent of sweet memories, her eyes glazed with nostalgia. However, she soon regained her seriousness. Master, she stated earnestly, revealing that the Diary Empire's exploratory fleet seemed to have discovered remnants of an extraterrestrial civilization. They were attempting to establish contact with this otherworldly entity. The Diary Empire had unearthed numerous technologies from the ruins, embarking on significant technological advancements. I never imagined the Diary Empire harbored such profound secrets. Is that all? Wang Teng inquired calmly. Guihong shook her head, admitting her limited knowledge, even unaware of why royal members were present in the fleet. Her words subtly hinted at her disdain for Shueji's lower rank. I understand now, Wang Teng nodded, as if everything were under his command. At least. His composed demeanor reassured both Chishua and Guihong, suggesting that any challenges could be surmounted with his presence. Yet, deep within, Wang Teng felt a twinge of trepidation. The remnants of an extraterrestrial civilization could pose a greater threat than the Star Alliance. If they still existed, it would not bode well for the entire alliance. The Diary Empire was evidently aware of this. Yet did they truly care? They seemed indifferent even to their own subjects, focused solely on their own interests. What of the extraterrestrial civilization? Did they not require subservience? The Skyline now served as the primary bastion of the Star Alliance. Should an extraterrestrial incursion arise, they would bear the brunt of it. He needed to consult the Grand Elder for support. Securing aid for a few planets should be feasible, he mused, before casting a curious glance at Guihong. By the way, how did you manage to get her to speak? Guihong's gaze shimmered with the allure of a mature woman as she tantalizingly replied, sometimes, women can be rather incoherent. Upon hearing this, Wang Teng felt a jolt of realization. Involuntarily swallowing hard, a vivid image flashed in his mind. Nuan, you truly know how to play the game. Would this version of Chishua be to your liking? Chapter 150. The return of the starship, the Dun Star, the very cradle of the Star Alliance, witnessed the intensification of conflicts among its nations prior to the alliance's inception, resulting in catastrophic destruction of the planet's environment and resources, particularly concerning biodiversity. The Great Sun Empire has completely severed its ties with the planet of the origin, having self-destructively discharged nuclear-contaminated water into the ocean. Decades of such discharges have wrought catastrophic damage upon the environment of the planet of the origin, leading to frequent earthquakes, exacerbated water resource conflicts, economic contraction, and intensified international discord. It was on the eve of an impending world war that the largest council of the Stellar Alliance, the Summer Nation, proclaimed the advent of the interstellar era. This declaration momentarily alleviated humanity's self-destructive tendencies. As the interstellar era progressed, efforts were made to rehabilitate the oceans of the planet of the origin, with radiation purification operations conducted in contaminated areas, stimulated by resources brought back by the interstellar fleet. Various alliances introduced incentives for larger families, including subsidies for 4, 5, or even 10 children, where each additional child would yield double the rewards. For instance, in the Summer Alliance, any family exceeding 3 children would have all expenses for the children covered by the alliance until they reach adulthood. Motivated by these incentives and facing issues of pollution and economic hardship, the declining population experienced a rapid surge over the span of a century. This growth necessitated the initiation of off-world colonization, marking the dawn of the interstellar migration era. However, habitable planets are scarce, and some are already inhabited by indigenous species. Thus commenced the campaigns of the Stellar Alliance, which, at its core, were predatory wars for survival space. These conflicts spanned several decades, eventually leading various extraterrestrial races to declare their allegiance to the Stellar Alliance, culminating in its establishment. Presently, the Stellar Alliance encompasses over 1,000 extraterrestrial races, some of which have not been formally categorized due to the Alliance's initial criteria favoring humanoid forms. Examples include the Star Spirits, the Grell of Valkyrie, the former pirate Borgians, and the hybrids known as Blackbeards. However, with the inclusion of various extraterrestrial races, the Alliance gradually relaxed its stipulations, recognizing many bizarre and unique extraterrestrial beings as citizens of the Stellar Alliance. Additionally, biodiversity flourished, as numerous extraterrestrial organisms were introduced to the planet of the origin. These beings exhibited gentle temperaments, resembling the characteristics of previously extinct species and adapting well to the local environment. Certain extraterrestrial organisms possessed superior genetics. For instance, cattle from a pastoral planet rivaled the size of adult African elephants, with muscle protein content exceeding that of ordinary cattle by several multiples. The introduction of such genetics significantly enhanced the local cattle population. Children nourished by the milk of these enhanced cows exhibited health levels vastly superior, by more than tenfold, compared to those before the interstellar era. Nevertheless, the interstellar era brought both advantages and disadvantages. For example, crimes committed by extraterrestrial races could not be governed by the same laws that applied to the indigenous inhabitants of the planet of the origin. Nonetheless, law enforcement remained imperative, as these beings had indeed transgressed the law. On the planet of the origin, in Donglan City, lies Jieshur Village, a hub for migrant workers and the former residents of Wang Teng, who once lived as a landlord. In the coastal community, buildings 7 and 8 on Tongkei Street constitute Wang Teng's family estate. Since Wang Teng's abduction, his tenants have lived in trepidation, anxious about potential repercussions. Yet, after waiting in vain for over 2 months without any sign of Wang Teng or notification from the neighborhood committee, they resolved to settle in temporarily, enjoying a few months of free rent. Today marks the weekend, as the tenants leisurely dine at the small restaurant below, occasionally discussing Wang Teng. Do you think the landlord has met his demise? Surely not. How could he not? The universe is fraught with danger. I sense that you secretly wish for the landlord's death, so you can escape your rent obligations, am I right? Huh. How could I wish for the landlord's demise? I am not his offspring, nor can I inherit his 2 buildings. Humph. Well, you needn't speculate. The landlord is not only alive, but has also acquired a vast expanse of planets. It's no wonder that people are envious. After all, while we are confined to 2 buildings, he now possesses an entire star domain with hundreds of planets. I reckon the landlord won T return, as he likely looks down upon our meager earnings. Haha, who could argue with that? Those gossiping here aspire to rise above their station, yet remain trapped as the common working class. Although the Star Alliance claims to cover the costs of children until adulthood, it simultaneously strips them of their self-sufficiency. The initial intentions of the Star Alliance were commendable, but human complexity complicates matters. The advantages of natural reproduction also bring forth its disadvantages. Many children raised under the Star Alliance's support find it challenging to excel, as they must adhere to the Alliance's employment arrangements, at least for 5 to 10 years, upon reaching adulthood or graduating from university. They are obliged to contribute to the Alliance in designated roles. This explains why many feel trapped in mediocrity. Wealthy children, free from the need for support, naturally enjoy greater freedoms. The fervent attention garnered by the Red Star livestream was largely due to viewers identifying with it as a means to combat those exploitative scoundrels. Did you watch those livestreams? Of course. As long as you entered the livestream room and stayed long enough, you could earn rewards ranging from 100 to 1,000. I only regret not having more devices or accounts. I heard some people bought multiple accounts, establishing studios to continuously stream in the Red Star room, making a fortune overnight. Do you think there's no risk in that? If we weren't so timid, we could be living lavishly now, perhaps even affording a small apartment in the suburbs. One could only say that fortune favors the bold. Upon hearing this, everyone sipped their meager drinks, reflecting on the truth of the statement. Who doesn't know that fortune favors the brave? Yet adults are often burdened with various concerns. Were they still youthful, they might act on their passions. By the way, the landlord's fleet has been frequently posting recruitment ads lately. What do you think about joining the landlord's fleet? What are you thinking? With your scrawny appearance, do you really believe you could stand against those extraterrestrial races? I doubt you could even withstand a combat augmentation procedure. Better to remain a commoner. At least it's safe living on the prime planet. Get lost. Suddenly, a loud shout echoed through the street. The crowd turned to Xia Zhen, known for her striking beauty, glaring angrily at the bare-chested extraterrestrial beings on the street. Evidently, yet another individual has come to dine and dash. It seems this is not the first occurrence. When the landlord was present, he gave considerable attention to Aide, and everyone knew their relationship was quite intimate. With the landlord around, naturally, no one dared to disturb Aide. However, since the landlord was abducted, Aide has frequently encountered such troubles. The tenants and familiar neighbors, while unable to restrain themselves from teasing Aide, have never defaulted on their payments. Unfortunately, in recent times, many extraterrestrial beings have swarmed into this street. Seemingly aware of the landlord's absence, they have taken residence in the vacant houses through coercive means. The locals did not mind much, as they too reside similarly. After all, one cannot expect to be the only one to light a lantern while forbidding others from lighting a candle. Nevertheless, many of these extraterrestrial races are ignorant of the laws of the local stars and often engage in unlawful activities, much to the irritation of the locals. Numerous reports have been made to the authorities, resulting in many arrests. Yet, crime is not abated. In fact, it has intensified. However, as they are neighbors, Asian typically remains unperturbed, even when someone unexpectedly pinches her. Familiar tenants stepped forward, eager to support Asian. At that moment, however, the extraterrestrial being on the ground suddenly rose. Towering at over 2 meters tall, the imposing figure struck fear into everyone present. Faced with this giant, all hesitated. Asian's stunning visage instantly paled. The reason she had expelled them was that this brute attempted to force his way. Not only that, but he was also devoid of funds. Most importantly, she was not one to easily acquiesce merely based on looks. How infuriating. He had promised to collect the rent and assist her, yet where was he now? Casting a glance at the retreating figures, a wave of frustration washed over her. She knew she had mistakenly overestimated them. At this juncture, the towering figure stood before her. Asian wore an expression of ire. What do you want? You are beautiful, he replied earnestly. I know, and so, I wish to bear children with you. The extraterrestrial spoke with utmost seriousness and then, without warning, hoisted Asian into the air, laughing as he made his way toward her shop. What do you think you're doing? Let go of me. Bing, Shui, come save me, you two rascals. The two named individuals desired to intervene, yet they were utterly dwarfed by his stature. Asian, do not worry, we have already notified the authorities. Asian's expression turned to one of despair. By the time the authorities arrived, she feared it would be too late. Desperately, she struggled, but against the extraterrestrial's formidable physique, her efforts were futile. Let go of me. I do not wish to bear your children. Please, release me. Help. Asian clung desperately to the door of her shop, hoping to buy enough time. However, the extraterrestrial's strength was overwhelming. Her fingers turned white, leaving several bloody marks on the door. Just then, the midday sky suddenly darkened. Everyone looked up to see a colossal object obscuring the sun. This scene struck a chord of familiarity within them, as though it were a moment previously veiled in obscurity. Was that a starship? Yet, this vessel appeared distinct from the one encountered before. What was happening? Were they to experience this once more? The unfolding spectacle ignited discussions among the onlookers, many of whom hastily recorded videos for the internet. 2 months later, the starship returns to the Guanhai community. Just as the crowd busied themselves with their recordings, someone exclaimed, "Look, is something falling from above?" Something was indeed descending. Wait, could it be? Move aside. As realization dawned upon the crowd, they instinctively dispersed. A small spacecraft gently descended from the heavens. Gazing at the luxurious craft, more expensive than a supercar, the crowd's eyes gleamed with excitement. Many among them had never had the chance to behold such a marvel and yearned to approach for a closer inspection. However, just then, the hatch of the spacecraft opened. A poised and aloof female soldier stepped out, her demeanor evoking a stir among those present, as a nagging thought crossed their minds. This face seemed eerily familiar. Following her, another girl emerged, equally composed but with a more demure disposition, resembling a handmaiden, starkly contrasting the first woman. At that moment, a face emerged from behind the two soldiers, leaving the crowd in astonishment. Their landlord, with an undeniably handsome visage, it was none other than Wang Teng. Having groomed himself and shaved, one might mistake him for a young gentleman surveying the welfare of the populace, if not for his recognizable features. Wang Teng surveyed the assembled crowd, his heart brimming with emotion. After several months, he had finally returned. "Neighbors, it is I, Wang Teng, back once more," he declared. "Goodness, it truly is the landlord. Does this mean we have to pay rent for the past few months? Humph, I'm broke anyway. There's no way I can pay. I'll just sleep on the streets if necessary. Haha, no payment? Be wary. The landlord might send you to mine for your debts." This sobering remark jolted them back to reality. Their landlord Wang Teng now commanded a vast expanse of star systems, and surely, he would need individuals to extract resources. With this thought, the crowd abandoned any hopes of evasion. They were indeed obligated to settle their rent. Wang Teng observed their reactions and then addressed them. "Let us set aside the matter of rent for now. Prepare yourselves. Chow Fan Lao, bring me a few servings of your rice rolls. It's been ages since I've tasted your culinary skills. If they're good, I'll deduct $20 from your rent." "Oh, how could I accept such generosity, landlord?" Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively, leading Chishua and Shueji towards the shop, only to sense something amiss. "Wait, Ajun, why hasn't that woman spoken? Has she moved away upon seeing me leave? Where's Ajun?" Upon hearing Wang Teng mention her name, the crowd snapped back to attention. "Yes, Ajun. She is still inside. Hurry, landlord, Ajun has been abducted." Wang Teng, taken aback by their words, felt a wave of confusion wash over him. How audacious it is for someone to dare such acts on his territory, and more astonishingly, to abduct his masseuse. It appears that extraterrestrial beings have infiltrated, filling the void left during your absence. These entities have commandeered numerous vacant homes and indulged in meals without compensation. Consuming food without payment? Is that not akin to dining and dashing? This is intolerable. I detest those who dine without paying, the freeloaders. Xueji, Wang Teng commanded, dispose of him at once. Xueji hesitated briefly before soaring towards Asian's establishment. Indeed, she moved with remarkable swiftness, arriving in an instant. Impressive response, Wang Teng remarked, though he pondered what Gui Hong had done to her, as she seemed frightened upon encountering him. Not long after entering, Xueji sent a massive figure crashing out of the establishment. Observing the debris at his feet and the hole in the wall, Wang Teng muttered, "Is breaking my wall an expression of dissatisfaction?" Hearing this, Chishua shot a glare at Xueji within the store. She had just expressed her discontent to the captain. Evidently, she required further lessons from Gui Hong. As Xueji assisted Asian to her feet, she felt the weight of Chishua's gaze, causing her to shudder. "Thank you," Asian said, clutching her body and using her tattered clothing for modesty, her gratitude directed towards Xueji. Xueji shook her head. Asian's plight was of no concern to her. Her only worry was that if she disobeyed, Wang Teng might do something to the 10th prince. Moreover, she feared what Gui Hong might do to her. The thought of it made Xueji's cheeks flush. Wang Teng surveyed the extraterrestrial beneath him and then turned to Chishua. What kind of extraterrestrial is he? Chishua furrowed her brow. Scrutinizing the creature that resembled a robust bull, she could not ascertain its nature at that moment. "Captain, we can inquire with Hongxing intelligence." "Very well." At that moment, Xueji emerged, supporting Asian, who was draped in a blanket. Upon seeing Wang Teng, Asian collapsed in distress. "Asian, I'm back." She rushed into Wang Teng's embrace, resembling a petulant woman, weeping as she pounded her small fists against his chest. "You scoundrel! You promised to collect the rent and support me. Yet it has been months without a visit. Do you have any idea how close I was to?" Sob, sob, sob. Wang Teng gently reassured her. There. All is well now. Look, I have subdued the troublemaker." While Asian reveled in Wang Teng's comfort, she remained oblivious to Chi Shue's frigid expression. Her demeanor as cold as ice, as if she were prepared to take a life. "Captain, is he to be eliminated?" The word kill was enunciated with emphasis, the chilling aura causing the onlookers to retreat several paces. Xueji lowered her head in dismay. Wang Teng, suddenly alert, helped Asian to her feet and guided her to sit aside. "Upon returning to the Yuanxing Star, we shall eschew violence. We must adhere to the law. This is Minotaur Mino, a member of the Minotaur species. They possess two forms. In states of rage or arousal, they grow in size, while in normal circumstances, they appear as such." Xueji extracted the Tianyun's sword from her body, hovering it over the Minosian's lower region. The chilling aura caused the Minosian on the ground to shudder, instantly shrinking to the form of a 12 or 13-year-old child. This spectacle left the onlookers in awe, marveling at the diversity of extraterrestrial races. According to the Star Alliance's regulations, they had yet to be officially recognized as an alien species. However, the Alliance had recently expressed intentions to reclassify a group of extraterrestrial beings. I suspect they might be included in that list, for without such recognition, they would not have been able to enter the Guyuan Star, Xueji elucidated. Indeed, the roster published by the Star Alliance does include them, chimed in the voice of Hongxing intelligence. Wang Teng gazed at the trembling child on the ground and remarked thoughtfully, "So, they aren't technically considered citizens of the Star Alliance yet. How about I take this fellow with me? You can make the decision." Upon Wang Teng's return, Ajun appeared significantly more at ease. "Thank you, Chishua. Please discuss compensation matters with her. Additionally, Xueji, kindly assist me in collecting the rent. I'll be taking this fellow with me." With that, Wang Teng rose, his imposing figure standing tall among the crowd. The landlord seemed to have transformed. The rent would still be calculated as before, yet it felt as if nothing had changed. Wang Teng effortlessly lifted the Minosian, and a fleet of hovering patrol vehicles approached. However, disembarking were soldiers who saluted Wang Teng before he entered the patrol vehicle with the Minosian in tow. Hey, did those soldiers just salute the landlord? Chapter 152. Wang Teng's cat. The soldiers who came to welcome Wang Teng were from the garrison of various cities in the Summer Alliance. Upon learning of his return, they hurried over, primarily to ensure that no one would provoke him, nor would he provoke anyone else. Unfortunately, they arrived a moment too late. The commander of this unit turned pale upon seeing Wang Teng carrying a child. Why provoke anyone, especially this harbinger of death? Does he not realize that the number of lives he has taken could pave the city's streets? Sigh, let us hope the esteemed Red Star Grand Commander heeds our counsel. I understand your anxiety, Commander, but do not fret. My residence is in the Guanhai community, where I possess 2 buildings. Thus, I won't act rashly, unless someone foolishly chooses to provoke me. Wang Teng observed the commander's anxiety, intending to offer reassurance. Yet, the more he explained, the more the commander seemed to panic. I believe you. But do you honestly think that in such a vast territory as Skyline, you would care about these two insignificant buildings? Nevertheless, let it be. After all, he is an influential figure. The Grand Commander is truly nostalgic. Nostalgic? No, I simply have a profound love for this land. Neither mentioned the Minosian on the ground. And through a few exchanged words, they resolved the fate of the Minosian. After all, who would dare to request a person from the hands of the Red Star Grand Commander? At the city center, upon Wang Teng's arrival, the mayor promptly came to greet him. Welcome, welcome, welcome back, Grand Commander. Haha, as long as you're not worried I might blow up this city. Would you? My residence is right here. Where should I reside? The mayor's probing ends here. As the foremost interstellar power in this city, the mayor received me with the utmost formality. For any misstep could lead to a diplomatic incident. However, upon entering the primordial star, Wang Teng took the initiative to register, which effectively conveyed goodwill and his intentions. Nevertheless, the South Heaven Gate space combat platform remained stationed in low Earth orbit above the city, with various aircraft and warships prepared for action. The Yanhuang fleet had assembled, and armed troops awaited orders. Do not misunderstand. In fact, whenever a fleet leader returns, the Summer Alliance organizes such arrangements for the safety of its population of billions. The Red Star intelligence promptly detected this, but Wang Teng instructed it to disregard the matter. Wang Teng's candid demeanor reassured the mayor. Hee. I wonder if the Grand Commander has returned for a family visit or a holiday. I have returned to collect rent. It has been months since I last did so, and I fear they may have forgotten. Ever since my parents entrusted me with 2 buildings, they have not intervened. What does your esteemed mother do? She is a senior engineer. Ah, your mother is quite impressive. Wang Teng waved his hand dismissively. It's merely about repairing star ships and the like. Nothing remarkable. He then pointed to the -alien on the ground. Mr. Mayor, perhaps you could assist me with a dilemma. This individual has forcibly committed an inappropriate act against a woman and trespassed into my rented property. I am unsure how to proceed with the judgment. The mayor was momentarily taken aback, and his secretary promptly stepped forward to recount the details of the incident. Only then did the mayor grasp the situation. Rest assured, Grand Commander, the laws of the Star Alliance concerning extraterrestrial races are quite stringent. Do you intend to hand this over to law enforcement? Isn't this type of case typically handled by law enforcement? Brother, I am the mayor, responsible for internal affairs and urban development. If you wish to pursue legal action, you should approach the court or the police department. The mayor stifled his thoughts, silently critiquing the situation. However, Wang Teng shook his head. Mr. Mayor, he is not yet recognized as an extraterrestrial by the Star Alliance. As far as I know, he does not qualify as a citizen of the Alliance. The mayor understood. Finally grasping the implications, Wang Teng expressed interest in this individual, or more precisely, in this extraterrestrial race. So if I take him away, it would not contravene the laws of the Star Alliance or the Summer Alliance, correct? The mayor understood his intentions, making the matter easier to resolve. In principle, that is correct, but there are still procedures to follow. At the very least, a routine inquiry with the Star Alliance is necessary. Please, Grand Commander, have a seat while I inquire on your behalf. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No need for thanks. As a leader of this city, it is my duty to assist my own. Wang Teng watched the departing mayor and glanced at the mayor's secretary, who, perceptive as ever, quickly found an excuse to leave. At that moment, a communication from Chishua arrived. Is everything arranged? Yes, I have transferred 500,000 to her and promised to help her repair the shop. As Wang Teng listened to Chishua's hesitant words, he inquired, what has transpired? She refused, stating her intention to marry. Marriage? Wang Teng felt indifferent. He understood that he was far removed from such a commitment. However, having known Asian for many years, he felt it was only appropriate to extend his blessings. Prepare a gift for me, please. All right, Captain, you're not feeling down about this? Why would I feel down? Wang Teng replied, perplexed. She's getting married. What of it? Is the groom not satisfactory? I met him. He arrived shortly after you left. He possesses an unremarkable appearance and drives a small delivery truck, appearing to be a diligent and honest individual. That is quite good. Asian has encountered many suitors. If one has caught her eye, that is commendable. Wang Teng chose to disregard Chi Shue's fanciful thoughts and continued. What about Shueji? How is the rent collection proceeding? She has never engaged in such endeavors. I enlisted the help of Hongxing Intelligent to develop a software program. They will now conduct regular transactions through it. Wang Teng sighed. I see, let it be. You all prepare, as there are matters to attend to shortly. Understood, Captain. In this modern age, there are numerous rental software options available for collecting rent. Yet, he chose to adhere to the traditional methods of the previous generation, personally visiting each tenant. This approach not only allowed him to monitor their circumstances, but also fostered stronger relationships with them. If he did not collect the rent in person, he would never realize the level of respect he commanded. Furthermore, those software solutions were not free, after all his hard work in collecting rent. Why should he pay others for their services? Additionally, there were withdrawal fees to consider. By the way, Captain, the owner of the rice noodle shop inquired. Would you like your rice noodles? Of course. Now that I'm back, how could I not indulge in rice noodles? And what about the bun vendor? Have him prepare a few buns for me. Certainly, Captain. Do you need me to clean your house? Wang Teng pondered, having been away for several months. His home was likely in disarray, especially since he had left in a hurry. Yes, do that. Also, please check if my cat has returned. Understood, Captain. After ending the communication, Chishua, accompanied by Shueji, proceeded to Wang Teng's residence. As a landlord, he naturally did not reside with his tenants. He owned a two-story building on the neighboring street. Further ahead, towering skyscrapers showcased the city's technological advancements. Upon reaching the entrance, a distinct meow resonated. Looking up, they saw a large black cat, grooming its paws and observing them with a scrutinizing gaze. In an agile leap, the black cat descended and began to circle around them, then brushed its tail against Chishua's hand before lying down at her feet, exposing its belly in anticipation of affection. Meow? You carry the scent of a litter box attendant. Come and groom me. I've awaited this for 2 months. And my fur is in disarray. Chapter 153. All of this is for the plan governor. The mayor has submitted a report to the higher authorities, and an emergency meeting has been convened regarding the Minosians. Due to their unique circumstances, their status as citizens of the Star Alliance has been revoked. The mayor's secretary returned, bringing good news to Wang Teng. Upon hearing this news, the Minosian lying on the ground was instantly driven to madness. How can you do this? You have deceived us. The Star Alliance does not honor its promises. The Minosian emitted a bellowing roar akin to that of a cow, and in his frenzied state, his diminutive body rapidly swelled. Wang Teng cast a glance at him, his profound gaze concealing its sharpness. Within the depths of his eyes, which had witnessed the demise of countless souls, the Minosian seemed to glimpse his own death, causing him to momentarily freeze. His transformation was interrupted, and the guards promptly subdued him once more. The mayor's secretary, unfazed, adjusted his glasses with a faint smile, waiting for the Minosian's outburst to subside before explaining to Wang Teng. Commander, Minus is a recently acquired terrestrial planet of the Star Alliance, rich in biological resources. The Minosians are the indigenous inhabitants, having developed a tribal civilization. The Star Alliance's regulations stipulate that planets with developed civilizations require protective resettlement. However, this planet has been purchased by the Interstellar Food Group as a source of raw materials, subsequently leading to the Minosians' relocation to other planets. Each planetary settlement site is funded by the Interstellar Food Group. Thus, they are considered interstellar refugees. Wang Teng disregarded the Minosian's furious roars. To him, the creature was already akin to a corpse, merely a vessel to extract value from before its demise. The mayor's secretary smiled, but remained silent. Wang Teng continued, Please inform the mayor that the Skyline is ripe for development, especially in need of individuals with strength to spare. Could we relocate them to the Skyline? Initially, the mayor's secretary intended to extend a personal favor to Wang Teng, but upon hearing his request, he realized such a favor would be impossible. Nevertheless, it was still beneficial to foster goodwill. The commander's willingness to assist will surely be appreciated by the Interstellar Food Group, he replied. To be candid, the Minosians are still in a tribal civilization. Conflicts often arise during their resettlement. While there are communicative Minosians, most clans are rather competitive. That is of no concern, Wang Teng reassured, shaking his head. This is merely a spontaneous thought. Once they arrive at the Skyline, there will be many who can educate them. My current actions are all part of a larger plan. Could you assist me in contacting the chieftains of their clans? I wish to speak with them personally and present an offer they cannot refuse. Additionally, I would like to establish a recruitment center for the Red Star fleet in this city. Could you inquire about the necessary regulations with the mayor? Is that truly feasible? That would be splendid. The mayor's secretary's joy was palpable. The Red Star fleet is currently the most sought-after fleet within the Star Alliance, commanding a vast territory, characterized by its sparse population and ongoing development. This signifies a pressing demand for manpower. Although the Red Star fleet had previously issued numerous recruitment advertisements, travel between the Star Alliance and the Skyline had not been established. Even if individuals wished to join, they were unable to do so. Wang Teng's intentions implied that such travel would soon become a reality. The surplus labor force in Donglin City will find its purpose. The specifics of how to proceed require further negotiation. Very well, Commander, I am eager to serve you. I wonder who will be the liaison moving forward? The mayor's secretary inquired, aware that Wang Teng could not attend to every detail personally. He merely needed to establish the direction and delegate tasks accordingly. As for the reason behind his sudden return to the Yuan Star, was it truly just to collect rent? The secretary kept his doubts to himself, recognizing that some matters are best left unspoken, even when shrouded in suspicion. He is the head of the Red Star Group under the banner of the Red Star Fleet, and henceforth, he will handle these future dealings. I have already notified him, and he will represent the Red Star Fleet in discussions of cooperation. Wang Teng conveniently put forward Mike, the former head of the MIA branch. The Red Star Fleet will henceforth be responsible for external combat, resource exploration, and planetary contention, while the Red Star Group will manage external negotiations regarding matters such as planetary leasing and resource development. Time is of the essence. I shall return to assess the rental collection. If anything arises with the mayor, please have the secretary convey my message. Very well. At the moment Wang Teng returned to Yuan Star, a formidable fleet emerged at the borders of the Star Alliance, led by Shivala and Zealand of the Red Star 2nd Legion. Following Wang Teng's directives, they advanced towards the territorial boundaries of the three factions, preparing to retaliate against the Skyline. Under Commander Wang Teng's orders, they were to split into 3 armies and seize planets at the swiftest pace, plundering the most precious resources. Should they encounter mineral planets, they were to obliterate them to acquire their cores. Shivala, appointed as the temporary operational commander, was accompanied by formidable forces including Black Widow, Suhu, Feng Luan, Vaki, Shangwan Hongha, and Lusik. Notably, when Wang Teng departed, he left behind the Star Destroyer of the 3rd Fleet of the Beautiful Alliance, along with most of the attacking starships, excluding the original escort and cruiser vessels. Shivala devised a strategy. Lusik, Suhu, and Feng Luan would lead the assault on the Beautiful Alliance using the Great Sun Empire's attacking starships. Meanwhile, Vaki, Shangwan Hongha, and Black Widow would strike the Beautiful Alliance with their Star Destroyers and attacking vessels, aiming to demolish several resource planets. Shivala herself would command the Red Star 2nd Legion to launch an attack on the border of the Great Martial Star region. This operation, dubbed the Split Action, was ostensibly a retaliation from the Red Star. Ladies and gentlemen, during this operation, we must keep the Red Star's involvement concealed. I will vigorously assault the Great Martial Star region to draw attention away from you. Shivala reminded her fleet as they prepared to disperse. For the Red Star. The 3 fleets set forth towards their respective targets. As Wang Teng entered the Star Alliance, he captured the majority of the faction's attention, marking this moment as their optimal opportunity for action. Entering the long-distance jump gate, the 3 fleets appeared just light years from their intended star domains in an instant. The assault commenced. Shivala was the first to launch a devastating strike against the most peripheral planets of the Great Martial Star domain. Chapter 154, Operation Triple Flash. The flames of war ignite in the Great Martial Star domain. Governor. Intelligence from the Star Alliance has arrived. The Grand Governor of the Red Star has entered the territory of the Star Alliance. Lu Shui, who had been feigning slumber, abruptly opened his eyes upon hearing the voice of the intelligence officer and stood up from the captain's chair. When did this happen? Just a day ago. A day ago? That was yesterday. The Grand Governor of the Red Star did not return to the Skyline, but chose to enter the territory of the Star Alliance directly. This was not how he had envisioned it. In his scenario, after resolving the 2 fleets, the Red Star should have returned to the Skyline to consolidate the spoils of victory. Why did he proceed directly into the territory of the Star Alliance? What could his intentions be? Is he planning to lodge a complaint against their actions in the Star Alliance Congress? Or does he have ulterior motives? Lu Shui's thoughts raced. This is the dilemma of the astute, always pondering the deeper meanings of others. Yet, it was imperative to clarify the intentions of the Red Star. The Grand Governor's rise was too aggressive, and he feared losing control. Give me detailed intelligence. Lu Shui shouted. Yes, the detailed intelligence was projected before him. He scrutinized every piece of information, wishing to absorb each detail thoroughly. After neutralizing the 2 fleets, a legion from the Red Star proceeded to converge at the border of the Star Alliance. Subsequently, a massive mixed fleet entered the Changhua Avenue Star route. Intelligence from the Yuan Star then reported that the Grand Governor of the Red Star had appeared in the eastern Lin City of the Xiao Alliance, engaging in conflict with extraterrestrial races and heading towards the city government. Eastern Lin City? He recalled that the Grand Governor was from Eastern Lin City. Was he merely visiting home? No, that couldn't be right. Even if he were to visit home, there was no need to do so at this moment. Wait, something is amiss. What is the specific number of fleets involved? Report indicates it is approximately between 10,000 and 30,000. 10,000 to 30,000. After neutralizing the fleets of the Great Sun and the Beautiful Alliance, the Red Star did not return to the Skyline for repairs, but proceeded directly into the territory of the Star Alliance. The amalgamation of 2 fleets should comprise at least over 100,000 ships. However, the intelligence indicates only about 30,000, or even fewer. This implies that they had divided their fleet upon entering the territory of the Star Alliance. Where did the separated portion of the fleet go? Most critically, those fleets that had been subdued consisted of over 100,000 from the Great Sun and the Beautiful Alliance. If the Red Star had captured them, shouldn't they have returned to the skyline to await the ransom from both parties? Or has he executed them all? Lu Shiwei felt a surge of anxiety. He feared that Wang Teng had indeed eradicated them, which would spell disaster for the Great Martial Group. If that were the case, reconciliation would be exceedingly difficult. But then again, it was not certain. What exactly is he plotting? According to the existing intelligence, Suddenly, Lu Shiwei recalled Wang Teng's level of armament, which was truly above the celestial tier. Celestial level armament could withstand a fleet of 10,000 ships, and those above celestial tier are capable of single-handedly vanquishing star beasts, being formidable entities at the planetary level. According to the current evaluation criteria of the Star Alliance, Wang Teng is akin to a mobile planetary-grade arsenal. If he sought vengeance, he could easily lead his fleet to approach the borders of their star domain. Yet, he refrained from such an act and instead ventured into the territory of the Star Alliance. No, that is not right. My entire focus is on him. I nearly forgot about the segmented part of the fleet. Lu Shiwei thought, suddenly gasping in shock. A cold sweat broke out on his back. To expose oneself under the scrutiny of the entire Star Alliance, drawing everyone's attention, was a perilous move. Lu Shiwei believed that everyone would be as fixated on his every action as he was. After all, he was the Grand Commander of the Red Star, the most formidable fleet commander currently in the Star Alliance, and the movements of such a powerful entity would resonate throughout the cosmos. While many anticipated he might seize the opportunity to cause unrest, witnessing his composed presence within the Star Alliance's territory eased their anxieties. Yet, to avoid provoking this Grand Commander of the Red Star, it was imperative to heighten their vigilance towards him. This, however, could create unseen vulnerabilities in certain areas. If his assumptions were correct, the separated fleet should now be positioned at. Quickly, dispatch a message to the Great Martial Domain, alerting them to the emergence of large fleets at the borders. Lu Shiwei felt a tremor within him. He was both astonished by Wang Teng's audacity and exhilarated by his strategic prowess. Should he succeed in this endeavor, not only could he instigate internal discord among various factions, but he would also convey a significant message to the powers of the Star Alliance. The Red Star fleet possesses the capability for long-distance warfare. Do not provoke us, for swift retribution shall follow. This is his warning. I hope it's not too late. All ships, heed my command. Head towards Planet 70 in the west. Yes, Commander. Lu Shiwei understood that the Red Star's retaliation would be but a fleeting gesture. At the very least, they would not penetrate the territories of the factions, with the most likely scenario being an assault on the outpost planets along the borders. Annihilating these border planets would serve as a warning and a demonstration of the Red Star fleet's might. Moreover, the Red Star is equipped with the main fleets of the Day Sun and the United Alliance. Were he in their position, he would lead the Day Sun fleet to strike at the United Alliance and send the United Alliance fleet against the Day Sun Empire, regardless of the outcome. As for the main fleet of the Red Star, they would likely target the Great Martial Domain. Lu Shiwei quickly grasped these dynamics. Yet he did not choose to return to the Great Martial Star Domain. Instead, he continued to execute his prior mission. Encountering such an adversary filled him with excitement and thrill, akin to sparring with those 6 fellows. What a rush! The Grand Commander of the Red Star truly lived up to his title. The Great Martial Star Domain lies nearly 10,000 light-years from the Star Alliance. In its early days, the Tang Dynasty Expeditionary Fleet discovered and occupied this region, establishing the Tang Dynasty Group after enduring thousands of battles, successfully settling millions and founding numerous colonial planets, now home to billions. Furthermore, they persistently expand outward. Planet 12 is a resource planet developed in the early days of Tang's expansion, a barren surface concealing a vast wealth of high-energy crystal deposits beneath. However, after years of extraction, the reserves of high-energy crystals have dwindled significantly. The Grand Fleet stationed on this planet has been significantly reduced compared to before, making it the primary target for Shiwala's assault. Firstly, this location is the closest to the inner circle within the Grand Wu Star Domain. Secondly, it hosts the constructed jump gates of the Grand Wu Star Domain, allowing for both entry and exit. Thirdly, the station fleet here is minimal and lacks any celestial-grade armaments for defense. This intelligence was generously provided by a kind-hearted individual surnamed Li within the Grand Wu Star Domain. The Red Star Second Corps, having gradually surrendered to Shivala during their campaign against the Star Spirit Empire, has transformed from a ragtag fleet into an elite force through trials of blood and fire. Aboard the Red Star No. 02 flagship, Shivala, clad in military attire, gazes at the target marked in red on the star map. Commander, the fleet is fully prepared. A fierce glint sparkles in her violet eyes as she raises her hand and declares, Red Star's second corps, advance. We shall seize the target planet with the utmost speed. For the Red Star. For the Red Star. Chapter 155. The Blitz of the Three-Flash Operation on Planet 12. The surface is a desolate expanse of shifting sands and rocks. Yet amidst the swirling dust, one can discern the faint glow of crystalline native minerals. The former Tang group established several sturdy excavation bases here. However, as the mineral veins dwindled, only 2 excavation bases remain, situated at opposite ends of the planet. Each base operates a multitude of large-scale excavation machinery, diligently extracting minerals from the surface daily. Once the crystals are harvested, they are transported via space elevators to a near-Earth orbital station, where they are loaded onto transport vessels. At this moment, mining operations are underway on Planet 12, with heavy machinery drilling into the surface. Upon reaching the space elevator's capacity limit, the elevators commence their operation. Meanwhile, the station fleet at the near-Earth orbital station engages in their daily drills before succumbing to idleness. Having been stationed here for decades without encountering an enemy, they have developed a habit of lethargy. After all, who would dare to attack the borders of the Grand Wu Group? Within the monitoring station, the duty soldier, bored, gazes at the star map radar when suddenly, a colleague enters with beers in hand. Care for a beer? The duty soldier stretches lazily, rises to take the beer, and relinquishes his position. Make sure to give me one too. Drinking is prohibited during duty. Oh, what is there to worry about? We all know that being stationed at Planet 12 is a cushy assignment. It's practically impossible to beep, beep, beep. Suddenly, the radar alarm blares chaotically. The duty soldier freezes momentarily, then panics. Is there an enemy invasion? Something that hasn't occurred in decades is happening today. Quick, notify the fleet. Unfortunately, before he could finish speaking, and even before the notification could be sent out, a barrage of ship cannons, resembling a meteor shower, suddenly swept in from the front. The monitoring station was instantly engulfed in fire. Meanwhile, the station fleet at the near-Earth orbital station was swiftly obliterated by the fierce cannon fire. Countless debris plummeted towards the surface of Planet 12 in the aftermath of the explosions. In the remaining escape vessel of the Daewoo space station, the Daewoo warriors beheld a fleet marked by a red star, emerging swiftly from the transition space to conduct a thorough reconnaissance of Planet 212. As they yearned for escape, they found themselves outpaced by the annihilation cannon of the Red Star 02 flagship. Gazing upon the last defending starship, which had been obliterated by the cannon, Shivala spoke with an expression of cold indifference. All hands, proceed to swiftly occupy the planet below and seize its most precious resources. The fallen Daewoo warriors and miners could not sway her resolute heart. Such is the law of the cosmic jungle. They may have been innocent, yet they belonged to the Daewoo group. When the group reached for the skyline, their fates were inevitably sealed. All this was for the Red Star, Shivala silently mused. Commander, the space station has been captured. The Red Star fleet ravaged like a swarm of locusts, under Shiwala's command, effortlessly annihilating the defending fleet of Planet 212. Upon seizing the space station, the Red Star fleet commenced its pillaging. Attention, acquire the most valuable crystals. Commander, a crystal source has been discovered. The crystal source is the most precious element within the crystal mines, equivalent to 1,000,000 units of crystal. One might not even extract a single piece from an entire vein. To their astonishment, this operation yielded unexpected rewards. Crystal resources are vital materials for annihilation cannons and one of the synthesis sources for armored mechs. Their applications are extensive, and the rarity of crystal sources is self-evident, as they are integral to the construction of annihilation cannons. How abundant are they? One subordinate inquired. I am uncertain, but I believe there is a substantial quantity of crystal sources within the veins beneath this base. Shivala had no time to hesitate. Such a precious resource could not be overlooked. She relayed orders to the armed forces to excavate as many crystal sources as possible. Be swift. We must proceed to the next planet. Yes, Commander. Shivala raced against time, striving to maximize the benefits for the Red Star fleet. While she captured Planet 212, the Daewoo group received intelligence from Shivala. The military council of 10 swiftly resolved to dispatch the 100 Riders fleet. Under the protection of Lianren, the 100 Riders fleet was retained, albeit with new leaders assigned to each squad. Although preserved, the 100 Riders fleet remained part of the Daewoo. The council possessed considerable authority. Upon receiving the intelligence, they promptly sought the Marshal Chief's directive to send out the Sword Saint, Lianren. At that moment, Lianren was in an audience with the ruler of the Daewoo group, the Marshal Chief, Wu Sanyang. In that same room, upon that same bed, the scene was as intoxicating as ever. What is your take on Lu Xue's conjectures? A sultry voice emerged from the bed's silken drapery. The noble tone conveyed a hint of languor, as if indifferent to all. "I am not as clever as Lu Shiwei," Lianren replied. A response that felt both definitive and ambiguous. The figure behind the gauzy curtain fell silent once more, while Lianren lowered his gaze, enveloped in quietude. The dazzling lights could not illuminate the darkness within one's heart. "Very well, you may go. Ensure they remain confined to the borders. Then I shall take my leave." Lianren nodded, and, with an air of nonchalance, turned to depart. As he watched his retreating figure, the martial master behind the sheer curtain let out a languid hum. Immediately thereafter, a shadow, dark as night, emerged from the corner. "Warner, please make a trip for me to meet that illustrious Red Star General. The Mayong Star Domain, located 100 light-years beyond the borders of the Star Alliance, is the closest force to the horizon of the Alliance. Meanwhile, 14,000 light-years away lies the Great Sun Empire, with a distance of 6,400 light-years separating the two. Amidst a realm reminiscent of the legendary world of light spirits, the Elvenheim star system, home to the Star Spirit Empire. Lucic and his companions' objective this time is a planet known as 116, which borders the Star Spirit Empire. Planet 116 serves as a border outpost for the Mayong Alliance, featuring numerous constructed bases on its surface, as well as several monitoring stations positioned in its near-Earth orbit. Moreover, it stands as one of the vital waypoints for the Mayong fleet. To disrupt this location would undoubtedly cause considerable distress to the Alliance. As noted by the renowned 3-star General Ross himself, Lucic harbored doubts about the veracity of the general's words, pondering whether this famed 3-star general might be intentionally leading them astray. Yet, he did not dismiss the notion entirely. After all, 116 was indeed the closest planet to the border. He contemplated further. If they designated this planet as their target, could it also serve the purpose of intimidating their adversaries? Turning his gaze towards the Elvenheim star system, he promptly issued the command. Red Star Intelligence, set the attack ship's target on 116 and commence the assault. Suhu Fengwan, accompany the attack fleet and seize the opportunity to obliterate those monitoring stations. Additionally, summon General Ross. Chapter 156, Operation Triple Flash. The hammer of Red Star. The starships of the Mayong fleet traversed back and forth over 116, with some advancing towards the Star Spirit Empire. As Lucic and his comrades commanded the starships of the Great Sun Empire, Red Star Intelligence, having infiltrated the main ship's data, had secured control over both parties' communication signals. Thus, when Lucic ordered the fleet to advance towards 116, they went undetected. The Mayong fleet stationed at 116 continued their usual idleness, indulging in leisure, free from the burdens of duty. "John, will the red light ship return tonight? What's the matter? Planning to treat us? Please. You'd be lucky if I don't ask you for a loan, let alone treat you." Speaking of which, did the Third Fleet set out to confront the Red Star fleet that seized the horizon? I wonder how that turned out. Believe it or not, I once undertook a temporary mission at the horizon. Goodness, the red light ships there are even more extravagant, like a paradise. For you, John. As long as it has a generous backside, it counts as paradise. Is it not common knowledge that John has a penchant for larger posteriors? At the monitoring station of 116, John rolled his eyes at the group of lecherous old men, then donned his helmet and vacated the lounge. "I can't chat any longer. My duty shift has commenced. I hope today passes without incident, so I can clock out on time. What could possibly happen today? This is a Mayong planet, and they recently reconciled with the Star Spirit Empire. Who would dare come here seeking death? Indeed, when speaking of the Star Spirit Empire, one cannot help but wonder if you have ever encountered its wonders. The sensation is truly remarkable." John closed the door behind him and made his way towards the monitoring room. Although those old rascals spoke in crude terms, they did express one truth. This is the territory of the United Alliance. Who would dare challenge it? As he approached the monitoring room and opened the door, a brilliant pulse of light illuminated the interior, momentarily stunning him. Upon regaining his senses, he witnessed a barrage of pulse lasers obliterating the monitoring station. The station disintegrated in an instant, propelling John into the vastness of space, akin to Star-Lord floating amidst the cosmos. The sudden change in pressure caused his face to swell, rendering his body frozen and immobile. Under the influence of inertia, he slowly rotated and beheld a starship of the Great Sun Empire come into view. The Great Sun Empire? How could they possibly launch an attack against us? This enigmatic dilemma lingered in John's mind as consciousness began to slip away. With the destruction of the monitoring station, other space stations also faced fierce assaults, prompting the station fleet of 116 to swiftly retaliate. However, upon discovering that the assailants were vessels of the Great Sun Empire, they were left bewildered. Hadn't they maintained a cooperative relationship? Why would they strike without warning? Regardless, they could not allow such an affront to succeed. Their pride was at stake. The fleet stationed at 116 belonged to the Second Fleet of the United Alliance. On board the Great Sun Empire vessel, General Ross, oblivious to the gravity of the situation, leisurely sat sipping coffee, remarking casually. He cast a surprised glance at Lusic, who undoubtedly bore the markings of the United Alliance. What brought him to align with the Red Star Fleet? Yet, Ross refrained from questioning, for even within the United Alliance, there were members of the Summer Alliance. As the adage goes, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Perhaps Lusic believed he could thrive better within the Red Star Fleet. However, it was that fool who had deployed the celestial-level armaments, rendering him a traitor to the United Alliance. What do you think our chances of success are for this operation? Lusic inquired while scrutinizing the battlefield. Ross shook his cup of coffee dismissively, replying with irritation, considering you have deployed the celestial-level armaments. Do you really wish to know our chances of success? Does the stationed fleet lack celestial-level forces? Lusic questioned, bewildered, as he had merely been a foot soldier and thus lacked insight into fleet deployments. General Ross explained, 116 is merely a sentinel outpost. It holds little significance and thus lacks celestial-level guardians. Furthermore, this is the border of the United Alliance. Do you truly believe any fool would dare to cross it? Realizing he had perhaps misspoken, Ross quickly amended, not implying you. I understand, Lusic replied, fixing his gaze upon General Ross, leaving Ross perplexed. What are you staring at me for? We are within the United Alliance. Are you certain you do not wish to call for help? General Ross chuckled nervously. You have spent time in the United Alliance, haven't you? Do you genuinely believe that asking for their assistance will guarantee my safety? They might very well eliminate me along with the rest. In the aftermath, they brazenly declared that I had colluded with you to sow discord within the American Alliance, casting unfounded aspersions, followed by a fleet invasion. They executed this scheme with remarkable finesse. Thus, you chose to betray them outright, Lusic remarked disdainfully. General Ross paid no heed to his scorn. He acknowledged that not only he, but anyone in that situation would have acted similarly. Your Grand Commander is truly no ordinary individual. Even the Star Destroyers are powerless against him. Do you believe I had any alternative? Moreover, the knowledge I possess is limited and insignificant to them. Lusic chose not to respond further, turning his attention to the spherical projection, intently observing every movement on the battlefield. General Ross, noticing his lack of acknowledgement, let out a sigh of relief. The Red Star Fleet is hardly amicable, had it not been for the information he could provide. Given the nature of that Grand Commander, he might have been crushed on a desolate planet. Nevertheless, this commander possesses a remarkable vision, despite wielding such power. He refrained from making an appearance himself. Had he chosen to come, it is likely that much of the American Alliance's territory would have succumbed. Lusic, this is Su-Hu. I am currently engaging 116. Where is Feng Luan? I have established a sniper position in low Earth orbit. Ross mentioned that 116 lacked a celestial-level guardian. But caution is the mother of safety. Feng Luan should remain vigilant. Understood. Feng Luan exited the communication and broke away from the protective cover of the assault ship, transforming into a streak of light as she surged toward the American Alliance starships, entering low Earth orbit. The Red Star's black armored forces fully deployed, enveloping her like a tank soaring into space. Meanwhile, Su-Hu charged towards the surface of 116, obliterating all obstructing starships and aircraft, reducing them to mere scrap metal. The surface's orbital defense cannons fired in unison, yet failed to impede his momentum. Su-Hu had dared to confront orbital defense cannons even at the terrestrial level. Now, having ascended to celestial status, his strength had dramatically surged. Every assault directed at him was converted into potential energy, propelling his speed to unprecedented heights. As he breached the 10,000-meter mark in low Earth orbit, he had transformed into a blazing comet streaking through the skies. Red Star Hammer. Bam! Su-Hu crashed into the ground, unleashing a cataclysmic shockwave that rapidly spread outward, akin to the impact of an intercontinental missile. Chapter 157. The Imperial Woe of the Three-Flash Operation. As the meteor streaked across the sky, the heavens erupted in a kaleidoscope of colors. Darkness descended, clouds gathered, and thunder rumbled incessantly. As numerous daybreak assault ships broke through the cloud cover and entered the atmosphere of Planet 116, it heralded the impending conclusion of this blitzkrieg. The garrison fleet of the American Alliance was formidable. Despite being caught off guard, they relied on their weaponry advantage to shoot down numerous assault ships. The space surrounding Planet 116 was littered with debris, remnants of American Alliance starships, various types of warships, battle mech wreckage, the bodies of human soldiers, fragments of space stations and monitoring outposts, alongside the debris of the daybreak assault ships. Fortunately, most of the assault ships were driven by programs set by Red Star intelligence. Even if they were destroyed, there was no need for concern. General Ross gazed at the approaching 116 with a complex expression, feeling both pity and helplessness for the soldiers who perished here. When gods clash, mortals suffer. The grave misjudgments made by the upper echelons of the Alliance have unjustly placed the burden of their debts upon these soldiers, who will never comprehend the reasons for their demise. This is where Ross's sympathy for them lies. Yet, such is the fate of those who serve as fleet warriors. They either continue to shine in the cosmos or fall into oblivion. A destiny preordained for anyone who dares to traverse the universe. Lucic commanded the attack ships to encircle those vessels attempting to flee, regardless of their allegiance. They were met with cannon fire. Lucic was resolute, fully aware that the objective of this operation was to shift the blame for the attack onto the Great Sun Empire. Whether or not they believed it mattered little. As long as others were led to understand that it was the fleet of the Great Sun Empire that had assaulted the Alliance's planet, that would suffice. The remainder would be taken care of by well-meaning individuals eager to spread the narrative. Having once operated undercover within the Pirate Alliance, Lucic had engaged in many unsavory deeds, allowing him to act without hesitation. Su Hu and Feng Wan, however, were not of the same ilk, which is precisely why this operation fell under his command. The starship drew closer, hovering in low Earth orbit, with some of the attack vessels dispersing while others penetrated 116. The surface base of 116 had been reduced to ruins, and Su Hu's Red Star hammer absorbed much of the incoming assault, releasing the energy at the moment of impact. The scene erupted like a small mushroom cloud, unleashing a violent shockwave that scattered the clouds above. However, as Su Hu descended, the ground forces stationed on 116 surged forth from underground bunkers, launching a fearless charge against him. Unfortunately, they were destined to be inconsequential. Facing advanced armed warriors without weapons or mechs of comparable caliber was a futile endeavor. Su Hu relied solely on the might of his mech to obliterate the surface defenders. The ground was littered with corpses and debris, a desolate testament to the carnage. The wind swept across the battlefield, carrying an unspoken sorrow. Lucic, this is Su Hu. The surface has been cleared. Su Hu reported just as a heavy thud echoed behind him. He turned to see an armed warrior, a gaping hole through their body, collapsing at his feet. No need to thank me, came Feng Wan's voice through the internal communicator. Next time, remember to check for survivors. If you don't fire, I want to be harmed. Su Hu replied in a low tone. Feng Wan sighed, exasperated. Is it so hard to say thank you, you dense man? Indeed, you are the toughest, Lucic interjected, interrupting their exchange. Have all threats been neutralized? The surface base has been destroyed, and the station forces have been dealt with. Su Hu paused momentarily before continuing. Yes. With Feng Wan's assistance, it has been cleared. Withdraw promptly, Feng Wan. Give 116 a powerful strike. Absolutely. I would be delighted to unleash such a shot. Feng Wan saluted the distant starship with a flourish. After receiving orders, Su Hu, along with the remaining assault ships, withdrew from planet 116. As he soared beyond the atmosphere and entered low Earth orbit, he brushed past Feng Wan, who then deployed the killing Bodhi. With the augmentation of celestial-grade weaponry, the fully unfurled form of killing Bodhi resembled an orbital cannon suspended in the heavens. Feng Wan harnessed the remaining energy, preparing to unleash her most precious and powerful attack to date. This shot would be magnificent. Beneath her visor, excitement danced upon Feng Wan's exquisite features. A dazzling pulse of light emanated from the muzzle of killing Bodhi, with tumultuous pulse energy coalescing within the barrel, its radiance akin to the stars. As the trigger was pulled, a colossal beam, measuring over 10 meters in diameter, surged from low Earth orbit towards the surface, akin to a laser removing a blemish. The pulse beam penetrated the ground, instantly provoking a violent reaction from the crust. The pulse beam functioned like a heating apparatus, causing the surface of 116 to blaze with heat, where one could witness the fiery eruptions of lava. Feng Wan intensified the energy output, and the pulse beam pierced through 116, the erupting lava obliterating any remnants above. Task accomplished. Return to the fleet. We shall proceed to the next target. Understood. After swiftly dismantling 116, Lucic immediately directed the fleet towards the next planet, aiming to devastate as many worlds as possible before the United Alliance could react. Target 011, advance. The fleet departed at light speed, and shortly after their exit, the support fleet from the United Alliance arrived. Gazing upon the devastation of 116, the countenances of the reinforcements were grim. They hailed from the region and had rushed to the scene upon receiving news of the attack. Yet, they were a moment too late, and were strangely relieved to have arrived just after the catastrophe. Debris littered 116, a testament to the ferocity of the prior battle. They too could have become part of that wreckage. The pierced 116 stood as a blatant provocation to the United Alliance. Those bold enough to commit such acts were either madmen or formidable dragons. Fortunately, they were not the garrison stationed at 116. However, they soon received word that 011 had also come under attack. It was the fleet of the Great Sun Empire. How dare these self-serving individuals strike at their sovereign? Thousands of light years away, within the dominion of the Great Sun Empire, everything remained as usual. The imperial elite celebrated amidst revelry, while the fleet prepared for battle, leaving the common populace to suffer in dire straits. In the imperial palace's banquet hall, ministers and high-ranking officials clinked their glasses. Behind their jovial facades lay hearts steeped in darkness and corruption. The high-ranking officials showed no concern for the outcomes of Sakata's endeavors, nor did they harbor hopes for his victory. Ideally, they wished for a complete rout, the annihilation of the fleet, thus providing them with justification to strike against the skyline. After all, within that fleet was the Empire's 10th prince. When the time came, the narrative would read, the 10th prince of the Great Sun Empire, on a friendly visit to the skyline, was brutally harmed by the Red Star fleet, led by the tyrannical Grand Marshal. In the name of cosmic peace, the Great Sun Empire shall surely eradicate such evil beings. Behold, in this manner, they position themselves as the champions of justice, standing upon the moral high ground. The loss amounts to nothing more than a mere 10th prince. The royal family can certainly endure the absence of one such prince. Yet, amidst their revelry, the Imperial Military Intelligence received an urgent dispatch from the border. The message conveyed that the Imperial frontier, the Nagasaki H2 planet, had been assaulted and had vanished into oblivion. The adversary, the foe, is none other than the Allied fleet.